Tang Tian traversed into the realm of cultivation, awakening two systems simultaneously. The infinite consumption system and the consumption increment system were now at his disposal. Thus, the tale of an opulent deity in the celestial realm began to unfold. A certain wealthy figure in the celestial domain remarked, "Do not mention my wealth, he could casually toss aside enough to purchase 10,000 of my kind." A renowned trading consortium declared, "Upon encountering him, I truly understood the essence of extravagant consumption." An exalted supreme being lamented, "I truly do not wish to part with my sacred land, but alas, his offers are simply too generous." After acquiring a substantial portion of the cultivation world, Tang Tian sighed, "In truth, I merely wish to grow stronger." The infinite consumption system has been activated. Consume spiritual jade to gain consumption points. Consumption points can be exchanged for talents, insights, physique, and more. In a dilapidated stone chamber, Tang Tian sat by the window, his expression a blend of joy and worry. The joy stemmed from his arrival in this new world, endowed with an exceptional system. According to the description of the infinite consumption system, engaging in ordinary consumption would yield corresponding consumption points. These points could then be exchanged for various levels of talent, physique, comprehension opportunities, and other extraordinary items. However, a thorough search of his person revealed not even a single coin. Consumption? With no money to his name, could he barter with his visage? Sigh. Tang Tian let out a heavy breath. Just moments prior, he had fully integrated his past memories. This was a realm of cultivation with 9 monumental stages: chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, God transformation, out of body, integration, tribulation crossing, and ascension. Each advancement brought about profound transformations in power. Yet, Tang Tian was merely at the second layer of chi refinement, a lowly servant disciple within the Qingyue sect. His talents were so meager that he could not even activate a single spirit ring, positioning him at the very bottom among the servant disciples. He perused the system's exchange list. The first-tier talent required only 1 consumption point. However, to acquire that 1 consumption point, he needed to spend 10,000 low-grade spiritual jades. Where would he procure such a sum? His monthly allowance amounted to merely 10 low-grade spiritual jades. After deductions by overseers, exploitation by head servants, and theft by bullies, he was often left with nothing. Just yesterday, he had been robbed of all his spiritual jade and beaten in the process, which ultimately led to his demise and the subsequent transmigration of his soul into the current Tang Tian. How could I possibly obtain money? He pondered. I may possess decent looks, but alas, I lack the contacts of a wealthy patron. Tang Tian scratched his head, uncertain of his next course of action. Without spiritual jade, this system was little more than an ornament. Yet, as he lamented his financial plight, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. The consumption increment system has been successfully bound. When the host possesses sufficient spiritual jade, consumption will not only be maintained, but increased. Tang Tian was taken aback. What was this? Another system? Excitement surged within him as he eagerly began to explore. This newly acquired system was quite straightforward. As long as he possessed enough spiritual jade, any consumption he undertook would not result in a loss, but rather an increase in the corresponding spiritual jade. This revelation left Tang Tian agape. With this system, his future supply of spiritual jade would essentially be limitless. Coupled with the infinite consumption system goodness, would that not make him invincible? He could acquire as many consumption points as he desired. The extraordinary items listed in the system would all be within his reach. Once more, Tang Tian scrutinized the exchange list. First-tier talent, 1 consumption point. Second-tier talent, 10 consumption points. Third-tier talent, 100 consumption points. Child of the heavenly Tao, 10 trillion consumption points. Child of chaos, 100 trillion consumption points. Next came the physique categories. First-tier physique, 1 consumption point. Second-tier physique, 10 consumption points. Third-tier physique, 100 consumption points. Innate holy body Tao fetus, 10 trillion consumption points. Eternal chaos body, 100 trillion consumption points. Then there was insight, 1 ordinary moment of comprehension, 100 consumption points. 1 basic moment of comprehension, 1,000 consumption points. 1 intermediate moment of comprehension, 10,000 consumption points. 1 chaotic level moment of comprehension, 100 trillion consumption points. In addition, there were extraordinary items such as cosmic fortunes, primordial cosmic powers, and cosmic laws, all sounding remarkably formidable. However, their prices were exorbitant beyond his current means. At present, the most attainable exchanges were for talents, physiques, and insights. This realization filled Tang Tian with immense satisfaction. At the very least, he could clearly envision a radiant future ahead. With the consumption increment system, accumulating sufficient consumption points was merely a matter of time. After a lengthy pause, Tang Tian finally calmed his exhilarated spirit. His next primary task was to devise a strategy for expenditure. What a delightful endeavor it promised to be. However, the prerequisite for spending was, of course, possessing money. Currently, he was devoid of even a single coin. After some contemplation, Tang Tian rose and approached his bed, retrieving a small cloth pouch from the crevice at its head. Unwrapping the pouch, a black-gray porcelain vial came into view. As he opened the vial, a fragrant aroma wafted forth. This was a bottle of nourishing essence pills. As a servant disciple of the Qing Sect, he received one such vial monthly, in addition to 10 low-grade spiritual jades for his daily cultivation. Each vial was worth 2 low-grade spiritual jades. Yesterday, the bullies had extorted all his spiritual jades, but had overlooked this vial of essence. For Tang Tian, this vial represented precious capital. It could fetch at least 1 low-grade spiritual jade in exchange. But where could he sell it? Swiftly, a name surfaced in his memory: Jin Yutang. This was a dedicated trading venue for cultivators, where many disciples of the Qing Sect procured essential elixirs, spiritual tools, and other cultivation resources. They also offered appraisal and recycling services for cultivators. That's the place. Tang Tian decisively resolved to cash in on the nourishing essence pills and activate both systems. He had no desire to relive his former life. In his memories, the previous him was perpetually bullied and toiled endlessly. There was nothing worth cherishing about that existence. As a transmigrator, he could not afford to disgrace himself. With that thought, Tang Tian tucked the vial close to his chest and exited the stone chamber, making his way toward Jin Yutang. Along the journey, he remained exceedingly cautious, even the picturesque scenery around him failing to capture his attention. It was not that he feared losing the essence vial, rather, he was apprehensive about inadvertently provoking individuals best left undisturbed. This was a world of cultivation, and he had no wish to meet an untimely end upon his arrival. Fortunately, after approximately half an hour, Tang Tian successfully arrived at his destination. Before him stood a magnificent pavilion, its name Jin Yutang emblazoned in bold strokes above the entrance. A throng of cultivators moved in and out, predominantly disciples of the Qing Sect. Without hesitation, Tang Tian stepped inside. The Qing Sect had 2 ironclad rules. Betray the sect, and you shall die. Unprovoked harm against fellow disciples shall also lead to death. Chapter 2. The peculiar individual inside the Golden Jade Hall. The expanse is vast, adorned with an array of cultivation resources that dazzle the eye. Practitioners pause to converse, selecting their coveted treasures. Tang Tian did not linger. He made his way directly to the counter, where he found a clerk at leisure. Approaching with purpose, he prepared to engage in dialogue. However, before he could utter a word, a voice of surprise emanated from nearby. "Is that you, Tang Tian?" Startled, Tang Tian turned to see a woman clad in a white long shirt, her features striking, with 3 silver trims gleaming at the cuffs, an insignia of an inner sect disciple. "Who are you?" Tang Tian's expression faltered as he sensed a familiarity about her, yet he could not place her at that moment. His bewilderment, however, prompted a frown from the woman. "Tang Tian, although we have had our differences in the past, there is no need for you to feign ignorance," she said with a chill in her tone. Tang Tian's brow furrowed. This woman did not strike him as benevolent. He delved into his memories, and soon he unearthed her image. Her name was Linyu, his childhood companion. Together, they had joined the Qing Sect. A decision Tang Tian made to forsake his former life to accompany her. They had once believed they could forge a joyous existence together, irrespective of circumstances. Alas, reality proved to be merciless. While Tang Tian's cultivation talent failed to activate even the first level, Linyu blossomed as a prodigy with a 5-ring talent. Shortly after entering the sect, she ascended to the status of an outer disciple, while Tang Tian languished as a mere servant at the lowest tier. Yet, during that time, their bond remained strong. Linyu cared not for Tang Tian's status, and he wholeheartedly supported her, relinquishing all his cultivation resources and toiling in various jobs solely for her advancement. Eventually, a year passed, and Linyu soared to prominence, successfully passing her assessments to become a noble inner disciple. However, when Tang Tian approached her to offer his congratulations, he was met with words that would haunt him eternally. "Tang Gu, we are not of the same world. It is destined that we cannot be together. Rather than prolong mutual torment, it is better to end things now. I am progressing, what of you? These words shattered the young man's heart. From that moment forth, he became withdrawn and timid, too fearful to resist when bullied, ultimately leading to his demise. Upon recalling this memory, Tang Tian's gaze towards Lin Yu shifted dramatically. The first sword upon reaching the shore shall strike at the hardest desire. Indeed, she was not to be regarded favorably. Though he felt little connection to the memories of his past self, his disdain for a woman like Lin Yu was unmistakable. In response to her inquiry, Tang Tian pondered briefly before replying, "It has been over a year since we last met. I simply did not recognize you. Let us each attend to our own affairs." He concluded, wishing to sever ties with her. However, Lin Yu had other intentions. "Are you still angry with me?" she asked. "I admit, my words were harsh at the time, but putting facts aside, did I not speak with reason? If we were to continue, it would only bring great harm to both of us. Thus I had to act as I did." Tang Tian grimaced, utterly exasperated. "What is there to discuss if you dismiss the facts? Do not overthink it. I have already forgotten those matters. Just mind your own business, all right?" Speaking with her felt utterly futile. Such individuals often believe themselves blameless, even in the face of their misdeeds. Lin Yu frowned slightly at his response, surprised that his reaction deviated from her expectations. At that moment, a female companion of hers drew closer. "Lin Yu, is this the one who pursued you in the past?" The woman scrutinized Tang Tian, her disdain evident. "How ordinary and self-assured. What right does he have to court you? Be cautious. Men like him are often calculating, always seeking ways to insert themselves into your life. Perhaps this chance encounter was premeditated." Her scorn morphed into derision, an overt display of malice. Yet Lin Yu merely sighed. "Feng Fei, do not speak so. I can comprehend." Tang Tian stood at the counter, utterly speechless. The presence of such peculiar individuals was overwhelming. It felt as though he had stepped out without consulting the calendar, encountering two of the most insufferable characters. Engaging with them felt like an affront to his dignity. Taking a deep breath, Tang Tian turned to the clerk at the Golden Jade Hall. "Hello, I wish to sell something." The clerk, having observed the unfolding drama with amusement, responded with a bemused smile. "What do you wish to sell?" Tang Tian produced a nourishing essence pill from his possession. However, as soon as it was revealed, laughter erupted. "Good heavens, you think this rubbish can be sold at the Golden Jade Hall? Haha, how impoverished must you be?" Feng Fei guffawed, mocking him openly. Even Lin Yu reverted to her previous demeanor, coolly stating, "Tang Tian, if you are in need of spirit jade, do let me know. After all, we are acquainted, and I would not refuse to assist you." Tang Tian rubbed his forehead in irritation. "Must you never cease your prattle? I shall attend to my affairs, and you to yours. Let us not interfere with one another, shall we?" His annoyance was palpable, even venturing into exasperated utterances. Although Lin Yu did not comprehend his words, she grasped his unmistakable disdain. With a cold huff, she turned away, choosing to ignore him. Yet Feng Fei continued to regard him with scorn. Tang Tian shook his head, bewildered as to what sin his former self had committed to warrant such company. The transaction resumed. The clerk examined the nourishing essence pill and remarked, "The quality of this pill is quite poor. I can only offer you one low-grade spirit jade." His demeanor shifted, becoming somewhat brusque upon seeing the pill. Tang Tian remained unfazed. He merely sought to acquire the spirit jade as quickly as possible. "Agreed. I shall sell it soon." He held the coveted low-grade spirit jade in his hand. Taking a moment to steady himself, he called the clerk back. "I wish to purchase something with this spirit jade." The clerk stood momentarily stunned, and even Feng Fei was taken aback by Tang Tian's peculiar logic. Selling only to repurchase? What sort of reasoning was this? The clerk, regaining his composure, retorted angrily, "Are you jesting with me?" Tang Tian maintained his calm demeanor, saying, "I merely wish to buy something. If not, could you assist me in finding an item worth one spirit jade?" The clerk was left dumbfounded, having never encountered such an odd customer. "We do not possess low-grade items valued at one spirit jade. If you insist, I can only offer you half a bottle of nourishing essence pills." He proceeded to pour out half from the previous bottle. In a normal circumstance, no one would entertain such a deal. Yet Tang Tian wore a faint smile. "Very well." He swiftly placed the spirit jade down and snatched the half bottle of nourishing essence pills, as though fearing the clerk might retract his offer. This maneuver prompted an exclamation from Feng Fei. "Lin Yu, it appears he is not only impoverished but also lacks sound judgment." Even Feng Fei, along with the clerk and other practitioners nearby, cast incredulous glances at Tang Tian, having never witnessed such a transaction before. Nevertheless, Tang Tian's smile broadened, for the system notification had chimed in his mind. "You have completed a transaction. Within the realm of normal trading, you have earned 0.0001 consumption points." You have successfully consumed a low-grade spirit jade, triggering a refund, resulting in 2 pieces of low-grade spirit jade. As Tang Tian gazed at the 2 pieces peacefully resting in the system space, an overwhelming sense of satisfaction washed over him. Subsequently, amidst a sea of astonished gazes, he retrieved the 2 spirit jades and placed them upon the counter. Now, I would like a full bottle of nourishing yuan pill. Chapter 3. An unusual transaction. It seemed as though he were engaged in a peculiar new endeavor. Tang Tian's unconventional purchasing behavior immediately drew the attention of those around him, who were intrigued to ascertain his intentions. However, the attendant at Jin Yu Hall was growing increasingly irate. Are you truly jesting with me? You could have bought a full bottle, yet you opted for half a bottle first, and now another. This can be preliminarily classified as a provocation. Nevertheless, Tang Tian maintained his composure, responding, "It's merely a transaction. If you are unwilling, I shall seek another merchant." The attendant narrowed his eyes. After all, the customer was still a customer, and engaging with patrons was his responsibility. Although he was clearly annoyed, he reluctantly produced a bottle of nourishing yuan pill. The transaction proceeded smoothly, and 4 pieces of low-grade spirit jade were successfully added to the system space. Tang Tian withdrew them all once more, placing them on the counter. 2 bottles of nourishing yuan pill, he stated nonchalantly. Could you not purchase 3 bottles at once? The attendant exclaimed in exasperation. Who buys in such a manner? Tang Tian sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. He too wished to procure 3 bottles, but according to the system's regulations, one must possess sufficient spirit jade to make a purchase. Thus, he had no choice but to send the attendant on multiple errands. What a bother, Tang Tian remarked. The attendant, still disgruntled, retrieved 2 more bottles of nourishing yuan pill, completing the transaction once again. 8 pieces of low-grade spirit jade were now in his possession. Just as Tang Tian prepared to continue his purchases, Fang Fei interjected once more. I understand now, she declared loudly. Your aim is not merely to trade. Rather, you seek to capture our attention through this bizarre approach, correct? How novel. But we are not fools. We see right through your antics. The more you behave this way, the more you will incite our disdain. Fang Fei crossed her arms, adopting an expression of having seen through his intentions. Tang Tian retorted, Must you take yourself so seriously? Do you genuinely believe the world revolves around you? I am merely buying my own possessions. It is none of your concern. Do not project your lowly character onto others. He could no longer tolerate it. Some individuals seemed to think the entire world consisted of sycophants, performing solely for their amusement. He could not fathom how such a mindset could develop. However, Fang Fei merely chuckled dismissively, saying, Continue your charade. I shall enjoy watching how long you can maintain it. A mere menial disciple. How many pieces of spirit jade could you possibly possess? I eagerly await your slip-up. At that moment, Lin Yu also glanced over, her expression mirroring Fang Fei's sentiments. Tang Tian chose to ignore them, placing 8 pieces of spirit jade on the counter. For bottles of nourishing yuan pill, the attendant rolled his eyes, reluctantly retrieving the 4 bottles. The transaction was completed, and 16 pieces of low-grade spirit jade were now in hand. 8 bottles, Tang Tian stated calmly, continuing his purchases. 16 bottles. 32 bottles. Before long, the counter before Tang Tian was filled with an impressive array of nourishing yuan pill, numbering in the hundreds. The crowd of onlookers grew increasingly large, while the attendant's demeanor gradually shifted with the rising quantity of pills. When Tang Tian announced an order for 500 bottles, the attendant's previous scorn and impatience vanished entirely. Ah, young sir, that number is rather substantial. The counter is insufficient. I must fetch more from the back. The attendant said courteously. Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, a large crate of nourishing yuan pill was brought forth and placed upon the counter. The transaction was completed, and the quantity of spirit jade in Tang Tian's possession finally exceeded 1,000. Moreover, the system, in its remarkable design, automatically converted the surplus low-grade spirit jade into medium-grade spirit jade. 1 piece of medium-grade spirit jade could be exchanged for 100 pieces of low-grade spirit jade. Upon surpassing 1,000 spirit jade, he refrained from further purchasing nourishing yuan pill. Such basic pills were of little significance to him now. Furthermore, carrying an excessive quantity would be cumbersome. With so many spirit jades at his disposal, his gaze could now be directed toward higher quality treasures. However, just as he paused, Fang Fei once again began to taunt him. Ha ha, run out of money, have you? She proclaimed triumphantly. I knew it. You merely sought our attention. Keep pretending. Why have you stopped? Men are always like this, indulging in acts of bravado. Tang Tian sighed, finding himself too weary to engage in a retort. Never attempt to argue with those beneath you, for they will only drag you down to their level and defeat you with their experience. Yet, Tang Tian's silence did not prevent others from responding. Fang Fei's last remark incited outrage among the onlookers. Hey, Watch your words. Just because you encounter a few fools does not mean everyone is like them. Do not overestimate your own importance. The crowd protested. In the face of their reproach, Fang Fei only grew more arrogant. What am I mistaken? He is merely a filthy menial, and to possess hundreds of spirit jade is simply a stroke of luck. Purchasing a plethora of nourishing yuan pill in such a manner is nothing but a deliberate act. The crowd erupted in indignation. He buys his own goods. What is it to you? Why not simply walk away? What of menial disciples? Who says they cannot possess spirit jade? Many scions from prominent families start as menial disciples. I see qualities in this brother that suggest he may be one of them. The crowd continued to argue. Upon witnessing so many brave enough to contradict her views, Fang Fei barked, "What a farce! Which disciple from a great family does not possess millions of spirit jade? I dare to wager with you all. Let us not speak of millions. If he can produce 10,000 spirit jade today, I shall kneel and apologize." Seeing that Fang Fei was becoming increasingly agitated, Lin Yu hastily pulled her back, yet her efforts proved futile. However, she too doubted Tang Tian's ability to produce 10,000 spirit jade. She knew his circumstances well enough to be astonished that he had even managed to gather a few hundred. The clamor continued unabated. But Tang Tian showed no interest in joining the fray. After some contemplation, he requested a product list from the attendant. The list was replete with resources and treasures essential for cultivators. After a cursory glance, he selected the items he wished to purchase next. A low-grade longsword was priced at 1,000 spirit jade. Previously, such an item was beyond Tang Tian's wildest dreams, yet now it was well within his reach. This one, he declared. The attendant, looking astonished, remarked, "Just moments ago, you were purchasing the most basic nourishing yuan pill. How is it that you now seek higher quality goods?" Before long, the long sword was placed upon the counter. When Tang Tian produced 10 pieces of medium-grade spirit jade in one go, someone could not help but burst into laughter. "Huh, you there, did you not claim he was out of money? Prepare to kneel. This brother is certainly no ordinary individual." Fang Fei pursed her lips. 1,000 spirit jade represented 2 months of her allowance. Surely, this filthy menial could not truly possess 10,000 spirit jade, could he? A flicker of panic crossed her mind, yet she could not allow her verbal prowess to falter. It is merely 1,000. Just wait and see. Chapter 4. Impulsive punishment. Within the wooden sword case lay a remarkably exquisite long sword, resting silently. "You may try it out and test its quality," the attendant suggested. The shopkeeper beamed with a smile, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. However, Tang Tian had no intention of testing the sword. Instead, he resumed perusing the product list, this time focusing on the elixirs. High-quality Qi Cultivation Pill, 100 spirit jade per bottle. High-quality Body Refinement Pill, 100 spirit jade per bottle. High-quality Qi Refinement Pill, 200 spirit jade per bottle. High-quality Foundation Establishment Pill, 1,000 spirit jade per bottle. These were the essential elixirs for cultivation during the Qi refining stage. The world of cultivation revered strength above all else. Although he possessed a dual system that promised boundless spirit jade and extraordinary talents in the future, it did not directly translate to combat prowess. Tang Tian knew he must prepare adequately for his future cultivation. "I'll take 20 bottles of the high-quality Qi Cultivation Pill," Tang Tian stated. "Absolutely." The shopkeeper responded enthusiastically, soon retrieving the elixirs and placing them before Tang Tian. The transaction proceeded smoothly, and his spirit jade count reached 4,000. "Next, I'll take 40 bottles of the high-quality Body Refinement Pill," Tang Tian continued nonchalantly, showing no signs of regret as he spent another 4,000 spirit jade. Fang Fei's heart raced with anxiety. Could it be that this fellow truly possessed 10,000 spirit jade? In the realm of cultivators, bets were no trifling matter. If she lost, she would have to kneel before Tang Tian and apologize. How could she accept such a fate? Clenching her fists, she silently prayed that Tang Tian's wallet was empty. However, reality was far from her wishes. "Next, I'll take 40 bottles of the high-quality Qi Cultivation Pill and 20 bottles of the high-quality Qi Refinement Pill," Tang Tian stated calmly. "Certainly." The shopkeeper dashed to the back room to fetch the precious elixirs, as only a few bottles were on display at the counter. Moments later, the high-quality Qi Refinement Pills were in hand, and the transaction was complete. "Haha, brother, you're impressive." Observing Tang Tian produce 80 medium-grade spirit jade at once, the surrounding crowd erupted in laughter, directing their mockery toward Fang Fei. "Dumbfounded, are we? He truly has the wealth." 8,000 spirit jade, combined with his previous purchases, had already surpassed 10,000. "Heh, kneel and apologize." The crowd jeered at Fang Fei. At that moment, Fang Fei was utterly flustered. She had never anticipated that the seemingly inconsequential Tang Tian could possess such substantial wealth, rivaling even an inner Sect disciple. "Lin Yu, 2 looked astonished. Where could he have acquired such a fortune? Fulfill the wager. Several other inner sect disciples pressed further. Fang Fei's face turned pale as she instinctively took a step back, seeking to escape, only to find her path blocked. You, how can you do this? I am but a weak woman. An inner sect disciple stepped forward, sneering. You are no weak woman. Just moments ago, you held your own against a crowd with nothing but your words. What? When it comes time to pay the price, you revert to being a weak woman? That isn't the way of the cultivation world. Hurry and fulfill your wager. The onlookers echoed their agreement, their voices pressing in on her. She had carelessly provoked nearly every male cultivator present, and now the pressure bore down heavily upon her. Fang Fei's lips turned white as she grappled with the reality of kneeling before a mere servant. Yet how could such a servant possess 10,000 spirit jade? Though he had presented it in installments, it still added up to a grand total. Wait, yes, he provided it in installments. I haven't lost, Fang Fei suddenly shouted, seizing what she perceived as a lifeline. I said he must produce 10,000 spirit jade all at once for me to lose. He has not done so. The crowd exchanged glances, contemplating her claim. Was that truly how it was stated? No, it seemed the requirement was merely that he could produce it. However, if Fang Fei remained adamant, they could not continue to press her without crossing the line into bullying. After a brief moment, the crowd's gaze returned to Tang Tian, seemingly asking, "Brother, what now?" Tang Tian wore a faint smile. The atmosphere had escalated to this point. It would be illogical not to continue. After purchasing the Qi refinement pills, his total had risen to 16,000. Just a mere 1,000. Child's play, he mused. Yet, just as he prepared to proceed, Lin Yu stepped forward. Tang Tian, let it go. Lin Yu spoke gently. She was merely a bit impulsive. There's no need for her to bear such a burden. For my sake, let's not continue this. We can remain friends. Tang Tian turned to Lin Yu, his gaze unwavering. First, impulsiveness is no excuse for wrongdoing. If you indulge in your impulses, you must be prepared to face the consequences. Second, you hold no value in my eyes. Lastly, I have no interest in being friends with you. That is all. With that, Tang Tian ignored Lin Yu and produced a piece of high-grade spirit jade, stating, 10 bottles of the high-quality Foundation Establishment pill. Splendid. The move elicited a chorus of cheers. Haha, are you at a loss for words now? Fulfill the wager. Or do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Even the law enforcement hall would not intervene in such matters. The pressure mounted once more upon Fang Fei. She sank to the ground, this time truly devoid of excuses. Tears of regret and frustration streamed down her face. But in the realm of cultivation, tears held no value. They were nothing more than a means to appease the Na'vi newcomers. The onlookers would not be swayed by her plight. Ultimately, under the weight of the crowd's condemnation, Fang Fei knelt beside Tang Tian, her head bowed, whispering in a barely audible voice, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said those things about you. Tang Tian shook his head. False accusations cannot harm me. You owe an apology not just to me, but to everyone present. Fang Fei said nothing in response. She seemed resigned to her fate, shifting her body to kneel before the others, murmuring apologies. I'm sorry. After uttering those words, she stood and forcefully pushed through the crowd, hastily departing the Golden Jade Hall, despite Lin Yu's attempts to stop her. Watching the unflappable Tang Tian, Lin Yu's expression grew complex. I underestimated you. But remember, spirit jade does not equate to everything. Only strength holds true value. Without adequate talent for cultivation, you will forever remain at the bottom. I shall soon participate in the selection for core disciples. That is the true disparity. My choices will never be wrong. Tang Tian shrugged. You are indeed correct. But don't you think it wiser to concern yourself with your friend? Lin Yu inhaled deeply. Every one of Tang Tian's reactions today had far exceeded her expectations, as if he were an entirely different person. Take care of yourself. Finally, she could only utter this phrase before turning to leave. Once she departed, the atmosphere returned to normal. Haha, brother, well done. I've long found certain individuals insufferable, as if everyone must cater to them. Today, justice has been served. Though this is merely a minor incident, the majority of people are still reasonable. The crowd chatted idly, quickly returning to their own affairs. For genuine cultivators, this was merely a fleeting interlude in life. Yet, Tang Tian keenly sensed that some unkind gazes were now directed at him. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seemed he needed to devise a plan to ensure his safe return home. Chapter 5. Purchased to fear after a while. 10 bottles of the high-quality Foundation Establishment pill were placed before Tang Tian. These were the essential elixirs for ordinary cultivators seeking to break through to the Foundation Establishment stage. Unless one possesses a talent exceeding the 6th ring, it is nearly impossible to advance realms without relying on medicinal pills. For Tang Tian, the method of breakthrough held little significance. The primary reason for purchasing foundation-building pills was purely for the sake of consumption, accumulating points in the process. Having completed his purchase, he had successfully acquired 2 consumption points. Yet he naturally did not intend to stop there. "Esteemed guest, would you like to continue?" The attendant's face radiated with joy. For Tang Tian's spending had elevated him to the status of a significant client, much to the attendant's delight, as larger transactions meant greater commissions for him. Noticing the attendant's eager expression, Tang Tian replied with a smile, "Of course, I am yet to reach my goal. However, the upcoming transactions will likely be more substantial, so you must prepare accordingly." The attendant, beaming even more, assured him, "Certainly, that won't be a problem. If you feel uncertain, I can fetch our manager, who possesses far greater authority than I." Introducing a major client also came with its own commission. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian nodded in agreement. "That would be greatly appreciated." The attendant quickly made his way to the back room. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe appeared, accompanying the attendant. "Greetings, friend," the middle-aged man said with a smile, displaying no pretentiousness despite the apparent disparity in strength and age. "I am Qin Hai, the manager of Jinyutang. I heard from Xiao Yan that some unpleasantness occurred here earlier. On behalf of Jinyutang, I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused." Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. "It is of no concern. It has nothing to do with you. Let us focus on the transaction." Qin Hai nodded with a smile. "Your straightforwardness is refreshing." He then proposed, "Shall we discuss this in the back? I can prepare some tea, as it is quieter there." After a moment's thought, Tang Tian agreed. Soon, they arrived in a private room at the back of Jinyutang, where Qin Hai poured steaming, fragrant tea for Tang Tian. "Please try this. It is our specially crafted Lingxin tea." Tang Tian nodded, lifting the cup, but refraining from taking a sip. Qin Hai chuckled lightly. "I heard from Xiao Yan that your shopping habits are rather unique." Tang Tian set the cup down. "It is merely my personal preference. Let us proceed to the main topic." With that, he resumed perusing the product list. Jinyutang was a comprehensive trading house, offering an extensive array of items pertinent to the cultivation world, encompassing medicinal pills, spiritual tools, techniques, talismans, and rare treasures, among others. However, the quality of the items was generally modest. The medicinal pills ranged from levels 1 to 9, each subdivided into 4 grades: inferior, average, superior, and exceptional. The highest grade available was a bottle of 3rd-grade superior Yunsol pills, priced at 100,000 spirit jade. The spiritual tools and techniques were categorized into 5 levels: celestial, earthly, mysterious, yellow, and mundane, also divided into 4 grades. The most valuable spiritual tool here was an extraordinary mundane-grade heart guard mirror, boasting impressive defensive capabilities, priced at 120,000 spirit jade. The most treasured technique was an extraordinary mundane-grade sword technique, priced at 150,000 spirit jade. Other rare materials were similarly priced. "Are there no items of a higher grade?" Tang Tian inquired. Qin Hai paused, then replied, "There are, but they are exceedingly rare, and I must seek permission first. After all, this branch primarily serves ordinary cultivators. Would you like me to consult our hall master?" Tang Tian pondered for a moment and shook his head. "No, let us leave it at this for now. As a newcomer, it would be wise to avoid drawing too much attention. My requirements are quite diverse and substantial. It may necessitate multiple trips on your part. Additionally, I prefer to conduct transactions one at a time, and I hope you can accommodate this." Qin Hai was unperturbed and smiled. "Everything shall proceed according to your preferences." Thus, an exuberant transaction commenced. "I'll take 40 bottles of superior muscle strengthening pills at 500 each. The 2nd-grade explosive talismans are only 200 apiece. I'll have 200 of those. The 3rd-grade purple fruit is quite pricey at 11,000 per piece. I'll take 8 to sample. This flying sword is excellent. A superior mundane grade at 50,000. I'll take it." Before long, Tang Tian's expenditures had exceeded 1 million spirit jade. He was finally able to engage in bulk transactions. Directing his gaze toward the most precious items, he acquired all 5 bottles of the 100,000 Yunsol pills, and without hesitation, purchased the 120,000 heart guard mirror and the 150,000 wind slashing sword technique in one go. As the transaction progressed, the previously composed Qin Hai began to fidget. Where did this wealthy young master come from? I've seen extravagance, but this is on another level. Most people buy things they desire or that serve a purpose. This gentleman, he seems to buy everything in sight without even inquiring about their functions, as if he is guided solely by instinct. Is your wealth conjured from thin air? As Tang Tian continued to spend fervently, piling various items on the table, Qin Hai hastily called for a halt. "Esteemed young master, I believe this should suffice?" he stammered. "HM?" Tang Tian asked, puzzled. What? No more business. Wiping cold sweat from his brow, Qin Hai replied, of course not. However, as a mere manager, I have limited authority over transactions. Any amount exceeding 1 million must be reported to the hall master. Moreover, the stock listed is dwindling. Tang Tian was taken aback. Was it not the spender who feared the cost? What is this? He thought. He checked his system, where his spirit jade count had surpassed 10 million, and his consumption points had reached over 900. Upon reviewing the product list, he realized that all the valuable items had been purchased, leaving the remaining stock valued at only around 1 million. Ah, well, this is merely a branch catering to ordinary cultivators. One cannot expect too much. Besides, this is my first purchase. It might be wise to keep a low profile. Very well, I shall take these for now, Tang Tian concluded. As he surveyed the considerable haul of cultivation resources before him, he suddenly felt dismayed. In his excitement, he had entirely overlooked the fact that he could not carry all these items back with him. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian turned to Qin Hai. Do you possess any items suitable for storage? In the end, Tang Tian acquired a small, exquisite shumi ring from Qin Hai, valued at 300,000 spirit jade. Although its capacity was limited, it sufficed to contain all his purchases. To his surprise, the private transaction between him and Qin Hai was acknowledged by both systems. His wallet swelled by an additional 300,000 spirit jade, and he also gained 30 consumption points. Is private trading permissible? He mused. Glancing at the teacup valued at around 10 spirit jade, he boldly offered 1 million. However, the system promptly issued a warning, stating that this expenditure fell outside the normal parameters. Thus, he would not earn consumption points nor trigger any rebate. What a pity. It appeared there was no loophole to exploit within the system. It seemed that expenditures must remain within reasonable bounds. Upon completing all transactions, Qin Hai was beaming, serving cup after cup of fragrant tea, practically offering it to Tang Tian. With nearly 10 million in transaction volume, this will surely yield a considerable profit for me. Truth be told, I did not find today's spending particularly satisfying, Tang Tian remarked with some displeasure. Your establishment is rather small. There is naught of interest to behold. I am quite disappointed. Qin Hai blinked in surprise and then awkwardly replied, Young Master Tang, you may be unaware. The establishment of the Qingyue sect is relatively recent, with our branch, Jinyu Tang, having been founded merely over a decade ago. The formidable practitioners, possessing profound skills, typically have their own exclusive trading channels and thus regard our offerings with disdain. Consequently, we can only cater to the most ordinary cultivators, providing them with rather mundane items. Tang Tian nodded, a playful glint in his eyes as he gazed at Qin Hai, and remarked leisurely, So, what you imply is that if I desire to acquire higher-grade treasures, I must seek another trading channel. He deliberately emphasized the word other. Qin Hai, being an astute individual, immediately grasped Tang Tian's intent and quickly responded with a flattering smile, It is possible to search for one. However, if you do not mind, I would be more than willing to serve as your exclusive trading channel. Tang Tian curled his lip in skepticism. Can you procure quality goods? Qin Hai replied. It was quite challenging in the past. However, thanks to your esteemed presence, the amount you have spent today has significantly elevated my standing within Jinyu Tang. Should you express your desires, I shall exert every effort to fulfill them. A gentle smile appeared on Tang Tian's face, for his earlier remarks were precisely aimed at this matter. As his wealth in spiritual jade increased, so too would his desire for consumption, necessitating a reliable outlet. Being new to this realm, with no acquaintances, where else could he find a trading channel? Qin Hai seemed promising, and their relationship was mutually beneficial, ensuring that no significant issues would arise in the short term. At the very least, it would satisfy his initial requirements. Let us give it a try, Tang Tian said. I have no particular demands. Anything will suffice, but the pricier, the better. Additionally, I would prefer to keep my identity concealed. You understand my meaning, I trust? Qin Hai nodded vigorously. The act of concealing one's identity was quite common in the cultivation world, and he knew how to navigate such matters. Yet, amid his excitement, Qin Hai could not help but speculate about this young master's true identity. An individual who only sought to purchase the expensive rather than the appropriate was a legendary figure he had never anticipated encountering in reality. Just how wealthy was he? Qin Hai pondered, unable to comprehend, yet feeling elated at the prospect of aligning himself with Tang Tian, which would inevitably elevate his status within Jinyu Tang. With a verbal agreement reached, they exchanged communication jade talismans, planning for Tang Tian to designate a meeting place once Qin Hai procured the goods. Caution was always prudent. After a few more casual exchanges, Tang Tian hinted at his desire to take his leave. The 900 consumption points he had accrued were sufficient to exchange for some commendable items. However, As he was about to depart, an unsettling thought struck him. Earlier, after he had spent over 20,000 spiritual jade in the main hall, he distinctly felt several malevolent gazes directed towards him. In the cultivation realm, violence and theft were commonplace. Tang Tian was not particularly worried about his resources being seized. Rather, he feared that someone might set a trap for him. Pondering this, he inquired of Qin Hai, "Do you know where I might find reliable individuals akin to bodyguards? You must understand that as a mere qi refinement stage cultivator, possessing a fortune while wandering about presents a significant risk from those with malicious intent," he added. Qin Hai was taken aback momentarily, "But surely, you have." He could not fathom that someone of Tang Tian's ostentatious wealth would lack guardians or protectors in the shadows. Hence, he instinctively posed the question. Yet, Tang Tian did not respond. Instead, he suppressed his mirth, adopting a serious expression as he regarded Qin Hai. Only when Qin Hai began to sweat did Tang Tian grumble. "You, of all people, should know what inquiries are appropriate and which are not." Qin Hai quickly apologized. "I was indeed presumptuous. I hope you will not hold it against me." He understood all too well that in the cultivation world, certain matters should remain unasked, lest one invite calamity. Sensing that Tang Tian was not genuinely upset, he breathed a sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to Qin Hai, Tang Tian too felt a sense of relief. He was fortunate to have intimidated him. Reliable protectors were indeed hard to come by. "However, I can arrange for someone to escort you safely back to your residence. This is standard practice at Jinyutang," Qin Hai offered. Tang Tian frowned slightly. "Just returning home? That may not guarantee my safety within Qinghua Sect. Isn't hiring someone an option?" "Price is not an issue," Tang Tian stated. Qin Hai chuckled wryly. "As a disciple of Qinghua Sect, we cannot casually assign protectors to you. However, given your financial resources, you could resolve this issue on your own." Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Qin Hai explained. "Are you not aware? Within Qinghua Sect, there exists a special status known as an honorary disciple, which can be obtained through expenditure of spiritual jade. A junior honorary disciple holds an equivalent status to an outer sect disciple and can hire outer sect disciples as attendants for merely 500,000 spiritual jade. A mid-tier honorary disciple is akin to an inner sect disciple, allowing the hiring of inner sect disciples as attendants for the same amount. A senior honorary disciple, equivalent to a core disciple, can employ core and below disciples as attendants for 5 million spiritual jade. Furthermore, all honorary disciples receive protection from the sect. The higher the rank, the greater the protective power. The rules of Qinghua Sect are exceedingly strict, even if you display wealth within the sect. No one dares to covet it, lest they invite disaster. Thus, should you become a senior honorary disciple, as long as you remain within the sect, you need not worry about safety." Tang Tian's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Was this not akin to purchasing a title? Such regulations were indeed surprising. With clearly marked prices, was there no fear of other factions infiltrating their influence? He found Qinghua Sect's approach perplexing. Perhaps there were reasons he was unaware of. Nevertheless, Qin Hai's words rang true. With his current wealth, he indeed had the means to secure his own safety. Until he attained sufficient strength, perhaps it would be best to remain within Qinghua Sect. "This aligns perfectly with my desires," Tang Tian smiled. Chapter 7. The astonished elder having resolved the issue of safety. The two discussed various other matters, such as scheduling their next transaction for half a month hence. At that time, Qin Hai would present some rare treasures of yellow grade and above, serving as a litmus test for their long-term trading channel. Tang Tian was in no rush. Stability was paramount. After concluding their discussions, he departed Jinyutang with a plethora of ordinary resources. As he exited the main doors, he immediately sensed several predatory gazes upon him. However, when two middle-aged men clad in gray robes materialized behind him, almost all attention was diverted. They were nascent soul cultivators, dispatched by Qin Hai to ensure Tang Tian's safe return. Jinyutang was situated at the foot of Qinghua Sect's mountain, and it was not long before Tang Tian arrived back safely, which brought him a measure of relief. Upon returning to Qinghua Sect, he did not rush to his small stone abode but ascended towards a grand edifice, the Hall of Merits. This location was among the most active within Qinghua Sect, where various sect tasks and events were disseminated. The honorary disciples Qin Hai had mentioned could also be purchased here. After bidding farewell to the two nascent soul cultivators, Tang Tian stepped into the Hall of Merits, only to be awestruck by the vastness of the interior, which appeared even more expansive than its exterior suggested. Likely enhanced by spatial formations, the ceilings soared high above, adorned with a magnificent starry sky, resembling a grand, open plaza. Within the building were numerous structures corresponding to various sect affairs, bustling with countless Qinghua Sect disciples, numbering at least in the tens of thousands. Though the Qinghua Sect has only recently been established, it is far from a minor sect. Both the sect leader and the elders possess formidable strength. well beyond the tribulation stage. Furthermore, according to Qin Hai, there seem to be even more powerful entities above the Qin West sect. This large sect boasts a disciple count exceeding 1 million, with its influence stretching across vast territories. Such an existence is beyond the imagination of a mere servant disciple like Tang Tian. After calming his emotions, Tang Tian began to seek his destination for the day. Eventually, he found an opulent grand hall situated near the center of the compound, known as the Hall of Reputation. Upon entering, he was struck by the stark contrast in style from the outside. The interior was bathed in golden light, with every decoration and piece of furniture exuding a sense of opulence, perhaps even a hint of vulgarity. Being a man of the world, Tang Tian found himself quite fond of this ostentation. Within the hall, there were 10 private chambers, each overseen by an elder responsible for matters concerning the esteemed disciples. Several of these chambers were already occupied, and after a brief consideration, he chose to approach an elder who appeared particularly amiable. Disciple Tang Tian pays his respects to the elder, he said respectfully, performing a courteous bow. The authority of the sect's elder was not something to be trifled with, a fact Tang Tian understood well. The elder, known as Zhongyang, glanced up at the sound. A mere servant disciple? He raised an eyebrow, then produced a glowing piece of jade, examining it closely before a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. You've been in the sect for over 2 years. What brings you to the Hall of Reputation today? Tang Tian caught a glimpse of the jade in his hand, wondering if it contained some form of information register. Quickly averting his gaze, he replied, Esteemed Elder Zhong, I have come today to seek a position as an esteemed disciple. Zhongyang's surprise deepened. The cost of becoming an esteemed disciple is quite substantial. Have you come into some wealth recently? Tang Tian chose not to answer this inquiry, noticing his silence. Zhongyang chuckled, No need to be wary. I merely asked out of curiosity. Everyone has their own opportunities. The sect will not pry into such matters. Just adhere to the rules. Please, have a seat. A plush chair materialized beside Tang Tian. He clasped his hands together in gratitude before sitting down. What type of esteemed disciple do you wish to become? Zhongyang inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Tian said, I am not particularly well versed in the rights, responsibilities, or guidelines associated with esteemed disciples. Could you kindly enlighten me, Elder Zhong? Zhongyang nodded. Very well, allow me to explain. There are 3 tiers of esteemed disciples: junior, intermediate, and senior. Each level varies in cost and privileges. Junior esteemed disciples hold rights and status equivalent to outer disciples. You may access places open to them and are prohibited from entering those that are not. The cost is 50,000 spirit jade, with a monthly fee of 1,000 spirit jade. Failure to pay will result in the loss of your esteemed status. Additionally, you may hire outer disciples as guards, but they must adhere to conduct guidelines. Any misconduct will also lead to the revocation of your status. The hiring fee ranges from 100 to 1,000, depending on their strength and capabilities. Intermediate esteemed disciples share the same rights and status, costing 500,000 with a monthly fee of 10,000. You may hire inner disciples or lower, with hiring fees from 1,000 to 10,000. Senior esteemed disciples have similar conditions, priced at 5 million with a monthly fee of 100,000, allowing the hiring of core disciples or lower, with fees ranging from 10,000 to 100,000. As for the guidelines, they align with those of ordinary disciples. I will provide you with a manual outlining the rules for esteemed disciples. Tang Tian nodded, quietly absorbing this information. It was largely consistent with what Qin Hai had mentioned, but he had not anticipated the additional monthly expenses to maintain his status. Was this not akin to a VIP membership? He found it quite agreeable, such a humane approach. As long as issues could be resolved with spirit jade, they posed no problem for him. If he could successfully trigger a refund, it would be even less of a concern. The ability to hire other disciples was also something he greatly appreciated. Outer disciples of the Qinghua sect were at least at the 3rd level of qi refinement, while inner disciples were foundational cultivators who had passed the inner tests. Core disciples were those under 20 years old who had reached the golden core stage. Hiring a golden core guard would suffice to handle the trifles that could be bothersome. Have you made up your mind? Zhongyang asked. Tang Tian took a breath and replied, Elder, I wish to purchase the status of a senior esteemed disciple. Ah? His response immediately elicited a look of astonishment from Zhongyang. Are you certain? That will cost 5 million. Tang Tian nodded affirmatively. Zhongyang scrutinized him for a moment before laughing. One must never underestimate anyone. Very well, please make your payment, and I will handle the arrangements. The first month is complimentary. No additional fees are required. Tang Tian promptly stepped forward, producing 5 pieces of top-grade spirit jade and placing them before Zhongyang. After examining them, Zhongyang accepted the spirit jade and retrieved the glowing piece of jade once more. After a few moments of manipulation, He presented Tang Tian with a box. Done, Zhongyang stated. From this moment forth, you are a senior esteemed disciple of the Qingwei sect. This box contains the attire of an esteemed disciple and some regulations for you to review later. Remember to submit your monthly fees punctually. Tang Tian expressed his gratitude and accepted the box. Simultaneously, 2 system notifications echoed in his mind, indicating that this mode of expenditure was recognized by the system. Elder Zhang, I may be rather busy during the usual days. Would it be possible for me to pay the renewal fees in advance? Tang Tian inquired. Zhongyang smiled slightly. Of course, how long do you wish to pay in advance? Tang Tian silently extended a single finger. 10,000 years. What? Zhongyang's eyes widened in disbelief. Nearly spilling his tea. 10,000 years to be paid in installments, Tang Tian insisted earnestly. Zhongyang gazed at him, dumbfounded. A year, 10 years. Even 100 years would be understandable, but 10,000 years was utterly incomprehensible. Can you even live that long? If you could, would you still care about being a core disciple? This is not something that can be inherited. After a long pause, he finally managed to utter, young man, are you sure your mental state is sound? I know you must have recently come into a fortune, but wealthy individuals do not spend their money frivolously. Tang Tian felt embarrassed. He merely wished to accumulate more points for consumption. However, before he could explain, Zhongyang waved his hand, interrupting him. No need to dwell on it. 10,000 years is simply impossible. The maximum renewal period for esteemed disciples is 10 years, according to the rules of the Qingwei sect. Tang Tian was taken aback. It seemed he could not bite off more than he could chew. I was too reckless, he admitted. Then I shall opt for a 10-year renewal. He then produced 12 pieces of top-grade spirit jade and placed them on the table. Zhongyang shook his head, accepting the spirit jade before operating the glowing jade once more. Upon completing the transaction, the system notification chimed in Tang Tian's mind again, confirming the legitimacy of the expenditure. Having finalized the procedures, Tang Tian spoke up again. Elder Zhong, I would also like to hire a few guards. Zhongyang rolled his eyes in exasperation. Could you not just present all your requests at once? Tang Tian chuckled ruefully. He was primarily concerned that this expenditure might not be recognized by the system, thus preventing him from triggering a refund. What level of disciples do you wish to hire, and how many? Zhongyang inquired. Tang Tian pondered for a moment. Initially, the foremost choice would undoubtedly be a high-ranking core disciple, with strength being paramount. After contemplating the matter, Tang Tian resolved to temporarily employ one. After all, human intentions are often concealed, and the more individuals involved, the greater the potential for complications. I wish to hire a core disciple with a monthly salary of 100,000. One will suffice, Tang Tian stated. Zhongyang nodded, replying. The minimum employment duration is 1 month, while the maximum is 1 year. We will select a willing core disciple for you, with a strength of at least the golden core stage, but not below the late golden core stage. Tang Tian fell silent, realizing that he would not be selecting the disciple himself, but rather, the sect would be assigning one to him, likely to prevent intentional collusion. However, this meant he might not secure a satisfactory guard. After a moment's thought, Tang Tian produced a piece of exquisite spirit jade, along with 20 pieces of high-grade spirit jade. I shall hire for 1 year. He then presented a beautifully crafted small box before Zhongyang. As a new disciple, I am unfamiliar with many aspects, and I am immensely grateful for Elder Zhong's patient guidance. This is a small local specialty. I hope you will not find it lacking. Tang Tian smiled. Zhongyang raised an eyebrow and opened the box slightly. Inside was filled with ordinary spirit fruits, which, while pleasant in taste, offered little in terms of cultivation benefits. However, nestled in the corner beneath the fruits was a piece of exquisite spirit jade, emanating a faint glow. Oh, Zhongyang's expression brightened, and he closed the box, remarking, there are not many young people as clever as you nowadays. If you have any requests, feel free to speak them. Tang Tian chuckled softly. I have no particular demands. It's merely that my strength is too weak, causing me some concern regarding whether the guard will heed my requests, as they are all exceptionally talented individuals. Zhongyang nodded in understanding. Indeed, similar situations have occurred before. Rest assured, I will assess the candidates thoroughly during the selection process. Do you have any other requests? Tang Tian clasped his hands in gratitude. None. Thank you for your efforts, Elder. Zhongyang smiled slightly and collected everything on the table. Seeing this, Tang Tian felt relieved. He had been worried that Zhongyang might be a purist who would dismiss the offering outright. Notably, the exquisite spirit stone gifted to Zhongyang had also triggered the consumption system, being recognized as a legitimate expense. How intriguing. With all matters settled, the two engaged in further conversation before Tang Tian chose to take his leave. The guard would arrive the following day, and he would then relocate to the upper district of Qingwei Gate, a privilege reserved for high-ranking honorary disciples. Exiting the achievement hall, the sky had darkened, and Tang Tian returned to his modest stone cottage. Once seated within his simple abode, he began to examine the day's harvest. Low-tier elixirs, spiritual herbs, spirit fruits, spiritual artifacts, talismans, and more had nearly filled his storage ring to capacity. Additionally, he had acquired numerous valuable items, such as foundation establishment pills, spirit-nourishing pills, the diamond heart-guarding mirror, and the wind-slashing sword technique. Combined, these possessions rendered him akin to a wealthy young master. Moreover, within the two systems, his resources were no longer barren. In the non-decreasing system, he now possessed nearly 30 million spirit jade. It was unfathomable that just hours prior, he had been destitute. Oh, the benefits of having a system. Furthermore, within the infinite consumption system, he had amassed over 2,700 consumption points. Finally, he could redeem something. What to redeem? Tang Tian directed his gaze toward the redemption list. Given his current assets, he could only exchange for talent, physique, or comprehension. After careful consideration, he chose to enhance his most crucial attribute, the talent. 4-ring talent, 1,000 consumption points. Upon completing the exchange, a profound aura emanated from Tang Tian, enveloping him in an overwhelmingly pleasant sensation that surged from head to toe, quickly dissipating into the ether. Had it worked? Tang Tian examined his hands, appearing unchanged. Let us give it a try. He sat cross-legged and swiftly entered a state of cultivation. The Qi induction method, a universal technique within the cultivation realm, effectively harnessed the resonance between oneself and the heavens, drawing the ambient spiritual energy into one's being to bolster oneself. The efficacy of this method closely correlated with the cultivator's talent, physique, the external density of spiritual energy, and the environment. Previously, when Tang Tian practiced, a faint white spiritual ring would manifest around him, indicative of his talent, which augmented his cultivation speed. However, his talent ring was unstable, failing to meet the criteria for even a one-ring talent, leading to dismal results. At this moment, as he activated the Qi induction method, four luminous talent rings ignited around him. The emergence of these rings immediately resonated powerfully with the surrounding spiritual energy, which then surged into Tang Tian's body, rapidly permeating his limbs. What a delight! Tang Tian involuntarily exhaled. The quantity and quality of the spiritual energy were magnitudes greater than before. No wonder Lin Yu, with her 5-ring talent, had outpaced him so dramatically in such a short time. 2 years had passed, and she was set to participate in the core disciple selection, while he remained merely a second-layer Qi refinement disciple. Yet now, everything had changed. As long as Tang Tian continued to consume resources, achieving 5-ring, 6-ring, or even 9-ring talent was no longer a mere dream. Surpassing others was only a matter of time. While lost in thought, a powerful force erupted from his dantian, shattering the shackles of the second layer of Qi refinement. He had finally broken through to the 3rd layer. Chapter 9. Mastery of the sword technique. The 4 glowing talent rings gradually dimmed as Tang Tian completed his first cultivation session since traversing realms. After exchanging for 4-ring talent, a single session of cultivation had allowed him to break through from a stagnant second layer of Qi refinement that he had occupied for a year. Indeed, achieving such heights in cultivation is exceedingly challenging for the average person. Fortunately, Tang Tian had the system at his side. Feeling the surge of power from reaching the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, Tang Tian once again focused on the consumption system. The physique was equally vital for cultivators. If talent represented future potential, then physique represented current combat capability. The more exceptional one's physique, the stronger one's prowess among cultivators of the same rank. Different physiques often exhibited pronounced advantages in various aspects. Some were as light as a swallow, others possessed immense strength, and some were favored by the heavens, exhibiting a natural affinity with nature. This was an innate gift. Yet, Tang Tian was merely an ordinary body, without any remarkable features. But now, 4-tier physique, 1,000 consumption points. He hoped it would be as formidable as the 4-ring talent. He chose to redeem it directly. Soon, the system's voice chimed in. Redemption successful. The system will randomly extract one type of 4-tier physique. After the extraction concluded, the voice announced, "Congratulations, you have obtained the bloodline of the mighty ape." As the voice faded, an indescribable heat surged throughout Tang Tian's body. He felt as though he were being scorched by flames, every inch of him ablaze. His heart thumped wildly, resonating a deep drum-like sound. With each heartbeat, a torrent of blood surged forth, coursing through his limbs and bones. Moments later, all of Tang Tian's blood vessels widened, his bones strengthened, and robust muscles concealed beneath his skin filled him with boundless energy. Even his skin seemed to grow tougher, radiating a faint glow. Sensing the sudden surge of power, Tang Tian swung his fist, producing a sound akin to breaking the air. Remarkable. Tang Tian's lips curled into a smile. The bloodline of the mighty ape had elevated his physical attributes significantly, eradicating the sensation of weakness that had previously plagued him. Moreover, as his cultivation advanced, the effects of the bloodline would become increasingly pronounced, ultimately reaching its pinnacle. What level of beast was the mighty ape? Again, Tang Tian could not find the information in his memory, yet he soon ceased his search. A fourth-tier physique was merely a preliminary transition. In the future, he would acquire even more extraordinary physiques. Finally, he was no longer a weakling. Tang Tian sighed, then turned his attention back to the system. With over 700 consumption points remaining, there was no need to exchange for talents or physiques anymore. The only option left for redemption was comprehension. One ordinary epiphany cost 100 consumption points. Ordinary epiphany, it enables the elevation of a mortal level technique by one stage. After some contemplation, Tang Tian took out a jade slip containing the illustrious technique, the wind-slicing sword technique. Techniques are paramount for cultivators, akin to a warrior's hands wielding a weapon. The higher the realm of a technique, the more formidable its power becomes. Generally, all techniques possess 5 stages: entry, proficient, mastery, minor achievement, and major achievement. Let us give it a try. Tang Tian directly selected one ordinary epiphany. In an instant, a surge of clarity swept through his spirit platform. He felt as though the passage of time became lucid, allowing him to perceive the essence of the technique and its fundamental nature. Eagerly, Tang Tian grasped the jade slip and immersed his consciousness within. A hazy, white expanse materialized before him. In this realm, a young man clad in white danced gracefully with a long sword, each strike appearing as natural as fluttering willow leaves, a sight to behold. Simultaneously, every sword move was deeply etched into Tang Tian's soul, comprehended in its entirety. Time lost meaning, and when the white expanse faded, Tang Tian's awareness returned to the modest stone cottage. He opened his eyes, sprang to his feet, and retrieved a spirit sword from his storage ring, performing a series of movements within the stone cottage. Should anyone witness this, they would be astounded to find that Tang Tian's swordplay mirrored that of the young man in white, flawless and precise, completing a full sequence of the technique. Tang Tian sheathed his sword and stood still, a faint smile gracing his face. He knew he had attained the entry-level mastery of the wind-slicing sword technique. Once more, he redeemed another ordinary epiphany, plunging his spirit into the jade slip. The same expanse and young man reappeared, yet this time, his movements were altered, less ethereal but imbued with a fierce aura. Each lethal strike dazzled the eyes, difficult to follow. Moments later, the realm vanished again. Proficient level. Tang Tian smiled slightly. Let us continue. Soon, he beheld the young man once more. The youth's swordplay grew increasingly fierce, accompanied by slashing sword energies that formed an impenetrable vortex of blades around him, evoking a shiver in those who beheld it. Mastery level. Again, the epiphany continued. This time, the young man's sword was absent, and he appeared more subdued, having shed his earlier ferocity. However, when an eagle soared overhead, he merely brought his fingers together and waved lightly. A feather fell from the eagle's wings and tail, unnoticed by the eagle itself. The young man smiled, extending his palm to observe the feather as it landed. Minor achievement, returning to simplicity. Tang Tian closed his eyes, sensing the young man's state of mind, a realm where man and sword became one. Moments later, he accessed the system, redeeming his 5th ordinary epiphany. The young man had vanished. In the vast whiteness, no living being remained, only formless winds that shifted, sometimes gentle, sometimes tempestuous, sometimes utterly still. After a lengthy pause, Tang Tian emerged from the expanse, returning to the stone cottage. Upon opening his eyes, a glimmer flashed before vanishing. His demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation, as if he had fused with the very essence of the cosmos. Is this the major achievement level? Tang Tian gently raised his hand, pointing towards the dilapidated table beneath the window. A soft breeze swept through. In silence, the wooden table splintered in half and collapsed to the ground, its broken edges as smooth as glass. The power of a mortal-level supreme technique after reaching major achievement is astounding. What might techniques of even higher tiers possess? Tang Tian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, bathed in the luminous moonlight streaming through the window. Chapter 10. Gu Xiaoxua. Early the next morning, a gentle knock at the door roused Tang Tian from his slumber. Who could it be? Tang Tian yawned, rose, and opened the door. A petite girl, appearing no older than 14 or 15, stood outside, her expression one of nervousness. Who are you looking for? Tang Tian inquired. The girl hesitated, then spoke softly. Are you young Master Tang Tian? Elder Zhongyang sent me. I am your guard. Upon speaking, the girl's cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Tang Tian was taken aback, glancing at her attire. The white robe bore 3 shimmering golden edges at the cuffs, unmistakably indicating her status as a core disciple. Is she truly the guard chosen by Elder Zhongyang? Observing the girl's bashful demeanor, Tang Tian suspected that the old man had misunderstood his request. This obedient companion was not what he had in mind. What is your name? Tang Tian asked. The girl responded with a brightening expression. My name is Gu Xiaoxue. I will certainly protect you well. Please take care of me, young master. Tang Tian felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. This girl appeared to be a novice and rather naive, akin to someone sold off who still counted money for others. Just call me Tang Xiao. Come in and have a seat. Sighing, he resolved to accept the situation. After all, the 3 golden edges on her cuffs were not forged of deception. Her strength was surely adequate. If she truly proved unsuitable, he could always ask Elder Zhongyang for a replacement. The two entered the modest stone cottage, where Gu Xiaoxue stood in the middle, curiously observing her surroundings, seemingly astonished. As Tang Tian tidied his bed, he asked, Is this your first time serving as a guard for someone? Xiaoxue replied, How did you know? I require a significant amount of spirit jade for my training, and the stipend from the sect is insufficient. Elder Zhongyang mentioned that being a guard could earn me a considerable amount of spirit jade, so I signed up. You could guess that? Tang Tian scoffed inwardly. It was evident to anyone with eyes. After tidying his bed, he moved to the window to clear away the broken table from last night. This was his habit, even if he was about to leave. He felt the need to leave the place clean. Do you know what a guard is supposed to do? Tang Tian inquired again. Of course. Gu Xiaoxue replied eagerly. I've memorized the guard's code of conduct, so there will be no issues. Rest assured, I will fulfill my duties. Upon finishing, she noticed Tang Tian organizing the table and rushed over to help. Tang Tian chuckled. I doubt that S included in the guard's code. Gu Xiaoxue blushed slightly. It's just a habit. Back when I lived at home, I did all these chores. Tang Tian fell silent. It seemed she was not the kind of pampered princess from an affluent family. Indeed, princesses would not take on the role of a guard for the sake of spirit jade. After placing the table in the corner, Tang Tian straightened up, only to find Gu Xiaoxue staring in a daze at the broken table. What is it? Tang Tian asked. Gu Xiaoxue pointed at the fracture and remarked, Such impressive swordplay. Did you do this? Tang Tian paused, deeming it unnecessary to hide the truth, and nodded. Indeed, I severed the table. Would you care to spar with me sometime? Gu Xiaoxue's eyes sparkled with delight. Sure. It has been quite some time since I practiced such fundamental sword techniques, and I find myself reminiscing about the playful days of yore. Tang Tian. Basic sword techniques? Playful? I had initially thought that with the mastery of the wind-slicing sword art, the young girl would harbor some sense of admiration for me. Yet, she merely perceives it as a game? How formidable are you, really? Tang Tian, slightly indignant, inquired, What is your cultivation level? Gu Xiaoxue blinked innocently. Late golden core stage. Tang Tian. How old are you? Gu Xiaoxue pouted. I'm already 15. I started a bit late and missed the optimal cultivation period. Otherwise, I could have advanced further. Tang Tian's eyelids twitched. 15 years old, at the late golden core stage, yet she appears quite dissatisfied with herself. Is there such a person who engages in self-deprecation? Gazing into Gu Xiaoxue's clear eyes, Tang Tian suddenly understood that she was not being self-aggrandizing. Rather, her understanding of certain matters was simply vastly divergent. Taking a breath, Tang Tian continued, How many talent rings do you possess? He wished to ascertain what kind of innate talent could produce such a prodigy. A look of confusion crossed Gu Xiaoxue's face. What is a talent ring? I don't have any. Tang Tian was once again rendered speechless. Without a talent ring, does that not imply she is merely immortal? How could a mortal achieve the late golden core stage by the age of 15? This seemed implausible. Suddenly, Tang Tian considered another possibility. The talent ring is indeed a measure of a cultivator's innate talent, with 9 rings being the highest. Yet, beyond 9 rings, there exist even more extraordinary entities. Those beings would not display their talent rings. Tang Tian glanced at the system, focusing on the list of talents. Child of Destiny, 1 billion consumption points. That translates to a staggering 100 trillion spirit stones. Starting with 100 trillion, how can others compete? Is this truly the realm of geniuses? Tang Tian rubbed his temples. The disparity between individuals was indeed vast. Some might spend their entire lives without ever reaching the starting point of someone like Gu Xiaoxue. What troubles you? Gu Xiaoxue inquired. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. Nothing. I simply need a moment to collect myself. Please tidy up the rest of the room. Gu Xiaoxue nodded. Oh, okay. She then busied herself. Observing a person who was at least a child of destiny cleaning for him, Tang Tian felt an uncanny sense of unreality. The power of money is indeed formidable. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden loud knock echoed at the door. Bang, bang, bang. The person outside seemed intent on demolishing the room. Who could it be? Tang Tian frowned slightly and rose to open the door. 4 or 5 unruly disciples in short shirts stood idly outside. Upon seeing Tang Tian, they instantly donned malicious grins. Huh, I thought you would hide forever. How dare you skip work yesterday, causing me to be reprimanded by the elder? You must be seeking death. The leader sneered. Tang Tian frowned and quickly recognized him. Jiaming, the bully among the errant disciples, was the one who frequently oppressed and robbed him. In truth, Tang Tian did not wish to entangle himself with such scum. For that was a matter of his former life and had little bearing on him now. They were no longer of the same world. Yet, unexpectedly, this fellow had come to confront him early in the morning. I hope you are not here to cause trouble, Tang Tian said in a low voice. Jiaming raised an eyebrow and retorted loudly, Oh, so you think you are above it all? Haven't you had enough of my fists? Do you wish to feel the might of my iron fist again? As he spoke, he cracked his knuckles, appearing ready to strike. Tang Tian's expression darkened, a sharp aura coalescing at his fingertips. If Jiaming dared to throw a punch, he would not be able to retract it. Just as the tension thickened, a commanding voice rang out from behind Tang Tian. Impudent. Gu Xiaoshue's figure appeared before him in an instant. Who do you think you are? Daring to confront young Master Tang? Are you tired of living? Quickly, get lost. Tang Tian. Watching Gu Xiaoshue's face flush as she deliberately lowered her voice to deliver such sycophantic words, Tang Tian felt his anger dissipate. Where on earth did you learn such rhetoric? Girl? Chapter 11. Bidding farewell to the past, Gu Xiaoshue's appearance immediately altered the dynamics of the situation. There was no denying that her words contrasted starkly with her appearance, tone, and actions. Not only Tang Tian, but even Jiaming wore a bewildered expression. Where did this person spring from? Jiaming sneered and prepared to teach this audacious newcomer a lesson. Humph, I don't care who you are. No one dares to be arrogant in my territory. After declaring this, he stepped forward. However, upon catching sight of the golden stripes on Gu Xiaoshue's sleeves, he was struck with shock. What? A core disciple? Jiaming froze in place, his foot suspended mid-step, caught in indecision as if paralyzed. The lackeys behind him also stood in stunned silence, gazing at the bright 3 golden stripes, not daring to breathe. This turn of events made Tang Tian unable to suppress a chuckle. Jiaming, weren't you quite the bully? Hearing this, Jiaming glanced from Tang Tian to Gu Xiaoshue, his mouth opening and closing without a sound. Both parties fell into a moment of silence, and Jiaming dared not make any sudden moves. Lesser figures often possess an acute awareness of the situation. Once Gu Xiaoshue appeared beside Tang Tian, it became clear that he was no longer the weak boy to be bullied at will. The roles of both parties had been irrevocably reversed. Soon, beads of cold sweat trickled down Jiaming's forehead, and his entire body began to tremble. Observing his terrified demeanor, Tang Tian let out a cold snort and addressed Gu Xiaoshue. Break one arm for each of them, then shatter their legs and throw them all out. After saying this, he turned and re-entered the room. Jiaming panicked, shouting, Tang Tian, no, young Master Tang. I will leave at once, far away. I promise I will never appear before you again. Please, show mercy, young Master Tang. He pleaded loudly. But Tang Tian did not even glance back as he vanished into the light. Engaging with such individuals was beneath him. This punishment would serve as a reckoning for the grievances of his former life. Soon, the cries for mercy faded, replaced by shrill screams that echoed through the air. However, those screams quickly ceased. Shortly thereafter, Gu Xiaoshue re-entered the room, appearing nonchalant. Tang Tian could not help but ask, have you often taken lives in the past? Gu Xiaoshue paused for a moment before responding, no, not at all. But isn't that what you instructed me to do? The code of conduct for guards includes this clause. When the employer is threatened, the guard must thwart the threat. Tang Tian was taken aback. She truly is a stickler for rules. Nevertheless, Gu Xiaoshue's performance eased his concerns a bit. At least, this girl takes her duties seriously when faced with challenges. By the way, where did you learn that speech from earlier? Tang Tian teased. Gu Xiaoshue blushed slightly and replied, I read it in a book. I noticed that the young masters in those tales have their attendants speak like that. Tang Tian understood now. However, those young masters are generally not of good character. Young Master Tang, did I act correctly just now? If not, feel free to tell me. Gu Xiaoshue asked. Tang Tian nodded thoughtfully. Initially, he intended to say that her actions were somewhat excessive. However, after pondering, he felt that it was quite beneficial. Being a spoiled rich kid is far more comfortable than being a righteous person. Moreover, with Gu Xiaoshue taking the initiative, he could conceal his true strength, leading to misjudgments from his adversaries. Why not embrace such an advantage? With this in mind, Tang Tian earnestly replied, you did very well. in the face of fierce individuals. We must be fiercer still to instill fear within them. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoxue nodded repeatedly, indicating her understanding. As they chatted, the two swiftly tidied the stone house. Subsequently, Tang Tian instructed Gu Xiaoxue to step outside first, while he retrieved a purple robe designated for high-ranking honorary disciples from his Shumi ring, changing out of his servant's attire and neatly placing it at the head of the bed. From this moment on, he would bid farewell to his past memories and embark on a life that truly belonged to him. Without excessive sentimentality, Tang Tian pushed open the door and stepped outside. "Hey, you seem to look more handsome," Gu Xiaoxue exclaimed in surprise. As the saying goes, a Buddha relies on gold adornment and a person relies on attire. Donning the robe of a high-ranking honorary disciple, Tang Tian's demeanor underwent a transformation, exuding an air of elegance tempered with a maturity beyond his years. Such blatant honesty. Tang Tian chuckled. "Let us head to the upper district. Do you know where the foodie pavilion is?" Gu Xiaoxue nodded and replied, "Yes. That is the place where disciples are assigned their abodes. Would you like to go? I can lead the way." Tang Tian nodded in agreement, and the two made their way toward the upper district of Qingwei Sect. As they walked and conversed, Tang Tian gleaned much about the upper district from Gu Xiaoxue. The cultivation environment in the upper district was, compared to the lower district, akin to heaven and earth. The concentration of spiritual energy was several times stronger, and there were various specialized cultivation facilities such as training rooms, alchemy chambers, martial halls, and spirit refinement pools, among others. It could be said that the upper district of Qingwei Sect was the true realm of cultivation. However, only inner disciples, core disciples, and high-ranking elders of the sect had the privilege to reside in the upper district. No wonder people were so desperate to enter the inner sect. Moreover, the primary activities of honorary disciples also took place in the upper district. According to Gu Xiaoxue, they often organized gatherings and other activities where spiritual jade would abound. Those disciples who were financially challenged would seize these opportunities to earn some spiritual jade to support their cultivation. Tang Tian couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Though this was a world of cultivation, in essence, it bore a striking resemblance to society as he once knew it. Daily life remained fundamentally unchanged. Honorary disciples tended to band together, and once he ascended, it was certain that some would seek him out. "They will surely come looking for you," Gu Xiaoxue remarked. Tang Tian smiled, but remained silent. He was not interested in forming cliques. He merely wished to amass more resources to exchange for superior talents and physiques. Lin Yu once wisely stated that this was indeed a world of cultivation, where strength served as the most reliable foundation. As they continued their conversation, the two ascended to the upper district of Qingwei Sect. Moments later, they arrived before a grand pavilion, foodie pavilion. Once you become an inner or core disciple, you will be eligible to acquire your own abode here, Gu Xiaoxue explained. Tang Tian nodded and stepped inside with her. The interior was not crowded. Most individuals were solitary and hurried, presenting a stark contrast to the bustling atmosphere of the lower district. However, there were small clusters of people, and Tang Tian spotted several other honorary disciples, some wielding folding fans while others played various instruments, engaged in lively banter. As he entered, a few glanced in their direction, but Tang Tian paid them no mind and approached the pavilion's administrator. "Greetings, fellow cultivator." The administrator, a young cultivator himself, beamed upon noticing Tang Tian's attire. "I am Wan Yanning. How may I assist you?" Tang Tian replied, "I have just become an honorary disciple and heard that one can obtain an abode here." Wang Yanning nodded. "Indeed. All abodes in the upper district of Qingwei Sect are managed by Foodie Pavilion. What type would you prefer?" Tang Tian pondered for a moment and said, "Let me take a look first." He was still unfamiliar with the specifics of the options available. "Of course. Please follow me." Wang Yanning invited Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue into a private room, then produced a white jade slip, handing it to Tang Tian. "This contains basic information about the abodes. You can delve into it with your consciousness." Tang Tian accepted the jade slip and immersed his consciousness within. A plethora of information immediately unfolded before him. Qingyu Valley, located on the northern side of Qingwei Sect, with a rich natural ambience. Total of 123 abodes. Annual rent 100,000 spiritual jade. Jingguang Cliff, situated southeast of Qingwei Sect, basking in morning light. Total of 344 abodes. Annual rent 130,000 spiritual jade. Yangsheng Pond. As he perused the details, Tang Tian developed a general understanding of the abodes within Qingwei Sect, centered around the main peak. Various abodes were scattered within a radius of 10,000 miles, divided into over 100 distinct areas. Each area's environment varied, affecting the price accordingly. The cheapest abodes cost around 30 000 to 40,000 spiritual jade annually, while the most expensive could exceed 1 million. Those were primarily located near the main peak, boasting exceptional cultivation and living conditions. However, after reviewing the information, Tang Tian noticed a minor issue. Every area had multiple abodes, with some areas having dozens and others even thousands. Compared to living among neighbors, Tang Tian preferred solitude. Retrieving his consciousness, he turned to Wang Anning and inquired, "Are there any other options?" Wang Anning appeared puzzled and asked, "Are there no abodes here that meet your satisfaction? Do you have any special requirements?" Tang Tian nodded. "I prefer not to be disturbed. Thus, I seek a quieter location." Wang Anning replied, "We do have solitary abodes, but they are generally more expensive, and the cultivation environment may not be as favorable as those in the common areas." Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. "Price is not an issue. Could you assist me in finding the solitary abode with the best cultivation environment? The most expensive one." At the mention of the most expensive, Wang Anning's eyes brightened, and he beamed with delight. "Of course, that is my duty. I will fetch another list of abodes for you." With that, Wang Anning rose and exited the private room. Once he departed, Gu Xiaoxua leaned closer to Tang Tian, her expression one of astonishment as she asked, "Abodes require payment?" Tang Tian, equally surprised, responded, "Isn't that the case? Did you not pay for your abode?" Gu Xiaoxua blinked, "Yes. Upon becoming a core disciple, one can choose an abode freely, and you can change it every 10 years. All at no cost. It seems the inner disciples enjoy similar benefits, albeit with slightly lower tier options." Tang Tian opened his mouth in disbelief, rendered speechless. Though the title of high-ranking honorary disciple was said to equate to that of a core disciple, there were indeed distinctions. Securing an abode came with additional expenses. If abodes required payment, it was likely that many other aspects would follow suit. There would undoubtedly be costs involved. Reflecting on this, Tang Tian couldn't help but smile. How fortunate he was not to be a core disciple. Otherwise, he would find himself short of resources. What a loss of valuable points that would be. The disparity in treatment was glaringly apparent, and Gu Xiaoxua lamented, "I believe the sect is a bit unfair in this regard." Yet, Tang Tian wore a cheerful expression, responding with a grin, "No, I find it quite agreeable. I appreciate such humane policies." Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoxua's eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded Tang Tian with concern, softly asking, "Tang Xiao, are you all right? You would need to spend much more spiritual jade." Tang Tian chuckled and shook his head. "Out with the old, in with the new. I truly relish this feeling of spending money. Even frivolous expenses are acceptable." Gu Xiaoxua was taken aback, utterly perplexed as to what mental state one must be in to utter such words. After a while, Wang Anning returned to the private room, presenting Tang Tian with a brand new jade slip once more. Upon opening the slip, a lengthy list unfurled before his eyes. Tang Tian swiftly bypassed the entries in the million range, directing his gaze towards the most expensive cave abodes. Ultimately, he fixated on a cave dwelling named the Purple Bamboo Garden. The Purple Bamboo Garden, nestled at the foot of the southern peak of the main mountain, boasted an exceptional cultivation environment, with an annual rent of 13 million. "Let us discuss the particulars of the Purple Bamboo Garden," Tang Tian suggested. Wang Anning smiled. "Your discerning eye is truly commendable. The location of the Purple Bamboo Garden is in close proximity to the main peak, almost adjacent to it. The surroundings are tranquil, encircled by a grove of purple bamboo, which forms a natural formation that constantly gathers the essence of heaven and earth. The concentration of spiritual energy is approximately 5 times that of the surrounding area. Inside the Purple Bamboo Garden, there is also an ancient well known for its calming properties. Moreover, Wang Anning continued, there are no other disciples' cave abodes within 100 meters radius, making it perfectly suitable for your solitary needs." Tang Tian nodded, recognizing that this indeed appeared to be an exceptional place to reside. Of course, the primary factor was its substantial cost. "All right, I will take it," Tang Tian decisively concluded. Wang Anning beamed with delight. "You are indeed a decisive individual, one who is not comparable to ordinary disciples of renown. How long do you wish to rent it for?" Tang Tian inquired. "What is the maximum duration?" Wang Anning replied, 10 years. Tang Tian gradually nodded. "Then I shall opt for 10 years. However, I would prefer to make the payment in 3 installments. The first for 2 years, the next for 4 years, and the final 4 years afterward." Wang Anning was taken aback, as this was the first time he had encountered such a payment method. Yet, it was not unusual for the affluent to have their peculiarities. As long as the transaction was completed, selling property naturally came with a commission. Of course, after a brief moment, the 3 transactions were smoothly concluded. Both parties were exceedingly pleased. Wang Anning secured a handsome commission, while Tang Tian's assets surged to new heights, with his spiritual jade exceeding 100 million. reaching a staggering 57 million. His expenditure points also triumphantly surpassed 10,000. The quintessence of talent was now within his grasp. Chapter 13. Renovation. Following the completion of the transaction, Wang Anning personally accompanied Tang Tian to the foot of the southern peak. The atmosphere here was indeed splendid, with fresh air and crystal-clear waters, resembling a paradise untouched by time. In the valley, a striking grove of purple bamboo caught the eye. The purple bamboo garden is just over there. Please follow me, Wang Anning beckoned, leading the way as the trio ventured into the bamboo grove. As they entered the grove, Tang Tian was greeted by a refreshing breeze that invigorated his senses, a natural essence that promised enhanced cultivation efficacy. While there are often disciples practicing outside the grove, you need not worry. They cannot step foot within the bamboo grove without special permission, Wang Anning assured. Tang Tian nodded, unconcerned, as he had not purchased the entire bamboo grove, despite his desire to do so, as it was not for sale. Following the path deeper into the bamboo thicket, they suddenly emerged into a clearing. Ahead lay a charming villa, harmoniously integrated with its surroundings, accompanied by the gentle sound of flowing water. Wang Anning paused and produced an array plate. The perimeter of the purple bamboo garden is secured by a formation that prevents cultivators below the tribulation stage from forcibly entering. I possess 3 array plates to grant access, which I will transfer to you shortly. With these plates, you may freely come and go from the purple bamboo garden, he explained. Tang Tian remained silent, realizing that this was akin to possessing the key to his own home. With Wang Anning's guidance, the formation was opened, and the 3 stepped into the garden. The natural aura within was exponentially richer than that of the outer bamboo grove, along with a heightened concentration of spiritual energy, which greatly satisfied Tang Tian. A higher concentration of spiritual energy would undoubtedly accelerate his cultivation progress, currently at the 3rd layer of qi refining. Even if he could exchange for higher-level talents, he still had a long journey ahead. The purple bamboo garden comprised a main residence and 4 guest rooms, all of generous proportions. Each room was equipped with its own meditation chamber, suitable for daily practice. In the expansive courtyard, a colossal old locust tree nearly overshadowed half the sky. As spring blossomed, vibrant green buds emerged, glistening in the sunlight. Beside the ancient tree stood an old well, teeming with vitality and exuding a mysterious aura. This well connects to underground water veins and nurtures a spring of tranquility. Regularly drinking from this water or resting by the well can greatly calm the mind, Wang Anning elaborated. Tang Tian nodded, appreciating the serene atmosphere that suited his tranquil disposition perfectly. Subsequently, under Wang Anning's guidance, Tang Tian surveyed the various rooms, each furnished with all necessary amenities, including a rare kitchen in the cultivation world. He suspected this might have been a retreat for some elders seeking solace in their twilight years. Very good. Tang Tian expressed his satisfaction with the environment. Wang Anning smiled. Then I am relieved. Do you have any other requests? Perhaps additional facilities? Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. What facilities? Wang Anning replied, items related to cultivation. As you may have noticed earlier, the furnishings here are mostly mundane, aside from the environment. There are no enhancements to cultivation efficiency. Typically, higher-level cultivators would supplement their homes with such items as minor spiritual veins, white fire lamps, tranquility jade, and pathfinding stones. Tang Tian was taken aback, realizing that after purchasing the residence, renovations were also required. Quite reasonable. Are renovations also your responsibility? Let me see, he inquired. Absolutely. Wang Anning beamed, knowing that if Tang Tian was willing to spend extravagantly on renovations, it would yield him a substantial profit. Taking the jade slip Wang Anning handed him, Tang Tian glanced at the densely packed information, which overwhelmed him. He decided not to dwell on it, tossing the slip back. I am not well versed in these matters. Please handle it for me. I have but one request. Everything must be of the highest quality. Wang Anning's face lit up with mischief. He relished the prospect of dealing with such a wealthy and easygoing patron. Soon, they convened at a stone table beside the ancient well. Periodically, Wang Anning would present the renovation plans. Young Master Tang, please take a look. For the spiritual vein, I have selected the attribute-less Xianling vein, which, once installed, will elevate the room's spiritual energy concentration. The cost is 25 million. The lighting will consist of the tail feathers of the silver shuttlebird, which further enhances the natural ambience at 800,000 per feather. As for the tranquility jade, after careful selection, I have chosen a light-colored set that complements the architecture beautifully, and these are predominantly high-grade items. The total cost to renovate the main house alone exceeds 90 million, while each of the 4 guest rooms would need approximately 40 million. Tang Tian pondered before replying, let us proceed with this configuration. Besides the main house, renovate 1 guest room as well. He then turned to Gu Xiaoxue, which room do you intend to occupy? Gu Xiaoxue was momentarily taken aback. Then she repeatedly waved her hands, saying, "Young Master Tang, I do not require such extravagant provisions. My cultivation merely needs to resonate with the heavens and the earth. They do not have a significant effect on me. You should save your money." She appeared genuinely flustered. Tang Tian was astonished, realizing that Gu Xiaoxue had misunderstood his intentions. The reason he was renovating a guest room was solely due to his current financial situation. He could not afford to renovate all the other rooms at once. Renovating them all would require staggered payments, which would undoubtedly raise suspicions. However, since Gu Xiaoxue thought this way, he felt powerless to reveal the truth. "It's fine. You may choose as you wish. I simply do not want to diminish the worth of such a talent as you." "No objections," Tang Tian declared firmly, cutting off Gu Xiaoxue's protests. Gu Xiaoxue looked at Tang Tian, her large eyes filled with emotion, while Wang Anning gazed at her with envy, as if lamenting. "Why is it not me who is favored?" Their reactions made Tang Tian feel quite awkward. "That is not my intention at all." He coughed lightly, hastily changing the subject. "Let us settle on this. I'll trouble you to make another trip. I want to be going." Wang Anning nodded, "Of course. Rest assured, I will handle everything beautifully." Chapter 14. Sparring. Having finalized the renovation list, Wang Anning departed from the Zizhu courtyard to procure furnishings. Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue remained seated beneath the old locust tree. After the earlier scene, Gu Xiaoxue became quite uneasy, sitting there demurely with flushed cheeks, barely daring to glance at Tang Tian. Internally, Tang Tian sighed. This girl was truly too innocent. If he harbored such intentions, she would undoubtedly have no means of resistance. Yet, she was still a prodigy of innate talent. Should not the Qingwei sect provide special protection for someone of her caliber? Moreover, Elder Zhangyang had so casually brought her to his side. Did he not fear that he might ruin this future star? This left him perplexed. However, in the realm of cultivation, there were too many inscrutable matters. And he had previously been just a lowly servant disciple, lacking experience. Who could say if there were any hidden traps? Forget it for now. I shall come to understand it all in time. Observing Gu Xiaoxue's fidgeting demeanor, Tang Tian sighed inwardly and spoke. "Xiaoxue, how about you accompany me to practice swordsmanship? I have gained some insights into sword techniques recently." He wished to dispel the awkward atmosphere that lingered. Upon hearing Tang Tian's voice, Gu Xiaoxue suddenly looked up. "Ah? Oh, sure. How do you wish to practice?" Tang Tian smiled. "Didn't you previously say that my swordplay was something you used to play with as a child? Let us have some fun, just like before." With that, he rose and moved to a more spacious area of the courtyard. "All right." Gu Xiaoxue's eyes brightened, and she stood up to face Tang Tian. The two stood opposing each other. "I want to hold back, so be cautious," Tang Tian said, exuding the aura of a master. Gu Xiaoxue nodded repeatedly. "Of course. Holding back wouldn't be fun." Tang Tian, feeling a surge of determination, thought to himself that he must prove his skills. Suddenly, a gust of wind arose in the courtyard, and a long sword fell into his hand. Gu Xiaoxue let out a soft gasp, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. "Here it comes," Tang Tian exclaimed, rising with vigor. Instantly, a tempest swept through the courtyard, enveloping Gu Xiaoxue's petite figure. Countless sword energies surged from all directions, impenetrable, each imbued with a fierce aura. "How interesting." Gu Xiaoxue smiled slightly, drawing out her own longsword. With a graceful movement, she traced an elegant arc in the air, deflecting all the sword energies. Yet soon, the sword energies shifted direction, returning anew. This time, the fierce aura vanished, and the sword energies seemed to transform, fluttering like feathers in the breeze. Gu Xiaoxue slashed horizontally with her sword, but the energies danced around her blade, swiftly adhering to her body. "Ah!" Gu Xiaoxue exclaimed in surprise, quickly dodging as the sword energies grazed past her. She then altered her sword technique, twisting her wrist to conjure several invisible whirlwinds, drawing the soft sword energies into them, causing them to collide and dissipate into nothingness. Concealed within the wind, Lin Feng watched as she unraveled his sword technique and escaped danger, feeling a profound admiration. Truly, she was a being of innate talent, swiftly discerning a solution. Moreover, Tang Tian noted that once Gu Xiaoxue entered combat mode, her entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. The frailty and innocence vanished, replaced by a chilling and resolute battle intent. She was, without a doubt, worthy of the title of young prodigy. Soon, the feather-like sword energies were entirely neutralized by Gu Xiaoxue. Yet, Tang Tian's methods were far from over. The forms of wind were ever-changing. He concealed himself within the wind. If she could not locate the core, it would be impossible for Gu Xiaoxue to defeat him relying solely on swordsmanship. Watching her once more ensnared in his onslaught, Tang Tian's lips curled into a slight smile. "Shall we continue the game?" Let us see how long you can maintain your arrogance this time. Internally, he reveled in his triumph. There was no helping it. This girl was simply too disheartening. What was more infuriating was that she remained oblivious to the impact of her actions on others, which was most vexing. Thus, this time, he was determined to enlighten her to the fact that there are always greater forces beyond one's own. Tang Tian became serious, unleashing all his techniques, vowing to ensnare her within the tempestuous sword formation. However, just as he began to conjure various sword energies, Gu Xiaoshua's figure suddenly vanished within the formation. Moments later, a playful laugh echoed in his ear. Found you. Tang Tian was instantly alarmed, channeling all his strength into a strike. Unfortunately, it met only empty air. Soon, a cold sensation brushed against his neck. Looking down, he saw a pale long sword poised there. I actually lost. Tang Tian sighed, slowly descending from the air. Gu Xiaoshue sheathed her long sword, reappearing before him. How did you find me? Tang Tian queried, feeling vexed. He had expected to trap Gu Xiaoshue within the sword formation. By analyzing the movement patterns of the wind, Gu Xiaoshue explained. Although you ensnared me within your sword formation, each time you altered the sword technique. It originated from the core. After a few repetitions, one can discern the core's location. However, you are quite formidable. If it were the old me, I might not have been able to locate your position so swiftly. Tang Tian's eyelid twitched. The implication was that it was still possible to find him. This was quite disheartening. What if I continuously changed positions? How would you find the core? Tang Tian inquired once more. Gu Xiaoshue replied, it would be the same. As long as you employ sword techniques, there are patterns to follow. After several attempts, one can easily pinpoint the core. Moreover, there are multiple methods to break such a sword formation, including disrupting the environment or severing the formation SI. Sword techniques are ever-changing. Yet they adhere to the principles of the sword path. Tang Tian's eyes widened. This girl possessed an astonishing depth of knowledge. Please elaborate. This time, he genuinely sought her guidance. Gu Xiaoshue, not withholding her insights, shared her understanding of sword techniques in detail. As she spoke, Tang Tian gradually realized that cultivation was an immensely vast realm, seemingly boundless. A brand new world was slowly unveiling its doors. At the same time, Tang Tian finally comprehended the profound depth of Gu Xiaoshue's cultivation expertise. Sometimes, age truly does not signify everything. When a prodigious talent immerses themselves in their area of expertise, the world witnesses the birth of miracles. For the first time, Tang Tian sincerely expressed gratitude to Elder Zhang Yang for introducing such an exceptional genius into his life. Chapter 15. The discourse lasted a full half-day, during which Tang Tian felt as though his very soul had been elevated. For the first time, he gained a clear understanding of cultivation. Although he possessed dual systems, embarking on a path unimaginable to others, this newfound comprehension was undeniably rare and precious. Following an enlightening conversation, Tang Tian began to form a vague vision regarding his future path in cultivation. Who taught you all this? Tang Tian inquired. Gu Xiaoshue, with a shy smile, replied. Part of it was taught by Elder, while the rest I comprehended on my own. Tang Tian was astonished. Such innate talent transcended the mere definition of genius. She resembled a favored child of heaven, graced with a soul blessed by the divine. This thought led him to ponder why such an extraordinary and pure talent would be casually assigned to be his protector, especially when she was still troubled over the spirit jade. How is life in the sect? Tang Tian could not help but ask. Gu Xiaoshue responded, it's quite good. After Elder brought me back to the sect, I've been living on the main peak, and the senior brothers and sisters have taken good care of me. Later, when Elder entered seclusion, I sought a cave dwelling as per his arrangement, rarely venturing out and mostly focusing on my cultivation. I'm on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage, but I can't afford the nascent soul pills. On my senior sister's recommendation, I sought out Elder Zhong Yang and chose to become a protector. And then I met you. It sounded as though there were no issues. Yet Tang Tian felt an underlying mystery. After contemplating for a while, he remained puzzled. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Looking up at the sky, he noticed the sun had dipped beyond the mountains, casting half the sky in a brilliant red hue, a breathtaking sight. It must be almost dinner time, Tang Tian mused, stroking his chin. I seem to have forgotten to eat yesterday. It had been 2 days, yet he felt no pangs of hunger. Gu Xiaoshue laughed. We are cultivators. Of course, we don't feel hungry. We do not need to eat. Tang Tian shook his head. What is the point of that? Eating is one of the most delightful aspects of life. Without it, what joy is there? He stood up. Fortunately, we have pots and pans here. Come. Let me prepare dinner. He led Gu Xiaoshue to the kitchen. Although uninhabited for a long time, the space remained remarkably clean, almost spotless, thanks to the presence of natural energy. Thus, there was no need for extensive cleaning. Let me see what I can make. Tang Tian said as he delved into his storage ring, rummaging through its contents. After his visit to the Jinyu Hall, he had procured an abundance of ordinary resources, including spirit rice, certain edible spirit herbs, and beast meat. These items were akin to regular ingredients, requiring only simple cooking. Of course, he was not adept at intricate culinary techniques. How about some porridge, spicy shredded yam, stir-fried meat with green peppers, and a cold dish of bok choy? Tang Tian quickly settled on the menu for the evening. Gu Xiaoxue giggled. That sounds just like home-cooked meals. Tang Tian smirked. Home-cooked meals are the best. He would never admit to any shortcomings in his culinary skills. Soon, the ingredients were ready, and the fire was kindled beneath the earthen stove. Don't we need spirit fire? Gu Xiaoxue asked. Firewood cooking is more flavorful, Tang Tian asserted. As Gu Xiaoxue crouched to tend to the fire, Tang Tian prepared the day's ingredients. If any other cultivators were to witness this scene, they would surely find it astonishing. Who among cultivators still cook their own meals? Yet, Tang Tian found joy in it. The sizzling sounds of vegetables hitting the hot oil were a delightful melody. However, once a plate of dark, fried potato strips was finished, their roles shifted. Tang Tian tended to the fire while Gu Xiaoxue cooked. Before long, 3 simple dishes were ready. The two of them sat around a stone table by the ancient well, enveloped in a cozy, pleasant atmosphere. Your skills are quite commendable, Tang Tian praised as he savored the dishes. The flavors surpassed those from his previous life, likely due to the quality of the ingredients. Not really. Gu Xiaoxue replied with a smile. I just cooked them thoroughly. I used to do this at home when my parents were out working. As she spoke, a hint of nostalgia flickered in her eyes. Back at home, when my parents went out, I was responsible for washing clothes, cooking, feeding the chickens and ducks, and cleaning. My younger brother was quite mischievous and often broke things, so I would follow him around to tidy up. Sometimes, when I couldn't clean up in time, I would say that I broke it myself to spare him from punishment when my parents returned. Years have flown by, and sometimes she longed for those days. Tang Tian, perplexed, asked, what was so dear about that life? Gu Xiaoxue took a bite of her dish. Regardless, that was home to me. I loved holding my brother and watching the sunset from the chicken coop. The golden sunlight would warm me, and it felt so comforting. But it was so comfortable that I sometimes lost track of time and got a good beating from my parents. Haha. Tang Tian paused, choosing not to respond. Each person lives in different environments. He could not apply his understanding to draw conclusions about Gu Xiaoxue's life. It would be a narrow-minded act. He now understood why Gu Xiaoxue was so considerate and willingly took on household chores. These were habits ingrained since childhood. Why did you choose to leave home and come to Qingyue Gate? Tang Tian inquired. Gu Xiaoxue, somewhat shy, replied, it wasn't my choice to leave. One day, I met Elder, who said I was suited for cultivation. After discussing with my parents for a while, they accepted a bottle of disaster relief pills and let me leave with Elder. Tang Tian's heart sank. Disaster relief pills were of minimal value, hardly worth mentioning, and only beneficial to mortals, alleviating ailments. They were worth less than half a spirit jade. To part with their daughter for such a trivial item was truly where you sat at that time? Tang Tian asked softly. Gu Xiaoxue pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile. Well, my parents were quite happy. If they were happy, then I was happy. After saying that, she took several more bites of her dish, savoring it with the porridge. Tang Tian chose not to delve further into this topic. Every family has its own struggles. Not everyone's childhood is as idyllic as imagined. Yet, everyone possesses the right to choose their own happiness. In his view, Gu Xiaoxue's childhood was quite unfortunate, even to the extent of being sold for a mere bottle of disaster relief pills. However, Gu Xiaoxue held a different perspective. Perhaps she only retained the beautiful memories from her past. Why shatter that? This was her chosen happiness. Chapter 16, Breakthrough After Dinner. The sky gradually darkened. Wang Anning informed Tang Tian via Jade Slip that there were many preparations to be made, and the earliest he could arrive would be tomorrow morning. Thus, Tang Tian decided not to wait any longer and returned to his room. Gu Xiaoxue also settled in the room adjacent to his. Upon entering the meditation room, Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. Indeed, it was tranquil and perfect for daily cultivation. Sitting cross-legged, he quickly entered a meditative state. Soon, he summoned the infinite consumption system. Today's expenditure from purchasing a house had sent his consumption points soaring past 10,000, reaching over 13,000. He was now able to exchange for higher tier items. After some contemplation, Tang Tian chose to exchange for talent. 5 rings talent, 10,000 consumption points. Upon successfully redeeming it, a familiar sensation washed over him, invigorating his entire being. As everything faded into the void, Tang Tian began his cultivation. Gradually, 5 white talent rings ascended around his body, flickering in brightness, resonating with the cosmos. Subsequently, An immense surge of spiritual energy surged in from all directions, flooding into Tang Tian's body. The quantity and quality of this influx far surpassed what he experienced during his cultivation the previous night, exponentially stronger by several dozen times. Beyond the enhancement of his talent, the density of spiritual energy in this place was also remarkably high, thereby facilitating such extraordinary progress. Indeed, talent and cultivation environment are indispensable for any cultivator. Under these circumstances, the speed of cultivation was astonishing. Tang Tian could distinctly feel his cultivation level rising swiftly, nearly visible to the naked eye. He focused his mind and earnestly immersed himself in his training. After several hours, he noticed a significant increase in his cultivation at the third level of qi refinement. However, Tang Tian opened his eyes, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. At this pace, it would be impossible to break through to the fourth level of qi refinement by nightfall. If other ordinary cultivators witnessed his demeanor, they would undoubtedly chastise him for his audacity. To aspire for a breakthrough in just one night? Even if the spiritual power required in the early stage of qi refinement is minimal, his ambition was indeed rather excessive. Yet, Tang Tian's perspective differed. Especially after witnessing the caliber of genius that Gu Xiaoxue represented, he felt an even stronger sense of urgency. He had already fallen behind significantly, and without exerting more effort, the gap would only widen. Talent cannot be achieved overnight. Thus, he resolved to seek improvements through other avenues. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian produced a collection of small porcelain vials from his Shumi ring, superior qi refinement pills, superior body refining pills, and superior qi enhancing pills. These were procured in bulk from the Jinyu Tang, specifically tailored for qi refinement practitioners. Why not utilize them? Let us see if they are worth the price. Tang Tian opened a vial of superior qi refinement pills and poured out a white pill. A rich aroma immediately wafted towards him, far surpassing that of the Yangyuan pill. Without hesitation, he swallowed it. Instantly, a fierce storm of spiritual energy erupted within his abdomen. This storm, rather than being destructive, swiftly spread along his meridians, surging forth. Tang Tian felt a warmth enveloping his entire body as the power of the pill coursed through him within a single breath. Moments later, all the spiritual energy converged into his dantian, elevating his cultivation level by a notch. Indeed, this was impressive. Tang Tian marveled at the results. The effectiveness of this pill was on an entirely different level compared to the Yangyuan pill. It contained the purest essence of spiritual energy, requiring no refinement, directly absorbed into the dantian, enhancing his strength. 100 spirit stones for a vial, containing 10 pills, was truly a worthwhile investment. Onward, Tang Tian consumed another qi refinement pill, integrating it with his regular cultivation. Before long, he had exhausted a vial of qi refinement pills, propelling his cultivation to the pinnacle of the third level, just a step away from advancing further. However, at this juncture, he opted not to continue but instead chose to consume the body refining and qi enhancing pills. Merely possessing spiritual power without a solid foundation would not suffice. The body refining pill could enhance physical capabilities, eliminating the need for arduous training, while the qi enhancing pill served to improve the quality of spiritual energy. The higher the quality of the same amount of spiritual energy, the more formidable it becomes. Tang Tian consumed them all, maximizing his overall strength. Once he felt adequate, he opened the second vial of qi refinement pills. Just one pill shattered the shackles of the third level, successfully propelling him to the fourth level of qi refinement. Exhaling deeply, Tang Tian felt a sense of relief. He had finally made a breakthrough. Now, he could completely shed the identity of a mere disciple and become a true outer disciple of the Qinghua sect. It would be beneficial to upgrade his status further. A purchased identity is somewhat distinct from one earned through genuine capability. More is always better, he mused. After an intense session of cultivation, it was now deep into the night. Tang Tian rose from the meditation chamber and returned to his quarters. Lying on the soft bed, he found himself lacking drowsiness. For a cultivator in the qi refinement stage, going a month without sleep posed no issue. However, Tang Tian believed that life should not be overly monotonous, given the circumstances. Indulging in a bit of leisure was also a form of enjoyment. Constantly secluding oneself without eating or sleeping was simply too dreary. Amidst his chaotic thoughts, Tang Tian gradually drifted off to sleep. The next day, at dawn, the forest echoed with the gentle sounds of birds and beasts, rousing Tang Tian from his slumber. After lingering in bed for a while, he got up, washed, changed his clothes, and stepped outside. The fresh air greeted him, invigorating his senses. Upon arriving in the front yard, Tang Tian was astonished to find that Gu Xiaoxue had prepared breakfast, waiting for him at the stone table. "You're awake. Come eat breakfast," Gu Xiaoxue exclaimed with a cheerful giggle. Tang Tian approached and sat down, smiling. Didn't you say you don't eat anymore? Gu Xiaoxue arranged the bowls and chopsticks for him, replying, you said it yourself, eating is one of the most delightful things in life. It would be such a waste to casually forsake it. Tang Tian chuckled, finding her innocence endearing. He had merely suggested it on a whim. Yet she took it to heart. The table held the same white porridge and several home-cooked dishes, which he sampled and found quite delightful. Cooking isn't covered in the rules for our guards, is it? Tang Tian teased. Gu Xiaoxue's cheeks flushed. She had previously thought that memorizing the guards' rules was sufficient. However, based on yesterday's experience, none of that knowledge had been applicable. Tang Tian shook his head, sighing softly. In truth, we are merely in a contractual relationship. You needn't treat me so well. Gu Xiaoxue mumbled while picking at her food. Whoever treats me well, I shall reciprocate. What? Tang Tian did not catch her words, but Gu Xiaoxue did not repeat herself, urging him to eat quickly before the food grew cold. As spring breezes brushed by, the tender buds of the old locust tree began to unfurl. Chapter 17. The Dojo as the sun rose, after breakfast. Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue sat beneath the old locust tree, resuming their philosophical discussions from the previous day. Though termed a discourse, it primarily consisted of Tang Tian posing questions and Gu Xiaoxue providing answers. Gu Xiaoxue was meticulous in her explanations regarding cultivation, covering every detail comprehensively. Tang Tian felt as if he had returned to his student days, and his understanding of cultivation deepened with each of her insights. After about an hour, Tang Tian's communication jade talisman rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Wang Anning, who had prepared all the renovation materials and was waiting outside Zijou courtyard. Concluding their discussion, Gu Xiaoxue took the formation plate and invited Wang Anning inside. Master Tang, how was your rest yesterday? Wang Anning greeted with a smile. Quite well. Tang Tian offered him a seat and inquired, are all the materials ready? Wang Anning nodded, producing each item one by one. 2 strands of Xianling veins were sealed within a substance known as vein stone, shimmering like a miniature galaxy. The tail feather lamp, crafted from the tail feathers of a silver shuttle bird, emitted a gentle natural aura. It could be placed anywhere, easily turned on and off with a simple control spell, requiring no energy and offering great convenience. Additionally, there were calming jades, path-seeking stones, and other decorative facilities. Very good, Tang Tian remarked. I will handle the renovations myself from here on out. Some of the items included formations and the like, which, for reasons of safety and privacy, should not be disclosed to others. Naturally, Wang Anning understood this principle. Afterward, Tang Tian settled the remaining balance, and the transaction was officially completed. The familiar system notification echoed in his mind as over 30 million spiritual jade entered his account once again. The consumption points, which had dwindled to just over 3,000, surged back to over 10,000. Obtaining a 5th-tier physique was now within easy reach. After bidding farewell to Wang Anning, Tang Tian began to arrange his main residence. He entrusted the decoration of the guest rooms entirely to Gu Xiaoxue, allowing her to handle it independently, for Tang Tian had no inclination to invade others' privacy. However, once the renovations were completed, he paid a visit to Gu Xiaoxue's room. Observing the youthful yet elegant decor, he politely declined her invitation to showcase his own minimalist style. Once all the facilities were activated, the cultivation environment within the room was elevated by several tiers. If he had practiced in such an environment the previous night, he could have successfully broken through to the 4th layer of qi refinement without the need for medicinal pills. What do you think? Tang Tian inquired with a smile. Remarkable, Gu Xiaoxue praised. Far superior to my little cave dwelling. Although it has a small spiritual vein of the same level, it lacks such rich natural essence. If I were to reside here, I would surely reach the nascent soul stage in no time. Tang Tian chuckled. Then you should stay here. I should have no further matters to attend to and won't venture outside unless absolutely necessary. Focus on your cultivation here. Gu Xiaoxue was slightly taken aback. Tang Xiao, won't you be going to the dojo? Tang Tian was astonished. What is a dojo? Gu Xiaoxue explained. It is a place designated for disciples of the Qingyue sect in the upper district to cultivate. Various formations arranged by the elders are set up above the dojo, making cultivation exceedingly smooth. Additionally, there are special silent chambers for cultivation that yield even better results. While the natural essence in the Zijou courtyard is abundant, the dojo remains the superior choice for rapid advancement. Tang Tian fell silent. He was aware that the upper district of the Qingyue sect had dedicated cultivation chambers, but he hadn't anticipated such a setup. From Gu Xiaoxue's description, it seemed to be a gathering spot for disciples, likely devoid of any solitude. Tang Tian wasn't particularly fond of such places. After contemplating, he replied, "For now, let us pass on that. My current strength is insufficient, and the cultivation environment in the Zijou courtyard is already adequate. We can consider it later. Gu Xiaoxue, though puzzled by Tang Tian's perspective, eventually nodded in agreement. After all, during the qi refinement stage, the dojo was not vastly different from the Zizhu courtyard. Moreover, the effective silent chambers at the dojo required additional spiritual jade, which could be quite costly. However, Gu Xiaoxue continued, it costs money to use them. Tang Tian perked up at that. Costs money? Yes, Gu Xiaoxue affirmed. A basic silent cultivation chamber costs several hundred spiritual jade a day. Coupled with the requisite formations, it easily adds up to several thousand. The expenses escalate with higher-level chambers. I only opt for the advanced silent chambers when I am on the brink of a breakthrough. It's better not to go and waste money. Tang Tian was taken aback for a moment. This sect seemed to operate like a secular city, where every service required payment. But, upon reflection, it made sense. If everything were free, how would such a large sect sustain its daily operations? Spending money appeared to be the norm. After some contemplation, Tang Tian suddenly declared, "Let us go. If such a splendid place exists, why not take advantage of it? As cultivators, we must pursue the best resources to reach greater heights." Gu Xiaoxue stood in shock. What just happened? Who was it that said not to go? She recalled that it had indeed been her earlier. Yet, she had not initiated the conversation. Gu Xiaoxue felt her thoughts lagging behind Tang Tian's sudden shift. Changing one's mind so rapidly was quite unusual. Coughing lightly, Tang Tian added, "Let us not dwell on the details. Is the dojo far?" Gu Xiaoxue scratched her head. "Not far, just up the main peak. We will reach it quickly." With a grand gesture, Tang Tian proclaimed, "Then let us depart. Time waits for no one. Every minute spent not cultivating allows others to leap ahead of you. Let us go." With that, he strode purposefully towards the courtyard exit. Observing Tang Tian's sudden fervor, Gu Xiaoxue experienced a moment of clarity. It seemed that his enthusiasm only ignited when the topic of spending money arose. What a uniquely extravagant young master he was. Shaking her head, she followed him. Thus, the duo departed from the Zizhu courtyard. Shortly after their departure, several young disciples from the Qingwei sect arrived outside the Zizhu courtyard. "Are you serious? This place has really been purchased?" One female disciple inquired. "Of course not," replied a young male disciple. "I've been keeping an eye on such places. Any movements here couldn't escape my notice." The female disciple gasped, peering into the bamboo grove, her face brimming with curiosity. "Don't bother looking," the young male disciple chuckled. The new owner of the Zizhu courtyard is an exceptionally young and wealthy heir, accompanied only by a single guard. He's a fresh face, likely just arrived at the Qingwei sect. You have a great opportunity to get close to him. Don't say I didn't give you a heads up. The female disciple shot him a glare, seemingly annoyed by his bluntness. Noticing the young man's knowing smile, she produced a vial of unfamiliar medicinal pills and handed it to him. "Keep this under wraps." He accepted the pills with a grin. "I'll do my best. But you should hurry. This news won't stay under the radar for long." With that, he turned and left, leaving the female disciple standing at the entrance of the Zizhu courtyard, deep in thought. If Tang Tian were present, he would recognize her as Feng Fei, Lin Yu's close friend. Chapter 18, Top-Tier Configuration. After leaving the Zizhu courtyard, Tang Tian hurriedly ascended the main peak. This marked the first time he had visited the sect's main peak since joining the Qingwei sect. The mountain loomed majestically, with trees that shaded the sky, pavilions and towers concealed within, and mist swirling like a fairyland. Under Gu Xiaoxue's guidance, Tang Tian continued upward until he reached a vast plaza midway up the mountain. The sight before him left Tang Tian utterly speechless. The enormous plaza seemed to stretch endlessly. At its center stood a colossal statue, towering over everyone, its toes beyond the reach of even the tallest disciple. The statue loomed high into the thick clouds, obscuring its features. Above the clouds, an expansive Tai Chi Bagua diagram floated in the sky, encompassing the entire plaza. Disciples of the Qingwei sect sat in concentric circles around the statue, perfectly aligned. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking. "Is that our sect's ancestor?" Tang Tian asked Gu Xiaoxue. She shook her head. "No one truly knows who he is, and it's best not to inquire. The elders have told me that he is a kind of taboo existence. Speculating about him could invite misfortune." Tang Tian was taken aback. What kind of situation was this? The dojo of the Qingwei sect had no statue of its own ancestor, yet it maintained a taboo figure. Was it simply a trend? He contemplated this but quickly dismissed further thoughts, for it was unwise to court disaster. Yet, the Qingwei sect was indeed replete with unusual elements. Shifting his gaze, Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue entered the dojo. Upon stepping inside, Tang Tian immediately sensed a distinctly different atmosphere compared to the Zizhu courtyard. The atmosphere of cultivation is overwhelmingly intense. As Gu Xiaoxue aptly stated, the dojo is indeed the most suitable place for daily practice. Locations like the Purple Bamboo Courtyard are more conducive to self-cultivation and the consolidation of personal gains. Tang Xiao, which place do you wish to go? Gu Xiaoxue inquired. If we are to practice in the square, we merely need to find an empty spot to sit. However, should we wish to enter a meditation room, we must first rent a key from the Dojo, which is located behind the statue, she explained. Tang Tian chuckled. Naturally, I prefer the meditation room. I am curious to see just how potent the effects of the highest grade room truly are. After making this decision, the two followed the stone path along the edge of the dojo until they arrived at Dojo. By now, it was already mid-morning, and those disciples with needs had completed their rentals, leaving the premises rather empty. They swiftly located a staff member, and Tang Tian expressed his intentions. Upon noticing Tang Tian's attire, the staff member politely inquired, "What type of meditation room would you like to rent, esteemed friend?" After a moment's thought, Tang Tian replied, "It's my first visit. I would like to have a look." The staff member then provided Tang Tian with all the details regarding the meditation rooms. The pricing was as follows: Basic meditation room, 500 spirit jades per day. Intermediate meditation room, 3,000 spirit jades per day. Advanced meditation room, 20,000 spirit jades per day. Elite meditation room, 100,000 spirit jades per day. Dao level meditation room, 1,000,000 spirit jades per day. Furthermore, all the aforementioned meditation rooms could be equipped with varying levels of auxiliary formations, such as spirit gathering arrays and spirit refining arrays, with prices ranging from 100 to 100,000 spirit jades per day. As Tang Tian observed the listed prices, a smile began to form at the corners of his mouth. Finally, he stated nonchalantly, "Provide me with the highest configuration, the Dao level meditation room, along with the highest grade auxiliary formations, all of it," he emphasized. His words were met with a brief silence, followed by two incredulous gasps. "Huh? What?" Gu Xiaoxue widened her eyes, while the staff member stood frozen in disbelief. "I said the highest configuration, all of it," Tang Tian reiterated. The staff member, after regaining composure, cautiously remarked, "Esteemed friend, I mean no offense, but despite your esteemed status as a senior honorary disciple, your cultivation is merely at the 4th level of qi refinement. For an individual at the qi refinement stage, we recommend that you choose no higher than an intermediate meditation room. Anything beyond that would exceed your capacity and yield no effect whatsoever." Tang Tian chuckled lightly. "Thank you for your concern, but I suggest you refrain from giving me advice. I prefer to utilize the highest configurations for everything." The staff member was momentarily speechless. At this point, Gu Xiaoxue quickly tugged at Tang Tian's sleeve and whispered, "Tang Xiao, you should heed his advice. Anything beyond an intermediate meditation room, truly 1T, provides significant benefits. The Dao level, that is reserved for tribulation stage cultivators. You really shouldn't squander your resources." With a sincere gaze, she earnestly urged him. Tang Tian nodded, acknowledging her point, then turned to the staff member. "I nearly forgot to mention that I meant 2 sets of the highest configuration, one for each of us. Please do not confuse the order." Gu Xiaoxue was taken aback. "Did I not make sense? Are you even listening to yourself? You truly cannot waste your money like this," she pleaded urgently. Tang Tian sighed internally, realizing that while Gu Xiaoxue was genuinely kind-hearted, her innocence was perhaps too much. If he were a different kind of person, she might have readily offered to secure a set for herself without needing to ask. "No need to persuade me any further," Tang Tian replied softly. "My reasons for doing this are not solely for you. Consider it a token of gratitude for the breakfast you prepared for me today." He could not divulge the true reasons to Gu Xiaoxue, and thus offered this explanation instead. Gu Xiaoxue appeared momentarily stunned, unsure of her thoughts. Fortunately, she complied and ceased her objections. Tang Tian exhaled a slight sigh, realizing he would need to avoid similar situations in the future to prevent placing undue pressure on her. Individuals like Gu Xiaoxue typically held on to their debts of gratitude very dearly. "Are you certain you wish for the Dao level meditation room?" the staff member asked. Tang Tian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, 2 sets in total, with the auxiliary formations at the highest level. The staff member calculated the cost and stated, "According to your requirements, the daily expense will amount to 470,000 spirit jades." Tang Tian frowned slightly, inquiring, "Is it possible to rent for an extended period in one transaction? Below 5 million feels rather insufficient." The staff member inhaled deeply. "Certainly, the maximum rental period is 1 year. However, please be aware that throughout this year, whether you enter the meditation room or not, the charges will still accrue." Tang Tian glanced at his wallet, which had exceeded 300 million. After some calculations, he found that it was sufficient for 2 months. "Let us proceed with 2 months for now," he stated. Chapter 19. The Secret Art of the Green Python. After finalizing the paperwork, Tang Tian received 2 tokens for entry into the Dao-level meditation room. He then departed Wendaoj with Gu Xiaoxue. Throughout their journey, Gu Xiaoxue appeared somewhat subdued, as if the earlier incident had affected her more than she let on. Tang Tian pondered for a moment before asking, "What is troubling you?" Gu Xiaoxue lowered her head and murmured, "No one has ever treated me this well before." Upon seeing her expression, Tang Tian furrowed his brow. "Cast aside such absurd notions. Listen closely. In this world, no one will treat you well without a reason. If someone does so, they must have ulterior motives. If you continue down this path, you will inevitably plunge yourself into despair. Do you understand?" Tang Tian admonished sternly. He was not a particularly virtuous individual, nor did he aspire to be labeled a traditional good person. However, he held a deep respect and admiration for those who genuinely possessed kindness in their hearts. He truly did not wish for Gu Xiaoxue's purity and goodness to lead to her downfall. The sudden reprimand left Gu Xiaoxue momentarily taken aback. She stared at Tang Tian, and after a long pause, she finally asked, "What about you? Do you have any ulterior motives towards me?" Tang Tian scoffed lightly and turned away. "I am different. What you perceive as my kindness is not as you imagine. As I mentioned earlier, the reason I rented the meditation room for you is due to my own motives and not solely for your sake. Do not naively assume that this is an act of goodwill, understood?" Gu Xiaoxue paused for a moment before eventually lowering her head and quietly replying, "All right, I understand." Tang Tian sighed with relief. "From this point on, regarding spirit jades, please refrain from offering any opinions on my decisions. Just memorize the guard protocols and fulfill your duties as a protector." Gu Xiaoxue nodded in agreement. However, just as Tang Tian thought he had finally clarified his stance and felt a twinge of guilt for his earlier harshness, Gu Xiaoxue slowly raised her head and asked, "Then, will you still eat the breakfast I prepare for you?" "Tang Tian, you truly are." This was the first time Tang Tian felt a hint of annoyance towards Gu Xiaoxue. She was utterly impervious to reason. Upon entering the meditation chamber, he promptly relinquished the array plate to her and swiftly retreated into his own secluded space. After sitting cross-legged for a considerable duration, he gradually calmed his turbulent emotions. Perhaps it was indeed unethical to forcibly alter the nature of an innocent and kind-hearted girl. In time, as she matures, she will inevitably come to comprehend the wickedness that pervades the world. With his emotions somewhat steadied, Tang Tian prepared to embark on his training for the day. It must be noted that this top-tier training room is truly extraordinary. Merely inhaling the air suffuses him with wisps of pure spiritual energy, silently nourishing his body. Prolonged exposure to such an environment would undoubtedly yield remarkable benefits to his cultivation. Of course, given the exorbitant cost of several million each day, it is only fitting that one receives value commensurate with such an investment. After familiarizing himself with the surroundings, Tang Tian did not hasten into practice. Instead, he awakened the infinite consumption system. Following the recent transaction, he had amassed over 28,000 consumption points, and with additional points acquired from the renovation materials, his total had surged beyond 20,000. Should he complete the payment for a year's rent, he would receive an additional 140,000 consumption points. However, beyond that, it remained uncertain when he might have the opportunity for substantial expenditure again. The priority for system exchanges was undoubtedly talent, which precluded him from redeeming the 6th-tier physique. Thus, it would be more prudent to first secure the 5th-tier physique and address the remainder later. With clarity of thought, Tang Tian proceeded to make his selection. 5th-tier physique, 10,000 consumption points. The system's notification chimed promptly. Redemption successful. The system will randomly select a type of 5th-tier physique. After a successful draw, congratulations, you have obtained the bloodline of the Great Wilderness Azure Python. Accompanied by the sound of successful redemption, a familiar heat enveloped his entire being once more. In a daze, Tang Tian felt as though he had transcended to the Great Wilderness, transformed into a colossal azure python spanning the mountain peaks. With a subtle twist of his form, towering trees collapsed with a thunderous crash, and countless demonic beasts perished on the spot. The azure python opened its massive maw, and a tempest arose, devouring the flesh and blood of all demonic creatures in its wake. After an extended moment, Tang Tian finally regained his senses from the vivid imagery. He pondered deeply. That earlier scene seemed to represent a form of inherited secret technique. When an entity reaches a certain level of power, some of the secret techniques it possesses can be passed down through bloodlines. Regardless of how many generations pass, this inheritance remains intact. If the bloodline of the descendants is exceptionally pure, the secret technique will manifest naturally, becoming theirs to command. The azure python's ability to consume other demonic beasts appeared to be such a secret technique. After some contemplation, Tang Tian raised a hand and slightly flexed his fingers. Suddenly, a powerful suction emanated from his palm, manipulating the air in front of him to create a fierce current. The force generated by this airflow far exceeded that of the fully cultivated Gale sword technique. Astonished, Tang Tian hastily retracted the secret technique. The power was beyond his expectations. Could this be considered an ace up his sleeve? A faint smile graced his lips. This Azure Python technique could indeed serve as a hidden card. However, Tang Tian had an inkling that he had not fully inherited the essence of the Azure Python technique. He had merely grasped its surface. If not, perhaps he could attempt a moment of enlightenment with the system? With 10,000 consumption points remaining, he opted to redeem one instance of intermediate enlightenment, 10,000 consumption points. Intermediate enlightenment allows the realm of techniques of the mysterious grade or below to be elevated by one stage. Upon the redemption, Tang Tian utilized the moment of enlightenment on the Azure Python technique. Yet, the system's notification rang out once more. Target technique level 2 high. Unable to perform enlightenment. Please exchange for a higher level. Enlightenment failed. Despite this, a delighted smile appeared on Tang Tian's face. It was merely a matter of insufficient level, not an impossibility for enlightenment. Once he accumulates sufficient consumption points, there will surely come a day when he can elevate the Azure Python technique to its utmost potential. Achieving parity with the Azure Python ancestor is not beyond the realm of possibility. Quite splendid. Tang Tian contentedly exited the system interface. Subsequently, 5 rings of talent ascended, and he commenced his training for the day. Chapter 20. Strange actions. Time flowed swiftly. Before long, evening descended. In the Taoist temple, within the Tao level meditation chamber, Tang Tian sat upright upon the mat, 5 rings of talent quietly hovering around him, flickering intermittently. With each breath, an abundant surge of pure spiritual energy flowed into his being. Having recently broken through to the 4th layer of Qi refinement, his cultivation continued to grow steadily. After a while, Tang Tian opened his eyes. Yet, he still felt a twinge of inadequacy. After a day's training supplemented by various elixirs, he had reached the pinnacle of the 4th layer of Qi refinement. It would not be long before he successfully broke through to the 5th layer. Such an ascension rate far surpassed that of an ordinary practitioner with 5 rings of talent. It was inevitable. His resources were simply too extraordinary. The effects of the Tao level meditation chamber had propelled him to the limits of what the Qi refinement stage could support. Additionally, several invisible waves of Taoist laws enveloped Tang Tian's body. These were specifically designed for practitioners in the tribulation stage, and while he could not yet utilize them, they subtly accelerated his cultivation progress. Compared to the Zizhu courtyard, this was indeed a marked improvement. Perhaps he would leave it for tomorrow. Glancing at the time, Tang Tian resolved to conclude his training for the day. Exiting the meditation chamber, he activated Gu Xiaoxue's communication Jade Talisman. Soon, Gu Xiaoxue emerged from another meditation chamber. Aren't you planning to train a bit longer? This is a Tao level meditation chamber, she inquired. Observing her return to her previous demeanor, Tang Tian retorted. Staying up late is detrimental to the kidneys. Let's head home. With that, he took the lead in departing, while Gu Xiaoxue obediently followed behind. After a moment of silence, Tang Tian could no longer restrain his curiosity and asked, "How does it feel?" Gu Xiaoxue responded with an enthusiastic, "Wonderful. I previously thought that higher-level meditation chambers merely had a greater concentration of spiritual energy compared to ordinary ones. Now I realize they harbor a wealth of Taoist rules. Guided by these rules, I discovered many of my shortcomings. Beyond that, the Tao-level meditation chamber can directly connect with the heavens and earth, the sun, moon, and stars, creating a sensation akin to being at the center of the world. It is simply marvelous." Gu Xiaoxue praised wholeheartedly, while Tang Tian wore a bewildered expression. "Is that so? Are you certain we entered the same level of meditation chamber?" He felt a wave of frustration. This girl had an uncanny ability to inadvertently deliver a crushing blow to his confidence. Upon reaching the outer Taoist temple, Tang Tian returned once more to the Wind Tao Pavilion. The previous attendant was still present, and upon seeing Tang Tian's return, a smile blossomed on his face. "Has the fellow Taoist finished his training? How does it feel?" he inquired politely. Tang Tian regarded him, and, imitating Gu Xiaoxue's tone, replied, "Wonderful. Therefore, I feel that 2 months is far too short. Please extend it for another 4 months." The attendant was momentarily speechless. He had anticipated witnessing Tang Tian regret his choice and lament his decision. Unfortunately, he was left disappointed. "As you wish." The transaction was soon completed. Tang Tian glanced at his wallet and spoke again. "No, that feeling was simply too splendid. 4 months is insufficient. Grant me another 6 months to make it a nice round year." The attendant was once more left speechless. "Brother, what do you think this is, some sort of game? Even those preparing for seclusion during the tribulation stage don't operate like this. They typically rent for 6 months, and then extend for another half-year if they are unsuccessful. Observing Tang Tian's earnest demeanor, the attendant could only acquiesce. All right, you have the funds. You call the shots. The renewal process proceeded smoothly, and Tang Tian's wallet rapidly swelled, surpassing 2 billion. His consumption points also surged, exceeding 160,000. The six-ring talent was now firmly within his grasp. Tang Tian was in high spirits as he expressed his gratitude to the person in charge and departed the dojo with Gu Xiaoxue. However, instead of hastily returning to the purple bamboo courtyard, he descended the mountain and arrived at the area where the outer disciples and the miscellaneous disciples intersected, the disciples' hall. This was the place for promotion to the outer disciples. The criteria for promotion were quite straightforward. As long as one reached the 4th level of qi refining and exhibited no significant mental issues, they could advance smoothly. Tang Tian had already met the requirements. Nevertheless, his presence drew considerable attention, for it was indeed a rare occurrence for a high-ranking honorary disciple to participate in the promotion of outer disciples. The reason was simple: with ample financial resources, one could easily accumulate enough resources to surpass the foundation establishment stage, which wealthy heir remains in kindergarten at 18. However, what surprised them was not just the presence of such an individual, but the fact that, upon assessment, Tang Tian's cultivation was a mere 4th level of qi refining. Was he truly an ordinary mortal? Who could tell? Given his age, it was rather peculiar that he had only reached the 4th level. Would his family truly invest such resources in someone like him? A 5 million honorary disciple, this world was terrifyingly unfair. In the realm of cultivation, strength was paramount. Although Tang Tian appeared financially robust, he still received a barrage of disdainful glances. He remained unfazed and even found a certain pleasure in their reactions. Such perceptions would lead others to misjudge his true capabilities, thereby allowing him to exist in a relatively safe environment. Indeed, he was afraid of death, and there was no shame in admitting it. The cultivation world was fraught with peril. A moment's inattention could lead to the loss of life, the most precious commodity of all. Tang Tian was not willing to squander his life due to carelessness. He had not yet savored enough of it. If given the chance, he would even prefer to bide his time until he could emerge as an unparalleled being. After completing the cultivation assessment, Tang Tian successfully became an outer disciple and then returned to the purple bamboo forest with Gu Xiaoxue. As they traversed the dimly lit path, they arrived before a formation. Suddenly, a figure at the edge of the formation caught Tang Tian's attention. It was a woman draped in thin gauze, lying motionless beside the formation. Her attire was somewhat disheveled, suggesting she had encountered some unfortunate incident. Go take a look, Tang Tian instructed Gu Xiaoxue. She approached the woman but soon made a peculiar expression, signaling to Tang Tian that there was no danger and urging him to come over. Upon closer inspection of the woman's face, Tang Tian gasped in surprise. What? It's her? The woman was Feng Fei. Gu Xiaoxue asked in astonishment. Do you know her? Tang Tian nodded. We met a few days ago, and the impression was not particularly good. What happened to her? She seems to have fainted from injury. Gu Xiaoxue pursed her lips. Well, on the surface, it appears so. However, she must have consumed a rare pill called the hidden vein pill. I only learned about it by chance. After taking the hidden vein pill, one exhibits symptoms of meridian damage and weakness, but the antidote restores one immediately. Tang Tian was taken aback. Such a pill exists? What does Feng Fei need it for? He looked down at Feng Fei, whose garments were in disarray, inadvertently revealing large patches of fair skin, leaving him momentarily speechless. What on earth was she doing? Find a way to wake her up. Tang Tian expressed his reluctance to entangle himself with someone like Feng Fei, instructing Gu Xiaoxue. She stepped forward, performed a peculiar gesture, and pointed her finger at Feng Fei's forehead. Moments later, Feng Fei murmured and slowly regained consciousness. What happened? My head feels so dizzy. Her gaze was dazed, and she appeared quite feeble as she propped herself up, unintentionally causing her clothing to slide down slightly, revealing more of her delicate skin. What are you doing here? Tang Tian inquired. This young lady was injured. I heard that the purple bamboo forest has healing properties, so I came to try it out. But as I walked, I inadvertently stumbled into a formation, and then, I can't recall anything further, Feng Fei replied, gently touching her forehead with a pitiful expression. Moreover, her tone was markedly different from the one she used a few days ago at the Jinyu Hall. Wasn't she exhausted from speaking in such a high pitch? Observing her demeanor, Tang Tian surmised her intentions. Was this a self-staged performance to draw him in? Indeed. Anyone capable of purchasing the purple bamboo courtyard must possess extraordinary wealth, which often signifies status and identity. Some young women could easily become enamored. Yet, Feng Fei, could you not have done your homework before taking action? Tang Tian had no interest in participating in her charade and said coolly, Feng Fei, what exactly do you intend to do? Upon hearing her name, Fang Fei was momentarily taken aback. Then she recognized his voice, which seemed familiar. Her heart raced as she slowly lifted her head, frozen in place. It's you? How did you end up here? Fang Fei was utterly shocked, her voice losing its affected pitch as she returned to her true self. Tang Tian chuckled. That question should be directed at you. What are you doing outside my courtyard? If memory serves, ordinary disciples are not permitted to freely enter the purple bamboo forest. Fang Fei stared in disbelief, seemingly unable to process the situation. Her eyes widened with incredulity as she exclaimed, how is this possible? You, a mere servant who has gained some wealth, could possibly purchase the purple bamboo courtyard. Tang Tian scoffed coldly. First of all, whether I purchase the purple bamboo courtyard is none of your concern. Secondly, I am now an outer disciple and a high-ranking honorary disciple of Qinghui's sect. Lastly, leave immediately, or I will notify the enforcement hall. Fang Fei's expression was one of shock. She had intended to expose Tang Tian's background, but noticed the golden embroidered purple robe he wore. Indeed, that was the mark of a high-ranking honorary disciple. No one dared impersonate such an identity within the Qinghui sect. In that instant, her feelings became exceedingly complicated. She had never anticipated that all her scheming would lead her to the very person she once looked down upon. Will you leave voluntarily? Or shall I have someone throw you out? Tang Tian issued her an ultimatum. Fang Fei's expression shifted as she suddenly donned a look of extreme grievance, her voice trembling. Tang Tian, young Master Tang, you truly misunderstand me. I harbor no disdain towards you. It is all Lin Yu's fault. She constantly disparages you in my presence, leading to my misconceptions. I am genuinely injured, unable to circulate my qi. Please, have pity on me and allow me to rest here. I do not wish to enter the courtyard. If I return, my fate will be dire. Fang Fei's voice was pitiful, her brow furrowed with sorrow. Had her target been some naive young man, she might have succeeded. Unfortunately, Tang Tian had long become a seasoned player in this game. I will give you 3 breaths of time. Tang Tian remained indifferent. Listen to me, young Master Tang. Fang Fei still refused to concede as she attempted to move closer, unintentionally making her neckline sag even lower. However, another figure blocked her path, Gu Xiaoxue. Silent and fierce, she fixed a cold gaze on Fang Fei, resembling a competent bodyguard. 2 breaths remain, Tang Tian stated blandly. Fang Fei bit her lip, seemingly preparing for a final struggle, but she found herself unable to breach Gu Xiaoxue's blockade. In a moment of helplessness, she could only utter an apology and stagger away from the purple bamboo forest. After her departure, Tang Tian shook his head, deactivated the formation, and entered the purple bamboo courtyard. I finally adhered to the guard's code of conduct just now. Otherwise, I would feel as though I had accomplished nothing, which would be a disservice given my substantial salary. Upon returning, Gu Xiaoxue resumed her former demeanor and chuckled. Tang Tian replied, that is merely a fade. Had it not been for your presence, the conflict between me and Jiaming and the others yesterday morning would have been inevitable. The disturbances encountered while conducting affairs at Qinghui Gate would have been innumerable. It is due to your presence that such trivial vexations can be avoided. Gu Xiaoxue, somewhat puzzled, inquired, but I have seen those esteemed disciples, even when they are alone, few dare to offend them. Ordinary disciples seem quite apprehensive of them. Tang Tian shook his head, explaining, they are merely afraid of the attire. This purple robe symbolizes considerable wealth and an unknown background. However, if one's own strength is inadequate, all that means little. There will always be someone willing to test the waters, leading to endless troubles. Gu Xiaoxue nodded thoughtfully. She then remarked, the woman just now was so pretentious. At first glance, her demeanor was clearly an act. Surely no one would fall for such a ruse? Tang Tian rubbed his nose. In truth, he found Fang Fei's acting quite commendable. Had she been an unfamiliar woman, unaware of the hidden veins she had ingested, even if he chose not to assist her, his attitude would not have been as dismissive as it had been earlier. Could it be that women truly understand each other best? You are correct. Her acting was rather poor, Tang Tian concurred. Her attempts to approach you were likely motivated by self-interest. Why can't she take a more straightforward path? Gu Xiaoxue remarked, evidently disapproving of Fang Fei's earlier behavior. Tang Tian replied, everyone has their own means of survival. I seldom pass judgment on such matters. Let us not dwell on her. Rest well, we shall return to the dojo for training tomorrow. With that, they each retreated to their respective chambers. As the bright moon hung high in the sky, a woman sat cross-legged in the forest, her aura shifting constantly. It was Fang Fei. After a moment, she opened her eyes, her injuries fully healed, returning to her original state. Damn Tang Tian. She seethed with rage in her eyes. What does wealth matter? You will forever remain a mere qi refinement stage servant. If I cannot deal with you, then surely no one else can. How dare you insult me twice? I will make you pay. Fang Fei coldly gazed into the distance, seemingly resolute, having made a significant decision. And Lin Yu, it is because of you that I have developed enmity with Tang Tian. You vile wretch. All of you shall wait for me. Chapter 22. The arrival of Qin Hai. Early the next morning, Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue arrived at the main peak dojo. Last night, he had successfully exchanged 100,000 consumption points for the 6-ring talent, and today would be the perfect opportunity to test its effects. After a session of cultivation, the difference from the 5-ring talent was indeed striking. With the enhancement of the Dao-level training chamber, he estimated that he would likely break through to the 5th layer of Qi refinement by the end of the day. This invigorated Tang Tian, for strength was what he valued most. Throughout the following month and a half, Tang Tian struggled to find other avenues for consumption. While options existed, the quantities were meager. He had no interest in trifles amounting to mere hundreds of thousands. Thus, during this period, he traversed between the dojo and the purple bamboo courtyard. The saturated training environment, coupled with ample medicinal assistance, allowed his cultivation to rise rapidly. On the first day, he reached the 5th layer of Qi refinement. By the 3rd day, he attained the 6th layer. By the 7th day, the 7th layer. After a month and a half, Tang Tian had reached the pinnacle of the 10th layer of Qi refinement. With another half-month, he expected to achieve the complete mastery of the 13th layer and be poised to challenge the Foundation establishment realm. Such a pace was something Tang Tian had never dared to imagine. It was worth noting that Lin Yu, endowed with the 5-ring talent, had taken nearly a year to break through into Foundation establishment and gain entry into the inner sect. With Tang Tian's current progress, he would soon catch up to her completely. Additionally, he utilized his consumption points to redeem numerous instances of mundane enlightenment, learning dozens of ordinary combat spells, such as Flame Palm, Wave Treading Step, and Diamond Fist, along with life-enhancing spells like Spiritual Fire Technique, Rain Summoning Technique, and Telekinesis. Without exception, he had perfected them all. His motivation for this endeavor was not only to diversify his combat style and facilitate daily life, but also to deepen his understanding of the path of cultivation through these varied spells. The results proved to be quite effective. The current Tang Tian was no longer the naive novice he once was. During discussions with Gu Xiaoxue, he no longer felt like merely a student being taught. At times, he could engage in debate with her, and even Gu Xiaoxue found herself astonished, exclaiming that Tang Tian was undoubtedly a prodigy in cultivation. To this, Tang Tian merely smiled faintly, saying, "Basic skills, do not underestimate them." As time passed, Tang Tian's overall strength surged, allowing him to truly stand on the grand stage of the cultivation world. In the purple bamboo courtyard, an intense confrontation unfolded vigorously in the courtyard. Whoosh! Tang Tian suddenly thrust his sword, appearing in front of Gu Xiaoxue in an instant. However, Gu Xiaoxue remained remarkably composed, raising her long sword to counter, striking Tang Tian's sword tip. Yet, to her surprise, as their sword tips met, Tang Tian's entire figure became ethereal and then explosively shattered into nothingness. The next moment, a torrent of black flames surged from all directions, wrapping around Gu Xiaoxue's form in a frenzy. Gu Xiaoxue frowned slightly, quickly forming a hand seal. A chill emanated from her, extinguishing the black flames entirely. Nevertheless, at that moment, a colossal fist descended from above, carrying immense force towards her. Gu Xiaoxue's gaze sharpened, her aura suddenly becoming fierce as she stepped forward, charging directly at it with her sword raised. Boom! After a resounding clash, the fist, condensed from spiritual power, shattered explosively, revealing Tang Tian's figure within. Just as he prepared to unleash another spell, a voice rang in his ear. Too late. A familiar icy sensation brushed against his neck, fleeting in an instant. Tang Tian sighed softly as he slowly descended from the sky. "I still can't surpass you," he lamented. Gu Xiaoxue replied, "You have already performed remarkably. I never imagined you would master so many spells, all to the level of mastery. I have never seen a talent as formidable as you. Truly, you surpass me by a wide margin." Tang Tian scoffed. "Then why did I lose?" Gu Xiaoxue explained, "It is because, although you have mastered many spells, your lack of combat experience leads to deficiencies in adjustment, coordination, and on-the-spot judgment. However, your rate of progress is astoundingly rapid. I foresee that it won't be long before, merely using spells of the same level, I will become your subordinate." Tang Tian replied with a nonchalant "Oh." Summarizing her words, it seemed to imply, although you are currently lacking, you are improving quickly, a bit more, and I will concede. "Close enough. Then you should train with me more often," Tang Tian suggested. Subsequently, they returned to the stone table, discussing the aspects to pay attention to during their recent battle. Just then, Tang Tian's communication jade talisman lit up. Upon taking a look, he raised an eyebrow. It was Qin Hai. At that time, They had set a date of half a month for Qin Hai to bring a batch of cultivation resources as a litmus test for establishing a trading channel. However, it seemed that Qin Hai encountered some difficulties, causing a delay of a few days. Uncertain of the current situation, Tang Tian activated the communication jade talisman. Tang Xiao, I am ready on my end. Please confirm the time and location for the transaction, came Qin Hai's voice. At last, things were progressing. Tang Tian inquired. Can you enter the Qinghua sect? Qin Hai replied. Yes, we have an existing agreement with the Qinghua sect. If there is an invitation, we can access the relevant areas. After a moment's thought, Tang Tian said, all right, I will send someone to Jin Yutang to find you. The communication ended there. He turned to Gu Xiaoxue and advised. Be cautious when dealing with such individuals. Do not casually disclose any other matters between us. Gu Xiaoxue nodded, I understand. Shortly, she left the Zizhu courtyard with an array plate. Approximately half an hour later, Gu Xiaoxue returned, accompanied by Qin Hai. Tang Xiao, long time no see. Qin Hai greeted warmly. Tang Tian smiled slightly and gestured for him to sit. Qin Hai took a seat in front of Tang Tian, while Gu Xiaoxue stood quietly behind him. I sincerely apologize, Qin Hai began. The original time frame of half a month was sufficient. But upon learning that you had rented the Zizhu courtyard with such grandeur, I felt that the items I had prepared were not worthy of your status. Hence, I spent a few more days preparing some even more precious items. Tang Tian stroked his chin. Oh, you are quite well informed. Qin Hai chuckled. After all, I am in this line of work. One must have some channels for information. You may not know, but news has gradually spread that a top-tier wealthy young master has recently emerged at the Qinghua sect, lavishly spending. Many people are inquiring about you. Tang Tian smiled without responding. He had anticipated such developments. His extravagant spending habits would undoubtedly become a topic of discussion wherever he went. Although he personally desired to maintain a low profile, he had no choice but to spend money to gain credibility. Qin Hai mentioned this concern, likely fearing that he had found other trading channels. Is that so? I am still somewhat uncertain at the moment, Tang Tian replied. Compared to such matters, I am far more interested in the items you have brought today. I hope they do not disappoint. Qin Hai grinned. That is a given. After some conversation, Qin Hai produced a beautifully crafted shumi ring. Please take a look. This was dispatched from the main hall of Jin Yutang. It is equipped according to your specifications, containing items of various levels and types, Qin Hai explained. Tang Tian nodded and accepted the shumi ring, probing his consciousness into it. A vast space immediately unfolded before him. Inside were various boxes of differing sizes, each meticulously labeled with descriptions of their contents: elixirs, spirit tools, talismans, medicinal herbs, refining materials, spiritual grasses and fruits, and treasures of heaven and earth, everything one could desire. Additionally, there were numerous luminous jade slips of cultivation techniques of varying grades. If one were to bring this vast collection into the outside world, it could easily establish a small sect. Looks acceptable. How much in total? Tang Tian inquired. Qin Hai responded with a smile. Considering your exceptional financial capacity, I prepared a bit extra to make it a round sum. A total of 500 million. Tang Tian paused slightly, then sighed. I am pleased that you could bring these items, but I am quite dissatisfied with the price you mentioned. After renting, renovating, and various other expenses, Tang Tian's spiritual jade reserves had surpassed 2 billion. A mere 500 million was hardly enough to pique his interest. Noticing Tang Tian's apparent displeasure, Qin Hai quickly asked, are you implying it's too expensive? Tang Tian shot him a sidelong glance. I previously believed you would be a commendable partner. If you continue to underestimate me, our connection may very well end here. Qin Hai was taken aback, grasping the implication of Tang Tian's words. So it was too little. Last time when he spent 1 million, he could somewhat understand the dissatisfaction, but this time it was 500 million. It appeared that his perspective was limited by his own experiences. This individual, accustomed to spending extravagantly, could not be assessed with ordinary standards. However, he quickly donned a more radiant smile. He had long heard of Tang Xiao's immense wealth, and it was evident that the rumors were true. Then my investment of time and effort over these past few days has not been in vain, Qin Hai chuckled. Tang Tian, puzzled, asked, what do you mean? Qin Hai produced another shumi ring. The 500 million worth of items was what I initially intended to trade with you. However, upon hearing of your rental of the Zizhu courtyard and the Dao-level cultivation room, I surmised that those items might not be worthy of your status. Thus, I reapplied to the main hall for a selection of higher quality treasures. This was also the reason for my delay in trading with you. Tang Tian lightly tapped his fingers on the table. You are aware of the matters regarding the Dao Hall? Qin Hai nodded. Of course. Your name has already spread throughout our circle. Tang Tian remained silent. He had been focused on his cultivation and had not paid much attention to the outside world. He had not anticipated becoming somewhat of a minor celebrity. Yet, This was somewhat expected. All right, let me see what you have meticulously prepared. Tang Tian picked up the second Shumi ring and delved his consciousness into it. This ring contained fewer items, with 5 exquisite boxes displayed in the center. Above the boxes were descriptions of the treasures. Feiyu Huanyunju, Earth-grade high-quality movement technique, 1500 million spiritual jade. Chong Gung Zijin sword, Earth-grade supreme spirit tool, 2 billion spiritual jade. Shi Sui spirit liquid, 7th-grade treasure of heaven and earth, 500 million spiritual jade per bottle, totaling 5 bottles. Shihun Ning Shendan, 7th-grade elixir, 300 million spiritual jade per bottle, totaling 10 bottles. Tianlei pearl, capable of summoning heavenly lightning. With power equivalent to a full-strength strike from a tribulation period cultivator, 100 million spiritual jade per pearl, totaling 20 pearls. These treasures were incomparable to those in the previous Shumi ring. They belonged to an entirely different echelon. Tang Tian regarded Qin Hai thoughtfully. When at Jin Yu Tang, did you not say that you could only approve amounts up to 1 million? How has it suddenly changed so drastically? Qin Hai forced a smile. I wagered my entire career. Based on your performance at the Qingwei Sect, I anticipated you might be dissatisfied with the items in the previous ring. Therefore, I put my future on the line to request these 5 treasures from the main hall. As long as you purchase even one of them, I will be able to ascend another level within Jin Yu Tang. Tang Tian stroked his chin, realizing the gravity of the situation. Qin Hai indeed possessed considerable audacity. You would not let me down, would you? Qin Hai asked cautiously. Tang Tian chuckled. Of course not. I find all the items here quite satisfactory. As for selection, there is no need. Any fine item presented before me cannot escape my grasp. Upon hearing this, Qin Hai was overjoyed. Tang Xiao truly is magnanimous. Subsequently, the two commenced their transaction. With only 2 billion spiritual jade at his disposal, Tang Tian opted for a staggered purchase, which Qin Hai had grown accustomed to. In a swift turn of events, he acquired everything contained within the 2 rings. The total amount of spiritual jade skyrocketed, surpassing a staggering 150 billion, with the expenditure reaching an impressive 130 million. The 7th grade talent was now within reach. Qin Hai wore a broad smile. After this transaction, his status was bound to experience a significant elevation. It was indeed a mutually beneficial scenario, an amicable collaboration that promised continuation in the future. I hope next time you can bring something that surprises me, Tang Tian remarked with a smile. Qin Hai chuckled heartily. Absolutely, I shall do my utmost. Moments later, Qin Hai departed from the bamboo pavilion. Gu Xiaoxue resumed her seat, still in shock from the magnitude of the recent transaction, despite having witnessed Tang Tian's grand gestures before. How could you possess such wealth? I've never had more than 2 million spiritual jade in my possession, she inquired, a hint of discouragement in her tone. The disparity in wealth can indeed be disheartening at times. Tang Tian shook his head. Some wealth is tangible, while some is intangible. Setting aside talent for a moment, your cave dwelling, cultivation techniques, the spiritual artifacts in your possession, and even your training environment. All these, if placed externally, would amount to a considerable fortune. But all of these were provided by the sect, Gu Xiaoxue countered. Tang Tian smiled. You have studied and enjoyed them? Aren't they yours as well? The essence of value remains fundamentally unchanged. Gu Xiaoxue responded with a thoughtful "oh," her expression revealing contemplation. Tang Tian too seemed to grasp the rationale behind the Qingwei sect's decision to open honorary discipleship. Sacrificing a small portion of authority in exchange for abundant resources to benefit their own disciples was a strategy employed by many. The only issue is that only financially strained sects would resort to such measures. Was Qingwei sect in dire need of funds? Tang Tian remained uncertain. Chapter 24. The Rare Treasures Gathering. After a brief silence, Tang Tian suddenly recalled something. Xiaoxue, have I gained significant notoriety recently? He inquired. During this period, he had primarily confined himself to the bamboo pavilion and the dojo, oblivious to the outside world, engrossed solely in the study of the classics. However, Gu Xiaoxue enjoyed a relatively free schedule. On occasions when she skipped the dojo, Tang Tian would grant her leave to attend to her own matters. So she should be aware of some developments. To some extent, Gu Xiaoxue replied. I'm not sure about the lower district, but in the upper district, some individuals indeed converse about you from time to time. Moreover, the number of invitations from outside the pavilion has been increasing lately. Just yesterday, I noticed some people sneaking glances into the bamboo grove, and I had to chase them away. Tang Tian fell silent. He understood that such occurrences were inevitable. Flaunting wealth and generosity would undoubtedly spark curiosity among some. Yet, he hadn't anticipated it would escalate so swiftly. Do they not practice cultivation? Is the gossiping mentality within the cultivation community truly this severe? Tang Tian mused inwardly. If this continued, someone would inevitably succumb to their curiosity and create bothersome situations. Perhaps it was time to step out and dispel their intrigue, thereby alleviating the air of mystery surrounding him. Do you still have those invitations? Tang Tian was aware of the situation but had not even glanced at them, leaving it to Gu Xiaoxue to handle. I've kept them all. Here they are, she said, retrieving a thick stack of invitations. Tang Tian took the invitations and began to peruse them. To his astonishment, he was confronted with a plethora of absurd requests. Some invited him to admire flowers, others to attend poetry gatherings, and yet others to observe beautiful dancers. One invitation even beckoned him to the Sect's Luoyuan Lake for moon gazing, a place reserved for lovers, and the sender was, rather shockingly, a man. Rolling his eyes, Tang Tian discarded the frivolous invitations aside, ultimately retaining only one that appeared more legitimate. In 10 days, the Honorary Disciples Rare Treasures Gathering will be held at the Spring Appreciation Garden, sincerely inviting you. This invitation was from the Spring Appreciation Garden itself. Have you heard of this place? Tang Tian inquired, extending the invitation to Gu Xiaoxue. She glanced at it and nodded. Yes, it's a garden filled with flowers. And every spring, various gatherings are held there. The Rare Treasures Gathering is one of them. It's an event exclusively for honorary disciples. Though I'm not entirely sure of the specifics. Tang Tian stroked his chin, intrigued by the prospect of a rather formal affair. There should be quite a few attendees. I suppose. The invitation arrived 4 days ago, meaning the gathering is in 6 days. Could you inquire about the details of the Rare Treasures Gathering in the meantime? In 6 days, we shall attend together, he suggested. 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. Recently, the number of individuals congregating outside the bamboo grove had increased. Each time Tang Tian ventured out, he attracted a multitude of inquisitive gazes, and some ill-intentioned individuals would even approach him to strike up conversations. Despite Gu Xiaoxue intervening a few times, there remained those eager to get closer and pry for information. Consequently, Tang Tian resolved to remain indoors, dedicating his time to cultivation within the bamboo pavilion. Fortunately, he had wisely chosen to live in solitude. Otherwise, he might have encountered unwelcome disturbances. On the day of his transaction with Qin Hai, Tang Tian spent 1,000,000 consumption points to successfully exchange for the 7th ring talent. The enhancement of 7 talent rings significantly accelerated his cultivation progress, allowing him to break through to the 11th level of qi refinement within just a few days. At this rate, he would soon reach the foundation establishment stage. Additionally, he used 100,000 consumption points to acquire a 6th grade physique, gaining the Thunder Dragon bloodline. The enhancement to his physical condition from the Thunder Dragon bloodline surpassed that of the Great Wilderness Green Python, although it did not bestow any inherited secret techniques, a slight disappointment. Yet, such matters cannot be forced. Everything unfolds in its own time, and he could always exchange for more powerful physiques in the future. With the remaining consumption points, Tang Tian continued to exchange for various levels of enlightenment sessions, studying multiple cultivation techniques to further deepen his understanding of cultivation and Dao practices. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoxue had also gathered some information regarding the Rare Treasures Gathering. It was indeed an event exclusively for honorary disciples, and those eligible to attend were at least intermediate honorary disciples. The gathering primarily served as a recreational venue for honorary disciples, as not all of them were like Tang Tian, who secluded themselves at home to cultivate. In truth, most honorary disciples were not particularly enthusiastic about cultivation. They preferred exploring scenic locales, admiring flowers and moons, enjoying music and dance, and indulging in social gatherings. Purchasing a status merely allowed them to enjoy themselves more. Though Tang Tian held little interest in such pursuits, one aspect of the Rare Treasures Gathering piqued his curiosity, the Rare Treasure Appraisal segment. During this event, the Spring Appreciation Garden would showcase various unique items for honorary disciples to appraise, and those interested could purchase them. At gatherings of this nature, whatever was presented would invariably carry a single descriptor, expensive. Tang Tian was quite fond of that word. Thus, he promptly resolved to attend the Rare Treasures Gathering. No one could deter him. On a bright morning, he rose early, inhaling the fresh air infused with the delicate fragrance of blooming flowers. Let's gather some locust flowers in the coming days. They are delectable when mixed with flour and steamed, Tang Tian remarked to Gu Xiaoxue, who was setting the table. Can locust flowers be eaten? Gu Xiaoxue tilted her head, realizing that the old locust tree's canopy had blossomed with clusters of white flowers, their sweet aroma wafting through the air. Of course, they can. Tang Tian sat at the table, observing the speck of black ash on Gu Xiaoxue's nose, and couldn't help but chuckle. Are you still cooking with firewood? I merely mentioned it casually the other day. He then gestured to his own nose as a hint. Gu Xiaoxue wiped away the ash with her hand, replying, You weren't mistaken. The flavor of firewood cooking is indeed more aromatic. The taste is simply different. With a smile, Tang Tian began to relish a modest breakfast. After finishing their meal, the two tidied up and departed from Zijou Courtyard, traversing a secluded path toward the Spring Appreciation Garden. Chapter 25. 3 types of people. After circumventing the main peak, Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue arrived at the eastern peak of Qingwei Gate, where the Spring Appreciation Garden was situated atop. As they walked, Tang Tian noticed an increasing number of honorary disciples proceeding in the same direction, presumably all heading to the Rare Treasures Conference. He observed that nearly all the honorary disciples were accompanied by several different disciples, including inner and core disciples, likely serving as their escorts. Tang Tian's arrival did not attract much attention, as many had only heard of his name and had never seen his true face. However, just as he was nearing the Spring Appreciation Garden, a youth fanning himself with a folding fan approached him. "Fellow cultivator, are you alone?" the young man inquired. Tang Tian glanced at him. The youth was clad in the attire of a high-ranking honorary disciple, yet he had no escorts in tow. Tang Tian then indicated Gu Xiaoxue beside him. The youth responded with an "oh," and continued, "What I meant was, you have no other companions. Coincidentally, I am alone as well. Shall we journey together?" Tang Tian fell silent, realizing that he hadn't regarded Gu Xiaoxue as a companion. Although he was reluctant to associate with others, recalling that one of his intentions for the day was to engage with people and appear less enigmatic, he eventually nodded in agreement. "I am Wang Ziyu." The youth introduced himself. "My name is Tang Tian," Tang Tian replied. Upon hearing this name, Wang Ziyu displayed a look of astonishment, exclaiming, "You are the renowned Tang Tian, the young master who has stirred up quite a buzz recently." Tang Tian responded. "A buzz?" Wang Ziyu chuckled, saying, "Zijou Courtyard has not housed anyone for quite some time. Moreover, the Dao-level cultivation chambers are not accessible to just anyone. Yet, you directly requested 2 rooms, and even renewed for a year. It's impossible not to be famous with all that." Tang Tian was at a loss for words and could only mutter, "I merely act on impulse." Wang Ziyu clapped his hands. What a splendid phrase, acting on impulse. This should be the tenet we honorary disciples uphold. Unlike some who constantly vie for superiority, competing to outdo one another like infants who have yet to be weaned. Tang Tian chuckled. "Is that truly the case?" Wang Ziyu scoffed. "You've merely had too little contact with the outside world. You'll soon see." They soon arrived at the entrance of the Spring Appreciation Garden. With an invitation in hand, they entered smoothly, just as Gu Xiaoxue had described. The garden was filled with a myriad of flowers, vibrant and colorful. Spring had arrived, and the blossoms vied for attention, filling the air with fragrant aromas that delighted the senses. After wandering through the garden for a while, Tang Tian finally comprehended why Wang Ziyu had made such remarks. Along the way, he encountered several groups of honorary disciples gathered together, discussing rather absurd topics. "The window of my cave abode broke a few days ago, so I bought a water mirror, which cost me 80,000 spirit jade. Alas, what a rip-off," one lamented. Another chimed in, "Indeed, I wonder why prices have suddenly soared. I bought a common golden silk jade cushion yesterday and ended up spending 130,000. Tang Tian was astounded. They were genuinely lamenting the prices? The conversations of another group further broadened his horizons. "Brother, I heard you dined at Jinmyo Pavilion yesterday and, in a fit of merriment, covered the entire tab?" one asked. Another burst into laughter. It wasn't he exactly in a fit of merriment. It was merely a moment of inspiration, just over 1,000,000 spirit jade. As long as everyone is happy, that's all that matters. The inquirer squinted. "Is that so? Yet I heard you merely charged it to your account in the end." The latter's face flushed crimson as he exclaimed, "How can you unjustly tarnish my reputation?" "That was merely..." Tang Tian shook his head in exasperation. What manner of people were these? Yet, the third group he encountered was even more ridiculous. "Oh, sister, your little kitten is so adorable. What noble lineage does it hail from?" "Oh, it's quite ordinary, just a bit of flower spirit blood, really." "What about the kingfisher on your shoulder?" "Just a celestial bird lineage, hardly as noble as yours." "No, yours is more noble." "No, yours is." "You are noble. You are noble." Tang Tian rubbed his temples, only to find that Gu Xiaoxue and Wang Ziyu were unfazed by the absurdity. "Don't you find their conversation rather peculiar?" Tang Tian asked Gu Xiaoxue. She blinked. "Not at all. I assent that how honorary disciples are." Tang Tian was taken aback, realizing there existed such a label. Would other ordinary disciples view him with the same bewildered expressions? Certainly. Wang Ziyu interjected. Tang Tian sighed in relief, glad to know that there were indeed normal individuals among the honorary disciples. Flower spirit blood is hardly a sign of nobility. At least one must possess a lineage akin to that of a celestial crane, Wang Ziyu remarked seriously. Tang Tian was left speechless. It seemed he had a long, arduous journey ahead in reconciling his identity as an honorary disciple, Such a status was not easily attained by just anyone. Seemingly perceiving Tang Tian's thoughts, Wang Ziyu smiled and said, "The individuals we just encountered were merely of a lower caliber. They enjoy engaging in such nonsensical pursuits. The truly affluent individuals are generally much more sensible." Tang Tian, intrigued, asked, "Is there a distinction among honorary disciples?" Wang Ziyu replied with a smile, "Of course. Honorary disciples are typically categorized into 3 types. The first type consists of those who, having stumbled upon an opportunity, suddenly become wealthy overnight. Lacking the strength to secure their status through conventional means, they resort to purchasing their identities with spirit jade, providing a measure of security for themselves and their descendants. Such individuals tend to be rather scheming and usually refrain from extravagant spending. The second type includes those from wealthy families but similarly lacking in strength. Their families procure identities for them, enabling them to avoid internal family disputes while leading a relatively stable life. These individuals are mostly there to indulge in leisure, and those we encountered earlier fall into this category. The third type comprises those who possess wealth, strength, and a solid background. Their motivations for purchasing identities vary, and they typically do not engage in reckless behavior. However, they are the most formidable to contend with." Tang Tian listened in astonishment, realizing the vast distinctions among honorary disciples. If Wang Ziyu's claims were accurate, then it appeared that the second type, the leisurely lot, constituted the majority. "In which category do you belong to?" Tang Tian inquired. Wang Ziyu paused, then opened his folding fan, leisurely stating, "I belong to none. Fame and fortune are but fleeting clouds. I care only for my own carefree existence." Tang Tian nodded and remarked, "So, you are indeed an unconventional individual." Wang Ziyu's fan paused momentarily before he chuckled nonchalantly. "Indeed, one could say that. And what about you, Brother Tang? To which category do you believe you belong?" Tang Tian smiled faintly. "What a coincidence. I, too, am unconventional." Chapter 26, The Impure Disciple. Ha ha. Tang Tian's response sent Wang Ziyu into fits of laughter. "No wonder I felt a sense of camaraderie with you at first sight. It appears we are kindred spirits." Wang Ziyu laughed heartily while Tang Tian smiled quietly, choosing not to speak further. Being unconventional has its merits. Such a label might deter unsolicited invitations to moon gazing. After all, the term unconventional often signifies one who stands apart from the crowd or is capricious in nature. After a lively conversation, their rapport seemed to deepen. Wang Ziyu regaled Tang Tian with numerous amusing anecdotes about the honor disciples, granting him a clearer understanding of this group for the first time. In essence, honor disciples are generally not those consumed by the pursuit of cultivation. They are more vibrant and can be found across various professions. Their existence has, to a certain extent, bolstered commercial growth, providing the Qingyue sect with numerous benefits beyond merely spiritual jade. The spring appreciation garden was expansive, and the two strolled leisurely while chatting. Occasionally, others attempted to invite or join them, but in the presence of two unconventional figures, they opted to keep their distance, just as they enjoyed their solitude. A cold voice pierced the air nearby. Tang Tian. Turning around, Tang Tian beheld an unfamiliar young man, also a senior honor disciple. Unlike him, this youth was surrounded by a throng of core and inner disciples, all strikingly beautiful young women, numbering no fewer than 10, a dazzling array. "Who are you?" Tang Tian furrowed his brow, certain he had never encountered this youth before. "Shintafeng," the young man replied, observing Tang Tian's confusion with an icy demeanor. "Huh, it seems you did not regard the invitation I sent you as anything of significance." Tang Tian frowned again, struggling to recall the name. It was only upon Gu Xiaoxue's reminder that he suddenly remembered the one who had invited him to watch beautiful women dance, Shintufeng. "Ah, it is you," Tang Tian mused, noting how this individual was perpetually surrounded by flowers. "You must spend your days watching beautiful women dance. Isn't that tiresome?" "Apologies, but I do not share that particular interest," Tang Tian replied. Shintufeng scoffed coldly, remaining silent. However, Gu Xiaoxue stepped forward, standing protectively in front of Tang Tian, her late-stage golden core aura subtly emanating, shielding him behind her. "Young Master Tang, he intends to probe your body with his spiritual consciousness," Gu Xiaoxue stated. Tang Tian's expression darkened at once. "Shintufeng, what do you mean by this?" To casually probe another with one's spiritual consciousness is exceedingly rude and laden with malice. Such actions are typically reserved for those in positions of power over their subordinates. After a few instances of being probed, Tang Tian had instructed Gu Xiaoxue to intercept anyone who dared to do so again. He never anticipated that Shintufeng would brazenly act in such a manner before him. In response to Tang Tian's inquiry, Shintufeng replied coldly, "It is nothing. I merely wish to see what abilities someone as proud as you possesses. You have rented a Dao-level cultivation chamber, so your progress must be swift, no?" Have you reached the 5th level of Qi refinement? Tang Tian frowned, sensing that this fellow seemed overly familiar with him. Suddenly, amidst the crowd surrounding Shen Tufeng, he spotted a familiar figure, and understanding dawned upon him. It was Feng Fei. This clarified much. Feng Fei, being Lin Yu's close friend, would undoubtedly be well informed about his circumstances. If Tang Tian still possessed his previous level of talent, even with a Dao-level cultivation chamber, he would at most be at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Was this fellow seeking revenge? Tang Tian could not ascertain. Yet it mattered little. Within Qingwei Sect, as long as one did not commit a fundamental error, no one could harm a senior honor disciple. Moreover, Gu Xiaoxue was present. What I am is of no concern to you. Should you dare to offend me again, do not blame me for being impolite. Tang Tian stated coldly. Simultaneously, Gu Xiaoxue's aura surged, pressing down upon Shen Tufeng and his entourage. After days of cultivation, her prowess had nearly reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. Coupled with her extraordinary talent, she was not someone ordinary Golden Core cultivators could contend with. Shen Tufeng felt the weight of this pressure, and though he bore resentment, he ultimately refrained from retaliating. This is the Spring Appreciation Garden. I wish to avoid unnecessary conflict. But mark my words, you will pay for your arrogance in due time. With that, Shen Tufeng and his entourage circumvented Tang Tian and departed. Tang Tian pondered thoughtfully. Arrogance. Who, indeed, was being arrogant? He found it difficult to comprehend Shen Tufeng's reasoning. Yet it was of little consequence, as he had Gu Xiaoxue by his side. Once Shen Tufeng was out of sight, Gu Xiaoxue retracted her aura and returned to stand behind Tang Tian. Wang Ziyu, observing the exchange, could not help but glance at her several times before commenting, Brother Tang, your little protector is quite remarkable. I envy you. Tang Tian shot him a sidelong glance and retorted, then why not find one for yourself? Wang Ziyu chuckled. I am accustomed to being solitary. Besides, within Qingwei Sect, what danger is there? Those who seek protectors merely wish to flaunt their status. Of course, you are different. Brother Tang. Tang Tian was left speechless as he gazed in the direction of Shen Tufeng's disappearance, perplexed as he inquired, does the sect not intervene in such matters? Shen Tufeng was flanked by at least 10 young female disciples. Surely no one believes they are merely his protectors? Tang Tian found it odd. Core disciples and inner disciples should hold considerable significance within a sect. Did Qingwei Sect truly allow them to be exploited by someone like Shen Tufeng? Wang Ziyu chuckled softly. The sect undoubtedly has its own considerations, which are not for us to speculate upon. From another perspective, someone who can be tempted by wealth to betray their own interests holds little merit in the eyes of the sect. Tang Tian fell silent. While the sentiment was valid, he could not shake the notion that there were likely individuals who had been deceived into straying from their path. In fact, we have two distinct terms for ordinary disciples within the sect, Wang Ziyu continued. Those who are wholeheartedly dedicated to the Tao, diligently cultivating without succumbing to external temptations, we refer to as pure disciples. Conversely, those who become entangled with honor disciples for the sake of spiritual jade are deemed impure disciples. Tang Tian frowned slightly, instinctively glancing at Gu Xiaoxue. By this definition, she too would be considered an impure disciple, yet she had displayed no impure behavior. Rather, her innocence often vexed him. Such a label was quite unflattering. That is indeed an unpleasant term, Tang Tian remarked. Wang Ziyu shook his head with a smile. It is indeed unappealing, but it reflects the truth. Regardless of the reasoning, it signifies that their resolve in the Tao has wavered. Tang Tian instinctively sought to counter this assertion but found no compelling argument. Indeed, for a true cultivator, the stability of one's resolve is paramount. One must not allow adversity or other trials to create fluctuations. Only those with pure hearts would be regarded as the future treasures of the sect. Shen Tufeng's expression remained sour. The invitation had been declined, and he had been threatened in return, leaving him quite displeased. Feng Fei, you were right. This Tang Tian is indeed exceedingly arrogant, Shen Tufeng stated. Feng Fei stepped forward and gently reassured him, please do not take offense. Given that he has purchased both the Zizhu courtyard and the Tao-level cultivation retreat in one fell swoop, it is only natural for him to exude a certain arrogance. With a cold snort, Shen Tufeng remarked, and so what? There are others in the sect with equally substantial financial resources. Besides, he is merely a fortunate upstart. I extended a sincere invitation for him to join the elders in discourse, yet he couldn't even remember my name. Truly, his audacity is matched only by his ignorance. Feng Fei lowered her head slightly, murmuring, when I delivered the invitation, I specifically mentioned you. Yet he didn't even step through the door. Shen Tufeng clenched his teeth. Just wait. He will inevitably pay for this. After a brief pause, he added, by the way, when will that pure disciple you mentioned, who is about to ascend to core status, arrive? Feng Fei smiled gently, very soon. Rest assured, I will certainly present her to you. Chapter 27, Stealing the spotlight after the incident with Foam, Tang Tian lost the desire to continue his exploration. Thus, they sought a quiet pavilion to sit and await the commencement of the Rare Treasures Conference. Are there many valuable items at the Rare Treasures Conference? Tang Tian inquired. Wang Ziyu, fanning himself, replied, How can you say there are many? There are exceptionally abundant treasures. That fellow. There is nothing you can imagine that the Rare Treasures Conference cannot provide. Just wait and see. Tang Tian was momentarily speechless. What difference did that make? He took out a platter of fresh spiritual fruits, eating while he waited. Wang Ziyu unceremoniously reached over and grabbed a handful, saying, The main target of the Rare Treasures Conference is ordinary advanced and intermediate honorary disciples. With your financial resources, Brother Tang, you will surely enjoy yourself immensely. Tang Tian pursed his lips. From what you say, I feel today will not be particularly enjoyable. Wang Ziyu was taken aback. Why? Tang Tian did not elaborate. Since it was aimed at ordinary honorary disciples, the prices of the items would undoubtedly be reasonable, implying he wouldn't need to spend much. How could that possibly bring him joy? After a period of waiting, the Rare Treasures Conference finally commenced. Hundreds of honorary disciples gathered amidst a sea of blossoms. At the center of this floral expanse stood a magnificent fountain, where the conference was held. They found a spot to sit and enjoyed the performances for a while before the conference formally began. After a segment of meaningless opening remarks, the hosts presented the first treasure, a koi fish possessing the bloodline of the golden butterfly, striking in color and form. Capable of growing a pair of golden wings upon maturity. Priced at 50,000 spirit jade per fish, the host encouraged everyone to bid. A transparent orb was raised. Suspended in midair, and under the interplay of various lights, the 10 koi fish radiated a dazzling glow. Soon, bids began to emerge for the different koi. Observing the fervor of the crowd, Tang Tian asked Wang Ziyu, What is special about these koi? Wang Ziyu replied, Nothing at all, they are just ordinary koi. Tang Tian pondered for a moment before asking, And what level of beast is the golden butterfly bloodline? Wang Ziyu chuckled, It is merely an ordinary mundane beast. These koi are specifically bred by people, primarily for their novelty. Tang Tian was astonished. It turned out that the essence of the Rare Treasures Conference lay primarily in the element of curiosity. He had assumed that at least some items would pertain to cultivation. Ultimately, he had underestimated the scope. For most honorary disciples, cultivation was truly of little importance. Curiosity was what they fervently pursued. You seem rather disinterested, Brother Tang? Wang Ziyu remarked with a smile. Tang Tian paused. Interest was indeed absent. He leaned more towards practicality. However, since he had already decided to tread the path of honorary disciples, perhaps engaging in activities that aligned with his persona would be more beneficial. Are they tasty? Tang Tian inquired. Wang Ziyu was momentarily dumbfounded, responding, Typically, one wouldn't spend that much just to taste the flesh, would they? Tang Tian smiled slightly. Then I shall set the precedent. He promptly announced his bid, 1 million. Each. The honorary disciples, who had been competing around 70 to 80,000, were instantly rendered speechless. Even the host doubted his own hearing, incredulously asking, Sir, are you certain you wish to bid 1 million for each? Tang Tian reclined lazily in his chair, responding nonchalantly, I can't be bothered to shout out more bids. I will say this once, whoever bids higher can simply take them. The host's expression was priceless. Was this a valid reason? Could anyone truly be so indifferent? The other honorary disciples exchanged glances. These koi at most might fetch a price of 100,000 spirit jade. 1 million? Who would spend such an extravagant sum on mere ornamental items? Brother Tang. Truly bold. Wang Ziyu exclaimed in admiration. Tang Tian replied calmly, It's nothing much. Just a matter of skipping one snack. Everyone else was left speechless. Wild. So wild. Do you need to spend 10 million for a snack? What kind of delicacy is that? Dragon liver and phoenix marrow? They knew Tang Tian was wealthy, but they had not anticipated that his spending habits would be so untamed. He was on an entirely different level. No one dared to raise their bid any further. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Tang Tian successfully acquired the koi with the golden butterfly bloodline. Regrettably, the system deemed this expenditure outside the realm of normal consumption, thus failing to trigger any return or reward points. However, it mattered little, given Tang Tian's current wealth. Such a sum was essentially negligible. Following this brief interlude, the Rare Treasures Conference continued. The next item was a flower emitting an extraordinary fragrance, capable of dispersing pollen akin to fireflies by night. Starting at 100,000 spirit jade, Tang Tian swiftly raised the bid to 1 million. Before others could respond, he had increased the price tenfold. The crowd fell silent, yet no one raised any objections. It was his money, after all, and he could spend it as he pleased. Moreover, Such a spectacle was far more entertaining than the conference itself. He would undoubtedly have a splendid tale to share with his companions upon returning. Subsequently, for each treasure presented, Tang Tian chose to make a bid. Just small change, he had long grown tired of waiting. However, his domineering behavior attracted the ire of some. Tuoba Feng, present at the venue, watched as Tang Tian stole the spotlight, letting out a cold snort. He could only act so brazenly at a conference of this caliber. If he were to encounter a truly top-tier wealthy heir, I wonder how he would fare then. Behind him, Feng Fei's gaze flickered slightly upon hearing this remark. Lost in her thoughts, the Rare Treasures Conference progressed, and each item presented by the host was steeped in curiosity. However, their prices remained modest, generally under 500,000, all of which Tang Tian effortlessly secured. As the event neared its conclusion, the prices began to climb. The ice silkworm scarf worn by the fairy Ling Luo for several years, starting at 5 million. The host called out, smiling broadly at Tang Tian. Given Tang Tian's lavish spending, today's Rare Treasures Conference was undoubtedly their most profitable. What is this? Tang Tian inquired, examining the scarf, which appeared to be crafted from ordinary ice silkworm silk, yet was being sold for 5 million. Wang Ziyu turned, astonished. You don't know? That belonged to fairy Ling Luo. Over a decade ago, she was the most brilliant genius of the Qinghua sect, single-handedly suppressing the entire sect. This scarf must have been worn by her for a significant time before her ascension. Tied closely around the neck and tucked beneath the clothing, you understand the implication. Wang Ziyu wore a mischievous grin as he spoke, prompting Gu Xiaoxue to display a look of utter bewilderment. Ugh, can such an item really be auctioned? Surely. Anyone who would purchase it must be lacking in intellect, she laughed. However, scarcely had her words left her lips when Wang Ziyu exclaimed, I bid 10 million. Tang Tian countered, 50 million. Gu Xiaoxue, feeling the weight of their scrutinizing gazes, instinctively recoiled. That scarf is certainly more complex than it appears. Ultimately, Tang Tian secured the exquisite scarf of the fairy with an astonishing bid of 50 million. To his surprise, this expenditure garnered the recognition of 2 systems. It seemed the systems were, indeed, comprised of those with a few loose screws. Brother Tang, let me have a look. Wang Ziyu implored, his eyes filled with envy. Tang Tian generously handed it over, and Wang Ziyu inhaled deeply, reveling in its essence. This spectacle drew a disdainful expression from Gu Xiaoxue, who instinctively distanced herself from him. Do you truly adore it that much? Then consider it a gift, Tang Tian chuckled. This item was undeniably peculiar. After a brief examination, Wang Ziyu returned it, deciding that a gentleman does not covet what others cherish, especially something so precious. Brother Tang, do keep it safe. Tang Tian shook his head, casually tucking it away. The Rare Treasures gathering continued, with Tang Tian dominating the proceedings, transforming the event into his own personal spectacle. His theme for the day was encapsulated in a single word, extravagance. Soon, the gathering reached its final phase, showcasing the last treasure, the Yonggang Tingyun branch. A rare spirit item cultivated in the land of Zhuyang was presented. Its effects were well understood by all. Merely a small segment soaked in spiritual tea would grant the sensation of soaring through the clouds, easily conquering 10 formidable foes. The host, with a sly grin, elicited laughter from the audience, who recognized the implications of his words. The starting bid was set at 20 million spiritual jade. Such items were typically favored among the esteemed disciples, thus the initial price was not insignificant. In previous instances, bids would have been placed by now. Yet today, all eyes shifted towards Tang Tian, curious to see if he would continue to compete. Tang Tian remained unperturbed, given the current atmosphere. It was only logical to place a bid. With a calm demeanor, he declared, 100 million. His words sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd. Such an outrageous display of wealth, even among the honorary disciples, sparked envy. The price had escalated 5-fold in one go, causing any would-be competitors to reconsider. The Tingyun branch was trivial in comparison. Offending a financially powerful honorary disciple was not advisable. As silence enveloped the room, the host prepared to conclude the final transaction. Suddenly, a cold voice pierced the air, 100 million and 10,000 spiritual jade. The crowd gasped, turning to see who dared to challenge Tang Tian. He raised an eyebrow. Intrigued, who could be so desperate for this item? Following the voice, he was struck with realization. It was Shen Tefeng. No wonder he desired such a possession. Surrounded by numerous accomplished female cultivators, Shen Tefeng's slight stature was hardly sufficient to withstand their allure. The Yonggang Tingyun branch might restore his masculine vigor. Had someone outbid Tang Tian earlier, he would have refrained from raising his own offer. But now, at the final item, not acquiring it would render the day incomplete, particularly with a rival like Shen Tefeng in the mix. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Tian replied, 110 million. Shintu Feng's expression darkened, his gaze icy. Tang Tian remained unfazed, ignoring him entirely. 115 million. Shintu Feng declared, seemingly resolute in his pursuit. Yet Tang Tian had no intention of relinquishing this opportunity, boldly announcing a staggering figure, 500 million. The crowd erupted in disbelief. What madness is this? 500 million for a mere segment of Tingyun branch? Such extravagance is beyond our comprehension. It was clear why the elite were called the elite. Finally, someone had placed a bid, and the spectacle of power struggle was captivating. However, Shintu Feng appeared increasingly distressed. Hearing the murmurs, his face contorted with rage. Tang Tian, what is your intent? He bellowed. Tang Tian did not even glance his way. Responding coolly, is there a problem? Shintu Feng, fuming, retorted, did you not proclaim that you would cease bidding if someone surpassed your offer? Why the sudden change? Tang Tian replied, change? What do you mean? Shintu Feng pressed, you've raised your bid twice. Are you deliberately provoking me? Tang Tian asked, and what of it? Shintu Feng's frustration boiled over. You. As the saying goes, when one finds it futile to engage in debate with a fool, the best course of action is to infuriate them. Shintu Feng was indeed livid, his hair standing on end as he leaped towards Tang Tian, unleashing the full force of his gold core stage aura. However, Gu Xiaoxue was already positioned in front of Tang Tian, absorbing the entire pressure with ease. Being unable to afford it is nothing to be ashamed of. No need to resort to such desperation, Tang Tian remarked, unperturbed. Shintu Feng's face turned crimson. Is wealth all that matters? Do you truly believe you possess great power? Compared to the true elite, you are nothing more than an ant. Tang Tian chuckled. You mentioned those elites. Not you. Shintu Feng's expression soured, and he gestured for his guards to shield him from Tang Tian, declaring, you are far too arrogant. Do you think that wealth grants you everything? I will see to it that you leave empty-handed today. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms and reclining leisurely. This man had clearly lost his composure. He was merely a guest today, and his only obligation was to pay. Whether he acquired the item was the responsibility of the host, Shanchuan Garden. There was no need to concern himself with Shintu Feng. The host, sensing the escalating tension, interjected. Young Master Shintu, your actions may be somewhat inappropriate. This is Shanchuan Garden. Please allow for some decorum. Yet Shintu Feng paid no heed, retorting, what about my dignity? Do not forget that I represent Master Lu. When Shintu Feng invoked Master Lu's name, many faces in the room turned pale, including the host, who fell silent. Unable to further persuade him, Tang Tian furrowed his brow. Master Lu seemed to carry considerable weight. Just as he pondered this, a refined voice resonated. Since when did you come to represent Lu Chang'e? Shall I visit him to inquire? A young man in a flowing white robe gracefully descended from afar, flanked by several individuals clad in core disciple garb. Yet, the aura emanating from these disciples was markedly obscure, even more formidable than Gu Xiaoxue's. Chapter 29. The retainers. When the young man dressed in white made his appearance, an immediate hush fell over the gathering at the Qijin Association. Almost all the honorary disciples exhibited expressions of astonishment, and even Shintu Feng's countenance shifted, his previously furious demeanor abruptly tempered. The person in charge quickly approached, respectfully addressing him as young Master Jingheng. Jingheng nodded slightly, then turned his gaze towards Shintu Feng, remarking coolly, I truly fail to comprehend why Lu Chang'e would take an interest in you. With just a few words, others can throw you off balance. What a worthless individual you are. Shintu Feng's face drained of color, yet he dared not utter another word, repeatedly apologizing. I have lost my composure. He continued, young Master Jing, your magnanimity is appreciated. I hope you can overlook this. Jingheng regarded him with an expressionless gaze until Shintu Feng was drenched in cold sweat, at which point he slowly said, leave. From today onward, do not let me see you at Dongfeng again. Shintu Feng felt as though a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. After another round of apologies, he fled the Shanchuan Garden in a panic. Observing this dramatic turn of events, Tang Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully. This Jingheng seemed to be quite a significant figure indeed. Once Shintu Feng had departed, Jingheng resumed his affable demeanor, addressing the honorary disciples present. An unpleasant incident has occurred, and we at Shanchuan Garden are at fault. Please, continue to enjoy yourselves. All expenses will be covered by us. Jingheng's inherent charm was well received, prompting the attendees to express their understanding. And the atmosphere of the gathering returned to its original, even more joyous state. After speaking, Jingheng took the Tingyun branch from the person in charge and personally presented it to Tang Tian. Having long heard of Tang Xiao's esteemed reputation, he found him indeed remarkable upon their meeting. Jingheng smiled. The earlier incident was due to our mismanagement. I hope you can overlook it. Consider this Tingyun branch as my apology to you. Tang Tian rose, accepting the Tingyun branch with a slight smile. I prefer transactions to be straightforward. He then produced a piece of spiritual jade and handed it over. Jingheng did not decline further, accepting the jade and remarking, Tang Xiao is indeed generous. Today's events were rather abrupt. I hope you do not take offense. You are always welcome to visit Dongfeng, granting me the opportunity to extend my hospitality. Jingheng's politeness was overwhelming, and Tang Tian assured him he would certainly visit next time. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries before Jingheng took his leave, refraining from probing into Tang Tian's affairs or any matters of mutual interest. The phrase, "a gentleman's friendship is as insipid as water," was embodied flawlessly in his actions. As Jingheng departed, the Qijin Association concluded, and the attendees resumed their leisure in the garden, discussing the day's occurrences. Tang Tian and Wang Ziyu returned to their pavilion. I never expected him to come, Wang Ziyu remarked while fanning herself. Jingheng? Tang Tian inquired. Wang Ziyu nodded. He is the most powerful honorary disciple at Dongfeng and among the strongest in our Qingwei sect. Even the peak master must treat him with utmost courtesy. Tang Tian was taken aback. Jingheng was also an honorary disciple? It seemed there was indeed a vast disparity among the honorary disciples. Why would someone so formidable choose to remain an honorary disciple? Tang Tian asked, perplexed. Wang Ziyu chuckled. Do you remember the 3 types of people I mentioned earlier? Among honorary disciples, there are those from illustrious families, possessing remarkable wealth and exceptional abilities, rivaling the top core disciples. Those who choose to become honorary disciples have their own diverse motives. Young Master Jingheng belongs to this category, and he is among the most elite. What is Jingheng's motive? Tang Tian queried. Wang Ziyu replied, I do not know. The endeavors of such individuals are on a different level from those of ordinary honorary disciples. However, I can tell you that at Dongfeng, Jingheng's status is second only to the peak master, and he can even influence elder appointments. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, a flicker of understanding igniting within him. There must certainly be matters of authority involved. After a moment's thought, he asked, are there other similar figures in the Qingwei sect? It was essential to clarify this to avoid inadvertently entangling himself in future complications. Indeed, Wang Ziyu replied with a smile. Within the Qingwei sect, there are 5 prominent young masters and 2 distinguished young ladies, all of whom are of Jingheng's caliber. They are referred to as Dongjing, Beiguan, Shidu, Nanfeng Machin, and Zhufeng Lutian. Dongjing is Dongfeng Jingheng. Beiguan is Beifeng Guanmeng. Shidu is Shifeng Du Yuanqing. Nanfeng is the domain of the 2 young ladies. Imo Xiaoxiao and Chen Siyo, they share a close bond and coexist harmoniously. Zhufeng consists of Lu Chang'e and Tian Yasheng, who are the 2 most powerful honorary disciples in the Qingwei sect. Tang Tian fell silent, astonished by the sheer number of individuals of Jingheng's stature. It seemed that the influence of the 5 young masters and 2 young ladies nearly dominated the entire Qingwei sect. Did the sect truly remain unconcerned while allowing them to wield such immense power? There must be intricate relationships at play that he was unaware of. Is the sect not worried? Tang Tian ventured cautiously. Wang Ziyu chuckled. Worried about what? Regardless, they are all members of the Qingwei sect. In gaining power, they also shoulder a significant portion of responsibility. It is a reciprocal relationship. The Qingwei sect is not a small sect in the traditional sense. Its scale ensures it cannot be as pure as some other sections. The principle of to be open is better than to be closed is likely something you understand, Tang brother. Tang Tian nodded slightly. He began to grasp the operational dynamics of the Qingwei sect. His only lingering question was what foundation the sect possessed to feel secure against the deliberate infiltration of opposing forces. Perhaps he would need to delve deeper to uncover this mystery. Shaking off these tangled thoughts, Tang Tian recalled another matter. Wang brother, you mentioned earlier that Jingheng is also an honorary disciple. Why, then, do those guards around him appear to possess strength far beyond the golden core stage? When Jingheng arrived, he had several core disciples accompanying him, yet the aura they exuded was several times more formidable than Gu Xiaoxu's. Isn't it said that only peak golden core disciples can be hired? Wang Ziyu provided clarification. They are not guards. They hold a different status, retainers. Tang Tian was taken aback. What does that entail? Wang Ziyu explained. Honorary disciples and guards are in an employment relationship. Guards must sacrifice a portion of their freedom and strictly adhere to the regulations set forth in the guard code. However, retainers are different. They share an equal relationship with honorary disciples, enjoying full freedom. As long as both parties reach an agreement and register in the merit hall, it is sufficient. The remuneration for retainers is also negotiated directly between the 2 parties, with the sect remaining uninvolved. Tang Tian inquired, is there no restriction on strength? Wang Ziyu nodded. No restrictions on strength. As long as you possess the capability, you could even have the young master as your retainer, though that is highly unlikely. Generally speaking, retainers possess strength above the nascent soul stage. In fact, honorary disciples of your level, like you, typically have numerous retainers. Tang Tian fell into contemplation. He had not anticipated such an arrangement. He had been considering that once Gu Xiaoxue broke through to the nascent soul stage, he would need to seek out additional guards. Finding a suitable candidate would not be easy. However, perhaps it is time to discuss with her the possibility of becoming my disciple, allowing her to remain with me. Moreover, it is also time to recruit a few more individuals. Chapter 30. Farewell, Zhongyang. During this period of time, Tang Tian realized that having only Gu Xiaoxue as a protector was somewhat insufficient. Wherever he went, she had to accompany him. Often, when attending to trivial matters or gathering information, she was entirely responsible. Although Gu Xiaoxue never voiced any objections and approached every task with utmost seriousness, Tang Tian felt it was not quite right. After all, she was merely a protector, and it was unreasonable to burden her with everything. Furthermore, she was a prodigy of innate talent. Such potential should not be wasted. Thus, Tang Tian had been contemplating finding a few more individuals to share the mundane responsibilities. However, he was reluctant to seek cultivators at the golden core stage, so he had temporarily set this idea aside. Fortunately, since the sect has the position of disciple, the situation could be resolved easily. Must one personally engage with potential disciples? Tang Tian inquired. Wang Ziyu responded, personal engagement is indeed the best approach, as it allows both parties to better understand each other. However, if time and energy are lacking, one could consider posting a recruitment notice in the Merit Hall's honorary chamber. After specifying the requirements, the sect will assist in finding suitable candidates. That said, this option will require a considerable amount of spirit stones. Tang Tian felt relieved. He was not averse to spending spirit stones as long as he did not have to search diligently himself. Thank you for the information, Brother Wang, Tang Tian said with a respectful gesture. Today, he had learned a great deal from Wang Ziyu about matters he had previously been unaware of. Wang Ziyu waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. It is my first encounter with someone I resonate with so well. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, invite me to your Zizhu courtyard for a visit someday. That place has never been opened for rent, and I have yet to see it. Tang Tian smiled. You are most welcome. Time swiftly passed to the afternoon. With the conclusion of the Rare Treasures Conference, Tang Tian departed from the Shanchuan Garden and parted ways with Wang Ziyu at the foot of the Eastern Peak. At this conference, Tang Tian undeniably took center stage. His demeanor and style of action had finally become known to the public. Most perceived him as a wealthy, free-spirited individual with a somewhat aloof character, one who stood apart from the crowd. Tang Tian was indifferent to this impression, as his only aim was to shed the air of mystery surrounding him. On the way back, Tang Tian suddenly asked, Xiaoxue, would you be willing to become my disciple? Gu Xiaoxue was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for this question. But I am still only at the golden core stage. I do not meet the standards for a disciple. Tang Tian chuckled. With your talent, it won't be long before you break through to the nascent soul stage. According to sect rules, our employment relationship will automatically cease at that point. Thus, I thought it prudent to inquire about your thoughts beforehand. Gu Xiaoxue responded with a slight "oh," and then, somewhat shyly, said, I haven't considered this matter yet. I chose to be a protector merely to earn some spirit stones to purchase a nascent soul pill. This reply surprised Tang Tian and left him feeling slightly disheartened. He had expected that, due to his protagonist aura, she would eagerly accept. It seemed he had overestimated the situation. Well, take your time to think it over, Tang Tian remarked, to which Gu Xiaoxue nodded in agreement. However, after a moment of silence, Gu Xiaoxue suddenly looked up and asked, do you wish for me to stay? Tang Tian was momentarily stunned but smiled and replied, of course. It has been quite pleasant spending time with you. Gu Xiaoxue lowered her head again and murmured, then, once I break through to the nascent soul stage, I will inform my senior sister. Tang Tian beamed with delight. It seemed his protagonist aura was still effective. The two soon arrived at the foot of the main peak. Tang Tian abruptly halted, pondering for a moment before saying, let us visit the Merit Hall. I will find a few disciples in advance, allowing you to focus on your cultivation and achieve your breakthrough to the nascent soul stage sooner. Gu Xiaoxue nodded gently. They then ascended the main peak and arrived at the magnificent Merit Hall. The hall was bustling with activity, as everyone busily attended to their tasks. At the center of the hall was the honorary chamber. Upon entering, Tang Tian thought for a moment, instructing Gu Xiaoxue to rest in the lobby while he proceeded alone to Elder Zhongyang's private room. Elder Zhong, it has been a while, Tang Tian greeted politely. Zhongyang looked up and, upon seeing Tang Tian, his eyes glimmered with a mysterious light. He then smiled and said, it is our young Master Tang. You have been quite the talk of the town these days. Everyone is saying that an extraordinary young master has emerged from our sect. Tang Tian hastened to say. In the presence of Elder Zhong, I dare not claim such titles. He then took a seat before Zhongyang. Renting a cultivation chamber is a luxury that cannot be dismissed. I don't entertain such modesty here. Speak plainly. What brings you today? Zhongyang inquired. Tang Tian, foregoing any pretense, expressed his thoughts. Disciples? Zhongyang raised an eyebrow, then chuckled. Are you dissatisfied with the protector I assigned to you? Tang Tian paused briefly before responding. On the contrary, I have yet to formally thank Elder Zhong. I am thoroughly pleased with that protector. She is remarkably obedient and meets all my requirements. Zhongyang narrowed his eyes slightly. Young man, I assigned you only one protector. I hope you are aware of certain matters. Tang Tian quickly assured him, of course. Thank you for the reminder, Elder Zhong. Zhongyang nodded and asked, if you are so satisfied, why then seek additional disciples? Tang Tian smiled lightly. No matter how satisfied one may be, familiarity can breed contempt. Furthermore, she is merely at the golden core stage and quite young. Thus, I wish to find a few stronger, more refined disciples. Zhongyang shook his head, pointing at Tang Tian. You, young man, are brimming with energy, lacking in restraint. However, there are not many constraints between a disciple and their employer. The conduct is relatively free. If you wish to develop this further, it will be up to you. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. That is naturally understood. Afterward, he produced a box of local specialties and handed it to Zhongyang. Inside were a full 100 top-quality spirit stones. Zhongyang's face lit up with joy as he accepted the gift, praising Tang Tian for his gratitude while attending to matters regarding the disciples. Tang Tian sat quietly, a gentle smile on his face. Yet, within, he understood that Zhongyang's decision to assign Gu Xiaoxue to him was driven by ulterior motives. From his observations during this time, a prodigy of innate talent was already considered one of the most elite within the Qinghua sect. Zhongyang could not possibly be unaware of Gu Xiaoxue's potential. Thus, his actions surely concealed other intentions. To thrust a prodigy into turmoil. Clearly, the Qinghua sect was not a benevolent place. Perhaps he had unwittingly become entangled in a brewing storm. Chapter 31. The interview before long. Zhongyang had addressed all matters at hand. Do you have any specific requirements? He inquired. Tang Tian pondered for a moment before replying. Above the nascent soul stage, with a personable disposition will suffice. Certainly, possessing an alluring physique is indeed preferable, as it is aesthetically pleasing. You understand. Zhongyang smiled knowingly and then remarked, I will do my utmost, but it is impossible to fulfill all your requests. The sect will only assist in facilitating connections for you. The ability to retain someone ultimately relies on your own efforts. Tang Tian nodded, realizing this was akin to a brokerage service. What about the brokerage fee? He nearly blurted out. Zhongyang replied, today, we will release the information, and starting tomorrow, individuals will likely seek you out. Once you have found a suitable candidate, inform me, and I will make the necessary arrangements to withdraw the information. Each individual that comes requires a deposit of 1 million spirit stones, serving as an introduction fee. If no agreement is reached, you will typically need to compensate the other party with 100,000 spirit stones for their time. Of course, if anyone attempts to exploit this for profit, simply inform me, and the sect will administer appropriate penalties. Tang Tian pondered for a moment, realizing that this arrangement resembled a job interview, albeit a compensated one. Indeed, this epitomizes an equitable relationship, unlike the companies of his previous life, which often exuded an air of superiority, leaving candidates in suspense regardless of the outcome. Understood. Tang Tian nodded, producing 100 exquisite spirit stones. I shall pay a portion of the introduction fee in advance. If it proves insufficient, I will supplement it later. Zhongyang smiled and nodded. One individual cost 1 million, and 100 exquisite spirit stones amounts to a significant sum. He doubted Tang Tian would dare to reclaim the remaining spirit stones once he secured a disciple. Having completed all formalities, Tang Tian exited the private chamber, accompanied by Gu Xiaoxue as they departed from the reputation hall. On the way, Tang Tian inquired, Xiaoxue, how did Elder Zhongyang come to find you? Gu Xiaoxue paused before responding. It was my senior sister who brought him. She mentioned that one should not remain secluded in the cave for cultivation, but should engage more with the outside world. Coincidentally, I needed to earn money to buy yuaning pills, so I sought out Elder Zhong. Tang Tian fell silent for a moment before asking again. Do you have a good relationship with your senior sister? Gu Xiaoxue smiled, of course. She is a direct disciple of the Elder and has cared for me immensely since I arrived on the mountain. Many aspects of cultivation and sect matters have been taught to me by her. Tang Tian remained contemplative. If this senior sister was so invested in Gu Xiaoxue, would she not be aware of Zhongyang's intentions in introducing her to him? At the very least, she should have inquired about him. What was her true motive? Tang Tian could not discern nor speculate. Yet he was certain that the senior sister's concern for Gu Xiaoxue was not as genuine as she believed. With a long sigh, he cleared his mind of these tangled thoughts. I have begun the search for disciples. During this time, focus on advancing to the Yuan-Ing realm. We shall address other matters after your breakthrough, Tang Tian advised. Gu Xiaoxue gently nodded. Upon returning to the purple bamboo courtyard, they shared a simple dinner, after which Gu Xiaoxue retreated to her room to enter seclusion. Tang Tian had initially intended for her to cultivate at the dojo, where there were Dao-level quiet rooms, making the process easier. However, Gu Xiaoxue insisted on staying at the purple bamboo courtyard, citing a preference for her own room's comfort. Unable to persuade her otherwise, he acquiesced. After all, before reaching the divine transformation stage, the difference between here and the Dao-level quiet rooms was indeed negligible. Once Gu Xiaoxue commenced her seclusion, Tang Tian contacted Wang Anning from the Fortune Pavilion, requesting him to bring more renovation materials the following day to prepare the remaining guest rooms. With new disciples arriving soon, it was essential to ensure everything was properly arranged. Regardless of other matters, Tang Tian's status necessitated maintaining a semblance of dignity. After completing these tasks, he returned to the main house to cultivate while awaiting the arrival of potential disciples. The next day, Wang Anning arrived early with the same high-quality renovation materials as before. After exchanging pleasantries, Tang Tian instructed him to leave the materials, allowing the disciples to decorate according to their preferences. After Wang Anning departed, approximately an hour later, the first candidate arrived for an interview. She was a striking core disciple, possessing mid-stage yuan in cultivation and radiating formidable energy. Upon arrival, she scanned Tang Tian thoroughly with her spiritual sense. Without uttering a word, he handed her 100,000 spirit stones, dismissing her to return from whence she came. Everyone is equal here. There is no need for her to adopt an air of superiority. After a while, another candidate arrived. This disciple was rather polite, engaging Tang Tian in a lengthy discussion. However, her numerous demands were unreasonable, leading to her eventual rejection. Tang Tian preferred to avoid troublesome individuals. Subsequently, another young cultivator arrived. But after their discussion, he still felt it was unsuitable, and Tang Tian courteously escorted him away. As the morning passed quietly, Tang Tian interviewed a total of 13 candidates. Yet none were deemed suitable. With a slight sigh, he began to understand the sentiments of those in human resources during recruitment. There certainly were many peculiar individuals. Some seemed drawn solely by his reputation, blatantly requesting sums in the tens of billions, leaving him both amused and exasperated, resulting in outright refusals. In the afternoon, candidates continued to arrive in droves. Perhaps this was the effect of fame. However, the influx of applicants bore fruit as Tang Tian finally encountered a promising candidate. Li Hong, a core disciple, was 28 years old and at the initial stage of divine transformation. He possessed a comprehensive understanding of the Sect's affairs and could assist Tang Tian with various external matters. His conditions were straightforward. He desired to be left undisturbed during his cultivation, preferring to communicate via messaging talismans when necessary, and would assist when available. Do you not reside in the purple bamboo courtyard? Tang Tian inquired. Li Hong chuckled, shaking his head. I prefer to remain in my own cave, even if its cultivation environment is inferior to the purple bamboo courtyard. I realize this may not align with the typical expectations of a disciple, but it is my personal conviction. This is why no one has sought to employ me as a disciple thus far, he admitted candidly. Tang Tian nodded, appreciating his forthrightness. His terms were reasonable. Tang Tian had no desire for ostentation or fuss during his travels, as long as matters were handled efficiently. Ultimately, they reached an agreement at a monthly salary of 10 million spirit stones, with the first 3 months serving as a probation period. If all went well, the salary would increase to 20 million thereafter. Given that he was a divine transformation cultivator, it was only natural that the remuneration would be substantial. When Tang Tian inquired why Li Hong did not rent a better cultivation environment, Li Hong replied with a smile, cultivation requires a dojo. A cave is merely a place to reside. Often, I may not return for extended periods. The greatest expenses in cultivation stem from pills and resources. As a cultivator without family support, I must exercise frugality. Tang Tian fell silent. The rapid accumulation of wealth had skewed his perception of ordinary cultivators in the cultivation realm. He had assumed that places like the purple bamboo courtyard could be easily rented without much thought. However, even a talent like Gu Xiaoxue utilized merely an exquisite spirit sword of the Xin grade. Welcome aboard, and I look forward to our fruitful collaboration. Tang Tian extended his hand. Li Hong reciprocated, officially marking the beginning of his role as Tang Tian's disciple. Chapter 32. Simultaneous breakthrough after signing the agreement. Li Hong proceeded to the reputation hall to register. In order to spare Tang Tian another trip, the process became remarkably convenient. With Li Hong present, some of the trivial matters could now be managed by someone else. However, Tang Tian still required a few trusted subordinates to ensure his safety at all times. Thus, the interviews continued. After meeting more than 20 diverse applicants, as dusk approached, Tang Tian finally found a suitable candidate, not one, but a pair. They were a set of young twins, the elder named Lan Yu and the younger, Lu Zhu. Both possessed exquisite features and slender figures. Yet their curves were ample where it mattered, making them a delight to behold together. Most importantly, Tang Tian was drawn to their demeanor, succinct, straightforward, and to the point. Furthermore, both had attained the late stage of the nascent soul, which could essentially guarantee safety during daily outings. Another consideration was that he had promised Zhongyang he would recruit a few beautiful women as his subordinates, a promise he intended to keep. This would further solidify his belief that Gu Xiaoxue had indeed fallen victim to his schemes. Ultimately, Tang Tian signed them on for a year, with a remuneration of 15 million each per month. Permanent subordinates naturally came at a different price than Li Hong. You may choose 2 guest rooms. I have materials for decoration, so feel free to arrange them according to your preferences, Tang Tian said. Lan Yu exchanged a glance with Lu Zhu before responding. 1 room is sufficient. Tang Tian was taken aback, but said nothing further, appreciating the saved expense of an additional guest room. After bringing them on board, he had no intention of recruiting more subordinates. The interviews had proven exhausting. He informed Li Hong to complete the remaining formalities. As night fell, with Lan Yu and Lu Zhu settled in, Tang Tian exhaled deeply and returned to his main residence, the Rare Treasure Society, the recruitment of subordinates. And all his endeavors were ultimately aimed at creating a sufficiently stable environment for his cultivation. Tang Tian understood that in the realm of cultivation, everything was ephemeral. Only strength held true significance. Entering the meditation chamber, Tang Tian sat cross-legged, swiftly entering a state of deep focus. 7 innate rings floated around his body, and beneath him, the small spiritual vein emitted a faint glow, with pure spiritual energy merging into his body with each breath. The chamber was enveloped in a hazy mist, emanating an invisible aura of nature, optimizing the cultivation environment to its peak. Before long, the barrier of the 11th level of Qi refining shattered, and Tang Tian successfully ascended to the 12th level. He slowly opened his eyes. In less than a month since his arrival, he had advanced from the 2nd level of Qi refining, breaking through 10 minor realms to reach the 12th level. Such speed would likely be unattainable even for a genius with 9 rings of talent. This remarkable progress was entirely due to the excellent cultivation environment he had cultivated and the ample supply of medicinal pills. Moreover, he had comprehended dozens of different techniques to a consummate level using his enlightenment points. Although most of these techniques were of lower rank, they provided him with a wealth of understanding of the Tao. Coupled with numerous discussions with Gu Xiaoxue, he had transformed significantly from the person he was a month prior. Yet, he felt it was still insufficient. The world was vast, filled with countless exceptional talents. To become a true powerhouse, he had a long journey ahead. Continuous investment in his cultivation was imperative. With that thought, Tang Tian closed his eyes once more, resuming his training. 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. Tang Tian's life returned to its previous routine, oscillating between the purple bamboo courtyard and the dojo. By day, he practiced in the Tao-level meditation chamber, and by night, he returned to the purple bamboo courtyard to consolidate his rapidly growing cultivation. Simultaneously, he had established a Tao-level meditation chamber for Lan Yu and Lu Zhu, who expressed their heartfelt gratitude. The results of 6 days of intense training were astounding. Tang Tian seemed to transform daily. He climbed to the 13th level of Qi refining in 3 days, and after another 3 days, he reached the pinnacle of Qi refining, preparing to break through to the foundation establishment stage. In the meditation chamber of the purple bamboo courtyard, Tang Tian sat with closed eyes, his aura fluctuating unpredictably, while the 7 innate rings trembled rapidly around him. Several exquisite porcelain vials lay before him, some already opened, releasing a delicate fragrance. Had Qin Hai been present, he would have recognized them as the foundation establishment pills he sold to Tang Tian. Having ingested several vials of pills, Tang Tian's internal spiritual energy peaked. The turbulent energy surged chaotically, ultimately converging within his dantian. At the very center of the dantian, a vortex spun rapidly, contracting as it revolved. The closer one approached the center, the denser the spiritual energy became. Some even transformed into liquid, creating clusters of luminous droplets resembling stars. As the vortex reached its maximum rotation speed, a brilliant light erupted within the dantian, unleashing a formidable aura that swept through the entire meditation chamber. All the spiritual energy transformed from a gaseous state into liquid, coalescing into a shallow lake, suspended within the Tang Tian, gradually calming. The 7 innate rings surrounding Tang Tian also stabilized, ceasing their tremors. As the aura contracted, Tang Tian opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within them. He had finally broken through to the foundation establishment stage. He released a long breath. A month of effort had culminated in this significant achievement. The foundation establishment stage represented the chasm between inner disciples and outer disciples. Successfully stepping into this realm indicated his formal entry into the upper echelon of Qingwei Sect, marking the commencement of his path as a cultivator. Lin Yu had only reached the peak of foundation establishment. At this pace, it wouldn't be long before he surpassed her entirely. Tang Tian familiarized himself with the sensations of his breakthrough. It was a transformative elevation, enhancing his overall strength to more than tenfold compared to the 13th level of qi refining. The feeling of helplessness was gone, replaced by an intoxicating sense of power. In a moment of exuberance, Tang Tian resolved to explore the pinnacle of cultivation. What breathtaking vistas awaited him. In high spirits, he set his ambitious goals. Having entered the realm of cultivation, accompanied by dual systems, how could he settle for anything less than reaching the summit? He had the confidence and the foundation to do so. With dual systems by his side, the world was his for the taking. However, just as Tang Tian was enveloped in this exhilarating aura, a powerful force suddenly erupted within the purple bamboo courtyard. Even from within the meditation chamber, he could distinctly feel it. Hastily, Tang Tian stepped out of his room, pinpointing the source of the energy surge, Gu Xiaoxue's room. This girl had also made a breakthrough? A look of surprise crossed Tang Tian's face. Chapter 33. 1 billion monthly, a fierce storm of spiritual energy formed a massive vortex suspended above the purple bamboo courtyard, with its center directly over Gu Xiaoxue's room. A torrent of spiritual energy surged into her chamber like a colossal funnel. Tang Tian stood still, absorbing the overwhelming flow of energy. The commotion attracted Lan Yu and Lu Zhu, who emerged with expressions of astonishment as they gazed at Gu Xiaoxue's small abode. How powerful! Lan Yu murmured softly. Stronger than us, Lu Zhu echoed. Tang Tian's curiosity piqued as he asked, wasn't it like this when you two broke through? Through the past few days of interaction, Tang Tian had learned that both sisters possessed exceptional nine-ring talent. He sought to understand the disparity between nine-ring talent and that of a congenital prodigy. No, not at all, the sisters replied in unison. Tang Tian gradually grew accustomed to their manner of speech. Listening to their responses, he gained a preliminary understanding of Gu Xiaoxue's extraordinary talent, which was undoubtedly a remarkable force to be reckoned with. The spiritual vortex lasted for approximately the duration of a burning incense stick, when suddenly, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from Gu Xiaoxue's room, causing Tang Tian to instinctively take 2 steps back. Yet, in the blink of an eye, everything returned to an intangible state. She had broken through. A surge of joy filled Tang Tian's heart as he stepped forward and arrived at the doorway of Gu Xiaoxue's room. Just then, Gu Xiaoxue, who had just achieved her breakthrough, rushed out, her face flushed and brimming with excitement. I did it, she exclaimed upon seeing Tang Tian, her voice filled with uncontainable joy. Tang Tian replied with a smile, congratulations. That was rather swift. I thought you would be in seclusion for at least a month. Gu Xiaoxue approached him and said, I really don't know. I just managed to elevate my cultivation to the great perfection of the golden core, but for some unknown reason, the transition to the nascent soul was remarkably smooth, encountering virtually no obstacles. And then, I inexplicably succeeded in breaking through. Tang Tian fell into silence, pondering the mysterious nature of her breakthrough. Was this the world of top-tier geniuses? Was her previous advancement similar? He inquired. Gu Xiaoxue shook her head. No. Breakthroughs in the past always required considerable effort, but this time it felt as effortless as water flowing downhill, and I didn't even use a nascent soul pill. Tang Tian was astonished. Such circumstances were indeed rare. Wasn't it supposed to be increasingly difficult to break through at higher realms? Why did it seem to reverse for her? He contemplated the matter but found no suitable answers, ultimately attributing it to Gu Xiaoxue's innate talent. Once he succeeded in acquiring the innate talent of the primal child, he would surely understand. Shaking his head to dispel those thoughts, Tang Tian congratulated her again. Congratulations on your advancement. Now, our protective agreement is automatically dissolved. What do you plan to do next? Gu Xiaoxue smiled shyly and said, actually, during my seclusion, I thought carefully. The time I spent with you has been the most relaxing since I entered the sect. Therefore, I have decided. She raised her head to finish her thought, but suddenly noticed 2 other figures. Oh, who are they? Tang Tian turned to look and chuckled. Oh, those are our guests. I just accepted them a few days ago. Come, let me introduce you. With that, Tang Tian led Gu Xiaoxue to meet Lan Yu and El Zhu, and they exchanged friendly greetings. Although they were all core disciples of Qinghua Sect, they had never met due to the sect's vastness. With tens of thousands of core disciples, it was impossible to recognize them all, especially for someone like Gu Xiaoxue, who focused solely on her cultivation. You're amazing, very impressive, Lan Yu and El Zhu remarked. Gu Xiaoxue surveyed them, then glanced down at herself, murmuring, not at all. You are both far more capable than I. After the introductions, Tang Tian smiled and said, from now on, we will all be in the same courtyard, so let us look out for each other. By the way, what were you saying about your decision? Tang Tian inquired. Gu Xiaoxue replied, oh, I meant, I've decided to go speak with my senior sister now and see if I should continue as a guest. Tang Tian chuckled, no need to rush. You've just broken through. Wait until you've rested a bit. Gu Xiaoxue shook her head. No, I prefer to go now. You, wait for my news. With that, she bowed to Tang Tian and turned to leave the Zijou courtyard. Is she in such a hurry? Tang Tian wondered, sensing a sudden shift in Gu Xiaoxue's emotions, which seemed to have dimmed for some reason. He shook his head, sending Lan Yu and El Zhu back, and then sat by the ancient well, awaiting Gu Xiaoxue's return. It shouldn't take long. However, just as he settled down, the formation outside the courtyard was activated, and a familiar figure swiftly returned. Did you forget something? Tang Tian asked. Gu Xiaoxue seemed to regain her previous demeanor, exclaiming, no? While I was outside, I happened to encounter my senior sister passing by, and we've already discussed it, she said. Tang Tian was taken aback. What a coincidence. He scrutinized her, suspecting that she was hiding something, for she was not one to lie. Nevertheless, he was more interested in the outcome. And then, what was the result? Gu Xiaoxue grinned. My senior sister said I would definitely need more cultivation resources in the future. Relying solely on myself would be far from sufficient. Therefore, it would be better to choose to remain a guest. Tang Tian's face lit up. Is that so? Your senior sister is quite insightful. Come, sit down. Let us discuss your remuneration. Gu Xiaoxue obediently took a seat, looking around before asking, what about our guest? She emphasized the word our slightly. Tang Tian, oblivious to her tone, replied, I sent them back to their room, the one opposite you. After all, they are guests. I cannot have them following me around all the time. Gu Xiaoxue nodded, propping her arms on the stone table, resting her chin on her hands, and displaying a silly grin. What else with the silly smile? Tang Tian glanced at her and continued, regarding your remuneration, this is my proposal. Typically, a guest at the initial stage of the nascent soul receives no more than 10 million spirit jade per month. However, given that you are only 15 and your situation is quite special, I believe it should be at least 50 million. Moreover, your profound understanding of cultivation has greatly assisted me, which adds another 50 million. Achieving the nascent soul at 15 promises a brilliant future. And you will undoubtedly become a pillar of Qinghua Sect, so I think 500 million is not excessive. Additionally, your talent will reflect well on me. So let us set your remuneration at 1 billion per month. What do you think? Do you have any objections? Gu Xiaoxue appeared stunned. It seems you've already laid it all out for me. 1 billion is too extravagant. I really don't feel I'm particularly special. You can treat me as an ordinary guest. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. That is not acceptable. Each person is worth their own price. It's set at 1 billion. While speaking, Tang Tian monitored the system's response. To his astonishment, the system actually endorsed this exorbitant transaction. Did it also believe Gu Xiaoxue was worth that amount? His mind reeled. 1 trillion. A warning chime from the system echoed in his mind. Please refrain from challenging the system's limits. Tang Tian sighed. All right, 1 billion it is. Let us set the term for 1 year. Now, let us finalize the agreement. In the end, under Tang Tian's insistence, they signed a 1-year guest agreement at the rate of 1 billion spirit jade per month. He left the remaining administrative matters to Li Hong, avoiding a trip himself, as he had no desire to encounter the greedy and ill-intentioned Zhongyang. After the transaction was completed, a staggering sum of 120 billion was credited to Tang Tian's account. And he also earned 120,000 consumption points. A mutually beneficial arrangement indeed. Tang Tian was exceedingly pleased, and Gu Xiaoxue appeared equally delighted. Indeed, over 10 billion spirit jade is sufficient for a cultivator at the nascent soul stage to smoothly advance to the tribulation stage. After this joyous occasion, Tang Tian returned to his previous life. That very night, he spent 1 million consumption points to exchange for a 7th grade physique, the Celestial Crane physique. This physique, while not bestowing upon him any secret arts or inheritances, endowed him with unique qualities inherent to the Celestial Crane. The most pronounced of these was an enhanced affinity with nature, facilitating a more effortless cultivation process and further accelerating Tang Tian's progress. In just a few days, his foundational cultivation had firmly stabilized and was steadily advancing towards the mid-foundation stage. A few days later, Wang Ziyu came to visit. Tang Tian warmly invited him in, and they engaged in light-hearted conversation about amusing events within their sect. Upon seeing the two sisters, Lan Yu and Lu Zhu, Wang Ziyu expressed his admiration, exclaiming, "Brother Tang, your taste remains as impeccable as ever." Tang Tian did not deny this. The more the external world's perception of him diverged from reality, the safer his own situation would be. "Ah, so this is how the purple bamboo courtyard appears," Wang Ziyu remarked. "Brother Tang, I must say, you stumbled upon quite a fortune. Just the ancient well of thought alone surpasses this price." Tang Tian was taken aback. "Then why has anyone rented it before?" Wang Ziyu chuckled. "The purple bamboo courtyard has only recently opened. Few were aware of its specifics. Those who did know were often uninterested, preferring better locations. Moreover, I suspect many did not realize that the ancient well of thought had matured to its current state." Tang Tian stroked his chin. "You seem quite knowledgeable about the purple bamboo courtyard." Wang Ziyu nodded. "I had heard of it by chance before. This bamboo grove originally belonged to a figure known as the Bamboo Grove Taoist, who planted each of those purple bamboos himself. He also built the purple bamboo courtyard, subsequently retreating into seclusion here." Tang Tian furrowed his brow. "And what became of him?" Wang Ziyu sighed softly. "He perished over 100 years ago amidst a struggle for power. Later, the Qinghua sect sealed this place until it was recently reopened to the public." Tang Tian fell silent, astonished to learn of such a history surrounding the purple bamboo courtyard. The Bamboo Grove Taoist must have been a person of peace, as evidenced by the courtyard's serene decor, clearly intended for a tranquil retirement. It was lamentable that such a person could fall victim to the strife of power. "You even know these details?" Tang Tian asked, intrigued. Through their interactions, he found Wang Ziyu to be a veritable fountain of knowledge, seemingly well-versed in all matters. "I have a keen interest in ancient affairs," Wang Ziyu replied with a smile. "Cultivation is also a form of living, though it appears transcendental. It remains within the realm of life. Engaging in daily rigorous training can lead to a loss of life's joys. Occasionally stepping outside to observe the world can serve as a unique form of cultivation." Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such philosophical words to come from Wang Ziyu. Indeed, each individual possesses a distinct understanding of cultivation. Some revel in the company of others, while others prefer solitary endeavors. There is no absolute right or wrong. One must simply focus on their own path. "By the way, there will be an exciting event in a couple of days. Would you care to witness it, Brother Tang?" Wang Ziyu inquired. Tang Tian paused. "What event?" Wang Ziyu shook his head. "You truly are oblivious to the world outside your window. The first assessment for inner disciples is about to commence this year. I've heard it will be quite intense. Are you not aware?" Tang Tian was genuinely surprised. He had not known of this event. The Qinghua sect's inner disciple assessments occur 4 times a year, with one held at the end of each season. This event is one of the most anticipated occasions in the sect, drawing numerous elders and disciples to witness the spectacle. Eager to discover any talented disciples worth noting, the future of the sect. Contemplating this, Tang Tian recalled his status as an outer disciple. Once he breaks through to the foundational stage, he would be eligible to participate in the inner disciple assessment. "Aren't you interested, Brother Tang?" Wang Ziyu asked. Noticing Tang Tian's silence, Tang Tian smiled. "I'm not particularly fond of crowds. However, you are correct. Occasionally stepping out can serve as a unique form of cultivation." Wang Ziyu laughed. "Exactly. What is the point of staying cooped up at home? While those disciples may only be at the foundational stage, watching their battles can be quite entertaining, and you might even identify some promising talents." Tang Tian rubbed his nose. "So, in this case, I would be the one being observed." Wang Ziyu replied. "Precisely." Tang Tian resolved to participate in the inner disciple assessment. Though his status as an honorary disciple already afforded him a position above that of inner disciples, he harbored an inexplicable obsession. Honorary titles were mere illusions. Only being an inner or core disciple constituted a tangible identity. "I apologize. I am unaware of your true strength," Wang Ziyu said awkwardly. Tang Tian smiled reassuringly and proceeded to inquire about the specifics of the upcoming assessment. The Qinghua sect's inner disciple assessment is divided into 5 major regions: East Peak, West Peak, South Peak, North Peak, and the Main Peak, each operating independently. This division is necessitated by the overwhelming number of participants, as separating them facilitates smoother proceedings. Tang Tian, situated at the foot of the South Peak, would thus be assessed in that region. The assessment content varies each year, according to Wang Ziyu. The spring assessment for the South Peak is termed the Flag Capture Battle. They have designated an expansive area and placed various flags within it. As long as a participant can successfully defend their flag until the conclusion of the assessment, they will pass and advance to become an inner disciple. The flags are categorized into 4 types: copper flag, silver flag, gold flag, and king flag. Each flag allows for ascension to inner disciple status. Yet the additional rewards vary by flag type, the copper flag being the least prestigious and the king flag the most esteemed. Furthermore, the better the flag obtained, the more likely one is to attract the attention of the sect, with the possibility of being accepted as a direct disciple by powerful elders. Wang Ziyu elaborated. Tang Tian nodded thoughtfully. This system effectively filters strength and weakness, and the process will undoubtedly be fiercely competitive. Do you have any goals, Brother Tang? Wang Ziyu asked with a smile. Tang Tian pondered before inquiring, are special means permitted? If money can solve the problem, then all is negotiable. If not, then I'll settle for a copper flag. Passing the assessment is all that matters. Wang Ziyu understood Tang Tian's implication and waved his fan. The rules prohibit forming alliances. However, I believe that under the lure of substantial rewards, brave souls will emerge. But be prepared, Brother Tang. There is only one king flag, and without sufficient investment, acquiring it will be quite challenging. Tang Tian chuckled. That's fine. Matters solvable with money are hardly matters at all. Wang Ziyu laughed heartily, already envisioning the scene of the upcoming inner disciple assessment. Chapter 35, 100 million bounty 4 days later. The first inner disciple assessment of the year commenced with great fervor. This rare event attracted a multitude of participants, including inner and core disciples, as well as various honorary disciples and elders, all eager to witness which exceptional talents would emerge this time. In the early morning, at the purple bamboo courtyard. Early in the morning, Tang Tian awoke, and after completing his morning routine, he called upon the sisters Gu Xiaoxue and Lan Yu, while also sending a message to Li Hong before departing from Zijulin. Ascending the Nan Peak, he encountered numerous disciples of Qinghua sect heading in the same direction, predominantly those attending or participating in the inner sect examination. The examination site on Nan Peak was nestled within a dense forest at the back mountain. By the time Tang Tian arrived, the area was already teeming with people. Above their heads, 10 massive light screens hovered, displaying various scenes from within the forest. Li Hong had arrived earlier and had meticulously organized a wealth of information regarding the examination, including the rules, the strength of the competing disciples, and the observing elders, leaving no detail overlooked. Over 1,700 disciples were participating in the examination, yet historically, only about half succeeded in passing. The number of flags reflected this reality. There were 800 copper flags, 100 silver flags, and only 10 gold flags. The strongest, the king flag, was singular. Li Hong remarked, in total, there are 911 flags. This means only a little over 900 can become inner sect disciples. Are special methods allowed to interfere with the competition? Tang Tian inquired. Li Hong responded, the rules do not specify otherwise. They only prohibit forming groups during the examination. If any group behavior is detected, qualifications will be revoked. After pondering for a moment, Tang Tian said, disperse the news for me. If anyone can help me acquire the king flag and then pass it to me at the end, I will offer 100 million spirit jade. Li Hong's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother Tang, are you certain? 100 million spirit jade would drive the early-stage foundation disciples into a frenzy. Tang Tian shrugged. Whether they go mad or not is irrelevant. My only concern is whether this will provoke the elders, leading them to intervene. Li Hong furrowed his brow for a moment before replying, I doubt it. This is not explicitly forbidden by the rules, and once such a bounty is announced, the competition will inevitably intensify, allowing the elders to better discern the true strength of the participants. Therefore, they are unlikely to intervene. Tang Tian nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Furthermore, there was an unspoken benefit to this bounty. It would reveal certain disciples' characters, which the elders would find advantageous. As for fairness, well, this world is inherently unequal, and as long as their own interests are not affected, no one will voice dissent. Let us proceed with this plan, Tang Tian declared. Soon after, Li Hong set off to spread the word. Before long, a ripple of excitement surged through the crowd as many conversed, their expression shifting to disbelief as they turned their gazes toward Tang Tian. He sat leisurely, unconcerned about the turbulence his actions would create. This was precisely what his position entailed. If he were to rely solely on his strength to vie against other disciples, it would indeed seem peculiar. Moments later, a familiar figure approached, Wang Ziyu. Brother Tang, what a bold move. 100 million spirit jade. The disciples are practically going mad. Already scheming on how to obtain the king flag, he lamented. Tang Tian smiled slightly. With so many people, competing will be too troublesome. I just wanted a quick snack before coming out. Wang Ziyu shook his head repeatedly. Don't mention snacks. It's too disheartening. Tang Tian chuckled and invited him to sit beside him. What reactions have the elders shown? He inquired, genuinely curious. Wang Ziyu scoffed. What reactions could they have? They would relish the added excitement to the event. However, with this, you've certainly made a name for yourself on Nan Peak. No one has ever casually tossed around 100 million spirit jade during an intersect examination. Tang Tian smiled but remained silent. Such notoriety had been achieved. The two engaged in casual conversation, with Wang Ziyu introducing significant figures present that day. That white-bearded elder is Yun Xiangqi, the Grand Elder of Nan Peak. In existence at the peak of the tribulation stage, he generally handles all matters concerning Nan Peak. Tang Tian observed that Yun Xiangqi sat at the highest point, meditating with an air of authority, surrounded by several other elders. Just as Tang Tian was watching, Yun Xiangqi suddenly opened his eyes and cast a fleeting glance in their direction, devoid of any emotion. Tang Tian quickly averted his gaze. This old monster possessed an exceptionally keen sense. It's nothing. Elder Yun appears stern, but he is quite principled. As long as one does not violate sect rules, he will not concern himself, Wang Ziyu remarked with a smile. He then pointed to another figure. The one in black is one of Nan Peak's two prominent ladies. Imo Xiaoxiao. She has a rather peculiar temperament, prone to mood swings. It's best to keep your distance. Tang Tian glanced over to see Imo Xiaoxiao clad in a black dress, sitting alone atop a protruding rock, accompanied by several black-clad cultivators who seemed to be her attendants. And the other? Tang Tian asked. Wang Ziyu replied, Chen Xiao rarely makes appearances. Imo Xiaoxiao handles external affairs. Do not underestimate them if the two prominent ladies join forces. Even Lu Chang'e must treat them with some respect. Their status on Nan Peak is nearly equal to that of Elder Yun. Tang Tian sighed. These individuals were among the elite of Qingyue Sect and should not be approached lightly. After some time, the examination for the inner sect disciples finally commenced. Tang Tian joined the ranks of the participants, yet wherever he stood, he remained the focal point of the day. 100 million spirit jade. I am determined to claim it. Someone boldly proclaimed, only to be met with many eyes locking onto him, marking him as the primary contender in the examination. With the Grand Elder Yun Xiangqi's announcement, the examination officially began. The 10 massive light screens displayed various scenes, each representing different areas within the forest. Following the elder's command, Tang Tian and several other participants charged into the forest before them. Chapter 36. Ignorant and foolish. Once all participants entered the forest, their figures immediately appeared on the light screens. Who will emerge victorious this time? Who will claim the top spot? This is truly a gathering of heroes, someone exclaimed. Yet, they were soon met with many disapproving looks. What are you lamenting for? Historically speaking, does anyone truly believe they can win the king flag today? That S100 million spirit jade. How regrettable that I passed the examination last year. He sighed repeatedly. However, another person laughed. Don't sigh. Even if you participated, the king flag wouldn't be yours. I truly don't understand why someone who ascended with a copper flag possesses such confidence. The crowd buzzed with chatter. The influence of 100 million spirit jade being undeniably significant. At that moment, Gu Xiaoxue and Lan Yu were attentively observing the scenes from the forest, searching for Tang Tian's figure. Suddenly, Lan Yu softly asked, why is Brother Tang doing this? He clearly possesses sufficient strength. Recently, Tang Tian had frequently engaged in discussions with them, occasionally sharing insights through practical combat. They were well aware of Tang Tian's true capabilities in the foundation stage. Few could rival him. Considering this, Gu Xiaoxue reflected before responding, he is inherently more low-key. Though it may appear ostentatious, with transactions amounting to millions, there exists an undeniable subtlety in certain matters. Lan Yu pondered, struggling to comprehend the essence of these words. Could Tang Tian truly be described as low-key? She began to doubt her understanding of this term. Regardless, he possesses his own methodology. We need only to fulfill our respective duties without indulging in baseless speculation. Gu Xiaoxue remarked. Lan Yu nodded, finding solace in the clarity of her statement. Gu Xiaoxue exhaled softly, despite being older and more powerful. These two sisters often sought her guidance in various matters. She could not fathom the reason for this dynamic. However, she soon set aside her musings as Tang Tian's figure materialized upon the luminous screen. In the vast expanse of the dense forest, Tang Tian ambled forward. Though the woodland was expansive, the flags deployed were not few, making the search manageable. He intended to casually acquire a flag to avoid unforeseen circumstances that might jeopardize his qualification for promotion. After wandering aimlessly for a while, Tang Tian keenly sensed an unusual fluctuation of mystical energy emanating from within a great tree. How effortless. He approached, delicately sweeping his fingers, causing a section of the bark to gradually reveal a bronze flag. Task accomplished. Tang Tian reached out to retrieve the bronze flag, but at that moment, a cold voice emanated from behind him. "Put it down. That belongs to me." Tang Tian turned to find a woman with a stern visage, her foundational cultivation level unmistakably radiating. This did not surprise Tang Tian. There are always those who remain untempted by wealth or possess a clear self-awareness regarding their limitations. Yet, he did not anticipate someone would confront him so swiftly. "I obtained it first," Tang Tian replied with a faint smile. The woman scoffed. "This is not merely a matter of who arrived first." Tang Tian shook his head. "Then name your price." He was reluctant to engage in conflict over such an item. The woman, however, remained unyielding. "Don't assume that a handful of filthy lucre makes you impressive. Cultivators speak through strength. If you do not return it, do not blame me for being impolite." Tang Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. Her tone reminded him of another person, Lin Yu. "Do you truly believe you can take the flag from me?" Tang Tian began to lose his patience. The woman retorted, "I have encountered many like you. Aside from a bit of wealth, you are utterly worthless, nothing but a mere glutton." She added sternly, "Let me make myself clear. Return the flag, or you may find yourself eliminated prematurely." During the assessment, deadly confrontations are permissible, with the elders outside observing. Should anyone be in mortal peril, they would be teleported away. Naturally, this would signify the disciples' premature exit and failure to advance. "So, this is your intention?" Tang Tian's tone grew icy. This woman was simply seeking an easy target, perceiving Tang Tian as a soft and feeble opponent. "Very well, then you shall be the one to exit." With that, Tang Tian took the initiative. In an instant, he was before the woman, his hand reaching directly for her head. The woman, taken aback, had not grasped how swiftly he moved. In a panic, she raised her sword, thrusting it towards Tang Tian in a desperate attempt to neutralize the imminent threat. Tang Tian remained unmoved, having sparred with prodigies like Gu Xiaoxue. The woman's actions seemed childlike and riddled with flaws, devoid of any strategy. With a gentle flick of his finger, he sent her sword flying into the depths of the forest. Subsequently, his other hand effortlessly grasped her slender neck, lifting her with ease. A mere glutton? Tang Tian's grip tightened, causing the woman's veins to bulge as disbelief and horror filled her eyes. It turned out not every esteemed disciple was so easily defeated. Just then, a tremendous aura descended, enveloping the woman. Tang Tian's heart stirred, and he released his hold. In the blink of an eye, a flash of light illuminated the space, and the woman's figure vanished. Quite timely, Tang Tian shrugged. Had it been a moment later, she would have been a lifeless corpse. This was preferable, sparing him the burden of a reputation for bloodthirstiness. Securing the bronze flag, Tang Tian resumed his leisurely demeanor, continuing his stroll through the forest. In the realm of myriad worlds, a flash of light revealed the woman standing before the crowd, awakened by the elders. Her face was a mask of humiliation and fury as she stormed away from the assembly. This Tang Tian possesses some degree of power. Indeed, he did not exert his full strength. Otherwise, she would have had no chance to resist. Several elders conversed amongst themselves. Meanwhile, the surrounding disciples buzzed with excitement. That fellow thought he could pick on a soft target, only to encounter a formidable wall instead. They realized Tang Tian was no mere glutton, but rather someone whose wealth could easily manifest strength, even if not at the pinnacle. People lamented the woman's ignorance, but it was merely a minor episode. The assessment continued unabated. Eventually, after roughly half an hour, a cry of astonishment echoed. "The king's flag has been found." Everyone turned their attention eagerly. Chapter 37. The chaos over the king's flag. Following the earlier incident, Tang Tian encountered no further individuals targeting him specifically. Many who recognized him instinctively chose to steer clear. Some, however, approached, inquiring if he required protection. Tang Tian decisively declined. According to the rules of the flag-snatching contest, forming unauthorized alliances would lead to immediate disqualification, and he had no desire to be eliminated without cause. After some time, Tang Tian suddenly noticed many disciples sprinting in a particular direction. Stopping one to inquire, he learned that the lone king's flag had been discovered. Intrigued, he joined the throng, making his way to a relatively flat valley. Here, the trees were sparse, offering a wide vista where over 100 participating disciples had gathered. At the heart of the valley lay a shallow pool of crystal-clear water, adorned with a blooming lotus. Suspended above the lotus, a flag embroidered with 2 divine dragons billowed in the breeze. Several powerful disciples encircled the pool, yet none dared to make the first move. Tang Tian secured a vantage point, leisurely observing the unfolding scene. Tang Tian has arrived. Soon, someone recognized him, causing an immediate stir among the crowd. His presence instantly transformed the atmosphere. Ladies and gentlemen, prolonging this stalemate serves no purpose. more participants will arrive. So why not decide the ownership of the king's flag sooner rather than later? A lean youth proclaimed boldly by the water's edge. Well, how do you propose we decide? A man clad in green replied coolly. The lean youth continued, to put it plainly, we are all here for the billion spirit stones. Rather than engaging in a life and death struggle, wouldn't it be more prudent for me to secure the king's flag first? Once I obtain the spirit stones, we can divide them fairly once we exit. How does that sound? Trust me, I assure you, I will not go back on my word. As soon as he finished speaking, a robust disciple erupted in laughter. Trust you? I might as well believe a pig can climb a tree. What if you take the spirit stones and deny us our share? Who would we turn to for justice then? The slender youth was mocked, yet he remained unfazed. Responding with a sardonic tone, oh, is that so? Then why not entrust the flag to you? You can safeguard it for everyone. How does that sound? The robust disciple was taken aback but dared not accept the task. Everyone harbored ulterior motives who could guarantee that after seizing the flag, they wouldn't find themselves besieged by others. No one believed the slender youth's words, and no one had the audacity to snatch the flag for themselves. In an instant, the valley descended into a stalemate once more. Tang Tian shook his head. If they continued to remain at an impasse, the influx of disciples drawn by the commotion would only increase, complicating the flag's acquisition even further. Just then, a dark silhouette suddenly darted across the sky, and in the blink of an eye, the flag at the center of the pond vanished without a trace. Quick, stop her! The crowd quickly noticed her, and both the slender youth and the robust disciple unleashed formidable forces, forcing the figure down from the sky to the ground. Others rushed forward, encircling her. It was only then they discerned her appearance, a woman clad in black attire. Hey, you lack martial ethics, the slender youth exclaimed. With so many people present, do you still wish to act covertly and covet that billion spirit jade for yourself? What are you thinking? The black-clad woman, her expression stark, snorted. I care not for spirit jade. My sole aim is to seize the flag. If it's a battle you seek, then let it commence. Grasping the flag in one hand and a sword in the other, she displayed no fear even when surrounded by dozens. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. A breath of fresh air had emerged. It was to be expected that some individuals were unperturbed by wealth, driven solely by the pursuit of their ideals. It mattered little. After all, he had no intention of acting personally, and the flag was not a necessity for him. He merely sought an entertaining spectacle. Meanwhile, the onlookers outside began to buzz with excitement. Who is this? What a fierce young lady. Nya Wushuang, she only joined last year. Yet she's among the top disciples in the outer sect. Her strength is formidable. Indeed, I've heard that she established her foundation in just 4 months. And many ordinary inner disciples cannot match her prowess. However, the others are no weaklings either. Facing so many alone is perilous. She's a bit impulsive. The discussions flowed. Yet it was undeniable that Nya Wushuang's earlier actions had successfully captured everyone's attention, including the gaze of the elders. At that moment, the valley was on the brink of chaos. Put down the flag. This is your final chance, the slender youth shouted sternly. Yet to everyone's astonishment, Nya Wushuang fell silent and charged straight at the slender youth. Her sword slashed through the air with a powerful force, causing the slender youth's complexion to shift dramatically. Are you insane? He shrieked, throwing 2 circular blades that clashed violently with her sword, sparks flying in all directions. Although the blades were swiftly repelled by Nya Wushuang, the slender youth managed to evade her attack. Simultaneously, the others joined the fray, unleashing various spirit tools and techniques toward Nya Wushuang, cutting off all her escape routes. Despite her exceptional strength, her adversaries were not to be underestimated. Anyone bold enough to target the flag possessed their own capabilities. Under the relentless barrage of attacks, Nya Wushuang found herself in a precarious situation, struggling to catch her breath. Within mere moments, numerous wounds appeared upon her, her complexion paling. If this continued, she would soon be forced to withdraw. Reluctantly, Nya Wushuang decided to temporarily abandon the flag. However, as she relinquished it, she hurled the flag forcefully through the crowd, sending it soaring toward a distant hillside. The crowd, witnessing this, swiftly shifted their focus, redirecting their pursuit toward the flag. A myriad of tactics emerged as everyone vied to claim the flag for themselves. The scene erupted into utter chaos. Tang Tian stood atop the heights, leisurely observing the spectacle, unable to suppress his admiration. The tactics employed by the top disciples were indeed far superior to that of the female disciple who initially attempted to seize his copper flag. Although they still exhibited numerous flaws in their techniques, they had reached a level of proficiency akin to mastery, with some nearing minor perfection. Moreover, their combat experience was rich, making the clashes quite thrilling. Each time one individual grasped the flag, others would quickly unite to launch an assault, causing the flag to change hands in an instant. The ensuing chaos continued, Yet no one was able to secure the flag definitively. Such a spectacle, $1 billion is well worth it, Tang Tian chuckled as he observed. Suddenly, a mass of dark green vines erupted beneath him, rapidly growing and enveloping his entire form, leaving only his head exposed. Chapter 38. The final ownership. Tang Tian never anticipated that while he was merely enjoying the show, he would unexpectedly fall victim to an ambush. The assailant was cunning, employing a seed from a spirit herb, its essence concealed by nature, silently reaching Tang Tian's feet. Then, under the influence of a technique, the seed erupted, ensnaring Tang Tian completely. Tang Tian's gaze lowered. Who is this, and what do they intend? As he pondered, a small figure emerged from beneath him. Hee. Tang Xiao, I must apologize, grinned a boy with a doll-like face, reveling in his apparent triumph. What do you want? Tang Tian inquired, displaying no signs of fear. The boy replied, of course, I intend to capture you. Don't even think about resisting. This is Diamond Vine. Once fully ensnared, even those in the late foundation stage cannot forcibly break free. The more you struggle, the tighter it binds. Tang Tian chuckled softly. If you possess such power, why not contest for the flag instead? What use is it to confine me? You won't gain anything. The boy retorted. How could there be no benefit? Today, you are the absolute focus of the flag seizing event. If I successfully capture you, I will also attract the attention of the elders. Isn't that far easier than contending for the flag? I lack the confidence to snatch the flag from so many. Tang Tian realized the boy's clever scheme. It was indeed astute. Eliminating the instigator would guarantee him a place in the conversation for some time. Yet, do you truly believe you have me at your mercy? Tang Tian asked with a smile. The boy scoffed. It's undeniable that you wealthy youths often possess considerable strength. Thus, I began plotting as soon as you arrived, placing the diamond vine strategically, not just this one. Tang Tian was taken aback. This young lad was quite meticulous for his age. No wonder he had initially overlooked the presence of the diamond vine. What a pity, Tang Tian shook his head. The boy was puzzled. What is so regrettable? Tang Tian replied, your methods are indeed impressive, ensnaring others without their awareness. If you were dealing with an ordinary disciple, they would surely fall victim. But unfortunately, you have chosen the wrong target. The boy was instantly stunned. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically as he formed a peculiar gesture with his hands, channeling all his spiritual power. Yet, what horrified him occurred next. If I am not mistaken, the technique you utilized is a form of wood summoning, correct? Coincidentally, I have also studied this technique. Tang Tian spoke calmly, and as he did, the diamond vines that had ensnared him began to unravel of their own accord, swiftly releasing him, and the vines danced gently around him. The boy's face flushed red as he desperately attempted to regain control over the diamond vines, but no matter how hard he struggled, he found it impossible to succeed. Alas, it is a pity. Tang Tian raised his hand slightly, and all the Vajra vines immediately changed direction, ensnaring the young man, binding him tightly. The situation had abruptly shifted. Tang Tian manipulated the vines to slither beneath the boy's clothing, retrieving a golden flag. Indeed, you possess some skill. You have even located the golden flag. Tang Tian remarked with a smile. The young man's face flushed crimson, having nearly suffered a surge of blood during the earlier struggle for control. Realizing the futility of the situation, he finally relented. I was overly arrogant. Well, Tang Xiao, I merely sought to garner more attention. I meant no harm to you. Please, show me mercy and do not cast me aside. I implore you. Observing his woeful expression, Tang Tian could not help but chuckle. This lad truly exemplified the art of adaptability. Upon recognizing his misstep, he immediately begged for mercy without a hint of hesitation. Such a person indeed does not inspire thoughts of complete annihilation. However, some form of punishment is still warranted. Tang Tian took the golden flag and stuffed the copper flag he had previously obtained into the boy's clothing. Considering your timely compliance, I shall spare you from exclusion. Nonetheless, during this period, keep a vigilant watch for me. Should anyone attempt to conspire against me, alert me at once. The young man nodded vigorously. Akin to a pestle grinding garlic. No problem, absolutely none. As long as you spare me, I will exert every effort to ensure your safety. Tang Tian responded with a sigh. Just a simple word will suffice. I do not wish for the elders to misconstrue our alliance as collusion. With that, he raised his hand slightly, dispersing the Vajra vines from around the boy, transforming them back into a few golden green seeds, and simultaneously confiscated his tools of mischief. These items are not inexpensive. The young man's face contorted in pain, yet he refrained from further protest, obediently assuming the role of lookout for Tang Tian. After some inquiries, Tang Tian learned the boy's name. Gongqi having resolved this matter, Tang Tian's gaze returned to the central stage of the water, where the battle had reached a fever pitch. An increasing number of disciples gathered, while more individuals joined the fray. The initial instigators of the conflict, Nia Wushuang and the lean youth, had vanished from the main battlefield, some severely injured and unable to fight, while others, recognizing the dire circumstances, had simply departed. The intensity of the combat was overwhelming, with everyone unleashing their full strength as if driven mad. The royal flag flitted about, unable to settle in any one location. Such a scene elicited exclamations of exhilaration from the spectators. I have never witnessed such an intense spectacle. My attendance today was truly worthwhile. It is all thanks to Tang Tian. Without his generous reward of 100 million spirit jade, such a fierce competition would have been impossible. Do the elders have any objections? PSHH, the more intense it gets, the happier the elders become. Only then can the true strong be sifted from the rest. The disciples engaged in fervent discussions. Indeed, this was the case. The elders observed the battle while exchanging evaluations and insights, a scene unlike any seen before. A few individuals noted the earlier developments involving Tang Tian and nodded in agreement, commenting, Gongqi, though young, possesses some cunning. It is unfortunate that his luck is lacking. Tang Tian's mastery of wood manipulation surpasses his own. The elders' keen eyes quickly discerned the root of Gongqi's defeat. Yet, as they deliberated, a sudden gasp arose from the crowd. What is happening? The royal flag seems to have vanished. Who snatched it away? Confusion spread across the faces of those present. Amidst the fierce chaos, the royal flag had suddenly disappeared, yet no one noticed who had taken it. In the valley, a similar situation unfolded. As people continued to clash, they abruptly realized the object of their contention was gone. Who is it? A burly man with a bald head bellowed, blood still trickling down his forehead. Unfortunately, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, as it appeared none among them had taken it. Damn it, who among you is the culprit? Is it you? You look like nothing but trouble. The burly man targeted a youth with a shifty demeanor. The boy, incensed, retorted loudly, Stop your baseless accusations. I suspect it is you. Shouting thief. The burly man narrowed his eyes and chose to strike. Soon, the other disciples began to cast suspicion upon one another, and chaos erupted anew. However, this time, it was true pandemonium, with the royal flag remaining elusive. Tang Tian glanced over the tumultuous scene before shifting his gaze to the distant thicket, a gentle smile gracing his lips. How intriguing. Chapter 39. Imo Xiao Xiao. The melee continued, but regrettably, after prolonged fighting, the royal flag had yet to reappear. Some individuals opted to withdraw from the fray, seizing the remaining time to search for other flags to pass the assessment. The onlooking disciples gradually dispersed, without the royal flag. The combat here lost its significance. Tang Xiao, will you continue to wait? Gongqi inquired cautiously. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian replied, It is futile. Since that person has hidden away, it is unlikely they will emerge again. You may leave as well. In the future, remember to prepare more thoroughly when selecting your opponents. Gongqi felt as if a great weight had been lifted, repeatedly expressing gratitude before hastily fleeing the scene. Tang Tian shook his head, casting one last glance at the chaotic battlefield before gracefully departing. Time swiftly passed, and the conclusion of the assessment drew near. Still, no one knew the whereabouts of the royal flag, as all awaited the end of the trial to discover the identity of this formidable individual. Deep within the thicket, amidst dense underbrush, a shadowy figure sat quietly between two stones. It was Nia Wushuang. Her complexion was pale, with traces of blood lingering at the corners of her mouth, indicating significant injury. In her arms, a flag revealed a corner, emanating a faint golden glow. It was the royal flag. As the assessment time neared its conclusion, a trace of relief washed over Nia Wushuang's face. Yet at that moment, a voice resonated before her. Is it the illusory spirit technique? I did not expect you to master it to such a profound level. Indeed, impressive. As Nia Wushuang regarded him warily, Tang Tian's figure gradually emerged. You saw? Nia Wushuang's brow furrowed, disbelief etched across her features. Tang Tian nodded. The illusory spirit technique is a premium yellow-level spell when mastered to its apex. It can transform into various ethereal objects, making it exceedingly difficult to discern the genuine from the false without meticulous scrutiny. Amidst the earlier chaos, no one paid attention to a spirit sword of unknown origin, allowing Nia Wushuang to successfully procure the royal flag and then utilize the illusory spirit technique to escape the battlefield unnoticed. You had already formulated your subsequent plan when you made your initial move, correct? After sustaining injuries and withdrawing from the battlefield, even if suspicions arose, it would be challenging to implicate you. Quite clever, indeed, Tang Tian remarked. Nia Wushuang's expression was complex. She had not anticipated that her seemingly foolproof scheme would be so thoroughly recognized by Tang Tian. Wasn't he merely a renowned disciple concerned only with pleasure? What do you intend to do? Niao Wushuang inquired coldly. Tang Tian smiled and replied, my objective aligns with yours. It is solely the royal flag. To shout so loudly, yet ultimately fail is rather embarrassing, I must admit. If you hand over the royal flag, I shall still consider your task complete, entitling you to the reward of 100 million spirit jade. Niao Wushuang immediately furrowed her brows, resolutely stating, impossible. I desire only the royal flag. No amount of spirit jade will suffice. Tang Tian was taken aback. He had not expected her to remain so steadfast at this juncture. Nevertheless, he had set his sights firmly on the royal flag. I am not negotiating with you, he asserted. Given your current condition, do you still believe you can hold on to the royal flag? I possess a golden flag which we could use for exchange. Whether you desire the spirit jade or not is of no consequence. My dear, you surely do not wish to be eliminated at the very last moment before the assessment concludes, do you? Niao Wushuang fell silent, seemingly grappling with her final thoughts. Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from her, and dozens of blades of light materialized, encircling Tang Tian and lunging toward him. A glimmer flashed in Tang Tian's eyes as the surrounding space momentarily froze. The blades were exceptionally sharp, yet they could not penetrate the invisible barrier surrounding him. Niao Wushuang stood there, her face a mask of disbelief. How could this be? She exclaimed. You possess quite a few hidden cards, Tang Tian remarked with a faint smile, waving his hand to shatter all the blades. I shall take this as your final decision. He then raised his hand slightly. An irresistible force yanked the flag from her grasp and into his own. Rest assured, your performance has not gone unnoticed by the elders, he assured her. Until we meet again. With that, Tang Tian vanished from sight. Niao Wushuang's expression was complex. She had believed herself to be invincible. Yet she had fallen prey to Tang Tian. This was a scenario she had never envisioned. This young master was indeed different from those disciples who only reveled in leisure. As she pondered this, a beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping her, and moments later, she vanished from the scene. The assessment had officially concluded. When Tang Tian reappeared in the outside world, a dazzling golden light enveloped him. The flag in his hand was drawn toward a stone tablet outside the dense forest, where it was planted at the pinnacle, and his name materialized alongside it. Subsequently, the names of those disciples who had obtained the golden and silver flags appeared beneath Tang Tian's. Indeed, it was Tang Tian who had claimed the flag. How did he manage that? TCH, how else? Someone must have won the flag and traded it to him in private, came the murmurs. Oh dear. Listen to your envious tone. If you possess the capability, why not offer 1,000,000 spirit jades as a reward? The disciples chattered among themselves. Although the assessment had taken an unexpected turn, the outcome was anticipated. After all, few could resist the allure of such vast wealth. Congratulations, Tang brother, on your triumphant return, Wang Ziyu said with a smile upon his return. Tang Tian shrugged, a minor mishap, but overall, it went rather smoothly. Wang Ziyu continued. Your name has certainly echoed throughout Nanfeng now. However, even with the golden flag in hand, I doubt the elders will seek you out. Many of them pride themselves on being aloof and disdain us honorary disciples. Tang Tian shrugged nonchalantly. No matter, it's merely a pastime. He had no interest in becoming a direct disciple. With a bit more expenditure, one could acquire everything they desired. After some idle chatter, Tang Tian prepared to depart. But at that moment, a woman clad in a flowing black gown stepped into his path. Tang Tian, a pleasure to finally meet you, she said. The woman was tall, nearly matching Tang Tian's height, exuding an air of authority. She was none other than one of Nanfeng's 2 esteemed daughters, Emo Xiao. Is there something you require? Tang Tian asked, frowning. You reside in the purple bamboo courtyard. You are considered one of Nanfeng now. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, merely invoke my name. Emo Xiao replied. Tang Tian was taken aback. Such assertiveness? Thank you. He was momentarily at a loss for words. Is this our first encounter? Emo Xiao continued. Unfazed, you have recently become an honorary disciple and are still unfamiliar with the dynamics among the 5 peaks. In a month, there will be an exchange meeting at the main peak. I hope you will attend. Tang Tian remained silent, but Wang Ziyu seemed eager, subtly urging him to agree. Very well, Tang Tian replied. But how do I attend? Is there no need for an invitation? Emo Xiao replied casually. Just mention my name. With that, she turned and left. Tang Tian was left astonished. Was her name truly so powerful? As his incredulous gaze followed her, he noticed a familiar figure among her entourage, Niao Wushuang, who had just concluded her assessment. You are quite formidable. Should the opportunity arise, I look forward to an equitable duel with you. Niao Wushuang called out as she departed with Emo Xiao. Tang Tian rubbed his nose. It was evident that like. The demeanor of these two individuals was strikingly similar. Shaking his head, he left with Gu Xiaoxue and the others. Chapter 40. The Five Peaks Exchange Meeting. What is this Five Peaks Exchange Meeting? Tang Tian inquired of Wang Ziyu during their journey. Had it not been for his intervention, he might have hesitated to agree. It is the highest level gathering of disciples within the Qingwei sect. Wang Ziyu exclaimed excitedly. The 5 major young masters and the 2 esteemed daughters will all be in attendance. Additionally, the sect's junior master and renowned core disciples will congregate there. Ordinary individuals lack even the qualifications to enter. Your personal invitation from Mo Xiaoxiao places you ahead of over 99% of the Qingwei disciples. Observing Wang Ziyu's enthusiasm, Tang Tian replied, "Yet you still haven't explained what the exchange meeting entails." Wang Ziyu continued, "The 5 major young masters, the 2 esteemed daughters, along with the junior master, represent the elite of the Qingwei sect's younger generation. Entering this circle signifies that you have genuinely stepped into the upper echelons of the sect. The discussions held there will shape the sect's future. Once involved, your perspectives will broaden immensely, and the encounters will differ significantly from your current experiences." Tang Tian scoffed. It sounded akin to entering high society. For many, this was a dream, yet his aspirations lay elsewhere. He merely sought strength, viewing all else as mere illusions. It held little allure for him. He would rather devote his time to training. Wang Ziyu was momentarily taken aback, staring at Tang Tian in disbelief. After a while, he sighed. "You truly are unconventional. While others eagerly pursue such opportunities, you remain wholly uninterested, fixated solely on your training. If that is the case, why choose the identity of an honorary disciple?" Tang Tian offered an awkward smile, but refrained from explaining. His choice to become an honorary disciple had been somewhat forced. At that time, his cultivation was too weak, and without that protective identity, he would likely have been harassed by countless unknown individuals. Well, one cannot force everything. Wang Ziyu lamented. Upon reflection, the exchange meeting itself may not hold much significance. It is essentially a gathering where individuals engage in lofty discussions. The only sight worth witnessing is the merit conference, a rare spectacle where those influential figures flaunt their wealth, Wang Ziyu added. Tang Tian abruptly halted. Flaunting wealth? Wang Ziyu nodded. Every year, the Five Peaks Exchange Meeting features a merit conference during which those prominent figures exchange spirit jades for sect merits. Jing Heng, Mo Xiaoxiao, Lu Changgong, and others will certainly participate. The scale of their transactions is beyond ordinary comprehension. The scene resembles a clash of deities. Tang Tian fell silent, astonished at the prospect. "What exactly is sect merit?" he asked. Wang Ziyu explained. "It is the highest honor within the Qingwei sect. The greater the merit, the more significant the contribution to the sect. Otherwise, do you think why Jingheng and the others possess such immense power? They exchanged it for spiritual jade. However, the things those individuals engage with are far too sophisticated, having little relevance to us. If you truly do not wish to attend, then refrain from going." Tang Tian fell silent. He initially believed that purchasing a status with spiritual jade was a rather audacious maneuver. Yet he was astonished to discover that Qingwei sect could actually facilitate the acquisition of power in such a manner. They genuinely seem unafraid of the imbalance of authority. According to Wang Ziyu, the spiritual jade expended on sect achievements was certainly no trifling sum. If it could trigger the consumption system, why not go? How could one miss such a precious opportunity to broaden their horizons and truly step into the upper echelons? "Brother Wang, your vision requires enhancement." Wang Ziyu, what? Are you even listening to the nonsense you're spouting? I clearly urged you for quite some time, and you showed no interest in attending. How did it suddenly become my lack of vision? He was momentarily stunned, questioning whether he had inadvertently said something that led Tang Tian to misunderstand. Ahem. Tang Tian hastily cleared his throat and asked, "It is permissible to bring guests to the exchange meeting, right?" Wang Ziyu nodded. "Yes. As long as you possess the qualification to attend, you may bring whomever you wish. However, it is generally not advisable to bring too many people, as those who can attend the exchange meeting typically hold significant status, and bringing too many would appear somewhat petty. There is no need to worry about security. With the presence of the deputy sect master, no one would dare to cause trouble." Tang Tian nodded in agreement. "All right, then, Brother Wang. Would you be interested in accompanying me? This fellow is exceedingly knowledgeable, a veritable polymath. Having him along would undoubtedly prove advantageous." Upon receiving the invitation, Wang Ziyu's face broke into a broad smile. "I was merely waiting for you to say that." The two chatted as they walked, ultimately parting ways at the foot of Nan Peak, agreeing to attend the Five Peaks Exchange meeting together next month. Subsequently, Tang Tian returned to the purple bamboo courtyard. Through today's assessment, he had officially become an inner disciple of Qingwei Sect. Yet, this status held little significance for him. He neither required the elders to expound upon cultivation techniques nor the specialized training facilities reserved for inner disciples. He viewed it merely as a means to satiate his minor obsession. Upon returning to the purple bamboo courtyard, Tang Tian resumed his cultivation routine. It was not arduous training, yet he approached it with diligence and seriousness. With his 7-ring talent and the enhancement of the immortal crane physique, his progress during the foundation establishment stage was on par with his advancements during the Qi refinement stage. In just half a month, he successfully broke through to the mid-foundation establishment stage, a speed that left Lan Yu and the others astounded, claiming their own cultivation speed had never been this rapid. However, just 2 days later, an event transpired that even left Tang Tian dumbfounded. Gu Xiaoxue, who had broken through alongside him, remarkably advanced to the mid-nascent soul stage. That was the nascent soul realm. The requirements for spiritual power and Tao comprehension were far beyond what the foundation establishment stage could compare to. How did you accomplish that? Tang Tian wished to scrutinize her from head to toe. Could the talent of a congenital child be this terrifying? Gu Xiaoxue shyly replied, I'm not quite sure. When I broke through to the mid-golden core stage, it took me 3 months. I never expected to inexplicably rise to the mid-nascent soul stage. Tang Tian could only shake his head in disbelief. This was too much. Her cultivation speed at the nascent soul stage was as swift as his at the foundation establishment stage, and she casually mentioned it was inexplicable. Truly, what is your talent? Tang Tian inquired. It's simply the talent of a congenital child, Gu Xiaoxue explained. When I first entered, the elder specifically tested me, stating that if all went smoothly, I could achieve ascension before the age of 30. Now, it has suddenly accelerated. Perhaps it is due to the environment of the purple bamboo courtyard. Tang Tian scoffed inwardly, environment my foot. We all reside in the same courtyard. Why do I not feel the same? Could it be that Gu Xiaoxue's room is particularly special? No. Tang Tian shook his head, hastily dismissing the dangerous thought. She is only 15, after all. He couldn't think like that. After much contemplation, it seemed to be a matter of talent. Perhaps congenital children possess such characteristics? It appeared he needed to acquire more consumption points to experience the exhilarating sensation of rapid cultivation himself. Perhaps sensing Tang Tian's grievances, an old acquaintance paid a visit to the purple bamboo courtyard that afternoon. Qin Hai. Chapter 41. 8-ring talent. The arrival of Qin Hai swiftly dispelled Tang Tian's inner discontent. Long-awaited consumption points. This time, Qin Hai did not disappoint. He brought a plethora of 7th tier and above elixirs, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures, as well as earth-level cultivation methods and spirit tools, all packed into a reasonably sizable Shumi ring. After tallying the total, the amount reached over 230 billion. Betting your entire career again? Tang Tian jested. Qin Hai quickly waved his hands, smiling. Not at all. After the last transaction, I gained the trust of the headquarters, and the resources I can allocate have expanded by several dozen times. I meticulously selected all these. I hope Master Tang will find them to his liking. Tang Tian nodded. Thank you for your effort. However, you need not be so discerning next time. I accept nearly everything, so just bring it all. Let us proceed with the transaction. As before, Qin Hai beamed. Master Tang remains as magnanimous as ever. The total price of this batch of resources was 237 billion. Given the substantial amount you are purchasing, I can offer you a 95% discount as per regulations. Thus, you would only need to pay a total of 226 billion. Tang Tian stroked his chin. There's a discount available? Qin Hai laughed. Of course. For a valued customer like you, we at Jinyutang have numerous preferential policies. Tang Tian exclaimed. Could you possibly offer a 20-fold discount? Qin Hai was momentarily taken aback. Master Tang, have I failed to fulfill some obligation? He thought he had inadvertently offended Tang Tian, leading him to make such a remark. However, the reality was far from his assumptions. I am quite serious. Is there any possibility for a discount? After all, it is no small feat for you to make this trip. I could even pay a premium. Tang Tian stated earnestly. Qin Hai was left speechless, saying, Master Tang, it is my duty to transact with you. It is neither easy nor difficult. Moreover, Jinyutang does not have such a policy. If we were to conduct a transaction like that, I would have no way to report back afterward. Tang Tian nodded, slightly disappointed. Very well. Then I shall forego the 20-fold discount. Do not provide me with any discounts. I have a particular aversion to discounted items. I will purchase at the original price. Although he had hoped to negotiate a higher price within the system's limits, it was regrettable. As you wish. Despite not understanding Tang Tian's reasoning, Qin Hai opted for a transaction at the original price. The customer is paramount. Furthermore, it was a transaction that yielded profit, so any further refusal would seem rather unwise. After several rounds of transactions, all the resources, along with the Shumi ring, found their way into Tang Tian's possession. Qin Hai breathed a sigh of relief, as this was an enormous amount of resources, and if he had failed to sell much, it would have been difficult to account for back at headquarters. With the successful completion of the transaction, Tang Tian's net assets soared to 260 billion, and his consumption points exceeded 23 million. Both the 8-ring talent and the 8th-tier physique could now be exchanged simultaneously. By the way, none of the resources you brought contained anything above 7th tier, and the highest cultivation method is merely Earth-level top grade. Does Jinyu Tang not have anything better? Tang Tian inquired. Qin Hai paused, then explained, Master Tang. 7th tier top grade and Earth-level top grade are already the finest resources available before ascension. Above the 8th rank and at the celestial level, these resources are primarily utilized only after one transcends to immortality, proving nearly impossible to use before achieving such a state. Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly. Could there truly be such assertions? It stands to reason, for lower-level cultivators are merely at the nascent stage of comprehending the Tao. Even with access to top-tier resources, their potential remains largely untapped. Unless one possesses certain exceptional qualities, the majority of resources tend to follow this pattern. Much like the meditation chambers at the dojo, a cultivator in the Qi refinement stage experiences negligible improvement whether training in a basic meditation chamber or an advanced Tao-level chamber. However, what concerned Tang Tian was not the effectiveness, but rather the availability. He was solely interested in whether such resources existed. Just tell me, does your Jinyu Tang have such items available for sale? He inquired. The sudden display of authority and grandeur left Qin Hai momentarily stunned before he weakly responded, yes. Of course, we do have them for sale. However, the higher the rank of the items, the greater the price variation. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Tang Tian replied slowly, by all means, procure them. Whether it be 8th rank, 9th rank, or even true immortal grade items, as long as you possess them, I shall partake. I permit you one final inquiry regarding my financial capacity. Qin Hai repeatedly affirmed, internally wiping away a bead of cold sweat. In truth, he had always endeavored to gauge Tang Tian's wealth to its utmost limit, only to discover time and again that he had underestimated it. It seemed he would have to exert every effort to vie for resources from the headquarters next time. It was once again a moment to stake his career. This feeling was simply exhilarating. Rest assured, I shall do my utmost, Qin Hai declared loudly. Moments later, he swiftly departed from the purple bamboo courtyard. That evening, within the main house's meditation chamber, Tang Tian sat cross-legged, surrounded by 8 rings of innate talent. His cultivation speed surged once more, and it was estimated that within approximately a month, he would successfully break through to the late foundation establishment stage. Such a pace of advancement would cause even a child of destiny to shake their head in disbelief, feeling a sense of inferiority. Additionally, Tang Tian opted to utilize the remaining 10 million consumption points to exchange for an 8th rank physique, the golden-winged rock body. Furthermore, this time he acquired a secret technique of inheritance, devouring spirit. This technique endowed him with the ability to consume spiritual entities, allowing him to completely dissolve aiding elixirs during his training, transforming them into the purest essence of celestial energy for rapid absorption. Moreover, he could also devour various other heavenly spiritual entities. He even tested it with an earth-grade exquisite spiritual sword, which he could casually consume, converting it into spiritual power and sharp intent to integrate into his being. It was utterly astonishing. In summary, this inheritance technique from the golden-winged rock significantly broadened Tang Tian's repertoire, converting it into greater spiritual power and further enhancing his Taoist cultivation. He also discovered that when paired with the Qing Mang's secret technique, the effects were even more pronounced. Thus, even with only 8 rings of innate talent, his cultivation speed was no less than those prodigies with 9 rings. However, he wondered what level he could truly reach. For instance, Gu Xiaoxue. Never mind. She was an anomaly, defying all logical reasoning, who cultivates faster as their realm increases. She was undoubtedly a freak of nature. Amidst the chaotic thoughts, Tang Tian gradually entered a meditative state. Under the influence of the 8 rings of innate talent, his cultivation steadily progressed. Chapter 42. Entering the venue, half a month swiftly passed. Through diligent cultivation, Tang Tian's mid-foundation establishment realm had become thoroughly solidified, steadily advancing towards the late foundation establishment stage. Additionally, he had mastered dozens of different techniques, and in terms of understanding and perceiving the Tao, he was now on par with the little anomaly, Gu Xiaoxue. Occasionally, during discussions of the Tao, he could point out a few details she had overlooked, leaving Tang Tian feeling immensely satisfied. However, this girl possessed an exceptional learning ability, and her growth rate was not lagging behind. Tang Tian often complained about her excessive diligence, suggesting she should balance work and rest. After voicing his concerns, he dove headfirst into the meditation chamber, pushing himself even harder. In such an atmosphere of cultivation, even the sisters Lan Yu and Lu Zhu found themselves compelled to exert effort, rapidly improving their strength. Although they only had 9 rings of innate talent, there seemed to be an intriguing connection between the two, allowing their cultivation speed to surpass that of ordinary 9-ring cultivators, and their comprehension of the Tao was remarkably smooth. I have truly become complacent. 9-ring talent has now become merely. Tang Tian silently chided himself. Today marked the day of the Woofing Exchange Conference. The few from the purple bamboo courtyard momentarily set aside their competitive spirits to play games beneath the old locust tree. They engaged in a game called Nian Dao Pai, where 2 pairs would cooperate to battle another pair, requiring profound understanding of the Tao and harmonious collaboration. Tang Tian teamed up with Gu Xiaoxue, while the Lan sisters formed another pair. The stakes were that the losing team would have stickers placed on their faces. Before long, both Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue found themselves adorned with paper strips. Although they had a deeper understanding of the Tao, their level of synergy paled in comparison to the Lan sisters, who seemed to share a single mind, their coordination flawless, leaving Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue disoriented during the later stages of the game. How could you be so oblivious? I clearly utilized the fire Tao, and you doused me with water. If you want to defeat me, just say so. Tang Tian exclaimed in frustration as yet another round found them at a significant disadvantage. However, in this competitive game, Gu Xiaoxue refused to yield, declaring, I laid the foundation for the water Tao from the 3rd step. You couldn't even perceive that? I even gave you a hint, yet you turned around and extinguished me. Don't blame me for countering you. You are the true adversary from my past life. Tang Tian huffed coldly, and after receiving her hint, he realized he had indeed overlooked Gu Xiaoxue's strategy. Yet, he would never easily admit his mistake. One may perish, but their pride must remain unyielding. What a foolish teammate. No wonder we can't win. Gu Xiaoxue retorted defiantly, you're the foolish teammate. Partnering with you feels like a lifetime of bad luck. The two exchanged barbs before tearing off strips of paper and sticking them to their foreheads. Let's go again. Tang Tian refused to concede, eager to continue the battle. Just then, the formation outside was activated by someone. With a wave of his hand, Tang Tian dispelled the formation, and a familiar figure entered. It was Wang Ziyu. Tang brother, the Woofing Exchange Conference is about to commence, you. Before he could finish, the appearance of Tang Tian and his companions left him momentarily speechless. What are you all doing? Tang Tian hurriedly removed the paper from his face and approached him, awkwardly chuckling. Oh, just playing a game. Wang Ziyu looked on with a peculiar expression, glancing at the 3 ladies before turning back to Tang Tian, whispering, Tang brother, are you all right? Spending time with 3 stunning beauties and engaging in such games? After a scrutinizing look, he seemed to question Tang Tian's capabilities. Clearing his throat, Tang Tian replied, I've indulged in too much rich food. A little light fare is a nice change. He quickly redirected the topic. By the way, I've been waiting for you. Let's head to the conference. He swiftly shifted the conversation, aware that a large group playing cards together could lead to being reported. Subsequently, they tidied up their surroundings and departed from the purple bamboo courtyard. This conference appeared different from those in the past, with a greater number of attendees. Almost everyone of note was present. On the way, Wang Ziyu remarked, something feels different this time. Tang Tian inquired, what do you mean? Wang Ziyu shook his head. It's hard to say, but I have a feeling it might be related to the 100 Gates War. Tang Tian responded with an O. Over the past month, although he had been diligently cultivating at the dojo in the purple bamboo courtyard, outside, Li Hong had not been idle, gathering a wealth of information for him. And he finally had a clearer understanding of the Qingyue Sect's fundamental circumstances. The Qingyue Sect was established over 400 years ago and is considered a relatively new sect. However, he did not rise from humble beginnings. Rather, he swiftly ascended with the support of a more formidable sect known as the Cloud Summit Heavenly Mansion. This sect is a superpower with genuine immortals, vast and boundless in its influence, and extraordinarily powerful. In a certain sense, the Azure Peak Sect is merely a subordinate sect beneath the Cloud Summit Heavenly Mansion. This revelation unraveled the doubts that had lingered in Tang Tian's heart. Why could the Azure Peak Sect purchase status and identity without fearing a shift in power? With the existence of such a colossal entity as the Cloud Summit Heavenly Mansion, the so-called power struggles within the Azure Peak Sect are, in essence, akin to children playing house. As long as the Cloud Summit Heavenly Mansion stands strong, even if the power structure of the Azure Peak Sect were to completely change, it would be of little consequence. They could simply replace it once more if they dared to be disobedient. This exemplifies the oppression of absolute power. What Prince Yu mentioned about the 100 Sect War is actually a disciples promotion competition held every 5 years among all subordinate sects under the Cloud Summit Heavenly Mansion. Disciples who achieve outstanding results can be promoted to the Cloud Summit Heavenly Mansion, entering a broader stage. However, the 100 Sect War has little relevance to Tang Tian, as there are very strict participation criteria, the foremost being that honorary disciples are not accepted. Upon hearing this news, Tang Tian fell silent for a long while, ultimately sighing deeply, acknowledging the influence of fate. Yet he quickly came to terms with it, realizing that he only needed to accumulate consumption points. As long as he could indulge in spending, it mattered not where he was. With just over a year remaining until the 100 Sect War, the young sect leader would surely have something to say. Prince Yu remarked. Tang Tian nodded, offering no further comment. Let him talk. It has little bearing on me. His sole purpose today was the so-called merit conference. Should he successfully trigger the system's return, he would make the most of his consumption points. As they engaged in casual conversation, the group ascended to the main peak, arriving at the venue for the conference. They were nearing the summit, where pavilions and flowing mists created an ethereal scenery. Just as Tang Tian prepared to enter, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Shintofeng? He is also attending the conference? Tang Tian exclaimed in surprise as he watched Shintofeng effortlessly walk inside. Prince Yu chuckled. See? I told you it would be quite lively today, with many attendees. Tang Tian scoffed. If even the likes of him can get in, I suddenly feel that this qualification is not so precious after all. Prince Yu's expression turned awkward. Let us not dismiss him. After all, he is affiliated with Lu Chang'e, so it's only natural he has the qualifications. Don't underestimate this conference. Many honorary disciples are not necessarily inferior to you. Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, they announced the name Mo Xiao Xiao and were graciously permitted entry into the venue. Chapter 43. The path to promotion. Mo Xiao Xiao's name is indeed quite effective, Tang Tian mused upon entering. The guard at the entrance, who had previously stood with an air of arrogance, instantly transformed into a smiling demeanor upon hearing the name Mo Xiao Xiao, welcoming them with courtesy. The contrast was striking. Is he not afraid we are impersonators? Tang Tian inquired. Prince Yu replied with a smile. Such incidents have occurred before, where individuals used Mo Xiao Xiao's name to swindle others. However, within a few days, they all mysteriously vanished. Since then, no one has dared to impersonate her. Tang Tian couldn't help but feel a chill. That individual was indeed decisive and formidable, not someone to be trifled with. Actually, the upper echelon is quite similar, Prince Yu continued. They wield great power, possess vast influence, and have nearly limitless wealth. None of them are to be underestimated. It is wise to avoid provoking them without sufficient backing. Tang Tian shrugged. I never initiate conflict. He was no fool. Had he recklessly charged at everyone like a foolhardy youth, he would have long since met his demise. As they strolled and chatted, they entered the main conference hall. This place was a vast garden, uniquely picturesque, with even the flora and fauna imbued with a hint of Taoist essence, far surpassing the ordinary spring appreciation gardens. They had arrived relatively late. The hall was already filled with numerous attendees, some seated and others standing, engaged in lively discourse. Tang Tian listened intently, relieved not to hear any nonsensical proclamations of superiority. The discussions were all of a serious nature. Many exhibited powerful auras, their entourages clearly not ordinary, indicating they held high positions. Nevertheless, Tang Tian still found it challenging to integrate into the atmosphere and thus sought out a secluded pavilion to sit with Prince Yu and the others. When does the merit conference commence? Tang Tian asked. Prince Yu, looking both amused and exasperated, replied, Why the rush? The merit conference will begin at the conclusion of the exchange meeting. It is the final highlight. Before that, the young sect leader will share some insights, followed by exchanges among the guests. There will be various segments such as guest competitions, core disciple contests, free challenges, and treasure trading. Tang Tian's ears perked up at the mention of treasure trading. What is that? He asked. Prince Yu elaborated. It's akin to the rare treasure fair held in the Spring Appreciation Garden, but this time the focus is on treasures of superior quality and value, far beyond what the rare treasure fair offers. Tang Tian slapped the table, startling Prince Yu. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Had I known there would be treasure trading, even a moment of hesitation would be a disrespect to the exchange meeting. Whether the merit conference can trigger the system is uncertain, but treasure trading undoubtedly falls within the realm of normal transactions. Prince Yu was momentarily stunned, then chuckled. Brother Tang, why does your focus always differ from others? Treasure trading is merely an embellishment of the exchange meeting. The essence lies in the exchange of information and Taoist principles. That is the main event. He found it hard to keep pace with Tang Tian's train of thought. Tang Tian pouted. Fine, Then tell me about the earlier competitions. What are they for? Prince Yu, observing Tang Tian's indifferent demeanor, rubbed his forehead and explained, the guest competition is a contest of Taoist principles among the guests invited by various honorary disciples. The core disciple contest specifically refers to battles among pure disciples. The free challenges are battles between guests and pure disciples, which are the most intense and exciting competitions. These events primarily serve to assess the combat strength of this year's core disciples and prepare for the upcoming 100 Sect War. Tang Tian reclined with his legs crossed, nonchalantly stating, it feels rather irrelevant to me. Fighting is nothing compared to the thrill of spending lavishly and quietly accumulating consumption points. Prince Yu shook his head, Brother Tang. Do you not intend to further your journey and cultivate at the Cloud Summit Heavenly Mansion? Tang Tian was taken aback. Didn't they say honorary disciples are ineligible to participate in the 100 Sect War and cannot ascend to the Cloud Summit Heavenly Mansion? Prince Yu clarified. Honorary disciples cannot enter through the 100 Sect War, but there are other avenues. The sect has clear requirements for the promotion of honorary disciples. The first is to contribute to the sect, accumulating sufficient contribution points. The second requirement is to have at least 3 guests successfully pass the 100 Sect War and enter the Cloud Summit Heavenly Mansion, regardless of cultivation level or duration. As long as these 2 conditions are met, promotion is achievable. Tang Tian was taken aback. He truly had not known this. Perhaps Li Hong overlooked this detail while gathering information, as he himself was not an honorary disciple. If that is the case, Tang Tian harbored no intense desire for promotion, yet he was willing to strive for it should an opportunity arise, for it represented a more expansive stage. The prospects for engagement and advancement would undoubtedly be significantly greater than those at Qinghua Sect. How many contribution points are required? Tang Tian inquired. Wang Ziyu replied 1,000. There are numerous methods to assess contribution points, including participation in sect construction and management, among others. However, the most straightforward approach remains to offer merit. 10,000 spirit stones can be exchanged for 1 contribution point. Tang Tian was taken aback. Is that all? Wang Ziyu chuckled. When discussing such levels, the spirit stones typically refer to top-grade spirit stones. Tang Tian responded with an O and began to calculate. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones equate to 100 billion lower-grade spirit stones, and 1,000 contribution points amount to an astonishing 10 trillion. Indeed, this is not a trivial sum, especially considering his current wealth is merely over 2 billion. It appears the affluent are numerous. 10 trillion is manageable for him. However, he currently possesses only 4 subordinates, none of whom are particularly exceptional, and he has no immediate plans to expand his team. With just over a year until the next 100 Sects battle, he wondered if he could find suitable candidates before it commenced. Where could he search? After pondering for a brief moment, Tang Tian cleared his cluttered thoughts. Perhaps he should take it step by step, and, upon returning, ask Xiu Xue and the others if they would be willing to participate in the 100 Sects battle. If they are unwilling, he would seek others. If they agree, he would then consider ways to expedite their strength enhancement. Tang Tian believed that as long as the financial resources were sufficient, solutions could always be devised. As he contemplated, the number of people in the garden continued to increase. Shortly thereafter, the exchange meeting officially commenced. Chapter 44. The young sect master guided by a designated individual. Tang Tian entered a magnificent hall. The hall permitted only 2 companions, so he asked the Lan Yu sisters to remain outside while he entered with Xiao Xue and Wang Ziyu. The interior was exceedingly spacious, featuring over 100 seats arranged in various positions. Tang Tian chose a seat that was neither too far nor too close and settled down with Xiu Xue and the others. Soon, the hall was filled with attendees, most of whom were resting quietly with closed eyes. Even conversations were conducted in hushed tones, each person exhibiting an air of solemnity. After a short while, several distinguished individuals entered from another entrance, taking their seats at the highest positions. Among them was Mo Xiaoxiao. Alongside her was Jing Hong, a familiar face. Seated at the far left, Chen Xiao is absent today, Wang Ziyu whispered. You should recognize Jing Heng and Mo Xiaoxiao. The other 4 are the 4 great young masters. The gentleman to the right of Mo Xiaoxiao, clad in a blue robe, was Lu Chang'e, one of the 2 most powerful young masters in the sect. To Lu Chang'e's right sat Tian Yangsheng, who was equally formidable but of a more volatile temperament, requiring caution when interacting with him. To the right of Tian Yangsheng was the youngest of the great young masters, Di Yuanqing from the West Peak, whose financial resources were substantial. The final figure on the far right was Guan Meng from the North Peak, known for his maturity, profound background, and extensive connections. He provided Tang Tian with a brief introduction of each individual. Tang Tian etched their appearances into his memory, for in a sense, They represented the pinnacle of what the honorary disciples of Qingwei Sect could aspire to. What about the vacant position in between Lu Chang'e and Tian Yangshen? That spot is reserved for our young sect master, Yun Kong, Wang Ziyu remarked with a smile. Regardless of how others evolve, the highest position among the younger generation will always belong to the young sect master. Tang Tian nodded, recognizing this as befitting of a young sect master's stature. Before long, a youth clad in a simple gray robe entered the hall and took his seat at the center. It was Tang Tian's first encounter with the sect's young sect master, and he appeared somewhat different from what he had envisioned. Yun Kong looked remarkably ordinary. If seen among commoners, he would not stand out. Throughout the conversation, a gentle smile graced his lips, devoid of the haughty demeanor one might expect. Overall, he exuded a remarkably gentle presence. Could he command such talent in young masters? Tang Tian wondered silently. Once seated, the young sect master announced the formal commencement of the exchange meeting. Greetings, esteemed friends. I wish to express my gratitude for your presence. Each of you is an indispensable pillar of our sect. He continued, as fellow disciples, we must collaborate to forge a more harmonious and prosperous environment for cultivation. As Tang Tian anticipated, Yun Kong spoke with a measured cadence, his voice warm and soothing, enveloping all in an invigorating embrace. Yet, within the hall, everyone, including the great young masters, maintained a composed and respectful demeanor, listening intently and refraining from any disorderly conduct. The young sect master's authority was undiminished by his amiable nature. The content of Yun Kong's speech echoed Wang Ziyu's earlier remarks, focusing primarily on the upcoming 100 sects battle scheduled in over a year. At that time, the numerous affiliated sects under the Yunding Tianfu would dispatch their most exceptional core disciples to engage in a pinnacle contest of talents. The outstanding individuals would be selected for deeper cultivation within the Yunding Tianfu. Due to its relatively recent establishment, Qingwei Sect had historically performed poorly in previous 100 sects battles, often finishing at the bottom. However, under Yun Kong's leadership as young sect master for over 20 years, Qingwei Sect's performance had dramatically improved, ascending to a mid-tier position. This was nothing short of a miracle, considering many affiliated sects had been established for over 1,000 or even several thousand years. For Qingwei Sect to surpass them was indeed commendable. Tang Tian began to comprehend why Yun Kong appeared so unremarkable while commanding such respect from others. Achieving such a feat was certainly no small accomplishment. The discussion extended for quite some time, yet it was far from tedious. No one appeared drowsy. Yun Kong's words were succinct, offering commendations to core disciples, honorary disciples, and subordinates alike, while casting an optimistic vision for the future. He concluded, with everyone's collective efforts, our sect will undoubtedly ascend to even greater heights. After his closing remarks, he departed the hall, followed by Mo Xiao Xiao and the great young masters, with the others gradually dispersing thereafter. Upon exiting the hall, Tang Tian exhaled deeply. This was his first experience of a leadership meeting since arriving in this world. What is it? Wang Ziyu inquired. Tang Tian shook his head slightly. Nothing. Just that it differed from my expectations. I imagined the gatherings of the younger generation would be more lively. In reality, he had anticipated something akin to a spring festival, where people would gather to compete vigorously, with table flipping and uproar being commonplace. Surely, it would become animated soon. Wang Ziyu, not grasping Tang Tian's implication, remarked, the young sect master and the great young masters hold such high status. They certainly wouldn't behave like ordinary disciples. When the martial meeting occurs, it will be the stage for others, and it will surely be more engaging. Tang Tian nodded, preparing to lead Lan Yu and the others away. However, just then, a figure clad in blue blocked his path. It was Lu Chang'e. You are Tang Tian? Lu Chang'e's tone was flat, devoid of any discernible emotion. Tang Tian frowned slightly and replied, is there something you need? Lu Chang'e continued, a month ago, I heard there was a misunderstanding between you and one of my subordinates, resulting in some unpleasantness. I hope you do not take it to heart. As the young sect master stated, as fellow disciples, we must join hands to progress together. Let the grievances between you come to an end. Tang Tian was taken aback, initially assuming that the visitor had come to provoke him. To his surprise, the intention was to resolve conflicts. However, although Lu Chang'e's tone was relatively courteous, there lingered an undeniable undertone in his words that left Tang Tian feeling somewhat unsettled. Nonetheless, he dismissed the matter as trivial and chose not to dwell on it. It's nothing. I've already forgotten, he replied. Lu Chang'e nodded in acknowledgement. That's good. With that, he turned to leave with his subordinates and guests. Tang Tian observed and indeed spotted Shen Tufeng among the departing entourage. What astonished him even more was the presence of Feng Fei, whom he had not seen for over a month, now seemingly closer to Lu Chang'e than to Shen Tufeng. Tang Tian furrowed his brow in silent concern. This was not a favorable development. Simultaneously, he found himself astonished at the means Fang Fei must have employed to align herself with such a prominent figure as Lu Chang'e. After Lu Chang'e's departure, Wang Ziyu expressed his bewilderment. Why did he suddenly seek you out? That trivial matter hardly warranted his personal involvement. Tang Tian shook his head, remaining silent but harboring a growing suspicion regarding Fang Fei. Chapter 45, The Little Demoness. The unexpected encounter with Lu Chang'e and the sight of Fang Fei caused Tang Tian to retract some of his earlier ease. If Fang Fei had indeed secured a connection with Lu Chang'e, it would not bode well, given the deep-seated enmity between them. However, after a moment's contemplation, he quickly dismissed the thought. As long as he remained within Qinghua Sect, significant dangers were unlikely to arise. Moreover, he was part of the Southern Peak and had Mo Xiaoxiao by his side. There were no substantial concerns. Once the discussion concluded with the young sect master, Tang Tian, along with Wang Ziyu and Xiao Xue, made their way to the designated area for honorary disciples. The martial gathering was about to commence, and Tang Tian was eager to observe the capabilities of those preparing for the 100 Sects competition. He found a seat and was soon presented with spiritual fruits and fragrant tea. The service was undoubtedly commendable. While waiting, Tang Tian noticed that some honorary disciples were accompanied by their guests, while others were solitary, devoid of any subordinates or companions. What is the reason for this? He inquired of Wang Ziyu. Wang Ziyu explained, there is a significant disparity among honorary disciples. The three types I mentioned previously are merely general classifications. Some seek to enhance their descendants' prospects, others aim to elevate their own status within Qinghua Sect, and some are here to serve external families. Those aspiring to ascend to Yunding Tianfu are but a small fraction. After all, gathering contribution points or nurturing 3 prodigies is no small feat. Tang Tian understood. Indeed, aside from contribution points, gaining entry to Yunding Tianfu through the 100 Sects competition was exceedingly challenging, given the abundance of talent. Firstly, only core disciples under the age of 25 could participate, and secondly, they must possess a cultivation level of at least the transformation stage. Strictly speaking, only the elite few at the pinnacle of the transformation stage stood a chance of distinguishing themselves in the competition. Such talents were exceedingly rare, even among core disciples. After some idle chatter, the attendees began to gather in earnest. Soon, several guests dispatched their subordinates to engage in martial exchanges in the arena. Tang Tian observed the battles unfold. Indeed, the combatants were formidable. The participants were predominantly above the transformation stage, all vying for accolades in the upcoming 100 Sects competition. Their powerful auras and profound techniques showcased their elite status, embodying the very essence of excellence. In contrast, Gu Xiaoxue and the Lan sisters, still in the nascent soul stage, were far from their level. However, they were still youthful, particularly Gu Xiaoxue, who had yet to turn 16 and possessed a promising future ahead. After watching for a while, Wang Ziyu excused himself to check on the core disciples. The rivalry between honorary and core disciples was ongoing. Pure disciples often looked down on those who chose to serve as guests, believing it compromised their steadfast commitment to the path. Conversely, honorary disciples felt that the purists lacked adaptability, forsaking superior resources. Both sides held firmly to their views, unwilling to yield. However, Tang Tian was disinterested in such disputes. Each person's choices were their own. If pure disciples disregarded him, he had no intention of pursuing them. It was hardly a concern, and he saw no need to force cordiality where it was unwelcome. Thus, he remained seated, leisurely observing the spectacle. Truly impressive. They far exceed my capabilities. Gu Xiaoxue remarked in awe, watching the battles unfold. Tang Tian chuckled. Do not underestimate yourself. Your youth merely reflects a temporary lack of cultivation. In terms of understanding the path, you may not be inferior to them. I've already spotted several flaws in their techniques. Although Gu Xiaoxue's current strength fell short, Tang Tian believed her potential could outshine others. Seeing how formidable their guests are, I must redouble my efforts upon returning, Gu Xiaoxue declared, clenching her small fists earnestly. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, realizing her determination. This girl certainly had spirit. The martial gathering continued for about an hour, and the expressions of the spectators indicated their satisfaction with the current guest prowess. Afterward, Tang Tian prepared to locate Wang Ziyu. Just then, a group of unfamiliar honorary disciples approached him. Tang Tian, the leader, a tall young man with a stern expression, inquired from a position of superiority. Tang Tian frowned slightly. And you are? The young man replied coolly, I am Ding Xiao, also from the Southern Peak, tasked with assisting Miss Mo in maintaining order here. Oh, Tang Tian acknowledged, realizing Ding Xiao was affiliated with Mo Xiaoxiao. Is there something you need? Ding Xiao stated, since you are now part of the Southern Peak, it is best you do not act independently. Come with me to our designated area. Tang Tian smiled politely. Thank you, but I prefer solitude. Ding Xiao frowned. Tang Tian. Now that you have joined the southern peak, you must adhere to its rules. Follow me. I do not wish to repeat myself. Tang Tian's smile faded. He detested being coerced. I have not heard of such rules. I shall go where I please. No one can restrict my freedom. Ding Xiao's brow furrowed deeply. Do not presume that possessing a bit of spiritual jade makes you invincible. If you persist in your obstinacy, you may as well leave the southern peak and seek your fortune elsewhere. Tang Tian regarded him silently and asked, Is this your directive, or is it Miss Mo's? He had never intended to join any faction. His involvement stemmed solely from Mo Xiaoxiao's casual suggestion. If this truly reflected her wishes, he would depart immediately. Any hesitation would be a disservice to his integrity. However, it was evident that this was not the case. Ding Xiao opened his mouth but ultimately refrained from addressing the question directly, coldly stating, Very well, remain here as you wish. I will report your attitude to Miss Mo. With that, he turned and left. Tang Tian stroked his chin, chuckling softly. This seems to be a show of authority for newcomers. Gu Xiaoxue huffed. He carries himself with such arrogance. He thinks himself impressive, yet he ultimately must report back. Tang Tian laughed. Let him be. We are not obliged to join any particular faction. Besides, Qingwei Sect has more than just the southern peak. Let's see how Wang Ziyu is faring. Subsequently, Tang Tian, accompanied by Xiao Shui and the others, proceeded towards the core disciples. However, along the way, they fortuitously encountered Wang Ziyu, who returned with an excited expression. Brother Tang, let me tell you, this cohort of core disciples is truly remarkable. Several have reached the pinnacle of the transformation stage, each possessing formidable strength. Moreover, there is a prodigy among them, a 16-year-old at the peak of the nascent soul stage, who even defeated someone at the initial stage of the transformation. This little genius is exceedingly arrogant, claiming he could easily subdue any honorary disciple's subordinates. Haha, it's utterly delightful. Tang Tian cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, What are you so excited about? Have you forgotten your own standing? This fellow seemed a bit off-kilter, having forgotten that he too was an honorary disciple. However, Wang Ziyu merely laughed heartily, fanning himself with an unfolded fan. Me? I'm here for the entertainment. Wherever there is fun, you'll find me. The upcoming free challenges are bound to be a spectacle. Tang Tian shook his head in bemusement. This guy truly didn't care about his status as an honorary disciple, disregarding his reputation. Yet, Wang Ziyu's words piqued Tang Tian's interest in the forthcoming challenges. What kind of strength would a 16-year-old at the peak of the nascent soul stage possess? How would he compare to Gu Xiaoxue? After a brief respite, the free challenges finally commenced. Honorary disciples, attendants, and core disciples gathered once more. This time, Mo Xiaoxiao and Lu Chang'e were also present, seated high above, quietly observing the battles below. In their vicinity sat several formidable individuals, likely the leading figures among the core disciples. Under the watchful eyes of these prominent figures, the free challenges officially began. The first to take the stage was a core disciple at the late transformation stage, who exuded arrogance and did not specify whom he wished to challenge, arrogantly proclaiming that any attendant could step forward. His disdainful demeanor immediately ignited the ire of the honorary disciples. An honorary disciple from the West Peak sent forth his attendant, equally at the late transformation stage. As they entered the arena, combat was imminent. Tang Tian noticed that this battle was far more intense than the previous skirmishes between attendants. Both parties seemed to unleash their full potential. It appeared there was long-standing animosity between them, pent-up frustration fueling their fierce confrontation. The attendant displayed impressive prowess, his techniques both unpredictable and breathtaking, akin to a visual feast. However, the core disciple, despite mastering only 3 or 4 techniques, had each reached a level of minor achievement, thus maintaining the upper hand. Ultimately, the attendant faltered at a critical moment and was decisively defeated. What's the use of all those flashy techniques? Mastery is the true essence. It seemed some were indeed right. These attendants were merely for show. Following the core disciple's triumph, his arrogance only intensified, and he demanded to continue challenging others. This provocation was too much for the honorary disciples to bear. Soon, they dispatched a more powerful attendant, also at the late transformation stage, who swiftly defeated the arrogant core disciple. It appears you're all talk with little substance, the attendant retorted, reclaiming their earlier dignity. Then, another core disciple took to the stage. The variety of techniques displayed dazzled Tang Tian. Brother Wang, you were right. The free challenges are indeed far more exciting. Tang Tian remarked with a smile. Wang Ziyu chuckled, isn't it so? These individuals have harbored mutual disdain for each other. Their grievance is palpable. With a rare opportunity for direct confrontation, none are willing to let it slip by easily. Tang Tian nodded, recognizing this dynamic. Both factions were, in essence, core disciples, albeit one had opted to rely on external resources while the other had chosen to depend solely on their own capabilities. It was difficult to ascertain who was in the right, as each individual's circumstances varied significantly. Nonetheless, Tang Tian observed that the pure core disciples generally exhibited superior strength. Whenever an attendant managed to reclaim a victory, they would quickly find themselves countered. Overall, the attendants were losing more than they were winning. Attendants have access to more resources. I had expected them to be stronger, Tang Tian commented. Wang Ziyu shrugged. While they may have abundant resources, they also bear the burden of additional distractions. In terms of true combat prowess, they cannot compare to those who are singularly devoted to their cultivation. Typically, the attendants emerge as the losing side in these free challenges. This time, it's been relatively mild. In the past, they were utterly overwhelmed, scarcely able to catch their breath. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Indeed, those with pure intentions in cultivation often stand a better chance of ascending to greater heights. The unfolding events mirrored Wang Ziyu's observations. Although the attendants initially matched the core disciple strength, fatigue soon became evident as time passed. Meanwhile, the core disciples continued to present one formidable contestant after another, each more powerful than the last. Defeat for the attendants seemed inevitable. Yet, Tang Tian noted that the honorary disciples remained remarkably composed, evidently accustomed to such spectacles. Once the victors were determined, the atmosphere shifted toward more entertaining bouts. Participants at the mid and early stages of the transformation, and even some prodigies at the nascent soul stage, began to take the stage. At last, Tang Tian beheld the prodigy Wang Ziyu had mentioned. Huang Chong, a 16-year-old at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, exhibited an arrogance surpassing that of the other core disciples, treating the attendants with disdain. Send anyone you wish. I shall take them all on. Look at your feeble forms. Even if you come at me as a group, I shall not be intimidated. Huang Chong's haughty demeanor darkened the expressions of many honorary disciples and attendants. This boy was insufferably arrogant. However, they managed to retain their composure, not resorting to bullying the weaker. All those dispatched were within the nascent soul stage. Yet, Huang Chong was not only eloquent, but also remarkably skilled. Almost every challenger was ruthlessly crushed, even those who had trained for years at the peak of the nascent soul stage barely managing to withstand his onslaught. This only inflated Huang Chong's arrogance further. Ha ha ha, you are also weak. What right do you have to bear the name of core disciples? To be grouped with you is a disgrace. He jeered. The honorary disciples' expressions darkened further, but they found themselves at a loss for a suitable response. After all, he was merely 16. Even sending someone in their 20s to confront him would seem futile, merely adding to the ridicule. What could they do? They had no choice but to close their ears and pretend not to hear. At this level, who among them lacked a measure of patience? Xiao Shui, what do you think of him? Tang Tian inquired. Liu Xiaoxue pondered for a moment before responding. He is indeed impressive. However, his arrogance may lead him to expose some vulnerabilities. There might still be opportunities. Tang Xiao, should I step forward? Tang Tian immediately waved his hand. We are newcomers. Let us not involve ourselves in this fray. Moreover, there is no benefit to be gained. It's best to avoid drawing unnecessary attention, lest we invite unwarranted jealousy and trouble. He was particularly averse to troublesome matters. However, as if someone had heard his inner thoughts, trouble seemed to seek him out. Haha, is there no one daring enough to face me? Truly a bunch of cowards. Tang Tian, I've heard you're quite wealthy and have even charmed one of our talented junior sisters. What say you? Dare to let her come up here and spar with me? Huang Chong bellowed. Tang Tian. This was utterly perplexing. He was merely a bystander today. How did he suddenly become the focus? Was he truly that well known? Tang Tian found himself somewhat perplexed. However, since he had been directly named, he could no longer remain silent. Are you referring to me? He spoke up. Huang Chong cast a disdainful glance in his direction and replied, I have no interest in you. Did you not already entice away our talented junior sister? Do you dare to summon her? I want everyone to understand that aligning with your group of so-called esteemed disciples leads nowhere. It offers no benefits. Tang Tian fell silent. Was this truly Huang Chong's own perspective? Perhaps. He glanced towards the higher echelons and then said, You must be referring to Xiao Shui. She is merely at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Do you not think that would be somewhat unfair? After he spoke, Xiao Shui quickly transmitted a message to him, saying, Brother Tang, it's all right. I am confident I can defeat him. Tang Tian subtly shook his head, signaling her to refrain from speaking. If he was seeking trouble, then a lesson was in order. It was indeed somewhat unfair. Huang Chong waved his hand dismissively. Very well then. I shall also limit my cultivation to the mid or even early stages of the nascent soul realm. Against such weaklings, I could easily overpower them with one hand. So, Do you have any other excuses? Tang Tian smiled slightly. All right, Xiao Shui, go and have your fun. Chapter 47. Just this under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Gu Xiao Shui stepped onto the arena, standing opposite Huang Chong. This was set to be the most captivating battle following the formal challenges, as both participants were among the youngest. And Huang Chong's audacity in calling her out hinted at deeper implications. Perhaps he sought to solidify the resolve of the younger core disciples through this spectacle. Do you need me to use one hand, my once junior sister? Huang Chong boasted. The term once blatantly undermined Gu Xiaoshui's status as a core disciple. Yet, she remained unfazed, offering a gentle smile. You may proceed as you wish. Tang Tian sat below, observing quietly. This girl, Xiao Shui, was a completely different person in battle compared to their everyday interactions. She resembled a remarkable sword, sheathed within an ostensibly ordinary scabbard. Once drawn, she would undoubtedly radiate an undeniable brilliance. Very well, let us begin. In an astonishing display, Huang Chong actually tucked one hand behind his back, showing no regard for his opponent. Gu Xiaoshui's demeanor shifted, and her aura transformed rapidly. Suddenly, her sword was drawn, and she darted forward like a startled swan, reaching Huang Chong in the blink of an eye. The razor-sharp blade was mere moments from his brow. Huang Chong was instantly alarmed, retreating in haste, and his palm transformed into a fist, striking out, but he hit nothing but air. The sword's edge dissipated slowly, yet he felt an acute sense of danger creeping up his spine. Enough! Huang Chong cried out, abandoning any pretense of restraint, unleashing all his power as streams of dragon-shaped spiritual energy surged from him, barely averting disaster. Tang Tian chuckled. Xiao Shui is quite fierce right from the start. He was aware of Xiao Shui's strength, and in comparison to Huang Chong at his peak, she was not at a disadvantage. Yet, he was shocked that she unleashed her full power immediately, leaving Huang Chong utterly destabilized. Did you think you could manage with just one hand? I have cast aside all pretenses. Xiao Shui always fought with unwavering commitment. Beside them, Lan Yu remarked softly. During this time, Tang Tian and his companions had engaged in numerous sparring sessions. Their exchanges primarily revolved around philosophical understandings of the Tao, while Gu Xiaoshui and the Lan sisters engaged in tangible combat. Initially, when Gu Xiaoshui broke through to the nascent soul, she struggled against both Lan Yu and Lu Zhu, often finding herself on the defensive. However, this determined girl learned and progressed at an astonishing rate. Each sparring session revealed a markedly different state of growth. In just over a fortnight, she could stand her ground against either sister. After advancing to the mid-stage of the nascent soul, even the Lan sisters could no longer suppress her individually. Only when they combined their efforts could they hope to contain her. It was worth noting that the Lan sisters, working in unison, could even challenge those in the transformation realm, yet they could only barely hold Gu Xiaoshui at bay. She continued to grow rapidly. A month passed, and Gu Xiaoshui's prowess had escalated beyond mere levels. Huang Chong was no match for her. On the battlefield, Huang Chong's arrogance and carelessness led to a loss of initiative. Despite unleashing his full might, he remained at a disadvantage. Gu Xiaoshui's relentless onslaught left no openings, denying Huang Chong any respite. Several times, he attempted to leverage his superior cultivation to break free, yet each time was deftly countered by Gu Xiaoshui, leaving him thwarted. As the battle progressed, his anxiety grew, leading to more mistakes and a deepening crisis. This unforeseen turn of events caught the attention of the higher-ups. Indeed, a prodigy, they mused. What a shame she has aligned herself with a mere guest disciple. The path ahead is dim. What a remarkable talent. The esteemed disciples are truly a malignancy within the sect. The core disciples displayed expressions of regret, believing that no matter her talent, aligning with someone like Tang Tian would ruin her future. In stark contrast, the esteemed disciples exhibited a different demeanor. Xiao Xiao, a talent has emerged from your southern peak. Lu Chang'e smiled slightly. I have heard that Tang Tian possesses considerable resources. What do you think of him? I am unsure. He has only just arrived. Mo Xiao Xiao replied. This fellow seems to have a similar attitude towards everyone. At that moment, Jing Heng interjected. I have seen this young Master Tang once. He truly is quite extravagant. However, he appears to have a proclivity for indulgence. Lu Chang'e responded with a non-committal "oh," lost in thought. Meanwhile, Tian Yangxing scoffed lightly, saying, It matters not. If he can suppress the arrogance of the core disciples, that is a positive outcome. If opportunities arise, let us provide him appropriate support. The others nodded in silence. The differing reactions among the higher-ups reflected their varying priorities. While the core disciples focused solely on their fellow disciples, Lu Chang'e and his companions bore more complex considerations. The battle continued below. Gu Xiaoshui afforded Huang Chong no opportunity to turn the tide, maintaining her dominance from start to finish. Her relentless and fierce assaults forced Huang Chong into a state of desperation, revealing more and more vulnerabilities. Ultimately, with a resounding crash, Huang Chong was sent sprawling, blood spilling from his mouth and nose. Gu Xiaoshui sought to pursue him, but Tang Tian intervened, saying, "Xiaoshui, that is enough. This isn't a fight to the death. We only need to determine a victor." Upon hearing this, she paused, casting a glance at Huang Chong before rolling her eyes. "Is that all?" With that, she sheathed her sword and confidently strode back towards Tang Tian, resembling a victorious swan. Tang Tian smiled warmly. This girl certainly had a fierce competitive spirit. However, upon returning, she reverted to her usual demeanor, giggling. "So, did I embarrass you?" Tang Tian silently gave her a thumbs up, relishing her joy and pride. Meanwhile, the esteemed disciples reveled in their small victory. "Ah, keep pretending, why don't you? Did you really think yourself invincible? Just this? Just this? Go back and continue your arduous training. You all have no idea how significant resources can be." Guxiaxu's resounding victory allowed them to finally reclaim a significant portion of their losses, breathing life back into their spirits, no longer needing to feign defeat. The subsequent period of free challenges continued for some time, yet people's interest waned considerably. Once the challenges concluded and everyone rested for a brief interlude, they transitioned into the next event, the treasure trading. Chapter 48, Is Wealth What Matters? This is indeed the domain of the honorary disciples, Wang Ziyu remarked with a smile. After each round of free challenges, the honorary disciples have pent-up frustrations. The treasure trading is their opportunity to vent. Tang Tian, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Why is that?" "Just wait and see," Wang Ziyu replied. Before long, the treasure trading commenced in earnest. Designated individuals presented an array of treasures for appraisal and subsequent trading. As Wang Ziyu had suggested, the treasure trading was incomparable to the exotic showcases of the Spring Appreciation Pavilion, with a wholly different focus. The treasures presented were predominantly related to cultivation, boasting impressively high grades, with many at levels 6 and 7, and even some at level 8, which Tang Tian had never encountered before. Their prices were exorbitant, with some starting in the tens of millions, while the most expensive approached a staggering 100 billion. However, for Tang Tian, even these figures appeared somewhat conservative. Looking around, he understood why Wang Ziyu claimed this was the honorary disciple stronghold. The treasures provided substantial assistance in cultivation, enhancing cultivation, comprehension, manifestation, and spiritual essence, among other aspects. Acquiring even a few would greatly facilitate one's own growth. Yet, the core disciples, lacking financial means, could only watch helplessly as the honorary disciples claimed these treasures. They were acutely aware that these treasures would be utilized by those who had made agreements with the honorary disciples, and to claim indifference would be disingenuous. Truly, those who could remain unperturbed by such wealth were exceedingly rare. "Ah, Brother Xiao, this set of rolling clouds formation is perfectly suited for your cultivation technique. Though it costs 30 billion, you truly deserve it. Purchased." Some honorary disciples declared loudly, eliciting eye rolls from the core disciples, who felt like adversaries. After surveying the offerings, Tang Tian also decided to take action. Having resolved to ascend to the Yunding Tianfu through the cultivation of followers, he recognized the necessity of preparation. The treasures exhibited commendable effects, prompting him to commence his haggling. Spirit flower, one branch for 18 billion? Would 28 billion suffice? Jade essence berry, 9 billion for a single one. I offer 13 billion for all. Tang Tian navigated the boundaries of the system's pricing, acquiring all items at the highest permissible price. His unconventional bargaining style drew curious glances from the surrounding honorary disciples. "Brother, we understand you may be quite affluent, but we've never heard of someone spending in such a manner. Is it truly wise to be so extravagant?" Observing Tang Tian's jovial demeanor, they couldn't help but shake their heads, concluding that every family has its own burdens. Perhaps at Tang Tian's home, frugality was enforced by familial law. The trading continued for a while. Tang Tian, akin to pouring water, tossed out over 1,000 billion, leaving some core disciples astonished. For the first time, they realized how substantial the sums spent within the sect could be. As time progressed, the treasure trading eventually concluded. Finally, they arrived at the grand finale of the Five Peaks Exchange Conference, the Merit Conference. The young sect leader, Yun Kong, reappeared, presiding over the event. He began by acknowledging individuals who had made significant contributions to the sect over the past year, bestowing accolades upon each. Subsequently, he converted each individual's contributions into merit points, distributing them accordingly. The utility of these merit points was profound. For honorary disciples, merit points represented power and status, enabling them to undertake numerous actions, including ascending to the Yunding Tianfu. For core disciples, merit points equated to vast quantities of spiritual jade and special privileges, granting access to superior cultivation resources and entry into secret training grounds to further enhance their abilities. In short, this was something everyone fervently desired. Tang Tian, too, aspired to obtain merit points, yet his contributions to the sect were insufficient to warrant a single point, leaving him to await the final segment, the offering of merit. Essentially, this process resembled a donation, spending money to acquire merit points. A mere 10,000 premium spiritual jade, equivalent to 100 billion spiritual jade, could be exchanged for a single point. How convenient. Tang Tian relished such straightforwardness. After some time, the calculations of contributions were finally completed, with those lacking even a single merit point disregarded. Following this, it was time for Tang Tian's most anticipated segment. The young sect leader, Yun Kong, wore a gentle smile, directing his gaze toward the honorary disciples as if to say, "What are you waiting for?" A few prominent figures stepped forward first. Lu Chang'e, donating 200 merit points. Tian Yasheng, 200 merit points. Mo Xiaoxiao and Chen Xiyo, each 100 merit points. Jing Hong, 150 merit points. Guan Ming, 150 merit points. Du Yuanqing, 100 merit points. Truly, these big shots were impressive. Their contributions were in the hundreds, equating to tens of trillions of spiritual jade. Tang Tian nodded to himself. Finally, there were a few capable individuals. After the influential figures set the precedent, the other honorary disciples began to follow suit, though their contributions were notably smaller, typically in single digits. Whenever someone surpassed 10 points, it elicited gasps of astonishment from the others. Moments later, Tang Tian also approached. "Tang Tian," he announced, "this is likely your first time participating in the offering of merit. How much do you wish to donate?" Yun Kong inquired. Tang Tian pondered briefly before deciding to test the waters, producing 10,000 premium spiritual jade and stating, 1 merit point. Yun Kong nodded, promptly processing it and handing him an exquisite jade token. "Your contribution is stored here, along with an explanation of the merit points," he said. Tang Tian acknowledged, accepting the jade token but refraining from examining it immediately, instead focusing on the system. This transaction falls under normal consumption, granting 1 million consumption points. A smile of delight crept across Tang Tian's lips. Indeed, he had successfully triggered the effect. Thus, was it not possible to accumulate consumption points through merit offerings? Surely, there must be no upper limit to such contributions. While Tang Tian reveled in his good fortune and contemplated the implications, a mocking voice broke through. "Huh. I thought you were quite wealthy. Turns out it's just 1 measly merit point. Did you exhaust your funds at the treasure trading?" Lifting his gaze, Tang Tian recognized the speaker as Ding Xiao, a subordinate of Mo Xiaoxiao from the South Peak. This fellow seemed to take issue with him. After delivering his taunt, Ding Xiao approached Yun Kong, presenting a shumi ring. "Young sect leader, I, Ding Xiao, offer 20 merit points." His declaration ignited a wave of astonished glances. Ding Xiao from the South Peak, a formidable aide to the young lady, Mo, truly remarkable. The crowd murmured in admiration, much to Ding Xiao's satisfaction. Once his business was concluded, he turned back to Tang Tian, casting a condescending look. "I initially thought you possessed some strength, but it appears I overestimated you. Mind yourself." With that, he prepared to leave. "Wait." Tang Tian's voice rang out, cutting through the air. Ding Xiao raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what is it?" Tang Tian smiled faintly, thinking to himself how this fellow seemed intent on creating animosity for no apparent reason. However, just moments ago, he was pondering how he could once again showcase his capabilities. Ding Xiao's actions provided him with the perfect pretext. "Are you questioning my financial resources? By the sound of it, you seem eager for a confrontation." Tang Tian remarked with a smile. Ding Xiao immediately furrowed his brow and coldly replied, "Very well, let us engage." Tang Tian grinned, "Then let us proceed." With that, he strode directly towards Yun Kong. "Young sect master, I wish to continue contributing." He then produced 30 billion from his system. Chapter 49. Ruthless domination. Tang Tian's contributions to the sect were commendable, yet he should not act out of spite. When Tang Tian proposed to continue contributing 30 more, Yun Kong gently advised, "You must not overexert yourself in a fit of anger." Tang Tian shook his head, asserting, "Young sect master, a gentleman knows when to act and when to refrain. Since someone has dared to belittle me, I cannot simply overlook it." Despite his resolute words, he inwardly criticized Yun Kong for his lengthy discourse, thinking it unnecessary and a hindrance to his contributions. Yun Kong, shaking his head, chose not to argue further and accepted Tang Tian's spirit jade. Once completed, Tang Tian turned to Ding Xiao, his gaze challenging. "What now? Do you still wish to engage?" Ding Xiao scoffed. 30 billion, quite a substantial sum. "Surely, you've exhausted your resources." But what you fail to grasp is that what you have spent is merely my starting point. Today, I shall demonstrate to you what it means to be a true honorary disciple. With that, Ding Xiao approached Yun Kong and declared, "Young Sect Master, I wish to add 30 more contributions." The crowd erupted in astonishment. Indeed, it's Ding Xiao. His wealth must be second only to the top aristocrats. The honorary disciples are truly filled with hidden talents. They marveled. Hearing their remarks, Ding Xiao's chest swelled with pride, though 500 billion stung his finances. Establishing his reputation in front of the esteemed figures and disciples was worth it. Defeating Tang Tian, that was merely a secondary objective. He had never regarded this newcomer as a serious contender. However, reality diverged from his expectations. As Ding Xiao added 300 billion, Tang Tian could hardly contain his joy. This is indeed impressive. But what makes you think that 300 billion has drained my resources? The depths of my wallet are beyond your comprehension. With a confident demeanor, Tang Tian turned to Yun Kong. "Young Sect Master, I shall add 600 billion. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. My word, this newcomer is truly audacious. No wonder he cultivates such formidable disciples. His wealth is evident. With 900 billion amassed, he was quickly nearing the standing of the top aristocrats. The focus of the crowd swiftly shifted from Ding Xiao to Tang Tian. Ding Xiao's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Tang Tian could produce such wealth in one go. Yun Kong, with a resigned expression, facilitated Tang Tian's contributions. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow at Ding Xiao, his provocation unmistakable. Anger flared within Ding Xiao, yet he refrained from direct confrontation, seemingly torn. After all, 900 billion was no small sum. To add more would push the total past 1 trillion. Following his taunt, Tang Tian shifted his attention to the system interface. Upon surpassing 1 trillion in total assets, a previously unseen item appeared in the consumption rebate system. It was a piece of jade, slightly larger than the finest spirit jade. Perfectly rounded, with an enigmatic aura swirling within, resembling a galaxy. What is this? Tang Tian examined it closely and confirmed that upon reaching 1 trillion, or 100 million in superior spirit jade, it automatically synthesized into this extraordinary jade. Could it be a currency of a higher grade? He mused. As Tang Tian pondered, Ding Xiao seemed to have made his final decision. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, he gritted his teeth and declared, "I shall add 500 billion. His eyes reddened, clearly showing that this trillion would severely impact his resources. He turned to Tang Tian and almost screamed, "Keep going. Let us see how far you can take this." Tang Tian waved away the spittle, maintaining his composure. "I never said I would stop." After a moment of contemplation, he presented the peculiar jade. "Are you familiar with this?" Upon seeing the jade, Ding Xiao's eyes widened. "Primordial Dao Jade," he exclaimed. "What? Primordial Dao Jade? Is that truly in your possession, Tang Tian? That is an unparalleled treasure for cultivation." Though the exchange rate between Primordial Dao Jade and Superior Spirit Jade was around 100 million, it was a rare commodity. "This is the first time I've ever seen one," Ding Xiao marveled. "Heavens, it is as perfect as the form of the most beautiful maiden of the Qingwei sect." Tang Tian was taken aback, thinking how he could have witnessed such a thing. However, amidst their astonishment, he began to grasp the jade's significance. Used as currency, it equated to 100 million in superior spirit jade but appeared to hold even greater value, seemingly beneficial for cultivation. "Tang Tian, are you certain you wish to use it for contributions?" "Like spirit jade, it also exchanges for 100 contributions," Yun Kong said. Tang Tian paused, then nonchalantly replied, "No problem, I'll use it. Too much spirit jade could be cumbersome." He handed over the primordial Dao Jade, realizing the system had synthesized it, leaving him no choice. Yun Kong nodded, accepting the primordial Dao Jade. "On behalf of the sect, I express our gratitude. The primordial Dao Jade is of immense value to us." Tang Tian waved it off, and his contribution points reached 109, with 2 pieces of primordial Dao Jade in his system space. "Shall we continue?" He taunted Ding Xiao. At that moment, Ding Xiao was utterly bewildered. He never expected Tang Tian could so casually produce a primordial Dao Jade. The most shocking aspect was the rapid escalation of contributions. In typical contests, increments were gradual, yet here, they had doubled, leaving him reeling. Ding Xiao's eyes twitched, but he refrained from a direct response. Ding Xiao is faltering. "I concur, Tang Tian's display of the primordial Dao Jade is indeed intimidating. He might just challenge the 6th position among the Qingwei sect's top aristocrats. If he cannot keep up, he should step down to avoid further embarrassment." The spectators, reveling in the spectacle, laughed heartily. Hearing the crowd's derision, Ding Xiao's eyes turned crimson. "Who says I cannot? 1 trillion is merely a trifle. I can certainly afford it." He had lost some of his composure, retrieving another storage ring and slamming it down before Yun Kong, shouting, "I will add 1 trillion more." Yun Kong, contemplating intervening, decided against it upon witnessing Ding Xiao's fervor, and accepted the offering. Who dares to underestimate me now? Ding Xiao boasted, then turned to Tang Tian. If you have the audacity, come forth. Tang Tian deflected the spittle with a slight smile. You said it. He then opened his palm, revealing 2 pieces of primordial Dao jade resting serenely within. Young Sect Master, I request an additional 200 contributions. Upon witnessing 2 pieces of innate Dao jade, Ding Xiao's complexion shifted dramatically from crimson to ashen, causing him to stagger backward. His lips trembled, yet no words escaped his mouth, for he realized he could not compete. In contrast, Tang Tian remained remarkably composed, even displaying a hint of delight. Is that all? Wasn't I supposed to witness what it truly means to be a prodigious disciple? This is it. Then keep your eyes wide open. With that, Tang Tian reached out once more, revealing 4 additional pieces of innate Dao jade. Young Master, I require another 400 merit points. Chapter 50, an invitation from Lu Chang'e. As Tang Tian produced another 4 pieces of innate Dao jade, Ding Xiao's pallor deepened, and he collapsed to the ground. His expression was one of sheer panic. He dared not glance at Tang Tian again. Tang Tian, grinning broadly, remarked, Did you not see clearly just now? Let me show you again. Young Master, I wish to continue with 800 merit points. As he spoke, he retrieved 8 more pieces of innate Dao jade. Seizing the rare opportunity for extravagant expenditure, he was determined to make the most of it. Meanwhile, the onlookers were left in a daze. Were these not extremely rare divine objects? How could they appear in such abundance as if they were mere cabbages? Lu Chang'e and the others were equally astonished. Such a prodigious display of wealth warranted their respect. Even young Master Yun Kong was taken aback. Observing the innate Dao jade extended by Tang Tian, Yun Kong shook his head and said, Enough, Tang Tian, you have already triumphed. The innate Dao jade is invaluable for your future cultivation. It is best you keep it. Tang Tian, momentarily stunned, quickly replied, No. I have plenty of these at home. Please accept them. However, Yun Kong firmly declined, Keep them. If you ever wish to nurture disciples, such divine objects will be essential. Tang Tian grew anxious. He wondered why Yun Kong would not accept them. If you refuse, how can I acquire more innate Dao jade? How can I gain merit points? Truly, it is of no consequence. I am simply in high spirits today. It would be uncomfortable not to spend some money. Consider it a contribution to our sect, as I have yet to assist it in any way since my arrival. As he spoke, he forcefully attempted to push the jade into Yun Kong's embrace. This scene left the surrounding disciples astounded. What an extraordinary tale of wealth. To be so generous as to offer gifts. Their aspirations paled in comparison to such a mindset. They felt as insignificant as ants beside him. Many marveled at Tang Tian's grand vision, his stature elevated to unimaginable heights. Yet Yun Kong ultimately did not acquiesce to Tang Tian's wishes. He exerted a gentle yet unyielding force, returning the innate Dao jade. Tang Tian, I understand your desire to contribute to our sect, but there must be limits. Today is merely a routine merit meeting. There is no need for excessive fervor. If you genuinely wish to help, focus on the development of our sect in the future, Yun Kong advised. Tang Tian's expression reflected resignation, but seeing Yun Kong's firm resolve, he had no choice but to relent. It was truly a pity. He was so close to surpassing 10 trillion. Well then, will there be similar events in the future? Tang Tian inquired. Yun Kong chuckled softly. Our sect requires a vast amount of spirit jade for its construction. If you genuinely wish to make an impact, I will inform you when the time comes. Tang Tian nodded. Very well, let us conclude today's meeting. Should such opportunities arise again, do not forget to include me. Such chances to dramatically increase wealth and merit points are indeed rare. Tang Tian had contemplated seeking a high-spending venue for a wild spending spree, yet that was impractical. Without sufficient strength or security, hastily departing from Qingwei sect would only expose him to danger. All matters must be predicated on the preservation of life. I shall certainly notify you. Yun Kong replied with a bemused smile. He had never encountered such an eager individual. Thus, an unexpected contest of wealth concluded in a manner none had anticipated, primarily due to its rapid pace and overwhelming nature. As Ding Xiao remarked, exhausting one's savings merely serves as the starting point for another. However, the individual depleting their resources had become him. With 700 merit points accumulated, only 300 remained to ascend to Yunding Tianfu, and within the system space. Tang Tian's spirit jade had surpassed 80 trillion, possessing 8 pieces of innate Dao jade. His merit points reached 800 million. With 9-ring talent and 9-tier physique now firmly within his grasp. As the merit meeting concluded, Tang Tian noticed a shift in how others regarded him. They approached him with goodwill. He, in turn, reciprocated with kindness, receiving numerous communication jade talismans. Brother Tang, Your prominence today has been remarkable. Wang Ziyu remarked with a wry smile as they left the venue. I knew you were wealthy, but I never anticipated you would be this affluent. You are nearly on par with the great young masters. Why have you remained inconspicuous until now? Tang Tian chuckled and casually fabricated a response. I merely wish to experience the struggles of the common folk. Now that I have, I shall return to my original life. Wang Ziyu nodded seriously. I presumed as much. Your wealth cannot merely be attributed to good fortune. Tang Tian smiled, but offered no further comment. As long as one possesses extraordinary talent, even the most outrageous excuses will find believers. Some may even concoct elaborate tales to justify the implausible. This situation, for Tang Tian, was advantageous. As the two conversed, they had not ventured far when several formidable honorary disciples approached them, exuding a powerful aura, at least above the transformation stage. With grave expressions and subdued tones, they addressed Tang Tian. Young Master Lu requests your presence. Tang Tian furrowed his brow. The only one who could refer to him as Young Master Lu was Lu Chang'e. What could this fellow want? He recalled the earlier encounter with Feng Fei, generating a sense of unease. Could this not wait? I have other matters to attend to. Tang Tian contemplated declining the invitation. However, the messenger insisted, I believe it would be best for you to accompany me. With that, they subtly surrounded Tang Tian and his companions. Xiao Xue and the Lan sisters immediately assumed a defensive stance, their expressions tense. While Tang Tian discreetly grasped a few purple beads in his hand, the Thunder Pearl could summon heavenly lightning, possessing power equivalent to a fully unleashed strike from a tribulation cultivator. In his previous transactions with Qin Hai, Tang Tian had acquired numerous such items to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Observing Tang Tian and his companion's guarded demeanor, the messenger chuckled, Do not be overly anxious. This is the young master's domain. No one will harm you here. Moreover, your few attendants are far from sufficient to oppose us. Please do not make this difficult. Young Master Lu has merely asked us to invite you, not to apprehend you. Tang Tian narrowed his eyes but ultimately decided to temporarily stow the Thunder Pearl. Indeed, they were still within the confines of the meeting venue, and even Lu Chang'e would not dare to act excessively. Besides, he had just gained notoriety. In the worst-case scenario, he had means of self-preservation. Very well, I will accompany you, Tang Tian acquiesced. Chapter 51. The death of Feng Fei. A moment later, under the guidance of several honorary disciples, Tang Tian arrived at an elegant villa. Passing through the garden, he entered the main hall, where a young man clad in a blue robe sat at the head, leisurely sipping tea. It was Lu Chang'e. Upon the entrance of Tang Tian, Lu Chang'e offered a gentle smile and said, Young Master Tang, please take a seat. Tang Tian stepped forward and settled beside him. What business do you have with me, Lu Gongzi? He asked directly. Yet, Lu Chang'e remained unhurried, pouring himself a cup of steaming tea, which he then presented to Tang Tian. Your boldness at the recent merit conference left quite an impression, he remarked. Our Qingwei sect certainly lacks individuals of your caliber, who are both powerful and dedicated to the sect's advancement. Tang Tian furrowed his brow, puzzled as to why Lu Chang'e brought this up. Was it possible that his display of merit overshadowed Lu Chang'e, causing displeasure? That seemed unlikely. Someone of Lu Chang'e's stature would not be petty about such matters. Even if he were, it would be subtle. However, if there were those who deliberately stirred discord behind the scenes, then all bets were off. What exactly are you trying to convey? Tang Tian inquired, no longer wishing to speculate. Lu Chang'e shook his head and rose. What I wish to express is that as disciples of the Qingwei sect, whether honorary disciples, guests, or core members, we ought to support one another to foster the sect's growth. A strong sect benefits us all. He sighed softly, gazing at Tang Tian. Yet, there are always individuals who relish in sowing discord, undermining this cherished harmony. With that, he snapped his fingers, summoning several subordinates who entered, escorting a disheveled woman with unkempt hair and a trembling form. They unceremoniously cast her before Lu Chang'e and Tang Tian. The woman collapsed to the ground, visibly shaken, her tattered clothing marred with bloodstains, a pitiful sight. Lift your head, Lu Chang'e commanded softly. The woman shuddered but gradually raised her gaze. Tang Tian was taken aback. Beneath the disarray, he recognized a very familiar face, Feng Fei. Gone was her arrogant demeanor, replaced by a look of utter despair and overwhelming fear. When their eyes met, she trembled again, quickly lowering her head, not uttering a word. Lu Gongzi, what is the meaning of this? Tang Tian queried, struggling to grasp Lu Chang'e's intentions, as the reality diverged sharply from his expectations. Lu Chang'e smiled faintly. Surely you recognize her. A mere inner sect disciple who traded her beauty to deliberately approach Feng, then clandestinely altered the invitation he extended to you, whispering incitements that led to your conflict with him. Realizing the situation had spiraled out of control, she sought to align herself with me, attempting to instigate opposition between us. Young Master Tang, what do you think should be done with such a person? Lu Chang'e inquired. Tang Tian was taken aback, the weight of the revelations causing him to pause and reflect. Indeed, Fang Fei had instigated his clash with Shin Tefeng, but he had not anticipated her tampering with the invitation. No wonder Shin Tefeng's invitation had seemed so peculiar, urging him to witness a dance performance. What had the original content of the invitation entailed? It mattered little now. The conflict with Shin Tefeng had ultimately been resolved with Jing Heng's intervention. At that point, Fang Fei must have realized that a solitary Shin Tefeng could not adequately handle him, prompting her to approach Lu Chang'e. While her strategy was commendable, it had been effortlessly discerned by Lu Chang'e, resulting in her punishment and subsequent summoning. However, why had Lu Chang'e chosen to act in this manner? Was he subtly extending an olive branch? After some contemplation, Tang Tian replied, "Such matters fall outside my jurisdiction. The law enforcement hall will address her transgressions." Lu Chang'e chuckled. "Yet she has targeted you, young Master Tang." Tang Tian shook his head. "But I have not been adversely affected, have I? Moreover, such petty tricks, even if successful, would not instill fear in me." He remained uncertain of Lu Chang'e's ultimate aim, yet he understood the importance of not incurring debts of gratitude lightly. Lu Chang'e clearly sought to leverage this situation to gain a favor from him. Hearing Tang Tian's response, Lu Chang'e smiled slightly. Indeed, such despicable individuals evoke nothing but revulsion. Incapable of inflicting any real harm, they are akin to ubiquitous vermin. I find it difficult to comprehend why some individuals would wager everything for such laughable ambitions, even betraying their closest friends. With another snap of his fingers, a different group emerged, bringing forth another acquaintance of Tang Tian, Lin Yu, his childhood companion. Lin Yu appeared unharmed, yet she exhibited an air of weakness, her complexion pale. Upon approaching, she glanced at Tang Tian, then at the crumpled Fang Fei, her expression a tumultuous blend of emotions. "In her quest to get closer to me, Fang Fei offered you to Shin Tefeng in exchange for a recommendation," Lu Chang'e revealed. "Tragic, isn't it?" Until she succumbed to unconsciousness, she remained oblivious to the fact that her dearest friend had betrayed her. Had I not intervened in time, she would have lost her status as a core disciple. Tang Tian furrowed his brow, remaining silent, while Lin Yu could only stare at Fang Fei in disbelief. "Why? How could you become this way? We were such good friends." Lin Yu's voice trembled as she spoke, her lips pressed tightly together. Fang Fei, sitting with her hair in disarray, began to tremble violently. "Why?" she suddenly shouted, her bloodshot eyes fixed on Lin Yu, her face contorted with rage. "How dare you ask me why? I cared for you so much when we first met, guiding your cultivation and introducing you to more accomplished individuals. Your talent surpassed mine. But without my assistance, could you have progressed so swiftly? But you received better resources and never once considered me. You only care for yourself. You have always only cared for yourself." Fang Fei screamed in a fit of fury. Lin Yu's brow furrowed even deeper. "Is that why you would ruin everything for me? Is it truly necessary?" Fang Fei's laughter was cold. "Indeed, it may not be necessary. But you destroyed me first. If it weren't for your words, suggesting that Tang Tian was foolishly pursuing you, would I have sought trouble with him that day at Jinyutang? When I lost the bet, kneeling before everyone and losing all face, what did you do? You could have spoken a single word on my behalf. You did nothing but watch as I was humiliated." Lin Yu stood frozen, rendered speechless. Fang Fei continued, "From that day forth, I vowed to ascend to the upper echelons, even at the cost of my identity as a core disciple. But I once again chose the wrong target. I lost all my savings and my dignity. Yet I refuse to accept this. Why must I be treated in such a manner? So I swear, no matter the cost, I will ensure you face retribution. I will drag you, Lin Yu, into the depths of despair. And you, Tang Tian, will lose everything, never to rise again. I will see you all dead." Fang Fei had completely lost her sanity, struggling to rise, intent on lunging toward Tang Tian, who was nearest to her. However, at that moment, a brilliant light flashed, and Fang Fei's head and body were suddenly severed, her scorching blood splattering at Tang Tian's feet. It was truly a cacophony. Lu Chang'e, with a look of disdain, glanced at the fan in his hand before tossing it directly onto Fang Fei's lifeless body. Moments ago, he had wielded that very fan to slay her. Subsequently, Lu Chang'e wiped his hands and smiled at Tang Tian, assuring him, "It's nothing. We shall continue." Chapter 52. A rift unveiled Fang Fei's corpse, and the blood staining the floor were swiftly dealt with, yet the air remained thick with the pungent scent of blood, a fragrance that left Tang Tian feeling quite unsettled. It was not her death that bothered him, but rather Lu Chang'e's demeanor. Although Lu Chang'e had maintained a courteous facade since their first meeting, he had been covertly targeting Tang Tian all along. Initially, he sought to win Tang Tian over by exposing Feng Fei's schemes, attempting to curry favor. When Tang Tian did not respond favorably, Lu Chang'e resurrected the memory of his childhood friend Lin Yu, showcasing Feng Fei's demise right before him as a display of power, signifying that he, Lu Chang'e, could determine life and death at will, even in the presence of the sect's junior leader, Yun Kong. Tang Tian despised the sensation of being manipulated. Yet, Lu Chang'e remained oblivious to Tang Tian's shift in mood, smiling as he remarked, "I recall you and Lin Yu were quite the inseparable childhood companions, weren't you?" Tang Tian furrowed his brow and stood up. "Lu Chang'e, I am uncertain of your intentions in summoning me today. However, I must inform you that my relationship with Lin Yu has long been severed. We have each taken our own paths, with no connections remaining. As for Feng Fei, I have never regarded her with any significance, regardless of whom she ultimately clings to." He spoke with an air of indifference. Lu Chang'e was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised by Tang Tian's reaction and demeanor. "Tang Xiao, could you truly be so heartless? After all, you have known each other for quite some time." Lu Chang'e chuckled. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. "This is my own affair. If you have other matters to discuss, please do so directly. If not, I shall take my leave. You may handle Lin Yu and Feng Fei as you wish. They bear no relevance to me." He was unwilling to engage in further pretense with Lu Chang'e. Lu Chang'e observed Tang Tian in silence, lost in thought, while Lin Yu's expression was one of complexity. Unable to fathom that Tang Tian would so decisively sever ties with her. Was this truly the same person who once strived tirelessly for her future, even at the cost of his own? Well then, if that is the case, I shall speak plainly. Eventually, Lu Chang'e shed his insincere demeanor, reverting to a more detached posture. "Do you know what the primary function of merit is?" he inquired. Tang Tian answered, "To ascend to the Yunding Heavenly Palace." Lu Chang'e shook his finger. "No, the greatest purpose of merit is power. With sufficient merit, one can attain a significant status within the Qinghua sect. From managing disciples to overseeing departments, and even ascending to the peak of authority, all are intrinsically linked to merit. Furthermore, after fulfilling certain stringent conditions, one could rise above all others." Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. This was indeed information he was previously unaware of. "And then what?" he asked. Lu Chang'e smiled. "Certain individuals within the sect have already met all the requirements for promotion to the Yunding Heavenly Palace. But can you guess why we remain here?" Tang Tian fell silent. The individuals he referred to must include Lu Chang'e and the other prominent figures, given their resources and influence. Fulfilling the prerequisites for ascending to the Heavenly Palace would be trivial. Thus, it was clear that their aspirations were aimed at that very position, one above all others, effectively placing the entire Qinghua sect within their sphere of influence. "I understand," Tang Tian stated, "but what does that have to do with me?" Lu Chang'e shook his head. "Perhaps your ambitions do not lie in this direction, but your demonstrated wealth can no longer be overlooked. A few pieces of innate Dao Jade are not something we can casually produce in a single instance. Therefore, I hope that even if you cannot align with me, you do not become an obstacle in my path." After hearing this, Tang Tian finally grasped Lu Chang'e's intentions. It was, in essence, an attempt to win him over, albeit through indirect means that Tang Tian found distasteful. "I must apologize," Tang Tian replied coolly. "I shall make my own decisions regarding my affairs, and there is no need for you, young Master Lu, to concern yourself. If you wish to use Feng Fei and Lin Yu to disrupt my course, I must inform you that you are miscalculating." He did not disguise his thoughts, directly exposing Lu Chang'e's intentions. Lu Chang'e gazed silently at Tang Tian, and after a long pause, he finally smiled knowingly. "I indeed underestimated you." He turned back to his seat, sighing, "You must know that when subordinates fail in their duties, it can be quite exasperating. They have informed me that you are a hedonistic wastrel." He chuckled softly. "How embarrassing for you to witness this." Tang Tian remained silent. The portrayal of him as a hedonistic waste was, in fact, a deliberate deception he had crafted, even encouraging Li Hong to disseminate it. This was intended to skew others' judgments of him, leading them astray. It seemed that his scheme had borne fruit today. Lu Chang'e was a man of profound cunning and diverse tactics. Should he uncover Tang Tian's true nature, he would undoubtedly exploit it in ways that could prove perilous. "Since this is a misunderstanding, I shall take my leave," Tang Tian stated. Lu Chang'e smiled, and at some point, he had retrieved a new fan. "Now that you are here, why rush to depart? Your rise has been rather swift. Prior to this, I was completely unaware of your existence. Why not take this opportunity to converse intimately and allow me to understand you better?" Though his words appeared inviting, there was an undeniable tone of insistence in Lu Chang'e's voice. Tang Tian narrowed his eyes. "Are you attempting to force me to stay?" Lu Chang'e shrugged slightly. "I believe this could be beneficial. Ultimately, the choice remains yours. You may choose to stay or be compelled to remain." Tang Tian laughed. Is soft persuasion ineffective? So you resort to coercion? How unfortunate for you. I am quite stubborn and impervious to such tactics. If you provoke me, do not expect to enjoy yourself. You may test your ability to detain me. Xiaoxue, let us depart. With that, he turned to leave. Lu Chang's fan hesitated momentarily as several powerful individuals stepped forward to block Tang Tian's path. However, Tang Tian had long anticipated this. Having prepared numerous formidable spiritual items for offense, defense, and teleportation, all at the level of tribulation refining cultivators. Should the situation turn dire, he was ready to welcome a splendid display of fireworks. He did not slow his pace, striding directly toward the exit. Behind him, Lu Chang'e squinted, watching as Tang Tian neared his subordinates, the conflict on the verge of eruption. Just then, a panicked cultivator rushed in, shouting, "Young Master Lu!" Before he could finish, a violent force surged in from outside, blasting several individuals stationed at the doorway. If not for Tang Tian's quick reflexes, they too would have suffered the same fate. Shortly thereafter, a tall woman clad in a black gown entered with a cold demeanor. It was none other than Nanfeng Mo Xiaoxiao. Lu Chang'e, are you seeking death? Chapter 53, Conspiracy and Strategy. Mo Xiaoxiao entered the reception hall with a formidable entourage, each person exuding a fierce and oppressive aura. Are you looking to confront us, Lu Chang'e? She coldly inquired. Tang Tian gazed at the heiress in astonishment, unprepared for her sudden intrusion. Lu Chang'e appeared equally taken aback, yet he maintained a composed smile. Replying, "You jest. I have no intention of waging war against you." Mo Xiaoxiao huffed, glancing at Tang Tian. "What do you mean by that?" Lu Chang'e responded. "Young Master Tang has shown brilliantly today, not only restoring our esteemed disciple's honor in the free challenge, but also bestowing several innate Taoist jade upon the sect. Naturally, I wish to make his acquaintance." Mo Xiaoxiao tilted her head slightly. "His name is Tang Tian. You are Lu Chang'e. Now that introductions are made, is there anything else?" Lu Chang'e remained silent, and Tang Tian thought to himself, "This guy is quite impressive." Shaking his head, Lu Chang'e replied, "No, that suffices." With a cold snort, Mo Xiaoxiao gestured to Tang Tian and turned briskly to leave. Tang Tian pondered for a moment before following suit. It was perhaps for the best that they had avoided direct conflict. At least they remained unaware of each other's hidden cards. Before departing, Tang Tian exchanged a glance with Lu Chang'e. Although they were unaware of each other's thoughts, they both understood that a rift had undoubtedly formed between them. Tang Tian felt no trepidation. After all, they were both esteemed disciples, none superior to the other. The heights Lu Chang'e could reach, Tang Tian would eventually attain as well. In the end, Lu Chang'e said nothing further, watching as Mo Xiaoxiao and Tang Tian departed. However, unnoticed by anyone, Lin Yu quietly followed them out. Moments later, everyone reconvened in the garden of the exchange meeting. "Miss Mo, thank you," Tang Tian spoke up. Regardless of the circumstances, she had indeed come to his aid. Otherwise, he would have been met with an explosive confrontation. Mo Xiaoxiao waved her hand dismissively. "No need. You're a clever individual. I know you possess means of self-preservation. I merely disapprove of Lu Chang'e's actions." Just as Tang Tian was about to respond, Mo Xiaoxiao continued, "No need for explanations. Niao Wushuang has already informed me of the events that transpired during the assessment. I understand your pretense." Tang Tian was taken aback, realizing the truth of the situation. Indeed, without sufficient capability, it would have been impossible to locate Niao Wushuang's hiding place that day. Moreover, he had easily countered her final strike. "How did you know I was with Lu Chang'e?" Tang Tian inquired. Mo Xiaoxiao replied, "I was already searching for you." She then waved her hand, and a familiar face stepped forward, Ding Xiao, the one who had previously competed with Tang Tian in a display of wealth. Ding Xiao had regained his composure but looked somewhat dejected, as if chastised. Approaching Tang Tian, he slightly bowed and quietly said, "Young Master Tang, I apologize. I should not have said those things or feigned a dispute with you. I hope you can overlook it." Tang Tian was momentarily stunned. What was this sudden change in demeanor? Where had his defiance gone? Mo Xiaoxiao's training methods must be quite effective. Was it a whip or a candle? As he pondered, Mo Xiaoxiao spoke again. "Ding Xiao's nature is such. However, he harbors no ill intentions. I have already reprimanded him thoroughly. As fellow disciples of Nanfeng, we ought to unite rather than quarrel unnecessarily, which only invites ridicule from outsiders. For my sake, I hope you will not pursue this matter further." Tang Tian hesitated before quickly responding, "No need to pursue it. I certainly won't. In truth, I am rather grateful to him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known how to accumulate more merits." He spoke honestly had he not competed with Ding Xiao. He would not have easily acquired so many innate Taoist jades and contribution points. It would have been rather odd to solely seek merits on his own. Did they not see how Yun Kong had forcibly intervened? Mo Xiaoxiao asked. Are you aiming to accumulate 1,000 merits to ascend to the heavenly mansion? Tang Tian nodded. Yes, but I'm still 300 short. Mo Xiaoxiao assured him. Do not worry, opportunities abound ahead. In recent years, Qingyue Sect has performed exceptionally well in the 100 Sects War, leading to rapid expansion of the sect. Many areas require development. If your financial resources are sufficient, there will be ample chances to gain merits. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Previously, Yun Kong had mentioned that he would be informed when the sect's construction commenced. He hoped that time would come soon. His hands were itching to spend. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Mo Xiaoxiao prepared to leave. Before departing, she cautioned Tang Tian. Lu Chang'e is not to be trifled with. Exercise caution in your dealings with him. But do not fear. I, Mo Xiaoxiao, am here. Once Mo Xiaoxiao departed, Tang Tian sighed softly. Thanks to her assertive handling of the situation, his relationship with Nan Feng was now effectively solidified. Even if Tang Tian chose not to assist Nan Feng, the other prominent figures would need to weigh the consequences of offending Mo Xiaoxiao when courting his favor. Lu Chang'e and Mo Xiaoxiao, one a schemer, the other a strategist. These individuals were certainly not to be underestimated. Tang Tian mused. Wang Ziyu wholeheartedly agreed. They cannot be judged by their appearances. If you still harbor feelings for your childhood sweetheart, today you would have likely fallen into Lu Chang'e's trap. Tang Tian nodded. Fortunately, Lu Chang'e's judgment of him had proven somewhat flawed. In future dealings with this group, he would indeed need to tread carefully. Moreover, he must swiftly elevate his standing within Qingyue Sect. Once he attained a position of authority, all conspiracies and strategies would unravel before him. Deep in thought, Tang Tian stepped outside the garden. In the reception hall, Lu Chang'e remained seated in silence after Mo Xiaoxiao and Tang Tian departed, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, he waved his fan. Shortly thereafter, someone was brought forth. Kneeling before him, it was Shintufeng. Young Master Lu, I truly realize my mistakes. Shintufeng trembled, pleading for mercy. Lu Chang'e spoke indifferently, a penchant for women, an impulsive nature, a desire for revenge, an inferiority complex, and a lingering attachment to a childhood sweetheart. None of the information you provided was accurate. Shintufeng's body shuddered, murmuring, everyone says so. Yes, it was that Valfang Fei, she told me so. Shintufeng exclaimed, desperately deflecting blame. Lu Chang'e regarded him quietly, then calmly said, very well. Go and inquire with her if there are any omissions. With that, he extended his finger, and a blood hole appeared instantaneously in Shintufeng's forehead. Blood gushing forth as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Motioning for his subordinates to remove Shintufeng's body, Lu Chang'e stated, the 100 Sects War is soon to commence. The time to determine the rightful position is approaching. All of you, suppress your usual behaviors and do not let me see such waste again. His subordinates fell silent, bowing deeply. Then, a trusted confidant approached and quietly inquired, young master, what about Tang Tian? Lu Chang'e sighed slightly. Due to misjudgment, a rift has already formed. The confidant frowned. Should we? After a moment's contemplation, Lu Chang'e shook his head. For now, let's refrain from acting impulsively. I do not wish to stand in opposition to Mo Xiaoxiao so soon. Our primary adversary remains Tian Yangxing. He is a madman. As for Tang Tian, time has rendered it impossible for him to reach my level. Thus he poses no significant threat, as long as he does not align himself with Tian Yangxing. Unless his financial resources surpass those of us combined, which is highly unlikely. The confidant chuckled, that is an impossibility. Beneath the cloud summit, none can rival you, young master. Lu Chang'e nodded, confident that this judgment would not be mistaken. Chapter 54, Subjugation. As evening approached, Tang Tian finally departed from the venue of today's symposium. In summary, he had garnered quite an abundance of resources, innate Dao Jade, consumption points, and merit points. His gains were substantial. Moreover, he finally grasped the nature of what Lu Chang'e and his associates were engaged in, a position of being one beneath one, yet above 10,000. Who would not covet such a status? Especially for those who yearn for power, this position is worth any price. However, Tang Tian held little interest in such ambitions. His singular aim remained consumption. As for everything else, he only needed to fulfill the requirements to ascend to the cloud summit. With this in mind, Tang Tian inquired of Wang Ziyu, is the only way for guests to ascend to the estate through the 100-door battle? Are there no alternative paths? To become a recognized disciple, one must cultivate 3 ascendant guests. Currently, Tang Tian had only 4 guests. And since Li Hong had surpassed the age of 25, he was ineligible for the 100-door battle. This significantly lowered the margin for error. He was reluctant to indiscriminately increase the number of guests. Wang Ziyu pondered briefly before responding, there is indeed another way. If one is under 50 years of age, they may ascend through the myriad demon trial tower. However, This path is even more challenging than the 100-door battle, typically reserved for exceptionally gifted disciples who mature late. Tang Tian acknowledged this with an "oh." Having another option provided a greater sense of security. Wang Ziyu leaned closer and whispered, "Brother Tang, do you intend to cultivate all your current guests for ascension?" Tang Tian nodded. "I just wonder if they are willing." Of course they would be willing. No disciple would refuse the opportunity to ascend to the estate, especially someone like Li Hong, who has lost hope for advancement and is likely to be fervently eager. However, I believe it would be prudent to seek out even more exceptional guests, as they would be less challenging to cultivate. Li Hong, truth be told, even if the Lan sisters wished to elevate them to the pinnacle, the resources required would be incalculable. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. Indeed. Why had he not considered this earlier? Had he known, he would have specifically sought those with less outstanding talents, as such individuals are generally more obedient and thus more enjoyable to cultivate. As for expenditures, well, the more exceptional the individual, the more unruly they tend to be. He had neither the energy nor inclination to foster relationships with them. Spending money was the simplest solution. Wang Ziyu shrugged. Well, your choices are always so unconventional. But with your innate Tao Jade, it is not entirely impossible. Tang Tian felt a surge of curiosity and inquired about the functions of the innate Tao Jade. Under Wang Ziyu's explanation, he gleaned some understanding. The innate Tao Jade, revered as a divine object for cultivation, possessed a terrifying ability. It could connect with the will of the heavens, granting insight into the essence of the world, thereby enhancing one's innate cultivation talent. If one possessed sufficient innate Tao Jade, it could elevate an ordinary cultivator to the pinnacle. Such capability was indeed extraordinary. However, this revelation further dissuaded Tang Tian from the idea of recruiting more guests. He required individuals who were obedient and capable. After some time spent in contact, he found Li Hong to be quite a commendable individual. Lost in thought, Gu Xiaoxua suddenly approached, saying, "Young Master Tang, that woman has been following us." Tang Tian paused and turned to see a familiar figure trailing them at a distance. It was Lin Yu, who had been following them ever since they left the venue. Tang Tian halted and regarded Lin Yu as she approached, asking coolly, "Is there something you need?" Lin Yu's expression was complex. She bit her lip and said, "Tang Tian, we may have had some misunderstandings before. I must thank you for today, otherwise." Tang Tian interrupted her with a wave of his hand. "You need not express such sentiments. Since that day at Jin Yu Tang, we have severed all ties. My actions today bear no relation to you. Do not attribute any gratitude to me." He had no desire to further entangle himself with Lin Yu. Their values were too disparate for any meaningful interaction. Lin Yu furrowed her brow, a hint of sorrow in her gaze as she looked at Tang Tian. "Are you truly this heartless? If today Lu Chang'e intended to kill me, would you intervene?" Tang Tian shook his head. "I do not entertain hypotheticals, nor do I wish to respond to you. I shall reiterate, we have no relationship left. You follow your path, and I shall tread mine. That is all." With that, he turned and walked away. "Tang Tian." Lin Yu's voice called out from behind, but this time, Tang Tian had no intention of stopping. As he walked away, Lin Yu's gaze shifted from complexity to resentment. "Haven't you just struck it rich? Without me, you would still be a mere woodcutter, struggling to make ends meet. What is so impressive about that? In the realm of cultivation, power reigns supreme, and without talent, you will never truly stand at the pinnacle. I have already broken through to the golden core stage and am on the verge of becoming a true core disciple, an identity you could never purchase. My future will undoubtedly surpass yours. Do you dare to bet against me?" Tang Tian. The echoes of her shouts grew fainter. Yet Tang Tian did not slow his pace. Power, talent, bets, how amusing. Perhaps Lin Yu had a point, but at this moment, Tang Tian found himself on an entirely different level than she was. She had no right to wager against him, nor could she influence his mindset. To him, she was insignificant. Before nightfall, Tang Tian returned to the purple bamboo courtyard. Li Hong was already waiting there, having been informed during the journey. "Young Master Tang, is there something urgent?" Li Hong inquired. Tang Tian nodded. "Let us discuss inside." Subsequently, they entered the purple bamboo courtyard and sat at the stone table beneath the old locust tree. "I shall be direct," Tang Tian addressed the four of them. "Do you wish to enter the cloud summit through the identity of my guest?" As soon as the words fell, three individuals were left momentarily stunned. The Lan sisters' expression shifted, while Li Hong wore a look of astonishment. As for Gu Xiaoxua, she remained oblivious to what the cloud summit entailed. "Young Master Tang, this question is not one you should be asking me, is it?" Li Hong was the first to respond. Tang Tian maintained his composure. "Why should it not be asked? Is it because of your age or your talent? I am well aware of your circumstances. You need only answer me. Do you wish to or not?" Li Hong forced a bitter smile. "Who wouldn't he desire a larger stage? Yet, I am acutely aware of my limitations with my 7-ring talent. The gap compared to those prodigies is insurmountable. Tang Tian silently retrieved an innate Dao Jade, asking, "Do you recognize this?" Li Hong was once again taken aback, gazing at Tang Tian with disbelief. After receiving a confirming look, he rose to his feet and bowed deeply to Tang Tian. "If that is the case, I am willing to exert my utmost effort to serve you." Tang Tian smiled with satisfaction. After all, he was a clever individual who not only comprehended Tang Tian's intentions but also altered his form of address. He then turned his gaze towards the Lanyu sisters. The two exchanged a glance, stood up, and bowed deeply as well, declaring, "We shall honor you as our master." Tang Tian nodded slightly. Finally, he looked over at Gu Xiaoxue, who was playing with her hair. "Ah? Oh." Gu Xiaoxue glanced at the other three, scratched her head, and asked, "Are you also going to that heavenly abode?" Tang Tian chuckled. "Of course, my promotion of you all is, in fact, for my own ascension." "Then I shall join as well," Gu Xiaoxue replied, and then, somewhat bashfully, inquired, "But, can I not call you master? It just feels a bit distant." Tang Tian laughed heartily. "Certainly. You may call me by my name." That night, Li Hong took residence in the Zijou courtyard. Following the earlier oath, the relationship between him, the Lanyu sisters, and Tang Tian had transformed from mere guests to that of subordinates. The vows of practitioners were nearly unbreakable. From this day forth, they would forever belong to Tang Tian. Tang Tian was generous, bestowing each of them a piece of primordial Dao Jade. With the formidable capabilities of the Jade and ample cultivation resources, their powers would undoubtedly surge swiftly. As for Gu Xiaoxue, she was just as usual. As long as she could remain, she was agreeable to anything. Tang Tian did not specifically require her to take an oath, for her identity was special, and there might be other interests at play behind her. He decided to observe further. Having confirmed his chosen disciples, Tang Tian returned to the main house. In the cultivation chamber, he awakened the system and opted for exchange. The 9-phase talent cost 100 million consumption points, and the 9-level physique also cost 100 million consumption points. The enhancement of his talent further accelerated his cultivation speed, and he believed he would soon reach the golden core stage. As for the 9-level physique, he ultimately drew a remarkably extraordinary physique, the vermilion bird physique. This was a divine beast. Tang Tian's body received yet another substantial augmentation, along with certain traits of the vermilion bird. The trait of refinement could further temper the spiritual energy absorbed into his body, significantly enhancing its quality. After spending, he still had over 600 million consumption points remaining, which he used to elevate various techniques to mastery, deepening his understanding of the essence of the Tao to an astonishing level. The rapid growth of his power also brought about subtle shifts in Tang Tian's mindset. Previously, he had to resort to various disguises due to his own weakness. However, with further cultivation and the acquisition of higher-level talents and physiques, perhaps he would no longer need to tread so cautiously. He wondered how things were progressing with Qinghai. In an exceedingly prosperous city, a magnificent octagonal pavilion soared into the clouds at its center. The pavilion shimmered with gold and brilliance, even from outside the city. One could behold its resplendent glow. At its grand entrance hung an imposing plaque bearing 3 bold characters, Jin Yu Tang. This was the main hall of Jin Yu Tang. Within an elegant chamber on the upper floor of the hall, Qinghai sat obediently, occasionally glancing towards the door as if awaiting someone. Moments later, the door was pushed open from the outside, and an elderly man with graying hair entered. "Elder Tian." Qinghai quickly stood up. The old man wore an expressionless face, exuding authority without anger, and took a seat in the foremost position. Qinghai approached cautiously and asked, "Elder Tian, may I inquire about my batch of items? How is it progressing?" Elder Tian lifted his eyelids, glanced at him, and then perused the documents in his hands, stating, "Manager Qin, do you know why celestial items are called celestial items?" Qinghai was taken aback, then tentatively responded, "Is it because they are resources used by beings above immortals?" Elder Tian let out a faint hum of acknowledgement. "Exactly. Yuaning Dan is also a resource for the Yuaning stage. But do you think every practitioner at that stage treats them like candy?" Faced with Elder Tian's sudden reprimand, Qinghai was somewhat at a loss. "Elder Tian, I don't quite understand." Before he could finish, Elder Tian slammed the jade tablet heavily onto the table. "Celestial items are precious even for true immortals. Yet you intend to sell them to a mere chi refining stage novice? 100 trillion worth of items. Do you truly dare to propose that? Do you genuinely believe that novice can afford it?" Qinghai was momentarily stunned and hastily explained, "Elder Tian, Tang Tian is truly not an ordinary honorary disciple. We have already witnessed his financial capability. He could buy items worth thousands of billions without hesitation, and he wasn't even satisfied." Elder Tian scoffed. "Thousands of billions and 100 trillion are comparable? Do you know how many covetous eyes the appearance of celestial items attracts? You, a mere transformation stage practitioner, wish to carry so many celestial items for trade? Are you courting death? Qin Hai's heart sank. Indeed, in comparison to such vast resources, his strength appeared exceedingly feeble. Even with the protection of Jin Yutang's name, it likely would not deter the greed of certain individuals. At that point, losing his life would be trivial. Losing 100 trillion worth of goods would be far worse than death. Regaining his composure, Qin Hai asked, "Then does Elder Tian mean?" Elder Tian shook his head. "In my view, this transaction poses too great a risk. It is bound to explode. That Tang Tian, I have never heard of him. He cannot possibly possess the financial power of Lu Chang'e. You are likely being deceived. Some individuals are paying a high price to ensnare you in their trap. This transaction should be abandoned." Upon hearing this, Qin Hai urgently protested, "Please don't abandon it. Elder Tian, Tang Tian is genuinely different. He truly has wealth. I have seen many financially powerful individuals, and I can recognize them at a glance. This was 100 trillion grand business. If successful, Qin Hai's position within Jin Yutang would be firmly established." Elder Tian regarded Qin Hai, saying slowly, "Can you bear the risk of this transaction? Do not stake your life on it. That is not worth a penny." Qin Hai's expression turned bitter. Without his life, what could he use as a guarantee? A career? Please, that was merely jesting with Tang Tian. However, with his lowly status, he truly had nothing to offer as collateral. "Very well," Elder Tian sighed softly. "I am only concerned that you may be duped. You have served Jin Yutang diligently for many years. I have some trust in your character. Here is the deal. I will personally accompany you for this transaction. If that Tang Tian truly possesses financial power, then all will be well. If he is merely a facade and a trap, then Jin Yutang is not to be trifled with." Qin Hai was momentarily taken aback, suddenly understanding everything. It turned out Elder Tian was attempting to seize his transaction line. 100 trillion, even for the main hall, was not a small sum. If successful, it would be an honorable achievement for Elder Tian. Moreover, this was a long-term deal, so naturally, he was tempted. After all, the main hall had more than one steward. Truly, it was ridiculous. He had fallen for such grandiloquent reasoning. Qin Hai silently lamented within, yet on the surface, he dared not reveal his sentiments. Only bowing in sincere gratitude, "I appreciate the trust bestowed upon me by Steward Tian." Steward Tian nodded. "Then you should hasten to make contact. I too am eager to discern the true nature of Tang Tian." Qin Hai sighed inwardly, reflecting on the harsh reality of hierarchy where even merits could be ruthlessly usurped. However, he found himself devoid of options. Perhaps Tang Tian also aspired to engage with individuals of higher standing. Subsequently, he produced a communication jade talisman. Daoistly, "I am prepared on my end." Chapter 56. The unknown intent finally ready, are we? Tang Tian mused upon receiving the news from Li Hong. Over half a month had elapsed since the Woofing Exchange conference, and only now had Qin Hai prepared himself. It appeared he had indeed invested considerable effort. Hopefully, he would procure a fine assortment of goods. Under the enhancement of the 9 rings talent and various physiques, Tang Tian's cultivation had surged, reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment. On the verge of breaking into the golden core realm, at last he had gained a slight lead over Gu Xiaoxue, preventing her from being the first to ascend to the late stage of the nascent soul. This was partly due to the innate Dao Jade. Ever since that girl acquired the innate Dao Jade, she seemed possessed, constantly babbling about having glimpsed her mother within it, not the one from her small village, but rather something on a spiritual level. In short, it was quite abnormal. She had plunged deeply into it, consuming a significant amount of her cultivation time. This, in turn, had afforded Tang Tian the opportunity to forge ahead. Simultaneously, it piqued his curiosity regarding the talent of the innate child, which appeared to be a notch above the 9 rings talent. Was it truly as remarkable as it seemed? After trading with Qin Hai, perhaps this mystery would unravel. "When is he coming?" Tang Tian inquired. Li Hong replied, "This afternoon." However, he mentioned that he would be bringing a considerable number of resources, and to avoid any unforeseen complications, he is accompanied by a senior from Jin Yutang. Tang Tian nodded. This was a reasonable precaution. As long as it did not delay the transaction, all was well. Good, have him expedite his arrival. Tang Tian chuckled, rubbing his hands together. My purse is already parched with anticipation. In the afternoon, after a considerable wait, Qin Hai finally arrived. Tang Tian felt a surge of joy and personally approached the entrance to open the formation. You truly kept me waiting, Tang Tian remarked with a smile. Qin Hai hastily clasped his hands. There was an abundance of items to prepare this time, hence the delay. I hope young Master Tang will not take offense. Tang Tian waved his hand. No matter, as long as there are good items. Come in. He gestured for Qin Hai to enter the courtyard. However, to his surprise, The individual following Qin Hai also intended to enter. Tang Tian extended his hand to halt him, courteously stating, "This is my private residence. I hope for your understanding. I shall conduct the transaction solely with him." Upon hearing this, the man's eyes widened. Qin Hai quickly approached Tang Tian, whispering, "Young Master Tang, he is Steward Tian Feng from our main hall, my superior's superior. Would it be possible to allow him to join us?" After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian ultimately acquiesced. After all, they had transacted numerous times, and a modicum of face could be granted. However, upon entering, he was taken aback to discover that the transaction partner was not Qin Hai, but rather this Tian Feng. Once seated, Qin Hai obediently stood behind Tian Feng, who casually surveyed the courtyard before speaking. "The courtyard is acceptable. However, with your financial capacity, you ought to be able to procure better accommodations, no?" Tang Tian's brows furrowed. The tone and demeanor of this man exuded an air of superiority, which was rather vexing. "Shall we proceed directly to the transaction?" Tang Tian's demeanor grew indifferent. Tian Feng stroked his long beard and remarked, "The transaction is certainly not an issue. But are you certain you can handle the items I bring today?" Tang Tian was somewhat speechless. Was this fellow truly here for a transaction? Tapping his fingers on the table, Tang Tian replied softly, "I have already informed Qin Hai numerous times. Never question my financial capacity. Regardless of what you bring, I can acquire it all." Tian Feng chuckled. "Ah, truly a youthful hero. When I previously conducted business with your esteemed Du Yuanqing from Qinghua Sect, I never witnessed such grandiose claims from him." Tang Tian paused slightly. Why had this fellow suddenly invoked Du Yuanqing? In a certain sense, there existed a competitive dynamic between them. What was his intent? "I believe it would be prudent for you to present the items for my inspection," Tang Tian stated coolly. Tian Feng let out a soft hum, producing a shumi ring, which he placed before Tang Tian. Tang Tian took it, probing with his consciousness, and the treasures within were instantly revealed before him. The quality of this batch of treasures was indeed remarkable, featuring many of the 8th and 9th ranks, alongside genuine celestial artifacts. The total value amounted to a staggering 12,700 billion. "Can you manage this?" Tian Feng asked languidly. Tang Tian did not respond, retracting his consciousness. Noticing Tian Feng's inscrutable gaze, Tang Tian coolly remarked, "Is this all? I expected more." Tian Feng's hand faltered slightly, squinting. "You truly can handle it?" Tang Tian chuckled. "Of course, it's merely a trifle." However, he suddenly pivoted his tone, addressing Qin Hai. "I prefer to engage with those I am familiar with. Let Qin Hai handle this transaction." Qin Hai's head snapped up, while Tian Feng appeared taken aback. "Tang Tian, are you jesting? Can your financial capacity truly rival those grand scions?" Tang Tian's patience waned. "This matter is of no concern to you. This transaction is entirely between me and Qin Hai. Either he conducts the negotiation, or you both may take your leave while I seek other partners." Observing Tang Tian's unyielding stance, Tian Feng's gaze flickered with uncertainty, seemingly weighing the implications. Ultimately, he managed to smile. "You speak truly. I am a businessman, after all. How could I forego an opportunity? Since you insist, let Qin Hai proceed. Kindly open the formation. I shall wait outside." He was remarkably straightforward, opting to relinquish everything and step outside. Yet, the more he acted this way, the more Tang Tian sensed that Tian Feng's visit today harbored ulterior motives. As he watched Tian Feng depart the courtyard, Qin Hai hurriedly approached. "Young Master Tang, I sincerely apologize. Steward Tian insisted on accompanying me, and I had little choice. I did not expect him to adopt such an attitude. I am truly sorry." "This is my responsibility." Qin Hai repeatedly expressed his contrition. Tang Tian waved his hand. "His visit today is likely unrelated to you. He is clearly here for my sake." Qin Hai was momentarily stunned, perplexed by Tang Tian's words. After a moment of thought, Tang Tian inquired, "What is the relationship between Du Yuanqing and your Jin Tang? And what ties does he have with Tian Feng?" He instinctively felt that this matter was intricately linked to Du Yuanqing. Qin Hai furrowed his brow. "Young Master Du is one of Jin Tang's major clients. Steward Tian likely has the most interactions with him. However, this is merely hearsay. My status is insufficient to grant me access to clients of such caliber." Tang Tian contemplated for a moment and inquired, "Will your status elevate upon the completion of this transaction?" Qin Hai replied, "Certainly. This is a monumental deal worth trillions. Even Steward Tian has accomplished it only a handful of times. If I can finalize it, even if my status does not match his, I shall no longer feel as powerless as I do today." Tang Tian smiled slightly. "Very well. I would like you to assist me with the task chapter 57, the path of all methods after concluding the transaction." Tang Tian escorted Qin Hai away from the purple bamboo courtyard. He assigned Qin Hai a straightforward task, to elevate his standing within the Golden Jade Hall and to uncover the nature of the relationship between Du Yuanqing, Tianfeng, and the Golden Jade Hall. Tianfeng's demeanor was exceedingly peculiar. Is it customary in business to behave in such a manner? Even if there exists a collaboration with Du Yuanqing, it should not result in such coldness towards me, Tang Tian. After all, business can be conducted with anyone. Thus, there must be some underlying intrigue at play. Following the previous woofing exchange conference, it seemed he had indeed entered the circle of the 5 prominent young masters. How frustrating. Is it truly so challenging to remain unperturbed and to simply be a quiet, handsome man? He had no desire to become embroiled in the strife for power. Yet it appeared that complete avoidance was unattainable. Lu Chang'e was affected, as was Mo Xiao, and Du Yuanqing seemed no different. Nonetheless, he harbored no fear. Should anyone dare to provoke him, they ought to be prepared to endure the repercussions. Yet, first, everything must be clarified. Tang Tian shook his head, temporarily setting this matter aside. With the recent transaction, his consumption points had finally surpassed 10 billion. He exhaled deeply, ready to unveil the mysterious veil of the innate progeny. Upon returning to the meditation chamber, he opted for the exchange. An ethereal aura enveloped the chamber, signifying a rapid transformation of Tang Tian's innate talent. Previously, he had sensed this metamorphosis, albeit vaguely, as if shrouded in dense fog. However, this time, he dispelled some of the mist and glimpsed the essence of the transformation, the source of the heavenly path. Countless sources of the heavenly path emerged from an unknown realm, nurturing Tang Tian's soul and body, continuously refining him with meticulous precision. This transformation resembled a leap on the level of life itself, allowing Tang Tian to resonate more harmoniously with the heavenly path and the world around him. After a considerable time, the halo of talent surrounding Tang Tian gradually faded, transforming into countless twinkling stars, merging into his limbs and bones from the outside in. Then, he opened his eyes. So, this is the sensation. At this moment, he felt as if he were amidst the starry expanse, establishing strands of connection with myriad laws of the heavenly path. The principles he had previously comprehended became distinctly clearer, and his understanding of these laws ascended to a new echelon. He pondered attempting the innate Tao Jade to see if he could experience the maternal sensation described by Gu Xiuxue. Tang Tian retrieved an innate Tao Jade. Under the manipulation of his consciousness, the jade floated before his spiritual platform, emanating a soft glow. The galaxy within the jade began to rotate rapidly, its starlight growing ever more brilliant. Tang Tian closed his eyes and immersed himself completely. In an instant, he found himself in an entirely new realm. It was devoid of substance, yet he felt an intrinsic connection with everything within this space. Suddenly, a minuscule star flickered past from afar. The star was too small for Tang Tian to discern its true nature, yet he instinctively recognized it as a mundane-level Tao he had cultivated to great success. Tang Tian murmured, puzzled by its presence here. Soon, hundreds of stars flashed before his eyes in rapid succession. Gazing upon those familiar, successful Tao, a sense of enlightenment gradually dawned upon him. He slowly closed his eyes, tracing the trajectories of the stars, entering an utterly ethereal state and continuously deducing. Ultimately, upon opening his eyes, he found himself back in the meditation chamber. The path of all methods, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Tang Tian's eyes. Initially, he sought to utilize the innate Tao Jade to uncover the maternal sensation that Gu Xiaoxue spoke of. However, while he did not find this maternal feeling, he did grasp a brand new principle of the Tao. This principle encompassed all ordinary Tao, transforming in myriad ways to nearly encompass the entirety of existence. Tang Tian had merely begun to skim the surface, with a long journey ahead before truly mastering it. The path of all methods encompasses all, evolving all. Tang Tian silently recited, slowly clenching his right fist. In an instant, the lights in the room flickered intensely, and a terrifying power burst forth, crashing forward. Boom! The entire meditation chamber trembled momentarily. Had Tang Tian not previously placed specialized cultivation stones within, the chamber might have collapsed under the force. Staring at the shattered stones, he was taken aback. Those were intermediate stones capable of withstanding attacks from cultivators at the nascent soul stage. Yet he was merely at the peak of foundation establishment. Such terror was unfathomable. Tang Tian struggled to find fitting words to describe it. The level of the path of all methods exceeded imagination, as he had yet to even grasp the fundamentals. It was indeed a remarkable trump card. Tang Tian contemplated this. He then delved into the innate Tao Jade once more. The resonance provided by a single jade could support his use for approximately 100 times. This time, he once again witnessed the fleeting stars, yet they did not contribute to the path of all methods. After some reflection, Tang Tian retrieved some techniques he had just purchased, exchanged consumption points for moments of enlightenment, and elevated all of them to the level of great success. Indeed, during the third foray into the innate Tao Jade, he discovered new stars, larger than the previous ones. This was likely due to the higher level of the recently learned techniques. Entering an ethereal state, Tang Tian observed the operational trajectories of these techniques and integrated them into the path of all methods, realizing that the path indeed advanced slightly. So it is like this. Tang Tian understood. As long as he continuously practiced new techniques, it would promote the elevation of the path of all methods. Once he accumulated a certain degree of Tao, this self-created path of his would undoubtedly ascend to an exceedingly formidable height. It seems that in the future, my consumption should focus more on techniques. After pondering for a moment, Tang Tian decided to inform Qin Hai to keep an eye out for resources related to techniques. Furthermore, he sought items that could aid in cultivation, which would enhance his cultivation speed and expedite the training of his followers. With that, Tang Tian exhaled, retrieving all the techniques he had accumulated over this period. Including those already elevated to great success, the total approached 1,000. Let us proceed. The path of all methods shall undoubtedly become one of his strongest trump cards in the future. Tang Tian closed his eyes, exchanged a substantial amount of consumption points, and began fervently grasping the techniques. As he progressed, his cultivation quietly broke through. At this moment, he officially attained the Golden Core stage. Chapter 58. Leadership Inspection. It was not until the following morning that Tang Tian gradually emerged from his state of cultivation. Through a night of practice and study, he had gained a preliminary understanding of the innate progeny talent. It was indeed formidable, capable of sensing the elusive laws of the heavenly path, entirely distinct from the talents within the 9 rings. However, he did not believe such talent could account for Gu Xiaoxue's terrifying rate of advancement within the nascent soul realm, nor had he discovered the maternal sensation she described. Could it be that there are disparities even among innate progeny? Or perhaps there was an error during her talent assessment. Tang Tian quickly dismissed the possibility of such an event occurring, deeming it exceedingly improbable. After all, Qingwei Sect was no ordinary mortal sect. Its main faction, Yunding Tianfu, was home to genuine immortals. Within Yunding Tianfu, there existed countless extraordinary prodigies who surpassed the innate sons, making it impossible for anything to go undetected. Perhaps there were other underlying reasons. Shaking his head, Tang Tian decided not to dwell on it for now. His foremost goals remained twofold: consumption and cultivation. Only after attaining sufficient strength would he have the capability to unravel certain mysteries. After a night of rigorous practice, he had firmly established himself at the Golden Core stage and had even comprehended his unique technique, the path of all laws. If he continued on this trajectory, his progress would be boundless. In the ensuing period, Tang Tian led a remarkably stable life, focusing on cultivation, philosophical discussions, and enhancing his combat experience. Gu Xiaoxue, the Lan sisters, and Li Hong had all provided significant support, facilitating his rapid advancement along the path of cultivation. After yet another bout of combat, Li Hong found himself defeated, his face a canvas of astonishment. Master's techniques are truly exquisite. I am utterly outclassed, he remarked, filled with admiration. Tang Tian chuckled. You didn't let me win on purpose, did you? In the beginning, you had me on the ropes. Li Hong shook his head vehemently. Aside from suppressing my cultivation, I have exerted my utmost in every aspect. Initially, I triumphed through experience, but as time passed, your methods grew increasingly sophisticated. Now, I am no match for you. The Lan sisters nodded in agreement, affirming, Master is indeed becoming ever stronger. Tang Tian smiled, choosing not to respond. In truth, he too sensed his own growth throughout the cultivation process, noting a remarkable transformation almost daily. The innate son not only accelerated his cultivation speed, but also sharpened his spiritual awareness, enhancing his learning capacity and acumen by several degrees. Now, within the same realm, he could utterly dominate Li Hong, and when joining forces with the Lan sisters, they could achieve a stalemate. As for Gu Xiaoxue, she was an anomaly, best left unmentioned. I believe with your strength, you are already worthy of the Golden Core prodigy rankings, Li Hong suggested. Indeed, the Lan sisters concurred. Tang Tian, however, appeared taken aback, inquiring, what is that? Li Hong elaborated. Within Qingwei Sect, each realm above the Golden Core has its own prodigy rankings. Only cultivators under the age of 25 are eligible to compete, with only 100 slots available on each list. If you were to participate, you would undoubtedly secure a position. Tang Tian understood. Since becoming an honorary disciple, his interactions had predominantly been within that circle, leaving him unfamiliar with the realm of ordinary disciples. The prodigy rankings, indeed, were the sort of thing that ignited the fervor and ambition of youth. Such a phenomenon would certainly exist within the sect. Regrettably, Tang Tian felt little inclination towards it. Perhaps, but my ranking would likely be modest. Despite recognizing his rapid ascent in strength, he remained cognizant of the abundance of talent in the world, and he was still merely at the early stages of the Golden Core. Without employing the path of all laws, it would be challenging to compare himself with the most elite prodigies. Achieving a spot on the rankings would already be a remarkable feat, Li Hong smiled. Even a modest entry would be a distinction difficult for ordinary disciples to attain. I truly believe you should consider it. Unaware of the existence of the path of all laws, Li Hong only witnessed Tang Tian employing ordinary techniques during their practical training sessions. Hearing his words, Tang Tian shook his head, his gaze suddenly deepening as he mused, never mind, that kind of distinction has never been my desire. Just having the wealth of a tycoon is enough for me. In terms of strength, should the day come when I must reveal myself, I hope to have reached the pinnacle, unafraid of anything. Li Hong was momentarily taken aback, sensing a certain ambition in Tang Tian's eyes. In truth, Tang Tian's thoughts were quite simple. Until he possessed sufficient trump cards, he aimed to conceal his true strength from the public eye. Wealth, at times, could also be a source of original sin. Although he currently enjoyed the protection of Qingwei Sect, and perhaps in the future, Yunding Tianfu could be included. Should his wealth reach a certain threshold, it might attract the attention of even more formidable forces. At that point, even Yunding Tianfu might not be able to safeguard him. Yet, he could not cease his consumption due to these concerns. Thus, caution remained prudent. Let us set that aside, Tang Tian said. What news do we have from Qinghai? Has anything been uncovered? Li Hong replied. The investigation is rather challenging. We can only preliminarily ascertain that the relationship between Tianfeng and Du Yuanqing is indeed quite close. However, Qinghai mentioned he recently found a way to connect with the Tingyan Chamber of Commerce above Jinyutang and is working to establish a relationship with them. If he succeeds, the investigation will become considerably more manageable. Tang Tian nodded. Through this period of inquiry, he had learned that Jinyutang was merely a subsidiary of the Tingyan Chamber of Commerce. If Qinghai could successfully forge connections, the ensuing matters would indeed be much smoother. Tell him that if he encounters any financial difficulties, he should not hesitate to reach out to us, Tang Tian instructed. Li Hong acknowledged this. Subsequently, the group gathered around a stone table to engage in their daily discourse on philosophy. However, they had not been at it long when the formation outside was triggered by an intruder. After Li Hong stepped out to inquire, he returned to inform Tang Tian that the visitor was a subordinate of Mo Xiaoxiao. Tang Tian pondered for a moment before instructing Li Hong to bring the individual in. Moments later, Li Hong returned, accompanied by a young man in the attire of an honorary disciple. Young Master Tang greeted a refined young man, his demeanor composed and orderly. A stark contrast to the previous Ding Xiao. Please, take a seat. Tang Tian inquired. What is your name, friend? The young man clasped his hands and replied. I am Yin Ku. I have long heard of young Master Tang's remarkable talents. Witnessing you today, you are indeed extraordinary. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively and directly asked, Does Miss Mo have any matters to discuss? Inka smiled. Indeed. In 3 days, the young master will visit Nanfeng to inspect its development and the condition of the disciples. Miss Mo sent me to inquire whether you wish to participate in this inspection meeting. Tang Tian was taken aback. Isn't this akin to a leadership inspection? Even the cultivation world engages in such bureaucratic affairs. Inspection meeting? Tang Tian stroked his chin, querying, what is its primary purpose? Inku explained. It is to review the development of Nanfeng and supervise the work here. Additionally, to extract some resources from our pockets. Tang Tian was momentarily stunned. What do you mean? Inku sighed. What else could it be? They want money. The Qingyue sect has experienced rapid growth in recent years. Every aspect requires development or expansion, resulting in a significant shortage of spiritual jade. Thus, they have turned their attention to us honorary disciples, seeking ways to extract contributions annually. Tang Tian found this revelation astonishing. So this was the case. Leadership inspections that neglect to inquire about the well-being of subordinates and demand that they financially support the sect's development? What a fascinating operation. Such practices, even in the capital world, would be considered quite radical. However, the cultivation realm differed. Honorary disciples depended on Qingyue Sect, leveraging its resources and influence to achieve their diverse ambitions, necessitating greater sacrifices in return. Does Miss Mo wish for me to participate? Tang Tian inquired. Inka smiled. Miss Mo merely asked me to gauge your thoughts on the matter. However, how should one put it? The annual inspection meeting is always a time of significant financial strain for our esteemed disciples. The resources required to sustain our sect are far from insignificant. And with the ever-expanding reach of the Qingyue sect, the demand for spiritual jade increases year by year. Over the years, many honorary disciples have found themselves in dire straits. Were it not for their numerous concerns, they would likely seek any means to evade the inspection meeting. Inku alluded to this. Tang Tian understood his implication. Mo Xiaoxiao likely wished to prevent his attendance. Yet, as Inku's subordinate, he could not express Mo Xiaoxiao's sentiments directly for fear of misinterpretation by certain individuals. Hence his roundabout manner of speaking. Why would she act in such a way? Was it merely to spare herself expenses? Tang Tian found himself perplexed. The actions of this young lady had always been unconventional. Nonetheless, how could he let a legitimate opportunity for expenditure slip by? It sounded, cough cough, rather intriguing. Then I shall broaden my horizons, said Tang Tian. Inku was momentarily taken aback. Spending money frivolously. Was that what he deemed intriguing? Young Master Tang, I fear you may not have grasped my point. This year's inspection meeting will undoubtedly require a considerable sum of spiritual jade. And many honorary disciples have already voiced their grievances to Miss Mo. In light of this, she has even consulted with the young sect master to request some allowances for family visits. I trust you comprehend my meaning? Inku reiterated his explanation, even providing concrete examples, hoping to enlighten Tang Tian. Little did he know, Tang Tian was more lucid than ever at that moment. Ah, I see now. Tang Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully. Yet, just as Inku exhaled in relief, Tang Tian continued, tell me. If someone were to cover all the expenses for those honorary disciples, would that not eliminate their grievances towards Miss Mo? Inku was left speechless. Young Master Tang, what do you mean? Tang Tian cleared his throat and explained, look, our sect is in need of funds, and the honorary disciples are facing difficulties. Miss Mo is running around trying to address this matter. So, could it be possible that one individual steps forward to pay for everyone? Wouldn't all the issues and worries simply dissipate? What do you think? This suggestion left Inku in a state of contemplation for quite some time. Eventually, he managed to respond, such a possibility certainly exists. However, in all these years, no one has ever done so. Young Master Tang, you cannot be suggesting. Upon seeing Tang Tian's expression, Inku received his affirmative answer and sighed in resignation. Young Master Tang, this is truly not a trivial sum. This year's total construction cost for Nanfeng, divided among us honorary disciples, will likely approach 20 trillion. Moreover, Miss Mo's intention is actually to Tang Tian interrupted him. Waving his hand, I understand Miss Mo's intention. She sent you here specifically to resolve this issue. Given how she has cared for me in the past, I cannot stand idly by. You may inform her that I shall attend the inspection meeting without fail, and not even the young sect master can stop me. Inku gaped in astonishment, his expression a mixture of disbelief and incredulity. Was it his choice of words that led to such a vast misunderstanding? We truly did not wish for you to go, nor did we intend for you to solve this issue alone. Additionally, Miss Mo has only just met you. How could she have cared for you previously? Young Master Tang, Inku attempted to salvage the situation. You must consider, over 20 trillion. Even if Miss Mo and Miss Chun were to cover half, the shortfall would still be immense. It cannot be managed by one person alone. Do you understand? Tang Tian slammed his palm on the table, startling Inku. I understand. 20 trillion. How can we allow the two young ladies to shoulder half the burden? Tell them. I shall cover it all, and inform Miss Mo not to run around making arrangements for others. I assure you, I will see to it that our tasks for Nanfeng are completed flawlessly. Tang Tian's tone was resolute. Inku gazed at him, momentarily awed by his commanding presence. Indeed, such determination was impressive. Yet, they truly did not mean for him to take on this burden. Was it not said that although Tang Tian was young, he was astute and intelligent? Did those who spoke such praise misunderstand the term intelligent? After a long pause, Inku let out a deep sigh, suppressing a smile, and earnestly asked, Young Master Tang, I represent Miss Mo in asking you once more. Are your words sincere? Tang Tian smiled. I never speak falsely on such matters. Just inform Miss Mo that I will take full responsibility should anything arise. Inku bowed respectfully if that is indeed the case. Then on behalf of Miss Mo and all honorary disciples of Nanfeng, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you, young Master Tang. They will all be profoundly grateful. Tang Tian smiled, dismissing the notion of gratitude. 20 trillion was an opportunity too significant to overlook. After their conversation, Inku departed hastily, knowing the urgency of relaying such crucial news. Once he was gone, Tang Tian leaned back in his chair, stroking his chin, lost in thought. The inspection meeting was not unique to Nanfeng. The other major peaks likely faced similar circumstances. Perhaps there existed even greater opportunities for maneuvering. Chapter 60. Ascending Nanfeng after Inku's departure, Tang Tian instructed Li Hong to gather information regarding the inspection meeting. This event, held annually among the East, South, West, and North peaks, along with the main peak, is one of the most significant gatherings. During this meeting, the peak masters, esteemed elders, and numerous honorary disciples are expected to attend, barring any extraordinary circumstances. The primary agenda revolves around the development of each peak, ultimately aimed at fundraising and resource allocation. As Inca noted, due to the rapid expansion of the Qingwei sect in recent years, financial resources have become exceedingly strained, with a significant portion of funding sourced from the honorary disciples. Consequently, Qingwei sect's policies regarding honorary disciples are considerably more lenient than those of other subordinate sects of Yunding Tianfu. Essentially, if one possesses wealth, they can attain a respectable status and position. It is truly commendable. Tang Tian found himself reflecting once more. Fortuitously, he was within the Qingwei sect. Had he been in another subordinate sect, not only would the hierarchy be rigidly fixed, but his vast wealth, with its ambiguous origins, would certainly undergo scrutiny. Although such investigations might yield little, they would undoubtedly bring about complications. Within the Qingwei sect, however, such troubles would be significantly minimized. Even in the event of an investigation, they would not delve too deeply. If all else fails, Yunding Tianfu would provide a safety net. It seems that the closer one is to the upper echelons, the more opportunities for expenditure arise. Tang Tian mused. Were it not for attending the Five Peaks exchange meeting, Imo Xiao might not have come to remind him, and he would have undoubtedly missed this inspection meeting. The same principle applies elsewhere. The standard of consumption within Yunding Tianfu surpasses that of Qingwei sect. This further solidified Tang Tian's resolve to ascend to Yunding Tianfu. Gu Xiaoxue had already broken through to the late Yuanying stage, and with the diligent efforts of the Lan Yu sisters and a significant influx of resources, they too had stepped into the early Huashan stage. Even the most talent-deficient Li Hong has made considerable progress, and it won't be long before he breaks through to the mid-phase of transformation. Before the great battle of the 100 sects and the trial of the 10,000 demons arrive, their strength will surely rank among the First Legion. However, such a level does not completely assuage Tang Tian's concerns. The world is vast, filled with countless prodigious talents, and breaking through the encirclement is no easy feat. It is imperative to seek additional resources to further enhance Li Hong and his companions' overall strength. Within the Qingwei sect, there exist some exceedingly rare secret locations dedicated to nurturing those promising core talents. Of course, there are others beyond the sect, but they are currently not within Tang Tian's considerations. First, he must seize the resources available within the sect. The dragon transformation pool, under the old locust tree, Tang Tian and Li Hong sat facing each other. Over the past few days, he had instructed Li Hong to inquire about relevant information, and to his surprise, it came swiftly. Indeed, Li Hong remarked, I have heard from some outstanding core disciples that the dragon transformation pool is one of the sect's most treasured secret locations. It seems to be a place crafted for the Qingwei sect by the celestial beings of Tianfu. I am unclear on the specifics, but they say that merely entering it can lead to a significant enhancement of one's potential, greatly broadening future opportunities. Tang Tian nodded and inquired, how does one gain entry to this dragon transformation pool? Li Hong replied, I have yet to ascertain that. The status of the dragon transformation pool appears exceptionally high. Even those outstanding core disciples have only heard of it, but have not truly visited. I am attempting to connect with the top-tier core disciples, but this may take some time. Tang Tian pondered for a moment before stating, let us set this aside for now. Tomorrow, I will attend the inspection meeting, and I can inquire about this matter then. Your primary task now is to focus on your cultivation and expedite the enhancement of your strength. Are resources sufficient? Upon hearing this, Li Hong immediately straightened his posture. There are ample resources. I would never dare to disappoint your expectations. It is just that my talent is lacking, and I have yet to break through. Tang Tian smiled and waved his hand, saying, do not be so serious. Just put in your best effort. Placing too much pressure on yourself is not necessarily beneficial. Strive to do your best. Li Hong bowed his head earnestly and nodded. Tang Tian sipped his tea. This subordinate, if nothing else, possessed a commendable attitude. He could see that Li Hong was determined not to let this rare opportunity slip away. As for talent, Tang Tian simply needed someone capable and willing to work. He would nurture him gradually. A day passed swiftly. The next morning, Inku arrived early at the Zizhu courtyard to escort Tang Tian to the inspection meeting. Tang Tian brought only Gu Xiaoxue along, allowing Li Hong and the Lan sisters to continue their cultivation, primarily to provide her with more exposure to the world. On the way up the mountain, Tang Tian noticed that Inku seemed somewhat odd today, lacking the usual composure and appearing a bit anxious. What is the matter? Tang Tian inquired. Inku glanced at Tang Tian, then sighed softly, saying, Miss Mo believes your words now. Tang Tian chuckled. Isn't that a good thing? Inku forced a smile. But she truly took your words to heart and has ceased seeking the young sect master for a family visit. Moreover, she recalled those who had already secured visitation quotas. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, Miss Mo could face significant losses this time. Tang Tian was taken aback. Why is that? Inku sighed. If the construction expenses cannot be covered, Miss Mo will undoubtedly have to pay out of her own pocket. Coming up with over 20 trillion spirit stones is not a trivial sum for her, as she has many places where she needs to allocate funds. Young Master Tang. Inku turned to him with utmost seriousness. You are not joking, are you? Tang Tian fell silent for a moment. He had not anticipated that Miss Mo in Inku's eyes would be like this. If misjudged, would one person bear the entire burden? Inku's certainty implied that Miss Mo had likely encountered similar situations before. It was no wonder both Inku and Ding Xiao held her in such high regard. Meeting Inku's earnest gaze, Tang Tian assured, rest assured, I will not make things difficult for Miss Mo. Inku let out a gentle sigh of relief and smiled. I hope so. If you truly deceive Miss Mo, you might find it impossible to remain in the Zizhu courtyard. This is not a threat. Some honorary disciples can be quite ferocious, and even Miss Mo may not be able to intervene. However, if you truly succeed, you will undoubtedly become the most favored honorary disciple on the entire southern peak. Tang Tian smirked. It appeared that Miss Mo held considerable sway on the southern peak. He wondered if her ultimate goal was also to ascend to the second-in-command position within the Qingwei sect. Only time would tell. Let this be my first visit to the southern peak, a gift of sorts, Tang Tian remarked. Chapter 61. The inspection meeting commences accompanied by Inku. Tang Tian ascended to the peak of the southern peak. Along the way, he encountered numerous esteemed honorary disciples heading in the same direction, presumably for the inspection meeting. Some wore expressions devoid of emotion, while others appeared distressed, as if each step they took was a retreat from 10. What is going on with them? Tang Tian expressed his confusion. Inku explained, most honorary disciples are ordinary individuals, heavily burdened, having exhausted their wealth to maintain this identity. Each inspection meeting is their most challenging day, naturally making them reluctant to attend. Tang Tian fell silent, realizing that, in any world, affluent families are ultimately a minority. As they continued their ascent, they finally reached the peak and stood before a magnificent hall, the main hall of the southern peak. To Tang Tian's astonishment, Miss Mo was waiting there specifically for him. I wished for you not to come, she stated as her opening line, catching Tang Tian off guard. He smiled and replied, no worries. After all, I am part of the southern peak. That amount of money is inconsequential if it can alleviate everyone's troubles. Naturally, he could not divulge the truth. Miss Mo shook her head. There is not much benefit in this. Is your aim to secure that position as well? Tang Tian was taken aback, shaking his head and laughing. That is not the case. I do not possess a strong desire for power. Miss Mo stated directly, desiring it greatly is futile. After next year's Great Battle of the 100 Sects, the allocation of that position will be determined, and you will not have enough time. If your goal is merely to ascend to Tianfu, there is no need for such extravagance. Fulfilling the requirements will suffice. Therefore, I advise you to reconsider. Tang Tian was at a loss for words. Even at this juncture, she was still dissuading him. He had never perceived others in such a favorable light. Yet Miss Mo's actions appeared genuinely devoid of ulterior motives. It's all right. I have made my decision. After all, I cannot let you be in a difficult position. Can I? Tang Tian smiled. Observing his persistence, Miss Mo sighed softly, saying, then act according to your capabilities. Do not worry about anything else. I can cover the gaps. Let us go. I will take you inside. With that, Miss Mo led Tang Tian through another entrance into the Peak Master Hall. The interior of the hall was quite spacious, reminiscent of the previous arrangement during the Five Peaks exchange meeting. However, this time, Tang Tian was no longer just an inconspicuous figure in the corner, but had accompanied Miss Mo to the most elevated position. Seated closely beside Mo Xiao was Inku, while Ding Xiao occupied a position at the far edge above. It appeared that Inku was one of Mo Xiao's most trusted aides. On the other side, a lady adorned in a delicate pink gauze dress sat quietly next to Mo Xiao. Judging by her demeanor, she must be the rarely seen, prominent daughter of Nanfeng. Chen Xiro. This young lady embodied a stark contrast to Mo Xiao. One exuded dominance while the other embodied extreme restraint. A classic pairing indeed. Further along that area was the section designated for the elders of Nanfeng. Among them was the Grand Elder, Yun Xiuqi, whom they had encountered previously. Additionally, 2 seats were conspicuously vacant in the central area, presumably reserved for the young lord, Yun Kong, and the leader of Nanfeng, Tan Yushan. The leader of the Qingyue sect, Tan Yushan, was one of the most powerful figures within the sect, boasting formidable strength, at least at the transcendent stage, and was a true heavyweight in the realm. After observing for a while, Yun Kong and Tan Yushan appeared, bringing an immediate hush over the assembly. Once they settled, Tan Yushan initiated the discourse. Esteemed elders and elites, over the past year, Nanfeng has experienced rapid growth. A feat made possible by our collective efforts following a typical opening statement from a leader. Tan Yushan ceded the floor to Yun Kong. Yun Kong retained his familiar demeanor, his tone gentle, his words soothing to the ear. He first acknowledged the accomplishments of Nanfeng, praising the diligence and capabilities of its members, before addressing several areas requiring improvement. After a thorough discussion, they transitioned into planning for the future development of Nanfeng. The elders and Mo Xiao, among others, participated actively, finalizing various developmental details. These discussions were largely unrelated to Tang Tian, who could only observe and listen as a bystander. Nonetheless, he gained a deeper understanding of the current state of Qinghua Sect. The pace of development was indeed remarkable. Just last year, the number of new disciples had nearly doubled, and their influence had expanded significantly, assimilating numerous external factions. However, rapid growth necessitated increased expenditure of spiritual jade. As the elders lamented the inadequacy of cultivation resources and facilities, many disciples with promising talent were unable to receive adequate training, resulting in wasted potential. Meanwhile, the honorary disciples maintained a stoic demeanor, occasionally contesting the need for such vast resources, fully aware that the majority of the spiritual jade required would be sourced from them. The meeting prolonged, and Tang Tian felt himself growing drowsy, only aware that the debates between the elders and honorary disciples were intensifying. Suddenly, Inku slammed his fist on the table, startling Tang Tian. "What's the matter?" Tang Tian whispered. Inku's face was flushed with indignation. His previous elegance vanished. "Damn it. These old geezers have insatiable appetites. They want to raise the disciples' allowances. There are nearly 10 million disciples. Each one would need an increase of 5,000 spiritual jade. That's 500 billion a month. Over several thousand billion a year. And that's a conservative estimate. Do they really think they don't have to pay for it themselves? I swear I want to take an axe to these old codgers." Witnessing Inku's outburst, Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. What a refined individual he had seemed. Yet, Tang Tian found the elders' proposals quite reasonable. As the sect grew stronger, the benefits for the disciples should naturally follow. Was that not logical? As the conference progressed, the debates between the elders and honorary disciples escalated to a near boiling point. Fortunately, the senior figures remained composed and refrained from joining the fray. Yun Kong appeared accustomed to such scenes, and under his mediation, they gradually reached consensus on certain expenditures. Ultimately, the figure soared, surpassing 20 trillion, settling at 24,768 billion. This figure cast a pall over many honorary disciples' faces, while Tang Tian straightened in his seat. It was finally his moment to take the stage. Next, let us discuss the allocation of expenses. With the construction direction and funding confirmed, Yun Kong transitioned into the next phase. As these words left his lips, the hall fell into a renewed silence. The elders observed with measured expressions, while the honorary disciples wore strained visages, none eager to speak. If you have any opinions or suggestions, please feel free to voice them. Yun Kong addressed the honorary disciples, as the impending 25 trillion spiritual jade would essentially be distributed among each of them. The honorary disciples wore expressions of bitter resignation. With plans already set, what could they possibly suggest? Even if they did express opinions, would it reduce the necessary funds? Since it would not, silence seemed the more prudent choice, sparing them from drawing attention from Yun Kong and the elders, thus avoiding unnecessary troubles. After a prolonged silence, no one offered a word. Yun Kong smiled in satisfaction. However, just as he prepared to continue, a hand was raised high. "I have an opinion," Tang Tian stated slowly. This declaration instantly captured everyone's attention. The elders frowned, pondering who would be so foolish as to speak up post-agreement. Did they not wish to remain in Nanfeng? Meanwhile, the honorary disciples looked up, curious about this brave soul who dared to disrupt the status quo. Yun Kong turned his gaze toward the speaker. Upon recognizing Tang Tian, he paused slightly, then smiled. "Ah, it's junior brother Tang Tian. You certainly left a lasting impression at the Five Peaks exchange recently. What aspect of the discussion do you wish to address?" Tang Tian lowered his hand, smiling as he replied. "It's certainly regarding the financial aspect." As soon as he spoke, the elders' faces darkened, sitting up straighter in preparation for the impending verbal sparring. They were confident, believing they faced only one opponent. Yet, Tang Tian's following words caught them off guard. "I listened closely to your proposals just now. Perhaps due to my previous seclusion, I hadn't realized how swiftly the sect has developed. This is indeed a splendid matter. The stronger the sect, the greater the benefits for us disciples. Therefore, I believe your development plan is somewhat conservative. 25 trillion is insufficient. We ought to fully implement all proposed benefits to maximize Confronting's growth. Young lord, what do you think? Tang Tian's voice resonated with conviction. With these words, the assembly fell into stunned silence. The elders were momentarily taken aback, their preparations for battle thwarted, as they found themselves on the receiving end of a perspective they had not anticipated. Meanwhile, the honorary disciples were bewildered. What was he doing? Did he truly wish to increase the funds, suggesting their plight was inadequate? Had he mistakenly taken a wrong seat? Some honorary disciples flushed with anger, gritting their teeth, ready to unleash a torrent of rebuke upon Tang Tian. However, Imo Xiaoxiao and Yin Ku remained silent, choosing to contain their anger for the time being. Though internally they resolved to seek clarification after the meeting, such a foolish ally was unprecedented. Even the peak master, Tan Yushan, and Yun Kong gazed at Tang Tian with an expression of bewilderment. Tang Tian, do you truly think this way? Yun Kong inquired. Tang Tian nodded affirmatively, of course. As a member of the Southern Peak and the Sect, it is imperative to exert the utmost effort for the development of our sect. Thus, I calculated that 25 trillion would undoubtedly fall short. To achieve maximum growth, shouldn't we aim for 40 to 50 trillion? Yun Kong's eyes twitched at the audacity of his claim. Observing the crowd below becoming restless at the staggering figure, Yun Kong quickly cleared his throat and stated, Tang Tian, the plan we discussed is set as it is. If we were to follow your suggestion, it would impose a considerable burden on both the sect and our esteemed disciples. I appreciate your thoughts and intentions, but let us stick to the original funding. He was apprehensive that the hard-won plan might once again descend into chaos, so he hastily shifted the topic away from Tang Tian. However, Tang Tian disregarded the diversion and calmly remarked, plans can be altered. Besides, who says I intend to burden the sect and the esteemed disciples? Yun Kong was momentarily taken aback, asking, what do you mean? Tang Tian smiled knowingly. I have observed the previous debates. On one hand, I am gratified to see everyone contributing ideas for the sect's advancement. Yet, on the other, I am reluctant to witness disputes over mere spirit stones. Unity is one of the most vital elements for progress. Therefore, I have decided to personally cover all development expenses. This way, we can focus solely on strategizing for growth without any discord over external matters. Upon hearing this, the assembly fell into a profound silence. Except for a few, no one anticipated Tang Tian to make such a bold declaration. The elders lowered their heads, feeling a wave of embarrassment as they recalled their earlier attempts to extract more spirit stones from the esteemed disciples, employing every tactic imaginable in a frenzied exchange. Witnessing Tang Tian's grand vision, willing to financially support the sect for its utmost development, the disparity was glaring. The esteemed disciples were equally stunned, realizing they had misjudged Tang Tian's intentions. To single-handedly cover the entire development fund for the Southern Peak was an undertaking they could hardly fathom. Even if they possessed such wealth, they would never consider it, as it seemed akin to throwing money away. Yet, Tang Tian was genuinely prepared to do so. In the presence of the Peak Master and the young Sect Master, they did not perceive his actions as mere theatrics. Everyone was plunged into deep contemplation, struck by Tang Tian's extraordinary initiative. After a lengthy silence, Yun Kong finally mustered the courage to ask, Tang Tian, are you certain? Tang Tian beamed. If it resolves everyone's difficulties, why wouldn't I? You can elevate development and benefits to their highest potential without worrying about funding. Whatever the final amount is, I will cover it. Let us calculate it now, he urged. He truly wished to avoid reciting grandiose principles any longer. Further discourse might induce nausea. However, he needed a plausible rationale for his actions. Unbeknownst to others, Tang Tian's true objective remained concealed, and they merely felt as though they had been thoroughly outmatched in terms of vision. To directly allocate tens of trillions for development funding was bewildering to anyone who witnessed it. After a prolonged silence, Yun Kong, following a careful discussion with Tan Yushan, finally spoke, let us revise the development plan. Chapter 63. The quota for the Dragon Transformation Pool unprecedentedly. The development plan just established in the inspection meeting was entirely scrapped, all due to Tang Tian's words. Yun Kong was confident Tang Tian wouldn't lie about such matters. During the previous 5 Peaks exchange, he had already demonstrated formidable financial strength. Discussions regarding the Southern Peaks development resumed, significantly more harmonious this time. Freed from financial concerns, everyone expressed their ideas freely, no longer sabotaging one another, leading to a smooth drafting process. Before long, a new development plan was finalized, with the required funding reassessed at 342,547 billion. This figure exceeded the previous estimate by a staggering 10 trillion. Tang Tian attentively listened to the entire discourse, Each proposal was reasonable, and before Tan Yushan and Yun Kong, no one dared to secretly profit. This amount, however, deviated from Tang Tian's expectations. He had anticipated it might double. Once discussions concluded, all eyes turned to Tang Tian, filled with apprehension about whether he could bear the responsibility. Yet, Tang Tian's expression remained unchanged as he gently nodded. No problem. Leave it to me. Instantly, everyone felt relieved. The elders were elated. Once the funds were secured, they could spring into action. The better the development, the greater their contributions, naturally elevating their status within the sect. The esteemed disciples, too, shed their earlier expressions of discontent. Some gazed at Tang Tian with gratitude, as a year's worth of construction funds would provide them with substantial relief. In summary, it was a situation where everyone found joy. Tang Tian, how long do you anticipate it will take to gather this construction fund? Yun Kong inquired. Tang Tian smiled and replied, it can be done right now. I will provide you with 10 trillion upfront and cover the remainder shortly after. As he spoke, he prepared to produce the funds. Yun Kong quickly interjected, no need to rush. Let us wait until the meeting concludes. If you require funds from other sources, just ensure they are gathered within 3 months. He was utterly astonished. Tang Tian was the most straightforward individual he had ever encountered. Oh, then we shall discuss it later. Tang Tian agreed. The inspection meeting continued. Following Tang Tian's generous offer, subsequent discussions became notably amicable. Enthusiasm surged, leading to a plethora of ingenious ideas that left Tang Tian in awe. Ultimately, amid a cheerful atmosphere, the inspection meeting concluded. After dispersing, Mo Xiaoxiao escorted Tang Tian to the sect master's reception hall, where Tan Yushan and Yun Kong awaited him. You truly follow through on your words, Mo Xiaoxiao remarked during their journey. Tang Tian chuckled. Isn't that the fundamental principle of being human? Mo Xiaoxiao nodded. Indeed, one should conduct oneself as you do, with integrity. Unfortunately, the world is complex, and sometimes one is compelled to make decisions that betray one's conscience. Tang Tian remained silent. He could hardly claim to be entirely upright. In truth, his motivations were self-serving. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly recalled something and asked, Mo, are you familiar with the dragon transformation pool? Mo Xiaoxiao responded affirmatively. Yes, it is the place established by Yunding Tianfu in Qingyue Sect for the purpose of dragon ascent. It employs celestial techniques to connect with the heavenly pathways, harnessing fortune to produce exceptionally high-quality dragon qi. With the infusion of dragon qi, a cultivator's potential is significantly enhanced. Broadening future paths, it is an immensely valuable divine object. The dragon transformation pool opens once every 2 years, with only 50 quotas available, restricted to those in the integration stage or lower. However, only the most outstanding disciples or those who have made significant contributions to the sect can secure a quota. Tang Tian nodded slightly, noting the information aligned closely with what Li Hong had uncovered. How should one acquire this quota? Tang Tian inquired. Mo Xiaoxiao turned her head. Do you, young Master Tang, wish to visit the dragon transformation pool? Tang Tian chuckled lightly, saying, though I possess considerable family assets, my own cultivation has always been my greatest vulnerability. Furthermore, I aspire to ascend to the Cloud Summit Pavilion swiftly. Hence I seek to ensure greater assurance for myself and my followers. Mo Xiaoxiao paused for a moment before replying, I have indeed heard that earlier this year, young Master Tang was still in the qi refinement stage. However, I believe you need not overly concern yourself, as long as you remain within the Qingyue sect. With your current wealth and reputation, there will be no threat to your life. The rules of the Qingyue sect are stringent, unless you violate them. Even the sect master cannot impose upon you. There was once a high-ranking member who, in his greed, attempted to deal with a renowned disciple, and the outcome was that he was uprooted and never heard from again. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, realizing why the esteemed disciples of the Qingyue sect sometimes appeared rather audacious. Nevertheless, his considerations extended beyond mere safety. I cannot remain within the Qingyue sect forever. Moreover, are you certain it is entirely safe? After all, Fang Fei was killed before my very eyes by Lu Chang'e, Tang Tian remarked. Mo Xiaoxiao hesitated briefly before sighing. That situation was rather exceptional, as Fang Fei had already sold herself to Lu Chang'e at that time. Yet, you are correct, nothing is absolutely certain. It is always beneficial to possess sufficient strength for assurance. However, the quotas for the dragon transformation pool were determined early last year. There are a total of 21 esteemed disciples, and Lu Chang'e and I will divide them equally, with the remainder going to the top core disciples. You, young Master Tang, have made such tremendous contributions to the development of the sect today. Perhaps you might secure one for yourself. However, your followers are unlikely to have any opportunity. Tang Tian frowned slightly, for this outcome did not meet his expectations. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, what if I were to contribute even more? I mean, if I were to take responsibility for the development of the other peaks as well, could I not contend for additional quotas? Mo Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback. Staring at Tang Tian for a long while before slowly responding, young Master Tang, your followers do not possess peak strength, do they? Is it truly worth such a significant investment? Tang Tian smiled and replied, there is no question of worth. I simply wish to proceed in this manner. Mo Xiaoxiao exhaled. If only I could be as carefree as young Master Tang. Taking on the construction of the entire sect should indeed allow for a few more quotas. It all depends on how you negotiate with the young sect master. However, even with the quotas, it does not guarantee substantial benefits. Tang Tian was taken aback. Why is that? Mo Xiaoxiao explained, the dragon transformation pool differs from other resource sites. The dragon energy within is limited and must be contested. Moreover, the method of contention is rather unique. It does not consider strength or talent, but rather the rarity of one's physique. The higher the level of physique, the more dragon energy one can acquire. I have heard that among the core disciples contending for this round, there is a prodigy with a devouring lion physique who has awakened the secret techniques of the devouring lion. Such a talent is exceedingly rare. Even in the Cloud Summit Pavilion, during this opening of the dragon transformation pool, a significant portion of the dragon energy will undoubtedly be claimed by him. Young Master Tang, please consider this carefully. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian was rendered speechless. Such a situation existed? He glanced at the system. Above the 9th level of physique, the immortal physique requires merely 10 billion consumption points. Chapter 64. What is awareness? There remained over half a month until the opening of the dragon transformation pool, granting Tang Tian some operational latitude. Moments later, Tang Tian and Mo Xiaoxiao arrived at the Peak Master's reception hall. Tan Yushan and Yun Kong were already waiting there, rising to greet Tang Tian upon his entrance. Young Master Tang, Tan Yushan smiled warmly. Tang Tian returned the gesture with a respectful bow. Master Peak Lord. This marked his first conversation with someone of Tan Yushan's stature. No need for such formality, Tan Yushan replied with a gentle smile. I had long heard of the arrival of a distinguished young gentleman from the South Peak. Seeing you today, you truly are remarkable. Please, take a seat. As they settled down, Tan Yushan continued, young Master Tang, your substantial contributions to the development of the South Peak today will not be forgotten. In the future, should you require anything, simply come to me on the mountain. Within the bounds permitted by the sect, I shall do my utmost to accommodate your needs. Tan Yushan's tone was amicable, calm, and easy to like. Tang Tian said, as a disciple of the South Peak, this is merely our duty. Master Peak Lord need not take it to heart. A touch of formal courtesy was still necessary. Tan Yushan waved his hand. Let us keep matters distinct. From now on, in the South Peak, your rights and status will be equivalent to that of the presiding elder, whether it concerns sect construction or disciple arrangements. You may directly participate in decision-making. Simply inform me of significant matters. The presiding elder is effectively the highest management tier of the South Peak, just below the Peak Lord, the Grand Elder, Mo Xiaoxiao, and Shin Siro. In essence, with Tan Yushan's words, Tang Tian could navigate the South Peak with considerable freedom, provided he did not violate the sect's regulations. Thank you, Master Peak Lord, Tang Tian expressed, no longer declining the offer. Tan Yushan nodded lightly. This is what you deserve. He then rose. Now, you may converse with the young sect master. Xiaoxiao, come, let us discuss future development plans. With that, Tan Yushan departed the reception hall with Mo Xiaoxiao, leaving Tang Tian and Yun Kong alone. Junior brother Tang, you have truly alleviated a significant burden for me today. Yun Kong initiated the conversation. Tang Tian was puzzled. Why do you say that? Yun Kong sighed gently. It is well known that the position of young sect master is dazzling, yet few understand its challenges. Every detail within the sect requires my careful consideration and handling. As you are aware, the sect is expanding rapidly, necessitating substantial funds in many areas. However, the funds provided by the pavilion are limited. We must find ways to manage the majority ourselves. It is quite a taxing task. Yun Kong shared his woes, but Tang Tian merely listened quietly, refraining from offering opinions. After all, if the role of young sect master proved so arduous, why not relinquish it to another? Moreover, for someone who had propelled the Qingwei sect to its current stature in just over 20 years, he must possess considerable ability. Financial issues surely would not pose a significant challenge for him. I was initially worried that this inspection meeting would face considerable obstacles, Yun Kong continued. Fortunately, thanks to you, the meeting proceeded so harmoniously, pleasing all involved. Yet it is unfortunate that you must shoulder the entire financial burden alone. Tang Tian waved his hand. The young sect master need not worry. This is my voluntary decision. Let us return to the matter at hand. He had no desire to engage in excessive pleasantries. They had work to do. Yun Kong smiled. You may simply call me senior brother. The scale of this construction funding is already quite saturated, so you need not rush. Just prepare the funds within 3 months, as I previously mentioned. Tang Tian shook his head. The sooner the funds are in place, the sooner we can proceed. I can provide them to you now. However, I shall start with 100 billion, and the remainder will follow shortly. Yun Kong was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by this unexpected turn of events. Nonetheless, he did not dwell on it and responded with a smile. Of course, it is even better to prepare in advance. Tang Tian nodded and then retrieved 10 pieces of innate Dao jade from the system space, handing them to Yun Kong. Yun Kong let out a bitter laugh. How is it that it's the innate Dao jade once again? The practical value of this item far exceeds that of the spirit jade. To merely use it as currency would indeed be a waste. Why not reconsider? Tang Tian, indifferent, replied, no need for concern. I mentioned before that I have plenty of these. Just accept it. With no other option, Yun Kong reluctantly took the jade. Fine. I will accept it for now and will discuss its specific use with Master Tan later. During this period, I shall not leave the sect and will closely monitor the implementation of our construction plans. Once you have prepared the remaining funds, just inform me. Unexpectedly, Tang Tian immediately produced 25 pieces of innate Dao jade and handed them over. No need for preparation or searching. The moment you accepted the previous batch, the transaction was complete. My wallet not only remained unchanged, but even returned 10 pieces of innate Dao jade. Coupled with the leftover from before, it totals exactly 25 pieces. Staring at the gleaming jade, Yun Kong was taken aback. I thought you meant to give it later, which would take some time. Tang Tian chuckled. It's simply my spending habit. Consider it a small quirk. I hope you do not take offense. Yun Kong shook his head, smiling. I have indeed heard of your habits, but I did not expect you to maintain them even with such a substantial expenditure. As he accepted the innate Dao jade, a notification chimed in Tang Tian's mind, indicating the transaction was complete. 50 pieces of innate Dao jade now lay quietly in the system space, and the count of his consumption points soared close to 4 billion. The essence of an immortal physique was now within reach. I will duly note your contributions upon my return. If you require anything else, feel free to let me know, Yun Kong said with a smile, clearly pleased by the complete funding. Hearing this, Tang Tian pondered briefly before speaking. In that case, I do have a small request. I wonder if you could assist me. Yun Kong laughed. Speak freely. As long as it is within my capabilities, I will certainly do my utmost. Tang Tian nodded, to be direct. After today's inspection meeting, I realized that funding significantly impacts the development of our sect. If I hadn't taken on the entire burden myself, we would have been forced to adopt only the most basic development strategies. Is this the case for the other main peaks as well? Yun Kong was taken aback, unsure of what Tang Tian was getting at. That's about right. Aside from the Sect's main peak, the other peaks share similar concerns regarding funding. Tang Tian responded. Then might there be a possibility that I could also cover the funding shortfalls of the other main peaks? Would that not enable our sect to develop more rapidly and effectively? Yun Kong was momentarily stunned. He had initially thought Tang Tian would request power or something similar. What was this? Covering the southern peak was not enough. He wished to take on the construction funds for the other main peaks as well? Such ambition was truly remarkable. After a long pause, Yun Kong carefully inquired, Tang Tian, do you truly mean this? Chapter 65. The second-in-command's request after their conversation. Yun Kong was finally convinced that Tang Tian was not joking. He genuinely intended to cover the construction funds for all the main peaks to ensure the Sect's smooth development. This level of selflessness left Yun Kong feeling somewhat inadequate. You should still propose some requests, otherwise, I might struggle to manage these funds. Tang Tian repeatedly waved his hand, but Yun Kong remained adamant. Eventually, Tang Tian could only smile and say, if I must make a request, there is indeed one, though it may be somewhat challenging. Yun Kong replied, challenging is good. If you suggest something too easy, I might suspect you have ulterior motives. This was precisely why Yun Kong insisted on Tang Tian making a request. Any specific demand would be easier to fulfill than an unspoken obligation. Tang Tian nodded. I will be frank then. I previously heard that our sect has a place, personally arranged by an immortal, known as the Dragon Transformation Pool. Yun Kong raised an eyebrow, suddenly understanding. Ah, so that's the reason. Indeed, such a magnificent location. I certainly do not wish to miss out. However, I've heard that the quotas for the Dragon Transformation Pool were already determined at the beginning of last year. Yun Kong smiled slightly. So this is your concern. This is hardly a difficulty. With your current contributions, you have more than enough to secure a spot. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have sought one for you. Since you have this intention, I can easily arrange for one. Tang Tian shook his head. Actually, I am not seeking this only for myself. As you are aware, the 100 Sects War is approaching, and my few disciples are still lacking in strength. Thus, I wonder if I could secure additional quotas so that my disciples may also participate. Yin Kong stroked his chin. I see. Your intention is to achieve results in the upcoming 100 Sects War and then ascend to the Cloud Summit? Tang Tian smiled. I cannot hide anything from you, senior brother. Yin Kong replied, this is entirely reasonable. There is no need to conceal such matters. However, might it be a bit too hasty? You are still young. And if you could wait for the next 100 Sects War, you would surely have a better chance. Tang Tian shook his head. I merely wish to strive for it. Ascending to the heavenly mansion sooner would naturally be ideal. Yin Kong smiled. I understand. So, you wish for all 4 of your disciples to enter the dragon transformation pool? Tang Tian nodded. Yes. The more preparation, the greater the assurance. Yin Kong responded. The quotas can indeed be arranged. However, 5 individuals may be a bit excessive, and I am concerned about the possibility of dissent. After all, the contributions of others over the years have not been insignificant. Tang Tian quickly grasped Yin Kong's meaning. To obtain more quotas, he simply needed to contribute more funds. A trivial matter. As long as the sect has needs in terms of funding, I shall certainly be able to meet them, Tang Tian declared confidently. Yin Kong pondered for a moment before saying, I suddenly recalled that in the coming years, there is indeed a grand plan. You know that our sect currently has only 5 main peaks. However, aside from these 5, there are dozens of new subsidiary peaks. The subsidiary peaks lack sufficient funding support and have been developing rather slowly. Thus, the sect plans to establish a new main peak, consolidating the other subsidiary peaks, which would be beneficial for development. This plan has existed for quite some time, but funding has always been an issue due to the enormous amounts required. The initial phase alone exceeds 100 trillion, and if fully realized, it may approach 1 quadrillion. While speaking, Yin Kong kept a close watch on Tang Tian's expression. To his surprise, rather than appearing troubled, Tang Tian's eyes brightened, and by the end, he nearly burst into laughter. Not a problem, Tang Tian declared, waving his hand. Leave it to me. I have no other hobbies. I simply enjoy contributing to the sect. Is 1 new main peak sufficient? Perhaps we should establish a few more for future use? Yin Kong stared, momentarily speechless. He always believed he had sufficiently overestimated Tang Tian, yet each time, he was met with even greater astonishment. Build a few more? Is that even humanly possible? 1 main peak was already stretching him to his limits. Adding more seemed utterly unrealistic. But then again, with his immense wealth, perhaps he felt no strain. Junior brother, do you truly intend to pursue this? The implications were significant, and Yin Kong felt compelled to confirm. Tang Tian nodded earnestly. Indeed. Let's proceed with the utmost specifications. I shall cover all expenses. Yin Kong couldn't help but smile ruefully, pondering how he wished he had met Tang Tian sooner. If he had, perhaps sleepless nights would have been a thing of the past. Very well, Yin Kong replied. After the inspection meeting concludes, I will arrange for you to meet with the new peak master. Together, we shall deliberate on the construction of the new main peak. Tang Tian was taken aback. Is the peak master already appointed? Yin Kong nodded. It has been decided for quite some time. And candidates for the 6th main peak's upper echelons have also been chosen. The only remaining issue is funding. The new peak master has been quite impatient, urging me multiple times. If you can resolve the financial matter, he will undoubtedly be immensely grateful, and you will become the most esteemed honorary disciple of the 6th peak. Akin to Mo Xiao and her peers, Tang Tian realized that Mo Xiao and her companions must have engaged in similar undertakings to attain their positions. Indeed, wealth begets influence. Rest assured, I will manage it, Tang Tian reassured Yin Kong. Yin Kong nodded but then sighed softly. It's a pity you arrived too late. Otherwise, you could have contended for that position. Tang Tian paused, understanding the implication, second in command at Qinghua Sect. Mo Xiao had previously mentioned that he was too late to vie for it. After some contemplation, he inquired, what are the specific requirements for that position? Yin Kong elaborated, there are many, but at a high level. They can be distilled into 3 key aspects: contributions to the sect, influence within the sect, and external influence. With your financial backing, your contributions could barely keep pace. But influence is something that takes considerable time to cultivate. Unfortunately, time is not on your side. Tang Tian fell silent. While he felt unchallenged in terms of financial resources, the overall power and influence he wielded were undoubtedly far from those of individuals like Lu Chang'e. Nevertheless, he harbored no obsession with the position. Ascending to the summit of Yunding Tianfu and living comfortably sufficed. No worries, I shall go with the flow, he stated. Chapter 66. The gluttonous secret technique. After voluntarily undertaking the construction of the 6th main peak, Tang Tian successfully secured 5 quotas for the dragon transformation pool. Yun Kong even informed him of a prodigy with a ninth-grade physique among the core disciples, advising him to keep his distance from that individual. Unbeknownst to Yun Kong, Tang Tian himself possessed a ninth-grade physique and had already secured an immortal-level physique. Their conversation meandered to other topics until suddenly, Yun Kong asked, "Tang Jr. brother, has anything transpired between you and your little attendant, Gu Xiaoxue?" Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. "Are you referring to Gu Xiaoxue?" Yun Kong nodded. "I'm not sure if this is too late to mention, but if you haven't engaged with her, it would be best to refrain from any such thoughts. If something has already occurred, it is advisable to halt it as well. At the very least, it should not impede her cultivation." Tang Tian furrowed his brow. Since Gu Xiaoxue's arrival, he had sensed something amiss. How could a child of destiny be so casually thrust into his perilous situation? His second interaction with Zhang Yang confirmed his suspicions. Gu Xiaoxue had not been assigned to him as a mere coincidence. What exactly is going on? Tang Tian pressed. Yun Kong sighed. Although Qingwei Sect strictly forbids internecine conflict, covert skirmishes have never ceased. Gu Xiaoxue is entangled in sect scheming and power struggles among certain high-ranking members. You were likely drawn in by chance, but I suspect those who orchestrated this did not anticipate your rapid rise. Fear not. As long as you do not go too far, significant issues should be avoided. Your current status is not something that can be easily trifled with. Tang Tian remained pensive. Despite the lengthy conversation, the specifics remained elusive. Given Yun Kong's evident reticence, it was clear that the so-called high-ranking members involved were not ordinary individuals. Upon returning, he resolved to have Li Hong investigate further. Although he had done nothing to Gu Xiaoxue, it would not hurt to be cautious. "I understand," Tang Tian replied. Yun Kong nodded, and soon after, their conversation dwindled as Yun Kong took his leave. Upon exiting the meeting room, Tan Yushan and Imo Xiaoxiao approached, discussing upcoming plans and Tang Tian's authority, after which they parted ways. Tang Tian returned to the Zizhu courtyard with Gu Xiaoxue. The inspection meeting yielded significant rewards. The quantity of innate Dao Jade reached 50, and consumption had multiplied several times, sufficient to exchange for an immortal-level physique. Moreover, he had secured quotas for the Dragon Transformation Pool, further elevating his status and granting him full authority over the construction of the sixth main peak. Everything was progressing favorably. Upon returning, Tang Tian summoned Li Hong to gather information regarding Gu Xiaoxue. Although Yun Kong had reassured him that the matter was not grave, he needed clarity. Additionally, he would not let Zhong Yang's previous actions go unpunished. He could no longer afford to remain passive. In the past, his lack of strength had necessitated restraint, but now he possessed ample confidence. He would not regard Zhong Yang lightly. After addressing these matters, Tang Tian retreated to his meditation chamber. He never lost sight of the fact that all his endeavors were aimed at enhancing his strength. That was the essence of his quest. Looking at the consumption points in his system, he opted to exchange them. Immortal level physique, 1 billion consumption points. Exchange successful. You have acquired the immortal level physique, gluttonous body. A familiar sensation washed over him once more, and this time, it was more intense than before, as if the very depths of his being were undergoing a profound metamorphosis. In a moment of disorientation, Tang Tian felt as though he had entered a realm of primordial chaos. With a gentle exhale, the wind surged, chaos roiling around him, heralding signs of cataclysmic destruction. As he inhaled, something even more terrifying transpired. The endless chaos, as if responding to an overwhelming force, coalesced into a massive vortex, swirling and rushing into Tang Tian's core. After a long while, Tang Tian slowly regained consciousness. Gluttonous secret technique, sky swallowing. He had once again acquired a legacy secret technique. And the gluttonous secret technique was exponentially more powerful than the previous Azure Python technique. Yet what astonished Tang Tian even more was the clear annotation that appeared following the gluttonous secret technique. This legacy technique could utilize a sacred level epiphany to enhance one's realm. One sacred level epiphany, 10 billion consumption points. After acquiring the gluttonous body, Tang Tian still possessed over 30 billion consumption points, enough to elevate his mastery to a proficient level. However, after some contemplation, he ultimately chose to temporarily forego this option. The efficacy of the Dragon Transformation Pool improved with higher physique levels, and the legacy technique served merely as an auxiliary. If he could surpass 100 billion consumption points in the upcoming inspection meeting, he would be able to exchange for a sacred level physique, ensuring greater certainty. With this resolution, Tang Tian focused his mind and resumed his cultivation. The Child of Destiny, coupled with various physique enhancements and the aid of superior grade elixirs, allowed his cultivation speed to remain nearly unchanged from his foundation building phase. In just 10 days, he broke through to the mid-golden core stage. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoxue also made significant progress, standing at the late nascent soul stage. under the auspices of the innate Taoist jade. Her progress in the realm of the Tao was staggering, leading Tang Tian to harbor grave doubts about her innate talent being merely that of a child of destiny. To clarify his suspicions, he sought counsel from Yun Kong, who confirmed that Gu Xiaoxue was indeed a child of destiny. Had she been even more exceptional, the sect would not have allowed such a prodigious talent to become a mere pawn in the high-level power struggles. The evidence was irrefutable. Tang Tian had to accept that even among children of destiny, there were distinctions. Nonetheless, her rapid growth was alarming. Li Hong had already become incapable of providing substantial assistance to his burgeoning power. The Lanyu sisters could only match Tang Tian when they united their strengths. Gu Xiaoxue, however, consistently remained ahead, which kept Tang Tian's overall strength in a state of swift ascent. Since he embarked on the path of cultivation, Gu Xiaoxue had indeed offered him considerable support, even if it had yet to manifest prominently. She was far from a mere ornamental figure. After several days of cultivation, Yun Kong's inspections continued unabated. The main peak of the sect, presided over by Lu Chang'e and Tian Yangxing, faced no financial issues. However, other main peaks were deficient in resources. Ultimately, Tang Tian supplemented the East Peak with 200 trillion spirit jade and the North Peak with 150 trillion. Conversely, Du Yuanqing of the West Peak rejected Tang Tian's goodwill, much to his displeasure. It seemed this individual was intent on opposing him. Investigations led by Qin Hai had begun to yield slight progress, revealing that Tian Feng's actions appeared to be orchestrated by Du Yuanqing. You initiated this conflict, Tang Tian thought. Just wait and see. With 350 trillion acquired, he still had a considerable distance to reach 100 billion. Unable to exchange for a sacred physique, he opted to elevate the realm of the Taotai secret technique. The 5 realms of this technique were entry, proficiency, mastery, minor accomplishment, and major accomplishment. With a 6th realm of inheritance, Tang Tian directly exchanged for 6 sacred level insights, enhancing the Taotai secret technique to its pinnacle. Once invoked, it would be akin to swallowing the heavens. With this secret technique, he would undoubtedly benefit from the journey to the dragon transformation pool. Days passed, and Li Hong's investigation finally bore fruit. There was indeed something amiss regarding Gu Xiaoxue. 6 years prior, she had been brought back to the sect by Elder Han Hai, one of the 7 prominent elders of the main peak. Tang Tian's heart tightened. The prominent elders held significant power within the Qinghua sect, their status only second to the sect master and the grand elder, surpassing that of the peak masters of other main peaks. It was no wonder Yun Kong had suggested that this matter involved high-level conflicts. Though Elder Han Hai held an esteemed position, he had been subtly contesting with another prominent elder named Han Yuan. My investigation revealed that Elder Zhongyang, responsible for Gu Xiaoxue's allocation, shared a very close relationship with Elder Han Yuan, almost as if in a subordinate dynamic. Li Hong stated. Tang Tian's fingers lightly tapped the table. This meant that Zhongyang had indeed deliberately placed Gu Xiaoxue by his side to deprive Elder Han Hai of a promising disciple. While this was not a grand conflict, it could be considered a minor conspiracy. Unfortunately, Zhongyang himself had become a victim of this scheme. Tang Tian did not believe that if he truly harmed Gu Xiaoxue, Elder Han Hai would simply overlook it upon his return, unaware of the circumstances. Moreover, Zhongyang could easily distance himself, claiming he was merely fulfilling his duties without foreseeing the consequences. At worst, Elder Han Yuan would be there to protect him. The only sacrifice would be Gu Xiaoxue and Tang Tian, the latter a newly risen figure without substantial backing. They were treated as inconsequential pawns. Tang Tian stroked his chin. If he were indeed just a rising figure, he would inevitably face dire consequences. However, he had ascended too rapidly. Even someone of Elder Han Hai's caliber could not easily dismiss him. Besides, he had no real intentions against Gu Xiaoxue, merely seeking explanations. Yet, being ensnared in such a predicament left him quite vexed, especially with Zhongyang. After feeding him so much, to be set up in secret was intolerable. After some contemplation, Tang Tian inquired, "Doesn't Xiaoxue have a senior sister? What is her involvement?" There remained a point of suspicion regarding Gu Xiaoxue's senior sister, as the incident was triggered by her suggestion that Gu Xiaoxue needed Yuan infant pills to break through and should consider becoming a guard if short on funds. Yet, in reality, Gu Xiaoxue had not utilized a single Yuan infant pill in her breakthrough. Her senior sister, Luo Danya, was one of Elder Han Hai's direct disciples. Li Hong explained, after Gu Xiaoxue became the young master's guard, she entered seclusion, striving to reach the fusion realm, presumably preparing for the upcoming trial at the 10,000 Demons Tower. Tang Tian furrowed his brow. The timing of this seclusion was peculiar. It seemed odd, yet was difficult to contest. Still, his intuition suggested that this senior sister might also be implicated. What is their relationship like? Tang Tian asked. Li Hong pondered before responding. From what I understand, their relationship has been quite good since Gu Xiaoxue entered the sect at a young age, with Luo Danya looking after her. However, 4 years ago, during the last 100 sects battle, Luo Danya, at the pinnacle of the transformation god realm, was one of the most promising candidates for ascension to the heavenly mansion. Regrettably, she performed mediocrely and fell short of her aspirations, leading her to enter seclusion to seize the opportunity presented by the upcoming trial. Tang Tian contemplated for a moment. Although he had not procured any concrete evidence, he firmly believed that Luo Danya could not be disconnected from this matter. If that were indeed the case, it would not simply be a conflict between opposing factions. It would reveal internal ugliness as well. After a moment of reflection, Tang Tian took a deep breath. Regardless, he could no longer remain passive. If they sought to covertly instigate turmoil while safeguarding themselves, that was a fanciful thought. He needed to devise a plan to ensure that none of the participants could escape this predicament. This matter will rest here for now. I shall find my own way to address it, Tang Tian declared. Prepare yourself well. In a few days, the dragon transformation pool will open. Li Hong was momentarily stunned. The dragon transformation pool? He exclaimed, suddenly electrified. Young master, do you mean? Tang Tian smiled and nodded. I have secured some quotas. By then, you, Xiaoxue, and the Lan Yu sisters will all be able to enter the dragon transformation pool to seek opportunities. Li Hong stared blankly, understanding the immense difficulty of obtaining such a quota, even for the top core disciples. He had never imagined he could possess such qualifications. After a long silence, he stood up and bowed deeply. I am grateful for your kindness, young master. I am at a loss for how to repay you. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. Just seize this opportunity well. I am counting on you to achieve commendable results in the 10,000 Demons Tower trial. Li Hong clenched his fists resolutely, stating, I will not disappoint you, young master. Days swiftly passed. Ultimately, Tang Tian did not receive the investment activities from the 9th peak and could only attend the dragon transformation pool with his sacred level Taotai physique and inherited Taotai secret technique. Yun Kong had relayed the news early on and sent someone to invite him. Subsequently, Tang Tian, accompanied by Li Hong and Gu Xiaoxue, ascended the main peak. They climbed higher until they reached a position near the peak summit. At the edge of a precipice, there lay a relatively flat area above, where many had gathered in anticipation of Tang Tian's arrival. Several young core disciples exuded formidable auras. Lu Chang'e, Tian Yangsheng, and Jing Heng joined Yun Kong, standing together. Young Master Tang, over here, Yun Kong called out with a smile upon seeing Tang Tian. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Tang Tian positioned himself, awaiting the opening of the dragon transformation pool. At that moment, Jing Heng approached, clasping his hands in greeting. I haven't had the chance to express my gratitude for the recent inspection meeting, young Master Tang. Your efforts have certainly relieved considerable pressure on our East Peak. From now on, you shall be our most esteemed guest. Feel free to reach out to me whenever you need. Tang Tian shook his head modestly. We are all working for the development of the sect. There is no need for concern, young Master Jing. There was no animosity between them. Their previous interaction had been amicable, and they maintained a cordial relationship. After conversing with Jing Heng, Guanming also approached Tang Tian, similarly expressing his thanks. His demeanor was rather reserved, and their exchange was brief, yet they acknowledged each other, as they now belonged to the same circle. Moments later, Imo Xiaoxiao arrived, fashionably late, followed shortly by the 4 main peak masters. Under the auspices of Yun Kong and the sect's Grand Elder, the dragon transformation pool officially commenced. As the Grand Elder wielded his powers, a fissure opened in the sea of clouds beneath the precipice. Blinding golden light shot forth from the depths of the sea, dazzling to the eyes. Once vision returned, Tang Tian beheld 2 golden divine dragons coiling majestically within the clouds, emanating an awe-inspiring presence. In their midst lay a shallow pool of shimmering water, radiating an entrancing glow. Subtle, mysterious energy surged from the pool, invigorating anyone who inhaled its essence. As if every inch of their being rejoiced in elation. This is the dragon's aura, Imo Xiaoxiao remarked, pointing discreetly towards the core disciples. Take note of that young man with the flowing hair. He possesses a 9th grade physique, the devouring lion body, and has also acquired a secret technique. Once inside, keep your distance, lest he siphon away a significant portion of the dragon's aura. Tang Tian glanced over to see a haughty young man with a lion-like mane. Among the crowd, he also recognized another familiar face, the talented youth Huang Chong, who had been defeated by Xiao Shui at the 5 Peaks Exchange. What is his name? Tang Tian inquired. Xiangzhe, replied Imo Xiaoxiao. They'll most refer to him as Little Lion King. Tang Tian nodded, committing his appearance to memory. After a brief interval, the Grand Elder began to announce the rules. Once inside, seek your own place. You have 1 hour. How much fortune you garner depends solely on your efforts. I shall transport you now. Once the light curtain dissipates, the timer will commence. With that, the Grand Elder again wielded his abilities, lifting all entrants into the dragon transformation pool and sending them soaring into the sea of clouds. Tang Tian found himself on a golden platform, facing a massive golden barrier that enclosed the dragon transformation pool, now appearing like a small lake, measuring several dozen meters wide. Such a scale left him wondering how 50 individuals could possibly be accommodated. As he pondered, a voice called out from behind, "Tang Tian, young Master Tang." Turning, he was greeted by a familiar figure, Nie Wuxuang, who had snatched the flag during the flag-snatching competition. She seemed to have advanced to the Golden Core stage, a testament to her exceptional capabilities. "This is our second encounter," Nie Wuxuang stated. "Though our statuses have diverged, I still desire a fair battle with you. Should the opportunity arise, you are certainly no weakling." Tang Tian smiled faintly, "Perhaps another time." Given their disparate standings, the likelihood of a rematch seemed slim. After a brief exchange, she returned to her companions. Before Tang Tian could collect his thoughts, another voice intruded from behind. "So you are Tang Tian?" The tone was brash and filled with hostility. Tang Tian frowned slightly, turning to find Xiang Zhe, the young man with the 9th-grade physique. A throng of core disciples surrounded him, their gazes hostile, including the mischievous Huang Chong. "Is there something you need?" Tang Tian asked nonchalantly. Xiang Zhe scoffed, scrutinizing Tang Tian before declaring, "So you are the one who took the places of my fellow disciples?" He chuckled derisively. "You're not all that impressive." Suddenly, everything clicked for Tang Tian. This was the source of their animosity. With only 50 spots available, and he having claimed 5, it was clear where their ire lay. "You should direct your grievances towards those who awarded the spots, not me," Tang Tian replied. Xiang Zhe retorted, "If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have lost those 5 spots. Who else should we blame?" Tang Tian shook his head, bemused. Having dealt with honorary disciples, he found the core disciples' straightforwardness a bit jarring. They were a brash bunch, quick to action without much pretense. "What do you intend to do about it?" "The spots are already taken," Tang Tian shrugged. "Don't worry, I won't do anything to you, as the Sect South rules are in place," Xiang Zhe replied coldly. "I merely came to ascertain who had pilfered our quotas. When we enter the dragon transformation pool, I suggest you find a secluded corner to hide. If I catch you, you won't absorb a single whiff of dragon aura." Tang Tian remained silent. "I suggest you keep your distance from me." This was his subtle warning. Xiang Zhe erupted into laughter, his long hair swaying. "You dream. Even if I do nothing today, I will follow you closely, ensuring your efforts yield nothing." He turned to lead Huang Chong and the others away. Tang Tian observed Xiang Zhe's youthful bravado with amusement. However, if he was intent on seeking conflict, it would not be his fault. Pondering briefly, he instructed, "Li Hong, once we enter, you and the others stick close to me and we'll assess the situation." While he was untroubled by Xiang Zhe, the prospect of Li Hong and the others being targeted was indeed troublesome. As time passed, the golden barrier enveloping the dragon transformation pool began to fade. At last, it vanished entirely. Those with quick reflexes leapt into the pool, and soon, dozens of individuals were swimming vigorously, searching for optimal positions. Seeing this, Tang Tian wasted no time and, alongside Li Hong and the others, dove into the dragon transformation pool. Chapter 69. You'd better not give up. Upon entering the dragon transformation pool, Tang Tian finally comprehended why everyone chose to swim rather than fly. It appeared that a peculiar force reigned over the waters, binding all cultivations, regardless of whether one was at the foundation establishment or the nascent soul stage. Here, they were akin to mere mortals, relying solely on their physical strength to propel themselves. It was no wonder they claimed that one's physique was of utmost importance in the dragon transformation pool. At the very least, it afforded one an opportunity to seize the initiative. Observing the disciples striving to swim towards the horizon, Tang Tian remained calm, allowing himself to relax and attune to his surroundings. As he delved into a meditative state, he felt a myriad of profound energies weaving through the water, permeating his limbs and bones. This power rapidly transformed every aspect of his being, enhancing his overall capabilities. However, a greater portion of this energy quietly concealed itself within his body, promising a continuous metamorphosis even after leaving the dragon transformation pool. This was the essence of dragon chi. The more dragon chi one absorbed, the longer its effects would persist, and the greater the benefits one would reap. Understanding dawned upon Tang Tian. However, he soon discerned another aspect. The distribution of dragon chi within the pool was decidedly uneven. Certain directions harbored a significantly higher concentration of dragon chi, and the further he swam in that direction, the denser the essence became. It was clear that someone must have informed them of this beforehand. With this realization, Tang Tian resolved to follow the trail of dragon qi in search of the most concentrated area. Just as he set off, he noticed Xiangze approaching him with a mischievous grin. This fellow truly intended to pilfer his dragon qi. Tang Tian shook his head, choosing to disregard him for the moment. After determining his course, he swam deeper into the dragon transformation pool. Immediately, Xiangze altered his direction to follow suit. Trying to evade? The pool is but so vast. Let us see where you think you can hide. With that, he closely trailed behind Tang Tian. Tang Tian, exasperated, chose to ignore him and continued his quest for the ideal spot. Meanwhile, the situation within the dragon transformation pool was clearly observed by the onlookers outside. This Xiangze is quite entertaining, remarked a few elders from the core disciples, chuckling. The youth possesses spirit, even if he wastes some of his own time. He must oppose Tang Tian. It's commendable. Young people should possess such fearless courage. The honorary disciples were also attuned to the unfolding drama. Tang Tian expended such a great cost to secure these few spots, yet it seems the money was wasted. One individual sneered, a comment made by Du Yuanqing, who had declined Tang Tian's offer of supplementary spirit jade. His words, however, incited discontent from another. Du Gongzi, one mustn't speak so, Jing Heng interjected languidly. Tang Gongzi has selflessly contributed to the sect's development, and thus, acquiring a few spots is only just. Without our investment, how could the other disciples enjoy such favorable conditions for cultivation? Xiangze, not grasping the implication, escalated the discussion to encompass the entire group of honorary disciples, leaving Du Yuanqing momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to retort. The others merely smiled faintly. Du Yuanqing still held his position for too short a time. Lacking the verbal finesse of seasoned individuals like Jing Heng, Jing Gongzi speaks wisely, Yun Kong chimed in, attempting to mediate. Core disciples represent the future of the sect, while honorary disciples lay the foundation for its growth. Neither can afford to be neglected. This was my oversight. I should have forewarned Xiangze and the others. After the dragon transformation pool concludes, I shall find an opportunity to compensate Tang Gongzi. In the future, I will certainly consider your perspectives more thoroughly in similar situations. Jing Heng hastily waved his hand, asserting he merely spoke offhandedly. The others remained silent, sharing knowing smiles. All were cunning old foxes. None were oblivious to Yun Kong's true intentions to prevent the precious dragon qi from falling into the hands of those of mediocre talent. Jing Heng subtly highlighted this issue, while simultaneously signaling to Yun Kong that his actions were somewhat unscrupulous. As for Tang Tian, misfortune befalls him, yet it is of no concern to us. The honorary disciples were, after all, not a monolithic entity. Each harbored their own ambitions. Following this brief interlude, the collective gaze returned to the dragon transformation pool. At this moment, Tang Tian had reached the center of the pool, precisely at the point where two golden dragons faced each other. He discovered that the concentration of dragon qi here was over 10 times stronger than at the pool's edge. Absorbing it in this location would undoubtedly yield exceptional results. As he arrived, several others had also congregated at this central spot, facing one another, unwilling to relinquish this prime position. Upon Tang Tian's arrival, they frowned slightly. However, upon spotting Xiangze swimming closely behind Tang Tian, their expressions shifted dramatically. After a brief moment of contemplation, they voluntarily vacated the area, allowing him to take the place. Tang Tian was taken aback. Was Xiangze's intimidation, or rather the intimidation of his 9th-grade physique, truly so formidable? You certainly have an eye for locations, Xiangze remarked, floating beside Tang Tian with a mocking grin. How greedy of you to covet such a fine spot. But it's for the best. I won't have to chase you anymore. If you're courageous, then cultivate right here. Tang Tian cast him a sidelong glance, opting not to respond. Engaging in debate with such a person often dragged one down to their level, only to be vanquished by their experience. There was no need for that. Stealing his resolve, Tang Tian swiftly entered a state of cultivation, opening his mind to absorb the dragon qi. In an instant, vast amounts of dragon qi surged into his body from all directions, transforming every aspect of his being. The sensation of metamorphosis mirrored that of exchanging his physique within the system. It was a leap in the hierarchy of life. Yet, before he could fully commence his absorption, he felt a powerful gravitational force siphoning away the surrounding dragon qi. Upon opening his eyes, he saw that the fleeing essence was being drawn towards Xiangze, who, with his flowing hair glimmering with golden light, resembled a true lion king, exuding an air of majestic confidence. Perhaps sensing Tang Tian's gaze, Xiangze met his eyes with a broad grin. I told you, I'm sticking with you. The spectators outside witnessed this spectacle. The elders among the core disciples erupted in laughter. Jing Heng shook his head slightly. Tang Gongzi faces a challenge. as long as Xiangze desires it. He cannot absorb the dragon qi normally. Imo Xiaoxiao observed the unfolding drama silently, her eyes betraying no emotion. Yet suddenly, her gaze shifted, revealing a look of surprise. In the dragon pool, observing the exuberant Xiangze, Tang Tian calmly stated, "If that is the case, then keep close behind me. Do not falter along the way." As his voice faded, an aura reminiscent of an ancient cataclysm exploded at the center of the dragon pool. Chapter 70, Sweeping the Arena. What? The sudden commotion instantly captured the attention of the onlookers. Is that Tang Tian? Standing at the precipice, the crowd could distinctly see that the dragon qi, previously attracted to Xiangze, abruptly reversed course, gathering around Tang Tian instead. This phenomenon could only suggest one possibility. Tang Tian's physique was of a higher grade than Xiangze's. Previously, there had been no mention of Tang Gongzi possessing such an extraordinary physique. Jing Heng remarked, astonished. Lu Chang'e slightly squinted her eyes, admitting that she had indeed never heard of it. His strength, talent, and constitution had remained stagnant at the level of a mere servant disciple. Jing Heng sighed, pondering that even with ample resources for cultivation, it would only hasten the improvement of one's realm. Yet, it seemed there was more to it than that. He lamented, as people had always recognized Tang Tian for his wealth, overlooking his innate power. The sudden outburst today had astonished everyone, except for one person. Mo Xiaoxiao maintained her composure and remarked, "Young Master Tang's strength has always been overlooked." During the last outer sect disciple assessment, as it was nearing its end, he confronted Niao Wushuang for the Wang flag. Niao Wushuang was reluctant to yield the flag, resulting in a brief conflict with young Master Tang. However, despite her full efforts, it bore no fruit as young Master Tang effortlessly diffused her attack and acquired the flag. Curiosity sparked among the crowd, as their astonishment deepened. They had heard of that incident, but the tale they recounted revolved around Tang Tian offering 100 million spirit jades as a reward, adding excitement to the flag-snatching contest, ultimately leading to his success. Never had anyone mentioned the events described by Mo Xiaoxiao. It appeared that young Master Tang had concealed his prowess rather well, managing to deceive them all. Jing Heng spoke pensively, yet his gaze drifted toward Yun Kong. The Grand Elder of the sect frowned slightly and remarked, "Yun Kong, how could such an outstanding disciple be relegated to the status of an honorary disciple?" Yun Kong felt a flush of embarrassment and quickly responded, "It was my oversight. Young Master Tang has always been low-key, refraining from showcasing his talents, which is why no one paid attention to this matter." The Grand Elder scoffed lightly. "Must one display their talents for them to be noticed? What purpose do you management figures serve then?" Over the years, while the sect has flourished, its ethos has slowly deteriorated. I have heard many accounts of gifted disciples being overlooked or even deliberately undermined. You, as the young sect master, ought to reflect on this. In the face of the Grand Elder's reprimand, Yun Kong repeatedly admitted his faults. Indeed, in the pursuit of rapid development, many hidden dangers had emerged. Observing Yun Kong's chastisement, Jing Heng maintained a detached demeanor, a faint smile playing on his lips. The others shared a similar sentiment, appearing indifferent. The relationships among the higher-ups were not as harmonious as the public imagined. After the interlude, the crowd redirected their attention to the dragon transformation pool. At that moment, a vast area in the center of the pool had its dragon energy almost entirely drawn towards Tang Tian. Upon sensing the shift in the dragon energy, Xiangze stood frozen in disbelief. How is this possible? His face was a mask of incredulity. He possessed a 9th-grade constitution, an exceedingly rare existence within the Qinghua sect. How could he be bested by an honorary disciple? Alternatively, if Tang Tian possessed such an extraordinary constitution, why would he choose to remain an honorary disciple? I refuse to believe it. Xiangze suddenly bellowed. You must be employing some treachery. You have used some divine artifact, haven't you? Someone like you is surely capable of acquiring such things. Humph. Let me tell you, it's futile. In the face of absolute strength, no external object can endure. He roared, his long hair billowing as a more potent aura erupted, sweeping across the dragon pool, devouring Heaven Lion's secret technique. A gasp echoed from the crowd, who quickly distanced themselves from that area. Even if they had never witnessed the power of a heritage technique, they had heard of its efficacy. If Xiangze were to lose control, it was likely that a significant portion of the dragon energy in the pool would become his. However, what truly astonished them was what Tang Tian had done to provoke Xiangze into unleashing a heritage technique. Yet, despite this, Tang Tian exhibited no signs of panic. What could he rely on? After the influence of the devouring Heaven Lion's secret technique, Tang Tian felt a slight delay in the dragon energy converging towards him. Some of the energy, even those closer to Xiangze, began to gradually drift in his direction. This occurrence filled Xiangze's heart with elation. and he pushed the heritage technique to its limits, his gaze toward Tang Tian shifting back to one of provocation. Can you handle it? Tang Tian merely shook his head. While a mischievous child might be endearing at times, if they incessantly pranced before you, one would inevitably wish to kick them away. He thought it unwise for Xiangze to become arrogant merely because he had regained a smidgen of the situation. Just previously, Tang Tian had only tested the power of his Taodai body, not even reaching 1/10 of its strength. He had yet to employ the full might of the heritage-level Taodai secret technique. Tang Tian, growing weary of Xiangze, decided to disregard him entirely and, with a mental command, fully unleashed his Taodai form. In an instant, a terrifying storm of spiritual energy engulfed the entire dragon transformation pool. The dragon energy that had previously experienced some delay now surged toward Tang Tian as if it had confirmed its direction, rushing eagerly in his direction. No matter how hard Xiangze tried to hold on to it, his efforts proved utterly futile. The disparity between the celestial grade and 9th grade constitutions was vividly illustrated at that moment. At this juncture, not only was Xiangze taken aback, but even the disciples positioned throughout the pool were rendered speechless. They could distinctly feel that even the dragon energy in their vicinity was gradually converging toward Tang Tian. Observing this, Tang Tian decided to release the Taodai secret technique entirely. The next moment, the dragon pool erupted into a frenzy. Countless streams of dragon energy formed a golden torrent rushing toward Tang Tian, transforming the once murky pool water into crystal clarity. The onlookers stood in shock, staring at the clear water beside them, feeling a mix of despair and disbelief. They had come seeking fortune, not for a swim. Yet, they found themselves powerless, as the rules dictated that the strongest constitution prevailed. Tang Tian, sensing the complex gazes of the crowd, fell into reflective silence. This time, he had truly revealed his strength. However, this was precisely what he had intended to do. After all, this was the realm of cultivation, while bearing the identity of an honorary disciple offered convenience. It could never grant access to the true world of cultivation. His prior weakness and insufficient status were past concerns. Now that he had attained the golden core stage and entered the upper echelons of the Qingwei sect, a change was indeed necessary. Moreover, the Taodai body was merely the tip of the iceberg of his current trump cards. Chapter 71. Tang Tian's ambition. This surely seems somewhat inappropriate. Observing the events unfolding in the dragon transformation pool, several elders from the core disciples furrowed their brows. While they were astonished by Tang Tian's sudden display of power, he had effectively siphoned all the dragon energy, leaving nothing for the others. Elderly, what do you think about this? They gestured toward the Grand Elder. They had invested considerable effort for these quotas, and now they were witnessing Tang Tian monopolizing them. How could they endure such a sight? However, the Grand Elder merely cast them a sidelong glance. What of it? Is there something amiss? The Grand Elder spoke coldly. Rules are rules. They cannot be arbitrarily altered due to exceptional circumstances. Everything is based on merit. How much dragon energy Tang Tian can claim is his ability. And what is there to debate? Just moments ago, Xiangze had deliberately attempted to seize Tang Tian's dragon energy, yet none of them had spoken up then. Yet now they were vocalizing their grievances. You are all hundreds of years old, and yet here you are acting like children. It was evident that the Grand Elder was genuinely angered. First, it was Yun Kong, and now this group of elders had provoked his ire. Indeed, Lu Chang'e mused. In the past, when the Ling Luo fairy participated in the dragon transformation pool, she, too, monopolized all the dragon energy, just as Tang Tian has done today. I recall that at the outset, the esteemed elders did not voice any objections. We, too, tacitly accepted that outcome. Yet, now that the roles have reversed, why are you so intolerant? Upon hearing this, others recalled that event. Back then, as the representative of the core disciples, the illustrious fairy Ling Luo stood alone in her brilliance, while the elders were quite arrogant, employing scathing words towards the honored disciples and guests. Now, it is time for them to face the consequences. The reprimand from the Grand Elder, along with Lu Chang'e's sardonic remarks, rendered the elders' faces as dark as the bottom of a pot. In comparison, they indeed found themselves in a subordinate position. The Grand Elder coldly snorted. After the dragon pool concludes, all of you must report to the main hall of the sect. The prevailing atmosphere of these years must be thoroughly rectified. When a true authority expresses anger, all present fall silent. Even Yun Kong dared not make a move. However, Lu Chang'e and his companions felt considerably more at ease. Although their subordinates were also present in the dragon pool, they were not lacking in talent. In fact, it was a rare opportunity to vent their frustrations upon the opposing side. All of this is owed to Tang Tian, who provided everyone with such a grand surprise. Within the dragon pool, after employing the secret technique of the Taodai, all uncertainty dissipated. Observing the surging dragon energy, Tang Tian contemplated and pointed. Extracting 4 streams of dragon energy, which he then distributed to Li Hong and his companions. The dragon energy was indeed extraordinary, yet, truth be told, it held little significance for Tang Tian. Potential? Talent? He lacked for nothing in that regard. Beyond the innate children and the Tao secret technique, there existed many more formidable entities awaiting his exchange. Rather than hoarding it all for himself, it was far better to share with Li Hong and the others, as they would ultimately assist him in advancing to the celestial mansion. Upon sensing the influx of dragon energy, Li Hong and the others quickly held their breath and entered a state of cultivation, exerting their utmost to absorb this rare divine material. Observing them all in deep focus, Tang Tian surveyed his surroundings, his gaze settling upon Nie Wushuang. 6 individuals had been brought from the southern peak, all in close proximity. Since he was temporarily affiliated with the southern peak, and their relationship was amicable, he decided to extend his assistance. With this thought, Tang Tian directed another stream of dragon energy towards the area where Nie Wushuang and her companions were located. They were instantly astonished, and upon confirming Tang Tian's intention, expressions of gratitude flooded their faces. Thank you, young Master Tang. Matters concerning the future cannot be brushed aside with insincere refusals. Nie Wushuang's eyes shimmered with appreciation as she slightly bowed to express her thanks, then seized the opportunity to enter a state of cultivation, witnessing their acquisition of dragon energy. The other disciples around them displayed envious expressions. At this moment, they couldn't help but feel regretful, thinking to themselves why they weren't from the southern peak. Tang Tian observed the expressions of the crowd and sighed. Well then, since you are all under the banner of the young master, and we are of the same path, having finally entered the dragon pool, I cannot let you leave empty-handed. With that, he waved his hand, and several streams of dragon energy coiled into serpentine forms, settling in their respective areas. The gratitude expressed by the crowd was palpable. The magnanimity of young Master Tang is truly awe-inspiring. Thank you, young master. I shall never forget the kindness shown today. They chorused. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of no concern. In truth, it was indeed of no concern. There was an abundance of dragon energy, far more than could be utilized, and this substance could not be taken outside. Moments later, all the honorary disciples had entered a state of cultivation, beginning to absorb the dragon energy. This scenario left the core disciples watching with envy, yet they had no recourse. Strictly speaking, they were adversaries of Tang Tian. Nonetheless, some were willing to be the first to break the ice. Brother, Tang Gu, it is I, your little brother. A youthful figure swam into view. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. It was a familiar face, Gong Qi, the boy who had tried to ambush him during the flag battle and had forcibly made him serve as a guard for a time. How do you show your face? Tang Tian chuckled in disbelief. This fellow truly had thick skin. Gong Qi beamed with an exaggerated smile. Brother Tang, our relationship can be described as one forged in conflict. Once a little brother, always a little brother. Given that I once served as your guard, would you kindly grant me a portion of dragon energy? Please, brother. Tang Tian was bemused. He had not anticipated Gong Qi would step forward at this moment. There was plenty of dragon energy, yet he was reluctant to casually bestow it upon the core disciples. However, who could resist someone who called him brother so earnestly? Very well. You are indeed a disciple of the southern peak. Take it, he said, tossing a stream of dragon energy towards Gong Qi. Gong Qi's face lit up with joy as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, my brother. I shall always be your most loyal little brother. Tang Tian shook his head, not taking it to heart. As Gong Qi successfully absorbed the dragon energy, the remaining core disciples could no longer contain themselves. A moment later, several core disciples timidly approached, opening their mouths, and ultimately managed to utter a single word. Brother. Tang Tian instinctively raised a hand to his forehead, feeling goosebumps rising. Gong Qi calls me brother, and now you all do too? Do you genuinely believe Gong Qi received dragon energy simply because he called me brother? He had no desire to analyze these fellows' thought processes, so he waved his hand, granting them a portion of dragon energy as well. The core disciples expressed their thanks profusely. Even Huang Chong, who had previously clashed with Tang Tian, now regarded him with a different demeanor. Thus, nearly everyone had received dragon energy, except for Xiang Zhe. Naturally, Tang Tian would not grant him any, for even calling him master was futile. Moreover, the amount of dragon energy given to others varied. Li Hong and his companions received a generous portion, Nie Wushuang and her 6 received an ample amount, while the honorary disciples received just enough. And as for the core disciples, well, anything was better than nothing. Having completed these gestures, Tang Tian began to absorb the remaining dragon energy. After all, he had come this far. He could not leave empty-handed. Everything transpiring within the dragon pool was also observed by those outside. Tang Tian's actions evoked a wave of admiration among the onlookers. Even the usually stern Grand Elder exhibited a slight change in expression. What a broad-minded individual! To possess such a disciple is indeed a blessing for our Qingwei sect. You lot pale in comparison to him. The Grand Elder could not help but reprimand the group of elders once again, then turned to Yun Kong and instructed, after it concludes, bring Tang Tian to the back hall of the sect. I wish to meet him personally. Yun Kong promptly agreed. Chapter 72. The Grand Elder's conversation. What began as a tense standoff within the dragon pool transformed into a scene of harmony. Everyone diligently guarded their dragon energy, absorbing it with utmost seriousness. Even when in close proximity, no one voiced dissent. All of this was a result of Tang Tian's unexpected intervention. Young Master Tang indeed seems adept at orchestrating such events, remarked Jing Heng as he approached Mo Xiaoxiao. From the Spring Appreciation Garden, the flag-seizing battle, the Five-Peak Exchange Conference, the inspection meeting, to today's Dragon Pool, he consistently manages to turn these occasions into the most remarkable gatherings. Mo Xiaoxiao shot him a glance and replied coolly, if you have something to say, say it. Jing Heng chuckled awkwardly, recognizing her straightforwardness. Then I shall be direct. Regarding that position, what are young Master Tang's thoughts? Mo Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow. What? Do you wish to contend for it as well? Jing Heng quickly shook his head. I lack the strength for that. Merely maintaining my position on the Eastern Peak exhausts me. How could I compare to you all? I simply wish to understand young Master Tang's future plans so that I may prepare accordingly. Mo Xiaoxiao snorted softly. Then why not just ask him directly? Jing Heng forced a smile. If he could directly inquire, why bother asking you? He was not well acquainted with Tang Tian, and such a vague question could easily lead others to suspect ulterior motives. However, Mo Xiaoxiao seemed disinclined to elaborate further, and with no other option, Jing Heng could only bow and take his leave. Just as he was departing, Mo Xiaoxiao suddenly spoke. Tang Tian is a person difficult to fathom. His intentions appear to diverge from those of the rest of us. Yet, I can assure you, as long as you do not take the initiative against him, he will not consider you an enemy. Jing Heng paused, contemplated for a moment, then bowed once more to Mo Xiaoxiao before turning away. An hour's time gradually approached its conclusion. At this moment, many individuals in the dragon transformation pool had absorbed a considerable amount of dragon energy. Their faces aglow with evident transformation. Some even achieved breakthroughs in their realms right then and there. However, after receiving their blessings, each person had to face Tang Tian, bowing respectfully and sincerely expressing their gratitude. Thank you, my brother. Tang Tian felt speechless, his scalp tingling. He truly did not possess such a peculiar penchant. Thank you once again. Young Master Tang. At last, there was one who seemed somewhat normal on Ye Wushuang, judging by the aura emanating from her. She had likely broken through to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Her innate talent seemed quite formidable. Fortunately, he himself was not lacking either. After a slight nod of acknowledgement, a sudden surge of powerful energy erupted nearby. It was the Lanyu sisters. During this period, they had been utilizing innate Dao Jade to aid their cultivation, and with the dragon energy absorbed today, their innate talents had finally undergone a complete transformation, ascending from the nine-linked talent to that of an innate child. Their subsequent path would surely be smoother. Following the transformation of the Lanyu sisters, Li Hong was quick to follow suit. 8 talent rings hovered around his body as his cultivation finally broke through to the mid-stage of the transformation god realm. Li Hong's face was filled with excitement, while Tang Tian smiled and encouraged him to continue cultivating and seize the remaining time. However, Tang Tian was surprised to find that Gu Xiaoxua had not exhibited any special performance during this excursion to the dragon transformation pool. It seemed she was merely an ordinary innate child, her cultivation only slightly more stable at the peak of the nascent soul realm. Tang Tian shook his head. This girl had always been somewhat unconventional. After a while, the excursion to the dragon transformation pool officially concluded. Under the pull of an irresistible force, everyone was transported out of the dragon transformation pool and returned to the precipice. Just as they emerged, Xiangze directly sought out his elder, indignantly expressing his grievances. Yet, before he could utter much, the elder sternly silenced him, leaving the little Lion King looking quite dejected, seemingly perplexed as to why the elder, who usually favored him, had suddenly changed demeanor. Tang Tian paid no mind to these matters and returned to the area designated for honorary disciples. Thank you, young Master Tang, for your generosity. Jing Heng and Guan Ming expressed with a bow, while Luchanga and the others smiled in acknowledgement, regardless of past grievances. Tang Tian had indeed lent them a helping hand today and had significantly enhanced their standing. Tang Tian responded to each in turn and then returned to Mo Xiaoxiao's side. I will find a way to compensate you, Mo Xiaoxiao said. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. It was merely a casual act. There is no need to take it to heart. What is up with those people? They look as if they've been struck by frost. It cannot be that severe. Considering I even shared some dragon energy with them, Tang Tian observed with confusion, glancing towards the elders of the core disciples. Mo Shusha chuckled. They were scolded by the Grand Elder. They will soon be reprimanded again in a meeting. What transpired on the precipice moments ago was quite remarkable. Tang Tian was taken aback, about to inquire further when he noticed Yun Kong approaching. Mo Xiao discreetly took her leave, and Yun Kong stepped forward, remarking, "Young Master Tang, your actions today have truly surpassed everyone's expectations. A celestial physique, even among the Yun Ding heavenly mansion, is a rarity." Tang Tian smiled, but remained silent. Although some of his strength had been revealed, he was not foolish enough to divulge specific information to others. Noticing Tang Tian's reluctance to speak, Yun Kong continued. "The Grand Elder wishes to meet you. He is in the back hall of the sect leader. Do you have any other pressing matters?" Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. The Grand Elder mentioned by Yun Kong must be the sect's Grand Elder, second only to the sect leader. He pondered why the Grand Elder sought him. After a moment, Tang Tian replied, "I currently have no other matters." It was essential to heed the summons of such a prominent figure. "Very well, then follow me," Yun Kong instructed. Moments later, Tang Tian and Yun Kong arrived at the sect leader's great hall, specifically a garden at the back. The Grand Elder sat beneath a pavilion. And once they arrived, Yun Kong bowed and withdrew. Disciple Tang Tian pays his respects to the Grand Elder, Tang Tian said, bowing deeply. The Grand Elder regarded Tang Tian for a moment before gesturing for him to sit. Once seated, the Grand Elder directly inquired, "Why did you choose to be an honorary disciple?" Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback before responding. "At the time, I was not well versed in the sect's rules. To ensure my safety, I opted for the status of an honorary disciple." This was a carefully prepared response. The Grand Elder sighed gently upon hearing this. The sect has ultimately lost focus on ordinary disciples. Over the years, there have been too many disciples like you, clearly talented yet led astray for various reasons. Had you not suddenly acquired a considerable fortune, you might have remained forever obscured among the miscellaneous disciples. Tang Tian fell silent. Such situations did indeed exist. The Qing sect was vast, and some prodigies inevitably went unnoticed. The criteria for judging an excellent disciple encompass more than mere talent. Yet, did the Grand Elder's last remark carry a deeper implication? After a moment's reflection, Tang Tian said, "I stumbled upon a fortuitous opportunity." However, before he could finish, the Grand Elder raised a hand to interrupt him. "There is no need to disclose what you acquired. The sect does not covet the fortunes of its disciples, as long as you abide by the sect's rules. You are considered a disciple of Qing sect. Today, you performed admirably, setting a fine example for others. Many, in their rapid pursuit of progress, have gradually lost their original intent." Tang Tian could not help but remain silent. The perspective of such a figure differed greatly from that of an ordinary person. Yet he could not resist asking a question that had lingered in his mind. Is the sect not concerned about being exploited by those with ulterior motives, leading to betrayal? Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder burst into laughter. "Do you think we elderly ones are merely idle? If such a thing were to occur, it would signify our negligence, and others would be seated in our stead. Do not overthink. As long as your conscience is clear, you need not fear the ghost hunters." Tang Tian nodded, feeling reassured. It was true. A complete sect resembled a nation, with each individual fulfilling their role to ensure the smooth operation of the vast machinery. Internal strife certainly existed but remained within an accepted range. Should anyone dare to overstep boundaries, they would face dire consequences. Continue to strive. A celestial physique is exceedingly rare. Do not squander it, the Grand Elder advised. "I heard from Yun Kong that you have secured all funding for the construction of the sixth peak. On behalf of the sect, I extend my gratitude. Should you require assistance in the future, feel free to consult me directly." Tang Tian promptly expressed that this was merely his duty. However, suddenly, he recalled something. I wonder if I could trouble the Grand Elder to inscribe a mark on my innate Dao Jade? It was better to prepare in advance for the matter concerning Zhongyang." The Grand Elder agreed to Tang Tian's request. Tang Tian quickly produced a piece of innate Dao Jade, allowing the Grand Elder to etch a distinctive mark within it. The mark signifies that cultivators beneath the celestial realm have little hope of discovery. However, Tang Tian can discern where this innate Dao Jade ultimately resides, guided by the mark. If he wishes, he can forcibly summon it back. This ability is limited to a single use, yet it suffices for his needs. "Thank you, Elder." Tang Tian expressed his gratitude. The Elder replied, "No need for thanks. It is a trivial matter. I shall not probe into your intentions. But you must refrain from actions detrimental to the sect." Tang Tian nodded in agreement. In truth, he merely sought to leave a contingency with Zhongyang. Should Zhong resist temptation, it would be of no consequence. Yet, could he truly withstand it? A subtle smile crept upon Tang Tian's lips. By the way, the elder suddenly inquired, you are still an inner disciple of the sect, are you not? Do you have aspirations for advancement to a core disciple? After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian shook his head, stating, not for the time being. I am already an honorary disciple and have no pressing desire for that status. My participation in the flag contest was merely a whim, lacking significant purpose. The elder sighed gently, you should still participate. The current atmosphere within the sect is evident to you. Xiangzhe, despite possessing great talent, has been molded into an impulsive, irritable, and arrogant individual. As if he believes invincibility comes merely from talent. There are many disciples like him in the sect. And I wish for you to take a stand to temper their arrogance, lest they lose their lives upon leaving the sect due to their disdain for others. Tang Tian was taken aback. He had not anticipated such words from the elder. Though his enthusiasm was not particularly fervent, having received assistance from the elder, he felt it reasonable to comply with this minor request. Very well, I shall heed your counsel, elder, he replied. However, should I engage? I intend to give it my all. To date, he could now begin to reveal a portion of his true capabilities, provided he kept some cards close to his chest. The elder smiled. That is precisely the right attitude. A thorough lesson will help suppress their arrogance. Tang Tian chuckled, appreciating the elder's unique perspective on matters. Afterward, their conversation came to a close, and Tang Tian took his leave. Descending from the summit, he found Li Hong and others awaiting him. Upon his return, they immediately knelt, exclaiming, we will eternally remember your grace, young master. Their gratitude was palpable, as the trip to the dragon transformation pool had granted them immense fortune, marking a transformative experience. Tang Tian assisted them to their feet. I told you there was no need for such formality. Focus on your cultivation. He placed little weight on oaths. Every action he took had its purpose. You may return now. As they made their way down the mountain, Tang Tian observed several esteemed elders hastily ascending, their expressions grim, leaving him to wonder what transpired. Moments later, they arrived at the purple bamboo courtyard. Tang Tian settled beneath the old locust tree, contemplating, before summoning Gu Xiaoxue. After some light conversation, he divulged everything to her. Though Xiaoxue was innocent, she was not foolish and quickly grasped the underlying implications. You mean, my senior sister intentionally had me act as a guard? She murmured. Tang Tian sighed softly, I have inquired. And it appears that the innate child's talent allows them to break through realms without the aid of any elixirs before the tribulation stage. I doubt your senior sister is unaware of this, yet we cannot dismiss the possibility. Xiaoxue lowered her head, remaining silent for a moment before softly responding, I understand. Ever since my senior sister's defeat in the last 100 Sects war, the elders have been rather dismissive of her. Tang Tian remained pensive. The girl was astute, often. She was not naive, but merely feigned ignorance. I shall not interfere in your matters. Handle them as you see fit. However, since Zhongyang has implicated me, I must prepare accordingly. What do you intend to do? Do you need my assistance? Xiaoxue inquired. Tang Tian hesitated, contemplating before stating, I do have a plan, but it may require a sacrifice on your part. Xiaoxue blinked in surprise. What kind of sacrifice? He beckoned her closer and whispered in her ear. Upon hearing, her face flushed crimson, reaching down to her neck, her bashful demeanor nearly evoking a sense of guilt in Tang Tian. But, I'm only 15. I won't be 16 for another 2 months. Her voice was barely a whisper. Tang Tian cleared his throat. It's merely a small-scale rumor. Primarily for Zhongyang to catch wind of. Of course, if you are unwilling, I can devise another plan. Xiaoxue remained silent for a long while, leaving Tang Tian anxious and on the verge of giving up when she finally murmured, It's all right. I'm willing. Tang Tian exhaled a long breath. Having endured a torturous wait, with her affirmative response, he quickly sent her back to her room. She returned, still blushing. After taking a deep breath, Tang Tian relaxed his mind and summoned Li Hong. I need you to help me spread a piece of information. He shared his arrangements with Li Hong, who appeared momentarily stunned. Is that true? Tang Tian's expression darkened. Of course not. What are you thinking? I merely seek a pretext to present a gift to that old fellow Zhongyang. Alas, it is a pity for Xiaoxue, as it may tarnish her reputation. Remember, it must reach Zhongyang's ears without widespread dissemination. Li Hong nodded, then smiled. You worry too much. Given your prior reputation, the moment Xiaoxue is assigned to your side, it will already be presumed that such events will occur. Tang Tian scoffed, but the truth is otherwise. Just proceed as planned. And remember to be discreet. Li Hong acquiesced and departed from the purple bamboo courtyard. Leaning back in his chair, Tang Tian gazed into the distance, his thoughts shrouded in tranquility. 2 days later, As Zhongyang made his way to the merit hall, he inadvertently caught wind of a rumor. Gu Xiaoxue was pregnant. After a brief moment of surprise, a faint smile graced his lips. Excellent. Elder Han Hai should be emerging from seclusion soon. With a light-hearted step, Zhongyang proceeded toward the merit hall. Chapter 74. Greed. 3 days later, Tang Tian ascended the main peak with Li Hong, arriving at the merit hall. Upon entering the Hall of Honor, he encountered Zhongyang for the third time. Young Master Tang, what brings you here? Zhongyang inquired. Though Tang Tian could clearly sense a shift in his demeanor compared to their previous meetings, as if he were deliberately distancing himself. Tang Tian smiled. I happened to pass by and wanted to see you. After all, you are the one who altered my destiny. Zhongyang lifted his gaze to glance at Tang Tian, then shifted his position, stating, This is merely my duty. Young Master Tang need not be so courteous. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Tang Tian inwardly chuckled, realizing that Zhongyang believed he had completed his task and was eager to sever ties. At this juncture, Tang Tian's mind was as clear as the sky. I shall speak plainly, he said with a smile. You are aware that my current status differs from before. The retainer you accepted on my behalf no longer holds any prestige for me. Therefore, I seek to recruit several outstanding disciples. With the same criteria as before, they must be obedient, striking in appearance, well-built, and possess commendable abilities purely as disciples. Zhongyang narrowed his eyes as he observed Tang Tian for a moment and remarked, The physique of the youth is indeed impressive. However, you seem to have misunderstood something. If you seek courtesans, you should go to the Flower Street. This is the Hall of Reputation. His unreserved tone made his stance clear. Tang Tian paused briefly and responded with a smile. Elder Zhong, that is not what you said previously. Zhongyang composed his expression and replied coolly. One may indulge in food as one pleases, but one should not speak indiscreetly. I have always conducted my affairs in accordance with the sect's rules, maintaining propriety and treating all equally. The matters you handled here before were also without fault. Tang Tian smiled, feigning ignorance, and produced a delicate small box from his robe. Placing it before him. I understand. A small token of appreciation, nothing more. Zhongyang gazed at the small box without moving and said leisurely, Is this your test for the elder? To be frank, I shall never accept gifts in private, no matter the circumstances. Moreover, just a few days ago, the sect issued a strict notice prohibiting all such occurrences. Are you attempting to ensnare me in a trap? Tang Tian looked at Zhongyang and finally sighed softly. Very well, if that is the case, let us consider it as though I have never been here today. With that, he stood up, preparing to leave the elegant chamber. Take your things with you, Zhongyang remarked nonchalantly. Tang Tian turned back, smiling slightly. Xiaoxue is pregnant. Perhaps you think this matter does not concern you. Yet I still wish to express my gratitude. Please take a look inside. If it is needed, keep it. If not, do as you wish. Rest assured, I shall not disclose this to anyone. With that, Tang Tian departed the elegant chamber. Zhongyang stared at the exquisite small box, hesitating for a long while before finally opening it just a crack. A collection of ordinary spirit fruits spilled forth, accompanied by a piece of jade exuding a hazy glow, breathtaking and ethereal. With a snap, Zhongyang closed the lid with force, his brow furrowed. Yet ultimately, he swiftly concealed the small box. The innate Dao jade is an exceedingly rare and precious artifact, even for an elder of his standing. If he were to miss this opportunity, he could not fathom when it might arise again. After securing the box, a cold smirk graced Zhongyang's lips. Not telling anyone. Perhaps that is beyond your control. But what does it matter? As long as I do not acknowledge it, who can say whether you ever gifted me anything? He mused coldly. Meanwhile, Tang Tian stood at the entrance of the Hall of Merits, beckoning to Li Hong as they departed together. That piece of innate Dao jade had been obtained from the Grand Elder. He possessed a small jade talisman that allowed him to clearly see that the innate Dao jade had never left Zhongyang's elegant chamber. A person already rife with greed could hardly refuse such temptation. If you wish to push me into the abyss, do not blame me for kicking you back down. Having completed these actions, Tang Tian returned to the bamboo courtyard. His preparations were complete, and at the right moment, they would serve their purpose. He simply needed to wait. Subsequently, Tang Tian immersed himself once more in his cultivation. During the journey to the dragon transformation pool, he absorbed the most dragon energy, which, when calculated, amounted to over 1/3 of the total energy consumed by the Tao secret technique, integrating it into his very being. With each session of cultivation, strands of dragon energy emanated, accelerating his progress. Just a few days later, he achieved a breakthrough, reaching the late stage of the Golden Core realm. With over a month remaining until the selection of core disciples, he was destined to attain the nascent soul stage by that time. Young disciples, prepare yourselves. For your brother Tang shall impart a lesson, he thought. That sounds somewhat perverse. Oh well, let it be. For my reputation has long been established. After a few more days, Tang Tian successfully attained the perfection of the golden core stage and was ready to make a push towards the nascent soul realm. Just then, after a long period of silence, Qin Hai finally returned with news. Beneath the old locust tree, Tang Tian quietly listened to Li Hong's report. Qin Hai had uncovered new leads. Indeed, Tian Feng's actions that day were influenced by someone, though it remained uncertain if it was Du Yuanqing. He had also made contact with the upper echelons of the Tingyun Commerce Association, and if he could successfully establish connections, everything could be investigated thoroughly. However, it seemed that this task would not be simple. Qin Hai mentioned that he might need assistance from you, young master, Li Hong said. Tang Tian inquired gently. What does he wish me to do? Li Hong replied. Qin Hai stated that to gain the complete trust of the Tingyun Commerce Association's higher-ups, he must prove his worth. For a merchant, value lies in trade. If possible, he intends to bring the upper echelons of the association to conduct a transaction with you. But the amount involved will be substantial. Tang Tian couldn't help but laugh. Is that even an issue? If anything, it can only be considered a good thing. Tell him not to worry, regardless of the amount, let it come. Tang Tian chuckled. Li Hong hesitated. According to Qin Hai, it may exceed 100 billion. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. Tell him, the more, the better. By the way, when selecting resources, have him focus on techniques and items that assist in cultivation. The higher the grade of the cultivation aids, the better. As for the techniques, any level will do. Quantity is what matters. The resources intended for cultivation assistance were primarily for Li Hong and his group, while the techniques would be used to expand the myriad paths of the Tao. Tang Tian had an inkling that the myriad paths he was creating, if cultivated to their pinnacle, would undoubtedly rival any celestial techniques. Chapter 75. Votes and shares. Qin Hai acted swiftly. Just days after the news was relayed, he had everything prepared and expressed his desire to visit Tang Tian. His eagerness was palpable. Tang Tian, not one to delay, sent back a message of affirmation. That very afternoon, Qin Hai arrived at the bamboo courtyard, accompanied by a young man clad in luxurious attire. Young Master Tang, this is the high-ranking member of the Tingyun Commerce Association I mentioned, Lord Qi Bin, Qin Hai introduced. Qi Bin, true to his name, exuded a gentlemanly air, clasping his hands in greeting and smiling. I have long heard of young Master Tang's reputation. Today, seeing you in person truly affirms your extraordinary nature. Tang Tian responded courteously and then invited them into the bamboo courtyard. Once seated, Qi Bin surveyed the surroundings and asked, Young Master Tang, are you familiar with the Bamboo Grove Taoist? Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Is he not the one who established this bamboo grove and the bamboo courtyard? Qi Bin nodded. Indeed. Once upon a time, I had the privilege of meeting him. He was a remarkably kind elder. Unfortunately, his ending was not so fortunate. He sighed. Tang Tian remained silent. The Bamboo Grove Taoist had passed away over a century ago, which meant that the seemingly youthful Qi Bin before him was, in fact, over 100 years old. In the realm of cultivation, this was quite common. For instance, figures like Lu Chang'e and Mo Xiao, though referred to as young masters and ladies, were likely not as young as their titles suggested. However, these details held little relevance to him. Let us return to the matter at hand, Tang Tian stated. What have you brought with you this time? Qi Bin smiled slightly. Although this is our first meeting and our initial transaction, Manager Qin speaks very highly of your financial acumen, so I have brought quite a few items with me. Please take a look. With that, he produced 3 Shumi rings and placed them before Tang Tian. Tang Tian immediately began to examine them. In the first space ring, there are a plethora of universally valuable cultivation resources, with both high levels and exceptional quality, many surpassing the rank of celestial artifacts. The second space ring contains a collection of resources and facilities specifically designed to aid in cultivation, such as combat puppets, sword formations, and illusion arrays, all of which effectively enhance practical combat abilities. Such items are generally not inexpensive. The final space ring is filled with a variety of jade slips containing various cultivation techniques. Qin Hai has indeed collected a vast array of techniques, ranging from the most basic to those of celestial rank, totaling nearly 10,000 upon rough estimation. Although many of these techniques are rather obscure and seldom considered by ordinary cultivators, Tang Tian is not picky. He welcomes all forms of techniques. The 3 storage rings have clearly established their respective price standards, amounting to a staggering 170 trillion spirit stones. Tang Tian's brow furrowed slightly. Recently, he had accrued tens of billions in consumption points during an inspection meeting, but he had spent them all on upgrading the realm of his devouring secret technique. Now, he has very few left. With today's acquisitions, he still lacks 10 billion consumption points to simultaneously exchange for a saint-level talent and a saint-level physique. How could these individuals calibrate their pricing so precisely? Noticing Tang Tian's frown, Qin Hai's heart raced with anxiety. Qibin chuckled softly. I may have prepared too much. Primarily because I was uncertain of young Master Tang's preferences. You may select whatever you fancy from the offerings. It is already my great fortune to engage in trade with you. His words were carefully chosen, clearly aimed at alleviating any potential awkwardness for Tang Tian. However, the reality was quite different. Select? Tang Tian replied with exasperation. What is there to select? There is only this meager assortment. I will take them all. Let us settle the payment now. With that, he began to pull out money from his pocket. Qibin was instantly taken aback. Though he was a notable figure and had encountered countless wealthy young masters over the past century, he had never met anyone like Tang Tian, who casually inspected a few items and immediately prepared to pay, as if fearing that the seller might retract their offer. Brother, this amounts to 170 trillion. Not just 170. As he watched Tang Tian produce a multitude of innate Dao Jades, Qibin's eyes twitched, leaving him at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Qin Hai let out a long sigh of relief, finally feeling at ease. Soon, Tang Tian displayed several innate Dao Jades and remarked, I have a rather peculiar way of consuming. Let us transact a portion now, and I will return for the rest later. The system space can only accommodate this much. Any more is unavailable. Qibin nodded coldly. Everything shall proceed according to your wishes, young master. However, do you not wish to examine them more closely? Many of those techniques are rather obscure. Upon finishing his statement, Qibin mentally berated himself. What was he doing? Was he unaccustomed to such a smooth transaction? Yet again, Tang Tian's reaction exceeded his expectations. Are you implying that obscure techniques are scarce and should cost more? No problem. How much more do you propose? Tang Tian stroked his chin and inquired. Qibin opened his mouth, then pressed his hand to his forehead. No, that was not my intention. I merely thought. Never mind, let's adhere to the original price. Tang Tian was instantly speechless. What was he trying to convey? Regardless of Qibin's intentions, after several transactions, all resources were acquired by Tang Tian. At this moment, his collection of innate Dao Jades had surpassed 200, and his consumption points had reached over 170 billion. The saint-level talent was now within his grasp. The surplus of over 70 billion would be allocated to comprehending the techniques, in hopes of making progress in the myriad paths of cultivation. But that was a matter for later. The successful completion of the transaction lightened the expressions of all present, particularly Qin Hai, who appeared as though he had narrowly escaped a calamity, casting several appreciative glances at Tang Tian. Young Master Tang's financial prowess is indeed impressive. Even young Master Du from your esteemed sect has never completed such a colossal transaction at once, Qibin remarked with a smile. Tang Tian felt a stir of curiosity and inquired, Does Du Yuanqing often collaborate with you? Qibin nodded. Young Master Du has established a long-term agreement with our Tingyun Chamber of Commerce. His resource demands from your sect are prioritized through our association. In critical moments, we also choose to support him and perhaps even cast a vote in his favor. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. A vote? Qibin chuckled. The Qingyue sect and other affiliated sects under the Yunding Tianfu share a similar structure. We have previously supported some honorary disciples from other sects to ascend to such positions. Tang Tian suddenly understood. Previously, Yun Kong had informed him that 3 factors were necessary to ascend to a second-in-command position: merits, internal influence within the sect, and external influence. The Tingyun Chamber of Commerce must represent an external influence. Moreover, as Qibin mentioned, they even possess voting rights. Yet, with Du Yuanqing's capabilities, he also seeks to contend for that position? That possibility cannot be disregarded. If that is the case, then Du Yuanqing's intentional probing through Tian Feng was indeed related to this matter? Was he concerned about potential threats from Tang Tian? Tang Tian shook his head. He did not wish to involve himself in such affairs, but regardless, no one could hinder his consumption. Let us discuss the next transaction. I hope you can procure more resources for me, Tang Tian stated. Qibin hesitated momentarily before offering a wry smile. Young master, to be candid, the resources allocated by the chamber are actually limited for each region. The recent transaction has already depleted half of our inventory, and the next transaction will, in any case, not exceed this quantity. Tang Tian was taken aback. Had he essentially emptied the chamber's stock? It appeared that 100 trillion was the upper limit for this area. Surpassing the threshold would no longer be as easy as before. This was not favorable news. Tang Tian furrowed his brow, observing Tang Tian's apparent displeasure. Qibin hastily suggested, if you truly require more, there is another avenue. Tang Tian queried, what avenue? Qibin explained, in a few months. The Tingyun Chamber of Commerce will conduct a reallocation of certain shares. If you can acquire sufficient shares, you will be able to allocate resources yourself. Moreover, I suspect young Master Du will also seize this opportunity. If he manages to secure some shares, his chances in the voting process will be even more solidified. Tang Tian pondered, how does one acquire these shares? Qi Bin responded, generally, the most straightforward method is to purchase them. However, the amount will undoubtedly be substantial. To achieve your goal, I estimate you would need to prepare no less than 10 trillion. After saying this, even he couldn't suppress the bead of sweat forming on his brow. 10 trillion was truly astronomical. However, Tang Tian broke into a smile. That sounds rather intriguing. I shall consider it thoroughly. Chapter 76. The entry to myriad techniques. Tang Tian did not leave Qi Bin with a definitive answer. To participate in the upcoming share distribution of the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce, he would need to depart from the Qinghua Sect and venture out personally. This was not an insignificant matter. Until he had sufficient confidence, Tang Tian would rather forego those consumption points than place his life in jeopardy. Venturing into the outside world would mean relinquishing the formidable innate protection offered by the Qinghua Sect, plunging him into a brutal realm of survival of the fittest. Moreover, Qi Bin's remarks regarding Du Yuanqing clearly carried ulterior motives. He needed to ascertain what intentions lay hidden behind those words. Fortunately, it seems that there are still several months before the equity distribution, allowing ample time for contemplation. During this period, both parties could engage in a few more transactions, which would provide an opportunity to assess Qi Bin's character. As for Qin Hai, there is little to be done. Tang Tian's appetite for growth has accelerated beyond measure, and it has become increasingly difficult to meet his demands. Henceforth, he shall serve merely as a liaison, responsible for other matters. Upon the completion of their transactions, Qin Hai expressed profound gratitude to Tang Tian. The incident with Tian Feng had irreparably damaged their relationship, and should the volume of this transaction fall short of Qi Bin's expectations, he would be cast aside without hesitation, with unpredictable consequences. Thus, when Tang Tian successfully secured all the resources, his reaction was entirely justified. Now, having gained Qi Bin's trust, he no longer felt intimidated by Tian Feng. Rest assured, young Master Tang, I shall investigate him thoroughly, Qin Hai exclaimed with excitement. Tang Tian nodded, advising him to exercise caution. Subsequently, Qi Bin and Qin Hai departed together, while Tang Tian returned to his secluded meditation chamber. With over 17 billion consumption points at his disposal, he was now capable of exchanging for a saint-level talent or physique. After some deliberation, Tang Tian opted for the talent exchange, recognizing its paramount importance. Destin 1, 10 billion consumption points. Upon completion of the exchange, an enigmatic sensation enveloped him, as if he were adrift in an infinite expanse, traversing the pathways of celestial principles. Countless laws and rules of the Tao swept past him, distinctly perceptible. Consequently, his understanding of the Tao deepened profoundly. It was unclear how long he lingered in that ethereal realm, but upon regaining consciousness in the meditation chamber, he realized that night had fallen. Unbeknownst to him, he had transcended to the nascent soul realm. This newfound power instilled a sense of clarity within him, as the path that belonged to him began to emerge faintly. Finally, he was no longer a weakling. Tang Tian exhaled deeply. Since his transmigration, he had encountered a myriad of challenges, and his cultivation had always been a significant point of anguish. Despite holding the title of honorary disciple, he had relied on guards and guests to maintain his standing against core disciples. Yet at this moment, he had finally caught up. In the early stages of the nascent soul realm, though still not on par with the top core disciples, he was certainly among the upper echelon. Moreover, his true strength extended far beyond merely being in the early nascent soul stage. He had not anticipated such a swift breakthrough. The upcoming selection of core disciples promised to be an exhilarating experience. A smile crept upon Tang Tian's lips, considering it an opportunity to assist the Grand Elder in evaluating the caliber of this batch of core disciples. After a brief respite, Tang Tian retrieved the Shumi ring filled with various cultivation techniques. With nearly 10,000 techniques, many of which were above celestial grade, he estimated that even 7 billion consumption points might not suffice. He decided to take his time. Picking up a mortal level technique, he began exchanging for corresponding levels of enlightenment. Days passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout this time, Tang Tian hardly left the meditation chamber. With such an abundance of techniques, even a single point of advancement required significant time investment. Yet, through relentless effort, he eventually exhausted over 7 billion consumption points, elevating the majority of the techniques to mastery. As the number of cultivation techniques grew, the Tao of myriad methods began to shift subtly. In an endless expanse, Tang Tian floated freely. Beneath him lay a vast and resplendent sea of stars. The sea sparkled with countless celestial lights, each twinkling brilliantly, symbolizing a perfected technique. The brightest among them was the Taotai secret technique, which had reached its pinnacle. Its size surpassed that of the other stars, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. Moments later, Tang Tian's figure vanished from this realm, returning to the meditation chamber. This should be considered an initiation. Though the Tao of Myriad Methods was a self-created technique, Tang Tian could still perceive the changes in its realm. It had evolved far beyond what it once was. Gazing at the force stone ahead, he clenched his fist slightly. Instantly, a tremendous aura surged from all directions, converging within his palm. However, Tang Tian soon relinquished the thought of testing his limits. He sensed that if he attempted an experiment here, the meditation chamber, capable of withstanding the full force of a cultivator in the fusion stage, would be utterly obliterated. The grade of the Tao of Myriad Methods far surpassed any techniques he had previously encountered, perhaps reaching an unfathomable realm. This shall be my greatest trump card. He mused inwardly. After a moment's reflection, Tang Tian rose and exited the meditation chamber. The sun shone brightly, with the old locust tree's canopy conveniently allowing sunlight to pour into his doorway, enveloping him in warmth. Stretching languidly, he settled at the stone table and called for Li Hong. Has anything noteworthy occurred recently? He inquired, having been engrossed in his cultivation and oblivious to external affairs. Not much, Li Hong replied. There have been no visitors, and everything else is normal. However, a rumor has circulated that you intend to participate in the upcoming selection of core disciples, boasting that you will put others in their place. Surely that cannot be true? Tang Tian shot him a sidelong glance. Indeed, I plan to participate, but I never claimed I would put others in their place in such a foolish manner. Li Hong chuckled. Rumors tend to exaggerate. Yet, some disciples seem to have taken it seriously. Several formidable inner sect elites have stepped forward, eager to challenge your prowess. Tang Tian felt speechless at the situation. It was undoubtedly the Grand Elder who had spread such tales. Nevertheless, it mattered little, as he had no intention of holding back. In that case, let them experience the so-called elite of the inner sect firsthand. It's hardly a concern. Is there anything else? Tang Tian asked. Li Hong pondered for a moment before saying, Oh, by the way, Xiao Shui broke through to the initial stage of the transformation realm yesterday. It's truly astonishing. She is the fastest learner I have ever seen. Well, except for you, of course, he added with a grin. Tang Tian grimaced. He remained perplexed regarding Gu Xiaoshui's talent. Having experienced the life of a destined one himself, he found it to be less remarkable than anticipated. Yet, she undeniably was a destined one, which remained the most puzzling aspect. However, he resolved not to dwell on it further, understanding that everyone possessed unique fortunes. And the realm of cultivation was rife with exceptional talents, some even more extraordinary than Gu Xiaoshui. Very well. You all should strive harder and make good use of what I have provided. Just then, Tang Tian's communication jade talisman stirred. This particular talisman was not one that just anyone could use to contact him. Upon inspection, he realized it was a message from the young sect master, Yun Kong. The message was succinct and clear. Tomorrow morning, in the sect master's rear hall, a discussion regarding the affairs of the sixth peak. Tang Tian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. So it has finally arrived. Chapter 77, The Peak Master, Qi Yuan after 2 days. Tang Tian thoroughly consolidated the results of his recent cultivation endeavors. The outcome was clear. In terms of Tao discussions, the four had become utterly outmatched, with their roles completely reversed. Even in the realm of techniques, despite their collaboration, they were firmly suppressed by Tang Tian. In practical combat, as long as he refrained from employing powers above the transformation realm, he could easily overwhelm them all. Young master, it is such a pity that your prowess is not displayed within the sect, Li Hong remarked with a wry smile. Moments ago, he had utilized methods from the transformation realm, but still failed to gain any advantage against Tang Tian, facing a hasty defeat. Can brilliance be consumed as sustenance? Tang Tian shook his head. He understood Li Hong's implication. Were he a pure core disciple, he would undoubtedly receive the sect's attention, making it significantly easier to ascend to the upper echelons of core disciples. However, he was unwilling to do so. Strength is fundamental. Moreover, there is no need to make it widely known. It brings little benefit, Tang Tian remarked. One cannot put it that way, Li Hong responded. If one can attract the attention of the sect's upper echelons and become a symbolic figure among the disciples, the advantages are numerous. Many secret places, like the Dragon Transformation Pool, are generally not open to the public. Only those disciples who truly represent the future of the sect can enjoy the most exceptional resources and environment for cultivation. Tang Tian fell silent. Indeed, the best things are invariably reserved for the most outstanding individuals. Many treasures cannot be acquired even with money. Although Qingyue sect may not have anything worthy of Tang Tian's interest, Yunding Tianfu is quite different. That is a true celestial realm. If he were to enter Yunding Tianfu, he might seriously consider Li Hong's suggestion. Let it be, Tang Tian said. Subsequently, the group exchanged insights on combat when the formation outside the purple bamboo courtyard was triggered. Upon inspection, it was revealed to be a representative from the Yunкong sect. Inviting Tang Tian to the sect leader's hall. Without delay, Tang Tian departed with him. Moments later, the pair arrived at the sect's main peak, where Yunкong was already waiting outside the main hall. Young Master Tang. Young Sect Master. The two exchanged glances and proceeded toward the hall. Young Master Tang. I heard from the elder that you were also preparing to participate in this core disciple selection battle? Yunкong inquired as they walked. Tang Tian nodded. Once. My greatest dream was to ascend to a core position. Since such an opportunity has arisen, I naturally cannot let it pass. He spoke truthfully. In the past, Tang Tian indeed envied the inner and core disciples, often fantasizing about sharing in their glory. Regrettably, he had not realized that dream before closing his eyes for the last time. Consider it a fulfillment of his dream. Yunкong chuckled. With your participation, I am certain you will impart a valuable lesson to those young ones. The elder is quite dissatisfied with the current situation of the sect, so do not hold back. Tang Tian remained silent. In truth, he was also a young man. I shall do my utmost, he replied. Let us discuss today's matters. Tang Tian preferred to steer clear of that topic. Yunкong nodded. Today is merely a preliminary discussion. The master of the sixth peak and several responsible elders have arrived. They have formulated a few initial construction plans. We shall examine them one by one to determine which is most suitable. The primary concern remains funding, as the required investments for these plans vary significantly, depending on your acceptable range. Additionally, we will discuss your position and specific rights at the sixth peak. Tang Tian acknowledged that he had reviewed this in advance and noted that it was largely comparable to Mo Xiaoxiao and her peers. Essentially, it meant that if he completed the overall investment for the sixth peak, he would stand on equal footing with Mo Xiaoxiao and the others. As for funding, that was hardly an issue. As they conversed, they quickly arrived at the garden behind the hall. Just as they entered, a robust figure suddenly descended from above, landing heavily before Tang Tian and Yunкong. This was a bald man, taller than Tang Tian, clad in a short shirt, with arms as thick as a person's thigh, muscles bulging, exuding a primal ferocity. His face was coarse, and his large eyes fixed on Yunкong as he bellowed, Xiao Kongzi, where's my benefactor? Tang Tian was taken aback. Xiao Kongzi. Yunкong appeared exasperated. Uncle Qi, did we not agree to refrain from such names in public? The burly man glared. This is Qinwei's sect. I can call you whatever I want. Enough chatter, quickly bring my benefactor here. We've been talking about building the sixth peak for years, 3 years after 3 years, and now it's been over a decade. If you dare to mislead me again today, I swear I'll tear down your cave. The man's furious voice resonated, causing Tang Tian's ears to buzz. Yunкong sighed. I truly have not misled you this time. He then turned to Tang Tian. This is the person who wishes to invest in the construction of the sixth peak. Young Master Tang. Young Master Tang. This is our future peak master of the sixth peak, Qi Yuan. Upon hearing Yunкong's introduction, Qi Yuan abruptly turned, his large eyes fixed on Tang Tian. Tang Tian was at a loss for what to do and could only meet his gaze. The two engaged in a peculiar silent staring contest until Yunкong attempted to break the silence. However, Qi Yuan abruptly grabbed his head and tossed him 10 meters away. Ha ha. The booming laughter echoed in Tang Tian's ears. Qi Yuan strode forward, his sturdy arm draping over Tang Tian's shoulders, laughing heartily. So you are Brother Jin. I have long seen your extraordinary demeanor, truly a dragon among men. I even noticed your brilliance while you were still on the mountain. Tang Tian, could you not be more exaggerated? Ever since I arrived, you haven't even given me a proper glance. He added, moreover, my surname is not Jin. Master Qi, you flatter me. Qi Yuan laughed heartily. Not at all. I have yet to properly praise you. Come, Brother Jin. Let us go inside and have a good talk. With that, he pulled Tang Tian forward, an irresistible force propelling him onward, as if fearful he might flee. Fear not. Qi Yuan said as they walked, the construction of our sixth peak will not cost much. I've had those dull-witted elders calculate everything carefully. The initial funding required is minimal. Truly, you need not worry. Tang Tian felt the overwhelming force restraining him and couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. Brother, who is truly afraid here? Furthermore, your words hold no credibility whatsoever. The two soon entered the depths of the garden. Yunкong, having tidied his disheveled hair, shook his head and followed suit. In the serene and elegant residence of the sect leader's hall, Tang Tian, Yunкong, and Qi Yuan sat opposite one another. Behind Qi Yuan sat several elders, likely the future principal elders of the sixth peak. These principal elders were the highest-ranking elders of Qinghua sect, typically stern and imposing. Yet, in Qi Yuan's presence. They appeared cautious and reserved, prompting Tang Tian to ponder just how formidable this boisterous giant truly was. Brother Jean, shall we begin our discussion? Qi Yuan rubbed his palms together. Tang Tian, too weary to correct his title, replied, "Everything is at Master Qi's discretion." With a grand gesture, Qi Yuan declared, "Excellent." Without even turning his head, he extended his hand backward, prompting a principal elder to promptly place a jade talisman in his palm. Let me see. It is as follows. Brother Jean, once the sixth peak is established, you will hold the highest status here, on par with me. You will have a say in all matters, big and small, including, that thing, the allocation of disciples, resource management, facility planning, and more. He continued enumerating a series of rights granted to Tang Tian, which sounded nearly equivalent to the powers of a peak master. However, it was evident that he was merely reciting, lacking familiarity with the details. As he spoke, he suddenly faltered and turned to ask, "Why is there no mention of the appointment of the presiding elder in this document?" The several presiding elders were taken aback and replied, "Peak master, this might not be appropriate." Qi Yuan narrowed his eyes and retorted, "What is inappropriate about it? Do I not have the authority to appoint and dismiss you? Do you not understand what it means to be on par with me? Hurry up and add it." The presiding elders felt incredibly awkward under Qi Yuan's furious gaze. Cold sweat nearly streamed down their backs. Seeing this, Yinkong quickly interjected, "Uncle Qi, the appointments of the presiding elders from each peak must ultimately be approved by the great elder. This is truly against our regulations." Qi Yuan shot a sideways glance. "Have Li Tianhua come to speak to me personally? Do you really think I fear him?" Tang Tian was taken aback as he observed that Qi Yuan was disregarding even the great elder's authority. What kind of fierce character was this? Noticing the atmosphere had grown tense, he hastily said, "Peak Master Qi, there is no need for such a reaction. I am not skilled in managing affairs, nor am I particularly interested in it. Let us focus on discussing the specific plans." Tang Tian was somewhat speechless. This fellow had come straight to the point, laying out all the benefits up front. Was he afraid he would run away? Qi Yuan grunted at Yinkong, then turned to Tang Tian, instantly donning a genial smile. "It's all right. No need to mind them. I have already granted you this authority. Now, shall I show you the preliminary plans for the sixth peak?" Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Qi Yuan reached into his robe and retrieved another exquisite jade talisman. Observing the information within, he remarked to Tang Tian, "Well, the construction of the Peak Master Hall will require moonlight stones, Yunli rocks, and in the Wuxiang 7 Mountains." Wuxiang 7 Mountain Star rotation wood? What on earth is that? Tang Tian responded, "Peak Master Qi. Perhaps I should take a look myself." At this rate, he might not even finish reading a million words. Qi Yuan appeared somewhat reluctant, but ultimately handed the jade talisman to Tang Tian, sitting there, watching him with an anxious expression. Ignoring his gaze, Tang Tian began to examine the talisman. Inside was a detailed plan for the construction of the sixth peak, encompassing various materials, resources, corresponding price ranges, and everything in between. If all of it were written down, it could likely pile up into a small mountain. Such a colossal workload made Tang Tian reflect on the difficulties faced by the presiding elders. After a cursory glance, he turned to the final summary of the total funding, less than 90 trillion spirit jade. He could not help but frown. This was the construction of a main peak. How could it be so little? But soon, he discovered the issue. This preliminary construction plan only included the most basic elements, essentially a crude framework, utterly meager. Peak Master Qi, this. Tang Tian drew his gaze back. Qi Yuan had been observing Tang Tian's expression, and, upon seeing him frown, his heart sank. Hearing Tang Tian's words, he quickly replied, "Is it too much? No problem, we can streamline it further. The Peak Master Hall can be omitted. I could just find a tree hollow to settle in. As for the living quarters for the presiding elders, we can just dig a pit for them to squat in. After all, at that level, they can manage without food or sleep." Tang Tian felt a wave of embarrassment. "Peak Master Qi, that is not what I meant. I meant to say, while this is our preliminary plan, is it not a bit too simplistic?" Qi Yuan was momentarily stunned. "What do you mean?" Tang Tian smiled. "I previously heard from the young Sect master that you prepared several different plans based on the scope of the investment. Could you show me the others as well?" Qi Yuan was taken aback, glancing at Yinkong, and after receiving an affirmative response from him, he slowly retrieved another jade talisman from his robe and handed it to Tang Tian. After a brief examination, Tang Tian noted that this plan was indeed more comprehensive, including a number of important facilities. However, the funding had also increased to 130 trillion. Yet Tang Tian was still unsatisfied. "Peak Master Qi, I am very serious about investing in the construction of the sixth peak. Therefore, I do not wish for this to be a hasty affair. If we are to do it, let us do it to the best of our abilities. Present me with your highest budget plan, Do not worry about the funding, Tang Tian stated decisively. Qi Yuan was stunned for a long while, seemingly unable to believe his ears. After a moment, he leaned forward and asked, "Do you truly mean that?" Tang Tian nodded solemnly. Qi Yuan glanced at Yun Kong, then turned to the other presiding elders, before pulling out yet another jade talisman and handing it to Tang Tian. While Tang Tian examined the information, Qi Yuan kept a close watch on his expression. Finally, he saw a faint smile appear on Tang Tian's face. 400 trillion. Not bad. Tang Tian smiled as he set the jade talisman down and said to Qi Yuan, "However, I still feel that your plan is somewhat conservative. I suggest you discuss it further and include everything you can. If it can be further refined, that would be even better. As for the funding, you need not worry at all. I will cover it entirely." Tang Tian spoke earnestly. Qi Yuan stared blankly at Tang Tian for an extended period. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, gripping Tang Tian's hands tightly and shaking them back and forth. "My benefactor, from today onwards, you are my brother from another mother." His voice boomed like thunder. After receiving Tang Tian's affirmation once more, he directly whisked away several presiding elders to revise the plan. Observing his demeanor, Tang Tian felt astonished. After all, he was a peak master. Was it really necessary to be so unrestrained in excitement? Sensing Tang Tian's confusion, Yun Kong shook his head and said, "Peak Master Qi has always been like this. Young Master Tang need not take offense. Moreover, he has not simply waited for decades for this position. If we count properly, it has actually been several hundred years." Subsequently, Yun Kong recounted the ancient history of the Qingwei sect to Tang Tian. Through Yun Kong's narration, Tang Tian gradually learned about the past of the Qingwei sect. Hundreds of years ago, the area where the Qingwei sect is located was merely a desolate wilderness. The powerful immortals from the cloud-top heavenly mansion personally intervened to transform it into an exceptional training environment. Thus, the Qingwei sect was established. Many individuals came at that time. Some were combatants, while others possessed strong administrative skills. With the support of the heavenly mansion, within just a few decades, the Qingwei sect rose to become one of the mightiest sects within tens of thousands of miles. Subsequently, most of the higher-ups gradually departed, leaving only a handful behind to manage the sect. The rarely seen supreme elders, the sect master of Qingwei, the great elder Li Tianhua, and the recently encountered Qi Yuan were all part of that era's initial leadership. The others leaned more towards management, while Qi Yuan was primarily responsible for combat. Over 300 years ago, during a power struggle for the sect master position against the previous sect master, Qi Yuan was defeated. Over 200 years ago, he lost again in a contest for the position of great elder against elderly. Then came the era of great development. He thought he would at least secure the position of peak master. However, over 100 years ago, he committed a grave mistake that nearly led to the destruction of the Qingwei sect. Yun Kong sighed. Tang Tian remained silent. Qi Yuan's fate was indeed unfortunate. What mistake? Tang Tian inquired. Yun Kong shook his head with a smile. This matter is actually known by many. More than a century ago, a terrifying power struggle unfolded within the Qingwei sect, ignited by the ambitions of Master Qi Feng. At that time, he was discontent merely being the leader of a single peak. He aspired to secure the position of deputy sect master, equal in status to the Grand Elder. However, his aspirations were exploited by those with ulterior motives, unleashing a tremendous storm of power. Many lives were lost, including some high-ranking officials from the Tianfu. Among them was the Bamboo Forest Taoist, who had come from Tianfu and made significant contributions to the early establishment of the Qingwei sect. Known for his kindness and aversion to conflict, he merely sought to enjoy his twilight years. Tragically, he too became entangled in the chaos, meeting his demise. Tang Tian couldn't help but be astonished. Is he the one who planted the bamboo grove and constructed the bamboo pavilion? Yun Kong nodded in affirmation. That was indeed his residence. Ever since that incident, the bamboo pavilion has remained sealed. However, for reasons unknown, it was reopened at the end of last year. Had it not been for the reservations of others, you would not have had the opportunity to rent it, Yun Kong said with a smile. Tang Tian agreed, recalling that Prince Yu had mentioned this before. Upon moving in, he had noticed that the facilities and layout of the bamboo pavilion were reminiscent of a retirement home. By the way, I haven't seen Prince Yu in a while. I wonder what he has been busy with lately. What happened next? Tang Tian inquired. Yun Kong continued. The events transpired too rapidly. Under the manipulation of those with ulterior motives, by the time Qi Feng realized he was being used, it was already too late to rectify the situation. Ultimately, Qi Feng allied with elderly and a number of powerful high-ranking officials to quell the turmoil, saving the Qingwei sect from annihilation. In the aftermath, Tianfu dealt with a significant number of sect leaders, even dismissing the former sect master due to negligence, and personally appointed the current sect master. While Qi Feng was the source of the chaos, he also played a crucial role in its resolution, balancing his merits and faults. And thus he faced little punishment. However, after this incident, his hopes of attaining the deputy sect master position were dashed, and he was excluded from the leadership of the four main peaks. Only now, with the construction of the sixth peak imminent and no other suitable candidates available, has he been reinstated. Tang Tian finally understood. No wonder Qi Yuan appeared so eager for this position. If he delayed further, a more suitable candidate might emerge, and he would not know how long he would have to wait for another opportunity. However, one thing puzzled him. As an affiliated sect of Tianfu, how could they remain uninvolved in such a significant disturbance? Surely, intervention at that level would have swiftly quelled the unrest. Tang Tian voiced his confusion. Yun Kong chuckled softly. Tianfu oversees hundreds of affiliated sections. To put it bluntly, they hardly care about the fate of the Qinghua sect. What matters more to the higher-ups is whether they can cultivate more capable individuals through such events. Just like me, I have been the deputy sect master for many years. Although I've achieved some success, the mistakes I've made are countless. These errors have altered the fates of many disciples, even ruining some lives. Yet, the sect master and the grand elder seldom intervene, preferring to watch me stumble through my errors to learn the hard way. Only when a mistake becomes egregious enough do they choose to intervene. Just a few days ago, after the Transformation Dragon Pool incident, the Grand Elder convened a high-level meeting to sternly criticize the current training atmosphere within the sect. Tang Tian was silent, unsure of how to respond. The perspectives of ordinary people and those in power diverged greatly. This disparity was not about right or wrong. As the saying goes, one's position determines their perspective. Regardless of one's station, they must strive to fulfill their responsibilities. Sometimes, even if one remains unchanged, the broader environment will compel them to alter their course. With a long sigh, Tang Tian shook his head and smiled. With your explanation, I can begin to understand Master Qi Feng. Yun Kong replied with a grin. Aside from external factors, his temperament has always been thus. There have indeed been instances where investors, upon seeing the immense construction funds, were frightened into fleeing. Tang Tian nodded in comprehension. After some casual conversation, Qi Yuan returned with several elder officials. They refined the initial plans and outlined numerous future development directions, increasing the financial scale to over 600 trillion. Upon Tang Tian's enthusiastic agreement, Qi Yuan was so elated that he nearly lifted him off the ground in joy. Ha ha ha. Brother Jean, from today onward, wherever you go, should any troubles arise, just mention my name, within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. If you dare to disregard Qi Yuan, he declared loudly. Tang Tian chuckled in response. Of course, Brother Jean it is, it's just a title. He then began retrieving the innate Dao Jade from his pocket, first pulling out 200, then another 200, and finally presenting the remaining 400 all at once. This display left Qi Yuan momentarily stunned. Brother Jean is indeed extraordinary. No worries, my elder brother can do as he pleases, Qi Yuan exclaimed. Tang Tian's lips twitched as he completed the transaction. Within the system space, the innate Dao Jade surpassed 800, while his consumption points exceeded 600 billion. The holy level physique was finally within reach. Chapter 80. The holy level divine phoenix physique. After descending from the main peak of the sect, Tang Tian returned to the bamboo pavilion. Having learned about the sect's history, he gazed at the tranquil and serene courtyard with a sense of reflection. From the information he had gathered, the bamboo forest Taoist was undoubtedly a kind-hearted, conflict-averse elder. Yet, even such a gentle soul was ensnared in the brutal and bloody power struggles, ultimately leading to his demise. This world has never known true peace. Only through relentless effort and striving for the pinnacle of strength can one truly stand unafraid of all adversities, free to pursue their desires. There remains a long road ahead. Keep pushing forward, young one, Tang Tian mused, returning to his meditation chamber. With over 600 billion consumption points, he had more than enough to exchange for the holy level physique. Without hesitation, he awakened the system and opted for the exchange. Holy level physique, 10 billion consumption points. You have obtained the undying divine phoenix physique. A familiar sensation surged through him once more. This feeling was akin to absorbing dragon chi in the transformation dragon pool, yet it far surpassed that experience. One was like a gentle stream, while the other roared like a raging ocean. In a daze, Tang Tian felt as though he had entered a realm of chaos, transforming into a massive gray egg. Time passed, though he could not determine how long, until suddenly, the surface of the egg cracked. In the next moment, a divine phoenix soared upward, its wings stirring the chaos, vanishing in an instant. After what felt like an eternity, Tang Tian slowly opened his eyes. The divine phoenix secret technique. I want to turn into an egg, will I? He muttered, curling his lip. He had not witnessed any formidable techniques during his recent experience. Rather, The image of that gray egg lingered vividly in his mind. Nonetheless, he could distinctly feel that his body had undergone a tremendous transformation. It was as if every cell brimmed with boundless vitality. Contemplating this, Tang Tian brought his fingers together and unleashed a sharp sword chi. He then directed it toward his other arm, making a shallow cut. A sharp sting immediately enveloped him, and a crimson line of blood appeared on his arm. However, what Tang Tian did not anticipate was that the wound, once inflicted, healed at a visibly rapid pace. Within a mere few breaths, it returned to its original state, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. Was the purpose of the Divine Phoenix secret art merely to heal? Tang Tian glanced at the description of the secret technique. Behind it, a small line was clearly inscribed. This inherited secret art can utilize divine-level enlightenment to elevate one's realm. One instance of divine-level enlightenment costs 10 billion consumption points. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian directly exchanged for one instance of divine-level enlightenment and applied it to the Divine Phoenix secret art. Instantly, his body underwent a dramatic transformation once more. When the transformation concluded, Tang Tian activated his sword chi again, creating a gash on his arm. This time, a bright red line of blood appeared for but a moment, and in the blink of an eye, it healed completely. After some thought, Tang Tian wielded his sword chi and severed a portion of his finger. Subsequently, to his astonishment, a mist of blood erupted from the severed end, and before long, a brand new finger sprouted, identical to the previous one. Regeneration of severed limbs? Tang Tian was taken aback. Such feats could be accomplished by cultivators above the nascent soul stage after practicing certain life-related techniques. However, such methods invariably resulted in a loss of a portion of one's life essence, no matter how exquisite the techniques were. Yet, the Divine Phoenix secret art incurred no such loss. It grew back entirely and naturally. Possessing such capabilities at the entry level, one could only imagine what lay ahead. With fervent eyes, Tang Tian devoted all remaining 30 billion consumption points to exchanging for divine-level enlightenment, mastering the Divine Phoenix secret art. Upon reaching this realm, he discovered that wounds healed in an instant, and the speed of limb regeneration had significantly accelerated. Even if an entire arm were severed, it could fully regrow within a matter of moments. Moreover, his internal organs, meridians, and dantian also possessed the same remarkable capability. A shattered heart could restore itself. An exploded dantian could be reconstituted. He pressed on. Tang Tian chose to exchange again. Mastery of the Divine Phoenix secret art. This time, in addition to enhancing all previous abilities, Tang Tian noticed significant changes in his nascent soul and divine consciousness. These were the most crucial aspects for any cultivator. Any damage to the nascent soul or divine consciousness was a grave issue, requiring extensive recovery time. However, for Tang Tian now, these concerns had become trivial. He could even extract his nascent soul and use it as a tool against others. Exhaling deeply, Tang Tian employed his final instance of divine-level enlightenment. The Divine Phoenix secret art achieved minor mastery. After the exchange, he felt a rapid metamorphosis occurring within the deepest layers of his life essence. If the previous abilities had emerged naturally, now they were all interconnected with his life essence, forming a unified whole. Furthermore, his life essence seemed to link with the mysterious Tao of Heaven. As long as the Tao of Heaven remained unbroken, so too would his essence endure. This meant that if anyone sought to completely extinguish Tang Tian, they would have to obliterate the very laws of the Tao of Heaven. Otherwise, one day, he would inevitably restore his life essence and be reborn from thin air. This was exceedingly extraordinary. Tang Tian found himself momentarily stunned. This was merely the minor mastery of the Divine Phoenix secret art. Ahead lay the major mastery in the unique realm of inheritance belonging to the secret art. It was unfathomable to contemplate the transformations the Divine Phoenix secret art would undergo at that level. I feel as though I can finally venture outside. Tang Tian murmured to himself. Since the day of his transmigration, apart from the initial visit to Jinyu Tang, he had not stepped beyond the confines of Qingwei Gate even once. He had not even explored the more secluded areas within the sect, consistently wandering between the main peaks. Lacking strength while possessing vast wealth was a grave sin. He could not challenge the moral boundaries of others, placing himself in peril. However, with the minor mastery of the Divine Phoenix secret art, such worries dissipated. The current Tang Tian had reached a state of quasi-immortality. After pondering for a while, Tang Tian shook his head, dismissing the thoughts from his mind. He must not be overly eager. Although with minor mastery, he could eventually resurrect after death, he was uncertain how long that would take. Moreover, upon resurrection, he would have nothing left, returning to square one. It would be prudent to seek additional assurances. Gradually calming himself, Tang Tian recalled that the Divine Phoenix secret art possessed two more realms, requiring only 20 billion consumption points. The sixth peak had further construction plans, and other main peaks also needed development, offering ample opportunities to acquire consumption points. Additionally, he could strengthen his relationship with Qi Yuan. According to Yun Kong, he was a half-step into immortality. If he were to venture out, having such a bodyguard by his side would ensure that, at the very least, significant issues would not arise within the confines of Qingwei Gate. It would be wise to proceed cautiously. In due course, Tang Tian contemplated. Chapter 81. Enroll in a tutoring class. In the following period, Tang Tian immersed himself once more in his cultivation. The pace of the Chosen One's cultivation remained undiminished compared to before. It was likely that he would break through to the mid-nascent soul stage before the selection of core disciples. Additionally, he continued to exchange his remaining consumption points for instances of enlightenment, furthering his mastery of techniques. The myriad paths were also advancing steadily and steadily. Once the funding was fully secured, the construction of the sixth peak was in full swing. Qi Yuan frequently contacted Tang Tian, inviting him to observe the progress on site. Unfortunately, Tang Tian had no interest and had yet to attend even once. Nevertheless, Qi Yuan remained warm and enthusiastic, personally visiting Tang Tian several times for casual conversation. However, Tang Tian was surprised to discover that even if Qi Yuan were to find a secluded corner to linger in, he refused to enter the purple bamboo courtyard. Nor would he approach the area of the purple bamboo forest. After inquiring with Yun Kong, Tang Tian learned that the individual who had left Qi Yuan with the most enduring regrets regarding that incident was the Bamboo Grove Taoist. He felt that it was his fault that the Bamboo Grove Taoist suffered an unjust calamity. Such a person is truly sensitive. After that, Tang Tian ceased to dwell on the matter. When Qi Yuan came to find him, they could go wherever he pleased. After all, they were merely chatting. It mattered little where they were. Through frequent interactions, the bond between the two rapidly deepened. When Tang Tian expressed his desire to venture outside and requested Qi Yuan's protection, Qi Yuan readily agreed without hesitation. Old Jean, you're being too formal. From now on, feel free to say whatever you wish. Even if you want the undergarments of some saintess, I can go retrieve them for you, Qi Yuan proclaimed, thumping his chest. Tang Tian quickly clarified that he had no such peculiar inclinations. As time flowed gently onward, the matter of Tang Tian participating in the selection of core disciples began to gain momentum. An increasing number of elite inner disciples emerged, clamoring to teach Tang Tian a lesson, asserting that in the realm of cultivation, strength reigned supreme, and that those who bought their way into honorary disciple status could never be compared to true disciples. Behind these events, certain core elites or elders were providing covert support. Regardless of his mid-nascent soul cultivation, Tang Tian was already at a dimensional advantage in the selection of core disciples. After practicing the myriad paths, his true strength had reached a remarkably terrifying level. In the purple bamboo courtyard, after yet another intense confrontation, Gu Xiaoxiu narrowly lost by a single move. Young Master S' strength truly improves by leaps and bounds, Li Hong exclaimed. More than half a month ago, they could still rely on their transformation stage cultivation and abundant battle experience to defeat Tang Tian. Yet once Tang Tian ascended to the mid-nascent soul stage, the tide of battle shifted instantaneously. Even with all his means, Li Hong found himself at a disadvantage against Tang Tian, being pressed relentlessly until he ultimately fell. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoxiu, who had consistently performed admirably, was no longer a match for Tang Tian. The only circumstance that could slightly pressure Tang Tian is the collaboration of the Lanyu sisters. Their minds are in perfect sync, and their coordination is remarkably tight. However, even if one were to single out one of them, she would still be a defeated foe under Tang Tian. If they continue to grow, the young master will undoubtedly become the foremost figure in the sect. Lanyu couldn't help but exclaim. How could that be? Tang Tian said. Having just descended from the air after defeating Gu Xiaoxiu, he approached the group. Clearly, it is you who are too weak. If things remain this way, how will you stand out in the 100 schools competition? The group immediately lowered their heads. The 100 schools competition comprises elite individuals, and they indeed lack substantial confidence. However, they do not consider themselves weak. Observing their somewhat downcast expressions, Tang Tian smiled and reassured them. It is all right. There is no need to worry excessively. I am preparing to enroll you in a supplementary class. Li Hong was taken aback. A supplementary class? Tang Tian nodded. During recent exchanges with Qi Yuan, he had learned about many things he was previously unaware of. Within the Qinghua sect, there are numerous precious secret locations dedicated to nurturing disciples' cultivation, Dao techniques, and combat abilities. Outside the Qinghua sect, such places abound even more. Unfortunately, Tang Tian lacked the time and energy to have each of them enter individually. Thus, He entrusted Qi Yuan to take them under his wing for systematic training. Qi Yuan readily agreed. What's the issue? You may not know, but I used to be a coach. The first few batches of elite disciples in Qinghua Sect were trained by me. Just hand them over, and I will surely return them as capable subordinates. However, he added with a chuckle, but I must warn you, my methods can be quite rigorous. So they should prepare themselves mentally. Tang Tian nodded. I will discuss this with them. Furthermore, do not concern yourselves with the resources for cultivation. Utilize the best available. All expenses incurred during this process will be charged to me. Qi Yuan waved his hand. Those resources mostly depend on connections, and one tea cost much. Just leave it to me. Thus, the two reached an agreement. Turning to Li Hong and the others, Tang Tian laid out all the stakes involved and specifically cautioned them that this supplementary class would be exceptionally intense and arduous. To his surprise, rather than expressing fear, Li Hong and the others were filled with gratitude and anticipation. The young master's grace is beyond words. We will seize this opportunity and never let down your meticulous cultivation, Li Hong declared earnestly. Tang Tian was taken aback but soon understood. For a cultivator, the prospect of enhancing one's strength is the most compelling allure, without exception. What hardships or difficulties could compare as long as one does not lose their life? Many individuals even disregard their lives in pursuit of a mere sliver of opportunity. Let us give it our all. With that, Tang Tian presented Li Hong with 20 pieces of innate Dao Jade, one for daily cultivation and the others for expenses. As it wouldn't do to let Qi Yuan shoulder all the costs. Despite being the master of a peak and a half-step immortal, Qi Yuan's financial power could not necessarily rival that of those top-ranked honorary disciples. They could easily create wealth, yet they had greater expenditures. After deliberation, Tang Tian decided to send Li Hong and the others to Qi Yuan after the core disciple selection. With less than a year before the 100 schools competition, time was indeed pressing. A few days later, the annual core disciple selection was about to commence, and the matter surrounding Tang Tian had reached its peak. How dare he boast so boldly, challenging all pure disciples? He is simply overestimating himself. A mid-golden core inner disciple exclaimed loudly. After secluding himself for half a year, how can honorary disciples rise above pure disciples? This was an elite on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. It is merely a spectacle. The opponents of pure disciples will always be other pure disciples, a coldly beautiful woman remarked, her aura inscrutable. Amidst such voices, the selection officially commenced. In the Zizhu courtyard, Li Hong presented a jade talisman to Tang Tian. Young master, here is the information pertinent to this core disciple selection. Tang Tian received the talisman and examined its contents with his spirit. The core disciple selection occurs biannually, in late summer and early spring. At that time, all disciples at the golden core stage and above may choose to participate. This year's inner disciples number over 3,000. All will gather at the martial arts arena of the sect's main peak for a fierce contest. The rules of the selection are quite straightforward. Free challenge. Each participant may choose any opponent to engage in combat on the platform. The detailed process of the battles will be documented by designated elders, who will later provide evaluations based on their performances. Each participant must undertake at least 3 battles. The comprehensive performance across these 3 battles serves as a crucial criterion for advancing to core disciple status. The better one performs, the greater the chances of promotion. Tang Tian nodded internally. This approach indeed better assesses a disciple's overall strength, and it is rare for geniuses to be overlooked. Historically, the success rate for advancement has been below 1/3, meaning only around 1,000 out of these 3,000 will successfully promote. It is quite ruthless, so choosing the right opponent is of utmost importance. However, for Tang Tian, it matters not whom he selects. The disciples participating in this core selection are generally of a higher caliber. Among them, 6 individuals, who have previously voiced opinions about him, stand out. Hu Jingwei and Gong Wan from the main peak, Bai Qingling from the east peak, Zhao He from the west peak, Yu Haomiao from the north peak, and Mu Qianqian, an exceptional disciple from the scattered peaks. Li Hong remarked casually, the weakest among them is at the peak of the golden core stage, possessing formidable skills, rich combat experience, and impressive records. His tone was light, clearly not considering these individuals to be Tang Tian's rivals. In fact, that was indeed the case. Tang Tian's true strength now stands on par with the top core disciples, while these elite inner disciples are of a significantly lower tier. These pure disciples are currently in the spotlight, and many hope they will perform well in the selection. Li Hong chuckled. Tang Tian nodded slightly, committing their names to memory. I shall take special care of them during the event. He tossed aside the jade talisman and inquired, have there been any developments regarding Qinghai recently? It had been nearly a month since their last transaction, so it should be approaching. Li Hong replied, after the last transaction, his status in the Jin Yu Hall has significantly improved. He claims to have uncovered some peculiar clues, which he will discuss with you upon meeting. Additionally, for your request, he and Qi Bin have gathered many cultivation resources from other sources, with a significant portion allocated to techniques. However, the overall amount should be similar to last time. Tang Tian nodded. Qi Bin had mentioned that several hundred trillion was their limit. However, his appetite was not insatiable. Around 1 or 200 trillion would suffice. With some investment into Qingwei Sect's development, accumulating 200 billion consumption points would allow him to cultivate the Divine Phoenix secret technique to its ultimate realm. He was quite eager to discover the final form of this technique and its effects. Very well, Tang Tian said, you will soon be heading out for training. So please inform Qin Hai to contact me directly when he arrives. Also, prepare yourselves in advance. If all goes well, we should depart by tomorrow. Li Hong nodded earnestly. The following day, at the main martial arts arena of the sect, long before dawn, the venue was already teeming with disciples of the Qingwei Sect. The selection competition for core disciples was undoubtedly the most exhilarating event of the year for the sect. Anyone with the opportunity would not wish to miss the chance to witness the spectacle. This grand assembly could accommodate tens of thousands of people. At the very center of the arena stood 5 fighting platforms, where the challenges would unfold simultaneously. Many had already entered, engaging in fervent discussions. That Tang Tian, does he truly possess any capability to dare challenge the dignity of the pure disciples? Some were unfamiliar with the name. He has no real strength. I heard he was merely a servant last year, and somehow came into a windfall to purchase the title of an honorary disciple. His participation in the core selection must have been achieved through sheer resource expenditure. Nothing but a fade. One individual scoffed disdainfully. Everyone knows how those honorary disciples typically behave. Perhaps Tang Tian might hold his own among his peers, but when placed among the pure disciples, he will undoubtedly fall short, another concurred. Most individuals, including the honorary disciples, shared similar sentiments. Tang Tian's rapid ascent had raised eyebrows. He had swiftly ascended to the upper echelons. Even though he had showcased some commendable prowess in the dragon transformation pool, it only circulated within a limited circle. For the majority of disciples, this was the first time they had heard of Tang Tian, and their preconceived notions of honorary disciples were that they were wealthy, frivolous, and indulgent. Thus, their evaluations of Tang Tian fell within a rather ordinary spectrum. Even among the honorary disciples, opinions on Tang Tian were lukewarm. They primarily viewed the unfolding drama with a sense of detachment. However, those fortunate enough to have witnessed Tang Tian's abilities held a markedly different perspective. A bunch of fools, remarked an elite disciple who had participated in the dragon transformation pool, disdain evident in his tone. You, the criticized one, began to retort, only to realize the formidable presence of the speaker, adorned in core disciple garb, emanating an unmistakable aura of power. Indeed, they are fools, another voice chimed in coldly. To blindly evaluate without understanding the facts can cost one their life in actual combat. At that moment, the glances shifted, revealing an unfamiliar inner disciple, which brought some relief to the critic. You dare, he began, but was quickly silenced by a companion. Have you lost your mind? That is Niao Wushuang from the Southern Peak, one of the most formidable inner disciples of this generation. She has a notoriously short temper. The last person who provoked her was left hanging from the crooked neck tree outside the achievement hall for 3 days. His companion whispered urgently. The individual was taken aback, lamenting his misfortune of offending someone so formidable. Yet, he was also struck by curiosity. Why did such an impressive figure hold Tang Tian in such high regard? Could it be that Tang Tian truly possessed strength? His demeanor shifted, and his discussions grew quieter. Meanwhile, unnoticed by the crowd, Lin Yu wore an expression of complex emotions. How could you possibly qualify for the core selection? Her gaze was vacant, lost in thought. As the sun rose higher, a commotion erupted in the arena. Look! There's Tang Tian, someone exclaimed. Tang Tian strolled in, yawning, accompanied by Li Hong and others. Upon entering, he felt thousands of eyes converge upon him. So, this is what it feels like to be a star, he mused with a smile, choosing to ignore the stares and proceeding forward. Everywhere he walked, all eyes were upon him, some scrutinizing, others dismissive, and a few with intrigue. After a short while, a thunderous voice rang out from above. Old Jin, over here. It was Qi Yuan, one of the most influential figures within the Qingwei Sect, who naturally had his designated spot, a spacious high platform that offered a commanding view of the entire arena. Upon hearing the call, Tang Tian led Li Hong and the others up to the high platform. Once there, the atmosphere became noticeably calmer, devoid of the peculiar gazes. The grand elderly Tianhua, the heads of other peaks, including Tan Yushan, the vice sect master Yun Kong, and several unfamiliar elders were present. Additionally, Lu Chang'e and his companions were also here. After exchanging gestures with familiar faces, Tang Tian settled beside Qi Yuan. These are the individuals you mentioned earlier? Qi Yuan inquired, surveying Li Hong and the others. Tang Tian nodded. They appear rather uneven, Qi Yuan remarked, scrutinizing them closely. However, as long as they are disciples under my guidance, I assure you, they will not turn out to be incompetent. Tang Tian replied with a smile. Then I shall entrust them to you. Peak Master Qi meanwhile. Li Hong and the others were quietly assessing Qi Yuan, having been informed by Tang Tian that this individual would be their mentor going forward. Observing the bald man, whose head gleamed and whose physique was robust and muscular, Li Hong could not suppress a gulp of apprehension. The days ahead might be more arduous than he had anticipated. Old Jean, I've noticed many discussing you. Feeling pressured? Qi Yuan asked. Tang Tian chuckled lightly. Not particularly. I've reviewed some information on the competitors. Indeed, there are many exceptionally talented individuals within the sect. I'll do my best. Qi Yuan shot him a sidelong glance. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think I cannot see your true capabilities? Those youngsters are hardly a match for you. However, it seems that this new generation, upon discovering a modicum of talent, has become unbearably arrogant. That one named Mu Qianqian. If she were not a girl, I would have taught her a lesson long ago. If you encounter her, do not hold back. Give her a proper thrashing as a favor to me. Tang Tian suppressed a chuckle. Mu Qianqian was indeed a rising talent from the sixth peak. It seemed she had caused Qi Yuan no small amount of trouble. Moreover, Qi Yuan leaned closer, glancing at the Grand Elder before lowering his voice. The uproar surrounding this event has been largely stirred up by that old fellow. He has berated nearly all the elders. And now many of the higher-ups are eagerly awaiting your downfall. That rascal is cunning. Be cautious in your dealings with him. Tang Tian could not help but smile wryly. With such proximity, how could the Grand Elder not overhear their conversation? You may not fear him, but I certainly do not wish to insult him to his face. As for this matter, the Grand Elder has already communicated with me beforehand. There is no need for concern, I am well aware. Qi Yuan scoffed lightly. Fear what? You wouldn't dare eavesdrop on my words. Their conversation meandered until the sun fully ascended, marking the official commencement of the selection tournament. The Grand Elder initiated proceedings, followed by Yun Kong delivering some formal remarks, outlining the rules of the selection process. Then came the moment for free challenges. The arena fell into a hushed anticipation as everyone awaited the identity of the first challenger to step forward. Traditionally, the initial challenges would occur on the central platform, attracting the most attention. Thus, only those with sufficient confidence dared to ascend. To suffer defeat would be a significant disgrace. In a decisive moment, Tang Tian stood up. So soon? Qi Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Tang Tian smiled. The sooner I strike, the sooner I finish. Upon finishing his words, he leaped directly from the high platform, landing squarely in the center of the arena. Instantly, all eyes in the venue converged upon him. Goodness, he truly dares to do this, exclaimed one onlooker. I certainly wouldn't have the courage to be the first one up there. We shall soon see whether he possesses the strength he claims. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Meanwhile, Tang Tian remained remarkably composed. He effortlessly retrieved a soft chair from his storage ring and settled himself at the center of the stage, exuding an air of tranquility. Anyone who wishes to come forth may do so, he proclaimed. Today, I have no other intention than to impart some lessons to you. His voice, while not loud, resonated throughout the entire venue. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in uproar. This is utterly outrageous, someone shouted. With so many high-ranking individuals watching, if it were me, I doubt I could even stand. But he is seated, isn't he? Sitting is far more impressive than standing. Another chimed in. Look at him, casually sipping tea. Tang Tian's demeanor sparked a frenzy among the spectators. Many who were witnessing him for the first time were awestruck by his calmness. How can an ordinary person exude such confidence? On the contrary, the pure disciples participating in this assessment wore scowls, some even gritting their teeth in anger. How dare he look down upon us? Finally, someone could no longer contain their indignation and bellowed as they leaped onto the stage. Tang Tian lifted his eyelids to glance at the newcomer, a burly man in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, wielding a massive blade resembling a door plank. His face twisted in ferocity. How brazen! A mere honorary disciple dares to teach me a lesson? Let us see if your so-called teachings are worth anything. The man swung his massive blade down onto the arena, the force of which would have shattered ordinary stone if not for the protective formation in place. Let us see if Tang Tian can withstand this. The crowd anticipated eagerly. Yet, Tang Tian remained unperturbed. Oh, may I inquire if that blade agrees with your actions? He asked languidly. The crowd fell into stunned silence. Even the burly man was taken aback. You actually dared to ask? But in the next instant, he felt an uncanny shift in the blade he had wielded for years. The handle and blade trembled violently, rising uncontrollably despite his best efforts to restrain it. "Come back," he shouted, unleashing a powerful force in a desperate attempt to reclaim his weapon. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not regain control. The broad blade abruptly changed direction, delivering a resounding smack against his ample backside. Thud! The man stumbled forward several paces, nearly toppling over. His face was a mask of shock and confusion, yet he persisted in trying to seize control of the blade. To no avail, as the blade once again rose, striking him on the back with tremendous force, finally sending him crashing to the ground. What followed was a bizarre spectacle. The blade, as if possessed, began to lash out at its own master, striking him repeatedly as though it had gone mad. The onlookers wore expressions of disbelief, as it appeared the man was thrashing himself with his own weapon, while Tang Tian sat there, leisurely sipping his tea, not even slightly disturbed. "It seems your blade has acquiesced," Tang Tian remarked with a faint smile. Chapter 84, The Lesson Begins. The inaugural battle was utterly surreal. Without any exchange of blows, the man's weapon had inexplicably turned against him, while Tang Tian maintained his serene demeanor, observing the spectacle of the man being smacked about in pain. What on earth was happening? Tang Tian's understanding of the art of blades had reached an extraordinary level. The Grand Elder spoke softly, recognizing the situation. As true masters, they could discern the nature of the event. After the man's declaration, Tang Tian had effortlessly seized control of the blade, highlighting the disparity in their comprehension of the way. The man, oblivious to the shift, was effectively caught in a dimensional strike. "Are there any disciples among your peers who can reach such heights?" The Grand Elder inquired of the assembly of elders. They hung their heads in silence. Had they possessed such a disciple, they would have sung his praises long ago. They had anticipated Tang Tian's victory, but never imagined it would unfold in such a manner. To achieve such mastery at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm is no small feat. He would be considered elite, even in the heavenly capital. Such an extraordinary talent, reduced to the status of an honorary disciple, was a true mismanagement. Ji Yuan sat nearby, munching on seeds, while casting sardonic glances. Yun Kong observed silently, while the Grand Elder shot him a sidelong glance, choosing not to speak. Meanwhile, the battle on the stage had reached a fever pitch. The blade had grown increasingly erratic, transitioning from mere slapping to lethal strikes. The blade's fierce energy forced the man into a state of frantic disarray, teetering on the brink of disaster. However, those with real strength were able to discern that Tang Tian harbored no intent to injure the man, nor did he wish to defeat him. The seemingly ferocious blade energy was, in fact, meticulously controlled. In other words, it was a lesson in the art of combat. "He is genuinely teaching," someone remarked. Indeed, this was the case. Tang Tian bore no grudge against these individuals. There was no need for total annihilation. Although the man displayed average skill and a somewhat brash demeanor, his willingness to be the first to challenge demonstrated courage. With proper guidance, he could develop into a commendable talent. Sometimes, a touch of leniency is not a bad thing. Tang Tian continued to manipulate the blade, intensifying his offensive. Ultimately, after exhausting the man, he firmly planted the blade beside him. The elders outside the arena, witnessing the conclusion, announced the result of the first challenge, Tang Tian victorious. The spectators remained speechless, astounded by the unexpected manner of victory. Covered in sweat, the man struggled to rise from the ground. After the initial chaos, he had gradually come to realize the unimaginable gap in strength between himself and Tang Tian. He also sensed that Tang Tian had been using this opportunity to teach him the intricacies of blade technique. With a complex expression, the man cupped his hands in gratitude towards Tang Tian before leaping down from the arena. "Tang Tian, will you continue to challenge?" inquired the elder overseeing the platform. Tang Tian nodded, "Of course. I shall remain here until no one dares to face me again." His domineering tone ignited the emotions of the crowd. "I shall take my turn," declared a composed young man as he ascended the stage, eliciting gasps from the audience. "It's Yu Haomiao from the North Peak." He had been in seclusion for an extended period, striving to break through to the nascent soul realm. Although he ultimately did not succeed, he was only a step away. Furthermore, his abilities were formidable. Even an ordinary nascent soul practitioner would not dare to underestimate him. This was bound to be entertaining. The crowd buzzed with anticipation. Feeling the weight of their gaze, Yu Haomiao turned to Tang Tian and smiled lightly. "I hadn't heard your name before my seclusion." Tang Tian regarded him coolly. "Have you ever heard of Sun Wukong?" Yu Haomiao was taken aback. "Who is that?" Tang Tian replied. "A valiant figure who dared to invade the heavenly realm after merely a few years of mastering the ways. Thus, do not presume yourself to be extraordinary and well-versed in everything. There are many things and people you have yet to discover." Yu Haomiao's expression darkened. "Do you think I am akin to that previous fool?" Tang Tian sighed. This fellow seemed to embody the typical arrogance of a young prodigy. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Strike swiftly if you intend to attack. Yu Haomiao's expression darkened completely. Since entering the Qingwei sect, no one had ever dared to treat him with such contempt. Then prepare yourself. With that declaration, the formidable aura of a perfected golden Dan erupted. Pointing his finger toward the heavens, dark clouds swiftly gathered in the sky, accompanied by the ominous rumble of thunder. The air above the arena seemed charged with an intangible electric energy. Moments later, dozens of bolts of lightning descended from the sky, encircling Tang Tian. The crackling sound sending a chill down the spine of all who listened. The Xianlei array. This was Yu Haomiao's ultimate move, and he had chosen to unleash it right from the outset. Clearly, he was genuinely enraged. How could Tang Tian remain seated? Once the Xianlei array took shape, its power would double, making it exceedingly difficult for even a Yuanian cultivator to escape. The onlookers murmured anxiously. Yu Haomiao gazed at the still-seated Tang Tian, a cold smirk appearing on his lips. You are far too arrogant to gaze upon my subordinate's Xianlei array. Your hubris will be the greatest culprit of your downfall, he said icily. Yet, Tang Tian did not even spare him a glance. Enough with the empty rhetoric. If this were a life-or-death struggle, you would have been cleaved into 8 pieces by now. Feeling ignored, Yu Haomiao's fury intensified, and he spread his arms wide, unleashing his full might. I will not hold back. Combine. With his shout, dozens of bolts of lightning erupted, transforming into massive tendrils, surrounding Tang Tian like a dark, thunderous prison. The spiraling bolts converged upon him, their intertwining brilliance instilling a sense of dread in the spectators. Truly formidable. Why hasn't Tang Tian reacted yet? If this continues, it will surely be too late. The crowd's hearts raced. As the lightning prison continued to constrict around Tang Tian, Yu Haomiao's lips curled into a mocking smile. Too late. Even if you are in the late Yuaniing stage, you shall not escape this thunderous array. He channeled even more spiritual energy, causing his robe to billow dramatically. Soon, the lightning prison shrank to its limits. However, to everyone's shock, even at its peak, the prison continued to constrict. In an instant, Tang Tian's form slowly emerged. The once house-sized black cage now reduced to a small black sphere, spinning gently in his palm. Throughout the entire ordeal, Tang Tian had not changed his posture. Yu Haomiao? The disciples. Impressive lightning technique, Tang Tian remarked with a faint smile, but it still requires refinement. With that, he raised his hand gently. The black sphere in his palm flew forth, expanding rapidly as it left his grasp, instantly enveloping the entire arena. Hundreds of thick black bolts of lightning roared, emanating countless dark flashes. The entire arena transformed into a more colossal and fearsome Xianlei grand array. Standing on the high platform, Yun Kong could not help but exclaim in astonishment. His lightning technique is truly exquisite. It seems we are about to commence a lesson. Chapter 85. Is the venue officially set? Above the arena, endless black electric arcs crackled violently, enveloping both Tang Tian and Yu Haomiao within a colossal black prison. The terrifying force made the watching disciples swallow hard. Tang Tian has seized Yu Haomiao's Xianlei array? Some speculated uncertainly. Not only that, but the Xianlei array he unleashed was exponentially more powerful than before. It was simply astonishing. The crowd stared wide-eyed, unable to comprehend the situation. If the first battle, where Tang Tian casually defeated a mid-golden Dan brute, had shocked them, this time it was an overwhelming revelation. His opponent was none other than the formidable Yu Haomiao from the North Peak, the strongest of the new generation of inner disciples, capable of standing against those in the Yuaniing stage. Yet, he was being toyed with by Tang Tian. How powerful could Tang Tian truly be? He must be at the Yuaniing stage, someone exclaimed. But soon, another scoffed dismissively. The strength Tang Tian displays does not solely stem from his cultivation level, but from his profound understanding of the Tao. The way of the sword, the way of lightning. One wonders just how many paths he has mastered. Those who had discerned the truth nodded in agreement. This was Tang Tian's most terrifying attribute. While one could strive to enhance their cultivation, comprehending the intricacies of Tao was a matter of innate talent and fortune, not easily attained. Let us observe. Yu Haomiao may yet prevail, someone suggested. However, the arena was now completely shrouded in the Xianlei array, obscuring the situation within. Little did they know that if Yu Haomiao had heard their words, he would have spat in disdain. Inside the invisible Xianlei array, thick black electric arcs filled the space. Yu Haomiao, feeling the dreadful force surrounding him, turned pale, his face marked by trepidation. He sensed that even a hint of this power touching him would spell his doom. The fear gripped him, causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably. Since entering the Qingwei sect, this was the first time Yu Haomiao had encountered a situation where he had no means of retaliation. Finally, he could endure no longer. Tang Tian. No, brother Tang. Yu Haomiao cried out tremulously. I was reckless. I should not have provoked you like that. Please, please retract your divine power. He had no choice but to plead, for the lightning arcs were perilously close to his body. Any slight movement would surely ignite him in flames. Yet, no matter how he called out, there was no response from Tang Tian. The black lightning drew ever closer, and Yu Haomiao could feel the sting of pain on his skin. In a panic, he could only shout, Elder, Elder, I concede, please, make him stop. Yu Haomiao's voice was hoarse, a stark contrast to his earlier bravado when he first ascended the arena. Amidst his desperate cries, there finally came a response. Suddenly, all the lightning vanished, leaving the arena unchanged, serene and sunny, as if everything that had transpired was merely a dream. Meanwhile, Tang Tian remained composed, sipping tea and letting out a soft sigh, appearing somewhat disappointed. However, at that moment, Yu Haomiao could no longer afford to pay attention to Tang Tian. Finally breathing in the safety of the air, his legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. The elder outside approached at the right moment. Gazing at the terrified Yu Haomiao, the elder shook his head with a sigh. Turning to Tang Tian, he could not help but say, such a rare opportunity. And you simply let it slip away. Did you not notice the essence of the lightning around you? It was meant for you to comprehend. The elder shook his head repeatedly, embodying a sense of disappointment. Yu Haomiao stood there dazed, staring blankly at Tang Tian, suddenly recalling that while the lightning had appeared fearsome, its movements did indeed seem to follow a profound pattern. Unfortunately, at that moment, he had been engulfed by fear and could not calm his mind to fathom its intricacies. Enough, elder. Please announce the results, Tang Tian interjected. Opportunities like these, when they slip away, cannot be blamed on anyone. Tang Tian wins. With the elder's announcement, Yu Haomiao hung his head low, as if all his strength had been drained, hurriedly departing the arena. Meanwhile, the watching disciples were left utterly bewildered. They had no idea what had transpired within the shroud of the Xianlei Grand Array. How had Yu Haomiao been defeated? Why did he exhibit such behavior? He appeared unscathed. I've seen this state before. Suddenly, a disciple shouted loudly, instantly drawing the attention of many. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, he solemnly declared, previously. When a friend of mine lost his crush of 10 years to someone else, it felt just like this. Indeed, it is heart-wrenching, a state of utter despair. Upon finishing his statement, he was met with a chorus of disdainful glances. What utter nonsense! Fabricating friendships from thin air. Surely, you speak of yourself. The crowd scoffed. Yet, they could not fathom the true reason behind Yu Haomiao's peculiar demeanor. However, those watching from the high platform could discern the underlying truth. Several peak masters and numerous high-ranking officials exhibited varied expressions. Tang Tian's actions clearly exceeded their expectations. Subsequently, they summoned some of their trusted aides and whispered amongst themselves. Moments later, a young lad leaped onto the stage. The youth was strikingly handsome and exuded a commanding presence, a faint aura emanating from him that elicited gasps from the audience. A Yuaniing stage practitioner. Yet, he appeared somewhat unfamiliar. I recall. He is a disciple of the Eastern Peak, who ascended to the inner sect last year with overwhelming prowess during the inner disciples assessment. And he was subsequently taken away by a prominent figure for secret cultivation. Goodness, is that true? He is indeed a genuine prodigy. Let us see if he can stand up to Tang Tian. At the very least, he should make him rise from his seat. The disciples buzzed with anticipation. As the eager crowd looked on, the young man stood before Tang Tian, slowly raising his hands. He then bowed deeply. Brother. The gathered disciples exchanged bewildered glances. What on earth is this? He addresses him as brother right off the bat? They looked at one another in confusion. Yet Tang Tian displayed little surprise. Offering a slight smile, I believe I have seen you before. You also ventured into the dragon transformation pool, did you not? The youth nodded. Thanks to you. My experience in the dragon transformation pool was immensely beneficial. Thank you, brother. Tang Tian couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. Why is that phrase recurring? Then why do you still challenge me? Tang Tian inquired. The youth forced a bitter smile. I was reluctant. Just now, my master issued a command. He gestured toward the high platform, and Tang Tian instantly understood. This group intended to use him as a training ground. They were truly unwilling to miss any opportunity. Having only attended 2 lessons, they wanted him to be officially recognized? Tang Tian shook his head. Well, since we are fellow disciples, I might as well assist during this moment of interest. Very well, then. Proceed. Tang Tian responded. Chapter 86. My brother. The battle commenced swiftly. This time, the observing disciples finally witnessed the clash unfold. Although the combat between the two remained dazzling, it was at least comprehensible. Moreover, this contest was the fiercest and most thrilling since the challenge began. The youth was indeed formidable, showcasing an array of intricate techniques, transforming the stage into his personal showcase. evoking continuous gasps of awe. Meanwhile, Tang Tian remained seated, exuding an air of tranquility. Regardless of the youth's efforts, he effortlessly countered each move, not once compelled to stand. After an intense exchange, Tang Tian flicked a finger, sending the youth hurtling through the air, crashing down and staggering back several steps. His face pale and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Gritting his teeth, he stood for a moment, striving to calm his breath. Subsequently, the youth solemnly bowed to Tang Tian, conceding defeat. "Thank you immensely." Finally, he refrained from uttering that phrase again. Tang Tian nodded. This young man, not only far surpassing Yu Hao Miao in strength, but also possessing remarkable insight, had grasped much from the recent battle. No wonder he was chosen to enter the dragon transformation pool for training. With the Elder's announcement, Tang Tian celebrated his third victory. Soon after, a strikingly beautiful woman ascended the stage. Bai Qiling from the Eastern Peak. Last year, she entered the inner sect with outstanding results, her methods sharp and her strength unfathomable. The crowd recognized her, though their anticipation of her defeating Tang Tian had waned. After 3 distinct battles, Tang Tian seemed truly invincible. Bai Qiling stood upon the stage and spoke softly. "I previously believed that honorary disciples merely spoke grandiloquently to draw attention. It appears I was too narrow-minded." Tang Tian replied, "In the realm of cultivation, there are countless talents. One must never underestimate anyone at any time. Even in my current state, I do not consider myself truly invincible among those of the same realm. The world is vast, filled with exceptional prodigies. Without the correct mindset, one is bound to face dire consequences." "Indeed," Bai Qiling acknowledged, "Brother Tang has made me realize this truth. However, I still wish to engage in combat with you, to gauge my own shortcomings." Tang Tian nodded. "Very well, let us begin." The battle commenced. Bai Qiling indeed lived up to her title of prodigy, her methods exceedingly fierce. An aura of lethal intent permeating the stage. Although her cultivation was somewhat singular, her comprehension of the path of killing had reached an exceptionally high level. Even the audience could feel the suffocating rhythm of her assaults. If she were to face the previous youth, the outcome would be uncertain. Unfortunately, her opponent was Tang Tian. Ultimately, they existed on different planes. After effortlessly deflecting all of Bai Qiling's attacks, Tang Tian flicked a tea leaf, instantly dismantling her lethal maneuvers, leaving a blood mark on her fair arm. Bai Qiling exhaled deeply, cupped her hands in surrender. "Thank you, brother." She turned and gracefully descended from the stage. "Alas, I have indeed lost," someone sighed. Was this to be expected? At least Tang Tian had to use a weapon this time. "Is your mind intact? A tea leaf is called a weapon? If you could spit out a tea leaf as well, let us see if it could harm another." "Goodness, you actually spat it out. Get away from me." A minor commotion erupted in the stands, swiftly quelled by the elder. The contest continued on the stage. Following Bai Qiling, the main peak S. Hua Jingwei, the western peak S. Zhao He, and several other elite disciples who typically remained low-key ascended one after another. Yet, despite their full-force efforts and all-out techniques, none could compel Tang Tian to rise from his seat, including the one especially instructed by Qi Yuan, the proud Mu Qianqian from the 6th peak. Following Qi Yuan's advice, Tang Tian escalated his efforts, decisively overwhelming her. It was in this battle that the audience witnessed the true terror of Tang Tian when he applied himself. There was simply no room for defense. From the moment she stepped onto the stage to the conclusion, she had not a single chance to counter, utterly dominated from start to finish. Moreover, the young woman, like a wounded bird cornered behind a wall, stubbornly refused to concede. Ultimately, Tang Tian had no choice but to send her flying with a casual wave of his hand. "You wait. I swear I shall reclaim my honor." Still defiant, Tang Tian shook his head, disregarding her, and continued his lessons for the other prodigies. Observing the situation from above, Qi Yuan smirked and remarked, "You all are using my brother for training, aren't you? Isn't that a tad ungracious?" The Grand Elder cast him a glance, responding, "I will duly note Tang Tian's merits." Qi Yuan scoffed, "Merits? My brother is fabulously wealthy. Even his urine is a pile of innate Tao jade. What does he need from your little merits? Why do some people, as they age, only think of taking advantage?" Qi Yuan always spoke in a sarcastic tone towards Li Tianhua. Probably only he dared to address him in such a manner within the entire Qingwei sect. The Grand Elder wore a look of helplessness, stating, "Tang Tian has assisted numerous elite disciples this time. Apart from the merits, it is believed that the leaders of each peak will also express their gratitude towards him." Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow and remarked, "What is gratitude? Can it be eaten? My brother needs none of these superficial sentiments." The Grand Elder immediately retorted angrily, "Stop playing the fool. With the imminent battle of the 100 Gates, and the subsequent decision regarding that position, what good will gratitude do?" Qi Yuan responded with a long "oh," and then chuckled, "So that's what you mean. You could have stated it plainly instead of going around in circles. The Grand Elder snorted coldly, infuriated. This fellow was clearly being deliberately ambiguous. Clarity and vagueness are entirely different matters. There had been considerable room for maneuver, but with Qi Yuan's interference, all the higher-ups were compelled to take this matter seriously. Although Qi Yuan appeared to be brawny and simple-minded, he was indeed astute. This was evident, as while the peak masters did not show much, the other high-ranking officials were already contemplating in silence. Meanwhile, Lu Chang'e, Tian Yaxing, and Imo Xiaoxiao gazed into the distance, lost in their thoughts. The intrigue on the high platform did not affect the battles below. The combat on the arena continued unabated. As time passed, over 20 elite disciples had challenged Tang Tian. Except for the initial strongman and Yu Haomiao, all subsequent challengers were above the nascent soul stage, each possessing remarkable strength. One even reached the mid-nascent soul stage and nearly brushed against Tang Tian's sleeve, demonstrating immense power. Yet, regardless of their efforts, none could compel Tang Tian to rise. Moments later, a familiar figure stood opposite him. I have exerted all my imagination to fathom your might, but I now realize that I have underestimated you. The newcomer was Nie Wuxuang. After her journey through the dragon transformation pool, she had attained the nascent soul stage. But I still wish to battle you head-on. It is my aspiration, she declared. Chapter 87. An early conclusion. Tang Tian held a vivid impression of Nie Wuxuang. She possessed exceptional talent, remarkable strength, and a meticulous mind. During the flag-snatching battle, although she did not dominate the field, had it not been for Tang Tian, the royal flag would have undoubtedly been hers. Following Imo Xiaoxiao's guidance, Nie Wuxuang had made tremendous strides, now incomparable to her former self. From a certain perspective, Imo Xiaoxiao's discerning eye for talent was indeed sharp. Let us begin, Tang Tian replied with a smile. The battle commenced instantly. Nie Wuxuang, as before, commenced with her full effort. A multitude of long swords erupted forth, forming a massive sword array that swiftly traversed the arena. In the next moment, all the swords redirected their trajectory, aimed at Tang Tian. As before, he gently raised a hand, and all the swords abruptly halted in midair, as if time itself had frozen. However, this time, he did not successfully seize control of the swords. Nie Wuxuang seemed to have anticipated this scenario, swiftly changing her tactic. A primary sword radiated blinding brilliance, while the other swords trembled violently, redirecting towards the main sword. In less than a breath's time, all the swords converged, forming a colossal celestial sword of severance. Concurrently, as the celestial sword took shape, the momentum from the sword hilt surged forth, propelling the sword directly towards Tang Tian. The immense force pierced through the air, creating visible ripples. Indeed, there is progress, Tang Tian remarked with a faint smile, raising his hand and gently pushing forward. The air before him instantaneously solidified, forming an invisible, sturdy wall. In the next moment, the celestial sword collided with the wall. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted above the arena, shockwaves sweeping across the entire venue, causing some weaker disciples to lose their balance and tumble from their seats. Rising with faces filled with terror, they exclaimed, "Is this what genius looks like? Truly formidable!" As people gasped in awe, their eyes returned to the arena. The celestial sword was indeed extraordinary, even with Tang Tian erecting an air wall before him. It continued to advance under Nie Wuxuang's command, gradually closing in. Yet, regrettably, when it was about half a meter away from Tang Tian, it could advance no further. The entire sword body emitted a cracking sound, clearly reaching its limit. Tang Tian smiled faintly and pushed forward another half-inch. The colossal celestial sword finally could bear no more. With a resounding explosion, it shattered. However, to everyone's astonishment, the celestial sword did not splinter into fragments, but transformed into a rain of light, cascading above the arena. Even more surprising was that Nie Wuxuang herself vanished, seemingly merging into the rain of light. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. At that moment, at the periphery of his body, a drop of light rain suddenly expanded, morphing into a thin, blade-like dagger, silently lunging toward him. Unfortunately, just as it was about to strike Tang Tian, a hand holding a teacup appeared before it. Ding! The dagger's tip was firmly locked between Tang Tian's two fingers, unable to advance an inch further. Then, with a gentle flick of his finger, he sent the dagger flying. As it soared through the air, the dagger swelled with the wind, transforming into the likeness of Nie Wuxuang. She staggered backward and ultimately could not maintain her footing. Kneeling on one knee and spitting out a mouthful of blood, her complexion pale to the extreme. That last move was an all-or-nothing strike on her part. Your progress is indeed remarkable, Tang Tian mused softly. Just now, Nie Wuxuang had concealed herself amidst the exploding celestial sword, launching a full-force strike from close range. She had come perilously close to damaging her own attire. Truly formidable. Niao Wushuang remained silent, taking a long time to gradually rise. Although her face was still pale, she bowed respectfully to Tang Tian. Thank you. Having spoken, she walked slowly down from the arena. Watching her retreating figure, Tang Tian paused briefly, feeling a slight dampness in his hand. Upon inspection, he discovered that although he had effortlessly blocked Niao Wushuang's all-out attack, she had still managed to inflict a small amount of damage. The barely discernible crack on the teacup served as evidence. This crack instantly dispelled any sense of complacency Tang Tian had accumulated from his numerous victories. I have indeed emerged too soon. Today, someone could inflict damage upon my teacup. Tomorrow, someone may sever my throat. After returning, he resolved to elevate his mastery of the myriad methods to a higher realm, refine the divine phoenix secret technique to perfection, and only then consider re-emerging. Tang Tian reflected on this. He could hardly fathom how other prodigies would react if they overheard his thoughts. Following Niao Wushuang, 2 more elite disciples opted to challenge Tang Tian. Subsequently, no one else volunteered to take the stage. Moreover, due to the incident with the teacup, Tang Tian lost the inclination to continue. Thus, he concluded this round of free challenges, confident that he had undoubtedly passed. Upon returning to the high platform, Qi Yuan noticed Tang Tian's expression was somewhat off and inquired, "Old Jean, what's the matter?" Tang Tian sighed deeply. "I feel that I am still too weak. I was almost blinded by a momentary victory, but thankfully, I woke up in time. From now on, I must redouble my efforts." Qi Yuan exclaimed, "What? You should listen to yourself. You participated in a challenge match, seated comfortably, sipping tea, and dispatched dozens of elite prodigies of the same rank. And now you return to introspect and claim you are too weak? If I were to bring those prodigies here, would you dare to say that again in front of them?" Qi Yuan was somewhat bewildered, unable to comprehend Tang Tian's mindset. Even the Grand Elder, Li Tianhua, couldn't he help but cast a perplexed glance. In his view, Tang Tian embodied all the admirable qualities of an exceptional disciple: talent, strength, financial resources, and an immense sense of responsibility towards the sect. Moreover, he remained humble and composed, even after achieving such tremendous victories. The first thought in his mind was to reflect on himself. This was simply extraordinary. The Grand Elder shook his head, lamenting that Tang Tian, being an honorary disciple, could not easily alter the sect's rules for the sake of one individual. He could only hope that once Tang Tian entered the Cloud Summit Heaven Mansion, he would truly shine. Within the confines of the Cloud Summit, the distinction between honorary disciples and other disciples would diminish significantly. After Tang Tian's challenge concluded, it took a considerable time before other disciples ascended the arena. This time, all 5 stages were activated, marking the commencement of the official core disciple selection. However, due to the explosive nature of Tang Tian's opening, the subsequent battles appeared rather lackluster, failing to captivate the audience's interest. Seated atop the high platform, Tang Tian observed with a detached demeanor. He noticed Niao Wushuang, who, despite her injuries, exhibited formidable prowess and successfully subdued her opponent. He also caught sight of the youth from the Palace of Youth, who effortlessly toyed with his adversaries using a handful of spiritual plant seeds. His gaze then fell upon Linyu, the once proud maiden, who now seemed to blend into the crowd, her condition markedly poor. Quickly, Tang Tian averted his attention. Since the moment he traversed into this world, any connection between them had been irrevocably severed. The challenge, typically lasting several days with thousands of participants, continued on. After watching for a while, the Grand Elder and other high-ranking officials gradually departed. Tang Tian, alongside Qi Yuan, also took his leave, officially transferring Li Hong and the others into his care. "Rest assured, I will not let you down," Qi Yuan assured him. Without further conversation, Tang Tian bid them farewell and returned alone to the purple bamboo courtyard. Sitting beneath the ancient locust tree, he listened to the gentle trickle from the ancient well, his heart imbued with tranquility. For him, the selection was merely a minor interlude. Aside from revealing a fraction of his strength, it bore little benefit. The so-called goodwill from the higher-ups did not weigh heavily on his mind. Presently, what mattered most to him remained his cultivation, resource points, and a comprehensive understanding of myriad laws. These constituted the essence of his survival in this realm. After a prolonged moment, Tang Tian inhaled deeply, casting his gaze skyward towards the distant pinnacle. "I must ascend to that height." Chapter 88. The situation in the mansion. The core disciple selection lasted a full 5 days, during which Tang Tian's name resounded throughout the Qingwei sect. He single-handedly challenged dozens of the most elite inner disciples, achieving overwhelming victories in each encounter, a feat that was indeed rare in the annals of Qingwei's history. The last individual comparable to him was the legendary Ling Luo fairy, who 2 decades prior outshone her peers, leaving them in her wake. It was said that her talent and constitution had reached an unfathomable level, and she had not even had the chance to participate in the 100 Sects battle before transcending and being led away by the Cloud Summit Heaven Mansion. Now, Tang Tian exuded a similar aura. Yet, just as the discussions of his burgeoning fame reached a crescendo, Tang Tian chose once again to retreat into silence. After entrusting Li Hong and the others to Qi Yuan, he embarked on a solitary journey of cultivation, sometimes within the purple bamboo courtyard. Other times in the Tao-level silent chambers of the training hall, he would stay for several days. The inherent talent of the Son of Destiny, combined with various enhancements and an abundance of cultivation resources, propelled Tang Tian's advancement like a wild stallion running free. In merely 10 days, he successfully broke through to the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Another half-month passed, and he stood at the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm. Days later, a formidable aura erupted within the purple bamboo courtyard. When Tang Tian emerged from the silent chamber, he had already reached the initial stage of the transformation realm. Such rapid progress left Qi Yuan in awe. "Old Jean, I feel you are now on par with the prodigies within the mansion," he exclaimed. Tang Tian, curious, inquired, "What is the Cloud Summit Heaven Mansion like?" His intrigue regarding this powerful and enigmatic sect had always lingered, especially since he would eventually venture there. Qi Yuan's gaze turned nostalgic as he replied, "It is a true sanctuary for cultivation, a realm of the immortals." He then turned to Tang Tian. "Immortals are indeed formidable, but within the Cloud Summit, they are merely minor figures, easily found in abundance. To be candid, if the mansion did not require an extensive display and a multitude of talents, I would never have been dispatched to Qinghua Sect. Perhaps I am merely a minor steward in the mansion now." Tang Tian fell silent, realizing the mansion's immense power. It appeared even more formidable than he had previously imagined. "Why does the mansion hasten its expansion?" he asked. Qi Yuan shook his head. "How could a mere individual like me know the affairs of the higher-ups? However, as far as I know, the Cloud Summit Heaven Mansion has not existed for long, merely a few thousand years. Yet, its influence is boundless. I have never ventured beyond its confines. The mansion's vast expanse could rival hundreds of Qinghua sects, and its core membership was staggering, numbering in the hundreds of millions." Tang Tian nodded. Since arriving in this world, his perspective on the cultivation realm had shifted significantly. Previously, he had believed the cultivation world vast, yet sparsely populated, assuming that a sect with 1 million disciples would be the dominant force across the continent. However, he later discovered that while the vastness was indeed true, the total population was far from negligible. Qinghua Sect alone boasted over 10 million disciples. When accounting for all affiliated personnel, it rivaled the population of a nation. Sects similar to Qinghua were as plentiful as the stars in the sky, innumerable and overwhelming. The smaller sects were akin to grains of sand in a desert, impossible to quantify. This was merely the number of cultivators. The number of mortals was even more incalculable. The cultivation realm was exceedingly vast, with no discernible boundaries. Regardless of how many existed, it always felt sparsely populated. Thus, a core personnel count in the hundreds of millions within the mansion was not exaggerated and fell well within Tang Tian's expectations. This figure represented a staggering number of geniuses within the mansion. Should Niao Wushuang, or even Gu Xiaoxue, the prodigies of Qinghua, be cast into the Cloud Summit, they would likely create no more than a ripple. The mansion was divided into 10 major regions, each further subdivided into numerous smaller areas. Qi Yuan continued. "In my time in the Southeast District, within the Yinming subregion, a prodigious young talent emerged. He began cultivating at 10, attained immortality by 15, and boasted unparalleled combat prowess. But guess what? He ranked only 19th among the 20-plus divisions in the Southeast District. And within the entire Cloud Summit Heaven Mansion, he was barely beyond the 200 mark." Qi Yuan's face was filled with astonishment as Tang Tian felt a tightening in his chest. A prodigy who achieved immortality in 5 years could not even place in the top 100 among contemporaries, a testament to the mansion's overwhelming strength. It was indeed a sanctuary teeming with talent. Reflecting on this, Tang Tian's resolve strengthened. He must accumulate sufficient foundation before making his debut. Sensing Tang Tian's thoughts, Qi Yuan smiled. "But you are by no means weak. I heard that just last year, you were merely a lowly outer disciple in the Qi refinement stage. In just over half a year, you have reached the transformation realm. Such achievements place you among the elite in any sub-region of the Cloud Summit. Moreover, your understanding of Tao laws is the most profound I have ever encountered. Most presiding elders cannot compare to you." Tang Tian smiled, but refrained from responding. His aspirations extended far beyond a single sub-region. "What was it like for you in the mansion during your youth?" Tang Tian inquired. Qi Yuan chuckled heartily and replied, "Although I have been constrained by my innate talent and various circumstances, I have yet to achieve successful transformation even after several hundred years. However, in my residing district back then, I was among the top 100. Many disciples with superior talents were unable to match my practical combat abilities, which is precisely why I was selected to come to Qingwei Sect. A hint of youthful pride flickered across his face. Tang Tian smiled and said, "May I dare to learn from you?" After Li Hong and the others departed, he found himself devoid of any sparring partners. Having not engaged in actual combat for over a month, and his hands itched for action, though he was wary of others, he was willing to test his skills against Qi Yuan. "All right." Qi Yuan laughed heartily, standing up and shaking his robust arms. "I haven't fought in years. It's about time I stretch my limbs. But I must warn you, if you get hurt, don't come crying to me." Tang Tian also rose, smiling as he said, "Then I must apologize in advance." With that, the two clashed almost instantaneously. Chapter 89. As long as I don't die. Qi Yuan was not exaggerating. Once the battle commenced, Tang Tian immediately felt the pressure. This pressure was unlike what he experienced during his skirmishes with Li Hong. It was a true sense of life and death urgency and oppression. If his encounters with Li Hong had been mere exchanges of techniques, facing Qi Yuan was a genuine struggle for survival. Qi Yuan's methods were not overly complex, yet each strike was straightforward and efficient, devoid of unnecessary flair. Initially, Tang Tian found himself thoroughly suppressed, unable to mount any counterattacks, and soon suffered several tangible blows. No wonder Qi Yuan had confidently warned him not to complain later. Any ordinary practitioner would likely be left incapacitated on the ground. Yet, Tang Tian was anything but ordinary. The formidable phoenix body and the extraordinary phoenix secret technique allowed him to recover swiftly even when injured, with no detriment to his combat prowess. This was the first time he truly experienced the efficacy of the phoenix secret technique in actual combat. As time passed, he gradually adapted to Qi Yuan's rhythm. The frequency of attacks against him diminished, and he occasionally managed to execute effective counterattacks. After some time, Qi Yuan landed a punch squarely on Tang Tian's chest. And in that moment, Tang Tian seized the opportunity to kick him in the side, both retreating for a brief respite. Just as Tang Tian prepared to resume his offensive, Qi Yuan raised his hand and exclaimed, "Stop! Stop! Stop!" The ferocious battle came to a halt. Qi Yuan, observing Tang Tian's unlabored breathing, was filled with astonishment. "What on earth are you made of? You're still standing after all that, and you seem to be getting stronger." Tang Tian chuckled, but remained silent. The Phoenix secret technique was one of his trump cards, and he had no intention of revealing it so soon. "Are all the top 100 talents in the Tianfu as formidable as you?" Tang Tian inquired. If that were truly the case, then the Yunding Tianfu would indeed be beyond his expectations. Qi Yuan stepped forward. A few centuries ago, I was within the top 100. But things are different now. Take the transformation realm, for example. It's not just the top 100 in the district that I can contend with, against anyone in the Tianfu at my level. They might not find it easy to gain the upper hand. Old Jin, with your strength, you'll undoubtedly become one of the noteworthy figures in Tianfu, Qi Yuan remarked. Tang Tian remained noncommittal. His abilities and understanding of techniques had indeed surpassed the confines of the transformation realm, but beyond that, he was uncertain. If his opponent's combat prowess was on par with Qi Yuan, victory was far from guaranteed. After contemplating, Tang Tian asked, "Old Qi, is there a way to rapidly enhance one's combat capabilities?" Qi Yuan scoffed, shaking his head. "There are no shortcuts. Only through relentless combat can one truly grasp the essence of life and death struggles." Tang Tian fell silent. Genuine life and death encounters were scarce, and he was not particularly eager to gamble with his life. However, with the Phoenix secret technique at his disposal, a simulated life and death struggle could still be arranged. After some thought, Tang Tian proposed, "Old Qi, could you assist me in finding some individuals with rich combat experience? I wish to augment my practical abilities as much as possible. You may instruct them to use any means necessary, as long as they do not kill me." Qi Yuan was momentarily dumbfounded, staring at Tang Tian in disbelief. "Are you serious? You don't need to go to such lengths. With your current talents and resources, given enough time, you could easily ascend to the higher echelons of Tianfu. With the protection of the Tianfu, no one would pose a threat to you." Tang Tian shook his head. Relying on others is never as reliable as depending on oneself. Only one's own strength is truly formidable. I implore you. In the end, after Tang Tian's insistence, Qi Yuan agreed. He verified once more whether Tang Tian truly desired to reach a state of "as long as I don't die." Upon receiving confirmation, Qi Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "What a madman." The geniuses within the Tianfu would never anticipate the kind of presence they were about to encounter. "Very well. I will make the arrangements." Tang Tian beamed with delight. When sufficient security was ensured, one could afford to be audacious. After a brief chat, the two said their farewells. Qi Yuan was highly efficient, By the following afternoon, 10 formidable practitioners, exuding an aura of lethal intent, arrived at Zizhu Courtyard. Upon learning more about them, Tang Tian discovered they were Qi Yuan's direct subordinates, having fought alongside him for over a century and witnessed countless life and death scenarios, endowing them with immense combat experience. Under Qi Yuan's arrangement, these individuals would come to Zizhu Courtyard every afternoon to spar with Tang Tian. He welcomed this with open arms. Thus, that very afternoon, Tang Tian's blood flowed freely within Zizhu Courtyard. Qi Yuan was serious. He genuinely adhered to the stipulation of as long as I don't die. Tang Tian, despite being riddled with wounds and experiencing excruciating pain, persevered, ultimately sending them off with a smile and reminding them to arrive punctually the next day. Such a display left Qi Yuan's subordinates utterly astonished. They had never encountered someone so reckless. Tomorrow? Will he even be able to stand? What they did not realize was that upon returning to his cultivation chamber, all of Tang Tian's wounds had already healed completely, leaving no trace aside from the bloodied garments. The enhanced vitality coursing through him provided an inexhaustible wellspring of life energy, resulting in no depletion whatsoever. After reflecting on the afternoon's battle, Tang Tian resumed his training. The next afternoon, witnessing Tang Tian, fully intact and imbued with even greater combat fervor, left his subordinates nearly speechless. What kind of divine being possessed such miraculous healing properties? With this revelation, they fully unleashed their capabilities, diligently adhering to the as long as I don't die mandate, subjecting Tang Tian to even more brutal treatment than the day before. Even seasoned combatants like them felt a shiver of apprehension. However, on the third day, Tang Tian was once again vivacious and clamoring for them to intensify their efforts. Thus, Tang Tian would cultivate in the Dao-level training room in the morning, return to Zizhu Courtyard for life and death combat in the afternoon, and spend the evenings summarizing the battles and absorbing the day's insights. In this intensely fulfilling routine, Tang Tian's cultivation and combat abilities underwent transformative breakthroughs daily. His overall strength progressed towards an unfathomable realm. Should he encounter Niao Wushuang again, even under the same circumstances, she would never be able to approach his cup of tea again. After more than half a month, Tang Tian firmly advanced to the mid-transformation realm. It was at this juncture that he finally received word that Qin Hai was coming to pay a visit. Chapter 90. The hand behind the scenes, Brother Yun. I have sent the money over for you. Tang Tian communicated through a messaging jade talisman to inform Yun Kong. During this period of rigorous cultivation, he had consistently kept an eye on the development of the Qinghua sect. These were all points of expenditure. However, it was unfortunate that the construction of the Qinghua sect seemed to have reached a saturation point. After nearly 2 months of continuous investment, over 70 trillion spirit stones had been expended, yet not a single piece of innate Dao jade was acquired. Adhering to the philosophy that even the smallest mosquito is still meat, Tang Tian did not completely abandon the project. Just moments ago, he had sent Yun Kong over 90 billion in small change. Young Master Tang, is it truly necessary for me to deliver such a vast sum? A subordinate of Qi Yuan asked, his hand trembling slightly as he held the storage ring, a hint of anxiety evident in his voice. Over time, through amicable exchanges, both parties had grown familiar, occasionally assisting Tang Tian with minor tasks. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian's gaze flickered. Is there a difficulty? If so, shall I offer you an innate Dao jade as a tip? The subordinate immediately shook his head vigorously. No, that is certainly unnecessary. If the Peak Master were to find out, I would surely face dire consequences. What I meant was, never mind, since you trust me so deeply. I will not let you down. Rest assured, I will deliver every single coin to the young Sect Master. Observing the man appear as if he were making an oath, Tang Tian could not help but feel speechless. It was merely a matter of sending some pocket money. Did it require such solemnity? It's fine if you lose it. I'll provide you with more. Hurry back. Don't delay today's training, Tang Tian instructed. The subordinate nodded earnestly before departing from the Zizhu courtyard. Although it was still morning, Tang Tian chose not to practice in the dojo. Instead, he sat quietly beneath the old locust tree, awaiting something. It wasn't long before the formation outside the courtyard was triggered, prompting Tang Tian to rise and open the array. It was Qin Hai. Young Master Tang. Qin Hai clasped his hands in salute. There is no need for such formality, Tang Tian smiled as he invited him inside. After months apart, Qin Hai had undergone a transformation. He now exuded the demeanor of someone in a higher position. It appeared that after the previous transaction, he had indeed gained sufficient standing within the Jinyu Tang. Come, let us see what you have brought today. Tang Tian felt a surge of excitement. Having not spent any money for quite some time, Qin Hai then produced 2 exquisite shumi rings. Upon opening one of the rings, Tang Tian discovered it was filled with high-grade, high-quality cultivation resources, a veritable treasure trove. The other ring was brimming with various techniques, the quantity even surpassing the last time, amounting to over 10,000 types. Regrettably, however, the combined value of the two rings was still less than 200 trillion, roughly the same as before. It seemed that Qi Bin had spoken the truth. This amount was the maximum limit for the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce in this region, and any further increase would necessitate alternate methods. The construction of the Qingyue sect was similarly nearing saturation. With a slight sigh, Tang Tian realized that if he wished to indulge in spinning in the future, he would have to venture to places like Yunding Tianfu. Not bad, Tang Tian remarked as he stored the two rings, opting for a rare one-time settlement. Now that he had funds, following the investments from the sixth peak and various expenditures, his innate Dao Jade had surpassed 1,000 and continued to grow. From here on, let the resources come as they may. Focus on the techniques, no matter where you acquire them from, Tang Tian instructed. Qin Hai nodded solemnly in agreement. What progress has been made regarding the matter with Tian Feng? I previously heard from Li Hong that there were some particularly intriguing discoveries, Tang Tian inquired. Qin Hai nodded in response. Indeed, since the last transaction concluded, I successfully obtained the position of steward at Jinyutang, and with Lord Qi Bin backing me, the investigative process has been significantly smoother. I have indeed discovered that prior to Tian Feng's arrival at Zizhu Courtyard, he had a clandestine meeting with Du Yuanqing. Following that meeting, Tian Feng approached me, forcefully taking on the matter of trading with you. Thus, Du Yuanqing is certainly aware of this situation. Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly. He had no prior dealings with Du Yuanqing, and even during the last inspection meeting, Du Yuanqing had refused his funding. Why would he intentionally create animosity through Tian Feng? What is this particularly intriguing discovery you mentioned earlier? Tang Tian inquired. After pondering, Qin Hai replied, Young Master Tang, do you recall Lord Qi previously discussing matters related to equity distribution? Tang Tian nodded. This was a matter of trillions of scale, firmly lodged in his mind. However, due to the equity being outside the Qingyue sect, it had yet to be finalized. During my investigation of Tian Feng, I came across another revelation, Qin Hai continued. Just after their clandestine meeting, Du Yuanqing formally submitted an application to the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce. He wishes to partake in this equity distribution. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Are you suggesting that Du Yuanqing is concerned that my proximity to Tingyun may affect his equity distribution? This seems to be the sole reason for conflict. After all, the equity issue will influence next year's voting for the second-in-command of Qingyue sect. Yet, does Du Yuanqing possess the capability to contend for that position? Tang Tian expressed skepticism. Among the 5 young masters and 2 young ladies, Du Yuanqing was the youngest and possessed the weakest foundation. It was unlikely that the second-in-command position would fall to him. Could there be some other ulterior motive at play? Qin Hai soon provided another lead. Initially, I thought the same. However, as I delved deeper into the investigation, it seemed that Du Yuanqing did not initiate the action himself. Before this, he had shown no discernible interest in the equity distribution. He only submitted his application after the discussion with Tian Feng. Thus, it appears that the meeting was more of Tian Feng persuading him, which led to this development. Tang Tian frowned. If that were the case, it would indeed make sense. But why would Tian Feng take such a step? During his last visit to Zizhu Courtyard, his antagonistic demeanor was almost palpable. Was it merely to distance himself from the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce? After pondering for a while, Tang Tian found that the entire thread of clues still lacked a crucial element, as if something significant was missing. This element seemed to reside partly with Tian Feng and partly with the equity distribution. He sensed an unseen hand subtly manipulating everything, a feeling he found unsettling. The unknown is always fearsome. It must be unraveled. Tian Feng was not a member of the Qingyue sect, making it difficult to penetrate that barrier. Thus, he could only proceed with caution in his investigation. The only remaining avenue to disrupt the current situation was through the equity distribution. Tang Tian glanced at the consumption points within the system, which were sufficient to elevate the Divine Phoenix secret art to its highest realm. Perhaps. How does one participate in this equity distribution? Qin Hai replied, the chamber will assess qualifications on its own. With your current standing, as long as you wish to, you may simply submit a formal application. Tang Tian nodded. If the Divine Phoenix secret art proved sufficiently potent, coupled with Qi Yuan's protection, temporarily leaving the Qingyue sect should not pose significant issues. This invisible hand behind the scenes must be exposed. Moreover, aside from this, there were still thousands of billions in consumption points. If this could be leveraged to open up avenues with the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce, the opportunities for expenditure outside far exceeded those within the Qingyue sect. Chapter 91. Tang Tian lays an egg nightfall at the Zizhu courtyard. Tang Tian sat bare-chested in the cultivation quiet room, the traces of blood upon his body dissipating swiftly. The wounds that had previously existed had all healed, smooth and unblemished. He was well-versed in such matters. After extensive training, he had made significant strides in his combat skills. At the outset of his battles with them, he nearly lost half of his life. However, he has now mastered the art of combat, able to retaliate fiercely when the moment is right. Such rapid growth astonished Qiyuan's subordinates. Combat experience cannot simply be acquired through innate talent alone. Nonetheless, Tang Tian understood that this was due to his comprehension of the myriad paths, often penetrating to the essence in a remarkably short time. Moments later, Tang Tian opened his eyes, his vitality restored to its zenith. He then accessed the system. 1 divine level epiphany, 10 billion consumption points. After completing the transaction with Qin Hai in the morning, he could exchange for 2 divine level insights, perfectly elevating the divine phoenix secret art to its highest realm. Taking a deep breath, Tang Tian chose to exchange and immediately applied it to the divine phoenix secret art. Divine phoenix secret art, mastered. The profound rules of the Tao intertwined within Tang Tian's being. In a moment of clarity, he seemed to perceive every blood vessel, every cell, every drop of blood within him. His body transformed into countless imperceptibly small units, each brimming with boundless vitality and vigor. After a while, when Tang Tian reopened his eyes, a sense of boundlessness filled the entire meditation chamber. Blood droplets. Rebirth. Tang Tian's gaze was piercing as he found a fitting descriptor for the fully mastered divine phoenix secret art. He could feel that his level of existence had undergone a profound transformation. It seemed to transcend the realm of mere beings. The concept of death had gradually lost its significance for him. Regardless of the injuries he sustained, as long as a single drop of blood remained, he could swiftly return to life. Moreover, this rebirth differed from the minor mastery level's resurrection through the rules of the Tao. The blood drop rebirth incurred no loss, memories, cultivation. Everything remained intact. Such an ability could only be described as defying the heavens. Even, my flesh and blood seemed to have transformed into a divine elixir. Tang Tian silently introspected, and within the vision of his soul, his body appeared remarkably transparent, suffused with a radiant glow, akin to a precious medicinal herb. If a mortal were to inadvertently acquire it, extending their lifespan by several hundred years would pose no challenge. Should I perhaps change my name to Tang Sing? Tang Tian mused, rubbing his nose, feeling that lacking such power might be preferable. If certain malevolent cultivators set their sights on him, he could easily find himself tossed into a cauldron for alchemical refinement. Clearly, he must avoid unnecessary injuries henceforth, lest this unique trait attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals. After a thorough inspection, Tang Tian reactivated the system. Given the astonishing effects of having mastered it, what might the ultimate form entail? With anticipation, Tang Tian employed the divine level epiphany. However, after waiting for a while, no abnormal occurrences manifested, not even significant changes in his body. Just as he was beginning to feel perplexed, a sharp pain suddenly radiated from his abdomen. This pain was inexplicably intense, sweeping through his entire being, far more agonizing than 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. Soon, cold sweat dripped from Tang Tian's forehead as he gritted his teeth, enduring this unprecedented torment. Yet, what transpired next nearly shattered his composure. As waves of pain surged, Tang Tian distinctly observed that his lower abdomen began to swell gradually. His eyes widened in disbelief as a peculiar voice echoed in his mind. A rooster laying eggs, a fighter among roosters. What on earth was happening? Tang Tian felt utterly bewildered. Suddenly, he recalled that when he first exchanged for the divine phoenix body, he had indeed glimpsed a massive gray egg amidst the chaos. At that time, he had pondered whether he would ultimately become an egg. Was it a prophetic statement? While he had not transformed into an egg, the rhythm clearly suggested he was about to lay one, but he was undeniably male. An overwhelming sense of absurdity washed over him. Could it be that because he awakened the divine phoenix body, which was magnetic in nature, he had inherited reproductive capabilities? Tang Tian could no longer maintain his composure. Watching his abdomen swell, he was profoundly anxious about birthing some inexplicable entity. However, as time passed, he began to notice something peculiar. The true swelling did not occur within his body, but rather in his dantian. At that moment, countless Tao rules intertwined within his dantian, gradually forming an oval-shaped mysterious object. Indeed, it resembled an egg, but it was not an egg in the traditional sense. This egg did not signify new life. It remained a part of Tang Tian, existing in an exceptionally arcane manner. As the bizarre egg solidified further, Tang Tian's understanding of it deepened. Its existence transcended the 5 elements and even the rules of the Tao. It represented something independent of heaven and earth. In essence, even if the world shattered, the Tao became chaotic, and the cosmos returned to primordial chaos, this egg would remain unaffected. Furthermore, it was bound to Tang Tian's life essence. Even if Tang Tian were to perish completely, erased from this world by an unparalleled being, he could still return thanks to this egg. This approach was nearly akin to true immortality. Tang Tian could not help but let out a long sigh. The issue that had always preoccupied him, his life's safety, finally had a robust guarantee. However, the only concern was, I cannot possibly walk around with a prominent belly. Tang Tian gazed at his distended abdomen, unable to suppress a wry smile. It seemed that sensing his will, the strange egg fell silent in his dantian, once fully formed. As the egg settled, Tang Tian's abdomen gradually returned to its original state. His physique remained intact, without any signs of stretch marks. Tang Tian exhaled in relief. If he were to truly bear a large belly in the future, he would likely find it impossible to leave the house. After calming his emotions, Tang Tian meticulously observed the peculiar egg. He discovered that although the egg appeared to reside within his dantian, it had actually transcended the Tao rules of this world, existing in a state outside the realm of independence. Apart from himself, no one could observe or explore it. Moreover, the egg itself seemed to connect with the chaos, continuously drawing life energy from it, feeding it back into Tang Tian's life essence. This was akin to having the entirety of chaos providing him with an endless supply of support, alleviating any concerns about life loss. The degree of defiance it represented surpassed Tang Tian's comprehension. He realized that the concept of death could now be entirely excised from his vocabulary. A smile graced Tang Tian's lips. At last, he could truly unleash himself. Equity distribution and countless other wonders awaited him. While he was immersed in contemplation, his cultivation advanced steadily and unnoticeably. Chapter 92. The visit of Lu Chang'e, the ultimate form of the divine phoenix secret art, indeed exceeded Tang Tian's expectations. It was astonishing. He had nearly laid an egg. He harbored serious doubts that had his gender been female, he might have actually birthed a living egg. Fortunately, the most worrisome scenario had not materialized. The manner of the egg's existence eluded even the Tao's scrutiny. Furthermore, the egg's function dispelled all of Tang Tian's concerns, providing the most solid assurance for his life's safety. In high spirits, Tang Tian contemplated a multitude of reckless endeavors. However, after some reflection, he regained his composure. He merely sought assurance, not to engage in folly. Following his original plan, he intended to proceed steadily. After some thought, Tang Tian retrieved the martial arts techniques that Qin Hai had delivered that day. With some consumption points remaining, he could continue comprehending the techniques. Strength accumulated gradually. Additionally, he now had a channel for acquiring future consumption points. The equity distribution of the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce could be participated in without reservation, and he would simply invite Qiyuan along. Regarding the elusive hand that stirs chaos from the shadows, Tang Tian yearned to unearth its true nature. The following day, he informed Qin Hai of his decision to partake in the forthcoming equity distribution. He would handle the registration and related matters. With more than a month remaining before the equity conference commenced, Tang Tian immersed himself in his training and cultivation. However, just a few days later, an unexpected visitor arrived at Zizhu Courtyard, Lu Chang'e. Upon activating the array and recognizing him, Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Since their confrontation at the Woofing Exchange Conference, their paths had not crossed again. What could this fellow possibly want? He inquired without offering an invitation to enter. Lu Chang'e, undeterred, smiled and remarked, I come at the behest of the young Sect master. The Sect's main peak has some expansion plans and wishes to discuss them with you. Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly. During this period, he had indeed been involved in numerous Sect construction projects, primarily to accrue more consumption points. Yet, he had never engaged with the main peak before. Both Lu Chang'e and Tian Yangsheng possessed substantial financial resources, requiring no external assistance. What prompted this sudden initiative to negotiate? Perplexed, but adhering to the principle of hospitality, he decided against dismissing the man outright. Thus, he welcomed Lu Chang'e into Zizhu Courtyard. Once they reached the old locust tree, Lu Chang'e surveyed the surroundings meticulously. Then, gazing up at the tree's canopy, he sighed. This tree has grown too large, casting shadows over the entire courtyard. It would be better if pruned. Tang Tian was taken aback. Previous visitors had offered their assessments of the courtyard, such as Wang Ziyu and Qi Bin from the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce, yet their observations focused primarily on the training environment. Lu Chang'e, however, was concerned about the tree's canopy. What did that have to do with him? The sunlight still filtered through in the morning. It was sufficient for him, as he preferred a cooler ambience. Please, have a seat, Tang Tian said, setting down a teapot on the stone table. Lu Chang'e glanced at the table, but shook his head with a smile. No need. I believe sitting beneath the tree will be more comfortable. I shall remain here. Feel free. With that, he settled at the foot of the old locust tree, leaning against the trunk, fanning himself and stretching out his legs, exuding an air of relaxed enjoyment. Tang Tian found this behavior rather peculiar. What was wrong with this guy? Adhering to the principle of treating guests with courtesy, he chose not to comment further and sat down at the stone table. Let us get to the point. What does the young sect master wish to convey? Tang Tian ventured. Lu Chang'e closed his eyes for a moment before slowly responding. The young sect master wishes to add a number of meditation rooms within the dojo. A solution has been determined, and the funds are secured. I am here to discuss this with you. Tang Tian paused, realizing this was indeed the case. With Lu Chang'e and Tian Yangsheng's financial capabilities, such an undertaking was hardly insurmountable. Why didn't you mention this earlier? He asked. Lu Chang'e chuckled. I feared you might dismiss me at the door. Tang Tian remained silent. Had Lu Chang'e not mentioned Yun Kong, he might have indeed turned him away. Let us converse then. He took a sip of tea. After a brief silence, Lu Chang'e continued, You have been quite active within the sect lately. Your presence is felt everywhere apart from the main peak, and you have monopolized the construction of the sixth peak. Are you vying for that position? Tang Tian suddenly understood. This was the crux of the matter. He had indeed invested significantly in various projects, rapidly expanding his influence within the sect. His generous actions had garnered him widespread acclaim among the higher-ups of the peaks. If he were to engage in competition for that position, the evaluations regarding his internal influence would undoubtedly skew in his favor. After a moment's thought, he replied slowly, Do you believe me if I say I am not in contention? Lu Chang'e turned to him, I do. Yet, I shall continue to regard you as a potential rival. Tang Tian shrugged, Then that settles it. Regardless of your belief, you have already made your decision. Any answer bears no significance. Lu Chang'e smiled faintly and reclined comfortably again. Indeed, you are correct. Regardless, you have become my adversary. Any answer is inconsequential. Following this exchange, a brief silence enveloped them. Moments later, Lu Chang'e spoke again. Do you comprehend what that position entails? Tang Tian savored his tea. Is it not to be one step below the leader, above all others? Lu Chang'e shook his head. That is merely the superficial aspect. Attaining that position, in a sense, equates to seizing control of the entire Qingyue sect. From then on, all disciples entering the Yunding Tianfu from the Qingyue sect will become part of your own influence. Tang Tian furrowed his brow. He was not well acquainted with this matter. Yet, since those disciples had already entered Yunding Tianfu, how much relevance could it have with being the second in command of Qingyue sect? As if sensing Tang Tian's confusion, Lu Chang'e elaborated. Before you, there were only 3 main contenders for that position. Myself, Tian Yangsheng, and Mo Xiaoxiao. Tian Yangsheng is a core member of the Tianfu Battle God Palace, while Mo Xiaoxiao is a direct descendant of the Mo family in Tianfu. As for me, I am a newly emerging force from Tianfu, a prospective hall master of the good and evil hall. Tang Tian was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that these 3 individuals hailed from Yunding Tianfu. No wonder they appeared different from Du Yuanqing and Jinghong. Their financial backing was significantly more robust. Our objectives are fundamentally similar, Lu Chang'e continued, strictly speaking. There are 2. One is to gain experience, and the other is to secure the allocation rights for outstanding disciples of Qingyue sect. Chapter 93. The pinnacle of transformation. Through Lu Chang'e's explanation, Tang Tian began to grasp the complexities involved. Regardless of who secured the position of second in command, they need not remain within Qingyue sect indefinitely. Even upon returning to Yunding Tianfu, their identity would persist. This identity granted them priority allocation rights for disciples ascending from their sect. The reason Lu Chang'e, Mo Xiaoxiao, and Tian Yangsheng were vying for this position was primarily to obtain this right, ensuring a continuous influx of new blood for their respective forces. In other words, they were destined to return to Yunding Tianfu. While individuals like Du Yuanqing and Jingheng primarily fought their battles within Qingyue sect and were unlikely to venture to Yunding Tianfu. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian could not help but sigh. The title of the esteemed young master indeed came with its disparities. With Lu Chang'e and his companions present, the chance for others to contend for that position was virtually non-existent. Why share this with me? Tang Tian inquired. Lu Chang'e sighed softly. I wish to convey that the interests tied to that position are exceedingly intricate. This is not merely a struggle among esteemed disciples. It also involves the internal forces of the sect, the higher echelons, and certain factions within Yunding Tianfu. Without sufficient backing, a moment's carelessness could lead to ruin. Tang Tian stroked his chin. Are you warning me? Lu Chang'e shook his head. I merely speak the truth. In this courtyard, I do not wish to delve into too many schemes. Since you have chosen to engage, you must understand what you are up against. Tang Tian fell into silence. somewhat perplexed by the intentions behind Lu Changa's words. Was it a warning? An attempt to win him over? Neither seemed to fit. Compared to the last woofing exchange meeting, Lu Changa's demeanor appeared rather peculiar. Gone was the inscrutable depth and the intensely targeted emotional fluctuations. It was as though they were merely engaging in casual conversation. After a brief silence, Tang Tian inquired, "Are the three of you strong within Yunding Tianfu?" Lu Chang'e, eyes closed, replied slowly, "All hold a position of considerable strength." The War God Hall, a group of zealots, though few in number, possessed formidable power and wielded significant influence within the Tianfu. The Mo family, an established lineage since the inception of Yunding Tianfu, had an inscrutable foundation. As for our Good and Evil Hall, although established merely a century ago, it has grown rapidly and boasts a considerable membership, thus holding some sway within the Tianfu. However, if one were to truly assess, the Mo family remains the most powerful, followed by the War God Hall, and finally, us in the Good and Evil Hall. Tang Tian acknowledged this, realizing that the conflict among the three was indeed a contest of strength. Nonetheless, based on his current encounters, Mo Xiaoxiao appeared to be the weakest of the trio. He expressed this concern, to which Lu Chang'e explained, "The Mo family has little need for fresh blood. It's more of a matter of quantity than quality." Mo Xiaoxiao came to Qingwei Sect primarily for training. Tang Tian understood now, realizing why Mo Xiaoxiao's focus had always been on the management of the southern peak, with her subordinates unwaveringly loyal to her. After this exchange, silence enveloped them once more. Tang Tian, unsure of what to say next, observed Lu Chang'e, who had settled into a relaxed position, seemingly lost in thought, and he often wondered if the man had dozed off, appearing as if he were gravely ill. After a moment, just as Tang Tian was about to usher him out, Lu Chang'e suddenly asked, "Do you know why Zijou Courtyard has suddenly opened?" Tang Tian shook his head. "Why?" Lu Chang'e replied, "You don't know? Zijou Courtyard has remained closed due to past incidents. Its sudden opening is rather peculiar." Tang Tian shrugged. "What is so strange about it? People can't dwell in the past forever. Time marches forward." Lu Chang'e turned to him with a smile. "That's a wonderful sentiment." He then rose and stretched, exclaiming, "Ah, how delightful. I could easily fall asleep right here." Tang Tian nonchalantly remarked, "Feel free to do so. There is an empty room over there. If you don't mind its size, you can rest there." Lu Chang'e shook his head. "No need. Don't think I can't see through your intentions. You've been eager to send me off. Besides, I have many matters to attend to." "You're right. Time does progress." With that, he opened his folding fan and strolled leisurely toward the door. Tang Tian remained seated, gesturing to deactivate the array outside. Just as Lu Chang'e reached the threshold, he paused and said, "Tang Tian, if you truly decide to involve yourself in this conflict, I advise you to prepare yourself mentally. It will be a blood-soaked war where anyone could perish. Be cautious." After speaking, he seemed to revert to his usual self, gradually fading from Tang Tian's view. Once Lu Chang'e departed, Tang Tian closed the array with a wave of his hand. The unexpected visit left him filled with questions. This fellow was undeniably peculiar, having spoken a great deal without a clear purpose directed at him. Yet, there was a lingering sense that he wasn't truly targeting Tang Tian. But here, he was alone. After pondering for a while, Tang Tian could find no connections and ultimately shook his head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts. Although he held no ambitions for that position, the actions of certain individuals had inevitably placed him in their sights due to the investments he had made. This was an unavoidable reality. Perhaps in the future, more disputes and turmoil would seek him out. His only course of action was to cultivate sufficient self-defense capabilities before chaos descended. Currently, his safety was adequately assured, but he could not afford to neglect his strength. This remained his sole foundation for survival. Gradually, Tang Tian's thoughts returned to a state of calm. He then immersed himself in rigorous training and cultivation. A month swiftly passed. After enduring a fierce storm of spiritual energy, Tang Tian emerged from his quarters, now standing at the pinnacle of the transformation realm. At that moment, he received a message from Qinghai. 5 days hence, at the headquarters of the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce, the Equity Distribution Conference would officially commence. Chapter 94. Half-completed equity in Zijou Courtyard. A palpable aura of bloodlust permeated the air. Figures intertwined, engaged in a frenzied battle. Each assault was imbued with a fierce momentum, the intent to kill almost tangible. Had they not been within a grand formation, the other structures in Zijou Courtyard would have been obliterated in an instant. Moments later, a brilliant flash erupted. Subsequently, a shadow was violently hurled away, crashing into the protective barrier of the formation before plummeting to the ground, spitting blood. In quick succession, several black-clad figures were also sent flying, rendered devoid of combat capability. In mere breaths, only one figure in a purple robe remained, gracefully descending, Tang Tian. Through relentless training and practice over this period, Tang Tian's combat prowess had significantly advanced. He was no longer the defenseless punching bag he had once been. The 10 black-clad individuals, each at the out-of-body stage and elite subordinates of Qi Yuan, collectively proved no match for him. Remarkably, after defeating them, Tang Tian bore not a single wound, his aura calm and composed. Coughing, one of the black-clad men struggled to rise, exclaiming, "Young Master Tang, you truly are the fastest-growing person I have ever seen." Even Master Qi, were he to limit his cultivation to the transformation realm, could not so easily defeat us. His face was filled with astonishment. In just over a month, Tang Tian had transformed from an inexperienced novice into a seasoned warrior, possessing cunning strategies. Even those well-versed in battle found it hard to believe. Tang Tian approached with a smile, saying, "Without Captain Liu and the other brothers, I would never have achieved such progress. You all are my mentors." He then produced some healing elixirs and handed them to Captain Liu. "Please help the brothers recover. I may have been a bit heavy-handed in the heat of battle. I sincerely apologize." Captain Liu accepted the healing potions, smiling as he replied, "No harm done. It has been a long time since we fought with such enthusiasm. This serves as a reminder not to underestimate anyone." He then cupped his hands and distributed the elixirs to the others. The items Tang Tian provided were no ordinary goods, and soon, everyone had nearly recovered. "How has Master Qi been lately?" Tang Tian inquired. Captain Liu chuckled. "What else? He spends his days on the 6th peak berating people, now that the funding has arrived. The construction on the 6th peak is progressing rapidly, and the general framework is taking shape. However, some details have not satisfied Master Qi, which is why we often hear his furious roars." Tang Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Qi Yuan embodies a rather impulsive character whenever he perceives something displeasing. He acts upon it without hesitation. He has expressed his intent to sneak up to the main peak of the sect and deliver a sound thrashing to the Grand Elder on no less than 20 occasions. Yet he has yet to put this plan into action. "Could you please assist me in delivering a message?" Tang Tian requested, as he produced a jade talisman and handed it to Commander Liu. The equity distribution conference was imminent, and although he had no fear of death, having a powerful companion by his side would certainly be advantageous. Commander Liu accepted the talisman with a solemn nod. As evening descended, he and his companions returned. Shortly after nightfall, Tang Tian received a response from Qi Yuan. "No problem. I, too, could use a breath of fresh air. This group is utterly insufferable. If I stay any longer, I fear they might drive me to madness." Qi Yuan exclaimed, seemingly having just reprimanded some unfortunate elder in charge. Tang Tian chuckled and remarked, "Then I shall leave it to you, my friend. Additionally, I must mention that during this period of training with Commander Liu and the others, I have made significant progress. For the time being, I suggest we pause the training. I can now effortlessly defeat 10 of them without sustaining any injuries, and further training seems rather pointless. Although we have an abundance of healing potions, we cannot allow them to be injured daily." Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan appeared momentarily stunned before inquiring, "What is the matter? Are they not taking the training seriously? For heaven's sake, 3 days without discipline can turn the roof upside down. Do not fret. I will ensure they receive the necessary motivation." Tang Tian quickly interjected, No, Commander Liu and the brothers are extremely dedicated and responsible. I am truly grateful to them. Please do not neglect my mentors. I merely wish to convey that I am now capable of defeating them with ease. So there is no need for them to toil here every day." Qi Yuan was once again taken aback. After a brief pause, he incredulously asked, "Old Jean, you are not exaggerating, are you? You can defeat them in unison?" Tang Tian smiled. "I would never jest about such matters." Qi Yuan was astonished, but ultimately chose to believe him, exclaiming, "You truly are a prodigy, even more remarkable than any extraordinary being. Very well. I will ponder over this and see if there are other training methods available." After exchanging a few casual remarks, their communication concluded. Following a restful night, the next morning, Qin Hai arrived at the Purple Bamboo Courtyard. "Young Master, the location for the Equity Conference has been determined. It will be held at the headquarters of the Tingyun Commerce Association. The headquarters is situated in Guli City, a super metropolis with a history spanning thousands of years. Known for its extensive accessibility and vibrant prosperity, Guli City lies outside the influence of the Qinghua sect, and the journey is quite lengthy. It will take at least 3 days to reach from here," Qin Hai explained. Tang Tian nodded thoughtfully. The Tingyun Commerce Association serves not solely the Qinghua sect. It has existed far longer than the sect itself, hence its headquarters is unlikely to be in close proximity. However, with Qi Yuan around, significant problems should not arise. "I have also gathered some information regarding the Equity Conference," Qin Hai continued. "This time, the Tingyun Commerce Association has allocated approximately half of its equity for redistribution, amounting to a total value of around 70 trillion. Based on previous experiences, securing around 10 trillion greatly enhances the probability of obtaining voting rights for that position. However, if Du Yuanxing joins the fray, the situation may become complicated. Tang Tian remained contemplative. Whether Du Yuanxing would contest was of little concern to him. Nonetheless, with half of the equity valued at 70 trillion, the overall valuation of the association exceeds 100 billion. If one could procure the entire Commerce Association. Tang Tian shook his head, momentarily setting this thought aside. Acquiring such a colossal entity was no trivial endeavor. It would be prudent to assess the situation first. Chapter 95, Departure for Guli City. Subsequently, Tang Tian and Qin Hai discussed further details regarding the Tingyun Commerce Association in Guli City. Established over a millennium ago, the association emerged from the amalgamation of various small commerce guilds, families, and factions, evolving into a formidable entity. The headquarters is overseen by an existence above the immortal realm, which grants the Tingyun Commerce Association its voting rights. The influence of the association, to a significant extent, represents its clout among various external factions. Moreover, within the jurisdiction of Yunding Tianfu, it appears there are other major commerce associations. However, Qin Hai's contact with the upper echelons has been limited, and he has yet to uncover specific details. What can be confirmed is that those other large commerce associations possess combined strengths not inferior to that of the Tingyun Commerce Association. This revelation sparked an idea in Tang Tian's mind. If he could acquire them all. The Tingyun Commerce Association's headquarters is located in Guli City, once one of the most influential super metropolises on the continent. However, the expansion of Yunding Tianfu disrupted the existing power dynamics, as the rapid establishment of numerous affiliated sects shattered the former equilibrium. The weaker factions became vassals of Yunding Tianfu, while the strongest either submitted to the Tianfu or were eradicated entirely, disappearing into the annals of history. Only entities like the Tingyun Commerce Association, with above-average overall strength and an intricate internal structure primarily engaged in commerce, managed to survive. Yet, this survival is relative, as Yunding Tianfu further solidifies its power. The Tingyun Commerce Association's existence faces increasing challenges, living under the shadow of a colossal beast, their operational scope continuously constricted. Once a thriving Guli city has gradually declined. Although it remains prosperous, it is no longer comparable to its former glory. This situation is primarily responsible for the Tingyun Commerce Association's decision to distribute equity. With more factions siding with Yunding Tianfu, failing to introduce external capital would inevitably lead to disintegration. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian felt a stirring in his heart. If this is the case, then the notion he harbored may indeed possess a degree of feasibility. In light of this, you should stay here for the night. We shall set forth for Guli City at dawn, Tang Tian declared. Qin Hai nodded, contemplating, young master, given the long journey to Guli City, I recommend bringing along some formidable guards for added security. The external world differs from Qinghua Sect, and there are occasionally incidents of theft and deceit. Additionally, it would be wise to prepare a suitable flying artifact for travel, for I do not wish to offend. But the 3-day journey I mentioned pertains to those at the transformation stage and above. Tang Tian's gaze remained calm. His current strength and realm were known only to Qi Yuan and his 10 trusted confidants. Qin Hai, having traveled to Guli City before Tang Tian's participation in the core disciple selection, was unaware of the events that transpired thereafter. His perception of Tang Tian's strength likely lingered at the golden core stage from the flag competition, which explains his remarks. However, Tang Tian saw no need to clarify. Smiling gently, the guards are already arranged. They are quite powerful and should pose no issues. As for the flying artifact, have you forgotten what you sold me? Among those resources are several high-quality airships. Qin Hai chuckled awkwardly. There were so many items in the transaction that I have indeed lost track. Since you have prepared adequately, I can rest easy, Tang Tian replied with a nod. Subsequently, Qin Hai settled into an empty room at the purple bamboo courtyard to rest, while Tang Tian retreated to the dojo to continue fortifying his cultivation. He sensed a loosening at the threshold of achieving full mastery in the transformation stage. Early the next morning, Tang Tian, accompanied by Qin Hai, made their way to the construction site of the 6th peak. He had visited this place several times before, and each occasion brought with it a plethora of new changes. This time was no different. As he traversed the path, he encountered an array of newly constructed architectural marvels, pavilions, and towers that had begun to take shape. The entire 6th peak was abuzz with fervent construction activity. Upon reaching the summit, Tang Tian found Qi Yuan, who was overseeing the work with hands on hips. Hey, old Jean. Come. What do you think of the main hall of the peak, which I designed myself? Qi Yuan exclaimed enthusiastically. Tang Tian approached, gazing at the construction site, and was instantly taken aback. Good heavens! Having seen the design blueprints, he could not help but feel that this structure bore no resemblance to what was intended. While other main halls exuded grandeur and solemnity, Qi Yuan's resembled the lair of some ancient, fearsome beast. The entire edifice was shrouded in black, with robust columns twisted together in a menacing fashion, reminiscent of the biceps on Qi Yuan's arms. After a cursory glance, Tang Tian could no longer bear it and turned away, solemnly exclaiming, "A true marvel. What a genius design! The elements within are so intricate that an ordinary person would struggle to comprehend them." Qi Yuan, beaming with pride, seemed poised to elaborate on his vision. But Tang Tian hastily shifted the topic, stating, "We should set off. Our destination is Guli City, and it will take several days to reach." Qi Yuan paused momentarily and remarked, "Guli City, indeed. That place is quite nice, and the ladies there are particularly charming. I haven't been there in over 200 years. Tang Tian was astonished. "It shouldn't be too far, right? For someone like you, half a day should suffice?" Qi Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "You don't understand. The last time I visited, I accidentally demolished their city lord's mansion and buried a few immortal practitioners who were in seclusion underground in the magma. They were furious and declared that I could never set foot in Guli City again." Tang Tian responded. "And now?" Qi Yuan shrugged. "Now it's fine. Those immortals have been taken back by the heavenly mansion to mine coal, and the others dare not act recklessly. If they provoke me, I might just smash their city lord's mansion again." Tang Tian fell silent, a sense of unease washing over him. He suddenly felt that bringing Qi Yuan along might not be the wisest decision. Yet, it was too late to change course now. "Our purpose in going this time is primarily for business. It would be best to remain amicable," Tang Tian advised. Qi Yuan waved his hand. "Rest assured, my brother. I know how to conduct myself. If it weren't for an arrogant immortal from the city lord's mansion back then, I wouldn't have destroyed it. After all, I am a member of the heavenly mansion. I won't let just anyone trample over me without consequence." Observing his proud demeanor, Tang Tian couldn't help but marvel at the advantage of having a formidable backing. Meanwhile, Qin Hai stood nearby, utterly bewildered, pondering what kind of terrifying entity Tang Tian had enlisted as a guard. "Shall we depart?" Tang Tian suggested. A moment later, a magnificent airship ascended from the peak of the sixth peak, racing towards the horizon. Chapter 96. Observations on the journey. The wind howled fiercely. Tang Tian stood at the forefront of the airship, gazing down at the vast expanse of earth below. The airship moved at an astonishing speed, comparable to that of a fully powered flight at the divine transformation level. However, its outer layer was protected by an array, safeguarding the vessel, allowing for a serene interior even amidst the raging winds outside. Beneath him, mountains rushed past. Tang Tian observed powerful beasts and numerous ordinary animals frolicking in the forests. In addition, he spotted various human settlements of varying sizes. In the vicinity of Qingyu Gate, most were cities inhabited by cultivators, with palpable waves of spiritual energy. As they ventured further from Qingyu Gate, the number of cultivator cities dwindled, replaced by a plethora of mortal towns. For the first time since his arrival in this world, Tang Tian witnessed the vibrant life of ordinary people. Farmers toiled in the fields, women wove fabric, and children frolicked without a care in the world. Suddenly, he recalled Gu Xiaoxue, who, before being brought to Qingyu Gate by Elder Han Hai, had been one of these ordinary folk, cradling her younger brother as they watched the sun rise and set from atop a pigpen. "Old Jean, what's the matter?" Qi Yuan suddenly approached from behind. Tang Tian snapped back to reality and shook his head. "It's nothing. I simply haven't been out in a long time. I've been at Qingyu Gate for so long that I've almost forgotten what the outside world looks like." His former memories were indeed becoming increasingly hazy, nearly forgotten. Qi Yuan shrugged, leaning against Tang Tian as he mused. "Same old story, I suppose. It's a stinky mess. For a mere handful of cultivation resources, it's either you kill me, or I kill you, rife with schemes and treachery. If it weren't for Qingyu Gate, or the Heavenly Mansion, the number of cultivators on this land would have been halved at the very least." Tang Tian was taken aback. "Why is that?" Qi Yuan explained. "The Heavenly Mansion's expansion, while disrupting the existing power dynamics and causing a degree of chaos, has ultimately brought about order and provided weaker individuals with ample space to survive. When I mention the weak, I refer not only to those with poor talent, but also to those with the capability who have fallen short for various trivial reasons. The Heavenly Mansion offers everyone a relatively fair platform to find their place. Compared to several centuries ago, the overall number of cultivators has more than doubled, and even the population of mortals has increased tenfold." Tang Tian fell silent, surprised by Qi Yuan's perspective. Just yesterday, Qin Hai had portrayed the Heavenly Mansion as a formidable entity that relentlessly encroached upon the survival space of established powers, a force both powerful and exceedingly domineering. Different vantage points yield vastly different conclusions. However, both images coexisted objectively and authentically represented the heavenly mansion. This was not a matter of right or wrong, but rather one of stance. Fortunately, upon his arrival in this world, he found himself aligned with the heavenly mansion. It was undoubtedly more advantageous to be under the banner of the strong than the weak. As they conversed, Tang Tian continued to observe the landscapes below. After some time, the cities inhabited by cultivators became increasingly rare, giving way to a world purely of mortals. The spiritual energy in this region was scant, with towns of various sizes dotting the landscape. Tang Tian also noticed, in a hilly area, two distinct mortal armies engaged in a brutal clash, with blood-soaked corpses strewn across the battlefield. As they passed a hunter's village, the villagers knelt in supplication, fervently beseeching divine protection. Some had never ventured beyond 100 miles of their home and had never even heard of the cultivation world, let alone encountered a cultivator. Thus, even a mere chi refinement stage cultivator flying overhead would be regarded as a celestial being. Qi Yuan remarked. Tang Tian nodded. The cultivation realm was indeed vast, and with limited information and inconvenient transportation, it was entirely plausible for some to live their entire lives believing the world mirrored their own surroundings. In such spiritually deficient areas, even a chi refinement practitioner was a rare sight. Does the heavenly mansion not oversee mortals? Tang Tian inquired. Qi Yuan chuckled. Of course it does. However, the heavenly mansion has only been established for a relatively short time, and in such a vast world, there will inevitably be areas beyond its reach. Perhaps in a few thousand years, everything will be incorporated into its domain. By then, the cultivation world will flourish even more. Tang Tian remained noncommittal. Such decisions and plans were beyond his current grasp, and he did not find them particularly engaging. Focus on being your true self. A day passed smoothly aboard the flying ship. The next morning, Tang Tian stood at the front of the ship and noticed that, unbeknownst to him, they had already sailed beyond the realm of mortals. The city of cultivators re-emerged, its architectural layout starkly different from that near Qinghua Sect. Qi Yuan informed him that they had left the jurisdiction of Qinghua Sect. Observing this former realm of cultivation, Tang Tian felt an atmosphere of ruthlessness and brutality. One could frequently witness cultivators engaged in deadly skirmishes in the cities and wilderness, and the bones of beast prey were scattered everywhere. As they passed certain powerful factions, protective formations were immediately activated, and several formidable cultivators surged up from the ground, casting wary glances at Tang Tian's ship. Among them were even those at the fusion realm. However, upon seeing the flag atop the ship, their expressions changed dramatically, and they retreated, silently watching as the ship sped by. None dared to provoke them. Even after leaving the Qinghua Sect's territory, the flag still bore immense intimidation. Tang Tian chuckled, for the flag was indeed a symbol of Qinghua Sect. Qi Yuan replied with a smile, of course. Hundreds of years ago, if you had brazenly sailed a flying ship like this to scout the area, you would not have merely encountered those in the out-of-body or fusion stages. Tribulation, transcendence, ascendance, and even immortals might have appeared to forcibly stop you. But now, those individuals are no more. Tang Tian felt a chill. Although Qi Yuan spoke lightly of it, he could vividly imagine the fierce bloodshed of that time. No wonder those who saw the emblem of Qinghua Sect appeared so tense and fearful. It could be said that even 10 Qi Yuans combined would pale in comparison to the power of that ordinary flag. The flying ship continued its journey, carrying Tang Tian through one distinct world after another, even passing through territories of various affiliated sections. By the morning of the third day, the fiery sun illuminated the entire sky. Before Tang Tian's eyes lay an expansive plain, upon which a magnificent super city sparkled with golden light in the sunlight. We have arrived. That is Gully City, said Qi Yuan. Chapter 97. Premium purchase under the relentless speed of the flying ship. Tang Tian and his companions arrived at Gully City a day ahead of schedule. It was still early, so they did not contact Qi Bin, instead opting to wander the city. This massive city served as a hub, filled with numerous cultivators as well as many mortals. Upon entering the city gates, a rich aroma of life engulfed them, with the streets alive with the sounds of vendors calling out, tofu, hot bread, call me when you're hungry. Wowo heads, for $1, hee hee. Spinach for sale, cheap spinach, who wants some sweet sugarcane? It's really sweet. The myriad voices filled Tang Tian's ears, reminiscent of the bustling alleys of his past. He paid no heed to the gazes of others, directly purchasing whatever caught his eye. He gnawed on sugarcane in the street, and even found a stall selling tofu pudding, indulging in several bowls. This peculiar behavior left Qin Hai and Qi Yuan momentarily stunned. Young master, the items here are all mundane. The realm for cultivators is in the inner city, Qin Hai remarked. Tang Tian, slurping his soybean milk, replied, "What's wrong with mundane things? As long as they taste good. No rush, let us eat our fill first." Subsequently, Tang Tian enjoyed a delightful tour of the snack street, filling his storage ring with an abundance of delectable treats akin to a shopping spree. Yet, the total cost barely amounted to 10 low-grade spirit stones. The currency of the mortal world remained largely within the realm of gold, silver, and bronze. By the afternoon, Tang Tian's enthusiasm waned slightly as they ventured into the inner city of Gully City. Qinhai was correct. This was the true realm belonging to cultivators, with a constant flow of individuals from various cultivation levels filling the streets. The shops lining the avenues primarily offered spiritual items beneficial for cultivation. Tang Tian casually entered a few establishments but quickly lost interest. The quality was too low, yielding minimal benefit. And even emptying an entire street would only cost a few billion spirit stones. Such a trivial sum held no allure for him now. The closer we get to the center of the city, the more prosperous it becomes, Qinhai noted. Tang Tian nodded. The headquarters of the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce is also located at the city center. After a short while, the surroundings began to transform, with the concentration of spiritual energy increasing, nearly rivaling the upper district of Qingwei Sect. Here, he also spotted more luxurious high-rise buildings, alongside some unusually grand shops. Tang Tian browsed a few establishments and purchased several intriguing items, yet refrained from excessive spending, as he did not wish to attract undue attention. "Dear guest, you have already emptied half of our store. Tang Tian, why is it so fragile?" As they meandered, time slipped away. By the time they arrived at the headquarters of the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce, dusk had settled in. Qinhai had already notified Qi Bin, who awaited them at the entrance. "Young Master Tang." Upon seeing Tang Tian, Qi Bin greeted him with evident delight. Under his guidance, Tang Tian and his companions were led into the elegant reception room designated for esteemed guests. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Qi Bin began to explain the detailed procedures for the upcoming stockholder meeting. This time, a portion of the shares was being actively transferred by existing shareholders, while another portion was entrusted to the chamber for sale due to unforeseen circumstances. The transferred portion had mostly been pre-negotiated, making their primary target those freely offered shares. Approximately around 4 trillion, Qi Bin stated. Tang Tian furrowed his brow. He had anticipated trading for 70 trillion, but was surprised to find it barely exceeded half. While slightly less than expected, it was still manageable. If the transaction succeeded, divine talent and physique would surely be within his grasp. "Can we acquire all 4 trillion? Tang Tian inquired. Qi Bin was taken aback. "Young Master Tang, do you intend to acquire them all?" Tang Tian nodded. Qi Bin, astonished, seemed unprepared for such a significant move from Tang Tian. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled wryly. "Acquiring them all may prove somewhat challenging. As you know, young Master Du is also attending this stockholder meeting. I estimate his budget to be between 10 trillion and 15 trillion. Besides him, there are approximately another 10 trillion worth of shares that others are already eyeing. Thus, calculating, Tang Tian's trading space should fall between 15 trillion and 20 trillion. Tang Tian could not help but raise an eyebrow. Why did the number keep decreasing? Without 20 trillion, he felt that this venture, at such risk, might not be worth it. Isn't it a free bidding? How could others secure them beforehand? Tang Tian asked. Qi Bin explained. Although these are freely offered shares, internal relationships within the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce are quite intricate. Some individuals have been planning for a long time and have already negotiated a portion, which is why this situation has arisen. Tang Tian understood. It was all about connections. However, such connections often proved unreliable. Once interests were substantial enough, he believed some individuals would be inclined to shift their allegiance. After pondering, Tang Tian mused, "You have been in the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce for many years. Surely you possess your own channels?" Qi Bin smiled. "That is indeed the case. Though not as seasoned as those veteran stewards, I possess my own circle. Young Master Tang, do you wish to?" Tang Tian nodded. "Indeed. I aim to acquire as many shares in the Merchant Association as possible. If you can assist me, I shall reward you handsomely." Qi Bin pondered for a moment and replied, "Although it is a bit late now, it is not impossible to maneuver. However, if you truly wish to proceed, you will inevitably need to expend additional lingyu. To seize from others will require a price increase. Yet, as long as it stays within the system's allowance, it poses no issue." After a moment of thought, Tang Tian inquired, "How much will the premium be?" Qi Bin answered, "For the easier acquisitions, the premium will likely range from 5 to 20%. For those more steadfast, it could be around 20 to 30%. Beyond that, I feel it unnecessary." Tang Tian nodded slightly. Based on his numerous trading experiences, he understood that the system's bottom line for normal transactions is around 50% premium. Hence, this matter falls well within an acceptable range. Tang Tian gently tapped his fingers on the table and stated, I can accept premiums up to 40%. There is no need for you to artificially suppress the price. As long as it does not exceed 40%, I will acquire all of it. Bin appeared taken aback. He had assumed that Tang Tian was merely here to vie for voting rights. However, seeing his approach, it seemed perhaps more complex than he had imagined. I will do my utmost, Bin declared earnestly. Chapter 98. Taking initiative. After a brief conversation, Bin departed from the elegant chamber. Only one night remained before the equity meeting commenced, and he needed to act swiftly. Tang Tian continued to sit within the chamber, sipping tea. Presently, Bin functioned as a mediator, executing all tasks according to Tang Tian's requests. In due time, Tang Tian would only need to pay him a commission, which also lay well within the system's recognition, requiring no considerable investment of effort or resources. He merely hoped that Bin's network was extensive enough to negotiate a substantial amount of equity. Early the next morning, Bin relayed news to Tang Tian. Progress was satisfactory. He had managed to reclaim a portion of the equity, and under Tang Tian's significant financial influence, others began to waver, with a high probability of success. Upon receiving this information, Tang Tian felt relieved and ventured out for a simple breakfast with Qi Yuan and Qin Hai before entering the formal venue for the day. This venue was an aerial garden, situated on the mid-level of the Tingyun Merchant Association's headquarters. Upon entering, one was greeted by the symphony of birds and fragrant blossoms, complete with artificial mountains and flowing water, all enveloped in a serene atmosphere. A dazzling array of delicacies was available for sampling at any time. After meandering for a while, Tang Tian spotted Bin's figure approaching. Following a brief exchange, Tang Tian learned that Bin had successfully reclaimed over 1 trillion in equity within a single night. This indicated that his network was indeed quite impressive. I had expected it to be quite the challenge, especially with Du Yuanqing involved. Bin chuckled lightly. You won't believe it. The portion of equity taken by Du Yuanqing was actually the easiest to reclaim. I merely assured them of a 5% premium, and they willingly returned a significant amount. Presently, the equity on his side likely totals less than 500 billion. Tang Tian remained silent, realizing that Du Yuanqing had not prepared sufficiently. Did he truly believe no one could rival him? What about the others? Tang Tian asked. Bin furrowed his brow slightly. It's peculiar. There remains over 1 trillion in equity that is quite resolute, unwilling to shift alliances even at a 40% premium. It appears a wealthy and mysterious benefactor had secured them long ago. Tang Tian contemplated and shook his head. Let it be. Business thrives on mutual satisfaction. And I dislike forcibly altering others' convictions. As long as I can exceed 2 trillion, it suffices. After all, he is not genuinely interested in the so-called voting rights of the Tingyun Merchant Association. Subsequently, the group leisurely gathered as Bin briefed them on the day's proceedings. The equity conference differed from an auction. Buyers and sellers need not reveal their identities. Certain officials from the Tingyun Merchant Association would facilitate the transactions and agreements. For instance, if the first shareholder held 1 trillion in equity and sought 110 trillion, the official would communicate this price to all potential buyers. Buyers would then confirm their interest based on their actual needs. If confirmed, there are several scenarios. If unopposed, the transaction proceeds directly. If contested, a blind bidding process ensues, where competitors have only one chance to submit a bid, after which the seller decides whom to transact with. This is to prevent malicious price inflation or disputes. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian found the blind bidding process quite appealing. It simplifies matters considerably. If competitors arise, he could swiftly offer a 50% premium, and if successful, so be it. If not, then no matter. The group continued discussing the details of the conference. As time passed, the garden grew increasingly crowded. Those present were either influential figures or individuals of considerable wealth, essentially the upper echelons of this continent's leadership. Suddenly, Tang Tian spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. It was Du Yuanqing. His face beamed as he was surrounded by a throng of affluent individuals, clearly relishing the attention. However, Bin discreetly informed him that nearly half of those mingling with Du Yuanqing had already expressed their intention to side with Tang Tian. Observing the arrogant young man, Tang Tian couldn't help but reflect on the disparity. Du Yuanqing seemed to pale in comparison to Lu Chang'e and Jing Hong. Why did he deliberately choose to antagonize him? Tang Tian found himself pondering. While he was deep in thought, Du Yuanqing glanced over. Upon seeing Tang Tian, he momentarily froze before approaching. Tang Tian? What brings you here? His tone lacked any semblance of courtesy. Naturally, Tang Tian would not offer warmth to coldness. He replied coolly, if you can attend, why can't I? Du Yuanqing narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Bin beside him, and remarked, Do you also aspire to compete for that position? How presumptuous. It's not merely a matter of money. Tang Tian frowned slightly, questioning how this fellow could be so naive and self-assured. Just because I lack the opportunity. Do you believe you possess one? This is none of your concern. Tang Tian stated. Let us each follow our own paths without interference. If competition arises, may the best prevail. Du Yuanqing appeared taken aback, then waved dismissively. Truly, it is futile to dissuade a fool. Do as you wish. And do you genuinely think wealth is sufficient? In this world, one requires influence and backing. Enough of this. You wouldn't understand. Just wait and see. If you manage to secure more equity than I today, I shall take your surname. With that, he shook his head and turned away. Tang Tian's gaze lingered thoughtfully, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table. This marked his first direct interaction with Du Yuanqing. However, after their exchange, he sensed that aside from a hint of arrogance, this individual did not seem intent on targeting him specifically. Yet, why did he instruct Tian Feng to deliberately oppose him? Reflecting on Qin Hai's earlier investigation revealing a secret discussion between Du Yuanqing and Tian Feng, it appeared Tian Feng posed a significant problem. After musing for a moment, Tang Tian silently conveyed a message to Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan nodded, stood up, and left the garden alone. Tang Tian gently stroked his chin. As a peak master of the Qinghua sect, he had a few inquiries regarding a steward from the Jinyu Tang under the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce. Surely, no one would raise any objections, right? Under Qi Yuan's influence, he believed that Tian Feng would reveal everything. Taking the initiative when conditions permit is always preferable to a passive defense. Chapter 99. Ungratefulness. After a brief wait, the equity conference finally commenced. Under the guidance of Qi Bin, Tang Tian ascended to the upper level of the Tingyun headquarters, entering a spacious and luminous parlor. A few individuals sat by the window, gazing down at the conference hall constructed indoors. On the central platform, 5 venerable elders sat quietly, exuding an aura of authority. These were some of the long-standing deacons of the chamber, having served for centuries, and they commanded great respect. All transactions concerning the distribution of equity would be managed personally by them, ensuring absolute fairness without any hint of deception. As it pertained to the reputation of the entire chamber, Qi Bin introduced, and soon after, a jade mirror was presented. The mirror was arranged with a special formation, and according to Qi Bin's explanation, the information of each transaction's seller, along with the equity price, would appear on the mirror. Correspondingly, the buyer's information would also be displayed on the seller's mirror, albeit in a more concise manner. For instance, Tang Tian's name would likely appear, possibly accompanied by the title of senior honorary disciple of the Qinghua sect. These rules had been meticulously crafted by the upper echelons of the chamber, and while Tang Tian did not wish to delve deeply into them, he was primarily concerned with how much he could spend. Without keeping him waiting long, the first equity transaction commenced. Wu Xuezheng, the head of the Wu family from Mengji City, was introduced. The Wu family had invested in the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce 743 years ago, leveraging a portion of their assets and family strength. After a lengthy introduction, the equity amount he intended to sell was announced: 136,579 billion spiritual jade. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Tian opted for the transaction. Moments later, a faint golden glow emanated from his mirror. With no competition, the transaction was successfully completed. Qi Bin remarked with a smile, for centuries, the Wu family's influence has waned. Hence few are willing to take on their shares. Individuals like him seldom attract competition. Tang Tian nodded while observing the system's notifications. What if no one is willing to trade? He inquired. Qi Bin explained, in that case, it would fall into the backup list, waiting for all other transactions to conclude before being repriced for a second round of trading. If it still fails, the equity returns home. In fact, around 30% of equity transactions ultimately do not succeed. Tang Tian grimaced. Such a high rate of unsold shares seemed quite impolite. However, he was undeterred. In the subsequent transactions, he encountered no rivals. Every bid he placed was accepted without contest. This situation astonished several members of the chamber, as their past experiences indicated that many inferior shares often ended up unsold. It appeared that a significant player had entered the fray. Nevertheless, some were skeptical of this approach, deeming it flawed. Du Yuanqing, seated in another parlor, sensed that this bidder was somewhat extravagant. The shares in question were hardly worth such a price. At that moment, a new transaction appeared on the mirror. Du Yuanqing raised an eyebrow and promptly chose to engage. Oh, someone's making a bid? Tang Tian felt a surge of interest. Too much of a one-man show could become tedious. Qi Bin glanced over and chuckled. That as someone Du Yuanqing has brought in. Rest assured, I've negotiated with him. A mere 10% increase will suffice. Tang Tian nodded and, once the black box mode activated, added 10% to his bid, approximately 15,000 billion. Meanwhile, Du Yuanqing was conversing with his companion. That's an additional 5,000 billion, right? Du Yuanqing queried. His companion affirmed, indeed, the Du family once had a favor to repay. Even if someone bids 20,000 billion, he would still choose to trade with you. Du Yuanqing shrugged, very well. He then selected the transaction amount, laughing softly. This is called connections. This is called backing. Can money buy this? A person like Tang Tian would never comprehend such a principle. Shortly, the black box concluded, and the transaction was successfully locked. However, the mirror before Du Yuanqing suddenly shimmered with a red light. Transaction failed. Du Yuanqing was taken aback, sitting upright in his chair. What is happening? Didn't you say he would definitely sell to us? He glared at his subordinate. The subordinate, seemingly bewildered, quickly pulled out a jade talisman. Please don't worry, let me ask him. Moments later, the subordinate's expression darkened as he reluctantly reported, Young master, someone has outbid us by 10%, 15,000 billion spiritual jade, and taken the equity. Du Yuanqing's face turned livid. Didn't you say that even at 20,000 billion, you wouldn't trade with anyone else? What happened to the favor? The subordinate swallowed hard, they said. The Du family's kindness cannot be repaid, hence, they chose not to repay it. Du Yuanqing stood frozen, grappling with the absurdity of such logic. Cannot be repaid, so we shan't repay? For the first time, he began to doubt the reliability of relationships and connections. It seemed they were not as steadfast in the face of wealth. Before he could regain his composure, another transaction appeared on the mirror. This one should be foolproof. Du Yuanqing declared with a scowl. The subordinate discreetly wiped his brow, assuring, this time, absolutely no problem. One of their ancestors had a life and death bond with our Du family. Even if someone bids 100 billion, they would not change sides. Moments later, the familiar red glow reappeared on the mirror. Observing Du Yuanqing's thunderous expression, the subordinate, drenched in sweat, nervously stammered, someone has outbid us by 50 billion. They said the ancestor has already passed. If the Du family truly needs that bond, they should dig up the ancestor's remains. Du Yuanqing's face darkened, and he was at a loss for words. Coincidentally, the next transaction was linked to his connections. Silently, he watched as the deal entered the black box. After selecting the originally agreed price, he once again saw the dreaded red light. A pack of ungrateful curs. His furious roar echoed through the parlor. Who dares to brazenly seize the equity that belongs to the Du family? Meanwhile, in Tang Tian's parlor, the pristine mirror also emanated a red glow. This shouldn't be happening. Jibin furrowed his brow, stating, with a 40% increase, he cannot possibly choose Du Yuanqing. Either Du Yuanqing, in a fit of rage, increased his bid further, or a more formidable contender has entered the fray. Tang Tian stroked his chin, pondering, who could it be? Chapter 100. Tian Feng's disappearance. The equity transactions continued. What was once a seemingly secure deal began to unravel after several failures, prompting Tang Tian to furrow his brow. Clearly, others were now in the game. Jibin also restrained his expression, as this matter seemed to exceed his original expectations. Could it be that mysterious individual? Prior to this, he had inquired and learned that a portion of the shares had been acquired by a clandestine figure. However, he remained unaware of the identity and intentions of this enigmatic person. Initially, he thought that the individual merely sought those specific shares, yet it appeared far more intricate. They had seized shares originally belonging to Du Yuanqing, which were subsequently transferred to Tang Tian. The intervention of a third party was indeed vexing. Tang Tian shook his head and stated directly, let all subsequent transactions, regardless of their ownership, be marked up by 50%. Jibin was momentarily taken aback. Young master. In that case, the amount of spirit jade you would need to expend is no small sum. Even securing 2 trillion shares would necessitate an additional expenditure of 1 trillion. In his view, this was undoubtedly a losing deal. Even if they succeeded in obtaining the voting rights, it would hardly be worth it. Yet, he could not fathom Tang Tian's true intentions. For Tang Tian, the act of spending was solely for enjoyment. I detest having what is rightfully mine snatched away. Spending money is for pleasure. If I am displeased, others shall not find joy either. With that, he raised the price by 50% within the black box bidding. Jibin stared in astonishment, never having imagined that Tang Tian was such a capricious tycoon. However, this did not concern him. For him, selling more at a higher price was indeed preferable. After placing their bids, the group patiently awaited the outcome. Meanwhile, in a uniquely elegant chamber, the seller of this transaction, observing the bids before him, found himself ensnared in a difficult choice. Du Yuanqing, perhaps it was not worth such a vast profit for such a trivial connection. Tang Tian, who was this individual with such formidable financial resources? Previously, he had suggested a 20% increase, and now he had jumped to 50%, an astronomical figure. The seller's gaze fell upon the third name. There was still him. Although he was purchasing at the original price, the forces he represented could not be overlooked. The seller was torn, his eyes flitting between Tang Tian and the third bidder, unable to make a decision. Soon, the final moment arrived. If he did not decide, the transaction would be deemed automatically forfeited. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth. It shall be you. He then pointed decisively towards Tang Tian's offer. The future was undoubtedly crucial. But the most pressing issue at home was spirit jade. With abundant spirit jade, I can find other means to secure backing. My apologies. Before Tang Tian, a golden light emanated from the mirror, signifying the success of the transaction. Ah, it seems to be quite effective after all, Tang Tian mused with a slight smile. Meanwhile, in Du Yuanqing's room, the atmosphere had coalesced into a tense silence. The current situation diverged significantly from their expectations. In another elegant chamber, a slender yet imposing figure clad in black furrowed his brow. Had Tang Tian been present, he would have recognized this black-clad individual as Tian Yangsheng, one of the 5 sons of Qinghua's Sect. 50% increase. Is Du Yuanqing out of his mind? Tian Yangsheng spoke coldly. However, one of his subordinates bowed and replied, Young master, the individual purchasing the shares is not Du Yuanqing. The informant had relayed that it was the 6th Peak's eldest son, Tang Tian. Tian Yangsheng paused. Tang Tian? I have no dealings with him. Why would he intentionally obstruct my plans? The subordinate pondered for a moment before responding. Young master. Not long ago, Luchanga personally visited Zizuyuan to meet with Tang Tian. They conversed for quite some time. Tian Yangsheng's brow furrowed further. This suddenly made perfect sense. Luchanga was his most formidable and troublesome rival in the pursuit of that position. He never expected that Luchanga and Tang Tian had already forged an alliance. Young master, since Tang Tian has increased the bid by 50%, should we continue to raise our offer? The subordinate inquired. Tian Yangsheng shook his head. No. 50% is too steep. It is somewhat unbearable. Du Yuanqing was already aligned with Luchanga, and now Tang Tian has joined him. Our chances of success in this plan are slim. The subordinate fell silent. Such a price was indeed beyond their expectations. Let us adhere to the original plan. Since Luchanga does not wish for me to succeed, I shall not permit him to enjoy it so easily. As for Tang Tian, this individual is not as simple as he appears. Although I am unaware of his true motives, it is too late for him to contend for that position. Unless his financial prowess could procure the entirety of Tingyun Chamber of Commerce, but that is an impossibility. Tian Yangsheng spoke coldly. Having just completed his transaction, Tang Tian remained oblivious to the unfolding events. His time within Qinghui Sect was still too brief, in terms of influence. He could not compare to figures like Luchanga and Tian Yangsheng, who had entrenched themselves for years with complex roots. However, even if he were aware, he would not forfeit this rare opportunity for a transaction. In a short span of about half an hour, he successfully transacted over 10 trillion shares, accumulating a monumental sum of consumption points, which swiftly surpassed 3 trillion. With his divine talents and physique, he could now exchange for both simultaneously, provided no unforeseen circumstances arose. He should ultimately reach around 4 trillion, given that he had purchased at a 50% markup. As time progressed, the shareholding conference gradually approached its conclusion. Qi Bin's face was alight with joy, and even the elderly stewards present exhibited evident delight. The results of this share transaction had far exceeded their expectations, with Tang Tian's intervention resolving their significant financial dilemma. Tang Tian continued to act with nonchalance, resembling a deity surveying the world. Just as the share transaction was nearing its end, Qi Yuan returned. He had made a special trip to the headquarters of Jin Yutang to inquire about matters from Tianfeng. However, the news Qi Yuan brought back caused Tang Tian to furrow his brow. Tianfeng had mysteriously vanished just before the stockholders' meeting, a ghostly disappearance akin to that of vapor. Qi Yuan was somewhat irked. He had initially thought this would be a straightforward task, only to find it had gone awry. Tang Tian's expression mirrored his concern. The sudden disappearance of Tianfeng hinted at a palpable conspiracy. When he had encountered Du Yuanqing earlier, the latter had seemed genuinely surprised by Tang Tian's presence. Moreover, he had no reason to deliberately antagonize Tang Tian over the voting rights of Tingyun Chamber of Commerce. Perhaps, after a moment's contemplation, Tang Tian said to Qi Yuan, Brother, keep a close watch on Du Yuanqing. Once the share transaction concludes, I wish to have a serious discussion with him. Qi Yuan nodded. Rest assured, I will keep a vigilant eye on him. No one shall take him away from here. The failure to locate Tianfeng ultimately angered Qi Yuan, and he could only vent his frustration on Du Yuanqing. After their discussion, Qi Yuan departed the elegant chamber once more, while the share transaction continued to draw to a close. Ultimately, after the final transaction was completed, Tang Tian acquired equity valued at over 29 trillion. given that he had marked up all his transactions by 50%. The total expenditure of spirit jade amounted to over 42 trillion. Such a substantial consumption point would suffice for him to indulge for quite some time. Following a concluding ceremony, the equity meeting officially came to an end. Tang Tian rose, intending to have a thorough discussion with Du Yuanqing, but Qi Bin stood before him. Young Master Tang, the president has just informed me that he wishes to invite you for a conversation, Qi Bin said. Tang Tian frowned slightly. The president was the leader of the Tungyun Chamber of Commerce, wielding immense power. Why would he seek an audience with him? Did he specify the matter at hand? Tang Tian inquired. Qi Bin replied, during this equity meeting, you helped our chamber resolve an urgent crisis. He wishes to express his gratitude in person. Additionally, he may want to discuss other matters. Tang Tian pondered for a moment. Gratitude seemed trivial, but if it pertained to future transactions, it would be prudent to attend. After all, the Tungyun Chamber's total scale exceeded 100 billion. He contacted Qi Yuan and learned that Du Yuanqing had been kept under surveillance, ensuring no further issues would arise. Thus he accepted the president's invitation. A short while later, under Qi Bin's guidance, Tang Tian ascended to the top floor of the Tungyun Chamber of Commerce. Upon entering an elegantly appointed private room, a tall, striking young man with a subtle smile approached him. President, Qi Bin promptly bowed in respect. The young man raised a hand. Thank you for your efforts, Qi. The smooth success of this equity meeting owes much to your contributions, and the chamber will not forget your merits. The president's voice possessed a captivating timbre, warm and inviting, evoking the gentle caress of spring. He stood there, embodying the traditional ideal of an unparalleled beauty. Even Tang Tian found himself momentarily captivated. Afterward, the president asked Qi Bin to step aside, turning to Tang Tian with a smile. I am Wang Gang. Tang Tian felt a sudden drop in his perception of the young man's attractiveness. Wang President, he greeted with a slight bow. Wang Gang smiled. Thanks to your generosity. Young Master Tang, our chamber has alleviated an urgent crisis. Without your assistance, it would have been challenging for us to persevere. Tang Tian expressed surprise, surely. A mere 50% stake could not warrant such gravity? Wang Gang sighed, gesturing for Tang Tian to enter the inner chamber as they walked. You are unaware that in recent years, the chamber's business has been declining. Although only a 50% stake was offered this time, many stakeholders have been observing closely. Should this transaction fail to secure adequate interest, they would undoubtedly lose faith in the future of the chamber, leading to inevitable disintegration. Tang Tian understood. Indeed. Under the relentless expansion of Yunding Tianfu, external forces had become increasingly constrained, making survival arduous. However, this was of little concern to him. Qi Bin mentioned you wanted to discuss certain matters with me? Wang Gang nodded. Your current holdings position you as a major shareholder within our chamber. There are certain matters you must be made aware of. Additionally, we should meet another individual who, like you, significantly contributed to this equity conference. Tang Tian's interest peaked. Surely, this referred to the mysterious individual. Soon, they entered the inner sanctum of the private room, where a figure clad in black sat quietly in anticipation. Upon recognizing the person's face, Tang Tian was taken aback. Tian Yangsheng? He had not anticipated the presence of Tian Yangsheng here, and the elusive mysterious figure was indeed him. Yet, Tian Yangsheng seemed to have been aware all along, turning to Tang Tian with an expressionless face. Tang Tian, what a coincidence, he remarked. Tang Tian furrowed his brow, momentarily overwhelmed by myriad thoughts. Tian Yangsheng's appearance here was no mere happenstance. This individual was undoubtedly here for the voting rights of the Tungyun Chamber. His objective was this 50% stake. Du Yuanqing might have been aware, or perhaps not, while Tang Tian was completely oblivious. Nonetheless, the presence of both individuals significantly impacted Tian Yangsheng's ambitions. Recalling Tian Feng's actions, he perceived a larger hand orchestrating these events from behind the scenes, entangling him, Du Yuanqing, and Tian Yangsheng in a web of intrigue. Who would ultimately benefit from this? Two figures began to materialize in Tang Tian's mind, Imo Xiaoxiao and Lu Changge. For the eldest son of Qingyue Sect, the crux of the equity meeting lay in the voting rights. The direct adversaries regarding voting rights against Tian Yangsheng were indeed Imo Xiaoxiao and Lu Changge. It seems you are all acquainted, Wang Gang interjected. Indeed. Both of you are prominent figures in Qingyue Sect. Please, have a seat. Wang Gang then expressed his gratitude once more and commenced detailing some basic information about the Tungyun Chamber of Commerce. However, it was evident that the two seated below had little inclination to listen. Tang Tian was deep in thought, questioning whether the reality aligned with his assumptions. While Tian Yangsheng remained impassive, lost in his own contemplations. I sincerely hope both of you will remain with the chamber for the long haul. Should there be any further equity transfers, I hope you can lend your support, Wang Gang stated. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian's interest was piqued. Are there others wishing to transfer their equity? Wang Gang nodded eagerly. As the chamber's situation deteriorates, it is inevitable that sentiments will waver. Tang Tian reflected briefly. Very well. If anyone is in need, simply inform me. Consumption points, after all, were better in surplus. If he could amass 10 trillion, equivalent to 100 billion spirit jade, he could exchange it for an imperial-level talent or physique. Hearing this, Wang Gang's eyes sparkled with excitement. That would be fantastic. I will promptly conduct a thorough review to identify suitable options. His delight was palpable, revealing the chamber's precarious predicament. Meanwhile, upon hearing Tang Tian's affirmative response, Tian Yangsheng furrowed his brow, his expression slightly astonished. Nevertheless, he ultimately refrained from voicing any further objections. Subsequently, Tang Tian began discussing other matters with Wang Gang. Chapter 102. The onset of turmoil. After a brief conversation, Tang Tian provided Wang Gang with an unexpectedly favorable response. He would purchase any shares available for sale. The excitement was unmistakable on Wang Gang's face as he assured Tang Tian that he would expedite the review of all equity, selecting the most suitable options. He then hurriedly took his leave, ensuring to provide Tang Tian and Tian Yangsheng with a tranquil environment, recognizing the subtle dynamics between the two. Once Wang Gang departed, Tian Yangsheng finally broke his silence, gazing at Tang Tian. You have achieved your objective. Why continue acquiring additional shares? Tang Tian replied softly. Do you know what my objective is? Tian Yangsheng scoffed. Isn't it to disrupt my voting rights within the Tingyan chamber? Don't tell me Lu Chang'e sent you, and Du Yuanqing here for any other purpose. Tang Tian fell silent, realizing that Tian Yangsheng had misunderstood his intentions. I have no ties to Lu Chang'e, he clarified. Tian Yangsheng coldly retorted. You know full well you cannot attain that position. Why invest heavily in acquiring these worthless shares? Tang Tian countered. What about Du Yuanqing? He was not even qualified to compete, so why did he choose to get involved? Tian Yangsheng's eyes widened. Him? Huh. That fool is merely a lackey of Lu Chang'e. The two of them are practically inseparable. The moment I saw him, I knew Lu Chang'e had reached into this matter. Tang Tian fell silent, realizing that Du Yuanqing was indeed affiliated with Lu Chang'e. He then recalled Lu Chang'e's unexpected visit a few days prior. These events seemed intricately connected to today's equity transaction. But would someone like Lu Chang'e engage in such conspicuous actions? Are you sure it's him? Tang Tian inquired. Tian Yangsheng scoffed. Who else could it be but that devious fellow? After years of battling him, he has proven to be someone who will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. This minor maneuver is merely child's play for him. Tang Tian shook his head, reluctant to base his conclusions on preconceived notions. He knew that Mo Xiaoxiao was not to be underestimated. We had now reached a critical juncture in the struggle for power, where anything could transpire. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, regardless of who it is. I want to make it clear that there is no connection between Lu Chang'e and me. His recent visit to Zizhu Courtyard was merely to discuss trivial matters. I chose to participate in the equity conference on my own accord, driven by my own intentions. Tian Yangsheng frowned and remarked, Indeed. Your agreement to Wang Gang's request earlier was rather unusual. Are you truly vying for that position? Tang Tian sighed. Didn't you say I had no chance at all? Then why bother worrying about it? The real issue at hand is that someone has manipulated me to target you. Identifying this person is what truly requires our attention. Tian Yangsheng curled his lip. No need for doubt. It is undoubtedly Lu Chang'e. If it were Mo Xiaoxiao, she would not have targeted me first, but him. For he stands the best chance of emerging victorious among the three of us. Tang Tian remained speechless. Tian Yangsheng's animosity towards Lu Chang'e had completely overshadowed objective analysis. For Mo Xiaoxiao, both Lu Chang'e and Tian Yangsheng were primary competitors, and attacking either would yield the same result. Tang Tian then recalled another individual, Du Yuanqing. If Du Yuanqing was indeed sent by Lu Chang'e, then he was likely the mastermind behind these events. If not, then the situation remained uncertain. With this thought, Tang Tian rose. Regardless of the circumstances, the two of us must not let this equity matter cause a rift between us. Otherwise, we would be fulfilling the desires of the puppet master. What do you think? Tian Yangsheng pondered for a moment and then nodded. Indeed. However, your recent activities within the sect have drawn too much attention, especially with today's incident posing a threat to us. Don't expect me to coexist peacefully with you. Tang Tian shrugged indifferently. That is fine. We have never been connected. Let things proceed as they will. Very well, I have other matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. With that, Tang Tian exited the top-level private room, leaving Tian Yangsheng alone, lost in thought. As he departed, Tang Tian wore a detached expression. He finally understood Lu Chang'e's words. In the realm of such power struggles, few can remain unscathed. He had done nothing yet found himself embroiled in a scheme. But now that he was entangled, Tang Tian would not easily back down. Who was afraid of whom? Though time was short, his resources were boundless. It remained uncertain who would ultimately triumph. However, the immediate concern was to ascertain who orchestrated today's events. Soon, Tang Tian arrived at the mid-level garden. Qi Yuan informed him that Du Yuanqing was present and under close watch. When Tang Tian arrived, he quickly grasped what it meant to be closely monitored. Du Yuanqing sat on a bench beneath a pavilion, while Qi Yuan stood directly in front of him, bent over with his wide, copper-like eyes fixed on Du Yuanqing, almost nose to nose. Du Yuanqing's face was ashen, too fearful to meet Qi Yuan's gaze, staring instead at the ground, frozen in place. His guards had long been dispatched by Qi Yuan. Tang Tian shook his head and approached. Qi Fengzhu, that's enough, he said. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan straightened up, pointing at Du Yuanqing with a grin. See? I truly had him under tight surveillance. Tang Tian, though exasperated, expressed his gratitude before stepping closer to Du Yuanqing. After Qi Yuan's substantial figure moved aside, Du Yuanqing finally caught his breath. Upon seeing Tang Tian, he couldn't help but shout, Tang Tian, you've already obtained what you desired. What more do you want? I tell you, our Du family is not to be trifled with. Noting Du Yuanqing's panic-stricken demeanor, Tang Tian spoke up. I just encountered Tian Yaxing. Du Yuanqing froze. Tian Yaxing? What was he doing here? His instinctive reaction was genuine. It appeared Du Yuanqing was unaware of Tian Yaxing's involvement in the equity contest. Tang Tian pondered for a moment before asking again, why are you participating in the equity transaction? You should know you cannot compete with those three. Du Yuanqing glanced at Tang Tian, but remained silent, seemingly reluctant to reveal his true motives. After a pause, Tang Tian provided him with another piece of information. Tian Feng is missing. Do you know that? Du Yuanqing's eyes widened in confusion and disbelief. How can that be? We just met. Tang Tian shook his head. You can reach out to him now and see if you can locate him. Du Yuanqing stood stunned before hastily retrieving his communication jade talisman to attempt contact with Tian Feng. After a long wait, he dropped the talisman, his face a mask of bewilderment. Beneath his confusion lay agitation and unease. Observing his state, Tang Tian spoke gently. Can we talk now? Du Yuanqing's expression was complicated as he hesitated for a long time. Ultimately, he nodded. Meanwhile, beneath the eaves of the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce headquarters, two strange figures entered. As the guards were about to approach with inquiries, the two figures vanished into thin air in the blink of an eye. The guards looked around in bewilderment, unable to find the two figures, and eventually returned to their posts, perhaps thinking they had merely imagined it. Chapter 103, Assassination. Tian Feng is, in fact, one of my family members. Du Yuanqing ultimately chose to relent, recounting his previous experiences to Tang Tian. As a direct descendant of the powerful Du family, he had been sent to Qingwei Sect and had become the young master of the West Peak. His duty was to cultivate a favorable environment for his family within Qingwei Sect, ensuring that Du family members could access superior resources upon entering the sect. Many others had done the same, such as Jing Heng, Guan Meng, and another young lady from the South Peak, Chen Xiao, all benefiting from their family or faction support to become prominent figures within Qingwei Sect. Thus, Du Yuanqing had no aspirations for the second-in-command position. He was well aware that his capabilities were not on par with those of Lu Chang'e and his cohorts, who had descended from Tianfu. However, just a few days ago, Tian Feng approached him, revealing that the family was dissatisfied with his accomplishments within Qingwei Sect and sought to replace him with another more capable heir. This was something Du Yuanqing could not tolerate. Being a wealthy scion is a source of immense joy, encompassing power, prestige, wealth, and women, everything one could desire. However, were one to be ousted from such a position, all would be lost. Du Yuanqing was instantly alarmed, wishing to return to discuss the matter earnestly with his patriarchal father. At this juncture, Tian Feng proposed another idea, the share distribution conference of the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce. Tian Feng informed him that if he could secure a substantial portion of shares at this conference, he would possess leverage for negotiation. Consequently, the three primary competitors would not trouble him. Rather, they would seek to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. This would solidify his own standing. Subsequently, he could select the individual most likely to ascend to that coveted position and use the shares as a token of allegiance, thereby establishing his foothold and freeing himself from fear of any adversary. Du Yuanqing articulated this plan, while Tang Tian remained silent, recognizing the numerous flaws in this reasoning. A moment of contemplation revealed the myriad issues inherent within. Did Du Yuanqing not perceive them? Perhaps he was aware of the risks yet chose to gamble nonetheless. If he triumphed, he would be liberated from all worries. However, should he fail, One glance at his current demeanor revealed the extent of his despair. As if he had been stripped of all vitality, his eyes void of life. Without Tian Feng's connections, the meager shares he held would bear no significance. Although, due to the contention with Tian Yangsheng, he had managed to acquire less than 500 million in shares, that was still family wealth. If an investigation ensued, he would be utterly ruined. Du Yuanqing expressed his trepidation, while Tang Tian observed him quietly. Du Yuanqing's fate was of little concern to him. He was solely interested in uncovering the puppeteer behind the scenes. It seemed evident that Du Yuanqing was not directly instigated by Lu Changge, indicating that Mo Xiaoxiao, Du Yuanqing, and even Tian Yangsheng were all potential suspects. Tang Tian had never underestimated the cunning and depth of such individuals. After a brief silence, Tang Tian posed a question that had lingered in his mind. Why did you encourage Tang Tian Feng to deliberately antagonize me? This was a perplexity he could not fathom. However, upon hearing the question, Du Yuanqing looked bewildered. Antagonize you? I did not. I was unaware of your prior acquaintance with Tian Feng. Tang Tian sighed softly. Indeed, within this intricate scheme, Du Yuanqing was merely a pawn. The pivotal juncture rested upon Tian Feng, yet regrettably, he had vanished. Tang Tian had reason to suspect that, given the nature of such a person, Tian Feng was likely no longer among the living. It was a vexing situation. Rubbing his temples, Tang Tian approached Qi Yuan, reluctant to engage in this conflict. Yet reality dictated that once positioned here, disputes would inevitably seek him out. I detest such underhanded tactics. If one possesses courage, they should confront me directly rather than resorting to subterfuge, Qi Yuan expressed, his face twisted in disdain. He had once been a principal victim in the power struggles. Tang Tian shook his head, saying, Brother, this conflict has reached its final phase. I would like to ask you to keep a close watch on the external situation. Should any disturbances arise, please inform me promptly. Qi Yuan waved his hand dismissively. No problem, consider it a trivial task. However, old Jin, do you truly have no desire to compete for that position? I still possess some connections within the sect. If you wish, I could ensure you are at least a formidable contender. He was a venerable figure involved in the founding of the Qingyue sect, and his network was invaluable. With Qi Yuan's support, Tang Tian could indeed have a significant chance. Yet, Tang Tian merely shook his head, expressing disinterest. In all honesty, the title of esteemed disciple is but a facade. My true priority will always be my own strength. While I may act opportunistically, I have no intention of expending my time and energy on such matters. Qi Yuan, familiar with Tang Tian's recent activities and aware of his character and true capabilities, was not surprised by this response. He chuckled lightly, stating, Over the years, what I fear most is not those with deep cunning, who concoct schemes with every utterance, but rather individuals like you, who remain unassuming and concealed, their true strength hidden. When the critical moment arrives, they strike with the ferocity of a primal beast. Cunning individuals can be guarded against, but how does one protect against those who seem innocuous? Tang Tian smiled, but remained silent, convinced that he was still too weak to emerge from the shadows. Being the underdog had its merits. After their conversation, Tang Tian resolved to keep this matter in mind, allowing Qi Yuan to continue monitoring forthcoming developments. He then prepared to depart from Guli City, returning to Qingyue Sect. As for Du Yuanqing, it seemed he would soon no longer hold the title of the West Peak's young master, rendering further entanglement unnecessary. After a simple farewell, Tang Tian turned to leave when, unexpectedly, three peculiar figures emerged in his line of sight, advancing toward him. Their presence instilled an inexplicable sense of dread within Tang Tian. Instinctively, he scrutinized their faces, only to be taken aback. They did not obscure their identities, yet he could perceive nothing, as if an intangible force cloaked them. A sudden, thunderous roar reverberated in Tang Tian's mind, sending his very soul into a rapid tremor. Fortunately, his life essence was immensely powerful, and soon a refreshing current surged forth, stabilizing his spirit. However, in that fleeting moment, the three enigmatic figures had drawn near, simultaneously raising their hands, releasing an utterly terrifying aura that sent a chill down Tang Tian's spine. Be cautious, Qi Yuan shouted, unleashing his half-immortal energy, enveloping Tang Tian protectively and forcibly relocating him. Concurrently, brilliant light expanded rapidly in Tang Tian's vision as a dreadfully potent force brushed past him. Boom! An overwhelming surge of energy obliterated the entire pavilion. Despite Qi Yuan's protection, Tang Tian felt the force's violent impact, causing his blood to surge and propelling him alongside Qi Yuan through the air. In that moment of being hurled away, Tang Tian caught a glimpse of the true target of this horrific assault, Du Yuanqing's location. Chapter 104. Return to Qingyue Sect. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted in the garden. Even Qi Yuan, as a half-step immortal, was sent flying by the shockwave. Together with Tang Tian, he was hurled several dozen meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Tang Tian's mind was in chaos, his blood boiling, and he expelled several mouthfuls of blood. Fortunately, his life essence was sufficiently robust, quickly surging upward and mending all his injuries in an instant. The attacker's strength was overwhelmingly powerful. Even with Qi Yuan's protection, and despite their primary target not being him, the sheer force had penetrated through, inflicting harm upon Tang Tian. He could distinctly sense that this power was not mere spiritual energy but a force of a higher caliber, true immortals. Qi Yuan approached, coughing, and, as a half-step immortal, he had sustained minimal damage. "Old Jean, are you all right?" he inquired. Tang Tian shook his head, indicating that he was fine, and gazed toward the site of the recent attack. The pavilion had vanished without a trace, leaving a barren expanse devoid of life for dozens of meters around. Du Yuanqing and his subordinates, along with the unfortunate souls nearby, had been utterly obliterated, leaving no remnants behind. How could this group of individuals dare to storm the headquarters of the Tingyun Merchant Guild merely to eliminate a wretched brat? Qi Yuan's brow furrowed, his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. The Tingyun Merchant Guild is under the protection of celestial beings. No sooner had he spoken than a multitude of terrifying auras erupted from the pinnacle of the pavilion, crashing down from the heavens. Who would dare to act recklessly within the confines of the Tingyun Merchant Guild? The ethereal figure of an elder clad in white loomed in the sky, his fierce gaze scanning the surroundings as he brought his hand down in a mighty strike. A terrifying energy surged forth, locking down the entirety of the space surrounding the garden. Concurrently, the defensive formation outside the pavilion activated, enveloping the entire structure. However, the three assailants targeting Du Yuanqing appeared to be well prepared. After confirming Du Yuanqing's demise, they unleashed a brilliant flash of light, not directed at the descending hand above, but rather aimed at the newly activated formation. In an instant, the radiance collided head-on with the formation. Boom! The ground quaked violently. The transparent formation rippled intensely. Tang Tian witnessed a mysterious figure soaring upwards, brandishing a pitch-black spear, which he thrust directly at the point of impact on the formation. Crack! The formidable formation instantly fractured, creating a gaping hole. Through this breach, the three enigmatic individuals swiftly darted out of the formation, transforming into streaks of light that rapidly vanished into the sky. "Do not let them escape," the elder in the sky bellowed, summoning the heavens in pursuit. Additionally, several other powerful beings followed the elder, and within moments, they all disappeared. So, this is the realm of the immortals, Tang Tian realized, overwhelmed by the terrifying capabilities displayed one after another, leaving him utterly bewildered. Compared to them, his previous participation in the flag-grabbing contest and the core disciple selection felt like mere childish play. This thought clenched Tang Tian's fists. One day, he too would soar freely in this realm. After calming himself for a moment, Tang Tian turned to find Qi Yuan still deeply troubled, his expression one of shock. He hadn't shown such a countenance, even when he had been struck earlier. Tang Tian inquired, "Brother, what troubles you?" After a brief silence, Qi Yuan replied, "That spear. If I am not mistaken, it resembles the standard weapon of the War God Hall." Tang Tian was taken aback. The War God Hall, he recalled hearing about from Lu Chang'e, was a formidable organization within the Tianfu. And Tian Yangsheng hailed from the War God Hall. Was he behind this? Why? Was it because Du Yuanqing had interfered with his stock trading plans? Yet, the one who truly posed a direct threat to Tian Yangsheng was Tang Tian himself. But the three mysterious figures had their sights firmly set on Du Yuanqing. In his contemplation, Tang Tian suddenly realized that this war had genuinely begun, and he, whether intentionally or unintentionally, had been ensnared within it. Had it not been for Qi Yuan and the Divine Phoenix secret art, he might have perished on the spot, becoming just another unfortunate casualty. Nobody would have cared how he met his end, nor would anyone have sought justice for him. Death would have been in vain. As the time for determining that position drew nearer, the conflict between them would only intensify. Who knew what might transpire then? After some reflection, Tang Tian resolved to remain within the confines of the Qingyue sect as much as possible, emerging only when absolutely necessary. At least within the sect, those individuals would exercise restraint, and the risk of losing one's life would be mitigated. Even if he did not fear death, recklessness would be unwise. Alas, yet another war is about to commence, Qi Yuan lamented. Does the sect not intervene in such matters? Tang Tian asked. Qi Yuan chuckled coldly. The sect only concerns itself with its own affairs. Outside, if they wish to engage in slaughter, let them do so. The more bloodshed, the easier it will be for the sect to expand in the future. Perhaps at some opportune moment, the sect might even intervene. Tang Tian fell silent. In such high-stakes games, only one principle mattered: interest. Right and wrong were merely excuses serving the agenda of profit. Shaking his head, Tang Tian chose to disregard such matters. All he needed was a relatively stable environment for cultivation. Enhancing his strength was paramount. With 400 billion consumption points at hand, his most urgent task was to exchange for divine-level talents and physique. However, just as he was about to call Qi Yuan to return, the guild leader Wang Gang arrived in the garden accompanied by several members of the Tingyun Merchant Guild. Upon seeing Tang Tian, he let out a long sigh of relief. "Thank heavens, you are unharmed." Qi Yuan coldly snorted. "Your guild's security measures are utterly inadequate. It was far too easy for them to infiltrate. After committing murder, they managed to slip away without a hitch. Pathetic." Behind Wang Gang stood several immortals, who were about to express their anger but were restrained by an elder among them. It seemed that individual strength was somewhat lacking compared to the might of a powerful background, unless one had reached an extraordinary level where they could not be ignored. Hearing Qi Yuan's reproach, Wang Gang repeatedly apologized, stating, "Those were peak true immortals. We indeed overlooked this. But rest assured, the guild will not let this matter slide. We will investigate thoroughly. I promise to provide you with a satisfactory explanation." Qi Yuan rolled his eyes, clearly unconvinced by Wang Gang's assurances. Tang Tian, on the other hand, expressed that there was no need for concern and indicated his intention to leave. "Will you not stay a while longer? Our people are currently investigating. There may still be other dangers lurking," Wang Gang suggested. Qi Yuan scoffed. "The most dangerous place right now is right here with you. Do not think to use this excuse to investigate us. If you truly wish to investigate, go to the Qinghua Sect." Wang Gang's expression became awkward as his intentions were laid bare. Tang Tian shook his head, signaling his farewell. He then called for Qin Hai and departed alongside Qi Yuan. Chapter 105. The Chosen of Destiny, the colossal body of heaven in the sky. A grand ship sped swiftly through the air. Tang Tian stood at the forefront, gazing down at the earth below. Yet his mindset was entirely different from when he had arrived. The ultimate battle for that position had already commenced, and he had inexplicably been drawn into it. However, this posed little concern. He needed only to remain within the Qinghua Sect and refrain from venturing out. What occupied his thoughts the most was the overwhelming sense of helplessness he felt during the attack on Du Yuanqing by those three mysterious figures. After his recent training and cultivation, he believed his strength had reached commendable heights. Under optimal circumstances, he would not fear even the fusion stage. And even those at the tribulation stage could not easily contend with him. Yet this world still had true immortals. The presence of true immortals rendered him utterly powerless. Above true immortals existed celestial beings, profound immortals, golden immortals, great Luo golden immortals, immortal kings, and others. It was unfathomable to imagine the cataclysmic devastation that would ensue should such beings decide to intervene. A sense of insignificance washed over him once more. In the presence of such formidable entities, he remained akin to an ant, at best, an indestructible ant. This sensation was deeply unsettling. Tang Tian did not believe in the notion of a protagonist's halo, in which one could survive numerous brushes with death. Even if one offended a powerful enemy, they would typically send lesser foes first to allow the protagonist to level up. This world was far more brutal. Du Yuanqing was merely a cultivator at the out-of-body stage. Yet his attackers had dispatched three true immortals. There was simply no chance of survival. Thus, being cautious and amassing strength was undoubtedly the correct course of action. After pondering for a while, Qi Yuan approached from behind. "What troubles you, old Jean? Still pondering the earlier events? There is no need for concern. They may dare to storm the Tingyun Merchant Guild headquarters, but they certainly would not attack an ordinary ship of the Qinghua Sect. Moreover, I am here as well. Even if celestial beings were to descend, I possess means to ensure our safety," Qi Yuan declared. Tang Tian shook his head, letting out a deep sigh. "My concern does not lie with that. I merely feel that I am still too weak." Qi Yuan paused, then chuckled. "Old Jean, you are being overly modest. Merely after 3 years of cultivation, to have attained such strength is no small feat within the Tianfu. Given ample time, your future accomplishments will surely rival those of the others." Tang Tian remained noncommittal. His innate talent was undoubtedly sufficient at present, but time was the essence. Cultivation was an exceedingly protracted process, during which anything could transpire. "Is there a method to rapidly enhance one's cultivation?" Tang Tian inquired. After some contemplation, Qi Yuan replied, "There are ways, though they are generally not advised. Cultivation will eventually progress. But one's comprehension of the practice is the decisive factor that determines how far you can ultimately go. If your cultivation ascends, but your comprehension does not keep pace, it is akin to a child wielding a large hammer, clumsy and uncontrolled." Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Indeed, this was the case. However, for him, his comprehension had long since transcended his current cultivation level. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that even celestial beings might not grasp the Tao as deeply as he did. I wish to attempt it. You need not worry about my comprehension. I am well aware. Tang Tian stated. With a sigh, Qi Yuan conceded, very well, your situation is indeed unique. There are many methods to swiftly enhance one's cultivation, yet the most effective would surely be the Liuli secret realm of the Ziyang sect. It is a natural secret realm, brimming with an immense concentration of pure spiritual energy, accessible to cultivators below the tribulation stage. Once, a nascent soul cultivator spent merely a month within and broke through to mid-integration. Tang Tian's interest was piqued. Where's the Ziyang sect? Qi Yuan explained. The Ziyang sect is an affiliated sect under Tianfu, established several centuries before the Qingwei sect, and boasts formidable strength. It lies approximately 20 times the distance from Guli City to Qingwei sect. Tang Tian fell silent upon realizing the vast distance. With the war just having ignited, venturing far afield could lead to unforeseen consequences. After pondering, he concluded, perhaps it is best to postpone that for now. Let us wait until this turmoil subsides before making any plans. At the very least, I should first exchange for my innate talent and physique. Qi Yuan nodded, indicating that should he wish to go, the opportunity would always be available. 2 days later, the ship returned to Qingwei sect smoothly. Tang Tian instructed Qin Hai to remain at the original Jinyu Tang and refrain from wandering about. He then returned to the Zhu courtyard. Despite the brevity of this journey, he had encountered numerous events. Having witnessed the might of powerful celestial beings, a sense of urgency washed over him once more. After a brief period of recuperation, he entered the meditation chamber. Gazing at the over 4 trillion consumption points, Tang Tian made his selections. Divine talent, 100 billion consumption points. Divine physique, 100 billion consumption points. You have acquired destined holy sun. You have acquired celestial titan. A familiar sensation enveloped him once again, as Tang Tian felt the Tao's laws entwining him. Adrift in an expansive realm, the essence of all origins was vividly apparent, and the rules of the Tao softened, as if he had become a favored child of heaven and earth. Ah, so it is, Tang Tian exclaimed as he struck out with his palm, causing the stars to reverse and the heavens to shift. His understanding of the Tao advanced another level, becoming profoundly lucid. The celestial sea, representing the myriad paths of the Tao, grew ever more resplendent, rapidly refining. Ultimately, he ascended to the second stage, mastery of the myriad paths. Following this, his physique underwent an extraordinary transformation. The celestial titan bore no extraordinary secret techniques, yet its very essence was overwhelmingly powerful. His entire being restructured, becoming indomitable. Every drop of blood, every strand of hair, teemed with boundless strength. Now, Tang Tian resembled an unparalleled divine weapon, capable of effortlessly snapping even the finest spiritual artifacts with sheer physical prowess. Spiritual weapons striking his body left not even the faintest mark, for his physical resilience had reached an unfathomable level. Moreover, the celestial titan would continue to grow alongside his cultivation. Should he ascend to the pinnacle, the sheer magnitude of its power was unimaginable. The destined holy sun and celestial titan propelled Tang Tian's potential into an elevated stratum, and unbeknownst to him, his cultivation broke through to the initial stage of the nascent soul, having achieved consummate perfection. With a long exhale, Tang Tian felt a sense of relief. If he were to confront the circumstances of a few days prior, he was confident he would emerge unscathed. Moreover, he sensed that even in the face of direct assault, survival was within the realm of possibility. Onward with diligence, he resolved, closing his eyes and swiftly entering a state of cultivation. Meanwhile, a tempest of blood and turmoil unfurled outside. Chapter 106. A tempest of blood and turmoil in the Taoist realm. Within the cultivation chamber, Tang Tian sat cross-legged, his aura fluctuating between luminescence and obscurity, at times radiating outward, at other times drawing inward. After a considerable duration, this fluctuation gradually settled. Tang Tian slowly opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. He had reached the mid-nascent soul stage. Since returning from Guli City, he had immersed himself in rigorous cultivation. After over 20 days of relentless effort, he had finally advanced to mid-nascent soul stage. Such speed, if known to the outside world, would surely leave many astounded. As one progresses, the pace of cultivation invariably slows. Even the most gifted individuals would require several months to transition from the initial to the mid-nascent soul stage. Yet Tang Tian had achieved this in a mere 20 days, with his foundation remarkably stable. This remarkable feat was largely attributed to the formidable talent of the destined Holy Sun, making his cultivation feel effortless, devoid of any obstacles or risks. I am confident I shall reach the integration stage before the year ends, Tang Tian mused. With over 2 months remaining in the year at this pace, he could effortlessly ascend to the integration stage. This meant that within just 1 year, he could leap 6 major realms, advancing from the Qi refinement stage to integration. Such an extraordinary velocity would be hard for anyone to believe. After stabilizing his aura, Tang Tian retrieved his communication jade talisman. Qi Yuan had relayed further information to him. Since returning to the sect, the external turmoil had shown no signs of abating. The death of Du Yuanqing had stirred considerable unrest both outside and within the Qinghua sect. At that time, celestial beings from the Tingyun chamber had pursued the assailants, engaging in several cataclysmic battles, yet the 3 culprits had managed to escape separately. Nevertheless, the chamber had gleaned some critical information. Following thorough investigations, nearly all evidence pointed to a single individual, Tian Yangxing. The Du family was incensed, gathering all their powerful members before the Qinghua sect, demanding accountability for their scion. However, they were met with the Qinghua sect's firm resistance. The sole justification was that Du Yuanqing was a distinguished disciple of the Qinghua sect, and the matter would be handled internally. They only needed to await the outcome. Such an approach was nothing short of tyrannical. Yet in the face of the formidable Qinghua sect, the Du family had no choice but to suppress their fury and await the investigation as findings. The Qinghua sect indeed conducted an inquiry, summoning Tian Yangxing, the Tingyun chamber, and numerous related individuals for rigorous adjudication. Had it not been for Tang Tian's presence and his clean background, he too would have been summoned for the trials. However, after multiple hearings, Tian Yangxing steadfastly maintained his innocence. Furthermore, he proposed a bold hypothesis, suggesting that the perpetrator was Lu Chang'e, aiming to undermine his contention for that position. Nonsense. Lu Chang'e and Du Yuanqing are inseparable allies, akin to 2 peas in a pod. If it were indeed Lu Chang'e who committed such an act, it would be akin to having his head kicked by a donkey. It is a frivolous endeavor that yields no benefits. At that moment, Qi Yuan expressed his disdain while conversing with Tang Tian. If Qi Yuan held such a belief, the higher-ups of Qinghua sect would naturally have no genuine suspicion towards Lu Chang'e. Nonetheless, they conducted a symbolic investigation, which ultimately exonerated Lu Chang'e of any suspicion. However, Tian Yangxing adamantly refused to acknowledge his actions, and others failed to uncover direct evidence implicating him, leaving them with no choice but to confine him until the investigation reached a definitive conclusion. The outcome of this judgment deeply dissatisfied the Du family. They could not accept that a young master had perished without the perpetrator facing justice. Consequently, since Qinghua sect was unable to uncover anything, the Du family took it upon themselves to investigate. They mobilized all their connections and resources, embarking on a thorough external search. However, an investigation fueled by vengeance is seldom rational, especially when it involved the forces aligned with Tian Yangxing. Evident biases led to disputes. The flames ignited from Jinyutang, spreading to the headquarters of Tingyun merchants, causing a headache for Wang Gang, who momentarily set aside his dealings with Tang Tian regarding equity. The inferno soon reached Qinghua sect, even infiltrating its inner sanctum. Shifeng, a territory under Du Yuanqing's control, while not long established, had become relatively stable, with numerous loyalists and Du family members entrenched within. These individuals easily clashed with Tian Yangxing's faction, quickly escalating into bloody conflict. In a mere 10 days, over 1,000 lives were lost, genuine hostilities erupted, and even Qinghua sect struggled to suppress the chaos. The external landscape was drenched in blood. Half of Jinyutang's upper echelons were purged, while the precarious situation of Tingyun merchants, which had just stabilized through equity transactions, began to teeter once more. The madness was palpable. The message transmitted by Qi Yuan mirrored the chaos. Another battle had erupted. The Du family, blinded by rage, cornered Tian Yangxing's loyal confidants in Sunset Valley, annihilating them in the ensuing melee, even shattering mountains in the process. Upon absorbing this information, Tang Tian fell into a contemplative silence. Although Sunset Valley lay in a relatively remote area of Qinghua sect, it was still within the sect's domain. The audacity to act in such a place spoke volumes about the current state of affairs between the factions. After a moment's thought, Tang Tian activated Qi Yuan's communication jade talisman, preparing to delve deeper into the matter. Hey Lao Jin, you want to believe how lively it is outside. Qi Yuan's booming voice resonated through the talisman. After yesterday's incident, Li Tianhua was utterly enraged, ordering the law enforcement hall to apprehend nearly 10,000 people overnight. He then issued a strict decree forbidding any similar occurrences within Qinghua sect, threatening immediate execution for violators. Tang Tian remained silent, pondering, yet the situation is far from resolved. The more repression there is, the stronger the backlash will be. Qi Yuan chuckled, Oldly isn't that foolish. He has sent Shao Kong to the Du family to temporarily soothe the frenzied emotions, and he has instructed Lu Chang'e to stabilize the situation among the faction in Shifeng. Tang Tian nodded, recognizing that this might yield some positive effects. However, the most pressing concern remained, uncovering the true culprit behind Du Yuanqing's death. Investigations within the sect had not ceased. Qi Yuan remarked, but guess what? Their investigation hit a crucial dead end, just like ours. All leads went cold. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. Tian Feng? Qi Yuan affirmed, yes, that rat. This whole incident can be traced back to him. He must know more than he has revealed. Unfortunately, no one can locate him now. It's as if he has vanished from existence. Tang Tian grimaced, contemplating that they might never find him again. In his view, Lu Chang'e, Tian Yangsheng, and Mo Xiaoxiao all bore some suspicion, and these individuals were adept at leaving no traces of their misdeeds. The complexity of this investigation was daunting. Yet, he reasoned, it did not significantly concern him. No matter how fierce the flames raged, they would not reach him for the time being. Thus, he resolved to focus on his cultivation diligently. Chapter 107. A visit from Jing Heng. In the ensuing period, Tang Tian continued his monotonous yet fulfilling training regimen, feeling his strength grow daily. Meanwhile, the turmoil outside showed no signs of abating. Under the intervention of Grand Elder Li Tianhua, young Sect Master Yun Kong, and Lu Chang'e, the fierce bloodshed temporarily subsided. However, due to the persistent absence of critical leads, the identity of the true culprit remained elusive. After confining Tian Yangsheng for a month, they reluctantly released him, limiting his movements within Qinghua's sect. Yet, Tian Yangsheng was no benevolent figure. The label of madman was well earned. Upon witnessing the heavy casualties among his loyalists, he launched a fierce counterattack, targeting not only the Du family, but also holding Lu Chang'e accountable, whom he believed orchestrated the entire conspiracy. Tang Tian finally grasped the true nature of the madness emanating from the War God Hall. When they threatened immediate execution for further incidents, he retorted that he would take matters into his own hands, eliminating his foes before ending his own life, thus sparing them the trouble. He declared that if they forbade him from leaving the sect, he would renounce his status as a disciple of Qinghua's sect and wreak havoc at will. The violence escalated alarmingly. In desperation, the sect's higher-ups intervened once more, seeking to confront Tian Yangsheng. However, he was not to be trifled with. Backed by the War God Hall, he showed no regard for their authority. Whoever targets me, I shall retaliate, he declared. Amidst his frenzied reprisals, Lu Chang'e suffered significant losses, facing numerous assassination attempts himself. The sect found itself at a loss, striving to maintain order as the law enforcement hall worked tirelessly, nearly driving themselves to madness. The investigation into Du Yuanqing's death expanded in scope, and individuals approached Tang Tian to discuss various matters. Regrettably, progress remained painfully slow. Just as Tang Tian anticipated a prolonged period of chaos, a sudden earthquake of events unfolded. Lao Jin, the Guan family has been exterminated. Qi Yuan's voice brimmed with astonishment, as if even he had not anticipated the ferocity of this conflagration. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. The Guan family belonged to Guan Meng of Beifeng, a typically unassuming family that tended to their own affairs without any significant conflicts with others. Why had they suddenly faced such a dire fate? It must have been Lu Chang'e, Qi Yuan speculated. Tian Yangsheng has been suffering greatly at Lu Chang'e's hands lately. He is bound to retaliate. Investigations revealed that Guan Meng's family had close ties to Tian Yangsheng, likely supporting his ascent to power. Thus, Lu Chang'e chose to annihilate them in revenge. These young ones possess increasingly ruthless methods. Tang Tian frowned, pondering. Have they discovered the truth? Qi Yuan replied. Those involved in the plotting would never leave behind incriminating evidence. The Guan family's upper echelons were slaughtered overnight. This family is not significantly weaker than the Du family. Only someone of their caliber could execute such a feat without a trace. Although Lu Chang'e denied involvement, it was evident to all. Tang Tian remained silent, sensing something amiss about this entire affair. And what of Tian Yangsheng? He inquired, and Qi Yuan smiled as he replied, that madman, what other reaction could he have? Upon receiving the news, he personally stormed to Lu Chang'e's dwelling, and with a few thrusts of his spear, he brought down the very abode of Lu Chang'e. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Old Li, one of them would surely be lying there now. Subsequently, Old Li temporarily imprisoned Lu Chang'e, both to prevent further escalation of the conflict and to ensure Lu Chang'e's safety. However, the animosity between the two had now reached a point of no return. Neither would rest until the other lay defeated. Listening to Qi Yuan's words, Tang Tian fell into a contemplative silence for a while. Eventually, he gently asked, Old Qi, do you not find this situation rather peculiar? Qi Yuan was taken aback. What seems peculiar? Tang Tian sighed on the surface. It appears that their discord has gradually intensified due to Du Yuanqing's death. But let's consider it from another perspective. As Lu Chang'e and Tian Yangxing engage in mutual slaughter, weakening one another's strength, who ultimately stands to gain from this? Qi Yuan paused momentarily, hesitantly suggesting, "Are you implying the young lady from the Mo family?" Tang Tian remained silent. As one of the three most formidable contenders for that position, Mo Xiaoxiao had remained aloof from the turmoil, seemingly uninvolved. Yet, if we were to view her as a potential beneficiary, it might be that her silence renders her the prime suspect. How did I not think of that? Qi Yuan exclaimed. Indeed, if both Lu Chang'e and Tian Yangxing were to fall, that position would directly fall to Mo Xiaoxiao. Goodness. I must inform old Li to ensure he doesn't overlook this matter. With that, Qi Yuan abruptly severed the communication. Tang Tian intended to caution him that this was merely a conjecture, but it was too late. However, Qi Yuan soon sent another message. Brother, I suspect you might be right. Mo Xiaoxiao has already been summoned for questioning. Old Li mentioned that there are indeed traces of this girl's involvement in some matters. Impressive. Even I nearly fell for it, Tang Tian muttered, feeling somewhat resigned. However, until a final verdict is reached, it would be prudent to refrain from forming conclusions. We are ultimately outsiders and cannot see everything clearly. Please continue to keep an eye on things and inform me of any developments. By the way, do not forget about my few disciples. Qi Yuan replied, I won't forget. The 4 little ones are all doing well, especially the youngest, whose learning ability is remarkable. In tomorrow's 100-gate battle, she will undoubtedly have her place. The twins and that Li fellow are also doing fine. Their progress poses no significant issues, so rest easy. Sighing, he continued, but who is the real culprit? It remains quite troublesome. With that, he ended the conversation. Tang Tian couldn't help but smirk. Qi Yuan's mind was still entangled in this conflict. Yet, as long as Li Hong and the others' training was on track, that was all that mattered. Though, given his current status, he could easily find a few disciples to fill the slots for the 100-gate battle. He still placed his trust in Li Hong and the others. The stronger, the better. Shaking his head, Tang Tian prepared to head to the dojo for training. Just as he was about to step out, a familiar figure approached him. Tang Xiao. The visitor was none other than Dongfeng Jingheng. Noticing his anxious demeanor, Tang Tian invited him in. Tang Xiao, I have come today to clarify my intentions. As soon as he sat down, Jingheng spoke with utmost seriousness. I, Jingheng, swear by my Dao heart. I harbor not a single thought towards that position. I will not let our competition affect you in the slightest. Should I breach this oath, may my spirit and form perish. Chapter 108. Elder Hanhai emerges from seclusion observing Jingheng's earnest expression. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback before he chuckled helplessly. Brother Jing, why do you feel the need to say all this? After a prolonged silence, Jingheng sighed deeply. Tang Xiao, you must be aware of the recent events, correct? Tang Tian replied gently, the matter concerning Lu Chang'e and Tian Yangxing? Jingheng regarded him intently. What I truly care about are Du Yuanqing and Guan Ming. Tang Tian was slightly taken aback, as if beginning to grasp the purpose of Jingheng's visit. I am akin to them, Jingheng continued. As the influence of Tianfu expands, we, the original factions, find our breathing space diminishing. Thus, we can only seek collaboration. Coming to Qingyue Sect and becoming the most powerful honorary disciple atop a main peak is a means to secure a path for our families. To outsiders, we appear remarkably prosperous, wielding power that obscures the sun. Yet, to those who genuinely hold power, Jingheng shook his head with a bitter smile. His face etched with sorrow. For this position, our families have nearly exhausted all resources and wealth. We believed we had finally paved a smooth path and could rely on Tianfu's great stature to endure. But now, the Guan family was annihilated overnight. And the Du family is gravely wounded, teetering on collapse. I dread that we, the Jing family, may be next. Tang Tian, observing his demeanor, gently inquired. Yet you have no desire to contest for that position, do you? Jingheng gave a rueful smile. Neither did Du Yuanqing nor Guan Ming. Yet look at their fates. Since joining the sect, I have tread cautiously, maintaining relationships and a safe distance from everyone, fearing being drawn into their conflicts. Yet now, it seems all efforts were in vain. When strife truly descends, no one can escape. Tang Tian sighed softly. Such is the lament of the lesser individuals. Jingheng may not be a minor character, yet in comparison to those truly powerful figures, he too is not far removed. When useful, he is a tool, when not, merely a pawn to be discarded. Yet it is not entirely in vain, Tang Tian reassured him. Du Yuanqing's fate stemmed from his close association with Lu Chang'e. Guan Ming suffered due to his family's ties with Tian Yangxing. Your current safety is likely a result of your careful maneuvering over the years. Jingheng shook his head. This stability could be torn apart at any moment. Therefore, I must exert every effort to protect my family. Tang Tian remained noncommittal, asking, "Then why do you specifically seek me out to swear allegiance?" Jingheng explained, "You are surely aware of the fundamental reasons behind the fates of the Du and Guan families. Currently, the only ones likely to attain that position are you four. I cannot ascertain who orchestrated these events, so I must express my intentions to each individual. I merely wish to secure a complete family." Tang Tian sighed softly. "To be honest, I do not harbor such ambitions. Moreover, my influence pales in comparison to the other three." Jingheng raised his gaze. "But you have the support of Master Qi as long as Master Qi stands by your side. Your influence within the sect will not be inferior to that of the others." Tang Tian fell silent. Not long ago, Qi Yuan had mentioned that with his connections, he could place Tang Tian on par with the other three. Although he himself had no such aspirations, objectively speaking, the possibility indeed existed. It was no wonder Jingheng had sought him out personally. Observing the anxious demeanor of Jingheng, Tang Tian poured him a cup of hot tea and spoke gently. "Jing brother, you are the first noble scion I have encountered within the Qinghua sect. Since you harbor concerns, allow me to clarify. This conflict bears no relation to me. I possess neither the motive nor the intent to contend with your Jing family. I understand your apprehensions, yet I can only convey this much. The discord is unavoidable, and we must exert ourselves fully to emerge unscathed from it." Jingheng gazed at Tang Tian for a moment, then raised the teacup and drank it all in one go. Subsequently, he stood and bowed deeply to Tang Tian. "Thank you, young Master Tang." Moments later, Jingheng departed from the Zizhu courtyard, intending to visit three other, even more troublesome individuals. Tang Tian sat quietly under the old locust tree for a while before shaking his head with a smile. Jingheng was indeed the only visitor who refrained from commenting on this place. It seemed that the recent calamities befalling the Du and Guan families had instilled fear in him. The last words Tang Tian had spoken were, in truth, meant for himself as well. As the flames of conflict spread wider, no one could be certain of their ability to remain untouched. However, unlike Jingheng, Tang Tian was alone, unencumbered by ties and concerns, which afforded him a measure of ease. As long as no one provoked him, all would be well. Should someone extend a hand towards him then? Tang Tian found himself in strong agreement with certain principles of the War God Temple. Shaking his head, he dismissed his tangled thoughts. Regardless, only formidable strength would provide the utmost assurance. Let the flames of war burn as they please outside. He would proceed according to his original plan. Half a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Following the annihilation of the Guan family, Guan Ming was thoroughly enraged and began a frenzied campaign against all forces aligned with Lu Chang'e. Yet, bereft of familial support, his capabilities proved ultimately limited. In the end, he met a tragic demise during an assassination attempt. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaoxiao was imprisoned after undergoing a series of meticulous examinations. As before, she denied all allegations, and no concrete evidence could be found. However, it seemed that Lu Chang'e and Tian Yangsheng had begun to shift their focus towards Nanfeng. Yet, Mo Xiaoxiao was no weakling. Her years of management had fortified Nanfeng like an impenetrable fortress, and with the presence of the esteemed Chen Sairu, they suffered no significant losses. Nevertheless, this conflict plunged all three parties into chaos, with casualties occurring daily. The enforcement hall of the sect had nearly transformed into a professional body recovery unit, its floors stained crimson with blood. The external world fared even worse, as the power dynamics shifted drastically amidst the turmoil, with strife and bloodshed rampant everywhere. All this upheaval stemmed merely from the struggle for power within the Qinghua sect's hierarchy. The pursuit of power has always been the most brutal aspect of human history. Yet, Tang Tian remained an observer, steadily advancing in his cultivation. With the resonance of the heavenly path echoing around him, he successfully ascended to the late stage of the out-of-body realm, a pace swifter than he had anticipated. Just as he prepared to continue his endeavors, both Qi Yuan and Yun Kong transmitted messages to him almost simultaneously. Elder Han Hai has emerged from seclusion. Chapter 109. The Judgment in the Zizhu Courtyard. Tang Tian sat quietly beneath the old locust tree, perusing the message from Yun Kong. Elder Han Hai had officially emerged from his retreat the previous evening, having successfully navigated the 9 heavenly tribulations after nearly a year of seclusion, entering the Ascendant Realm. This was splendid news for the Qinghua sect, particularly amidst the current chaotic circumstances. With the addition of a powerful elder, the situation would undoubtedly stabilize somewhat. The peak masters and numerous senior elders extended their congratulations to him, while Han Hai's disciples returned to celebrate their master's achievement. It was during this time that Elder Han Hai discovered that Gu Xiaoxue had become a guest of the sect. He recognized that Xiaoxue had been used. Yet he felt a surge of anger. A child of innate talent was destined to ascend to immortality, and Xiaoxue's choice to become a guest meant she could no longer be his direct disciple. Elder Han Hai bore no ill will towards Xiaoxue, but those involved in this matter would need to be held accountable. Tomorrow morning, I will personally preside over a judgment in the enforcement hall. Elder Zhongyang, Xiaoxue's senior sister Luo Danya, and you must all be present, Yun Kong informed him. After reading this, Tang Tian assured Yun Kong that he had no objections. Having awaited this day for quite some time, he then turned his attention to the message from Qi Yuan. Old Jane, do you have a grudge with Han Hai? It seems he has summoned you for questioning. But fear not, I have your back. He won't be able to create much trouble. I'll drop by tomorrow to see what he concocts. If he dares to act recklessly, I'll put an end to him. Qi Yuan's words were as bold and tempestuous as ever. Tang Tian chuckled and explained the situation to him, assuring him that he was prepared and that there was no need for excessive concern. Afterward, he produced a small jade tablet, which connected him to the innate Tao jade that the Grand Elder had specifically marked. Even after this time, it remained in Zhongyang's possession. With the testimonies of Yun Kong and Qi Yuan, the judgment to be held the following day would merely be a performance. A trivial matter. After contemplating the details, Tang Tian cast his thoughts aside and resumed his cultivation. The following morning, several enforcers from the enforcement hall arrived at the entrance of the Zizhu courtyard. Weariness was etched upon their faces, indicative of the toll the recent turmoil had taken on them. Tang Tian did not press them unduly and proceeded with them towards the main peak. The enforcement hall was located halfway up the main peak. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Just as they were about to enter, a cold voice rang out. Tang Tian, turning around. Tang Tian beheld an extraordinary-looking woman clad in fine silk, exuding a fierce aura. Who are you? Tang Tian inquired. However, the woman did not respond. Upon seeing that Tang Tian did not deny his identity, she suddenly erupted, unleashing her full out-of-body realm power, charging at him with righteous fury. You vile scoundrel! How dare you tarnish my junior sister? Prepare to die! With a furious cry, she swung her sword in a sweeping arc, an overwhelming force descending upon him. Tang Tian furrowed his brow. He vaguely discerned the woman's identity and had already readied himself for retaliation. He was no longer the same as before. Not only was he unafraid of someone at the peak of the out-of-body realm, but even a perfected fusion realm practitioner would not intimidate him. If she truly dared to strike him, the ensuing consequences would be uncontrollable. However, before he could act, several enforcers stepped forward to intercept her attack, unleashing a tremendous force that sent her staggering back. Luo Danya, calm down. One of the enforcers commanded. I understand your anger, but this is the enforcement hall. After the judgment, everything will be handled according to the sect's rules. The woman was indeed Luo Danya, Gu Xiaoxue's senior sister. Despite her attack being thwarted, her fury remained unabated, and her eyes bore a look that could consume Tang Tian whole. Meanwhile, Tang Tian maintained a stoic expression, silently meeting her gaze. As a sister to Xiaoxue, if you truly ruin her path, I will not let you off lightly, even if it means violating sect rules. Luo Danya exclaimed vehemently. Tang Tian calmly inquired, have you seen Xiaoxue? Luo Danya paused slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes before she replied coldly. What do you mean by that? Tang Tian smiled faintly, expressing his belief in the fairness of the sect's judgment. Regardless of the hidden demons within anyone's heart, they would be unearthed. He hoped that by then, she would still care for her junior sister as she did now. Luo Danya narrowed her eyes, exuding a dangerous aura. Yet, faced with several enforcers before her, she ultimately refrained from striking again, sheathing her long sword with a clang. Even in the face of death, she spewed baseless accusations. Little Xue was the most cherished disciple of their master. Today, you are doomed. With that, she turned and walked into the enforcement hall. Tang Tian calmly watched her enter, choosing not to speak further, and followed several enforcers into the hall. The black stone structure of the enforcement hall symbolized solemnity and authority. Standing within, one could feel an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Following the enforcers, Tang Tian took a seat in a designated area at the front of the hall. Meanwhile, Zhongyang had already arrived, sitting leisurely without a hint of tension. Tang Tian gazed ahead at an elder with black hair and beard, seated centrally, flanked by senior officials of the enforcement hall. According to Yun Kong's earlier disclosure, this elder was the recently emerged Elder Han Hai. On either side were Yun Kong and Qi Yuan, among others. There was also an elegant elder in gray, exuding a heavy aura, who was Elder Hong Yuan, Han Hai's rival. With all present, the trial commenced. Elder Han Hai, expressionless, fixed his gaze upon Tang Tian. His deep, authoritative voice echoed in the vast hall. Tang Tian, you are innocent. Upon hearing this, many, including Tang Tian, were momentarily stunned. He had anticipated a preliminary inquiry regarding his guilt, yet was met with an immediate declaration of innocence. This was not following the expected script. Beside him, Elder Zhongyang frowned, casting a glance at Tang Tian before subtly observing Han Yuan, ultimately bowing his head in contemplation. As for Luo Danya, who had initially harbored a fierce expression, her eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing the verdict. She seemed unable to comprehend this sudden shift. Wasn't today as trial specifically for Tang Tian? Elder Han Hai swiftly addressed her confusion. Luo Danya, you harbor jealousy towards a fellow disciple, exploiting her innocence and misleading her from her rightful path. Do you acknowledge your wrongdoing? Han Hai's tone was indifferent. Luo Danya was left utterly dumbfounded. Luo Danya, do you acknowledge your wrongdoing? Elder Han Hai's second cold reprimand jolted the bewildered Luo Danya back to reality. Her expression shifted, and she knelt, exclaiming, Master, where does this accusation stem from? When my junior sister became a guard, I was in seclusion, striving for a breakthrough, entirely unaware of subsequent events. Had I known she was assigned to a treacherous person like Tang Tian, I would have done everything to prevent it. Have you made a mistake? Her voice was filled with despair, resembling that of an unjustly accused maiden. Yet, Elder Han Hai's gaze remained impassive, as did the expressions of the other high-ranking members of the enforcement hall, who appeared to have seen through everything. Given that you are my direct disciple, I will grant you one last chance to confess, Elder Han Hai stated coldly. Luo Danya, stunned, trembled, yet remained silent. After a long pause, she suddenly turned and glared fiercely at Tang Tian. Master, I truly do not comprehend your words. The one we are judging today should not be Tang Tian. He has utterly ruined my junior sister's path, leaving her with a child. Are you not concerned about his noble status? Luo Danya shouted in desperation. Unfortunately, no matter how fervently she pleaded, the judges above remained unresponsive. A hint of disappointment flickered in Han Hai's eyes as he waved his hand, unleashing a powerful aura that struck Luo Danya, causing her to cough blood as she was pressed down on the trial platform. You have squandered your final chance for redemption. Did you truly believe that my seclusion rendered me oblivious to the world? Little Shui is wholeheartedly devoted to her path, possessing a simple nature and engaging little with the outside world. Was it not you who informed her that a Yuaning breakthrough required Yuaning pills, and that becoming a guard for the honorary disciples was a way to earn spiritual jade? Furthermore, you recommended her to the honorary hall's Zhongyang, did you not? At this moment, Luo Danya was utterly disoriented. Upon hearing Elder Han Hai's inquiries, she lowered her head, murmuring, Disciple, was only trying to do what was best for my junior sister. At that time, she truly lacked sufficient spiritual jade to purchase Yuaning pills. Elder Han Hai sighed, stating, You have been in Qingyu Sect for many years. You must know the distinction between guards and other disciples. You should also understand that an innate child does not require any elixirs to break through to Yuaning. Your envy of her talent led you to push her into this predicament. You exploited little Shui's trust in you and betrayed my expectations of you. After so much time in seclusion, you still failed to achieve a breakthrough. Danya, your heart has been ruined by your own actions. Elder Han Hai's tone shifted from coldness to profound disappointment. Hearing Han Hai lay bare the truth, Luo Danya felt as if all her strength had drained away. Collapsing to the ground, tears streamed down her cheeks. Indeed, I am envious of her, Luo Danya confessed, lifting her head. But master, my envy is not of her talent. It is for your meticulous care and attention towards her. Those affections once belonged to me. Ever since my defeat in the 100 Gates competition, everything has changed. I can sense your disappointment, and I feel your gradual neglect. Thus, I harbor hatred. I hate myself for not possessing the same talent as little Shui. I also resent her for taking away the concern that was rightfully mine. So, Elder Han Hai gazed at his former beloved disciple, speaking softly. So, you sought to ruin her path? Danya shook her head. I never intended to completely destroy her. I merely wished to tarnish her status as a pure disciple. If that were the case, you could not accept her as your direct disciple, and everything that belonged to me would return. I never anticipated things would unfold this way. Danya covered her face and wept. Elder Han Hai sighed deeply, closing his eyes. Subsequently, the high-ranking officials of the enforcement hall began to read the regulations of Qingyu Sect. Observing this sudden turn of events, Tang Tian felt a twinge of regret. The reality aligned closely with his earlier speculations. Luo Danya was indeed the instigator of this affair. However, her jealousy was not merely directed at little Shui's talent. It stemmed from her inability to accept the stark contrast in Elder Han Hai's attitude towards her following her failure. Such psychological burdens are the hardest to heal. Over time, they gradually transform into inner demons. Under the influence of these demons, she chose this path. It is lamentable, yet not regrettable. A wrong is a wrong, and everyone must bear the consequences of their actions. What surprised Tang Tian the most was the speed and efficiency with which Elder Han Hai in the enforcement hall had investigated everything. There was no need for him to waste any more words. Ultimately, according to sect regulations, Luo Danya was sentenced to 3 years in the Black Prison, stripped of her status and privileges as a core disciple. The Black Prison, a place devoid of light and spiritual energy, would be a torment for any cultivator for 3 long years. The penalties imposed by the sect for infighting among its disciples are indeed quite severe. After the verdict regarding Luodanya was announced, Han Hai opened his eyes, shifting his gaze from his former disciple to Zhongyang, a member of the honor hall. Zhongyang. Han Hai spoke with a hint of detachment. Zhongyang steadied himself and replied respectfully, "The junior is here." Han Hai inquired, "Are you aware of Luodanya's schemes?" Zhongyang responded calmly, "I have no knowledge of it. Everything I have done is entirely in accordance with the Sect's rules and regulations, all verifiable." Gu Xiaoxua volunteered to be a guard at a time when young Master Tang Tian required one, and thus she was appointed. The guard's code and employment regulations were duly communicated to both parties. As for the events that transpired thereafter, I had no control over them. He was evidently well prepared. Han Hai nodded, acknowledging, from a procedural standpoint, you have indeed not committed any violations. However, certain details require further investigation. He then turned his attention to Tang Tian. Tang Tian, were there any irregularities when you hired the guard? Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, thinking the moment had finally come for him. Although he had been acquitted, Zhongyang had nonetheless ensnared him. Having accepted payment and still caused him trouble, he could not let Zhongyang off easily. Clearing his throat, Tang Tian smiled, "Certainly. When I first sought Elder Zhongyang's help to hire a guard, I made some additional requests. At that time, my power was limited, and I was concerned about managing the hired guard, so I asked him to find someone more obedient and compliant with my commands." Elder Zhongyang agreed. "And the price was a piece of top-quality spirit jade. Later, I was uncertain whether he misunderstood my intentions when he sent Gu Xiaoxua to me." At this, Zhongyang scoffed coldly, "What utter nonsense. I have always been incorruptible and strictly adhere to the Sect's regulations. How could I push a disciple into the fire pit for a piece of top-quality spirit jade? Young Master Tang, everything must be substantiated by evidence. This is the law enforcement hall, and we cannot entertain baseless accusations against me." Tang Tian chuckled, "Whether it's slander or not, the law enforcement hall will make a judgment. I am merely recounting what I know." Elder Zhongyang accepted a piece of top-quality spirit jade from me for hiring the guard. The second time I sought to find a guest, I made the same request, and he accepted 100 pieces of top-quality spirit jade. On our third meeting, he rejected my proposal but still accepted my token of gratitude, a piece of innate Dao jade. Everyone raised their eyebrows. The innate Dao jade was no ordinary item. Even for an elder of Zhongyang's stature, it was exceedingly rare. If he had indeed accepted an innate Dao jade from Tang Tian, it would be hard to believe he agreed to something in return. "Han Hai, is what Tang Tian said accurate?" he asked. Zhongyang remained unperturbed, asserting, "All of it is slander. I have not received even a single inferior spirit jade from him. But young Master Tang speaks with such conviction that I suspect he may be suffering from hysteria and should seek treatment." Han Hai glanced at Tang Tian and asked again, "Are you willing to let the law enforcement hall conduct an investigation?" Zhongyang's expression faltered. This before he could continue, Elder Hong Yuan, who had been observing, interjected, "That may not be appropriate. Without concrete evidence, how can one arbitrarily search a sect elder based solely on another's words? Moreover, the items Tang Tian mentioned as bribes are spirit jades. How can you ascertain that any spirit jades found would indeed be those given by Tang Tian?" Han Yuan's intervention quickly alleviated Zhongyang's discomfort. Subsequently, Han Hai and other senior members of the law enforcement hall deliberated and gradually shook their heads, expressing that such a course of action was inadvisable. Seeing the conversation veer off course, Han Yuan suddenly shifted his tone, saying, "I believe your tribunal has overlooked a significant matter. Instead of fixating on baseless speculations, it would be more prudent to address the current issues within the Sect's atmosphere. The relationship between guards and honorary disciples is a contractual one, with responsibilities and obligations clearly defined. There should be no question of a guard becoming pregnant. If such incidents are allowed to proliferate, it may escalate and undermine the very foundations of our sect." Tang Tian paused, glancing at Han Yuan in surprise. Why had this fellow suddenly turned his attention toward him? Had he offended him in the past? He pondered silently. Meanwhile, as he contemplated, Han Hai and Han Yuan were already engaged in a direct confrontation. The theme of today's tribunal revolved around infighting among disciples and internal corruption. The matter of Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxua did not fall within the purview of this tribunal. Furthermore, the sect had not prohibited disciples from forming private relationships, provided they were consensual and free from coercion. Han Hai stated, What if such a situation does exist? Han Hai furrowed his brow. Whether it exists will be thoroughly investigated. However, this matter shall not be discussed today. Han Yuan shook his head. Instead of addressing more pressing issues, you are fixated on unfounded rumors. There are significant flaws in the procedures of your law enforcement hall. Seeing the discussion diverge further, Tang Tian quickly rapped on the table to redirect their focus. Who says Gu Xiaoxue is pregnant? And who claims I lack evidence regarding Elder Zhongyang's bribery? Han Hai and Han Yuan turned their attention to Tang Tian simultaneously. Xiaoxue is not pregnant? Han Hai asked. Tang Tian smiled. Indeed, she is completely pure. I truly do not know where such slanderous rumors originated. It is utterly damaging. Today, I intend to clarify this matter. Han Hai was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, the previously relaxed central figure furrowed his brow and regarded Tang Tian warily. Tang Tian, did you not say so yourself? Zhongyang questioned. Tang Tian rubbed his chin. Oh, when did I say that? Zhongyang frowned. It was during our third meeting. He suddenly halted. A sense of foreboding rising within him. Tang Tian grinned. Without evidence, one cannot tarnish another's reputation with mere words. Moreover, although Xiaoxue is currently in seclusion for cultivation, I do have witnesses. As his words fell, Qi Yuan stood up from the side. Haha, come, everyone look over here. I will testify for my brother. That girl is innocent, Qi Yuan declared loudly. Everyone turned to him, and although they did not refute him, there was a lack of trust in their expressions. Qi Yuan glared. What? You don't believe me? Someone, Shakong, come tell them. Yun Kong stood up awkwardly. Indeed, esteemed elders, Gu Xiaoxue has not been pregnant. She is completely pure. Everyone exchanged glances, for as the young sect master, Yun Kong would not lie about such matters. After all, Gu Xiaoxue was still alive, and the truth would be revealed upon her return from seclusion. However, they were astonished to discover that, upon investigation, this rumor did indeed originate from Tang Tian. Either he had been drunk and spoken indiscriminately, or had ulterior motives. Zhongyang's expression shifted, and he began to feel anxious. Han Yuan also lowered his gaze, lost in thought. Tang Tian, you just mentioned you have evidence of Zhongyang's bribery? Han Hai inquired. Tang Tian nodded. I cannot prove the top-quality spirit jades from the first and second instances. However, the third piece of the innate Dao jade. Subsequently, he took out the jade talisman. This was a trinket specially crafted for me by the Grand Elder. As for its purpose, you will all soon understand. Having said that, he directly tossed the jade talisman to Han Hai. Han Hai examined it closely and quickly discerned its function. Frowning, he activated the formation within the jade talisman. A subtle ripple of void energy immediately emerged within the Grand Hall, its epicenter being none other than Zhongyang below. Amidst his anxious and incredulous gaze, a delicate innate Dao jade rose from his Shumi ring, emanating a gentle glow, shining brilliantly within the dark hall. Simultaneously, Han Yuan stood up abruptly and left the law enforcement hall without a backward glance. Zhongyang was thoroughly panicked, exclaiming, No, this is a frame-up. It must be Tang Tian. He has plotted against me. Elder Han Yuan, please uphold justice for me. Yet, regardless of how hoarse his cries became, Han Yuan never turned back, vanishing beyond the hall's threshold. Zhongyang collapsed onto the ground, unable to comprehend that the very jade meant to condemn him was this innate Dao jade. Tang Tian observed him silently, remaining aloof. Whoever wronged him, he would retaliate against them. It was merely unfortunate that Zhongyang had overestimated his own strength. Ultimately, after losing the protection of Han Yuan, Zhongyang confessed everything. Although he severed all ties with Han Yuan, the repercussions of his actions were still considerable, especially after the Grand Elder's stringent mandate to rectify the sect's conduct. A decade of imprisonment, coupled with the forfeiture of all rights and status, was his final fate. Regarding this outcome, Tang Tian felt neither satisfaction nor dissatisfaction, after all. He was merely seeking a sense of retribution. With the conclusion of the trial, Tang Tian cleared himself of all suspicions and restored Gu Xiaoxue's reputation. Additionally, the two chief culprits, Luodanya and Zhongyang, received their just deserts. Everything settled into silence. However, just as Tang Tian was about to depart, Han Hai approached him. Young Master Tang, may I have a word? Chapter 112. Imo Xiaoxiao's visit. A moment later, Tang Tian and Han Hai found themselves in a secluded pavilion. Please. Han Hai poured hot tea for Tang Tian, his demeanor shifting from the earlier stoic reserve to a refined amiability. Tang Tian did not stand on ceremony. In terms of their actual powers and standings, they were not too far apart. Elder, you summoned me for a reason? Tang Tian inquired. Han Hai hesitated briefly before speaking slowly. Are you familiar with Han Yuan? Tang Tian was taken aback. He had expected Han Hai to inquire about Gu Xiaoxue, not suddenly bring up Elder Han Yuan. I reside at the foot of the southern peak and have had little contact with the governing elders of the main peak, he replied. Han Hai stroked his beard and asked again, are you aware of the enmity between Han Yuan and myself? Tang Tian pondered for a moment before responding. I have heard some rumors, but I cannot ascertain their veracity. Han Hai shook his head, stating, what you have heard is the truth. The conflict between Han Yuan and me has long been established. Most of the sect is aware of it. It is no secret. The recent events involving Xiao Xue were undoubtedly orchestrated by him. Did he truly think I was oblivious to his relationship with Zhongyang? Tang Tian silently sipped his tea, unaware of Han Hai's true intentions in bringing this matter up. After a moment of silence, Han Hai continued, during the trial today, Han Yuan deliberately attempted to shift the blame onto you. Do you know why? Tang Tian frowned slightly and shook his head. In truth, he was somewhat surprised. He had never had any interaction with Han Yuan, so why would he drag him into this? It seemed illogical. However, Han Hai quickly alleviated his confusion. Han Yuan has been closely aligned with Tian Yanxing. The time to determine the rightful claimant to that position is drawing near. And I have heard of the chaotic events occurring within the sect lately. It is as if madness has taken hold. I suspect he sees you as a potential rival. Tang Tian fell silent, realizing that the flames of conflict had begun to encroach upon him. The situation with Du Yuanxing had not yet been resolved, yet an indiscriminate assault had already commenced. Indeed, that position could only accommodate one. Any potential rival could be deemed an adversary. Yet, what was Han Hai's purpose in raising this matter? Elder, if you have something to say, please be direct, Tang Tian stated, unwilling to continue guessing. Han Hai toyed with the teacup in his hand and sighed deeply. The ultimate ownership of that position is not merely a struggle among the renowned disciples. We, the elders, as well as the entire sect, are embroiled in this as well. Perhaps, in the end, the upper echelons of the sect will undergo a significant reshuffling. He looked at Tang Tian and added, I, for one, do not possess a strong desire for power, but I must ensure my own survival. If Tian Yanxing ultimately prevails, given the animosity between Han Yuan and me, he will certainly not spare me. I cannot remain passive. Therefore, do you believe there is a possibility for cooperation between us? Tang Tian stroked his chin, realizing Han Hai's intentions. Ultimately, it was still a matter of power and interests. Though he claimed not to desire power, it was evident that he would not willingly relinquish his current status. Tang Tian understood Han Hai's concerns, yet he should not be expressing such sentiments to him. As it stood, Lu Chang'e and Mo Xiaoxiao were far more formidable contenders than he was. Elder, you truly hold me in high regard, Tang Tian said softly. Han Hai chuckled, young Master Tang, there is no need to belittle yourself. Although you have only recently risen, your ascent has been noted by all. If you can secure Lord Qi's support, then you may still have a considerable opportunity. Tang Tian smiled faintly. Such an opportunity should not be enough for you to place all your hopes on me, should it? Elder Han Hai gazed at Tang Tian, his profound eyes obscured by unspoken thoughts. Suddenly, he shifted his tone. So, you do not intend to cooperate with me? This question was rather abrupt. Tang Tian pondered before replying. I have no intention of competing for that position. My goal has always been to ensure my own safety. Han Hai stroked his beard and said slowly, yet, in the current situation, it is challenging for anyone to remain unscathed, especially someone like you, who possesses a chance at competition. Today's targeting by Han Yuan was merely a minor tactic to exploit the situation. In the future, it may not be so easily resolved. Tang Tian frowned. He noted the distinct change in Han Hai's tone and attitude throughout their conversation. This was not a demeanor of seeking cooperation, but rather one of indifference. Whether he could resolve the matter was his own concern. Yet he adhered to a principle. Whoever wronged him, he would retaliate in kind. I shall not forget this, Tang Tian remarked coolly. Han Hai smiled. The youth certainly possesses spirit, unlike us old bones who tread carefully in our dealings. Since you have made your decision, I can only wish you good fortune. With that, the conversation had effectively reached an impasse. Tang Tian saw no reason to linger and stood to take his leave. Exiting the law enforcement hall, he found Qi Yuan waiting for him. Old Jean, Han Hai did not give you any trouble, did he? Qi Yuan inquired. Tang Tian shook his head, smiling as he replied, we merely exchanged a few casual words. Qi Yuan scoffed, that guy is quite the schemer. Be cautious when dealing with him. Tang Tian nodded lightly. He sensed that Han Hai's invitation carried ulterior motives. Initially, he assumed it was to discuss Gu Xiaoxue. Yet the topic barely surfaced. The sudden proposal for collaboration struck him as peculiar. The opportunities laid out before him paled in comparison to those enjoyed by Lu Chang'e and his associates. If Han Hai truly sought self-preservation, he would hardly place his bets on him. Moreover, Tang Tian found it implausible that Han Hai had not secretly conferred with other competitors prior to this. Han Yuan was already aware of where to seek out Tian Yanxing. It was entirely possible that Han Hai was acting on behalf of someone behind the scenes, seeking collaboration with him. After a moment of reflection, Tang Tian let out a quiet sigh. Indeed, he was caught in the storm, adrift and at the mercy of circumstances. Even when attempting to evade trouble, it would find a way to confront him. Yet, as he had said, if one did not provoke him, all would remain well. If one dared to challenge him, then they would see the consequences. After exchanging a few words with Qi Yuan, Tang Tian returned to the Zizhu courtyard. Regardless of the situation, strength remained the ultimate authority. However, just a few days into his tranquil cultivation, an unexpected visitor arrived. Upon opening the formation, he was surprised to find the temporarily detained Imo Xiaoxiao. "Young Master Tang, I have something of great importance to discuss with you," she stated, her demeanor unusually grave. After inviting Imo Xiaoxiao inside, they took their seats. She surveyed the courtyard's arrangement and remarked, "The environment here is quite pleasant, conducive to tranquility and emotional solace." Tang Tian paused momentarily as he poured tea, realizing that the tea's calming effects mirrored the ambience. He discerned that Imo Xiaoxiao appeared less composed than usual, exhibiting hints of agitation. "That ancient well of Nianchuan, I hear it was arranged by the original owner of Zizhu Courtyard, the bamboo forest Taoist," he mentioned. "Ah, the bamboo forest Taoist." Imo Xiaoxiao gazed at the ancient well, nostalgia flickering in her eyes. "I have heard of him. When I was very young, tales of a virtuous sage in Tianfu circulated. Gentle, humble, and benevolent, he imparted wisdom to young disciples, many of whom benefited from his kindness. Unfortunately, he passed before my birth." Tang Tian paused before saying, "It is said he perished in a struggle for power." Imo Xiaoxiao sighed deeply. "Another power struggle. It was so then, and it seems it remains the same today." After a moment of silence, she began, "Young Master Tang, I sought you out today to request a favor." Tang Tian was taken aback, inquiring, "What is it?" Imo Xiaoxiao sighed again, finishing her cup of tea. "The incident involving Du Yuanqing. It was my doing." Tang Tian hesitated. He had indeed suspected her involvement, but he had not anticipated her outright admission. If that were the case, why was she here unscathed while the law enforcement hall was frantically searching for the perpetrator? Was there more to the story? "I was set up," Imo Xiaoxiao continued. "I did relay some information to Du Yuanqing through Tian Feng, subsequently creating obstacles for Tian Yangxing regarding the distribution of shares within the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce. But that was the extent of my involvement. I never intended for anyone to kill him, nor did I foresee the situation escalating to this point. Someone exploited me, igniting this cataclysmic turmoil." Tang Tian was astonished. His initial suspicions of Imo Xiaoxiao had stemmed from Du Yuanqing's death, which had incited a fierce conflict between Lu Chang'e and Tian Yangxing, making her the sole beneficiary. Yet, it appeared the reality was more intricate. If what Imo Xiaoxiao claimed was true, and she had no intention of instigating discord, then the true mastermind was adept at concealing their identity. "So, Tian Feng is also in your employ?" Tang Tian queried. Imo Xiaoxiao nodded, then shook her head. "I believed so at first, but now it seems uncertain. He vanished while I was imprisoned." Tang Tian was perplexed. Hadn't he already gone missing? Imo Xiaoxiao explained, "The initial disappearance was orchestrated by me. I promised to bring him into my family once matters were settled. However, before I could act, Du Yuanqing died, and everyone began searching for him. In desperation, I had to place him in a relatively concealed location. But after my imprisonment ended, I could no longer contact him." After hearing this, Tang Tian rubbed his temples, overwhelmed by the complexity of the conflict. Everyone seemed to lurk in the shadows, stirring up chaos from behind the scenes. It was truly absurd. Was the pursuit of a mere second-in-command position worth such elaborate scheming? "Tian Feng, the deliberate antagonism towards me was not your doing, was it?" Tang Tian asked. Imo Xiaoxiao hesitated, then sighed. "It appears he was never truly on my side." Tang Tian fell silent, pondering the implications. Who was orchestrating this? And what were their intentions? He sensed that the individual behind all this was the genuine puppeteer. "I have a premonition that my demise is imminent," Imo Xiaoxiao suddenly declared. Tang Tian was taken aback, sputtering. "Why do you say that? You managed to come to me, so they must not have found any direct evidence against you, right?" Imo Xiaoxiao shook her head. "That person has been plotting for a long time. Tian Feng, the death of Du Yuanqing, the massacre of the Guan family, all are tied to me. If they locate Tian Feng, the entire chain of evidence will be complete, and I will be the first casualty in this struggle." Tang Tian found himself at a loss for words. Tian Yangsheng and Lu Chang'e had been at each other's throats for days, yet Imo Xiaoxiao would be the first to fall. It was utterly surreal. "What are your plans?" Tang Tian inquired. Imo Xiaoxiao met his gaze earnestly. "I came today for this very reason. Should I be eliminated, the esteemed disciples of Nan Feng will undoubtedly become targets for others. Given their temperament, they would struggle to submit to anyone, leading to a brutal slaughter. I cannot bear to witness their demise in this power struggle. Thus, I implore you to protect Nanfeng after my departure. She looked at Tang Tian intently, her eyes filled with sincerity and resolve. Tang Tian felt bewildered. Why was she entrusting such a significant responsibility to him? They were not particularly close, and it seemed inappropriate to place such a burden on him. I must decline, Tang Tian replied. Mo Xiaoxiao shook her head. The current situation in the sect is dire. Few can safeguard Nanfeng. Du Yuanqing and Guan Meng are dead. Jing Heng, to be frank, lacks the capability, and I would never trust Lu Chang'e or Tian Yangsheng. Thus, the only suitable person is you, young Master Tang. Tang Tian rubbed his nose, realizing there was some truth to her words. However, this was hardly a desirable task. It was a thankless endeavor. Before he could voice his thoughts, Mo Xiaoxiao continued. I understand that our friendship may not suffice for you to take on such a daunting responsibility. Rest assured, you need not protect every individual from Nanfeng. But if you can safeguard the core members and prevent them from igniting a full-scale war, that would suffice. Should you agree to this request? All the resources that Nanfeng has cultivated over the years will be at your disposal to aid you in vying for that position. Moreover, once you enter Tianfu, the Mo family will be your staunchest ally. I will exhaust all family resources to help you pave a smooth path within Tianfu. Finally, all you need to do is maintain the initial situation. I shall return before the year's end to resolve everything. All conditions have been laid before Tang Tian, undeniably generous. Setting aside the competition for the second-in-command position, gaining the support of the Mo family would indeed facilitate future endeavors in Tianfu. After all, the Mo family occupies a prestigious standing within the realm of Tianfu. He merely needs to offer some protection during the early stages of the conflict. After some contemplation, Tang Tian found himself somewhat swayed. The conditions proposed by Mo Xiaoxiao were undoubtedly sincere. Even Tang Tian, who typically shunned trouble, felt a twinge of intrigue. However, he remained perplexed. If the accusations against you are substantiated, one would typically be cast into the abyss of a dark prison, wouldn't they? Will you truly return before the year's end? Tang Tian inquired. The turmoil instigated by Du Yuanqing was far more severe than Zhang Yang's corruption. Zhang Yang received a 10-year sentence. According to the sect's rules, it was inconceivable that Mo Xiaoxiao could emerge unscathed. Mo Xiaoxiao slowly shook her head and replied. As a direct descendant of the Mo family, the Qingyue sect lacks the authority to dispose of me. For me, if all charges are confirmed, it solely results in my complete exit, forfeiting any eligibility to vie for that position. My primary purpose in undergoing trials at the Qingyue sect is not to vie for power, but to cultivate talent and hone myself. Thus, I have already achieved my goal. However, after my exit, I must return to my family to address matters concerning Nanfeng, so I estimate I won't be back until the year's end. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian fell silent. No wonder Wang Ziyu once remarked that these individuals operated on a higher level. Indeed, the worst-case scenario for them is merely losing their competitive eligibility, while an ordinary person would have long been reduced to ashes. Simultaneously, he comprehended why the people of Nanfeng trusted Mo Xiaoxiao so profoundly. She was indeed here for this purpose. Sighing inwardly, Tang Tian remarked, Isn't there also Chen Xiao from Nanfeng? You could certainly hand the matter over to her. Mo Xiaoxiao shook her head. Xiao. She is not the type to engage in such affairs. The world believes she is my strategist, but in truth, she has not been involved in many matters. Her family has already integrated into the Mo family. I will also bring her back with me upon my return to the family. Tang Tian exhaled softly, realizing that Mo Xiaoxiao had meticulously arranged her escape route. Had this situation not arisen unexpectedly, she likely would not have needed to seek his temporary protection for Nanfeng. Truly, she was not to be underestimated. After all, the entire premise of these discussions hinges on the confirmation of your wrongdoing, leading to an early exit, Tang Tian stated. Indeed, Mo Xiaoxiao affirmed. But I sense that moment is imminent. Tang Tian shrugged slightly, pondering if it was merely a woman's intuition. Very well. If what you say proves true, I shall temporarily protect Nanfeng, striving to avert any significant bloodshed. However, my protection will only last until the year's end. Regardless of whether you return or not, I shall choose to withdraw. If you remain unscathed, we shall consider this as though nothing transpired. Mo Xiaoxiao nodded earnestly. Thank you. Young Master Tang. Tang Tian waved his hand. Thus, their agreement was established. He sincerely hoped that Mo Xiaoxiao would remain safe, allowing him to continue his tranquility. There is one more matter, Mo Xiaoxiao suddenly spoke. This conflict is evidently being stirred by other forces from behind the scenes. I cannot ascertain who it is, Lu Chang'e, Tian Yangsheng, or perhaps certain high-ranking officials. Any of them could be involved. However, if I were to be implicated due to Tianfeng, Then the individual who found Tian Feng must undoubtedly be one of the masterminds. Tang Tian nodded gently, recognizing the validity of this possibility. Once all matters were discussed, Mo Xiaoxiao took her leave in haste from the Zijou courtyard. Tang Tian remained seated quietly beneath the old locust tree, finishing an entire pot of hot tea. Ultimately, he let out a long sigh. Perhaps this conflict was truly unavoidable for him. The Sect's turmoil persisted until the true culprit was identified. Suspicion lingered among all parties. The bloodshed among Mo Xiaoxiao, Lu Chang'e, and Tian Yangsheng continued unabated. Meanwhile, Jing Heng found himself embroiled in the chaos. At such a juncture, he had to take a stance. Jing Heng was overwhelmed, sleepless, tirelessly negotiating between the three, seeking an avenue for retreat. He indeed possessed the capability, and his negotiations yielded favorable results, temporarily safeguarding his family's safety. However, many renowned disciples from Nanfeng had been coerced into the struggle. Consequently, Jing Heng completely lost his competitive eligibility. There was not a shred left. As for Tang Tian, to avoid disturbances, he announced his seclusion. Those with important matters could directly contact him. As for others, they could do as they pleased. Another half-month passed, and after a tempest of spiritual energy subsided, Tang Tian slowly opened his eyes. He had successfully advanced to the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage. Strength equated to confidence. With each minor advancement, Tang Tian's assurance grew. At this pace, within a month, he would officially ascend to the fusion stage. Beyond this, he would face the tribulation. Crossing the tribulation would mark his true arrival at a position of power within the realm of cultivation. Excellent. Onward with diligence. After a brief respite, Tang Tian snapped his fingers and resumed his cultivation. However, the tranquility was abruptly shattered the following morning by an urgent communication. It was from Qi Yuan. Upon connection, Qi Yuan's booming voice resonated. Old Jin, Tian Feng has been found. That opening line instantly alerted Tang Tian. How was he found? Who located him? He inquired hastily. Qi Yuan recounted, it was the law enforcement hall that found him. When they located Tian Feng, a group of people had also arrived, leading to a bloody conflict. Ultimately, the law enforcement hall emerged victorious. Old Jin, guess who arrived first? Tang Tian fell silent, his suspicions already forming. It was Mo Xiaoxiao. Qi Yuan's voice held a hint of astonishment. You were indeed correct. Everything has been orchestrated by that little girl from the Mo family. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Tang Tian sighed slightly, realizing the truth. Where is Tian Feng now? He asked. Deceased, Qi Yuan replied. The battle was fierce, and that unfortunate soul was caught in the crossfire. However, before his demise, he revealed all the details, implicating that little girl from the Mo family. Now, Mo Xiaoxiao has been captured, and the remaining factions of Lu Chang'e, Tian Yangsheng, the Du family, and the Guan family have all directed their fury toward her. With the Mo family involved, Mo Xiaoxiao should be safe. However, those in Nanfeng are in dire straits, as countless cultivators are heading there. Their wrath unstoppable even by the Sect. Tang Tian squinted. Is the Sect truly unable to intervene? Perhaps it is merely that the majority of the casualties are not genuine disciples. In essence, this conflict primarily unfolded within the realm of honorary disciples. The Sect's primary concern remained its pure disciples. Losing a portion of honorary disciples would conveniently allow them to restructure the power dynamics and ethos within the Sect. Recalling his prior agreement with Mo Xiaoxiao, Tang Tian rose. It was time for him to make his appearance. Chapter 115. Crisis at Nanfeng. As Tang Tian departed from the Zijou courtyard, he sensed the atmosphere in Nanfeng had grown increasingly tense. A multitude of pure disciples descended the mountain, while an even greater number of honorary disciples, accompanied by their guards and retinues, ascended. They scrutinized each descending disciple, swiftly apprehending any who did not belong to the ranks of the pure disciples. Those who dared to resist faced immediate execution. These individuals were likely honorary disciples from other major peaks, intent on encircling the honorary disciples of the southern peak. This fellow must be closely monitored. We cannot allow any scoundrels from the southern peak to escape, exclaimed an honorary disciple at the transformation stage upon spotting Tang Tian also ascending. Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement, assuring them of his unwavering resolve. He then glanced at the several visibly anxious pure disciples before him, nonchalantly allowing them to descend the mountain. This was as far as he could assist them. The rest depended on their own capabilities amidst the swelling tide of pursuers. After a time, Tang Tian reached the summit, where a throng of disciples had gathered, their faces ablaze with indignation. Some displayed eyes tinged with crimson, brimming with blood-soaked hatred. These likely represented the remnants of the Du and Guan families, who had suffered catastrophic losses akin to a near extinction. Now, with the true perpetrator finally apprehended, their wrath was directed squarely at the southern peak. The corpses strewn about attested to their utter disregard for their own lives. With a soft sigh, Tang Tian glided to the forefront. At this moment, a fierce standoff ensued. One side comprised the honorary disciples of the Southern Peak, led by Yin Ku, Ding Xiao, and other close confidants of Mo Xiaoxiao, while the opposing faction consisted of a coalition of honorary disciples from the Main Peak, Western Peak, and Northern Peak. Exuding a palpable murderous intent, Lu Chang'e and Tian Yangsheng stood prominently among them, seemingly having set aside past grievances to stand shoulder to shoulder. "Where is Tan Yushan?" Tang Tian mused in surprise. As the master of the Southern Peak, his absence during such a tumultuous conflict spoke volumes about the sect's stance on the matter. Tang Tian resolved to observe the unfolding situation. "Miss Chun," Lu Chang'e began slowly, "this matter is not one that concerns your Qin family. You must consider your position carefully." Qin Sairu, a woman with gentle features and an appearance of fragility, spoke with unwavering resolve. "What concerns Mo Xiaoxiao is my concern as well. If you wish to fight, then let it be." Extending her delicate hand, a pristine white lantern materialized, exuding a gentle yet undeniable aura of immense power, at least a top-tier spiritual artifact. Perhaps even an artifact of celestial grade. Tang Tian contemplated the lantern, recognizing that a wielder of such an artifact possessed formidable strength. Observing her assertive stance, Lu Chang'e frowned. "Are you truly prepared to engage us in combat? Do not presume that the Chun family's alliance with the Mo family renders you invulnerable." Before he could finish, Tian Yangsheng, growing impatient, interjected, "Why waste words on this woman?" He then summoned a black spear crackling with electric energy, the very air around it resonating with a thunderous roar. "That scheming Mo Xiaoxiao has ensnared even me, leading to rivers of blood and heavy casualties among my brothers. If I do not avenge this enmity today, I am unworthy of being a warrior of the war god temple." His furious roar unleashed a tempestuous aura, dark mist swirling as if even the light of the heavens dimmed in its presence. A terrifying energy, as if from a boundless realm, made the very souls of those present tremble. Tang Tian had felt such an aura emanate from Qi Yuan. This individual was indeed a half-step celestial being. Quietly, Tang Tian inspected his Shumi ring. Fortunately, after numerous transactions, he possessed several tens of thousands of consumables capable of delivering a single strike worthy of a celestial, alongside thousands more potent enough to unleash a true celestial blow. These were the sources of his confidence. Tang Tian felt a sense of reassurance and continued to observe. After a series of discordant exchanges, the animosity between both sides reached a boiling point. Ultimately, with Tian Yangsheng's furious bellow, chaos erupted. Leading the charge, Tian Yangsheng thrust his spear downward with ferocity. Lu Chaqing followed closely, his flowing robes billowing as he unleashed a barrage of colorful rays from his folding fan, each beam powerful enough to instill trepidation. The violent onslaught surged forth. Meanwhile, Qin Sairu raised the lantern, her sleeves swirling as she poured forth all her strength to ignite its full brilliance. In an instant, it was as if a miniature sun had risen, blindingly illuminating the surroundings. A radiant barrier materialized before the honorary disciples of the Southern Peak. The next moment, a thunderous explosion erupted. The very peak trembled from the impact of the clash as rampant forces surged outward, sending weaker disciples hurtling backward, sprawling in disarray. The confrontation between supreme beings was terrifyingly overwhelming. They hastily retreated, fearful of being caught in the aftermath of the battle. Having heard tales of how Tian Feng had met his demise in such a manner, they knew that only after the top-tier fighters resolved their conflict could they intervene. The cacophony of explosions continued unabated. The attacks from Tian Yangsheng and Lu Chang'e resembled a violent tempest, showing no signs of abating. Although Qin Sairu was formidable and wielded a celestial artifact, she was ultimately outnumbered and began to falter, retreating with blood trickling from her mouth. Finally, she cried out, "Assist me!" As her voice echoed, Yin Ku, Ding Xiao, and other senior honorary members promptly intervened, unleashing their tremendous spiritual energy to reinforce Qin Sairu's defensive barrier. Their combined efforts momentarily thwarted Tian Yangsheng and Lu Chang'e's assault. However, this alliance signified the Southern Peak's retreat from direct confrontation at the highest level. Tian Yangsheng snorted coldly, leveling his spear at Qin Sairu. In the next instant, all the honorary members behind him unleashed a collective roar, their combined might surging forth, dissipating the clouds above. Torrential energy cascaded down, crashing against the protective barrier before them. This time, the earth truly trembled. The surrounding forest and trees within hundreds of meters were swept away. Had the Southern Peak not been shielded by protective formations, the summit itself might have been obliterated. Such a magnitude of assault shattered the defensive barrier erected by the disciples of the Southern Peak. Qin Sairu was thrust backward like a leaf caught in a tempest, blood staining the air. Meanwhile, Yin Ku, Ding Xiao, and others suffered grievous injuries, collapsing like trampled seedlings, blood spilling from their mouths. The combined force of that previous attack was beyond what ordinary beings could withstand. In an instant, the Southern Peak's disciples were stripped of their capacity to resist. Tang Tian shook his head slightly, exhaling a sigh. He had initially hoped that Chun Sairu could resolve this crisis without his intervention. However, it was now evident that he must step in. Chapter 116. The power of wealth. The defense established by Chun Sairu and the disciples of the Southern Peak crumbled under the onslaught of their opponents. At this juncture, Tian Yangsheng surveyed the devastation wrought upon his adversaries, a cruel smile creeping across his face. Coldly, he raised his spear, aiming it at the bloodied and fallen Chun Sairu, and hurled it with ferocity. The black spear cut through the air, crackling with electrical energy, as if it were tearing through the very fabric of reality. In her severely weakened state, Chun Sairu stood no chance of withstanding this attack. Just as it seemed she would perish, a colossal bronze door descended from the heavens. With a resounding crash, the door landed upon the earth, intercepting the spear's trajectory. In an explosive clash, the spear collided violently with the door butt. To everyone's astonishment, the seemingly unstoppable spear was repelled, while the bronze door shimmered with a faint azure glow, remaining steadfast and unyielding. This is a standard bronze celestial shield. Someone recognized the enormous gate and exclaimed in astonishment. It is a celestial-grade artifact capable of withstanding all attacks from those beneath the celestial realm, valued at an astounding 20 trillion. The only lament is its lack of agility, making it difficult to employ in actual combat. Otherwise, I would deplete my entire fortune to acquire one. Shin Seo has even purchased such a ridiculous item. It seems she was well prepared. The esteemed disciples buzzed with conversation. Humph, but alas, possessing merely one bronze celestial shield will not allow them to evade this calamity. No sooner had the words left their lips than dozens of identical bronze gates descended from the heavens, crashing to the ground. The colossal gates subtly connected with one another, enveloping all the individuals from the Southern Peak, resembling an enormous city wall. People were instantly rendered speechless. So many? I recall that due to the inherent flaws of the bronze celestial gates, they were not easy to sell, and only 100 were made in total. Yet here, more than half are present. Who has become this great fool? At this moment, Tian Yangsheng furrowed his brow, summoning back his shattered spear, coldly fixating on the bronze shield before him. In his intelligence reports, such an item was not mentioned. Esteemed Taoist, Lu Chang'e directly addressed him. Since you have chosen to take action, there is no need to conceal your intentions, is there? Upon hearing his words, the crowd comprehended that someone else had intervened. Who would dare to provoke the wrath of many and risk offending two top-tier young masters by aiding the Southern Peak? They were somewhat puzzled. However, a purple figure soon appeared above the bronze shield. Young Master Lu, young Master Tian, good morning. Tang Tian spoke softly. Tang Tian of the 6th Peak. Why has he come? Humph, he has always been associated with the Southern Peak. This was to be expected. It is indeed him. I encountered him on my way up the mountain and thought he was one of us. A renowned disciple who had met Tang Tian gritted his teeth. Tian Yangsheng and Lu Chang'e exchanged glances, both surprised. Tang Tian, this matter has nothing to do with you, right? Why do you wish to aid him, O Xiao Xiao? Tian Yangsheng coldly inquired. Tang Tian stroked his chin. Indeed, it did not before. But now it does. Tian Yangsheng was momentarily taken aback. He seemed to have said everything yet nothing at all. Lu Chang'e replied nonchalantly, Tang Tian, regardless of the promises Mo Xiao Xiao has made to you, I can offer the same sincerity. Please refrain from involving yourself in this matter, if you would. This fellow quickly discerned the crux of the situation. However, how could Tang Tian be someone who would go back on his word? No problem. Tenfold. You provide me with 10 times the amount, and I will immediately bring the bronze shields crashing down upon them, Tang Tian declared. Lu Chang'e furrowed his brow, genuinely contemplating the proposition. Primarily, he was uncertain about the agreement that Tang Tian and Mo Xiao Xiao had reached. Observing this, Tian Yangsheng transmitted a message to Lu Chang'e. Hey, you're not seriously considering this, are you? Why worry? Even if you join in, what will change? I have thoroughly investigated him, aside from having a bit more money. He has no substantial background. Lu Chang'e shook his head. Do not underestimate Tang Tian. He is very close to peak Master Qi and considers him a brother. Perhaps Qi Yuan is already on his way here. Furthermore, when wealth reaches a certain extent, it can indeed alter certain dynamics. Tian Yangsheng snorted. Still believing Lu Chang'e was overthinking the situation, he turned his gaze back to Tang Tian and coldly stated, Do you truly believe that with these bronze shields you can provide them with protection? Do you think that within a single incense stick's worth of time, I cannot shatter them all? Tang Tian promptly nodded. Yes, of course I believe it. I have just witnessed your prowess, which is simply astounding. Therefore, I have also prepared additional items. With that, Tang Tian slowly raised his head, and dozens of golden specks flew from his palm into the air. The golden specks expanded rapidly against the wind, transforming into no less than 20 massive golden cauldrons that hovered above the southern peak-s crowd. Subsequently, vast light curtains cascaded down from beneath the cauldron-s legs, enveloping all within a soft glow. What is this? As they gazed at the extraordinary aura emanating from the golden cauldrons, someone exclaimed again. It is the Linchi Golden Cauldron. It is yet another exceedingly rare defensive treasure, capable of withstanding attacks from those beneath the celestial realm, priced at over 10 trillion. Goodness, is this fellow a wholesale dealer of rare luxuries? Many were left aghast. Their mouths agape. However, Tian Yashing's gaze grew colder. It seems you are fully prepared to resist us to the bitter end. Do you truly believe? Yet before he could finish speaking, Tang Tian raised his hand, interrupting him. Let us hold that thought. Allow me to retrieve a few more items from my pocket. Subsequently, Tang Tian waved his sleeves, and a flurry of various objects flew forth from his cuffs. There were numerous types, each with distinct forms. Some resembled a grand umbrella, radiating brilliant light when opened. Others took the form of a colossal bell, resonating with celestial sounds that were deafening. There were also towering trees that swayed in the sky, blocking out the sun, and various small dolls that giggled as they set up formations. It was simply dazzling. Reverse elemental umbrella, Brahmin sound bell, ancient scroll tree, 36-star formation puppets. All are rare yet expensive defensive artifacts. In total, this must amount to several hundred trillion. This fellow, how many such items has he amassed? The crowd was utterly astonished. They had seen treasures before but had never witnessed such an overwhelming quantity. It was as if he were throwing them out without a care for their value. This was not merely a rare wholesale merchant. He was evidently a terminator of the rare and precious. As everyone beheld the formidable defenses, they fell into silence. To dismantle such a multitude of items would likely take several days. Even Tian Yasheng could not help but clench his fists. He knew Tang Tian was wealthy but had never anticipated he would produce so many peculiar items. Is it illegal to buy legitimate goods where you are? Lu Chang'e shook his head, transmitting, I have already stated, wealth can indeed alter certain circumstances. Observing the crowd's reactions, Tang Tian spoke calmly, otherwise. Shall we discuss conditions? Chapter 117. Forcefully ceasing hostilities atop the southern peak, Chen Siyo and Inca gazed at the various protective light barriers overhead, taken aback. Many of them possessed wealth, but they seldom expended it on such fundamentally flawed items. For instance, the bronze shields and Linchi golden cauldrons served only defensive purposes. Once deployed, they could not move. Rather than invest in these expensive artifacts, it would be wiser to devote effort to setting up powerful formations. Thus, they were unaware of the significant impact of these items when combined. The interconnected layers of defense would require considerable time for even Tian Yangsheng and his ilk to breach. Could it be that there is truly hope for evading this disaster today? Let us discuss. Tang Tian's composed tone instilled further confidence within them. Unfortunately, matters seemed far from the smooth sailing they had envisioned. Discuss? Tian Yangsheng snarled. Tang Tian, do not think that by enclosing them within a shell, they are safe. And you possess the qualifications to negotiate with me. A shell is merely a shell. It will inevitably be broken. I refuse to believe that you can remain inside forever. He remained adamant against negotiation. Tang Tian shook his head, smiling. Indeed, we cannot stay forever. But can you fight forever? If I am not mistaken, the time given to you by the sect cannot exceed 3 days, perhaps, just today? At this moment, he began to grasp the sect's true attitude towards this bloody conflict, a tacit allowance. Lu Chang'e and Tian Yansheng had accumulated a vast amount of enmity due to this matter, and if it were not vented, it could easily lead to trouble. Hence, the sect had remained silent. However, Tang Tian believed that the sect must have imposed a time limit. Soon, he discerned the answer he sought from the expressions of Lu Chang'e and Tian Yangsheng. It seemed he was correct, for both fell into a contemplative silence upon his statement. Yet, the situation did not unfold as smoothly as he envisioned. You guessed right, Lu Chang'e stated. The sect has granted us merely half a day. Therefore, we must resolve this matter swiftly. It is imperative. After saying this, he turned to Tian Yangsheng and asked, will you use it, or shall I? Tian Yangsheng fixed his gaze on Tang Tian and coldly replied, I will use it. Moments later, amidst Tang Tian's puzzled expression, Tian Yangsheng produced an object, a damaged curved blade. The instant the blade emerged, a potent sense of alarm surged within him. A chill rushed up his spine. That blade was certainly no ordinary celestial artifact. For the first time, Tang Tian's demeanor shifted, his brow furrowing slightly. Meanwhile, a sinister smile crept upon Tian Yangsheng's lips. Tang Tian, this is your doing, he declared, channeling his spiritual energy into the broken blade with fervor. An overwhelming aura descended from the heavens, casting a shadow over the hearts of all present. Tang Tian furrowed his brow tightly, sensing that if this blade were to strike, not only would the crafted turtle shell be obliterated, but he himself might also face dire consequences. He could no longer hold back. Observing Tian Yangsheng poised for action, Tang Tian said earnestly, "Then you must think this through." With that, he once again summoned his sleeves. This time, a multitude of black dots erupted forth from his sleeves, swarming like locusts, causing a tingling sensation on the scalp. Soon, all the black dots revealed their true forms, each distinct. There were pearls, jade talismans, runes, puppets, and even peculiar treasures of heaven and earth. Without exception, each item contained immense power, sending shivers down the spines of onlookers. People gazed at the treasures filling the sky, akin to a vast dark cloud, struggling to swallow their saliva. Each one possessed power surpassing the tribulation stage. There must be hundreds of thousands here. If they were all detonated, the crowd dared not contemplate further. If such a catastrophe were to occur, it would not only annihilate the cultivators present, but likely obliterate the entire southern peak. Even Tian Yangsheng was taken aback by this terrifying spectacle. He had faced battlefields before, yet he had never witnessed such a scene. Who would carry so many disposable offensive treasures on their person? Were they not concerned that a single misstep could lead to their own demise? Was such cruelty truly necessary? Tian Yangsheng breathed heavily, the broken blade readied. Yet he hesitated to strike. Lu Chang'e let out a bitter laugh. "I have overestimated him," he thought. "But, Tang Tian, are you willing to risk your life to protect the people of Southern Peak?" His incredulous question hung in the air. Tang Tian simply chuckled. "Life is precious, but reputation is even more valuable. Since I promised Mo Xiao, I must see it through, mustn't I?" Naturally, he could not divulge his fearlessness towards death, so he chose to phrase it this way. However, this declaration left those around him profoundly shaken. How could one possess such audacious nobility, even in the face of opposition? They felt a deep respect for him. Meanwhile, the individuals from Southern Peak were moved to tears, grateful that Tang Tian stood by their side. Otherwise, feeling the weight of the unusual gazes around him, Tang Tian remained unfazed, accustomed to such scrutiny. "Let us converse. I simply wish to prevent a large-scale bloodshed today. After today, I shall not intervene in any conflicts that arise elsewhere. How does that sound?" Tang Tian proposed. He understood that the grievances between both parties had become insurmountable, so his objective was merely to halt the imminent bloodshed. As for the future, let it unfold as it may. After pondering Tang Tian's proposal, Lu Chang'e fell into deep thought. Yet, Tian Yangsheng still clutched the broken blade tightly. "The followers of the heavenly temple despise threats above all. You are not afraid of death, do you think I am?" Tian Yangsheng roared, his eyes growing wild. Tang Tian was at a loss for words. Indeed, the heavenly temple was filled with lunatics, willing to perish rather than take a step back. Yet, he had anticipated this outcome. Presenting such an array of explosives was undoubtedly intended to intimidate the opposition, but the primary purpose. "Cease this." A resonant voice echoed from afar. A faint smile graced Tang Tian's lips. Finally, someone can no longer hold back. As the voice approached, numerous formidable figures arrived at the standoff between the two parties. The leader among them was Yun Kong, accompanied by several elders from the law enforcement hall and other unfamiliar yet powerful faces, including Tan Yushan, the peak master of Southern Peak. Upon witnessing Tian Yangsheng brandish the broken blade in the sky, filled with disposable offensive treasures, Yun Kong sighed deeply. "Enough," he commanded. Chapter 118. The conflict draws to a close atop Southern Peak. Both sides remained locked in a fierce confrontation. The curved blade in Tian Yangsheng's hand loomed like a sword of judgment over the heads of the Southern Peak cultivators, as if it would strike at any moment. Meanwhile, the myriad spiritual artifacts scattered by Tang Tian cast a shadow over the hearts of all present. If they were to explode simultaneously, few would survive. The tension in the air was palpable, and even Yun Kong and Tan Yushan's arrival did not alleviate the crisis. "I said, stop," Yun Kong reiterated, his tone brooking no dissent. Yet, his words bore little effect. Tian Yangsheng disregarded him, and Tang Tian made no move to reclaim his spiritual artifacts. "This is an order." Yun Kong's patience waned, and with a thunderous roar, an overwhelming pressure erupted, descending upon them. This young master, who typically busied himself with the Sect's affairs, had achieved the strength of a half-step immortal, appearing even stronger than Tian Yangsheng. Under his furious gaze, someone finally stirred. Lu Chang'e glanced at Yun Kong, then at Tang Tian, remaining silent as he turned away. His trusted followers followed suit. As for the disciples under his command, though reluctant, they had no choice but to depart Southern Peak, their hearts heavy with unfulfilled resentment. With Lu Chang'e's departure, only Tian Yangsheng remained. Yet he seemed on the brink of madness, still refusing to lower the blade. Yun Kong furrowed his brow and coldly confronted him. Tian Yangsheng, do you wish to test me? His tone was unyielding. This was the first time Tang Tian had witnessed such a side of Yun Kong. Previously, he had always appeared gentle and refined. Especially after learning his childhood nickname, Little Kongzi, Tang Tian had instinctively overlooked his true stature. He had almost forgotten that Yun Kong had earned his position as young master through sheer strength. Faced with Yun Kong's pressure, Tian Yangsheng finally reacted. The madness in his eyes receding. His spiritual energy gradually receded, and the terrifying aura dissipated. Seeing this, Tang Tian wasted no time. Sweeping his hand to reclaim all the spiritual artifacts in the sky, restoring sunlight to the earth. At this moment, the shadow that had loomed over the hearts of the crowd finally dissipated. Let us part ways. Such a level of conflict is not permitted by the sect. Yun Kong said, his tone softening. Tian Yangsheng coldly snorted and then fixed his gaze on Tang Tian, saying coldly, this matter is far from over. From today onwards, the South Peak and you, Tang Tian, shall be my adversaries. We shall see. With that, he turned and left, followed by his subordinates. In the blink of an eye, the two main forces had retreated, leaving only a handful of individuals from the Du and Guan families, whose enmity ran too deep to be easily relinquished. However, their numbers and strength were no longer sufficient to instigate a massacre of the South Peak. Tang Tian let out a soft sigh. His mission was, after all, accomplished. Offending Tian Yangsheng was within his expectations. In fact, it was fortunate that a full-scale war had not erupted. Yun Kong's timely arrival indicated that the sect had set its boundaries quite high. Upon seeing Tian Yangsheng depart, Yun Kong finally turned his attention to Tang Tian. Since they have taken a step back, you should do the same. The Du and Guan families have suffered heavy casualties and have now identified the true culprit. Out of reason and sentiment, they cannot be stopped from seeking revenge. The subsequent matters will be left to the South Peak and them. Tang Tian shrugged, no problem. He then snapped his fingers, recalling the series of protective treasures such as the bronze immortal gate and the golden cauldron of the Lin Pool, for his mission was complete. Observing Tang Tian's cooperation, Yun Kong's expression also softened as he clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, young Master Tang, for preventing a bloody battle for the sect. Tang Tian shrugged off the gratitude, aware that both parties understood the underlying reality. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. The subsequent affairs here, young Master Tang, shall be left for you to contemplate and handle. With that, Yun Kong departed swiftly. The South Peak's leader, Tan Yushan, cast a deep glance at Tang Tian before leaving as well. Watching their retreating figures, Tang Tian stroked his chin, realizing that Yun Kong was not entirely satisfied with the outcome of this conflict. He wondered whether this transaction had resulted in a loss or gain. As he pondered, a faint voice reached him from behind. On behalf of all the honorary disciples of the South Peak, I thank you for saving my life, young Master Tang. Turning around, Tang Tian saw Chen Xiao kneeling on the ground, her face still pale. Inca, Ding Xiao, and other esteemed figures also knelt in reverence. Without Tang Tian's intervention today, they would have likely met with calamity. Tang Tian gently raised his hand, helping them to their feet. There is no need for such formalities. This was merely an agreement between me and Mo Xiaoxiao. He then regarded the remaining members of the Du and Guan families, sighing, you heard the young master's intent. Some grievances still need resolution. The subsequent matters shall be left for you to handle yourselves. Despite the initial heavy losses suffered by the South Peak, leaving them with diminished combat power, the remaining forces of the Du and Guan families were also few in number and limited in strength. Even if a bloody battle were to occur, it would not be as despairing as before. Chen Xiao nodded with a complex expression. Though I believe that Mo Xiaoxiao is not responsible for that incident, the situation has reached this point, and there is no alternative. The survival of the South Peak's honor is already a significant blessing. Young Master Tang, please proceed as you see fit. Tang Tian acknowledged with a nod. After today, such incidents should not recur. However, I still advise you to refrain from leaving the South Peak unless absolutely necessary, to avoid unwarranted misfortune. Chen Xiao respectfully agreed. Yet, observing the expressions of Inca and the others, Tang Tian understood that staying at the South Peak would be quite challenging. Most honorary disciples had families and affiliations in the outside world, and if targeted from without, Tang Tian shook his head inwardly. Such matters were beyond anyone's control. He had done his utmost to preserve the honor of the South Peak. Nodding, he took to the skies. Just as he soared over the peak, he heard the tumultuous sounds of battle erupting behind him. The bloodshed was still unavoidable. Tang Tian sighed softly. In any realm, the root cause of large-scale bloodshed was the struggle for power. Even in the cultivation world, this held true. Such conflicts were often more brutal than personal vendettas. A single misjudgment by those in power could result in the loss of countless lives. It was lamentable. Yet, as he reflected, a familiar voice called out, "Old Jean." Chapter 119. Wang Gang's visit in Tang Tian's view. Shi Yuanfeng rushed over, his expression tense as he scrutinized Tang Tian from head to toe before asking, "Old Jean, what just happened? Are you all right?" Tang Tian pondered for a moment, opting for transparency as he recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing this, Shi Yuan muttered, "Damn. I wondered why I suddenly sensed the presence of a celestial king. It turns out to be that Tian Yangshen. He even brought out the king's weapon." Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. "Are you saying that broken blade is a weapon of a celestial king?" Shi Yuan nodded. "Without a doubt. I've encountered that kind of aura several times in the heavenly palace. A celestial king is an entity that involves rules. If that blade were to strike, the entire South Peak would likely not withstand it." Tang Tian's heart trembled. Nearly a damaged weapon from a celestial king was so terrifying. He could distinctly feel that he wouldn't even have the opportunity to retaliate. If it were truly to fall, he might only have the option of rebirth through an egg. "Old Jean," Shi Yuan suddenly exclaimed in anger, "why didn't you inform me beforehand about such a dangerous situation? If I had been there, who would dare to threaten you? You don't consider me one of your own." Tang Tian couldn't help but smirk. Had Shi Yuan been present, they would likely have clashed with Tian Yansheng before even finishing their conversation. Both men shared similar temperaments. Two madmen encountering each other could only lead to chaos. However, seeing Shi Yuan's demeanor, he felt compelled to conceal the truth. "I didn't expect it to escalate like that. I initially thought it would be resolved easily. By the way, I have a favor to ask." Tang Tian changed the subject. "What is it?" Shi Yuan inquired. Tang Tian considered before stating, "Are you aware of the process by which the law enforcement hall captured Tianfeng?" Shi Yuan replied, "I've only heard about it. They fought with Mo Xiaoxiao's people and accidentally ended up killing that unfortunate fellow. However, before killing him, they obtained all the information they sought. I heard they performed a soul search." Tang Tian's brow furrowed. If Tianfeng truly had issues, a soul search would undoubtedly reveal them. Yet, if the outcome still pointed to Mo Xiaoxiao, it could only mean that the person conducting the soul search. "Who executed the soul search?" Tang Tian asked. Shi Yuan scratched his head. "It should be a deputy hall master from the law enforcement hall. If it were someone else, they wouldn't have directly implicated Mo Xiaoxiao." Tang Tian exhaled. If he was not mistaken, that deputy hall master must have intricate ties to the puppet master behind the scenes. "Old brother," Tang Tian said, "based on my own investigation, there is likely some hidden agenda regarding this matter. Could you assist me in discreetly investigating whether this deputy hall master who executed the soul search has any suspicious connections? Firstly, investigate Lu Chang'e and Tian Yasheng, followed by Mo Xiaoxiao and Chen Xiyo, and finally, any external forces. I'm not entirely convinced by Mo Xiaoxiao's account either. Since an investigation is to be conducted, let it be thorough." "Very well, it's a trivial matter," Shi Yuan declared. "Just wait, I shall turn him inside out." Tang Tian, with a hint of resignation, cautioned, "Conduct the investigation discreetly, and strive to avoid drawing the attention of others. If there truly is someone behind this, they are likely to be exceptionally astute. We must not alarm the snake by stirring the grass." Shi Yuan patted his chest, assuring him that it would be no problem. He had dealt with similar situations before and was quite adept at it. Given his overwhelming confidence, Tang Tian felt he had no option but to trust him. The two then engaged in further conversation. "Your little followers should be nearing their release. Once they are out, let them gather themselves. They should manage well through the 100 Doors battle," Shi Yuan remarked. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Li Hong and the others had been undergoing training for nearly half a year. He hoped that Shi Yuan's methods were not too far removed from his boasting. In truth, Gu Xiaoxue and the two twins were nearly flawless, with Li Hong being the only one somewhat precarious. Shi Yuan continued, "Li Hong's foundation is rather ordinary. Even after the baptism of the dragon transformation pool, he barely reaches the top tier. I have enhanced his potential and combat skills during this time, but there still remain issues regarding his cultivation level. The trials in the 10,000 Demons Tower will still pose a challenge." Tang Tian fell silent, acknowledging that Li Hong's overall strength was indeed lacking. Even with abundant resources, a process of elevation was necessary. However, regarding cultivation, you previously mentioned a place called the Yuli Secret Realm, which can rapidly enhance one's cultivation. Tang Tian inquired. Shi Yuan nodded. "Precisely. Any cultivator below the tribulation stage can enter, if fortune smiles upon them. Some may even transcend their tribulation immediately upon exiting the realm. Do you wish for him to attempt it?" Tang Tian nodded. In truth, he wished to enter as well, not to mention those who were far ahead of him. Lu Chang'e, Tian Yasheng, Mo Xiaoxiao, and Yun Kong, each of them had levels of cultivation that greatly surpassed his own. He was currently at the peak of the out-of-body stage. And while he might contend against those at the tribulation stage, he would likely flee from those at the ascension stage or half-step immortals. Even crossing into the fusion stage before the year's end would still put him at a disadvantage. Yet, if he could survive several tribulations, that would eliminate most concerns. Indeed, that is feasible, Qi Yuan noted. However, resources within the Liuli's secret realm must be contested. Those who can enter are not weak. With Li Hong's capabilities, if luck is on his side, he might obtain some fortuitous encounters. Conversely, if fortune is not in his favor, merely surviving the ordeal would be a challenge. Tang Tian pondered for a moment and shared the truth with Qi Yuan. I too wish to enter, Qi Yuan exclaimed with a long O. Then it should not be a significant issue. Below the tribulation stage, I doubt many could pose a challenge to you. Your identity as the young master of Qinghua Sect can also intimidate some of the idle onlookers. Tang Tian shook his head, stating, I prefer to go as an individual, aiming to avoid disturbing too many people. After all, the situation within Qinghua Sect is rather complex. The risks of traveling far still exist, as exemplified by Du Yuanqing. Qi Yuan contemplated briefly before nodding in agreement with Tang Tian's perspective. Very well, I shall investigate further. The Liuli's secret realm opens every 2 months, and there should be an opportunity before the year concludes. However, entering as an individual requires a considerable amount of spirit jade as an entrance fee. Moreover, given that it is the domain of Tianfu, disciples from affiliated sects are typically not very welcoming towards other cultivators. You know how formidable Tianfu is, leading to the arrogance of its disciples. Tang Tian nodded, indicating his acceptance of the conditions. Compared to such rivalries, the power struggles within Qinghua Sect were indeed more daunting. Subsequently, the two discussed some finer details before parting ways. The flames of conflict atop Nanfeng Peak continued to rage. Yet Tang Tian chose to disregard them and return to the purple bamboo courtyard. However, upon arriving at the bamboo grove, he encountered a familiar figure. President Wang? Tang Tian exclaimed in surprise. The visitor was none other than Wang Gang, the president of the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce. Seeing Tang Tian's return, Wang Gang hurriedly approached. Cupping his hands in greeting, young Master Tang, I sincerely apologize for taking so long to pay you a visit. Observing Wang Gang's serious demeanor, Tang Tian refrained from saying much and activated the formation, inviting him into the purple bamboo courtyard. Chapter 120, A Grand Gesture in the Purple Bamboo Courtyard. Under the old locust tree, Tang Tian and Wang Gang sat facing each other. I truly apologize, Wang Gang said, filled with remorse. I had promised you I would promptly address the issues regarding the chamber's stock rights, yet it has taken until now. I hope young Master Tang can forgive me. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was no trouble. Since Du Yuanqing emerged, the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce had been the first to be engulfed in turmoil. As the chamber's leader, Wang Gang undoubtedly lacked the time and energy to attend to other matters. Frankly, the fact that the Tingyun Chamber had not collapsed during this upheaval exceeded Tang Tian's expectations. It seemed Wang Gang possessed some capability after all. There is no need for such formality, President. I am aware of the recent events. Your visit today suggests that you have stabilized the situation? Tang Tian inquired. Wang Gang sighed deeply. While it may appear stable, we are teetering on the brink of collapse. Had it not been for Qinghua Sect capturing the true mastermind behind the scenes, Tingyun Chamber would likely have ceased to exist within half a month. However, this massive upheaval has still inflicted significant damage on the chamber. There are gaping holes everywhere, and without finding a way to mend them, a collapse is inevitable. Tang Tian stroked his chin, intrigued by his words, and asked, What do you mean by that? Wang Gang lamented, after the chaos subsided. I promptly conducted a rudimentary assessment of the chamber's current stock situation. Approximately 10% is already virtually defunct. Over 20% of shareholders have completely lost faith in the chamber and are preparing to abandon it altogether. As for the remaining, many are fair-weather friends. If the situation sours, they will swiftly pack their bags and leave. At that point, the grand edifice of the chamber, built over a millennium, would crumble in an instant. Tang Tian's heart stirred. If that were the case, would there not be an opportunity for profit? Given the scale of the Tingyun Chamber, 10% of its shares would equate to over 100 billion spirit jade. Such a vast sum could be exchanged for imperial-level talents or physiques. However, observing the despondent Wang Gang, Tang Tian suppressed his joy. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he inquired, What are the next steps? Wang Gang fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating his words, before tentatively asking, Young Master Tang, under the current circumstances, do your previous statements still hold true? Tang Tian regarded him quietly, opting not to answer directly but instead asking, What does Tian Yangshan's side say? Wang Gang forced a bitter smile, Young Master Tian. I have yet to approach them for inquiries. However, I suspect the chances are exceedingly slim. Your aim is the voting rights of the chamber. If the chamber collapses, those rights will cease to exist. Yet, the cost of maintaining it would be exorbitant. Tang Tian rubbed his chin thoughtfully. If that is the case, why do you presume that I would take on this troublesome affair? Wang Gang appeared somewhat awkward, replying, I believe, young Master Tang is unlike other prominent young masters. I dare not speculate on your intentions, but I sense there remains hope here. It is merely an inexplicable intuition. As he spoke, he seemed to find his own words absurd, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, his face flushed with embarrassment. Tang Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, this fellow's intuition had some merit. Observing his discomposure, Tang Tian resolved to cease his teasing and spoke, do not linger in confusion. The matters I previously conveyed still hold true. Wang Gang abruptly lifted his head, his eyes radiating a glimmer of hope. Is what you say truly so? He queried, disbelief evident in his tone. Tang Tian nodded slowly, providing him with a reassuring confirmation. Instantly, Wang Gang straightened, joy illuminating his countenance. This is splendid news. If I can navigate through this ordeal safely, your noble intentions will be etched in my memory forever. Rest assured, I shall meticulously select a batch of the finest equity for you, allowing you to acquire it at the minimal cost. Just indicate a range. Wang Gang, humble as he was, dared not inquire about Tang Tian's acceptable limits in advance. To him, even a single blade of grass felt like a lifeline. However, Tang Tian was not merely a blade of grass. No need for selection, he waved his hand. As I said before, if someone is willing to sell, I shall buy. The effort of filtering through is unnecessary. Moreover, do not entertain thoughts of acquiring it at the lowest cost. It is what it is. Do not hinder the normal development of the chamber. His tone was calm and measured, yet to Wang Gang's ears, it resonated like thunder from the heavens, leaving his mind in a state of bewilderment. After a prolonged silence, he stammered, You are serious? Tang Tian toyed with his teacup, smiling. What, is it not feasible? Wang Gang hastily shook his head. No. It's not about feasibility. It's, Mr. Tang, are you intending to acquire the entire chamber? His expression and demeanor reflected utter astonishment. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback. Even if I were to acquire it all, it would only amount to 30% of the equity. That hardly qualifies as an acquisition, does it? Wang Gang countered. A significant portion of the chamber's equity is fixed, approximately 40%. I hold less than 20%. While another 20% is in the hands of those above the celestial realm. The remaining 60% constitutes free equity. If you truly acquire 30%, it would equate to possessing the decision-making power of the entire chamber. Tang Tian was astonished. He had not anticipated such a situation. The allocation and operation of equity in the cultivation world appeared to be more intricate than in his own realm. Yet, this complexity did not concern him. Obtaining consumption points was paramount. Very well, he stated. As I mentioned, I shall purchase whatever is available. There is no need to worry about funding. As for those fickle allegiances, I suggest we do not afford them the opportunity to waver. It would be more prudent to eliminate them in one fell swoop. Wang Gang, having absorbed Tang Tian's audacity and substantial financial prowess, was left utterly speechless. After a considerable pause, he rose and deeply bowed to Tang Tian. I am honored to meet the future chamber master. Tang Tian chuckled. Let's refrain from calling me chamber master. You are more knowledgeable about these matters than I. I shall merely act as an investor. However, I do have a favor to ask of you. Wang Gang replied earnestly. Please, speak, and I shall do my utmost. Tang Tian nodded. While you are handling the equity, please keep an eye out for any techniques or similar artifacts. I have a penchant for collecting such methods. If you find any, I would like to acquire as many as possible. It doesn't matter where they come from. Money is not an issue. The myriad paths require a vast array of techniques to enrich the starry sea and elevate my level. Wang Gang solemnly assured him that it would be no problem. Subsequently, they discussed some specific details before Wang Gang hastily took his leave. Alone in the courtyard, Tang Tian quietly savored his fragrant tea. If all proceeded smoothly, he might have the opportunity to enhance his talents and core strength once more before entering the Yoli secret realm. He decided to wait. Chapter 121, The Return from Training. Following the bloodshed at Nanfeng and the turmoil ensuing from Du Yuanqing's demise, the conflict began to draw to a close. Mo Shishao, as the instigator of the chaos, faced severe judgment. According to sect regulations, her fate should have been to have her cultivation eradicated and to be cast into the black prison for eternity. However, at the moment of final sentencing, a group of mysterious individuals arrived at Qingwei Gate. The higher-ups seemed to have anticipated this scenario, and after a series of clandestine discussions, Mo Xiaoxiao vanished without a trace. Accompanying her in this disappearance was another noble from Nanfeng, Chen Xiu. The entire reputation of Nanfeng was left in disarray. Yet, with Tang Tian present. No further chaos ensued. His timely intervention led many to believe that Nan Feng was under his protection. Another reason for the calm was that with Mo Xiaoxiao's exit, only two individuals remained in contention for the coveted position, Lu Chang'e and Tian Yangxing. They were compelled to remain vigilant of each other and to act with caution to avoid falling into a passive stance. Thus, the turmoil came to a complete end. However, within the sect, tranquility was still elusive. The loss of their leader prompted the esteemed disciples to align themselves into factions, and the conflict between Lu Chang'e and Tian Yangxing transitioned from overt to covert, with undercurrents still swirling. Even Tang Tian found his previously serene days disrupted. Each journey to the dojo was marred by encounters with suspicious figures lurking in the shadows. Recalling Tian Yangxing's words atop Nan Feng, Tang Tian had reason to believe that should he leave the sect openly, he would undoubtedly face inexplicable attacks. Nevertheless, he felt secure within Qingwei Gate and thus chose to disregard the tailing figures, continuing his steady cultivation journey, his prowess steadily advancing. Days later, within the Dao-level cultivation chamber, Tang Tian sat cross-legged, his aura fluctuating in strength. As he introspected, the Yuan Ying within his Dantian emanated a soft glow, shimmering with an esoteric rhythm. Simultaneously, his spirit resonated with the Dao rhythm, seemingly reflecting the light of the Yuan Ying. As time progressed, the two gradually synchronized, culminating in a moment when spirit and Yuan Ying melded together. Although they remained distinct, they had fused on the level of the Dao. This was the realm of fusion. Tang Tian slowly opened his eyes. The fusion realm propelled his strength to a new echelon, fortifying his Tsangtian body and advancing his mastery of myriad methods. This growth and cultivation brought about an unmistakable enhancement in strength. Exhaling deeply, Tang Tian retrieved a communication jade talisman. Upon inspection, he raised an eyebrow. Li Hong and his companions were finally emerging from their seclusion. They were back at last. A smile crept across Tang Tian's lips. He wondered how much they had grown. 2 days later, Tang Tian and Qi Yuan stood atop the sixth peak. After months of construction, the sixth peak had transformed entirely. Most of the foundational infrastructure was complete, and a significant number of disciples had officially moved to the main peak. This first batch consisted of fewer than 1 million, all distinguished core disciples. Qi Yuan remarked, "There will be 5 more batches to follow, and once they arrive, the first phase of the main peak will be complete. After that, it will be a gradual process of development." Tang Tian nodded absent-mindedly, his attention captivated by the imposing black main hall. Goodness, how could it be so horrendously unappealing? He turned to Lao Jin. "You single-handedly funded the construction of the sixth peak, so I plan to inscribe your name at the pinnacle of the main hall. Additionally, I shall erect a magnificent statue of you before the hall, so that all disciples of the sixth peak may pay their respects." Qi Yuan laughed heartily, while Tang Tian hurriedly declined, saying, "You should really reconsider. In such a solemn place, it is more appropriate to maintain a serious demeanor. Besides, you know that I prefer to keep a low profile. Standing before this exceedingly ugly grand hall, one might mistakenly think that I constructed it myself. I cannot afford to lose face." Unfortunately, Qi Yuan did not grasp his meaning and persisted in his desire to erect a statue. Reluctantly, Tang Tian acquiesced, allowing him to place the statue within the dojo of the sixth peak, akin to the main dojo of their sect, albeit significantly smaller and facing away from the crowd. By the way, who exactly is that statue in the dojo? Is it some esteemed figure from the Tianfu? Fearing that Qi Yuan might return to the topic, Tang Tian swiftly shifted the conversation. During his initial visit to the dojo, he had noticed the towering statue that pierced through the clouds. Initially, he assumed it was a prominent figure of the sect, only to learn later that it was a forbidden existence, one that required reverence, but whose details should remain undisclosed. It was likely from an even more formidable Tianfu. However, Qi Yuan shook his head. "No, it is not. In the central dojo of the Tianfu, there stands a similar statue, hundreds of times larger than the one at Qingwei Sect. The people of Tianfu refer to him as the Supreme Sovereign." Tang Tian was taken aback. Could it be a being of higher rank than the Tianfu itself? No wonder such a figure was deemed forbidden in a small place like Qingwei Sect. "Old Jin, such an existence is beyond our comprehension. It is best to refrain from casually mentioning it in the future," Qi Yuan said with rare seriousness. Tang Tian nodded. If everyone treated the matter with such gravity, there must be substantial reasoning behind it. However, he believed that one day he would uncover the true nature of this supreme sovereign. The two engaged in a casual conversation when suddenly, a magnificent warship approached rapidly from the distance, coming to a halt at the peak of the sixth peak. Right before Tang Tian and Qi Yuan, dozens of men in black emerged from the vessel, radiating an aura of menace. These were the trusted aides who had fought alongside Qi Yuan. Soon, 4 familiar figures appeared in Tang Tian's line of sight: Li Hong, Xiao Shui, and the Lan Yu sisters, all present. Observing their markedly different demeanor, a smile involuntarily crept across Tang Tian's lips. Tang Tian. Xiao Shui was the first to spot him. Quickly darting over, tracing a white arc through the air. Are you here to pick us up? She landed before Tang Tian, her face brimming with delight. Noticing that she seemed to have grown taller, Tang Tian could sense her substantial progress in cultivation, having reached the great perfection of the transformation stage. More importantly, she now exuded an air of restraint, concealing an immense power within her petite frame. Welcome back from the trial, Tang Tian greeted with a smile. At that moment, Li Hong and the Lan Yu sisters also approached. The sisters had similarly advanced to the great perfection of the transformation stage, having tempered much of their strength. Li Hong, although at the mid-stage of the out-of-body realm, appeared relatively ordinary. In a real fight, he might not necessarily match up to Xiao Shui and the others. Young master. Lord Qi, they greeted respectfully. After a brief exchange, Tang Tian waved his hand, saying, let's head back. I want to assess how much you've all grown this time. The four exchanged glances, then confidently declared, a complete transformation. I am no longer the person I used to be. Li Hong chimed in. We should be able to continue exchanging techniques and combat strategies with you. Tang Tian stroked his chin with interest. Oh, is that so? Then let us return and put it to the test. Chapter 122. Ideals and Reality in the Purple Bamboo Courtyard. The atmosphere remained calm and serene. However, Xiao Shui, Li Hong, and the Lan Yu sisters lay sprawled on the ground, utterly exhausted, lacking the strength to rise. Meanwhile, Tang Tian sat leisurely at a stone table, sipping tea as if nothing had transpired. Upon their return to the Purple Bamboo Courtyard, a friendly exchange had swiftly ensued. Initially, Li Hong and the others were brimming with confidence, believing that their current strength was sufficient to challenge Tang Tian's techniques and combat skills. Yet, as soon as they began to engage, they were left bewildered. In the past, even during their weakest moments, they could at least trade a few moves with Tang Tian. Now, however, he remained seated, casually enjoying his tea while effortlessly dispatching them. The stark disparity left them in a daze. Questioning whether their training had been counterproductive, why did it seem as though they were regressing rather than progressing? Observing their bewildered expressions, Tang Tian waved his hand, releasing a surge of vital energy that restored their stamina completely. Young master, Li Hong's expression was complex. The gap between ideals and reality was indeed vast. Tang Tian spoke gently, do not dwell on it too much. I can sense your progress. Following the 100 Doors battle, there should be no issues. All you need to do now is to consolidate your gains. The others nodded earnestly, though their expressions still reflected a sense of disillusionment. Perhaps it was for the best, as this would prevent them from acting rashly due to overconfidence. The sect had not been very peaceful lately. After a brief respite, Tang Tian continued, during your seclusion, many changes occurred within the sect. I have also attracted attention due to certain matters. He advised them to remain in the Purple Bamboo Courtyard and Dojo for the time being, allowing their recent breakthroughs to settle. Unless absolutely necessary, they should avoid outside entanglements. Tang Tian then recounted the events of the past few months succinctly. After hearing this, the group exchanged glances, incredulous that such significant upheaval could occur within a mere few months. The tragic demise of two prominent young masters, with their families suffering no less, was shocking. The formidable Mo Xiao Xiao had been completely ousted due to a single misstep, and now she was nowhere to be found. It was indeed a harrowing tempest. Let us rest for a few days, Tang Tian continued. With less than half a year until the 100 Doors battle, we still have ample time. Being overly tense may not be beneficial. A balanced approach of work and rest can yield unexpected results. Li Hong and the others nodded earnestly. They then gathered together, sharing many amusing anecdotes from their travels, especially the myriad of experiences from the recent trial, filled with excitement and laughter. Under the joyful banter, the weight of Tang Tian's overwhelming prowess gradually faded from their minds. As the day wore on, Tang Tian instructed Li Hong and the Lan Yu sisters to return to their rooms to rest, subsequently summoning Gu Xiaoxue to the main house. Upon entering, the young girl appeared quite exhilarated, regaling Tang Tian with numerous tales of daily life. However, the pressing matters needed to be addressed. Your senior sister and elder Han Hai have both completed their seclusions, Tang Tian said softly. Gu Xiaoxue's eyes brightened. Really? They must be looking for me. What a pity I was in seclusion at that time. Hee, if they knew how strong I have become now, they would surely be thrilled. Observing her unbridled joy, Tang Tian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This innocent girl remained blissfully unaware of the darkness that lurked in the world, unaware of the true nature of the human condition. Not to mention Luo Danya, even her most respected elder Han Hai had never shown genuine concern for her. After pondering his words carefully, Tang Tian adopted the calmest tone he could muster and said, Xiaoxue, The news I am about to share with you may differ significantly from your expectations. You should prepare yourself psychologically in advance. Sensing something amiss in Tang Tian's tone, Gu Xiaoxue gradually subdued her joyful demeanor and whispered, "What exactly has happened?" Tang Tian sighed softly and ultimately recounted everything truthfully. Following the judgment of the enforcement hall, both Luodania and Zhang Yang have been imprisoned. They are now paying the due price for their misdeeds, Tang Tian stated. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoxue lowered her head. She nervously fidgeted with the hem of her pristine white dress and quietly remarked, "So, did my senior sister tell me about the Yuaning Dan merely to keep me away from elder uncle?" Tang Tian acknowledged with a soft Subsequently, a brief silence enveloped them. "She could have told me," Gu Xiaoxue suddenly said, though her voice was so faint that Tang Tian could barely hear. "What?" he inquired. Gu Xiaoxue shook her head and asked, "What is the Black Prison?" Tang Tian replied, "It is a cage devoid of spiritual energy, shrouded in darkness. Many disciples who have violated the sect's rules are confined there. Are you all right?" His concern for Xiaoxue's current state was palpable. Yet, judging by her demeanor, she seemed to exhibit more resilience than he had anticipated. "I'm fine." Gu Xiaoxue lifted her head. "The outcome isn't as dire as it could be, is it? If it weren't for my senior sister's recommendation, how would I have met you? Without knowing you, I might still be that girl, sitting in a cave, watching birds fly by and leaves dance in the wind. I consider myself fortunate. Therefore, I harbor no resentment against her. I merely pity her a little. After all, she was once the favorite disciple of elder uncle." Tang Tian frowned deeply. "This is not your fault." Gu Xiaoxue smiled brightly. "Of course. I don't think it's my fault. I'm not that foolish. I just can empathize with some of her feelings. And those feelings are quite unpleasant." Tang Tian fell silent. Gu Xiaoxue was indeed not foolish, nor did she possess the tendency to shoulder blame for everything, inciting frustration among those around her. However, she always contemplated issues from the perspective of others. Initially, Tang Tian attributed this behavior to her kindness. Yet, as he delved deeper into their interactions, he perceived it as something more innate. It seemed she had an uncanny ability to sense the emotions of others. Shaking his head, Tang Tian dismissed his tangled thoughts and asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Gu Xiaoxue pondered for a moment and replied, "I will go back to check on them. Elder uncle advised me to focus on my cultivation before his seclusion, so I must return and report. If possible, I would also like to visit my senior sister, just to catch a glimpse from afar. Then, I will return to your side. I must work hard to ensure your smooth ascension to the heavenly mansion." Gu Xiaoxue chuckled. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. "All right. If anything arises, remember to contact me anytime." Chapter 123. A struggle for a disciple. Under Tang Tian's watchful gaze, Gu Xiaoxue's figure vanished beyond the purple bamboo growth. Although she seemed to have regained her former optimism, Tang Tian could sense that something had shifted within her. The betrayal of kin is not easily digestible. And then there was Elder Hanhai. Tang Tian shook his head. "It is what it is. Everyone undergoes a journey from childishness to maturity, a process that is unavoidable. At 16, one is nearing the age of discerning the realities of the world. Gaining this clarity early on may not necessarily be a bad thing. In a certain light, Gu Xiaoxue was indeed fortunate to encounter him. Rather than being distracted by romantic pursuits, he was more focused on his own strength, and at 15 or 16, such distractions were truly unwelcome. Had she encountered someone like Shen Dafeng, it could have led to her complete ruin. With a deep sigh, Tang Tian closed the formation and returned to his secluded meditation chamber. He resolved to give her some time to process everything. After all, given his current standing and position, a mere word from him could facilitate her ascension to the heavenly mansion, an endeavor almost effortless for him. As for Gu Xiaoxue and her companions, he viewed them as confidants to be nurtured. As long as they maintained a healthy psychological state, he would not impose any constraints. Tang Tian resumed his cultivation. However, to his surprise, the very next morning, Gu Xiaoxue returned. Yet, she was not alone. Elder Hanhai had accompanied her to the purple bamboo courtyard. "Please, come in," Tang Tian said, slightly astonished as he welcomed Hanhai. Beneath the old locust tree, Tang Tian, Hanhai, and Xiaoxue sat together. "Elder, did you come here today for a specific reason?" Tang Tian asked directly. Their previous conversation had not been particularly pleasant, so he was not inclined to engage in pleasantries. Hanhai stroked his beard and chuckled. "I have come today specifically to express my gratitude. I never expected you could cultivate Xiaoxue to such an outstanding level. Even I am quite astonished." Tang Tian frowned immediately. What does this mean? Previously, when he learned Xiaoxue had become his attendant and disciple, Hanhai did not inquire at all. Now, having witnessed her abilities, he comes to express thanks. What is his true intention? After contemplating, Tang Tian replied, "There is no need for such formalities, Elder. My cultivation of Xiaoxue serves my own purpose, which you are likely aware of. Han Hai smiled. One cannot dismiss it so easily, regardless of circumstances. Xiao Xue is still my disciple brought into the Qinghua sect. Although I can no longer take her as my direct disciple, I have played a role in her upbringing, which cannot be denied. Tang Tian narrowed his eyes. This man speaks as though he intends to reclaim her. Was he truly so pragmatic? His curiosity piqued, Han Hai continued. I am well aware of Xiao Xue's talent. Although she is an innate child and stands out within the sect, she began her cultivation too late, missing the optimal period for development. Thus, her overall performance is comparable to that of a disciple with 9-loop talent. I am genuinely curious about the methods you employed to facilitate such a rapid transformation in her. Tang Tian slowly shook his head. Xiao Xue's progress is entirely due to her own efforts. I have merely provided some resources. Elder Han Hai, let us not dwell on this matter further. What is your true purpose for coming here today? He had no intention of engaging in further feigned cordiality with Han Hai. Han Hai stroked his long beard, glanced at Gu Xiao Xue beside him, and then stated, let me be direct. I wish for Xiao Xue to leave the purple bamboo courtyard and return under my wing. Tang Tian's brows furrowed immediately, thinking, as expected. Han Hai had seen Xiao Xue's growth rate and was clearly tempted to reclaim her. However, how could Tang Tian easily acquiesce? Before he could voice his thoughts, Xiao Xue interjected in surprise. Elder uncle, didn't you come here today specifically to thank Tang Tian? You never mentioned this to me. Her face was a canvas of astonishment. Yet Han Hai waved his hand dismissively. This is not a matter for you to comment on. He then addressed Tang Tian. This is the purpose of my visit today. Tang Tian glanced at Gu Xiao Xue, whose expression was complicated, and then turned to Han Hai, stating sternly, there is no such rule in the sect. The agreement between Xiao Xue and myself has been established for a full decade. Han Hai smiled disdainfully. As for the agreement, I will naturally arrange for Ming Yutang to be interrupted regarding the expenses incurred while nurturing Xiao Xue. As he spoke, he waved his sleeve, revealing 10 exquisite innate Dao jade pieces that lay quietly before Tang Tian. I have inquired, and since Xiao Xue became your protector, all the resources you invested in her amount to less than 5 pieces of innate Dao jade. I'll double that for you. What do you say? Han Hai's tone was filled with an overwhelming assertiveness. Tang Tian's expression darkened completely. You have gone too far, Han Hai. Do you think I, Tang Tian, am someone to be humiliated with such trinkets? You may attempt to manipulate the agreement with Ming Yutang and see if I possess the capability to leverage this situation to bring you down. Tang Tian did not engage in the power struggle, but that did not imply he lacked authority. Currently, both the 6th Peak and the Southern Peak were under his control, bolstered by the support of Qi Yuan and the foundation he established in the sect over the past few months. No one within the Qingyu sect could pose a direct threat to him anymore. If Han Hai dared to exploit his influence to sabotage the agreement, Tang Tian could use that to challenge his position as the leading elder. Even if he could not succeed, it would certainly make Han Hai's future quite uncomfortable. It was evident that Han Hai understood this principle, his gaze cold as it bore into Tang Tian. Tang Tian, however, showed no signs of fear. Their relationship had reached the point of irrevocable hostility. After a tense standoff, Han Hai suddenly smiled and said, then let us do this. Since we cannot reach a consensus, let us place the decision in Xiao Xue's hands. After all, this concerns her future, does it not? Tang Tian furrowed his brows instantly. This old man had come specifically with Xiao Xue today, and it seemed he had long devised such a scheme. Did he truly wish to drag her into this? The confrontation between the two had already placed Gu Xiao Xue in an excruciating dilemma. One was a nurturing elder who had brought her into the sect, while the other was the one who had rescued her in her time of need and facilitated her transformation. For her to choose between them in such circumstances was nothing short of cruel. Can you truly bear this? Yet Han Hai displayed no sign of such sentiment. Noticing Tang Tian's silence, he turned directly to Gu Xiao Xue. Choose, Xiao Xue. Will you stand with me, or with him? His calm words sent a jolt through Gu Xiao Xue. She glanced at Han Hai, then at Tang Tian, her eyes filled with uncertainty and confusion. She truly did not know what to do. Choose, Xiao Xue, Han Hai repeated. Gu Xiao Xue's gaze was vacant, her fingers tightly intertwined, her lips trembling slightly. It was clear that her heart was in turmoil. Tang Tian could no longer watch, speaking in a low voice. Han Hai, why must you make this difficult for her? This is a matter between us. Han Hai stroked his beard thoughtfully. What is there to make difficult? It is not a matter of life and death, merely a simple choice. If one cannot even make such a choice, what prospects await them? They will inevitably become a waste. Tang Tian frowned. Do you not consider her feelings at all? She has called you uncle for so many years. Han Hai suddenly laughed. You young people are so charmingly naive. Can feelings fill one's stomach? I merely wish for her to recognize reality. Tang Tian retorted disdainfully, that is merely your version of reality. Han Hai, to be honest, I am quite disappointed in you. The incident with Luo Daniel led me to believe you were at least a person of discernment. Han Hai scoffed lightly. Feelings. Right and wrong. Youngsters are far too entangled in such matters. They seem precious but are utterly devoid of value. My disappointment with Daniel does not stem from her actions, but from her foolishness in employing such a simplistic method, which could be easily uncovered. Only to deny it in self-deception. She is nothing but a waste. Tang Tian chose not to respond further. From Han Hai's eyes, he saw no trace of emotion. Only a cold, calculating pursuit of interest. Undeniably, reality was harsh, particularly in the world of cultivation, where the ties of interest often proved far more resilient than those of affection. Yet Tang Tian could never fully convince himself to succumb to such a perspective. Perhaps this was his youthful obstinacy. Seeing Tang Tian fall silent, Han Hai turned his gaze back to Gu Xiaoshui, coldly stating, "Have you not made up your mind yet? What is wrong with you? You used to be so obedient." Gu Xiaoshui's body trembled slightly. The word obedient seemed to awaken a deep-seated reflex within her. This instinctive reaction made her lean towards Han Hai as if she were about to make her choice. However, her expression grew increasingly conflicted, as though she were desperately resisting this conditioned reflex, hesitating to take that final step. Her breathing became rapid. In a moment, the internal struggle intensified. Ultimately, a sense of rebellion surged forth. Slowly, Gu Xiaoshui turned her head to look at Tang Tian. Upon witnessing this, Han Hai furrowed his brow, his voice cold. "Xiaoshui, do you still believe in such things as feelings? Have you forgotten how your parents were overjoyed when they sold you to me with a bottle of disaster pills? At that time, they had no inkling that I was a cultivator or what I intended to do with you." His words struck Gu Xiaoshui like a thunderbolt. Han Hai continued, "Have you forgotten the times you were battered and frail? Without me, you would still be starving, living off scraps. Without me, you would still be enduring scorn, curses, and beatings. Without me, you would still be sleeping in a pigsty, cold, fearful, and filthy." As Han Hai recounted these memories, Gu Xiaoshui trembled. The long-buried doors of her recollections swinging wide open, flooding her with a torrent of memories that enveloped her entire being, causing her very soul to shudder. Yet Han Hai showed no signs of stopping. "I brought you back to Qingyu's sect, freeing you from that nightmarish place. I unearthed your potential, allowing you to grow and attain status within the sect. Do you truly wish to return to the past, to that stench-ridden world?" Han Hai's voice grew louder, echoing like thunder in the clear sky, striking Gu Xiaoshui's heart, pure as snow. She appeared dazed, seemingly drowned in the torment of her memories. Enough! Tang Tian could no longer contain himself, slamming his palm onto the table as he stood up. The aura of the fusion period surged forth, impacting both individuals. The lost Gu Xiaoshui was momentarily pulled back to her senses by this force. Meanwhile, Han Hai narrowed his eyes slightly, regarding Tang Tian with an expression of surprise. "Do not speak further," Tang Tian asserted, inhaling deeply. He raised his hand, channeling a pure life force into Gu Xiaoshui's spirit, soothing her soul and pulling her back from that dreadful world. Gu Xiaoshui gazed at Tang Tian, her crystalline eyes shimmering, her voice hoarse as she whispered, "Tang Tian." Tang Tian raised a hand to signal her to remain silent for the moment, then turned to Han Hai. "Is it truly necessary, Han Hai? Had you come today as Xiaoshui's elder, I might have considered your terms. However, you have chosen the worst path, given your actions. Do you expect me to surrender her to you?" In truth, for Tang Tian in his current state, Gu Xiaoshui's fate held little significance. With his considerable influence, it would be effortless for him to secure a place in Tianfu. If Han Hai were a venerable elder, it would be a prudent choice for Xiaoshui to return after witnessing her senior sister's judgment. However, Han Hai's demeanor has profoundly disappointed Tang Tian. In his eyes, there exists only self-interest, devoid of any emotional connection. When confronted by Tang Tian's inquiries, Han Hai merely smiled and remarked, regardless of the circumstances, "I am the one who brought her to the mountain, taught her to cultivate, and altered her fate. If you desire her, it is simple. Let her sever her talents in cultivation, returning everything to me." Tang Tian's expression darkened considerably. He had grossly underestimated the darkness of human nature. He understood that Han Hai's interest in Gu Xiaoshui was a pretext, a fade for ulterior motives. Yet, he felt an overwhelming urge to obliterate this old schemer. The tension between them escalated, charged with an impending explosion of fury. Just then, a cool hand rested gently on Tang Tian's arm. "Tang Tian." Gu Xiaoshui rose and gazed at him quietly. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet the innocence that once characterized her had vanished. Tang Tian turned to her, speaking softly. "It's all right. As long as you resist, no one can forcibly take you away." Upon hearing this, tears streaked down Gu Xiaoshui's face, but she smiled nonetheless. "Do you trust me?" Tang Tian furrowed his brow. "What do you intend to do?" Gu Xiaoshui replied softly, "I cannot become a tool for others to use against you. This matter, I wish to handle myself." Faced with this seemingly matured girl, Tang Tian found himself momentarily speechless. It became clear to him that Gu Xiaoxue had discerned Han Hai's true intentions. It's fine, you. Tang Tian began, but was interrupted by Gu Xiaoxue. Tang Tian. Trust me, I cannot be a tool for anyone, nor do I wish to be a burden to you. Allow me to take care of this. Gu Xiaoxue insisted. Observing her unwavering determination, Tang Tian could only sigh internally and nod in acquiescence. Gu Xiaoxue smiled brightly once more, then turned to Han Hai. I choose to return, esteemed elder. Chapter 125. Information Disparity. Han Hai escorted Gu Xiaoxue away from the purple bamboo courtyard. Long after, Tang Tian remained seated quietly beneath the old locust tree. After sipping a pot of tea, he exhaled deeply. The situation had indeed taken him by surprise. He had underestimated the cunning of the elders within the cultivation community. These individuals would exploit anything that did not serve their self-interest. Han Hai's visit today was certainly not merely about taking someone. He undoubtedly harbored other motives that remained unclear. Regardless, this left Tang Tian feeling unsettled. Gu Xiaoxue was his first protector, the one who opened the door to his cultivation, and he held her in high regard. If Han Hai were a respected elder, he might have refrained from intervening. However, even though Gu Xiaoxue expressed her desire to handle this matter on her own, Tang Tian could not permit her to remain under Han Hai's influence. Even if there were no immediate danger, she would inevitably become a tool for Han Hai in the future. If she proved useful, she would be valued. If not, she would be discarded. Luo Danya was the perfect example. Tang Tian wished to avert such an outcome. What then could he do? After some contemplation, he identified 3 potential paths. The first was to take her away directly, distancing her from the Qingwei Sect's influence. Where the sky was the limit. With his current strength, this was entirely feasible. However, this would entail abandoning everything he had painstakingly built up here, starting anew, which he preferred to avoid unless absolutely necessary. The second option was to swiftly enhance his own power and inner Tianfu. His talent, without exaggeration, had already eclipsed the majority of the so-called prodigies, and he would undoubtedly secure a position within Tianfu once he established sufficient standing there. Reclaiming Gu Xiaoxue would be a simple matter. However, the timeline for this option remained uncertain. The third path was to vie for power, aiming for the second-in-command position within the sect. If successful, Han Hai would be nothing more than a bird in his hand, easily made to pay the price for his actions. Yet, this path also harbored significant risks. Lu Chang'e and Tian Yangsheng had held sway for far too long for him to be entirely confident. After careful consideration, Tang Tian resolved to pursue both the second and third paths concurrently. On one hand, this would align with his overarching goals. On the other, it would afford him additional options and flexibility. Since the tree desires tranquility but the wind does not cease, he would transform into a forest, enveloping the world. The wind, in essence, is merely a seasoning of life. Tang Tian mused. Moments later, he calmed his mind and returned to his meditation chamber. Meanwhile, in a secluded room on the main peak, Han Hai entered after departing the purple bamboo courtyard. At the window, a tall figure stood quietly, gazing outside. Hearing the commotion, he turned around. It was Lu Chang'e. Did you bring her back? He inquired. Han Hai nodded. The youth is rather impulsive. He is quite easy to handle. However, given Tang Tian's current capabilities, would taking Gu Xiaoxue truly impact him significantly? Lu Chang'e opened his folding fan and smiled gently. Is he angry? Han Hai replied affirmatively. Of course. I struck at his weak point. Lu Chang'e chuckled. Then that's sufficient. His anger indicates he still cares for Gu Xiaoxue. Consequently, he will not rest easy allowing her to remain with you. But if he wishes to reclaim Gu Xiaoxue, what avenues are open to him? Han Hai pondered briefly, his eyes lighting up. Only one. Seize that position. Lu Chang'e nodded. Though Tang Tian possesses ample resources, he lacks the foundational strength to forcibly take Gu Xiaoxue. Thus, he is left with this singular option. Once he harbors this intention, we can manipulate him against our true adversaries. Han Hai stroked his beard. Indeed, with Tian Yangsheng's simplistic mindset, he will undoubtedly fall into our trap. Moreover, he has already publicly declared himself an enemy of Tang Tian while atop the southern peak. Lu Chang'e nodded with a smile. We must not underestimate Tang Tian. He has exceeded my expectations in many ways. If we can incite a conflict between him and Tian Yangsheng, it will significantly weaken Tian Yangsheng's power. Furthermore, Xiaoxue's remarkable talent, once cultivated, will serve as a formidable asset for us. Han Hai stroked his beard thoughtfully. I too did not anticipate Xiaoxue's sudden prowess after her transformation. However, if we compare talents, she pales in comparison to Tang Tian. Lu Chang'e raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Han Hai smiled. It appears you still underestimate him. Why not take a guess at his current realm? Lu Chang'e furrowed his brow, contemplating. Several months ago, he displayed mid-stage Yuanying strength, excelling in the core disciple selection competition. His talent should have reached the level of a son of heaven. In a resource-rich environment, he is likely at late-stage Huashan by now. Hanhai slowly shook his head. No. During today's negotiations, in a moment of fury, he inadvertently revealed his true strength, the fusion realm. Lu Chang'e was momentarily stunned. The fusion period? How could that be possible? Hanhai chuckled. I was equally astonished. After all, a year ago, he was merely a nascent Qi disciple. To reach the fusion stage within a year, he must have been concealing his abilities from the start, or perhaps he has encountered some unimaginable fortune. Lu Chang'e's expression was one of disbelief, after a long pause. He sighed deeply. Those touched by destiny truly evoke envy. He had not concealed his capabilities before, indeed being at the nascent Qi stage. Yet now, he was adept at deception. Everyone had been misled. A sharp glint flickered in Han Hai's eyes as he coldly remarked, otherwise. Lu Chang'e met Han Hai's gaze and shook his head. It's too late. He has already gained momentum. He cannot be easily dealt with now. Moreover, his previous actions were not compelling enough for anyone to take risks. If it weren't for your unexpected discovery today, I would not have entertained such thoughts. This individual is remarkably astute. Lu Chang'e sighed, then pondered for a moment before stating, this situation may turn out to be beneficial. Currently, only we are aware of Tang Tian's true strength, while Tian Yangsheng remains oblivious. We can fully exploit this information gap. If we could orchestrate a confrontation between the two, it would surely be an exhilarating spectacle. Perhaps it could even lead to Tian Yangsheng's downfall. Han Hai smiled. Indeed, there is ample room for maneuver. The fusion stage does not instill fear in us. As for Tang Tian reclaiming Gu Xiaoxue, he is left with only one path to pursue. Lu Chang'e nodded in agreement. In the struggle for power, the disparity in information is a formidable weapon. Fortunately, he had unexpectedly gained the upper hand. Tang Tian would ultimately pay the price for revealing his trump card in a moment of rage. Keep a close watch on him, Lu Chang'e instructed. In the following period, Tang Tian returned to a tranquil regimen of cultivation. He oscillated between the purple bamboo courtyard and the dojo, sharing insights with Li Hong and others to solidify their recent gains. He had firmly established his initial stage of fusion and was steadily advancing towards the mid-fusion stage. However, progress felt slightly sluggish. The deeper he ventured into his training, the greater the demand for spiritual energy, rendering even the Dao-level cultivation chamber somewhat inadequate. This was also due to Tang Tian's high standards. His current pace still far surpassed that of his peers. Under these circumstances, Tang Tian ultimately resolved to visit the Liuli secret realm. He had gleaned pertinent information from Shi Yuan. The realm would open before the year's end, lasting a full month, with access commencing in just over a month. The journey to the Liuli secret realm would take approximately 20 days at full speed. With the remaining time, Tang Tian decided to make thorough preparations. He contacted Wang Gang of the Tingyun Commerce, and the good news was that Wang Gang had been progressing smoothly. Following the upheaval caused by Du Yuanqing's incident, many had lost faith in the commerce and were preparing to flee. The shares being discarded could even surpass Wang Gang's initial estimates. Tang Tian contemplated and instructed him to gather the most easily obtainable shares and return with them. Acquiring just 20% would allow him to exchange for both imperial-level talent and physique. Wang Gang readily agreed, recognizing the immense benefit in stabilizing a portion of the shares. A few days later, Wang Gang visited again, visibly anxious and expectant, as if fearing Tang Tian might retract his offer. Observing his nervousness, Tang Tian smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, I shall not go back on my word. I only hope you do not bring me mere trifles. Wang Gang quickly shook his head. No. Of course not. I have secured approximately 25% of the share authorization, and the remaining ones are under negotiation. I believe results will come soon. Tang Tian nodded. Very well. Let me see. Wang Gang promptly produced a beautiful jade talisman and respectfully handed it over. Tang Tian accepted the talisman and probed with his spirit. It contained a wealth of information regarding the shareholding members of the commerce, detailing their affiliations, reasons for investing, motives for leaving, and even future intentions. Additionally, it included specifics about Tang Tian's acquisitions, outlining the networks and resources he would gain. These details were invaluable. However, Tang Tian focused primarily on the monetary value of the shares. In light of the recent upheaval, the value of the shares had indeed diminished. Previously, a 10% share was worth approximately 15 trillion spirit jade, but now it had plummeted to around 12 trillion. The total value of all shares listed in the talisman amounted to approximately 33 trillion, aligning with Tang Tian's expectations. After reviewing the details, Tang Tian inquired, You haven't deliberately undervalued them, have you? Wang Gang discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow. No, I followed your instructions precisely. However, Upon learning that someone was willing to take over, many voluntarily lowered their prices, and some even leveraged connections to transfer shares, fearing they might miss out. Thus, I had no choice but to sign the authorization agreements. Tang Tian smirked. Why shouldn't I raise the price? I prefer to acquire items at a premium rather than at a discount. I have always believed in indulgence when it comes to consumption. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, I shall not be overly finicky. I accept everything. Wang Gang breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the weight lift from his shoulders. With Tang Tian's financial infusion, the crisis facing Tingyun commerce would be averted, restoring stability to the previously precarious situation. Shall we proceed with the transaction? Can we do it in batches? Tang Tian inquired. As he currently possessed only a few thousand pieces of innate Dao Jade, Wang Gang nodded vigorously. Of course. This is no jest. With a major benefactor like Tang Tian supporting us during our most dire times, we can transact however you prefer, whether in batches or individually. I would even be honored to perform a dance for you with each transaction. Unfortunately, Tang Tian did not share such proclivities. After 4 transactions, all shares were successfully transferred to Tang Tian's name, and he had amassed 32 trillion consumption points. Thus, the entirety of Tingyun commerce could now be regarded as Tang Tian's private asset. Continue acquiring, Tang Tian commanded. Aim to collect as many shares as possible, especially from those fence-sitters. It would be best to secure them all. By the way, what about the shares from Tian Yangsheng? Wang Gang replied. There are intentions to divest, and negotiations are underway. However, this back and forth has not been without losses. Tang Tian remained silent. Losses were acceptable, given that they were now adversaries. By the way, my lord, there is one more matter. Wang Gang frowned and began. During my organization of the commerce's shares, I discovered some unusual circumstances. Approximately 1% of the shares exhibited some peculiar movements, seemingly indicating ulterior motives. These movements had commenced even before Du Yuanqing's demise. Tang Tian paused momentarily, pondering the purpose behind it. Wang Gang shook his head. I have only just discovered this and am preparing to investigate further. Tang Tian retorted. As the leader of the Chamber of Commerce, you are unaware of the share movements? Wang Gang appeared somewhat embarrassed. The affairs of the chamber are intricate, and they operate with extreme discretion, which led to my oversight. However, rest assured, I will clarify all share transactions and present you with a transparent and thorough overview of the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce. Tang Tian nodded, acknowledging the need for clarity. The Tingyun Chamber, being the initial epicenter of the turmoil, held certain anomalies that might indeed be linked to the ongoing strife. The investigation on Qi Yuan's end was proving to be rather unfruitful, with the Deputy Hall Master maintaining a clean record, devoid of any peculiarities. Perhaps the Tingyun Chamber could offer a new breakthrough. It was essential to conduct a thorough inquiry. Also, do not forget about the acquisition of cultivation methods, Tang Tian reminded. Wang Gang solemnly agreed and after discussing some additional details, took his leave. Compared to the initial feelings of uncertainty and anxiety, he departed with an air of confidence. A confidence derived from Tang Tian, or rather, from his wealth. Money, after all, is a formidable asset. Tang Tian smiled and returned to his meditation chamber. Upon awakening the system, the extensive list of exchange options had reached the final section. Imperial-level talents required 1 trillion consumption points each. After the exchange was completed, 2 messages appeared in Tang Tian's mind. You have acquired Son of Destiny, and you have acquired Eternal Sacred Body. Chapter 127. Departure in the Meditation Chamber. After exchanging for his talents and physique, Tang Tian underwent a profound transformation. The Son of Destiny, compared to the Son of Destiny in a lesser sense, seemed to have fully embraced the laws of the heavens, flowing seamlessly within them, mastering all intricacies without a teacher, tapping into its very essence. The eternal sacred body felt as if it originated from the dawn of creation, an ancient primordial force. Not only had his physical strength been significantly enhanced, but his very being seemed to resonate with the cosmos, embodying the essence of the Tao with every movement. Upon fully merging, when he opened his eyes once more, he had quietly advanced to the mid-stage of integration. With his current strength, he could hold his own even against those in the feather transformation realm. Should he reveal all his cards and employ the myriad paths of the Tao, slaying immortals would not be entirely beyond the realm of possibility. Tang Tian sat quietly, the growth in his power instilling him with additional confidence. Once he returned from the Lioli's secret realm, he might consider stepping into the world entirely. For he had already attained immortality, now only his cultivation remained. Calculating the days, he realized it would not be long. A few days later, Tang Tian, Qi Yuan, and Li Hong convened in the back garden of the Sixth Peak's main hall. The construction was now complete, and aside from Qi Yuan, no one else would dare intrude. Old Jin, are you prepared? Qi Yuan inquired. Tang Tian nodded. Just 2 days prior, Wang Gang had visited Zizhu courtyard once more, this time acquiring over 100,000 different cultivation methods through various channels. After days of effort, Tang Tian had finally elevated the myriad paths of the Tao to a proficient level. With a single punch, he could shatter the heavens. Armed with such capabilities, he felt absolute confidence regarding the upcoming expedition into the secret realm. After all, the most formidable cultivators permitted entry were merely at the tribulation stage. That is good. But do exercise caution, Qi Yuan advised. This will be the last opening of the secret realm this year, and many skilled practitioners will seek entry. It is possible that some peak tribulation experts may wish to seize this opportunity to achieve feather transformation. Should you encounter any troublesome situations, simply reveal your identity. There should be no significant issues. Tang Tian nodded. Please keep an eye on matters at Qinghua Sect. If there are any signs of unusual activity, inform me promptly. Despite Qi Yuan's investigation, he had yet to uncover any irregularities surrounding the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, which remained a source of concern. Additionally, Gu Xiaoxue was also monitoring the situation closely. Should Hanhai harbor any ulterior motives, she could be extracted at any moment. Qi Yuan's connections were not to be underestimated. However, after careful observation, Hanhai had not exhibited any overtly aggressive behavior. Even if he discovered Tang Tian's surveillance, he chose to remain silent, seemingly intent only on retrieving Gu Xiaoxue. Regardless, Tang Tian could not allow her to remain in Hanhai's vicinity indefinitely. No worries, I will handle it, Qi Yuan assured confidently. Thank you, my brother, Tang Tian replied. Then let us depart. Qi Yuan nodded. Then with a flourish of his hand, a pitch-black staff shot forth from his sleeve, expanding in midair until it reached a girth suitable for embrace. It soon revealed its true nature, not merely a staff, but the trunk of an unknown great tree, radiating a metallic sheen. Tang Tian's eyes twitched involuntarily. This is what you call a rapid artifact? The journey from Qinghua Sect to the Liuli secret realm was quite extensive. Tang Tian had initially planned to set out a few days early. However, Qi Yuan informed him that he possessed a remarkably effective rapid artifact that could cover the distance in about 10 days, prompting Tang Tian to linger a little longer. Yet, he never anticipated that this so-called rapid artifact would be a mere staff. Do not underestimate it. Qi Yuan chuckled. I invested a significant effort to acquire it. When it flies at full speed, it rivals a true immortal. I have narrowly escaped death on several occasions thanks to this very staff. Tang Tian pursed his lips. Fine. As long as it works. Let us be on our way. Moments later, the black staff shot from the summit of the 6th peak at astonishing speed, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Yet, if one could see, they would certainly be astonished to find 3 figures seated atop the staff, arranged in a line. It was truly somewhat amusing. Nevertheless, it must be said, its speed was indeed remarkable. Compared to this staff, the vessel Tang Tian had previously used felt akin to a sluggish ant, specifically, the slowest of black ants. He finally understood what it meant to travel at breakneck speed. As they soared past the mountain peak, he could barely discern the scenery below. The howling winds roared past his ears, reminiscent of thunder. Fortunately, the staff was surrounded by a wind-protective barrier. Otherwise, with Li Hong's cultivation level, he might not have been able to endure for long. The trio sped through thick layers of clouds. After a full 10 days, their pace finally began to slow. At this moment, Tang Tian could finally take in the breathtaking sights below. The area was still filled with towering mountains, even grander than those of Qinghua Sect, with numerous demonic beasts lurking within, howling towards the heavens. Sensing their overwhelming presence, it was likely that many were at the tribulation stage. This region had once been a sacred ground for cultivation before being seized by Ziyang's sect. After nearly 1,000 years of conflict, this vast expanse has been largely cleared. Qi Yuan remarked. Only a few powerful demon kings and demon immortals remain, having retained a portion of their territory through agreements with Ziyang's sect. Of course, this is also due to Ziyang's sect's desire to avoid total annihilation. Tang Tian nodded, noting the disparities in strength among the subordinate sects of the Tianfu. The Ziyang sect stands as a prominent figure among the affiliated sections. Does the Ziyang sect have an immortal presiding over it? Tang Tian inquired. Qi Yuan chuckled and replied. If the Qinghua sect has one, how could the Ziyang sect be without? On the surface, the highest combat power within the Ziyang sect is that of the Golden Immortal. However, it is certain that there exist great Luo Golden Immortals within. Otherwise, how could they intimidate the formidable demon immortals outside? Tang Tian felt a tremor within. The most powerful being he had encountered thus far was merely the celestial immortal from the Tingyun Merchant Guild. Qi Yuan continued. Among the 100 sects in the Tianfu, the Ziyang sect ranks within the top 5. Their strength far exceeds ours. For us in the Qinghua sect, The 100 Sects battle is a crucial avenue for ascension to the Tianfu. Yet for the Ziyang sect, it is merely a grand competition held once every 5 years. They possess their own exclusive pathways for advancement. Their most exceptional talents are not necessarily inferior to the prodigies within the Tianfu. Therefore, if you encounter someone from the Ziyang sect in the secret realm, it is prudent to avoid provoking them. Tang Tian nodded. He was not one to seek trouble. As long as they did not instigate him, he would be content. Chapter 128. The situation in the secret realm. After some time, the three arrived above a sizable city. Subsequently, Qi Yuan stowed away his staff, and the trio descended from the sky. This was Liuli City, a settlement specifically established for the Liuli secret realm, with the entrance located at its very center. A few centuries prior, this place was nothing but a desolate wasteland, yet it had now evolved into such a thriving locale. Qi Yuan shrugged. Let us go. Flying is prohibited within Liuli City. The three walked along a broad, smooth avenue toward the city gate. Along the way, numerous cultivators either rode mounts or descended from the sky, all moving alongside them. Upon reaching the city gate, they found it teeming with people, resembling an ordinary mortal city. The trio formed a long queue, submitted some spirit stones as a toll, and entered Liuli City. Upon entering, they were immediately enveloped by a bustling atmosphere. No mortals could be seen. Everywhere they looked were cultivators, and the majority possessed impressive cultivation levels. The streets were spacious and lively, lined with various taverns, inns, and shops selling resources exclusively for cultivators. Tang Tian curiously ventured into one of the shops and discovered that the consumption levels in Liuli City were indeed incomparable to Guli City. To empty an entire store would cost nearly a tenth of his fortune, which was rather daunting. However, in an effort to maintain a low profile, Tang Tian refrained from excessive purchases, merely selecting a few ordinary items and acquiring the store's prized possession. As they strolled along, Tang Tian collected numerous valuable items, which were rarely seen back at the Qinghua sect. After a lengthy exploration, the trio approached the city's center, where the liveliness intensified, predominantly consisting of taverns and inns, likely due to the high flow of visitors. With 5 days remaining until the secret realm opens, let us find a place to rest, Qi Yuan suggested. The closer we get to the entrance, the higher the rental prices. However, it's unnecessary. We can find a place on the outskirts. Tang Tian stroked his chin. Can't we buy a property? Qi Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then sighed. I almost forgot. Your surname is Jean. Moments later, the trio exited a real estate office, with Tang Tian wearing a slight smile and holding a jade property deed, while Qi Yuan's expression reflected considerable distress. 100 billion for a villa in the city center, and will only stay for a little over a month. Wouldn't renting be better? Qi Yuan could hardly bear to see so many spirit stones tossed away so carelessly. Tang Tian chuckled. This is called investment. In my experience, the location is prime, and the property value will surely double soon. If not for their purchasing restrictions, I would have bought 8 to 10 properties. Qi Yuan was astonished, then shook his head and sighed. Is this truly your secret to wealth? Should I also consider investing in a property? Tang Tian hurriedly stopped him. Don't joke. I was merely jesting. If we truly engaged in property speculation here, we would be the ones made a joke of. As they chatted leisurely, the trio arrived at the villa they had just purchased. The environment was decent, though it paled in comparison to the Zizhu courtyard, and its size was rather limited. It would have to suffice. With 4 rooms available, the 3 of them had more than enough space. Afterward, Qi Yuan advised Tang Tian to rest while he took care of the necessary procedures for entering the secret realm. Entering without the identity of an affiliated sect of the Tianfu required numerous formalities, or rather, spirit stones. Once Qi Yuan departed, Tang Tian felt restless and decided to take Li Hong out for a stroll. After browsing a few more prized items in the shops, Tang Tian entered a luxurious tavern and ordered a lavish spread of dishes. Waiter, please prepare an extra portion of everything for me to take back, he instructed, not forgetting about the hard-working Qi Yuan. While savoring the delectable food, he gazed through the window, admiring the bustling scene of Liuli City. However, shortly thereafter, he was drawn in by the conversation of a nearby table of cultivators. Wang Daolang, I heard that during your last entry into the secret realm, you discovered a Liuli pool. A few younger cultivators were addressing a slightly older practitioner, their words laced with flattery and a hint of fawning. The cultivator known as Wang Daolang stroked his short black beard and smiled. Indeed, we were fortunate. The younger cultivators, now even more eager, pressed. Could you share some clues with us to guide us juniors through the maze? We have only just secured our qualifications to enter the secret realm and do not wish to return empty-handed. It turned out they were also cultivators aiming to enter the secret realm this time. However, judging by their demeanor, they likely did not belong to any affiliated sect of the Tianfu. Upon hearing their request, Wang Daoling's expression grew solemn, and he sighed. It's not that I don't want to help you, but there's really nothing to say. You see, every time the Liuli's secret realm opens, there are tremendous changes within. All the areas of fortune are rearranged, and there is no discernible pattern. Furthermore, given your current capabilities, it would be best to refrain from aiming for the Liuli pool. If you can obtain a Liuli well, you would be fortunate. To acquire a Liuli pool would be an immense stroke of luck. Wang Daoling concluded. The others' faces immediately fell with disappointment. Meanwhile, Tang Tian pondered their previous discussion. On the way here, Qi Yuan had already provided him with a general overview of the Liuli secret realm. This was a naturally formed secret realm, a convergence point of spiritual energy, teeming with various spiritual herbs, medicines, and beasts. However, the most precious resource was the spiritual springs. The springs within were not the ordinary kind known outside. Rather, they were a purer essence, encompassing all attributes, fully absorbable by cultivators without any side effects. This spring is referred to in the outside world as the Liuli spiritual spring. The springs manifest randomly within the secret realm, varying in size. Generally, the larger the spring, the more valuable it is. There are clear distinctions from smallest to largest: Liuli well, Liuli pool, Liuli pond, Liuli lake, and the largest of all, the Liuli sea. Typically, for cultivators below the fusion stage, a Liuli well suffices. Those at the fusion stage should ideally find a Liuli pool. For those in the tribulation stage, a Liuli pond is marginally adequate, though those in the late tribulation stage would benefit more from a Liuli lake. As for the expansive Liuli sea, there is only one within the entire secret realm, vast enough to accommodate all cultivators entering the realm. However, entering the glazed sea is no simple feat. It is teeming with immensely powerful spirit beasts, their numbers beyond reckoning. Without sufficient strength, one would only find death within. Tang Tian's ambition is precisely the glazed sea. Chapter 129. The eve of the opening. As Tang Tian pondered, a cultivator of the Wang clan was narrating the conditions within the secret realm to the other young practitioners. One must learn to be content and avoid excessive greed. The Wang cultivator stated solemnly. The secret realm is not merely a place of fortune. Various dangers lurk everywhere. One must tread cautiously, step by step. Otherwise, a moment's carelessness could lead to entrapment in certain innate killing formations, leaving no trace behind. His tone was grave, causing several young cultivators to shrink back, their eyes betraying a mix of fear and trepidation. He continued, besides the innate killing formations, formidable spirit beasts are ever present. Nearly every area of fortune is guarded by these beasts. The spirit beasts within the glazed wells are at least equivalent to the peak of the transformation stage, with many at the out-of-body realm. In the glazed pool, nearly all are at the out-of-body realm, and should fortune not favor you, it is not impossible to encounter a spirit beast of the tribulation stage lurking within. As for the glazed pond and the glazed lake, even if you happen upon them, do not dare to enter, for you shall only find death. The glazed sea is even more fearsome, filled with beings at the peak of the tribulation stage. It is rumored that in the depths of the ocean, celestial beasts exist, utterly unbeatable. The Wang cultivator's incessant warnings left the others in a stunned silence. Yet, it was evident that he genuinely wished to deter these young individuals from courting disaster. After instilling fear, he sought to soothe their anxieties, assuring them that as long as they exercised caution and did not act recklessly, they would likely encounter few problems. The main concern, he stressed, was to be wary of other cultivators and to keep away from the disciples of the Tianfu. He then began regaling them with amusing anecdotes from the secret realm. For instance, there was a practitioner who, upon encountering a breathtakingly beautiful woman, succumbed to temptation and spent the night with her, only to discover the following morning that she was a spirit beast disguised as a toad. There was another unfortunate soul who stumbled upon a tribulation stage spirit beast in a glazed well, so terrified that he lost control of his bodily functions. Fortunately, that spirit beast was of a gentler disposition and spared his life. Conversely, there were some lucky individuals who, by merely relieving themselves, stumbled upon the glazed pond. And one exceedingly fortunate soul accidentally entered the glazed sea without facing any spirit beast, relishing in the fortune therein. These tales ignited the imaginations of the young cultivators, who could not help but wish to be the favored ones who could step into the glazed sea. However, just as they indulged in their daydreams, a cold voice jolted them back to reality. "Humph, you worthless fools think you can enter the glazed sea? Such delusions are laughable." Tang Tian turned toward the voice to find a group of young cultivators, exuding a potent aura and clad in uniform attire. Their light golden Taoist robes bore bright purple patterns at the collar and cuffs, signifying them as disciples of the Xiang sect. The dream was abruptly shattered, and the young cultivators bristled with indignation, turning to retort. Yet, upon seeing the attire of the Xiang disciples, they instinctively recoiled. We were just thinking aloud. What if luck smiles upon us? One stammered. It appeared they recognized the identity of the others. The Ziyang disciples chuckled disdainfully. Don't harbor such thoughts. There will be no luck this time. There are only 10 entrances to the Glazed Sea, 5 of which are occupied by our Ziyang sect, while the other 5 belong to other sects under Tianfu. If you possess the courage, go ahead and try your luck. The group fell into a sullen silence, unable to refute their claims. After all, the Glazed Secret Realm belonged to the Yunding Tianfu, and naturally, the finest treasures would be reserved for their own. However, the impact was minimal. They were merely speaking whimsically and had no genuine intention of venturing into such perilous territory. Yet the words of the Ziyang disciples caused Tang Tian to furrow his brow. Regardless of others, he was determined to enter the Glazed Sea. With all 10 entrances occupied, this situation was untenable. After some contemplation, he reached out to Qi Yuan to inquire about further information. Qi Yuan quickly responded, revealing that the allocation of these 10 entrances had long been predetermined, designated for the Ziyang sect and 5 other powerful affiliated sections. The Qinghua sect had no claim whatsoever, nor did they intend to permit others to enter alongside them. Can money resolve this? Tang Tian inquired. A moment later, Qi Yuan replied, it can. The Ziyang sect is willing to relinquish a few spots at one entrance for the price of 20 pieces of innate Dao Jade each. However, once inside, you must abide by their arrangements. Tang Tian grimaced. This was rather distasteful. Nonetheless, after some reflection, he decided to secure a spot first and assess the situation later. If it met his needs, all would be well. If not, within the Glazed Secret Realm, no one could impede him. Secure the spots first, and I will reimburse you when you return, he instructed. Qi Yuan laughed heartily. No worries. It's merely 40 pieces of innate Dao Jade. Ahem. Take your time. You can pay me whenever you wish. 40 trillion was indeed no small sum for him. After a while, a notification from the system echoed in Tang Tian's mind, indicating that such purchasing behavior was recognized by the system. Meanwhile, the group of cultivators at the adjacent table had swiftly finished their meal and departed. Tang Tian, losing interest in indulging in delicacies, instructed the staff to pack his leftovers before leaving the tavern. In the days that followed, Tang Tian leisurely strolled through Glazed City, indulging in shopping. Glazed City was vast, filled with countless shops, and even as Tang Tian acquired their prized possessions, he attracted little attention. As the time for the Secret Realm's opening drew near, the number of cultivators in the city surged. Tang Tian encountered many disciples from other sects under Tianfu. As Qi Yuan had mentioned, those who could come here were essentially the cream of the crop from their respective sections. Most of these elites exuded an air of arrogance, especially in the presence of cultivators from outside Tianfu. Their sense of superiority was almost palpable. They were indeed formidable. Tang Tian witnessed several confrontations, and in instances of equal cultivation levels, outside cultivators were generally no match for those disciples, with most defeats being overwhelmingly one-sided. After witnessing enough, Tang Tian gained a clearer understanding of the strengths of the disciples from other affiliated sections. Apart from the Ziyang sect, which stood at the pinnacle, the remaining sects were largely comparable to the Qinghua sect. The core elites from the main peak were certainly formidable as well. Soon, 5 days had passed in the blink of an eye. The Glazed Secret Realm was on the verge of officially opening. Chapter 130. Entering the Secret Realm in Glazed City. A patch of blackened earth resided at the very heart of the city. It seemed as if a peculiar rule governed this area, for not a blade of grass could grow upon its surface, nor was there any sign of life. At the center of this desolate expanse stood a colossal portal, constructed from an unknown white gold stone, seamless and devoid of visible joints. This was the gateway to the Glazed Secret Realm. As dawn broke, a multitude of cultivators gathered at this site, a veritable sea of humanity. The practitioners were distinctly divided into 2 groups. One group, though clad in varied attire, bore a certain uniformity. They were predominantly young, radiating powerful auras and exuding an air of haughtiness. These individuals hailed from various affiliated sects under Tianfu. The other group, in stark contrast, was a motley assembly with varying strengths, attire, and ages. Some appeared as innocent as children, while others, with hair and beard turned white, were half buried in the earth. Among this crowd stood Tang Tian. After standing for a while in a relatively open area, Qi Yuan squeezed through the throng. Old Jean has taken care of everything, he said, stepping forward to present Tang Tian with a circular jade plate. Once the Ziyang sect clears the entrance to the Liuli Sea, they will use this jade plate to inform you of the entrance's location. At that point, you can simply proceed. Do not misplace it, for the jade plate serves as a credential for entering the Liuli Sea. Tang Tian nodded and accepted the plate. Qi Yuan continued. You are generally aware of the rules within the secret realm. For you, the areas outside the Lioli Sea should pose little danger. However, remain vigilant. Powerful innate formations or peak tribulation beasts may appear, which can be quite formidable. Furthermore, once you enter the Lioli Sea, it is advisable not to venture too deep. The deeper you go, the greater the peril. Even the presence of celestial beasts may be encountered. Never allow ambition to cloud your judgment. Additionally, pay close attention to other cultivators. Qi Yuan rambled on, detailing numerous precautions regarding the secret realm. This was the first time Tang Tian had witnessed such a side of him. After patiently listening, Tang Tian smiled and assured, "Rest assured, I will exercise caution." Qi Yuan nodded but then sighed, saying, "Given your current cultivation level, you might not even need to enter the Lioli Sea. Finding a Lioli lake should suffice, as it could elevate your cultivation to the peak of integration. The Ziyang Sect people are too arrogant. Frankly, I worry that even if you enter, you might face their harassment." Tang Tian replied softly, "I have my own plans. Do not worry, I have a sense of direction. If circumstances become untenable, I will not force the issue." With the blessing of the celestial destiny Sun's innate talent, along with various extraordinary physiques and legacy-level secret arts, his ambitions naturally soared beyond merely achieving peak integration. A Lioli lake would not satiate his inner aspirations. "Then be cautious," Qi Yuan advised. They continued to discuss various details of the secret realm, and at the break of dawn, the gates of the secret realm officially opened. The duration of this secret realm's opening remained consistent with previous instances, lasting 1 month. Before the deadline, one must proactively reach the designated area for guidance and then be transported back. If one failed to arrive in time, no one knew what might occur, as no cultivator had ever remained in the secret realm and returned alive after the subsequent opening. After briefly informing the crowd of the rules, the participants began to enter in succession. First, a large group from the Ziyang Sect marched through the grand gates, followed by disciples from other affiliated sects, and finally, the remaining scattered cultivators. Tang Tian turned to Qi Yuan and said, "Make sure to keep an eye on matters at the sect. We shall meet again in a month." With that, he and Li Hong mingled among the multitude of cultivators and stepped through the towering gates. As they crossed the threshold, Tang Tian distinctly felt a powerful spatial fluctuation. Upon reappearing, the scenery before him had undergone a complete transformation. Looking around, he noticed that this place did not differ significantly from the outside world. Yet the concentration of spiritual energy had surged to levels exceeding that of the outside realm by several folds. A plethora of pure spiritual power surged into his body with each breath, instantly merging into his meridians and settling in his dantian. In such an environment, it was no wonder that individuals were willing to expend vast resources to enter. Even ordinary cultivation here yielded far superior results compared to the outside world. Not to mention, there were abundant spiritual herbs, spiritual objects, and the most precious Lioli spring. However, Tang Tian soon discerned that this realm was a purely spiritual energy world. It seemed a unique rule suppressed this realm, preventing it from ascending to higher levels, namely the celestial tier. Thus, only cultivators at the tribulation phase and below could enter, for the ascended realm already involved celestial energy. Yet deep within the Lioli Sea, celestial beasts existed, the reason for which could only be clarified upon first-hand observation. While he pondered, many cultivators had already soared into the distance, vanishing into the vast mountains and forests in search of fortuitous encounters. "Let us depart," Tang Tian told Li Hong, and without hesitation, he chose a direction and took flight, with Li Hong closely following. The space within the secret realm was vast, and after a brief yet rapid flight, they could no longer see any other cultivators. Tang Tian slowed his pace, observing the forest below. Suddenly, a lively figure caught his attention. It was a plump snow-white rabbit, agilely leaping through the treetops rather than the ground, effortlessly covering distances of several dozen meters with each bound. Tang Tian contemplated briefly before vanishing from sight. In the next moment, he appeared atop a massive tree, holding the fluffy white creature he had just spotted. Soon after, Li Hong followed suit. "This is a life form entirely composed of pure spiritual energy," Tang Tian marveled. Holding the rabbit, which gazed at him with round, innocent eyes, appearing utterly harmless and adorably naive. With a gentle squeeze, he burst it in his hand, transforming it into a small sphere of condensed, exceptionally pure spiritual energy. He then swallowed the energy sphere, feeling a surge of spiritual power explode within his abdomen, flooding into his dantian. He distinctly sensed a slight enhancement in his cultivation, which had been at the mid-integration stage. After a moment, Tang Tian opened his eyes, a glimmer of intrigue flashing within. If a mere spirit beast of the golden core stage could provide such considerable spiritual energy, what effects might higher-tier beasts or spiritual springs yield? "Let us begin our search," Tang Tian declared. Chapter 131, The the Lioli Pool and the Lioli Secret Realm. Two figures swiftly traversed the skies above the forest. Occasionally, the sounds of battle echoed, but they concluded swiftly. These two were none other than Tang Tian and Li Hong. Upon discovering that spirit beasts could yield substantial spiritual energy, they began hunting spirit beasts in pursuit of spiritual springs. They encountered beings from the Golden Core stage, nascent soul stage, transformation stage, and even exit stage. Yet, with their prowess, they faced no significant obstacles. Not to mention Tang Tian, even Li Hong, possessing only mid-exit stage cultivation, had seen a marked improvement in his combat abilities following Qi Yuan's specialized training, making him one of the top-tier individuals within his realm. Unless they encountered a being equivalent to the pinnacle of exit stage, they would face no challenges. Half a day swiftly passed, and after effortlessly dispatching a nascent soul stage spirit beast, Tang Tian suddenly caught a whiff of an unusual aura. He then called Li Hong over. "Young master," Li Hong said, his face glowing with excitement, for after their recent hunting spree, he had absorbed a significant amount of spiritual energy, and his mid-exit stage realm was finally beginning to show signs of loosening. "Have you noticed something?" Li Hong inquired. Tang Tian nodded, gazing toward a cliff ahead. After slaying the previous spirit beast, he had sensed a peculiar fluctuation of spiritual energy, one that bore the essence of rules. "Let us investigate that direction." Soon, they arrived at the foot of the cliff. With a subtle sense of the elusive Tao rhythm, Tang Tian ultimately fixed his gaze upon a rocky area located at the very center of the cliff. This area appeared unremarkable at first glance, yet he could feel its extraordinary nature. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian extended his index finger, unleashing a formidable force that struck the rock. In an instant, the stone shattered, and massive boulders tumbled from above, crashing down amidst the forest. Before Tang Tian, a grand cave materialized, and a pure aura of spiritual energy surged toward him. He had found it. A smile crept onto Tang Tian's lips as he stepped inside. The cave was quite spacious, with unique stones on either side emitting a gentle glow. Not far into the cave, the path widened, revealing a vast interior space completely enveloped by the mountain. At its center lay a shallow pool of water, gleaming with clarity. "A glazed pool," Li Hong exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed," Tang Tian replied with a smile. Though the pool was not particularly large, it was certainly superior to a mere glazed well. Yet, to discover a glazed pool on the very first day of entering the secret realm was an extraordinary stroke of luck. The spiritual energy in this space was palpable. Even standing there, strands of energy subtly integrated into their beings. "Master, shall we?" Li Hong, aware of the value of a glazed pool, was unable to suppress his excitement. However, Tang Tian raised his hand, saying, "Wait. We must first deal with the Guardian." Li Hong was momentarily taken aback. The Guardian was the spiritual beast protecting the spiritual spring, yet he had noticed no abnormalities upon entering. Did Tang Tian perceive something he did not? While he pondered this, Tang Tian had already stepped forward to the edge of the glazed pool. Just as he prepared to enter, a massive shadow suddenly erupted from the water, launching toward him. It was a giant crab, measuring several meters in length, its body transparent yet radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. The immense pressure it exuded reverberated throughout the confined space. It was a fusion stage spiritual beast. Li Hong gasped in horror, shouting, "Master, watch out!" Yet, before he could finish, Tang Tian raised a hand and grasped the air. A handprint larger than the giant crab materialized, firmly capturing the creature. In the next moment, the giant crab exploded, transforming into a vast surge of spiritual energy that coalesced in the palm of Tang Tian's hand. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. "Be careful," Li Hong stammered, his expression frozen in disbelief. He knew Tang Tian was powerful, but he had not anticipated that he had become this formidable. That was a fusion stage spiritual beast. Even if one could defeat it, it should not be so effortlessly achieved. Tang Tian appeared as if he had merely crushed an ant beneath his fingers, as he absorbed the spiritual liquid formed from the giant crab. Tang Tian turned to Li Hong and said, "Why don't you give it a try?" Li Hong hesitated, scratching his head. Master, perhaps you should go first?" Tang Tian replied, exasperated. "Just go in when I tell you. Don't dither. This glazed pool will not be sufficient for my cultivation to advance. You should absorb it first while I take the opportunity to study this place." His tone was commanding, leaving Li Hong with no choice but to comply. He cautiously stepped into the pool, sitting cross-legged at its center. As he began to circulate his energy, he felt an overwhelming influx of spiritual power surging from all directions, seemingly endless. This energy was purer than that of the transformed spiritual beasts, even surpassing that within his Dantian, akin to the most primordial essence. Li Hong quickly steadied his mind, dedicating himself to cultivation. Meanwhile, Tang Tian observed the pool for a while before he began to investigate the space. After a thorough examination, he discovered that the area forming the glazed pool was a combination of several natural formations. These formations intertwined, connecting to a profoundly mysterious place from which they drew a small amount of spiritual liquid. If he was not mistaken, that place was none other than the fabled glazed sea. However, upon further scrutiny, Tang Tian realized that this connection was unidirectional and could not be utilized to open a passage to the glazed sea. This revelation left him somewhat disappointed. If he could independently establish a passage, he would not need to traverse through the entrance at Xiang Gate. Nevertheless, not all was in vain. He discerned that the amalgamation of these formations produced a distinctly unique Tao rhythm. It was through this rhythm that he had ascertained the cave's location. Thus, he understood that by paying careful attention to this Tao rhythm, he could accurately locate other places of creation, significantly reducing the time spent in exploration. According to the patterns within the formations, the intensity of this Tao rhythm should increase in accordance with the size of the spiritual spring. The stronger the Tao rhythm, the larger the spiritual spring. The glazed lake must emanate the strongest Tao rhythm. Tang Tian mused on this matter, having cultivated countless techniques. He had not only enhanced his combat abilities but had also reached profound levels in formations, peculiar arts, and even alchemy and weapon crafting. However, he had rarely engaged in those pursuits. Today marked the first occasion he showcased his capabilities beyond mere combat. Lost in thought, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from the glazed pool, sweeping through the entire space. Tang Tian turned his gaze toward Li Hong. He had finally broken through. A smile graced his face. Within the cavernous space of the mountain, a tremendous aura exploded forth from Li Hong's body. An immense influx of pure spiritual energy surged into him, swiftly elevating his cultivation. After a tumultuous storm of spiritual power subsided, Li Hong slowly opened his eyes. Having advanced from mid-out-of-body to late-out-of-body stage, Master, Li Hong's face radiated with excitement. In the outside world, such a breakthrough would typically require a minimum of 2 months of effort, yet he had achieved it in just 1 day within the glazed secret realm. How could he not be thrilled? First, stabilize your cultivation, Tang Tian advised. Li Hong nodded, then asked, and you? Should I stay here to cultivate while you seek greater resources? His recent breakthrough had consumed less than 1/5 of the glazed pool's spiritual energy. To absorb it all would take several days, and he certainly did not wish to delay Tang Tian's progress. Moreover, he understood that remaining at Tang Tian's side would only be a burden. However, Tang Tian shook his head, saying, "You should first solidify your cultivation. The glazed pool will not remain available for long. I will take you to find even better places." Li Hong felt a surge of gratitude. In comparison to Tang Tian's investment in their group, their contributions felt minuscule. Yet, he refrained from uttering empty words, vowing to remember this kindness and strive to enhance his power, hoping to truly contribute in the future. After agreeing, he exited the glazed pool and earnestly focused on stabilizing his newly attained cultivation. Meanwhile, Tang Tian remained unfazed, observing the glazed pool before him. He extended his palm and invoked the secret technique of the gluttonous beast. Instantly, a tremendous force of absorption manifested. The once impenetrable spiritual liquid, which had been difficult to extract, suddenly found its release, transforming into a torrent that surged toward Tang Tian. Soon, the spiritual liquid coalesced within his palm. Moments later, all the liquid transformed into a small glazed pearl, crystalline and radiant, emitting an enchanting glow. Quite beautiful. Tang Tian mused as he toyed with the glazed pearl before casually tossing it into his mouth as one would a candy. A formidable storm of spiritual power erupted violently within his abdomen. The intensity of terror was such that even cultivators in the tribulation stage would likely perish in an instant. Yet, endowed with the formidable celestial body and the eternal sacred body, Tang Tian emerged unscathed, effortlessly withstanding this overwhelming force. As the secret technique of the gluttonous beast operated, all spiritual energy surged into his dantian, propelling his cultivation to advance rapidly. In merely the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, he absorbed enough spiritual energy to sustain Li Hong for several days and nights, consuming it all completely. Tang Tian could distinctly sense a significant leap in his cultivation. Yet regrettably, it was still insufficient for him to ascend to the late stage of integration. Naturally, for an ordinary cultivator, such spiritual energy would have sufficed. However, due to the various enhancements to his physique, the amount of spiritual energy required for him to break through was extraordinarily vast, equivalent to dozens of times that needed by an average cultivator. This necessity drove him to seek swift methods of acquiring spiritual energy. Otherwise, he would find himself unable to ascend. After completing his devouring, Li Hong's training also neared its conclusion. Moments later, the two soared out of the cave. Although the secret realm did not distinguish between day and night, As cultivators, they could discern that daytime had already passed. The glazed sea could open at any moment, and he needed to hasten to find a suitable training ground for Li Hong. In the following days, Tang Tian continued to hunt spiritual beasts while searching for the location of the fabled land of fortune. Following the unique rhythm of the Tao, his expedition became considerably easier. In just 5 days, he discovered 2 glazed ponds, 6 glazed pools, and a staggering 19 glazed wells. Such astonishing efficiency would undoubtedly leave others in utter disbelief. Typically, a cultivator considers themselves fortunate to find a single glazed well. Discovering a glazed pool would be akin to striking gold. To acquire a glazed pond would mean returning home to collect all the misfortunes of their life for homage. As for the glazed lake, that was a thought too grand for the average person to entertain. Yet, Tang Tian's current aim was precisely the glazed lake. If successful, he could confidently leave Li Hong behind and venture to the glazed sea alone, as it harbored unknown dangers not worth exposing Li Hong to. Regrettably, despite having found methods to explore the land of fortune, he had yet to achieve his goal. It appeared that such high-caliber lands of fortune were indeed rare. Nevertheless, he did not leave empty-handed. After absorbing all the spiritual energy from the glazed wells, he successfully broke through to the late stage of integration. After consuming the energy from the 6 glazed pools, he stood at the pinnacle of integration, just a step away from invoking the heavenly tribulation to ascend to the tribulation stage. However, due to time constraints, he refrained from rushing the advancement, instead condensing the remaining spiritual liquid into glazed pearls for storage. 2 glazed ponds yielded 2 glazed pearls, each containing vast reserves of spiritual energy that would sustain his cultivation for an extended period, far surpassing the value of innate Tao jade. For now, he decided to regard them as stored spiritual energy. 2 days passed, and Tang Tian harvested his 4th glazed pearl. At that moment, he finally sensed the presence of the glazed lake. A tremendous flow of Tao rhythm surged toward him like a tidal wave. Following its trajectory, Tang Tian arrived at a secluded valley. Outside the valley lay a naturally formed illusion array that concealed its entirety. To an outsider, it merely appeared as an ordinary valley. The illusion was exquisitely crafted, likely requiring months for even a master of the tribulation stage to unravel completely. Even for Tang Tian, it took him a considerable amount of time to decipher the array. At last, the true visage of the valley revealed itself, a vast, crystalline lake with a shimmering surface that refracted dazzling light, captivating the soul. How remarkable, Tang Tian marveled, and began to search for any guardian spiritual beasts. Generally, within a glazed lake, there would at least be one or several tribulation stage spiritual beasts. However, after thorough inspection, he was astonished to find that such a large lake contained no spiritual beast whatsoever. Ultimately, he concluded that the external array was so powerful that it rendered the presence of guardians unnecessary. After some contemplation, Tang Tian decided to bring Li Hong along. Yet, just then, a hearty laugh echoed from afar. "Haraha, what fortunate lads you are to have found the glazed lake. It seems there are no guardian spiritual beasts. Are you favored by the heavens?" The voice approached rapidly, and soon 3 figures landed before Tang Tian. They unabashedly unleashed their imposing auras. They were cultivators in the tribulation stage, powerful ones at that. "Hey, lucky boys," the foremost red-haired man boomed. "Your luck is commendable, but alas, such immense fortune is beyond your deserving. Leave, and mind your tongues lest you speak out of turn. Otherwise," he suddenly shook his head, chuckling. Never mind. I'm not one for theatrics. Let us just end this." With that, the man extended a massive hand, a terrifying force bearing down upon Tang Tian from above. A colossal palm materialized in the sky. As the red-haired man pressed down slowly, the giant hand plummeted from the heavens. Simultaneously, Tang Tian felt the space around him become irrevocably locked, leaving him with no avenue of escape. Forced to watch as the immense hand obscured the sky and descended upon him. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the mountains and forests. Countless trees toppled, and a massive handprint, several meters deep, appeared where Tang Tian and Li Hong stood. Throughout the ordeal, neither Tang Tian nor Li Hong uttered a single word. Why such a commotion? A female cultivator glanced at the red-haired man with discontent. "There are others who have entered. If they take notice, we will be in for trouble." The man laughed heartily. "A lion uses its full strength even to catch a rabbit. It's my habit. Who knows if that lad has any tricks up his sleeve? Better to end it swiftly." The female cultivator shook her head but refrained from further comment. However, their other companion, a black-haired youth, furrowed his brow slightly. "Something feels off." The red-haired man paused. "What's wrong?" The youth spoke quietly. "That young man is a peak integration cultivator. He shouldn't be so silent. Moreover, I sensed no sign of life extinguishing. It's as if they simply evaporated." The man stared. then exchanged glances with his female companion before swiftly moving to the edge of the palm print. Looking down, he was met with a scene of utter devastation. All flora and fauna had been flattened to mere paper. Yet, where Tang Tian had stood moments before, there was nothing to be found. How is this possible? The man exclaimed in astonishment. I locked off all his escape routes. How did he? Before he could finish, his expression shifted dramatically. Not good. The man roared, and the other two grew alert, sensing an ominous premonition. But before they could react, the ground began to tremble violently. In the next moment, dozens of colossal stone pillars shot up from the earth, reaching for the skies in an instant. The tops of the pillars converged, forming an immense stone cage that enveloped all three of them. A heavy and terrifying aura enveloped them, pressing down on their souls. Get out of here. The burly man bellowed, exerting force beneath his feet, attempting to escape this precarious confinement. However, before he could reach the edge, a colossal stone statue surged forth from the depths of the earth, swinging its massive fist towards him. The man's gaze sharpened. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, unleashing the full force of his late-stage tribulation power in a head-on clash. Boom. The two collided violently, the statue's fist shattering upon impact, its arm fracturing into immense debris that rained down from the sky. Overconfident, the man sneered, preparing to flee the cage. Yet, in the next instant, his smile froze on his face. The ground trembled violently as the fallen statue was swiftly replaced by another, a warlord statue rising up, its giant fist hurtling toward him with a ferocious intensity. Boom. A series of explosive sounds reverberated, shaking the very earth. After the man had dispatched 4 statues, the 5th statue sent him careening back, skidding to a halt at a considerable distance. His expression turned ashen, his eyes twitching. For before him, 20 identical statues emerged once more. Who was it? Who possessed such formidable capabilities? Could it be that young man from earlier? But how could that be? He was merely at the peak of integration. In an instant, the man's thoughts raced chaotically. As he pondered, the other two encountered similar assaults. The dark-haired youth destroyed the second wave of warlord statues, but was soon forced back by the onslaught of more statues. Meanwhile, the other female cultivator, caught off guard, was struck head-on, crashing into the hard ground, blood droplets scattering through the air. Yet, she quickly emerged and stood back-to-back with the other two, her eyes filled with terror. What on earth was happening? She exclaimed in shock. The dark-haired youth furrowed his brow, his eyes glowing as he scanned for vulnerabilities in the formation. Unfortunately, it seemed the adversary had no intention of granting them a chance to counterattack. A massive stone hand began to coalesce above them. Its size, aura, and sensation were strikingly reminiscent of the initial attack from the red-haired man. Gazing at the familiar giant hand, the red-haired man widened his eyes in disbelief and bellowed, "It truly is." Before he could finish, the stone hand crashed down, striking the three of them forcefully. Boom. Another unprecedented tremor shook the earth, the palm embedding itself deep into the ground, trapping the 3 tribulation cultivators beneath. However, this predicament did not last long. After all, they were formidable late-stage tribulation experts. In no time, the colossal hand shattered, and the 3 figures re-emerged into the world. Yet their expressions were far from pleasant, particularly the slightly weaker female cultivator, whose complexion had begun to pale. The earlier hand had been fortified by the formation, and they had expended considerable effort to break free. "Who are you?" The burly man, now somewhat fearful, questioned, acknowledging the opponent's unpredictable and powerful abilities. Their relentless assaults, one after another, left them gasping for breath. The most terrifying aspect was that, even now, they could not ascertain the identity of their assailant. "Cowardly turtle, dare you emerge for a fair duel?" The man roared defiantly, understanding that if this continued, they would be rendered completely passive. Unfortunately, there was no response. Suddenly, dozens of stone pillars emitted a hazy glow, and a profound aura materialized within the formation. Subsequently, all the scattered debris in the air seemed to be guided, rapidly coalescing into over 100 thick chains, radiating the same luminescence as the stone pillars. The 3 sensed impending doom and attempted to employ their techniques to escape. Yet, it was too late. The ground beneath them shifted as if it had come to life, firmly anchoring them in place. In the blink of an eye, the earth and chains intertwined, connecting throughout the formation. The mysterious and eerie aura, accompanied by the constricting chains, pressed down upon the 3, sealing their powers and preventing their souls from escaping. No matter how they struggled, it was futile. At that moment, a figure slowly materialized in the sky, gazing down upon them. It was Tang Tian. "Who are you?" Tang Tian asked coldly. Upon seeing the figure above, the 3 tribulation experts looked as if they had seen a ghost. It truly was him. The red-haired man gaped, at a loss for words. This young man had not only escaped unscathed from his assault, but had also stealthily set up a formation that subdued all 3 of them. Such a situation was beyond belief. Had he not witnessed it himself, he would never have accepted such an occurrence. He racked his brain, unable to comprehend how all of this had transpired. The other two shared similar thoughts, equally baffled as to how a young cultivator at the peak of integration could effortlessly suppress 3 late-stage tribulation experts without allowing them to retaliate. What kind of prodigy could accomplish such a feat? Their minds raced, but they could not find a reasonable explanation. Observing the trio's silence, Tang Tian pressed on. Who are you, truly? Though it was clear they had come for Liuli Lake, he sought to confirm whether they were connected to Qinghua Sect. Yet, regrettably, they did not cooperate. The red-haired man glared at Tang Tian, growling, Brat, if you dare release the formation, let us have a fair one-on-one battle. What honor is there in winning through insidious means? In response to the provocation, Tang Tian remained indifferent, merely raising a hand slightly. Instantly, the chains binding the red-haired man constricted, mercilessly squeezing his body. The creaking sound sent chills down one's spine. The man's face turned crimson, twisted in agony. Soon, he could bear it no longer, shouting, Wait, stop, and I will tell you. Yet, Tang Tian remained impassive, and the chains tightened further. Damn it, stop, the man roared in fury. But no matter how he pleaded, Tang Tian remained unmoved. His once proud physique began to contort under the chain's grip. No, ultimately, with a final, heart-wrenching scream from the red-haired man, the chains constricted to their limit. With a resounding bang, his body shattered into a mist of blood that splattered onto the other two. Witnessing this, their hearts sank completely. They realized that this seemingly youthful prodigy was not so easily deceived. As Tang Tian's gaze shifted to the remaining two, the female cultivator could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, I am a disciple of the Crimson Moon of the Yellow Sand Ridge. If you dare act recklessly, I. Her threatening words were only half finished. Upon hearing her reveal her affiliation, Tang Tian struck decisively, resulting in an explosion of blood mist. Thus, only the strongest dark-haired youth remained. His expression fluctuated as he regarded Tang Tian, cautiously stating, You must be a prodigy of the Cloud Summit, right? Apart from you, no one else possesses such power. Tang Tian observed him quietly, offering no denial. Suddenly, he inquired, Do you know of the Qinghua Sect? The dark-haired youth was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, it seemed as though he had come to a realization. In a state of panic, he shouted, Wait, I know. Unfortunately, it was too late. His momentary bewilderment had already indicated that he had no connection to the matters concerning the Qinghua Sect. Tang Tian had no interest in hearing the fabrications he was about to concoct. He tightened the chains and executed him on the spot. Following this, with a gentle snap of his fingers, the entire stone formation collapsed, burying the scene of the incident along with the presences of the 3 tribulation stage cultivators deep within the earth. The light of day reemerged. Subsequently, Tang Tian once again summoned the forces of heaven and earth. The fallen trees stood upright once more, and even the barren ground beneath his feet rapidly sprouted new flowers, grasses, and trees. In no time, everything had returned to its original state, leaving no indication of what had transpired. After completing these actions, Tang Tian slowly descended from the sky. With a wave of his hand, Li Hong's figure materialized from the void. Young master, are you unharmed? Where are they? Li Hong remained engulfed in fear and tension, only aware that the 3 individuals before him had suddenly turned hostile, and he had found himself in a blackened space. Then reappeared to see Tang Tian. I'm fine. I've sent them away, Tang Tian replied calmly. Such matters need not concern everyone. The battle that just occurred, while seemingly smooth, held its own perils. Had the 3 not been careless and failed to notice the formation I had laid, it would have taken considerable effort to contain them. Perhaps even my ultimate techniques would have been necessary. Fortunately, no unforeseen circumstances arose. In the midst of my calculations, they had no opportunity to retaliate, being completely subdued from beginning to end. Through this battle, I have also gained a clearer understanding of my current strength, utilizing only conventional methods beneath the ascension stage. I find that no one is truly my match. My boundless techniques and comprehension of the path exceed far beyond what is typical. Even against opponents at the ascension level, I could at least achieve a stalemate without suffering loss. As for unconventional methods, should I truly employ the mastery of my ultimate techniques, based on past experiences, even a celestial immortal might stand a chance against me. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian spoke softly, Let us proceed inside. After all this time fighting, I have yet to see what the so-called Liuli Lake truly looks like. The two then passed through the formation's barrier and entered the valley. The aura of spiritual energy immediately enveloped them. The spiritual springs within Liuli Lake far surpassed those of Liuli Pond in both quantity and quality. If he could absorb it all, Tang Tian estimated that it might allow him to directly break through to the later stages of tribulation. For Li Hong, it would be more than sufficient. he could absorb it tirelessly for an entire year without issue. After further exploring the area and confirming the absence of any spiritual beasts, Tang Tian instructed Li Hong, "You may cultivate here. It should not be long now before we reach Liuli Sea." With that, he raised his hand and summoned a transparent gem into his palm, which he then handed to Li Hong. "This is the core for controlling the external formation. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, use it to conceal yourself within the formation. Below the level of immortals, none shall be able to find you from within." Li Hong respectfully accepted the formation core, repeatedly affirming his understanding. "Cultivate diligently. I shall depend on you to ascend to Yunding Tianfu," Tang Tian said with a smile. Li Hong solemnly pledged, "I shall not disappoint your expectations." Tang Tian nodded and, with a subtle flick, his form faded from the valley. Chapter 135. Entering Liuli Sea. After departing the valley, Tang Tian temporarily ceased his search for the land of fortune. Having noticed the vast disparities among various levels of such places, it could be said that a single Liuli lake held value several dozens of times greater than that of a Liuli pond. Therefore, there was no need to expend further effort in seeking. His ultimate destination was Liuli Sea, the source of all lands of fortune. Who knew what wondrous sights awaited there? After resting for a while, Tang Tian began to wander about leisurely. Within the secret realm, aside from spiritual beasts and lands of fortune, there existed a plethora of spiritual herbs and fruits. Previously, he had not taken the time to search for them, as he was focused on finding a suitable cultivation location for Li Hong. Now that he had leisure, he could indulge his appetite. As he strolled, he gathered a considerable bounty. The spiritual fruits here were even more fragrant and delectable than those outside. One bite released a burst of juice, filling him with delight. During his wanderings, he encountered other cultivators, some cautiously seeking spiritual materials, while others fought fiercely over a single Liuli well. However, Tang Tian merely observed from a distance, choosing not to intervene. 2 days passed, and on the 10th day of entering the secret realm, news finally arrived from Xiang's sect. The entrance has opened. Tang Tian exhaled. A third of the time had elapsed, and without any updates, he had been prepared to search for the entrance himself. Observing the location indicated on the jade plate, Tang Tian discerned the direction, breaking through the clouds and swiftly making his way there. Approximately an hour later, he arrived at the location marked on the jade plate. The terrain here was relatively flat, but ahead loomed a magnificent mountain range, resembling a pillar of heaven, stretching skyward without revealing its summit. It was truly awe-inspiring. At the midpoint of the mountain range stood several individuals clad in Xiang sect attire, quietly waiting. Behind them was a massive, dark cave. That must surely be the entrance to Liuli Sea. Tang Tian flew over and soon discovered that, in addition to the disciples of Xiang's sect, there were a dozen or so other cultivators gathered. Their auras varied, but it was evident they were not members of Xiang's sect. Upon Tang Tian's arrival, he produced the jade plate indicating his location. Over there, a Xiang sect disciple examined it before gesturing him towards the group of cultivators, his tone lacking any politeness. Tang Tian paid it no mind, positioning himself among them. It appeared that these individuals, like himself, were external cultivators who had purchased the right to enter the Liuli Sea. After a while, another 10 or so cultivators arrived, ultimately gathering around 30 external cultivators. Each had contributed 20 pieces of innate Dao jade, totaling over 600 pieces. Such easy money. All of you, come here. Once everyone was assembled, the Xiang sect disciple responsible for their reception called out loudly, "We shall now take you to Liuli Sea. Remember, do not look around indiscriminately, do not inquire recklessly, and certainly do not wander off. Follow our arrangements, or bear the consequences." Had everyone understood? The disciples' cultivation was merely at the initial stage of fusion. Yet even those at the late tribulation stage could only nod in agreement, not daring to speak further. The underlying reason for their compliance lay in the garb worn by the disciple. Xiang sect was not to be trifled with, and neither was Yunding Tianfu, which commanded utmost respect. Under the guidance of the Xiang sect disciple, the crowd entered the dark cave. Once inside, Tang Tian realized this was not a naturally formed cavern, but rather a man-made passage. The walls were scarred with traces of fierce battles, suggesting the process of excavation had not been easy. The cave was long. The further they ventured, the more intense the signs of conflict became. In some areas, entire sections of the mountain had collapsed, and occasionally, one could see splattered remnants of blood. Since spiritual beasts possessed no blood, these must have been left by the disciples of Xiang's sect. It was no wonder they had spent a full 10 days to completely clear this entrance. After roughly 15 minutes of walking, a glimmer of light finally appeared ahead. After a brief moment, the crowd emerged from the cave, and the vista before them was nothing short of breathtaking. A vast, crystalline sea spread out endlessly, shimmering under the sunlight. A kaleidoscope of colorful mist danced upon the surface, transforming into myriad enchanting shapes, as if they had stepped into a dream. This captivating scene instantly elicited gasps of awe from the onlookers. What's all the commotion? A disciple of the Ziyang sect chided sharply. Stop acting like you've never seen the world before. Stand by the shore. I will report back. No one is permitted to enter the sea without authorization. With that, he turned to approach another disciple who appeared to be in charge of the area. Tang Tian, along with other cultivators, made his way to the edge of the Lioli Sea. The dense spiritual energy felt almost tangible. A single breath ignited his latent potential. His assumptions were confirmed. The quality of the spiritual energy here was unparalleled compared to other realms of fortune, being more pure and primal. As they ventured deeper into the sea, the quality continued to enhance, leaving Tang Tian to wonder what wonders awaited at the ocean's depths. Gazing outwards, he attempted to penetrate the colorful martial aura, eager to explore further. However, he soon noticed dozens of formidable Zhang sect members, positioned with equal spacing, forming a large arc. In their hands, they wielded peculiar spiritual artifacts that interconnected, creating an invisible barrier. This wall effectively shielded them from the terrifying spiritual beasts lurking in the depths, preventing them from advancing recklessly. Tang Tian quickly realized that the influx of peak tribulation cultivators was intended to carve out a safe zone within the Lioli Sea for disciples of their sect to train. Even if outsiders were allowed in, they would struggle against the powerful spiritual beasts, left to lament their own inadequacy. Such was the advantage of belonging to a powerful sect. Tang Tian mused. While he contemplated, the Ziyang disciple returned. You are restricted to practicing within 10 meters of the shoreline. Anyone who crosses this boundary will face severe consequences, he proclaimed loudly. Many furrowed their brows, as they had already discerned that the deeper they ventured into the sea, the higher the quality of spiritual energy. The area by the shore was the least advantageous, and some expressed their discontent, questioning why they should be denied enjoyment after spending so much. Yet, no one dared to challenge the authority first. Staying by the shore is certainly better than the Lioli Lake, and it spares us from unnecessary risks, someone conceded. Soon, several began to wade into the water. Tang Tian prepared to follow suit, but he had no intention of remaining within the confines set by the Ziyang disciples. He had countless methods to delve deeper into the sea unnoticed. Just as he was about to enter, several figures emerged from the cave. These individuals exuded an overwhelming aura, each at least a peak tribulation cultivator. They were clearly not from the Ziyang sect, yet the proud disciples immediately donned expressions of deference upon seeing them. After a brief exchange, the newcomers turned their attention towards Tang Tian. He noticed a detail he had previously overlooked. Each of them was armed with a black spear, identical to the one wielded by Tian Yang. Chapter 136. Sudden outburst before Tang Tian's eyes. 5 formidable figures brandishing black spears approached him. However, to his surprise, their gaze was not fixed on him, but rather on the collective group of external cultivators. Who is Zhongwu? The leader, clad in black, bellowed. The cultivators exchanged glances, none stepping forward in response. Come now, I know you're in there, the black-clad leader continued coldly. If you reveal yourself now, I can guarantee your survival. But if you choose to remain obstinate, even death will be a luxury. With that, the overwhelming presence of a peak tribulation cultivator erupted, enveloping all external practitioners. Tang Tian furrowed his brow. He could confirm that these individuals were indeed from the war god temple. Zhongwu? He remained silent, sensing that their intentions extended beyond mere inquiries. Under the immense pressure, the external cultivators were visibly shaken, some paling at the threat, yet none dared to step forward, seemingly ignorant of who Zhongwu was. At that moment, a disciple from the Ziyang sect approached cautiously, saying, Sirs, could there be a misunderstanding? We are well aware of these individuals' backgrounds. They shouldn't be involved in any wrongdoing. The leader of the black-clad figures shot him a glance, retorting, Are you implying the war god temple's intelligence is flawed? The Ziyang disciple hastily shook his head. Of course not. It's just, never mind, please continue. Clearly, he did not wish to engage in a dispute with these formidable beings from the Tianfu. The leader scoffed coldly and turned back to the external cultivators, stating, So you refuse to reveal yourselves? It seems you truly wish to test my patience. In that case, before he could finish, he suddenly lunged forward. The spear sliced through the air, unleashing an unparalleled force that blanketed everyone present. He unleashed his full strength. The devastation was unimaginable. Those who were weaker and unprepared were instantly obliterated, while the remaining peak tribulation cultivators barely managed to brace against the assault, sustaining grievous injuries. The cultivators attempted to voice their protests, but the other 4 black-clad figures swiftly joined in, unleashing an onslaught of power that eradicated the area where the external practitioners had stood. Not a trace remained, no bodies, no blood, only a chaotic tempest of energy. The suddenness and speed of the event caught even the Ziyang disciples off guard. By the time they regained their senses, every external practitioner had vanished without a trace. "What have you done?" one of them roared, furious. Other Ziyang disciples soon arrived, some of whom were also peak tribulation cultivators. Yet the black-clad figures remained unfazed. The leader turned to them with a mocking smile, saying that thief possesses exceptional concealment techniques. If he does not reveal himself, no one can detect him. Thus, I would rather err on the side of caution. Such is the way of the war god temple. Do you have any objections? He added nonchalantly, showing no remorse for the mass slaughter that had just occurred. A peak tribulation cultivator from the Ziyang sect stepped forward, frowning. "You should at least inform us. This is the Ziyang sect's territory. Even if you hail from Tianfu, you cannot act so tyrannically." Those individuals paid a hefty price to enter. The leader of the black-clad figures merely chuckled dismissively. "What's the big deal? Just a bunch of obstinate outsiders. A flimsy excuse suffices to dispose of them. The perils of the Violi Sea make unforeseen accidents all too common." As he spoke, he noticed the Ziyang disciples' expressions darkening. He continued, "Jiang Wu is a notorious fugitive sought by our war god temple. Today, your cooperation in his capture has been quite helpful. I will mention this to the deputy commander upon my return." Hearing this, the Ziyang disciples' expressions softened slightly. If there was an opportunity for mutual benefit, then all could be negotiated amicably. In essence, they have shown little regard for the lives of the external cultivators. A sudden upheaval seemed on the verge of subsiding. However, at that moment, a chilling voice resonated through the void. "Jiang Wu, you are actually searching for me, aren't you?" As the voice echoed, a figure re-emerged in the place where the external cultivators had vanished. It was none other than Tang Tian. After the black-clad individuals had abruptly attacked, he had come to a realization. These people were undoubtedly sent by the Tianyang sect. The so-called Jiang Wu was merely a ruse they had cast to avoid arousing suspicion from the Ziyang sect. At the very least, they had secured a plausible excuse. Even if the Qinghua sect came to investigate and suspected the Tianyang sect, they would find it difficult to substantiate any charges. A clever ploy indeed. However, it was unfortunate that they had underestimated their own strength. Upon seeing Tang Tian's appearance, several black-clad figures furrowed their brows, their eyes flashing with astonishment. The members of the Ziyang sect also immediately took a defensive stance. Escaping such a sudden assault was no feat for an ordinary individual. After a brief standoff, the leader of the black-clad men suddenly shouted, "He is Jiang Wu. Ziyang sect, assist me in capturing him." He sought to incite the Ziyang sect members to treat Tang Tian as a criminal and eliminate him amidst the chaos. Yet, Tang Tian directly tossed an identity jade token to a powerful member of the Ziyang sect. "I am Tang Tian of the Qinghua sect. Esteemed members of the Ziyang sect, I trust some of you can discern the truth of today's events." The Ziyang sect expert grasped the jade token, scrutinizing it closely, and his brow instantly furrowed. Under the Tianfu banner, the identities of sect disciples are notoriously difficult to counterfeit, particularly for someone like Tang Tian, a highly esteemed and reputable disciple within the sect. Impersonation would be unthinkable. Moreover, he had indeed heard rumors that the Qinghua sect had recently found itself embroiled in significant turmoil, entangled with various factions, including the War God Temple. Swiftly, he deduced the truth of the matter, returning the jade token to Tang Tian. He coldly regarded the members of the War God Temple and solemnly stated, "I will report all that has transpired today as it is. The existence of external cultivators serves its purpose. Indiscriminate slaughter of innocents must be accounted for by the War God Temple. As for your grievances, they lie beyond the jurisdiction of the Ziyang sect. Mind yourselves." With that, he dismissed himself with a flick of his sleeve, leaving only Tang Tian and the 5 from the War God Temple in Confrontation. Chapter 137, Annihilation of the 5 Tribulations upon confirming Tang Tian's true identity. The members of the Ziyang sect retreated voluntarily, leaving Tang Tian and the 5 from the War God Temple still at an impasse. The plan having failed, the leader of the War God Temple displayed signs of frustration, his gaze shifting back and forth before finally resting on Tang Tian. "It seems Tianyang sect's understanding of you is rather flawed," he remarked nonchalantly. Tang Tian stroked his chin. "Oh, and what did he say?" The black-clad leader shook his head, stating, "He informed us that aside from your numerous spiritual artifacts, your own strength barely reaches the out-of-body stage. Yet, you should at least be at the late fusion stage. Correct? Otherwise, even with your abundance of artifacts, it would have been impossible to escape our previous assault." Tang Tian remained silent. Since the selection of core disciples, he had refrained from revealing his true capabilities before others. That day on the southern peak, he had merely relied on a multitude of spiritual artifacts. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Tianyang sect to misjudge his strength. However, he had not escaped the sudden attack merely through the use of artifacts. "Are you not going to pretend any longer? Why have you so readily admitted that Tianyang sect sent you?" Tang Tian queried. The black-clad leader responded with a cold smile. The members of the war god temple disdained disguise. Were it not for the peculiar circumstances, we wouldn't have resorted to such methods. Tang Tian's expression reflected his disdain. Peculiar or not, you still acted. Consider yourself fortunate, boy, the leader retorted. But don't get too complacent. Offending the war god temple will lead you to understand the consequences in due time. We shall take our leave. With that, he prepared to turn and depart with the other four. Yet, before he could turn around, a force of Taoist essence locked onto their auras. Who said you could leave? Tang Tian intoned languidly. The black-clad leader paused in surprise and, with a mix of amusement and exasperation, replied, Do you truly intend to detain us? Tang Tian. We refrain from killing you merely out of concern for potential repercussions. Do not push your luck. Tang Tian regarded them coolly. I once held a modicum of respect for the war god temple, believing you to be a group of individuals who acted decisively. Yet, your conduct has utterly disillusioned me. Is it true, then, that hesitation and fear define the true nature of the war god temple? The five were instantly enraged by Tang Tian's derision. Tang Tian. I warn you. You may speak freely, but never provoke the authority of the war god temple. The black-clad leader declared coldly. Tang Tian shook his head. Enough. You are even less formidable than those external cultivators. The war god temple? Mere trash. His scathing words ignited the fury of the five members of the war god temple. The air bristled with the force of their tribulation stage power as their spears trembled, poised to strike. However, Tang Tian was swifter still. As his words fell, he extended his hand, enveloping them all in an invisible force. An overwhelming power surged forth from his being. You seek death. The five of the war god temple, enraged, broke free from Tang Tian's confinement and charged towards him. Tang Tian's expression remained unchanged as he slowly thrust out a palm to meet their onslaught. With his other hand, he traced a mysterious rune in the air, and as their forces clashed, the power of space erupted, causing six figures to vanish from that area entirely. The members of the Ziyang sect, who had been observing the situation, deliberated whether to intervene as they saw the impending clash, only to find that all had inexplicably disappeared. It is a spatial maneuver. One expert furrowed his brow. What should we do? Shall we pursue and investigate? Someone inquired. The Ziyang sect expert contemplated briefly before ultimately shaking his head. Let it be. This is an internal conflict of the Qingwei sect. Our duty is merely to report the occurrences here to our superiors. The others nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, a young prodigy scoffed. Those from the war god temple are utterly overbearing. Not only do they recklessly slay in our territory, but even after Tang Tian has revealed his identity, they still seek to pursue him. Does Tianfu not intervene in such matters? A member of the Ziyang sect asked. Tianfu has its own regulations. Their actions have clearly crossed the line. The pursuit of Tang Tian is merely a manifestation of their embarrassment and rage. Nevertheless, it is infuriating. Though it did not directly concern them, they could not help but hope for Tang Tian's successful escape. After some discussion, they resumed expanding the security perimeter around the Liuli Sea, as this incident bore no direct implications for them. At most, they could only offer a silent blessing for Tang Tian. However, the reality unfolded somewhat differently than they had anticipated. Deep within the Liuli Sea, six figures abruptly materialized above the surface of the water, Tang Tian and the five from the war god temple. Observing their surroundings, the leader of the war god temple frowned deeply and spoke in a low voice. You possess such strength. Not only did you thwart our attack, but you also forcibly transported us from that area. You have hidden your capabilities well. The other four displayed expressions of shock. A mere fusion stage cultivator had managed to forcibly relocate the five of them, who were at the late tribulation stage. Such a feat was beyond the realm of ordinary means. I merely wished to refrain from taking lives before the individuals of the Ziyang Gate. Tang Tian's gaze remained serene, exuding an air of indifference. The reasons for his departure from that area were threefold. Firstly, to prevent the Ziyang Gate from intervening. Secondly, to conceal his true capabilities before such a crowd. And thirdly, to seize the opportunity to venture deeper into the Liuli Sea. Upon hearing Tang's words, the cloaked figures erupted in fury. Do you truly believe you can subdue us? The warriors of the Battle God Hall fear nothing. I fear even the Ascendant. Let alone a mere whelp like you. Since you seek death, then come and claim it. The leader of the cloaked figures bellowed, charging forth alongside four other disciples of the Battle God Hall, launching a full frontal assault on Tang Tian. Yet, Tang remained unperturbed, his expression unchanged. I shan't play with you any longer. With that, he slowly extended his hand. Time seemed to come to a standstill. A formidable authority, descending from the heavens above, caused the very essence of this space to tremble. The five members of the Battle God Hall appeared ensnared in a terrifying quagmire, struggling to move even an inch. A force of annihilation gradually enveloped them, a breath of death looming over their hearts. Their hair stood on end as they gazed at Tang Tian in horror. Unable to comprehend that a young cultivator of a lower realm could wield such despairing power, they watched helplessly as their long spears rapidly disintegrated in the oppressive aura, followed closely by their very bodies beginning to fade away. Fear instantly consumed each of their hearts. No. The leader of the cloaked figures turned pale, his eyes wide with terror. He wished to plead for mercy, but not a coherent word escaped his lips. He could only watch helplessly as his body gradually dissolved. Moments later, tranquility returned. Upon the surface of the sea, only Tang Tian remained, while the 5 warriors of the battle god hall had vanished without a trace. Fearless. Are we? Tang Tian scoffed, finding the terror and desperate struggles reflected in the eyes of those 5 no different from that of a dying mortal. Taking a deep breath, he glanced at his palm and smiled faintly. Mastery over the myriad laws is indeed terrifying. Chapter 138. The peculiar little cat in the depths of the Lioli Sea. The area where Tang Tian found himself had been completely cleared due to the earlier confrontation. This marked his first practical application of the myriad laws, and its potency exceeded his expectations. The intensity surpassed mere spiritual energy, transcending even celestial power, belonging instead to the realm of fundamental forces. Confronting 5 cultivators at the late stage of the tribulation, it was akin to a dimensional strike, leaving them no room for retaliation. Even the celestial from the cloud-soaring merchant guild had not instilled such a feeling in him. However, above the celestial realm, there existed even more unpredictable powers, and despite possessing the trump card of the myriad laws, one must remain vigilant. I should focus on enhancing my cultivation first. Tang Tian surveyed his surroundings. He had ventured deep into the Lioli Sea, the aura of formidable spiritual beasts surrounding him, likely at least at the ascendant level. Yet, due to the residual might of the myriad laws, they refrained from making any rash moves, quietly lurking beneath the surface. Sensing this, Tang Tian released the power of rules, enveloping himself and intimidating the surrounding spirits. The effect was immediate. Upon sensing Tang's presence, those spiritual beasts retreated even further, some turning and fleeing entirely. One would hope they possess a modicum of awareness. My objectives lie not with you. Tang Tian chuckled. Having spent 10 days within the secret realm, with only 2/3 of his time remaining, he needed to locate a suitable place for absorbing spiritual energy without delay. After observing the environment of the Lioli Sea, he found it comparable to the transformation dragon pond. As one ventured deeper into the ocean's heart, the quality and density of spiritual energy would only increase. Contemplating this, he followed the direction of the converging spiritual energy and continued to soar forward. Along his journey, he encountered increasingly potent spiritual beasts, at times, even from a considerable distance. He could sense their overwhelming presence. Nevertheless, Tang maintained the protective shroud of the myriad laws around him, leaving the beasts only to gaze from afar, too intimidated to draw near. After approximately a day and a half, Tang Tian finally reached the deepest point of the Lioli Sea, the area with the most concentrated spiritual energy within the secret realm. A massive whirlpool materialized at the center of the ocean, bizarrely releasing energy rather than consuming seawater. As the whirlpool spun, an endless torrent of pure spiritual liquid surged outward, and the released energy formed a vast cloud of spiritual aura in the sky, resplendent with colors. Sensing no immediate danger, Tang Tian dove into the whirlpool. Upon entering the ocean, a viscous sensation enveloped him, akin to being immersed in a potent adhesive. This adhesive was remarkably strong. Even an ascendant at the peak would struggle to navigate, ultimately suffocating in its depths. However, Tang faced no such issue. The power of rules encased him, easily parting the surrounding waters, allowing him to move without hindrance. He descended slowly, the external brilliance fading swiftly, but the seawater itself emitted a myriad of colors, creating an illusion of entering a vibrant, otherworldly realm. After a considerable time, Tang Tian finally reached the ocean floor. However, the sight before him exceeded his expectations. He had anticipated that such an extraordinary secret realm would have a source filled with wonder. At the very least, a magnificent or mysterious location. Yet, to his surprise, the bottom of the whirlpool was remarkably mundane, strewn with white sand, devoid of any special features. The object responsible for releasing the spiritual energy was merely an unremarkable piece of jade, dull and irregular in shape, resembling shards of a once complete jade disc that had been shattered. Is this it? Tang Tian found it hard to believe. He examined the jade piece meticulously but discovered nothing particularly extraordinary about it. The jade was unadorned, exuding a natural aura, as if the endless spiritual energy were released effortlessly from it. After pondering for a moment, he reached out to grasp the jade piece. However, just as Tang was about to seize it, the jade suddenly stirred. With a simple twist, it evaded his grasp, transforming into a pale white kitten and darting away into the depths of the ocean. Tang Tian. He had probed for an eternity, finding no trace of any life force. Even upon its transformation into a cat, he sensed nothing. Could it be that the dense natural aura concealed its true identity? While he contemplated this, the kitten had already vanished from sight. Yet, Tang displayed no signs of anxiety. The kitten's speed was not particularly swift, and there were traces to follow on a fundamental level. Let me ascertain what you truly are. Tang Tian smiled slightly and pursued the direction in which the kitten had fled. Moments later, he found himself at another section of the ocean floor. The little white cat had scaled a sand dune and concealed itself behind several sizable stones. Pressed against the stone, it panted heavily, its eyes betraying a human-like expression of lingering fear. It then flattened its ears, cautiously peeking out from behind the rocks to ensure it was no longer being pursued, finally exhaling a long sigh of relief. Yet, in the next instant, a voice resounded near its ear. Hi. Unbeknownst to Wen, Tang Tian stood beside it, a smile gracing his face. The little cat's fur bristled with alarm, its dark eyes wide with terror as it stared at Tang Tian. Then, with a sudden flurry of its tiny paws, it kicked up a cloud of sand and bolted away once more. Tang Tian shook his head slightly and continued in pursuit. After a while, they faced each other again. What exactly are you? Tang Tian inquired. The little white cat paused, startled, before once again scampering away. Moments later, Tang Tian called out, I know you can understand human speech. I merely wish to converse with you. The little white cat, its fur bristling, fled once more. However, Tang Tian swiftly blocked its escape again. Aren't you tired? You can't go far in such a confined space. The little white cat glared at him warily and attempted to turn away to flee again. Yet, this time, Tang Tian did not grant it that opportunity. With a mere gesture, he invoked the power of the rules to seal all its paths, trapping it in place. No matter how it struggled, it could not escape. Stop running. I truly just want to chat, Tang Tian said. The little white cat's eyes reddened as it fixed its gaze on him. Then, astonishingly, it spoke. You must be joking. Don't think I can't see through your kind. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the childish, high-pitched tone. Before he could respond, the cat shouted angrily, Even if I die, I shall not become a tool for your kind to harm others. With that, it arched its back and howled at the sky. Instantly, a strange resonance swept across the entire secret realm. Chapter 139. The Celestial Canopy at the entrance of the Lioli Sea. After weeks of exploration, the powerful members of the Ziyang Sect finally established a safe zone. They could no longer venture deeper, for the further they went, the more formidable the spirit beasts became, including feathered and even celestial beasts. They could not afford to be reckless. Thus, the group of warriors halted, forming a large fan-shaped area to confront the powerful spirit beasts outside, ensuring the safety of their disciples within the secure zone. However, just as they were organizing the training arrangements for the other disciples, a peculiar wave of energy swept through unexpectedly. Immediately, all the spirit beasts outside seemed to receive a command, erupting into a frenzy of rage and howling wildly. They then all turned and swam toward the depths of the Lioli Sea. The members of the Ziyang Sect were momentarily stunned, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of what had transpired. Has anything like this occurred before? Someone inquired. No, came the reply. The secret realm has been explored for hundreds of years, and the movements of spirit beasts follow a pattern. They each have their own territories and do not overstep them. Others quickly chimed in. Then what on earth is happening? Is there some anomaly in the depths of the ocean? Concern furrowed their brows. The Lioli secret realm only permits cultivators at the tribulation stage and below to enter. But within the realm, there are beings far stronger than that. For hundreds of years, the most powerful spirit beasts documented by the Ziyang Sect have reached the celestial realm. If something truly terrifying has occurred, prompting such beings to mobilize, it could spell doom for them all. We must investigate. If something catastrophic is indeed happening, we must leave this information for the sect, even if it costs us our lives. After some deliberation, several powerful cultivators from the Ziyang Sect sped toward the ocean's depths. Meanwhile, at the ocean's abyss, after the little white cat's roar, Tang Tian sensed several terrifying auras swiftly converging upon him. Furthermore, his perception revealed even more figures emerging. Soon, countless spirit beasts surrounded him, their power surpassing the celestial realm. The first to appear were at least celestial beings. Tang Tian frowned and turned to the little white cat. Are you truly unwilling to discuss matters with me? The little white cat remained agitated, shouting, What is there to discuss with your kind? Today, it is either your death or mine. Attack. At its command, the surrounding spirit beasts roared in unison, launching a simultaneous assault on Tang Tian. The overwhelming celestial power surged forth like a tempest toward him. Such force would likely overwhelm even a celestial cultivator. Yet, alas, they were faced with Tang Tian. As the dreadful attack bore down upon him, Tang Tian unleashed the entirety of his mastery over the myriad loss. A sea of stars manifested within the ocean, a place he had once traversed while cultivating the myriad loss. As the starry expanse emerged, the very fabric of reality shifted. Countless stars shone brightly, enveloping the area in a vast canopy of starlight, as if a celestial dome had descended upon them. Myriad loss. Celestial canopy, Tang Tian uttered softly. The myriad loss celestial canopy was the most potent technique he had devised, synthesizing all his abilities. Until now, it had existed only in theory, never having been tested in practice. Yet, upon its inaugural release in combat, even he was taken aback by its efficacy. In that moment, he felt as though he had become the sovereign of this realm, capable of anything. With a gentle wave of his hand, he nullified all the spirit beast attacks. A mere snap of his fingers caused all the celestial beasts shrouded within the canopy to explode, transforming into boundless spiritual energy that melded into the surrounding waters. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed relentlessly. No matter how many spirit beasts surged forth, they perished instantly, unable to mount even a single attack. The little white cat stared wide-eyed, trembling as it witnessed the swift annihilation of its kin. It seemed even it had not anticipated Tang Tian's formidable strength. Nevertheless, it gritted its teeth, maintaining a fierce glare at Tang Tian, showing no sign of relenting. Tang Tian frowned slightly. He found the peculiar little white cat quite intriguing. If this continued, it might truly lead to a battle to the death. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke. Are you still unwilling to converse? You must see that if I truly intended to kill you, I would have done so long ago. The little white cat retorted through clenched teeth, of course. You wouldn't kill me. If you did, how would you use me against all living beings? Dream on, even in death. I refuse to become a tool for your heinous deeds. Tang Tian shook his head, perplexed. What tool? What do you mean by using me against all living beings? I have no idea what you're talking about. The little white cat huffed. Do not play coy with me. This realm only permits beings below the mortal realm to enter. Even those with celestial power cannot pass. What purpose could a being above the rules have here, if not for that reason? Humph. Do you think I can be so easily deceived? I am quite clever. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. So that was how you deduced it? He couldn't help but chuckle. You are indeed clever, but not quite enough. I am not a being above the rules. With that, he unabashedly released his aura. Upon sensing Tang Tian's true energy, the little white cat was momentarily stunned. Mortal realm? Tang Tian nodded. In the realm of cultivation, there are typically two classifications. The major realms, such as Qi refinement, foundation establishment, and golden core, and the minor realms, like the 13 subdivisions of Qi refinement and the 4 stages of foundation establishment. However, few are aware that there exists a third, even broader classification. Cultivators of spiritual energy are collectively termed mortal realm beings. From Qi refinement to ascension, there are 9 major realms classified as mortal realm cultivators, while those who cultivate celestial energy belong to the celestial realm. Beyond the celestial realm, it is said there exists an even mightier domain, but Tang Tian, at his current state, is yet unable to access it. The rules of the Lioli secret realm only permit beings of the mortal realm, specifically those below the ascension stage, to enter. However, since the ascension stage possesses a hint of celestial power, only those at the tribulation stage and below can enter smoothly. Can we converse now? Tang Tian inquired, his gaze fixed on the little white cat, which remained silent for an extended period. Finally, its eyes sparkled as it released an enigmatic aura. All the spirit beasts, summoned from all directions, halted as if obeying a command, turning around to return to their original territories. The depths of the ocean once again resumed their prior tranquility. Now speak, the little white cat prompted. What brings you here? Chapter 140. A gesture of reconciliation in the shimmering waters of the Lioli Sea. A dozen cultivators from the Xiang sect, powerful beings undergoing tribulation, soared slowly over the surface. They proceeded with utmost caution, fearing encounters with formidable entities. However, to their astonishment, despite traveling a considerable distance, they encountered not even the weakest of spirit beasts. It was as if, in an instant, all the creatures within the Lioli Sea had vanished without a trace. This bizarre occurrence caused furrowed brows among them. What could have transpired to render all spirit beasts completely absent? After progressing further, they still found no sign of any beasts. Could it be that they all returned home to rest? One suggested, presenting a ludicrous idea. Yet, no one opposed it. For such an unprecedented situation could stem from myriad causes. Perhaps we should summon others to join us? The quality of spiritual energy here far exceeds that by the shore. Even a few days of cultivation could yield unparalleled benefits, someone proposed. After a brief discussion, they agreed that the situation warranted further exploration, intending to bring more disciples from the Xiang sect. Just then, A tremendous roar echoed from the distance. In the eyes of the startled onlookers, a multitude of spirit beasts surged back from the ocean's depths, their presence more terrifying than ever. Run! After a moment of stunned silence, the Xiang cultivators shouted in unison, fleeing towards the shore. However, they had ventured too deeply, and before long, they were engulfed by a tsunami of spirit beasts. Meanwhile, at the ocean's deepest point, in stark contrast to the chaotic scenes above, all was serene. Tang Tian and the little white cat stood face to face, the surrounding wind and waves having calmed to their original state. You must not be a living being, are you? What exactly are you? Tang Tian questioned. Upon their first encounter, the little white cat had appeared as an ordinary, lifeless shard of jade, yet it had swiftly transformed into a cat and darted away. In response to Tang Tian's inquiry, the little white cat huffed, I am the sovereign of this realm. Everything within this universe is under my dominion. It was evident that it wished to project an image of grandeur and authority, but the childish tone of its voice undermined that facade. Tang Tian couldn't help but chuckle. If you were so formidable, then why flee? Why not summon some world-altering rules to obliterate me? With its pretensions shattered, the little white cat's face flushed as it muttered. I merely have yet to mature. Given another 1,000 years, not only would I be able to handle you, but even true rule-bearers would find themselves at my mercy. Tang Tian shook his head. So, that explains your childish demeanor? When you summoned all the spirit beasts, you certainly didn't seem so naive. But let's not dwell on that. Tang Tian continued, you mentioned using me as a tool for the extermination of all living beings. What did you mean by that? The little white cat fell silent, its gaze shifting before it sighed. Honestly, I do not know. Tang Tian queried, what do you mean? The little white cat explained, from the moment I became aware, my mind has been filled with countless memories. These memories inform me that this small world we inhabit belongs to me. I can issue commands to all spirit beasts within this realm and alter any aspect of it at will, given time to grow. Moreover, I have been made aware that some exceedingly powerful entities are in search of me, seeking to exploit my abilities to annihilate all life in existence. This world refers not only to this small realm, but also to the vast expanse beyond. Thus, I cannot allow them to gain access, even if it means my own destruction. Tang Tian pondered in silence. Was this a form of inherited memory? Yet, it was evident that the little white cat was not a living being, devoid of any life essence. Are these powerful entities the rule-bearers? Tang Tian inquired. The little white cat nodded, at the very least. They are those who can wield the power of rules, perhaps even more formidable than that. The power of rules is a force surpassing celestial energy, and those who control such power must be the apex beings of the greater world. Tang Tian contemplated, what capabilities could you possess that would attract their attention? The little white cat's expression soured. How should I know? If I truly had extraordinary abilities, I would have already subdued you. Noticing Tang Tian's eyelids droop, it quickly added, the only power I possess at present is this. With that, it extended its small paw, and an exquisitely pure stream of spiritual liquid flowed from its claw tips. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, momentarily forgetting that this creature was indeed the sole source of spiritual energy within the Lioli secret realm. However, if this were all it had to offer, it would hardly warrant the attention of the most elite figures, suggesting that the little white cat harbored other secrets. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian found no remarkable qualities beyond its naturally rich aura. Thus, he shook his head. Matters concerning the power of rules felt distant and unattainable for him at this moment. Even if he discovered something, he lacked the means to effectuate any change. For now, I should focus on the task at hand. You are aware of my purpose for coming here, correct? Tang Tian stated. The little white cat blinked. You aren't here to relieve yourself, are you? Think carefully. This ocean is incredibly pure. Tang Tian retorted. Are you feigning ignorance or genuinely simple-minded? My objective here, like that of others within the secret realm, is to seek high-quality spiritual energy and enhance my cultivation. As you can see, my true cultivation level is merely that of the fusion realm, or the mortal realm, for that matter. The little white cat scoffed. Though you appear to be of the mortal realm, you are more formidable than the average celestial being. Individuals like you are the most cunning. Tang Tian rolled his eyes, opting not to engage in petty quarrels with this juvenile creature. I require spiritual energy, abundant, top-tier spiritual energy. Additionally, I need a place free from disturbances to undergo my tribulation. He had been ready to face his tribulation days ago, but circumstances had prevented him from doing so. Upon hearing this, the little white cat appeared dazed. Is that all? I lack many things, but spiritual energy is in abundance. Take as much as you need. As for the tribulation, while I cannot control the rules just yet, I can influence them to some extent. How would you like to proceed with your tribulation? Tang Tian was taken aback by this revelation. Chapter 141. A unique approach to tribulation after conversing with the little white cat. Tang Tian gained a clearer understanding of its capabilities. Was it powerful? It seemed that, upon sighting him, its only recourse was to flee. Yet, was it truly weak? This creature possessed the ability to alter the nature of tribulations. Indeed, it is change. If Tang Tian were to choose to face the tribulation here, he could select any package according to his preferences. Should he desire a challenge, the most formidable tribulation could be conjured to thoroughly temper him. Conversely, if he wished for a smoother experience, the tribulation could be rendered exceedingly weak, almost akin to a mere tickle. Astonishingly, it could even transform the fearsome tribulation into a troop of beautiful maidens, dancing before him as a conclusion, or morph into a delectable dish, where finishing it would signify a successful tribulation. Such extraordinary capabilities left Tang Tian in disbelief. Is this truly real? He inquired skeptically. Of course it is. The little white cat exclaimed, such feats are as effortless for me as breathing. If you doubt it, you may test it right now. Tang Tian fell silent. Judging by the little white cat's demeanor and tone, it did not seem to be lying. Furthermore, even if it were playing tricks, he had no fear. As he ascended through the 9 layers of tribulation, the power of the tribulation would augment with each level. The first layer's tribulation, a mere 9th-tier challenge, was the weakest. He was confident that even with enhanced difficulty, he could ensure his safety. After some contemplation, Tang Tian decided to give it a try. Very well, he said. Let us experiment here. However, let me make it clear that if I discover any ulterior motives on your part, it won't be as simple as merely confining you. The little white cat feigned innocence. How could that be? I am as pure as can be, harboring no ill intentions. Just tell me what kind of tribulation you desire, and I shall conjure it for you immediately. Observing its exaggerated act, Tang Tian internally shook his head, recognizing that its mischievous intentions were plainly evident. Nonetheless, he resolved to proceed with the trial. If the little white cat indeed possessed such abilities, they could prove to be quite beneficial. The stronger the tribulation, the more solid the foundation for his cultivation. All right, let us proceed, Tang Tian declared, releasing his full aura. He had reached the threshold of the tribulation period, and upon unleashing his energy, the rules of heaven and earth immediately responded. Dense dark clouds quickly coalesced above him, and the sound of thunder reverberated across the sea. Soon, the first bolt of lightning was poised to strike. The first layer of tribulation, a 9th-tier challenge, consisted of a total of 9 strikes. After pondering, Tang Tian said, "Transform the first lightning strike into tofu pudding for me." He then pointed, releasing his aura. Almost simultaneously, the gathered lightning roared, and a thick, white bolt descended upon him. Sensing the cataclysmic energy emanating from it, Tang Tian did not even summon his spiritual power, for such a level of tribulation could not even pierce his skin. The speed of the lightning was astonishing, reaching him in the blink of an eye. However, just as he prepared to withstand the strike, the menacing bolt suddenly vanished. In the next moment, it had indeed morphed into a bowl of steaming tofu pudding, gently landing before him. "See, I told you I wasn't lying," the little white cat proclaimed with a proud demeanor. "Such feats are as simple for me as relieving myself. No, even simpler. For at least one must unfasten their belt to do that." Tang Tian was at a loss for words. Gazing at the tofu pudding in his hands, which still emitted steam and a delightful aroma, he couldn't help but marvel at its quality. "Do you prefer it sweet?" he asked. The little white cat was taken aback. "Are there other flavors of tofu pudding?" Tang Tian chuckled. "Of course. If you only eat it sweet, you have inadvertently offended half the world." The little white cat was bewildered, struggling to connect the two matters. Tang Tian merely smiled and chose to ignore it. Earlier, he had thoroughly examined this peculiar tofu pudding. It was indeed a manifestation of tribulation lightning, but under some kind of willful interference, the once ferocious lightning had now become docile, devoid of any destructive aura, leaving only a portion of its pure transformative power. Truly, it was remarkable. After a moment of reflection, Tang Tian set the tofu pudding aside. Observing this, the little white cat inquired, "What's wrong? Is it not to your taste? Shall I prepare another dish? Or perhaps add some mustard?" Tang Tian replied, "Please spare me the dark culinary experiments. I merely intended to confirm your abilities. The efficacy of tribulation naturally increases with its strength. Now, transform this bowl of tofu pudding, along with the remaining 8 bolts of tribulation, into the most formidable tribulation possible." The little white cat paused, asking, "Are you certain?" Tang Tian nodded. The little white cat's expression brightened with excitement, though it quickly feigned hesitation, stating, "You must think carefully. That thing is quite powerful. You may not be able to withstand it. If you can't handle it later, don't say I didn't warn you." Tang Tian shook his head. "Enough. Let us proceed. Regardless of what occurs, I shall not hold you accountable." The little white cat could no longer contain its joy, pondering why Tang Tian sought such hardship. Nevertheless, since he had made such a request, it felt compelled to comply. Finally, it had the opportunity to retaliate. Let us see if I can't bring you down. In an instant, the little white cat waved its paw, and the tofu pudding before Tang Tian vanished, replaced by a thicker bolt of lightning, imbued with insatiable destructive intent. Hurtling downwards, Tang Tian gazed upward at the impending tribulation, still making no defensive moves. As the lightning drew nearer, the little white cat's excitement grew. It had begun to envision Tang Tian charred and blackened. Boom! Under the expectant gaze of the little white cat, the bolt of lightning crashed down, striking firmly upon Tang Tian's forehead. Countless electrical currents radiated from him, dispersing in all directions and plunging into the depths of the sea, illuminating the entire ocean with a brilliant white glow. As the electric light gradually faded, the little white cat immediately focused its gaze on Tang Tian's position. However, to its astonishment, Tang Tian stood there, his robes billowing gently, his forehead gleaming. It appeared that not a single hair on him had been harmed. How could this be? The little white cat was stunned. This fellow had withstood the tribulation with mere flesh. His body was astonishingly robust. Is this all you have? Tang Tian retorted with a smile. Are you holding back, or have you not eaten? This feels like a tickle. Bring on more intensity. The little white cat pouted. You asked for it. It then waved its paw once more. An even more violent bolt of lightning descended. Boom. The incessant thunder echoed from the depths of the luminous sea. The power of creation it bore swiftly merged with his body, enhancing his cultivation, transforming the quality of his spiritual energy and further augmenting his physique. As Tang Tian continuously faced tribulations, the strength of his celestial body grew exponentially. The scene left the little white cat beside him in awe, its mouth agape. After a prolonged silence, it finally uttered, "What a freak." In my recollection, those who could rely solely on their bodies to endure the most formidable heavenly tribulations were never to be trifled with. If he were to grow, he might very well reach such heights. Watching Tang Tian pass through the thunder tribulation at scathe, the little white cat sighed softly and prepared to unleash the next wave of tribulation. Initially, it had hoped to teach this fellow a lesson using the tribulation, but now, it seemed utterly impossible. Faced with such a freak, there was no way to strike back or flee. Even gathering all the spirit beasts within the secret realm would only serve to provide him with offerings. What other options were there? It could only comply with whatever he wished. The tribulation continued, with the little white cat's assistance. The 9 bolts of the heavenly tribulation were transformed into the most potent form, relentlessly bombarding Tang Tian. Each time he braved the strikes, he underwent a metamorphosis. Ultimately, after withstanding the final bolt, the dark clouds of tribulation above roared in defiance before dissipating. As sunlight poured down once more, Tang Tian felt a profound change within his spiritual energy, which had evolved to a new level. Following the baptism of the tribulation, his spiritual energy began its journey towards a divine transformation. He had finally succeeded in standing at the threshold of the tribulation realm. The distinction between the fusion period and the tribulation was stark. Now, Tang Tian could be said to have genuinely stepped into the realm reserved for the powerful. Glancing at the little white cat, Tang Tian smiled and said, "Thank you. The most potent heavenly tribulation is indeed quite effective." The little white cat shrugged. "Just a casual effort. I have plenty of spiritual energy here. Feel free to use it." Tang Tian nodded, expressing gratitude once more. He then inquired, "Do you have a name?" The little white cat met his gaze and replied, "No, and it holds no significance. According to the rules of this world, every being has but one chance to enter. Thus, aside from this period, we shall have no further intersection. I will remain here to grow, while you will return to the vibrant grand world. Since we are destined to be strangers, why delve deeper into understanding?" Tang Tian was taken aback. He hadn't expected this little white cat, with a mentality akin to that of a 3-year-old, to speak such profound words. It seemed as if it had experienced the world. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "Can't you leave this place?" The little white cat sighed lightly. "What a joke. Of course, I cannot. This world is mine, and I am of this world. We are one. I cannot expect to drag a little world around in the grand world, can I? Unless I find a transcendent artifact that exists beyond this world, capable of containing me, then perhaps I could leave." Hearing this, Tang Tian felt a stirring within. Did he not possess such an item? After a moment's thought, he asked, "Would you like to go out?" The little white cat shot him a glare. "Did you not hear what I just said? I can't leave. So whether I want to or not is irrelevant." Tang Tian stroked his chin, smiling. "Of course it holds significance. Given your assistance, if you truly desire to leave, perhaps I could help you." The little white cat's eyes widened, and it swiftly appeared before Tang Tian, its dark eyes fixed on him intently. "Hey, you're not trying to scare me, are you? Do you truly have a way to let me leave?" Tang Tian chuckled. "I merely stated it as a possibility. Did you not mention needing something that transcends this world? How fortuitous that I possess such an item. However, if you do not wish to leave, I shall not bring it up. With that, he feigned turning away, preparing to depart. The little white cat panicked, leaping onto his shoulder and tugging at his hair. I want to. Of course, I want to. I've been stuck here since birth. I'm nearly bored to death. Quickly, show me that item. If it truly allows me to leave, I will agree to any request you have. It nearly shouted, revealing just how bored it was after guarding a world for centuries. All right, I have no other demands. You help me, and I shall help you. However, I truly do not know if this will work for you. Take a look for yourself. Tang Tian replied. The little white cat nodded eagerly, its head bobbing like a pestering child. Then, under the little white cat's expectant gaze, Tang Tian opened his palm. A gray egg floated slowly from his dantian, finally hovering in his palm. This egg, had Tang Tian not chosen to manifest it, would have remained undetectable. It seemed as though it should not exist in this world. It was the peculiar egg he had obtained after cultivating the divine phoenix secret art to its highest realm. Over the course of time, Tang Tian had conducted numerous in-depth studies on it. He discovered that besides enabling his rebirth, the egg contained a remarkably unique space. Although devoid of any items, it appeared capable of accommodating all things, a truly marvelous phenomenon. It seemed likely that it could contain the little white cat. Upon seeing the egg, the little white cat was also taken aback. After a long pause, it looked at Tang Tian, murmuring, "This world is truly wondrous. I always assumed you were male. Yet it turns out you are a sister. Sister, I hope you will not hold any previous offenses against me." Tang Tian immediately lowered his gaze and delivered a firm tap on its forehead. "Stop babbling nonsense or I shall put it away. Quickly see if it is usable." The little white cat winced, fearing Tang Tian would indeed retract the egg. Rubbing its head, it scrutinized the egg closely. Chapter 143. The little cat's gratitude after thorough examination. The little white cat raised its head, exclaiming in awe, "This world is truly remarkable. A male can." Noticing Tang Tian's displeased expression, it quickly corrected itself. "I meant to say, such marvelous items exist. This egg is undoubtedly a divine artifact that transcends the influences of the grand world. If the space within can accommodate the entire Lily secret realm, then it can indeed allow me to leave this place." The little white cat's face radiated excitement. After all these years, it was the first time it felt so close to freedom. The grand world was the distant land it had always yearned to explore. However, Tang Tian was momentarily stunned. "You want to take the entire secret realm with you?" The little white cat replied, "Not quite. The secret realm will remain here. However, I and the secret realm are one. Though I appear small, I require that much space. It is a matter of the rules. I hope you can understand." Tang Tian remained silent, likely comprehending. The space within the egg was indeed vast, more than sufficient to accommodate a Lioli secret realm. "All right," Tang Tian confirmed. The little white cat's eyes sparkled with joy. "Really? Then let me try." With that, it dashed towards the peculiar egg. Regrettably, the peculiar egg does not exist in this world. Without Tang Tian's consent, it is destined to be a futile endeavor. There is no need for haste. Tang Tian shook his head and declared, "I will not confine you. Once the time in the secret realm concludes, I shall take you away." The little white cat pressed its ears against the back of its head and sighed, "But there are still several days until that time. Alas, I am still too young. Otherwise, I could control such rules." Observing its feeble demeanor, Tang Tian chuckled. "Good things take time. Just a few days will pass swiftly. Moreover, I must continue my cultivation here. Additionally, prepare yourself in advance and check if there are any oversights. Let me make it clear. If any unforeseen circumstances arise while taking you away, I will abandon the endeavor." The peculiar egg is inherently linked to his rebirth. Thus it cannot be treated lightly. When he instructed the little white cat to observe, he merely allowed it to glimpse the egg's external characteristics, as most information was concealed by Tang Tian. Hearing his words, the little white cat lowered its head and replied, "All right. It should not pose any problems. To put it simply, it serves as a portal to the greater world. I will ponder it further. By the way, do you still need my assistance with your cultivation?" Tang Tian reflected before responding. "As long as there is sufficient spiritual energy, it will suffice. Furthermore, during my upcoming tribulation, I require you to transform all tribulations into the strongest ones. Establishing a solid foundation now will save much effort in the future." "No problem," the little white cat replied. "The matter of tribulations is simple. I can arrange it right away." Then, regarding the spiritual energy, after contemplating briefly, it suddenly made a resolute expression, swiped its paw, and severed its own tail. Tang Tian was momentarily stunned, unsure of its intent. However, he soon witnessed the little white cat's tail rapidly regrowing. The severed tail gradually shrank, ultimately transforming into a small, thumb-sized gray jade stone. Observing its form, It resembled the shard of jade Tang Tian had seen when he first encountered the little white cat. Since you have aided me immensely, I cannot be stingy, the little white cat said, handing the jade stone to Tang Tian. This is a part of my essence. It is connected to chaos and can convert chaotic energy into primordial spiritual energy. This is the purest and highest quality spiritual energy. Tang Tian was rendered speechless. Upon seeing the shard of jade earlier, he had already understood that the spiritual energy within the entire Liuli secret realm relied on this shard for sustenance. The little white cat is indeed the source of the realm's formation. He never anticipated that it would willingly part with a portion of its essence. Although merely the size of a thumb, Tang Tian was convinced that the spiritual energy it provided was likely more substantial than the sum of all the energy within the secret realm combined. The most crucial aspect was its boundless nature. In the future, he would no longer need to worry about insufficient spiritual energy. Faced with such a divine object, Tang Tian could not let it slip away. After accepting it, he solemnly expressed, "Thank you. Wherever you may be, should you require assistance, within my means, I shall never decline." The little white cat waved its paw dismissively. "It's a trivial matter. From the moment of my birth, I have been destined to be a tool for certain existences. Rather than living in constant fear, passively awaiting an inevitable fate, it is better to embrace my desires and relish the scenery along the journey. Do you truly believe I merely wish to venture out for amusement? For me, it signifies a rebirth." Tang Tian fell silent. This little cat appeared to possess the innocence of a child, yet it often uttered profound words beyond its years. In truth, all beings share your fate. Their endings were predetermined at birth. No creature can escape the inevitability of death, yet there is no need to dwell on it perpetually. What truly matters is the beauty encountered along the way, Tang Tian remarked. Indeed, the little white cat nodded, but then it giggled. Of course. I am also very eager to venture out. Tang Tian chuckled and shook his head. There are still several days ahead. Make sure to prepare well. Additionally, choose a name for yourself. Since you speak of rebirth, you should have a title befitting your new life. The little white cat joyfully nodded. Subsequently, it busied itself with preparations while Tang Tian remained in the depths of the ocean, ready to engage in his first serious bout of cultivation since entering the secret realm. Holding the gray ancient jade, he felt an inexhaustible flow of spiritual energy within. The quality of this energy was unprecedented. With the aid of the ancient jade, it was truly uncertain what heights he would reach upon leaving the secret realm. This could be considered a genuine ascent. Tang Tian smiled, quickly entering a state of cultivation. In the Qingwei sect, Tian Yaxing was in discussion with his trusted subordinates when suddenly one of his communication jade talismans stirred. He furrowed his brow and examined its contents. The message was exceedingly brief, consisting of only a single line. The soul lamps of the 5 members of Chong Song have extinguished. Tian Yaxing's expression darkened immediately. Noticing his unease, his subordinates hastily inquired, "Young Master Tian, what is the matter?" Tian Yaxing glanced at them and stood up. "You shall handle the ensuing matters on your own. I must personally attend to this. Some threats must be eradicated at their inception to ensure peace." With that, he soared into the air and departed. Chapter 144, Perfecting the Tribulation Deep within the Liuli Sea, fierce bolts of tribulation lightning relentlessly struck Tang Tian. Even the residual currents formed a massive pool of lightning upon the sea's surface. The aura of destruction could be felt even from a distance, raising the hair on the back of one's neck. Yet, Tang Tian stood steadfast, unyielding, facing the tribulation lightning without any protective measures, relying solely on his physical form to withstand the strikes. This was the ultimate ninefold tribulation. Even the little white cat, accustomed to Tang Tian's formidable prowess, could not help but marvel quietly. This fellow was indeed extraordinary, surpassing even some fearsome ancient beasts. The thunder rumbled for a full half-hour before unleashing a final, reluctant roar. Gradually retreating, Tang Tian remained quietly atop the ocean's surface, savoring the changes within himself. He had just endured the final hurdle of the tribulation phase, the ninefold tribulation. Having surpassed it, he reached the pinnacle of the tribulation phase, now poised to ascend to the ethereal realm at any moment. At this juncture, his spiritual energy had undergone 9 transformations, entirely distinct from ordinary spiritual energy. Further progression would yield a higher tier of power, immortal energy. When his spiritual energy fully transformed into immortal energy, he would become a true immortal. Indeed, Tang Tian beamed with satisfaction. In just a few days, he had catapulted from the pinnacle of fusion to the apex of tribulation, a miraculous speed he had not anticipated. The primary catalyst for this miracle was the mysterious ancient jade gifted by the little white cat. Raising his arm, he fashioned the ancient jade into a rustic bracelet, adorning his wrist. Even without conscious cultivation, abundant primordial spiritual energy surged from the jade, flowing directly into Tang Tian's dantian. Once he commenced his cultivation, the influx of energy would feel akin to drinking water, confirming the adage that cultivation is as effortless as quenching one's thirst. Tang Tian estimated that for the foreseeable future, this ancient jade would serve as his primary source of spiritual energy, making it exceedingly rare to find a more exceptional source of spiritual sustenance. The realm of ascension is always within reach, yet not in this place. Tang Tian gazed upward, and upon achieving the pinnacle of the tribulation phase, he finally discerned the constraints imposed by this world on external beings. The completion of the tribulation signifies the ultimate limit. Within the ascension realm, genuine celestial power emerges, but such external celestial energy is obliterated by the world's laws. Therefore, to transcend, one must depart the secret realm and venture into the vast world beyond. However, Tang Tian felt no urgency. Reaching his current level had far exceeded his expectations. Initially, he had anticipated only barely attaining the late tribulation stage. He calculated the time left, 3 days until their departure from the secret realm. Otherwise, no one could foresee what events might unfold during the period of the realm's closure. This concern had prompted him to inquire of the little white cat, the spirit of this world, only to receive the disheartening reply that it too was unaware. Once the passage of the secret realm closed, it would fall into slumber, awakening only when the realm reopened. I have stated that I am merely a tool. During my slumber, some extraordinary being will undoubtedly engage in unspeakable misdeeds. I have grown accustomed to it. The little white cat appeared surprisingly optimistic, or perhaps resigned. Its principle was simple, as long as it did not fall into the hands of those powerful enough to exploit it for harm against the world's beings. It was indifferent to other matters. Tang Tian had no advice to offer on that front. As long as it was content, that sufficed. After the tribulation was complete and tranquility returned, Tang Tian approached the little white cat. "Are you ready? In 3 days, we shall leave this place," he announced. The little white cat's face beamed with excitement. There is nothing to prepare. This is a spontaneous journey. It had previously inquired several times about the endless array of delectable foods that awaited them outside, and Tang Tian could only nod helplessly. Though this world contained flora and fauna, as the spirit of this realm, it could not partake. Remarkably, it had never truly tasted food in centuries. How wonderful! Just thinking about it fills me with joy. Upon receiving confirmation, tears of anticipation welled in the little white cat's eyes. Tang Tian chuckled. "Rest assured, I will ensure you are well fed. By the way, have you thought of a name for yourself?" After days had passed, the little creature still had not settled on a title. However, this time it seemed to have made a decision. "I have considered all aspects of my existence, and after reflecting on the literary knowledge from the vast sea of memories, I have concluded that in the grand world, I shall be called Little Cat." Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. What a profound name. Is this truly worthy of such contemplation? What literary classics did you reference? Unable to resist, he queried. The little cat rolled its eyes. "That is of no importance. Just tell me if it fits my image." Tang Tian smirked. It was indeed fitting, yet seemed rather hasty. "Isn't this form merely an illusion you manifested? If we were to regard your true self, wouldn't little jade be more appropriate?" he suggested. The little cat shook its head. No. Ancient jade is merely my vessel. This is my true form. I did not intentionally manifest this shape. It simply appeared upon my awakening." Tang Tian was taken aback, realizing the uniqueness of this world's spirit compared to those recorded elsewhere. "Are you a little female cat or a little male cat?" he inquired playfully. The little cat shot him a glare. "I possess no definitive gender. I can be both or neither, much like you." Tang Tian frowned. "Get lost. I am male. That egg was merely an accident." The little cat smirked, muttering, "Many claim their pregnancies are accidents." "What did you say?" Tang Tian shot back. The little cat quickly donned a cheerful expression, insisting, "Nothing at all. You are the boss. Your word is law." Tang Tian huffed, warning it not to disclose the matter of his egg to anyone. "Let us go. Before we leave, I need to fetch another person." Thus, the two, one human and one cat, departed from the center of the Lioli Sea. Chapter 145. Departure from the secret realm at the entrance of the Lioli Sea. Tang Tian and the little cat hovered in the sky, observing the remaining members of the Xiang sect below. "Why are there so few people?" Tang Tian noted with curiosity. He distinctly remembered at least 30 tribulation experts present when they arrived, aiding the disciples of the Xiang sect in establishing their training grounds. Now, fewer than 10 remained, and the area they had opened was even smaller than when he first entered. Furthermore, many appeared to be significantly injured. "What happened?" he asked. The little cat quickly elucidated his confusion. "It's all because of you. You frightened me half to death, forcing me to summon all the spirit beasts. When those people saw the sudden disappearance of the beasts, They likely assumed a treasure had emerged from the depths of the ocean and rushed into the deep sea. Later, when the spirit beasts returned to their territory, they encountered those individuals while still in a rage. You understand. Tang Tian was astonished. Is that truly the reason? However, he realized that the root cause was still the little cat itself. It had a knack for shifting blame. Is this the case only here? Or is it the same at every entrance? He inquired. The little cat replied, essentially similar across the board. Some were fortunate, with minimal casualties, while others, lacking luck, could no longer cultivate in the ocean and had to escape. Tang Tian fell silent, surprised to learn that the confrontation with the little cat had repercussions for the Ziyang sect members. Yet, ultimately, their survival was of little consequence to him. Much like when he battled the five from the War God Hall, the Ziyang sect had chosen to remain aloof, their interests diverging. Let us go, he urged, leading the little cat toward the entrance. He had previously managed to vanish unnoticed before these individuals, and now it was even simpler. They smoothly passed through the entrance, leaving the confines of the Lioli Sea. Finding the right direction, Tang Tian soared toward the Lioli Lake, the very spot where he had initially discovered it. After a while, he arrived above the lake. The natural formation remained intact, showing no signs of damage. Evidently, no master of formations had ventured into the secret realm. Upon opening the formation, he found Li Hong calmly seated in the center of Lioli Lake. Observing his aura, it was clear he had successfully entered the fusion realm and was striving for the mid-fusion stage. Li Hong's diligence was commendable, and his talent was quite promising. Transitioning from the mid-out-of-body stage to the fusion realm was expected. However, ascending to the mid-fusion stage appeared to require further effort. Little cat, lend a hand, Tang Tian requested. The little cat grinned mischievously. A trivial matter. With a swift motion of its paw, a radiant beam of light descended upon Li Hong, enveloping him entirely. Following this, countless colorful feathers slowly drifted from the sky, landing on Li Hong and transforming into a cascade of light that fused into his being. These were the resonances of the laws belonging to this world. Though limited in quantity, they sufficed for the minor threshold within the fusion stage. Soon, Li Hong's breath stabilized. Supported by the surrounding high-quality spiritual energy, he steadily advanced to the mid-stage of fusion. Moments later, Li Hong opened his eyes, a blend of surprise and astonishment gracing his features. He distinctly felt that his breakthrough was on the verge of failure, yet all of a sudden, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, swiftly reaching his consciousness, allowing him to succeed in his breakthrough. Li Hong. Suddenly, the voice of Tang Tian echoed from afar. Upon glancing up, Li Hong instantly comprehended everything. Such a divine being could only be the young master. He hastily flew to Tang Tian's side and bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, young master. However, Tang Tian merely smiled and replied, thank it instead. It is the one who aided you. Li Hong raised his gaze to behold a small white cat perched on Tang Tian's shoulder, his expression one of bewilderment. Nevertheless, he did not question Tang Tian's words and respectfully said, thank you, esteemed elder, for your assistance. The small cat rolled its eyes, deliberately lifting its chin and lowering its voice, responding with an air of mystery. Tang Tian, ignoring the cat, addressed Li Hong, we shall return shortly. Make sure to solidify your recently elevated cultivation. This time, your advancement was considerable, and you must diligently consolidate your realm upon our return. Unlike Tang Tian, whose cultivation and realm were often misaligned since embarking on the path of myriad laws, Li Hong's cultivation was nearly level with his realm. This substantial enhancement necessitated an equivalent advancement in his realm. Your commands shall be followed, young master. Li Hong promptly descended once more, observing the nearly unchanged glazed lake. Tang Tian pondered for a moment before summoning all of it into glazed orbs, collecting them. The small cat immediately rolled its eyes and exclaimed, I must ask, is it truly necessary? Are you not even going to spare this meager quality of spiritual energy? Tang Tian retorted lightly. Who stopped you from collecting glazed orbs from the sea? The cat widened its eyes in disbelief. Brother, what you did could hardly be termed collection. The entire sea level has dropped by 5 feet. How shameless can one be? If I hadn't noticed in time, you might have drained it completely. Tang Tian chuckled silently, saying nothing. During his time by the sea, he had seized the opportunity to craft a modest number of high-quality glazed orbs, amounting to over 10 million. Each orb contained spiritual energy equivalent to an entire expanse of glazed lake, sufficient to support an ordinary cultivator's journey from cultivation to ascension. Such a miraculous item, more extraordinary than innate Tao jade, was not to be easily overlooked. After all, this was a singular opportunity. Well, you mentioned the impact would be minimal, did you not? Once we are outside, I shall treat you to 1,000 varieties of delicacies, Tang Tian proposed. The small cat's eyes sparkled with delight. That is a promise you made. Tang Tian assured there would be no issues. Should other cultivators learn that Tang Tian exchanged merely 1,000 delicacies for 10 million glazed lakes, they would undoubtedly be consumed with envy. After a while, Li Hong had solidified his post-breakthrough cultivation. As a mid-stage fusion cultivator, with a bit more time for consolidation, he would surely pass the trials of the 10,000 Beasts Tower without incident. Of course, Tang Tian's primary aim was to enhance his subordinate's strength to keep pace with him. However, it appeared the gap between them was widening. But that was a discussion for another time. His intention in gathering subordinates was merely to handle some trivial matters. Moments later, Tang Tian, accompanied by the small cat and Li Hong, gradually flew towards the location where they initially entered the secret realm. Chapter 146, Selective Storytelling. A month swiftly elapsed. Tang Tian and Li Hong arrived early at the platform where they had first entered the secret realm. Upon the conclusion of the allotted time, they would depart from this place. Those who had not arrived in time would remain trapped within the secret realm forever. The small cat had successfully been collected into the strange egg by Tang Tian. It would leave this small world that had confined it for centuries alongside him. As time progressed, other cultivators gradually arrived. Tang Tian observed that the number of scattered cultivators had diminished by almost half compared to when they first entered. Many had perished during their explorations or succumbed in struggles for resources. Such occurrences were hardly rare in the cultivation world. Meanwhile, the situation for the Ziyang sect and other affiliated sects of Tianfu was even more dire. The disturbances caused by the Glazed Sea spirit beasts had inflicted severe losses, leaving them in a woeful state. This situation drew the attention of the scattered cultivators, who, based on past experiences, found it unexpected. Had something dreadful transpired? Speculation abounded. Yet none dared to inquire directly. To do so during such perilous times would be tantamount to courting death. At this moment, Tang Tian noticed the return of his companions from the Ziyang sect. To avoid unnecessary complications, he distanced himself, blending into the crowd of scattered cultivators. After a while, the time to return arrived. A soft, radiant curtain descended from the sky, enveloping all within. With a ripple of spatial fluctuations as perspectives shifted, everyone departed the glazed secret realm and returned to the grand world. Outside, the atmosphere remained lively. Many awaited eagerly to catch a glimpse of their loved ones or friends. However, as the light dissipated, nearly everyone was left wide-eyed in astonishment. What was happening? Why were there so few people? What occurred? Gasps of confusion filled the air. Soon, they realized something was amiss. The number of scattered cultivators appeared as usual, yet the Ziyang sect and other Tianfu sects seemed severely diminished. Those individuals had ventured to the Glazed Sea. Could it be that the Glazed Sea? People quickly began to piece together the situation, their expression shifting to one of concern. Such circumstances were indeed exceedingly rare. Amidst the astonishment, Tang Tian spotted Qi Yuan and swiftly approached him. Old Jin. Haha. I knew you would be fine. Qi Yuan laughed heartily, then scrutinized Tang Tian, hesitating. I can't shake the feeling that you've changed quite a bit. Don't tell me you've begun to face the heavenly tribulation? Based on his estimation, during the month spent in the secret realm, Tang Tian's talent should have allowed him to reach the pinnacle of the mid-stage fusion. Yet, it appeared he had surpassed that. In response to Qi Yuan's inquiry, Tang Tian shook his head. Some events transpired within the secret realm. We can discuss it upon our return. At that moment, the Ziyang sect members had begun to engage with one another, and it was likely they would soon recount their conflict with the five from the War God Hall. Thus, it was prudent to leave quickly. After all, this was the territory of the Ziyang sect. Qi Yuan glanced towards the Ziyang sect and seemed to come to a realization, nodding in agreement, and departed alongside Tang Tian and the others. Moments later, in a small courtyard at the center of the city, Tang Tian, Qi Yuan, and Li Hong gathered around a stone table adorned with exquisite dishes and fine wine. What truly transpired? Qi Yuan inquired. I noticed the Ziyang sect suffered heavy losses. Such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Tang Tian savored a sip of rich wine, lightly tapping his fingers on the table before slowly narrating. The events unfolded as follows. In the initial 10 days, all was calm. He then recounted the happenings of the past month since entering the secret realm. Though selectively, he shared with Qi Yuan that he and Li Hong had promptly discovered a glazed well, their first encounter with the miraculous aspects of the glazed secret realm. Subsequently, fortune favored them, leading to the discovery of a glazed pool shortly thereafter. Yet, as he activated the formation to enter, 3 mid-stage fusion cultivators appeared, attempting to execute a cunning scheme. Regrettably, they overestimated their own capabilities and were all swiftly defeated. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan burst into laughter. I knew it. No one can rival you beneath the tribulation. However, your luck is indeed commendable. Had you encountered 3 powerful tribulation warriors, you would likely have had to reluctantly abandon the Liuli pool. Tang Tian nodded with a smile. Meanwhile, Li Hong remained silent, naturally unwilling to expose Tang Tian's deceit. Later, I had Li Hong cultivate there while I continued to search for the fabled land of creation, awaiting news from the Ziyang sect. On the 10th day, word arrived. Tang Tian continued. Under the guidance of the Ziyang sect disciples, I successfully entered the Liuli Sea. However, just as I was preparing to cultivate, 5 uninvited guests arrived. They were all from the War God Hall. At this, Qi Yuan frowned. The War God Hall? What do they want? Tang Tian took a sip of wine and replied calmly, they came to kill me. Qi Yuan was momentarily stunned. They are sent by the heavenly nurturing sect, intending to eliminate me amidst the chaos under the pretext of hunting down a fugitive. However, I employed certain methods to escape their attack range. The people from Ziyang sect witnessed the entire incident, Tang Tian stated. Qi Yuan was silent for a moment before slamming his fist on the table. Damn it. How did this pack of hounds get the news when no one knew we were leaving? Tang Tian shook his head slightly. We have been gone for some time. If someone was paying attention, they would surely notice something amiss. Perhaps the heavenly nurturing sect has been watching us for a while. Qi Yuan gritted his teeth. Damn. No matter how many precautions we take, we can't guard against everything. What happened next? Did they continue to trouble you? Tang Tian shook his head. Once I revealed my identity, they gave up. They wouldn't dare eliminate me in front of the Ziyang sect members. Nevertheless, we had a confrontation, and I used certain methods to leave the entrance. After that, I lost track of them. This was a narrative he had long prepared. Following this, the Ziyang sect would undoubtedly report the incident, and the War God Hall would come seeking him. Thus it was prudent to devise a plausible excuse. Qi Yuan nodded and said, that little brat from the heavenly nurturing sect actually dared to do this. He wants to contend for that position? Damn it. I will inform Li Tianhua about this and ensure his downfall. As he spoke, he took out a communication jade talisman and began conversing with the Grand Elder. Chapter 147. Parting ways. The rules of the Qingwei sect are stringent, unless they could have killed Tang Tian amidst the chaos. The heavenly nurturing sect would face consequences for their impulsive attack. After a lengthy discussion, Qi Yuan calmed himself and said, Elderly said he would conduct a thorough investigation. Your current identity and status afford you protection. Not everyone has the right to lay a hand on you. Rest assured, the sect will provide you with an explanation. Qi Yuan assured him. Tang Tian nodded. However, he held no expectations for the sect's so-called explanation. This matter, he would handle himself. By the way, Qi Yuan suddenly inquired. What's the situation over at the Ziyang sect? I've never heard of such severe losses occurring there. Tang Tian pondered for a moment before responding. I'm not entirely sure. After leaving that area, I found a relatively safe place to cultivate. However, during my training, the Liuli Sea indeed experienced some abnormal occurrences. It seems to be a beast tide. Qi Yuan was taken aback. A beast tide? Are you certain? According to centuries of experience, the spiritual beasts in the Liuli secret realm are typically docile, only attacking intruders if their territory is violated. Tang Tian replied, from the scene and the fluctuations, it is undoubtedly a beast tide. However, I only caught a distant glimpse. The specifics must be inquired from the Ziyang sect. Qi Yuan frowned and contemplated for a while before shaking his head. Forget it. If the wayfarers perish, it is not my concern. Let the people of the Ziyang sect meet their fate as they will. Perhaps heaven is punishing them for their greed, sending down calamities. Qi Yuan remained fixated on the matter of 20 pieces of innate Dao jade for a single position, expressing his grievances. After venting, he chuckled. Old Jean, you must have made significant progress this time, right? Surely you've surpassed the peak of integration. Even Little Li has reached the mid-integration stage. Li Hong rubbed his nose, clearly dissatisfied with the nickname. Tang Tian smiled without disclosing his precise realm, merely stating, beneath the tribulation, there are likely few who can contend with me. In the Ascension realm, I might possess the strength to engage in battle as well. Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow. Oh, quite a bold claim. It seems you have indeed reaped considerable benefits. However, cultivation is one aspect. Your realm must keep pace as well. Do not misjudge your strength merely due to an elevation in cultivation. This was a kind reminder, and Tang Tian smiled, acknowledging that he was aware of this. Yet, in truth, he had understated his prowess. Beneath the tribulation, few could rival him, and in the Ascension realm, there were even fewer opponents. Should he formally begin the Ascension, he would possess the strength to battle even those beneath the celestial realm. And if he were to employ the myriad methods of the Tao, even he could not predict the heights he might reach. I will take time to consolidate my gains once I return, Tang Tian remarked with a smile. By the way, have there been any recent developments in the sect? Qi Yuan replied, nothing major. Your 2 twin subordinates have already broken through to the out-of-body stage with a solid foundation. They should perform well in the 100 Gates battle. Gu Xiaoxue is in a similar situation. The Hanxi has not caused too much disturbance. Lu Chang'e and the heavenly nurturing sect are still at odds, But after this incident, it will be challenging for the heavenly nurturing sect to contend with them. Oh, and one more thing. That girl from the Mo family has returned. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. Previously, Mo Xiaoxiao had indeed informed him that she would return before the year's end. She had kept her word. It seemed the Mo family's influence was still formidable, swiftly resolving even firmly established accusations. Can she still compete for that position? Tang Tian inquired. Qi Yuan chuckled. What are you thinking? Of course, that's impossible. She returned with great reluctance. Without the protection of the Mo family's experts, she would have been torn to shreds. Based on the information available, her purpose for returning is clear, to bring back her trusted confidants cultivated in the Southern Peak. However, she has yet to take action. We do not know what she is waiting for. Tang Tian fell silent, likely anticipating his arrival. He had safeguarded the Southern Peak as promised. And according to their prior agreement, Mo Xiaoxiao would transfer all the forces she had cultivated over the years to his command, assisting him in contending for that position. Previously, Tang Tian had not placed much importance on that position. However, now it seemed he truly needed to compete for it. Power, at times, held significant importance, especially in a place like the Qingwei sect, where laws were strict. With power in hand, the likes of the Hansi would no longer dare to act recklessly before him. Oh, there's one more thing, Qi Yuan added. That fellow from the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce, Wang Gang, has sought you out several times. He seems rather anxious, likely regarding some important matter. Tang Tian nodded. Before his departure, Wang Gang had been handling some residual shares of the chamber, and it appeared that some anomalies had come to light. Upon returning, the truth would soon be revealed. Subsequently, Tang Tian and Qi Yuan engaged in various discussions before preparing to return to Qingwei sect. However, just as they were about to depart, the grand elderly Tianhua sent a message to Qi Yuan. Upon reading it, Qi Yuan's brow immediately furrowed. Damn it, Tian Yangsheng is not at the sect. He left quietly over 10 days ago. Qi Yuan exclaimed. Tang Tian also frowned slightly. The timing seemed to coincide perfectly with the moment he had slain the 5 members of the War God Hall. He quickly considered the implications and asked, Old Qi, what do you think Tian Yangsheng would do if he discovered that his scheme had been exposed? Qi Yuan paused for a moment and replied, the War God Hall is filled with lunatics. It's hard to predict their actions. It's highly probable they might resort to extreme measures. The two exchanged glances, each discerning the same conclusion in the other's eyes. However, Tang Tian was acutely aware that he had been the one to eliminate those 5 members. If Tian Yangsheng was also aware, then the next individuals sent after him would undoubtedly be even more formidable. Given their style, they had previously dispatched true immortal experts to deal with Du Yuanxing, so facing him. After some contemplation, Tang Tian suggested, how about we split up? That way, we might have a better chance of evading them. Qi Yuan regarded Tang Tian and said, Old Jean, do you take me for a child of 3? If they truly departed over 10 days ago, they may very well have already set their sights on you. You propose splitting up to avoid implicating me, don't you? Tang Tian offered an awkward smile. That was indeed his intention, and he hadn't expected to be seen through so quickly. Yet, no one could predict what kind of individuals Tian Yasheng would dispatch. While he himself would certainly be safe, Qi Yuan's fate was uncertain. If the War God Hulk truly went mad, they wouldn't care whether Qi Yuan was the master of a peak in Qingwei sect. Just trust me, Tang Tian insisted. You take Li Hong back, and I'll go alone. Rest assured, I have means of escape. I will certainly be fine. That is my trump card. Upon hearing the term trump card, Qi Yuan's expression softened. They were all cultivators and understood the significance of those words, as well as the necessity of keeping such matters confidential. Very well, Qi Yuan agreed. But you must ensure I am not left in the lurch. I do not wish to see Tian Yasheng return to the sect before you. Tang Tian nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, everything will be fine. With that, he downed the last sip of wine in his cup. Outside Lioli City, a black rod soared into the sky, racing toward the distant heavens. In the courtyard, Tang Tian sat in quiet solitude. After deliberating, Qi Yuan and Li Hong had already departed for Qingwei sect. With their absence, Tang Tian felt no lingering concerns. Even if Tian Yasheng summoned top-tier experts, he was confident in his ability to escape unharmed. At the very least, he still possessed the egg. There would not be any significant issues. After sipping another mouthful of wine, Tang Tian waved his hand. A ripple of spatial fluctuation spread across the courtyard, and soon after, a snow-white figure appeared on the table, Little Cat. Upon exiting the secret realm, he had placed Little Cat safely inside the strange egg, and they had returned to the material world together. After emerging, Tang Tian had been occupied discussing various matters with Qi Yuan, which was why he had only now released Little Cat. I nearly suffocated in there. Little Cat immediately complained upon appearing. Your space was devoid of life. It was utterly desolate. Perhaps I could help you renovate it one day, and it might even become a portable little world. Tang Tian chuckled. The space within the strange egg was akin to a typical storage space, albeit existing independently of the material realm. Indeed, there was potential for transformation into a small world. But it would require considerable time and effort, something he was not inclined to ponder at the moment. However, if Little Cat was willing to assist, he would certainly welcome it. Unfortunately, it seemed Little Cat was merely speaking whimsically, as it soon became captivated by the food and drink laid out on the stone table. "Well, what is this?" it exclaimed, instantly appearing before a platter of spiritual fruits, seizing one and tossing it into its mouth. "So sweet." Little Cat's eyes sparkled with delight. It then devoured the fruits in a whirlwind, eyeing the other platters with eagerness. "What is this? Oh, it's even sweeter than the last. This green one must surely be the sweetest. Ouch, it's sour. What are you drinking? Let me taste." "Tui, what is this? It's so spicy. It's utterly dreadful." Observing the overly excited Little Cat, Tang Tian shook his head with a smile. This was its first time in the material world and its first tasting of food, so its reaction was entirely understandable. He decided to let it indulge. Thus, Tang Tian retrieved an assortment of various dried fruits and delicacies from his storage ring and spread them across the table. Little Cat was overjoyed, flitting between the delectable treats, its exuberance lifting Tang Tian's spirits, while allowing Little Cat to revel in its feast. Tang Tian gradually focused his mind and released the cultivation level he had been suppressing within. Now back in the material world, he could finally take the next step forward. The aura of achieving great perfection in the tribulation crossing gradually emanated from him, soon resonating with the laws of the heavens outside, harmonizing like a perfectly tuned instrument. Moments later, an invisible portal slowly opened high in the distant sky. Radiant light rained down, gathering as it fell, ultimately transforming into colorful feathers that descended upon Tang Tian. The feathers were soft, their warm sensation enveloping him entirely, and the spiritual energy that had undergone 9 transformations began its final evolution. Strands of golden energy appeared within Tang Tian's dantian. This energy was completely distinct from spiritual energy. Upon its manifestation, all the spiritual energy immediately made way for it, clearing an ample space, even yielding the most central area. It was a force that transcended spiritual energy by an entire level, celestial energy. As the luminous feathers continued to merge into Tang Tian's body, the spiritual energy in his dantian began to convert rapidly. Time passed, and eventually, once all the spiritual energy had been transformed, a golden celestial energy, as thick as a thumb, shimmered brilliantly within his dantian. After a brief moment, Tang Tian slowly opened his eyes. "So this is celestial energy?" He delicately sensed the trace of celestial energy within him, though it was but a small amount. The power it contained was over tenfold that of all his previous spiritual energy combined. It had transcended the mundane, reaching an entirely higher realm. Simultaneously, Tang Tian comprehended the essence of the Ascendance realm. Simply put, it was a transformative process from the mortal to the immortal. Upon ascending to the Ascendance realm, his personal celestial gate would open, and the power of creation would descend from the heavens, gradually converting all his spiritual energy into the higher tier, celestial energy. Each transformation would deplete all the spiritual energy in his dantian, while simultaneously expanding it further. Once he replenished the spiritual energy again, a second ascendance would occur, and so forth. Upon achieving great perfection in the Ascendance realm, the celestial energy within would reach the limits of life, propelling the essence of life into a leap, thereby attaining the immortal realm and shedding the mortal coil. The entire process lacked the perilous nature of tribulation crossing, where a single misstep could lead to death. Neither was it like other realms that required a certain level of comprehension of the laws. This realm resembled a reward following tribulation crossing. As long as one practiced steadily, they could reach the final step toward the immortal realm. And for Tang Tian, the one thing he lacked was spiritual energy. The mysterious ancient jade continuously drew energy from the chaos, transforming it into primal spiritual energy that flowed into Tang Tian's body without requiring him to exert any special effort to cultivate. He would naturally progress to the last step. It was merely a matter of time. According to Tang Tian's estimation, within a maximum of 2 months, that is, before the great battle of the 100 Gates, he would be able to transcend and become an immortal. Not bad. A faint smile graced Tang Tian's face. To be subordinate to authority, in essence, is merely a reflection of insufficient strength. Once one's power surpasses a certain threshold, the concept of authority loses all its dread. Tang Tian firmly believed that if he continued to develop at this pace, it would not be long before he could truly ascend to the pinnacle of power. After some contemplation, Tang Tian turned his gaze towards the little cat. At some point, the little creature had devoured all the delicacies Tang Tian had brought out. The plate that once held the spirit fruit was cleaner than a face. He even suspected that this little glutton had licked the plate. Upon seeing Tang Tian awaken, the little cat squatted on the table, its face brimming with anticipation. Is there more? Is there more? It was simply too delicious. This is the most precious existence in the world. Hurry, bring it out. You promised me I could taste all the world's delicacies. The little cat exclaimed eagerly. Tang Tian chuckled and replied, What I promised you, I shall certainly not deceive you. However, I do not carry much with me. How about this? We are in a large city, boasting at least 10,000 varieties of cuisine. I will take you to try them all. Considering that Tian Yangsheng might be waiting for him outside, Tang Tian decided to linger in Liuli City for a few more days. This would not only satisfy the little cat's palate, which had been starved for hundreds of years, but also allow him to enhance his cultivation. The more strength he possessed, the greater his assurance. Unless absolutely necessary, he was reluctant to resort to the resurrection ability of the strange egg. All right. Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, the little cat immediately perked up. I knew I didn't misjudge you. You're fantastic. The little cat's face was nearly split with joy. Without delay, Tang Tian rose and took it out of the small courtyard. Chapter 149. The Arrival of the Golden Immortal in Liuli City. A man and a cat strolled leisurely down the spacious streets. The little cat, gazing at a world it had never encountered, was utterly captivated, darting about with unrestrained joy. What is this? A string of them. Wow, they are both sour and sweet, absolutely delicious. And what is this? Soft and fragrant. Is it made from flower petals? Look here, they have tofu pudding. Wow, why is there chili? What a devilish flavor. Hey, what's under that lady's skirt? I want to take a look. Tang Tian swiftly grabbed it to prevent any scandalous antics. Yet, the little cat was still too excited, wanting to explore everything it encountered. Thus, Tang Tian hurriedly led it to a grand restaurant where it could indulge to its heart's content. Bring me 3 portions of everything on the menu, he commanded. Causing the waiter to widen his eyes in astonishment, he had never witnessed such an order. However, it wasn't long before the waiter experienced Tang Tian's ferocity. In a whirlwind of consumption, the entire spread was cleared, and before they left, Tang Tian requested most of the remaining food to be packed up. Moments later, the same scene unfolded in another restaurant. Thus, amid the frenzied feasting, for days quietly slipped away. Tang Tian and the little cat nearly tasted all the grand establishments in Liuli City, with the packed food creating a small mountain inside the Shumi ring. With limitless supplies, the little cat's initial enthusiasm finally began to wane. Simultaneously, Tang Tian did not cease his cultivation. With the spiritual power provided by the mysterious ancient jade, he successfully underwent 2 more ascensions, reaching the 3rd layer of ascension within 4 days. A step further would lead him to the mid-stage of ascension. However, he noticed that as his cultivation advanced, the required spiritual energy increased significantly. Reaching the 4th layer of ascension would likely take another 6 to 7 days. Thus, he resolved to depart without delay. After packing a large amount of the little cat's favorite food, Tang Tian finally left Liuli City, heading towards Qingwei Gate. Along the way, he was neither anxious nor did he take special measures to conceal his whereabouts. He hunted when encountering mountains and fished when near waters. Occasionally, he would enter a city to enjoy himself. His leisurely demeanor belied the fact that he was being pursued. However, this tranquil time lasted only 5 days. Upon arriving at a continuous expanse of desolate mountains, he sensed some unusual auras. Little cat, I may encounter a battle ahead, so remember to protect yourself, Tang Tian said. The little cat paused and then nonchalantly replied, Don't worry about me. After all, I am the spirit of the world, as long as I hide. The rules will not even detect my presence. But do you need my assistance? Tang Tian shot at a glance. What help can you offer? The little cat's eyes widened. Are you joking? I am. However, it quickly recoiled, embarrassed, and muttered, Oh, I almost forgot. This is not my little world. Here, the rules and spirit beasts do not heed my commands. Haha. Tang Tian shook his head, disregarding its awkwardness. He could distinctly feel that several powerful divine thoughts had firmly locked onto him. After flying over a mountain peak, a dark figure appeared in his line of sight. Leaning quietly against a tree, Tang Tian, you truly kept me waiting. The figure turned and revealed himself as Tian Yangsheng. Tang Tian halted in midair, observing him calmly. His expression devoid of surprise. What do you want from me? He inquired. Tian Yangsheng chuckled, twisting his wrist to reveal an ancient yet unremarkable broken blade, the very weapon he had drawn during the sealing of the southern peak. I know you are an intelligent man, so do not pretend to be confused before me, Tian Yangsheng stated, holding the broken blade and stepping forward to confront Tang Tian. 5 of my brothers from the Battle God Hall are dead. They accepted my commission to kill you. Tian Yansheng narrowed his eyes. Tang Tian, you have truly hidden yourself well. I admit, I significantly underestimated you. I always thought you were merely at the out-of-body realm. That was my mistake. However, I remain curious about how you managed to kill 5 elite members of the Battle God Hall simultaneously. Their soul lamps extinguished all at once. Such an act even I cannot achieve. Tang Tian's heart stirred. It turned out that those in the Battle God Hall possessed soul lamps. These were treasures that contained life. When a person's soul scattered, the soul lamp they left behind would extinguish completely. Tian Yansheng must have learned of the 5's demise through this. Observing his demeanor, Tang Tian smiled and said, "How can you be so certain that I killed those 5? Perhaps they perished in a beast tide. You must have heard about the upheaval in the Yoli secret realm, correct?" Tian Yansheng shook his head, coldly stating, "If that were the case, you wouldn't have chosen to part ways with Qi Yuan. Do you think I would be deceived by your tricks? Moreover, regardless of the truth, we have already forged a deadly enmity. I do not like leaving any potential threats behind." With that, he gestured slightly. And soon 4 formidable figures materialized around Tang Tian. The moment they appeared, they sealed off all of Tang Tian's escape routes, locking down this space entirely. Each of them was far stronger than any celestial being Tang Tian had encountered. Among them, one radiated a golden light. Just a glance from him could instill instant terror. They were undoubtedly all Xian immortals, and the most powerful among them was likely the legendary Golden Immortal. Even in the Cloud Summit Heavenly Mansion, Golden Immortals constituted the core force. Tian Yansheng was indeed serious this time, determined to ensure that Tang Tian remained here without fail. 3 Xian immortals and 1 Golden Immortal. Tang Tian couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. "Tian Yansheng, you truly have a high regard for me." He had initially thought there would be only a few celestial beings. Yet Tian Yansheng was taking this matter so earnestly. "I have underestimated you once," Tian Yansheng coldly declared. "I cannot afford to make the same mistake again. If I fail to eliminate you this time, once you return to Qinghua Sect, there may never be another chance." Tang Tian fell silent. The people in this world are essentially like this. They send true immortals to deal with a mere Du Yuan Qing, let alone someone like me who has slain 5 elites of the Battle God Hall. Not summoning a great Luo Golden Immortal could be considered restraint. It appears you are quite certain of your victory today. If you kill me, do you not fear losing your qualification in this competition? Tang Tian inquired. Tian Yansheng traced the remnants of his blade and replied, "When I failed to resolve you in the Lioli secret realm, I had already lost my qualification. Thus, I am free of many concerns. Eliminating you is my foremost priority. You can only blame your lack of sufficient backing and your audacity to emerge without adequate strength. Standing against me, I have paid the price for my erroneous judgment. Now, you will also pay for your impulsiveness." With that, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Die. The remnant blade of the immortal king slashed down. In Chapter 150, a decisive strike, during their previous confrontation on Nan Peak, Tang Tian and Tian Yansheng had faced off for quite some time without truly clashing. However, this time, he witnessed the might of the immortal king's weapon. Tian Yansheng unleashed his full power from the start. As a half-step immortal, he maximized the blade's potential. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted, and a blade wider than the heavens descended, carrying an unmatched force imbued with an energy. Tang Tian recognized the power of rules. It seems that at the level of the immortal king, one begins to grasp the essence of rules. This strike encapsulated Tian Yansheng's understanding of the swordsmanship path, emanating an aura that sealed all of Tang Tian's escape routes. Yet, regrettably, to Tang Tian, this understanding appeared to be mere child's play. Faced with such a terrifying strike, Tang Tian chose not to confront it head-on. Just as the colossal blade was about to descend, he deftly broke through Tian Yansheng's blockade and evaded the attack. Boom! The blade struck the mountains below, instantly shattering several peaks and forming a vast chasm, unfathomable in depth. Countless beasts and birds in the forest perished in an instant. It seems you possess some capability. No wonder you could slay those 5 elites of the Battle God Hall. Although Tian Yansheng's strike had missed, he displayed no anger. Instead, wearing an expression of confirmation, Tang Tian stroked his chin and calmly remarked, "If you think you can kill me with just that, then your fate may be akin to those 5. Tian Yansheng's brow furrowed. He seemed taken aback that, at such a critical moment, Tang Tian remained so composed, even attempting to provoke him with words. Arrogant, he snorted, then wielded the remnant blade for another assault. This time, he was genuinely aggressive. The level of swordsmanship Tian Yansheng executed was impenetrable, with blade energy traversing all directions. Each swing carried the might of the king's weapon. And the terrifying aura of rules rendered Tang Tian unable to confront it directly. He could only adopt a defensive stance, repeatedly breaking through Tian Yansheng's barriers, narrowly evading the successive terrifying blades. It appeared perilous, and he seemed to have completely fallen into a disadvantageous position. Old Tang, counterattack. The little cat urged telepathically. You clearly have the strength to fight back. Why are you walking such a tightrope? If you're struck even once, the power of the rules within that blade energy will leave you in dire straits. The little cat had completely concealed itself behind the world, calling out without fear of being discovered by Tian Yangsheng. What is the rush? Tang Tian's tone was remarkably calm, contrasting starkly with his beleaguered appearance in battle. My opponents are not limited to Tian Yangsheng alone. There are 3 Xian immortals and 1 golden immortal outside. They pose the greatest obstacle today. Although they have not intervened yet, they have been watching closely during my fight with Tian Yangsheng. If I were to counterattack and put Tian Yangsheng in danger, they would undoubtedly strike. I lack the confidence to take him down before them. The little cat hesitated. Are you just going to keep passively enduring the blows? Tang Tian smiled. From the surface, it appears I am at a disadvantage. So tell me, when I am severely injured and pose no threat, will those Xian immortals and the golden immortal remain so vigilant? The little cat's eyes widened. Are you feigning weakness to bide your time for a lethal strike? Tang Tian chuckled. Pretty much. Little cat, I didn't expect you to be so articulate. You can be quite clever when you want. The little cat laughed. I am indeed knowledgeable. However, I am still too naive to compare with your cunning. Having said that, it ceased to disturb Tang Tian. Meanwhile, due to Tian Yangsheng's relentless assault, Tang Tian, caught off guard, suffered a bloody wound on his arm. Seeing this, Tian Yangsheng became even more frenzied, the blade energy intensifying. Soon, Tang Tian began to struggle to defend himself, his wounds multiplying. Even his reactions and speed visibly slowed. Ultimately, after a horizontal slash from Tian Yangsheng, a deep gash appeared on Tang Tian's chest, causing him to spit blood and fly backward. Tian Yangsheng did not pursue the kill, but instead took a breath and approached Tang Tian. You are indeed strong, rivaling some prodigies within Tianfu. But alas, you have chosen a path of no return. He spoke slowly, looking down from above. At this moment, Tang Tian's lips had turned pale, his breath shallow. The wound under the influence of rule power was unable to heal, blood flowing profusely. Unless a miracle occurred, he would undoubtedly perish beneath Tian Yangsheng's blade today. Cough. If you kill me, Qingwei Sect will definitely pursue the matter. Tang Tian spoke coldly. Tian Yangsheng immediately laughed. Qingwei Sect? Huh. Even if they knew it was me, what could they do? Mo Xiao killed Du Yuanqing and Guan Meng, exterminating their families. Have you seen her suffer any consequences? Power and authority always overshadow law and rules. Before possessing sufficient strength and backing, it is best to remain hidden, lest you provoke those you should not. I hope you will remember this lesson in your next life. With that, Tian Yangsheng coldly swung down his final strike. The 3 Xian immortals and 1 golden immortal in the sky, witnessing Tian Yangsheng's absolute dominance, gradually relaxed their guard. As Tian Yangsheng prepared to end Tang Tian's life, they completely let down their vigilance. However, just as the remnant blade was about to sever Tang Tian's neck, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from him. You are quite right. I will remember your warning. Tang Tian smiled with a crooked mouth. Not good. He has a trump card. The golden immortal in the sky shouted, unleashing a brilliant golden light in an attempt to thwart Tang Tian's movement. But alas, it was too late. In Tian Yangsheng's horrified gaze, Tang Tian seized the immortal king's remnant blade, then clenched his fist and struck directly at his face. A chilling sensation, reminiscent of death, surged from the base of Tian Yangsheng's spine. The fist of all laws. With a cold shout from Tang Tian, a simple yet solid punch landed squarely on Tian Yangsheng's face. A shimmering golden barrier emerged from his body, seemingly a formidable defensive artifact. Yet it shattered almost instantaneously. A thunderous roar filled the heavens and the earth, as an energy storm, magnitudes more powerful than before, erupted forth. Even the golden light cast by the celestial immortal was swiftly engulfed by this tempest. The faces of the 3 mystic immortals turned pale with shock. None had anticipated that Tang Tian's counterattack would arrive with such ferocity and suddenness. The chilling aura, infused with the power of cosmic laws, instilled a hint of panic even in them. As for Tian Yangsheng, who was merely half a step into immortality, he had no chance of withstanding such a blow. Young master, the celestial immortal bellowed, extending a massive hand as boundless celestial energy cascaded down, instantly drowning the energy storm unleashed by Tang Tian. Although the tempest bore the essence of cosmic laws, being derived from spiritual energy, it was quickly obliterated under the deluge of celestial power. However, when the scene at the storm's epicenter was revealed, the celestial immortal's pupils constricted in disbelief. In the battleground between Tang Tian and Tian Yangsheng, only Tang Tian remained. Tian Yangsheng had vanished without a trace, as if he had turned to dust. Damn it! Capture him! The celestial immortal seethed, his eyes bulging with fury. He had not anticipated that Tang Tian, seemingly cornered, would unleash such terrifying strength. In the fleeting moment they had relaxed their vigilance, tragedy struck, too swift to avert. If Tian Yangsheng had truly perished here, all four of them would bear the consequences. This individual was no ordinary person. Nonetheless, with matters at this point, he could only focus on capturing Tang Tian first. With the Celestial Immortals' command, the three mystic immortals sprang into action, sending forth thick celestial chains from the sky, piercing through the void and swiftly ensnaring Tang Tian, sealing his cultivation within. To their astonishment, Tang Tian made no effort to resist. He merely gazed into the void with a contemplative expression. Tang Tian, you have killed him. You are truly courting death. The celestial immortal hissed through clenched teeth. Tang Tian looked up, casting a leisurely glance at him, devoid of any anxiety. Court death? He is not completely dead. Did your master not inform you of his remarkable life-preserving ability? The celestial immortal and the three mystic immortals fell silent. In truth, Tang Tian himself was somewhat surprised. Just moments ago, when all were momentarily lax, he seized the opportunity to unleash a devastating strike, the myriad laws colliding with Tian Yangsheng, a mere half-immortal, who could not withstand the onslaught. Even when he had raised several defensive artifacts at the last moment, they were obliterated, and the blow landed heavily upon him. The torrent of energy surged forth, evaporating Tian Yangsheng entirely, including his body, soul, and essence. Had he been an ordinary cultivator, he would have met his demise. Yet, Tang Tian sensed a lingering spark of life amidst the destruction, which swiftly faded away, a development he had not anticipated. Come forth, Tang Tian said slowly. Since you possess such means, why must you continue to hide? As his words resonated, a yellow paper talisman materialized before the astonished eyes of all present. Within it stood a small figure, gazing at Tang Tian with a mix of terror and fury. The immortal sovereign's life-protecting talisman? The celestial immortal exclaimed in disbelief. Tang Tian, too, was momentarily taken aback, recalling the name from ancient texts. The immortal sovereign's life-protecting talisman, forged from a drop of blood from an immortal sovereign, served one singular purpose: to safeguard a remnant soul of the descendant facing life and death tribulations, preventing total annihilation. Even if the descendant lost everything, they could resurrect through this remnant soul, eventually returning. Thus, the records warned, those backed by an immortal sovereign should not be trifled with. For if one failed to eliminate them entirely, they would be subject to relentless vengeance. You have the backing of an immortal sovereign? Tang Tian marveled, acknowledging the gravity of such an ally, one that surely ranked among the elite within the Cloud Summit Heaven Palace. However, Tian Yangsheng felt no pride at Tang Tian's astonishment. Witnessing Tang Tian ensnared by the celestial chains transformed his fear into a tempest of rage. Tang Tian, how deeply you have concealed your capabilities. I was on the verge of ascending to immortality, yet you have obliterated all my efforts over the past decade. I swear, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. The figure within the yellow talisman glared at Tang Tian, eyes ablaze with fury. Yet, Tang Tian remained unperturbed. You are indeed ruthless, he replied calmly. I never intended to make you suffer. There is no satisfaction in tormenting a defeated foe. You are fortunate. I have decided to end your life swiftly. With that, the power of cosmic laws surged forth once more. Tang Tian thrust his arms outward, shattering the celestial chains binding him. He then reached out towards the yellow talisman. Tian Yangsheng, witnessing Tang Tian's effortless escape, turned pale with dread, the sensation of impending death washing over him. He could not help but scream, "Someone come save me." A brilliant golden light descended, this time arriving on cue, striking Tang Tian before he could seize the yellow talisman. With a resounding crash, Tang Tian was knocked backward. However, even the celestial immortal's assault failed to inflict any harm upon him. In the next moment, he charged forward again, intent on grasping the talisman. This time, the three mystic immortals acted in unison, launching a barrage of attacks, vast celestial power cascading down. Yet, Tang Tian did not even glance their way. He conjured a dark barrier around himself. The celestial energy assaults, upon contact, seemed to vanish into an abyss without a trace. As Tian Yangsheng's terror reached its peak, Tang Tian's hand lunged for the talisman. Just as he was about to grasp it, a surge of spatial power erupted. The celestial immortal employing formidable means to extricate Tian Yangsheng from peril. Cosmic laws are ineffective against him. Close combat is our only option. The celestial immortal, true to his title, quickly analyzed Tang Tian's performance. The three mystic immortals, heeding his words, resolutely abandoned their mystical techniques, radiating golden light as they advanced. The might of the immortal's physique was not to be underestimated. Tang Tian furrowed his brow, compelled to temporarily relinquish his pursuit of Tian Yangsheng to engage with the three mystic immortals. Boom, boom, boom. The four clashed in a flurry of exchanges. Tang Tian fighting against three, soon finding himself on the defensive. Before long, one mystic immortal seized an opportunity, delivering a heavy blow to Tang Tian's chest. Excellent. Even Tian Yangxing within the talisman exclaimed. Yet, to their astonishment, after absorbing the blow, Tang Tian appeared unfazed, retaliating with a devastating strike that sent the mystic immortal flying. Blood staining the air. Tian Yangxing's smile froze in disbelief. This guy pretended to be injured, he still has hidden strength. A chilling dread surged within him. How many more cards does Tang Tian hold? Anxiety crept in, but glancing at the celestial immortal beside him, his heart gradually settled. This was no ordinary celestial immortal. With his presence, the likelihood of a catastrophe was minimal. At the very least, they could escape unscathed. Tian Yangxing continued to observe the battlefield, where the clash between Tang Tian and the three mystic immortals had reached a fever pitch. After Tang Tian revealed his formidable physique, his opponents finally took the matter seriously and summoned their prized celestial artifacts. After all, Tang Tian was merely at the Ascension realm. He could no longer maintain his previous composure in the face of their assaults. Genuine wounds began to manifest, with blood occasionally splattering into the sky. Fortunately, he possessed the body of the undying divine phoenix and the secrets of the phoenix, allowing him to recover completely from injuries within moments. Without any detriment to his combat strength, the fierce battle raged on. As Tang Tian lost more blood, the little cat could no longer contain itself and re-emerged. I hope you're not plotting any underhanded schemes, I remarked. Tang Tian remained silent for a moment, then calmly replied, I cannot allow any of them to leave this place, including that golden immortal. Just then, a long spear pierced through his shoulder, causing his entire arm to explode into a mist of blood, scattering into the sky. In the wilds, when Tang Tian encountered Tian Yangxing, that golden immortal, along with three Xian immortals, used great measures to seal off the area. From an external perspective, the surroundings appeared tranquil, seemingly undisturbed. However, within the confines of this region, devastation reigned. Tang Tian and the three Xian immortals remained locked in combat, unleashing torrents of energy that had already obliterated the mountains and forests beneath them multiple times, with magma erupting from the earth in certain places. It was akin to a hellish landscape. The Xian immortals wielded terrifying powers. Ordinary beings could not withstand the onslaught of celestial energy. Should they be caught in its wake, they would be reduced to mere dust. Yet, Tang Tian was not to be underestimated either. With each strike, he infused his attacks with the essence of myriad laws, harnessing power at the level of fundamental principles. Though not in abundance, it sufficed to contend with the three Xian immortals. However, his cultivation level was ultimately his greatest shortcoming. As the prolonged and intense battle wore on, Tang Tian sustained increasing injuries, sometimes losing half of his body to bloody explosions that scattered into the sky. Before long, the entire area was tinged with a faint red hue. Had it not been for the phoenix secrets he possessed, any ordinary cultivator would have perished countless times by now. Witnessing this spectacle, the golden immortal couldn't help but exclaim, Young master, the opponent you have provoked this time is truly a monster. The remnant soul of Tian Yangxing, hidden within a yellow paper talisman, no longer exhibited the previous confidence of being in control. Observing Tang Tian and the three Xian immortals locked in a stalemate, he struggled to speak. I never anticipated it would come to this. I had tried to overestimate Tang Tian's abilities, yet he has concealed himself so profoundly. The Ascension realm, a formidable physique, terrifying regenerative capabilities, and that dreadful mastery of the Tao. If you weren't here, I would surely perish today. Tian Yangxing's eyes grew increasingly alarmed. He wondered if he had any other hidden cards. We will undoubtedly kill him here today, right? He cautiously inquired of the golden immortal. The golden immortal, observing Tian Yangxing's demeanor, silently sighed. As the offspring of a significant figure from the War God Hall, Tian Yangxing had a boundless future. Even as a lingering remnant, with time and recuperation, he could return. However, if he lost faith now, his future would be bleak. Even that esteemed individual would not invest much effort in a worthless being. As long as I am here, he cannot escape. The golden immortal concealed his emotions and spoke. Tian Yangxing anxiously fixated on the battlefield, saying, Please, take action and kill him swiftly. I have a nagging feeling he has not yet revealed all his capabilities. The golden immortal shook his head, sensing that Tian Yangxing was utterly terrified. Yet, he also felt it was time to conclude this affair. He nodded and extended a finger, directing a beam of golden light toward Tang Tian at the battlefield center. The golden immortal's powers were tenfold more fearsome than those of the Xian immortals. In the midst of the fierce battle, Tang Tian could not evade this attack, as his body was directly pierced by the golden glow. leaving a massive gaping wound in his chest. The three Xian immortals quickly surrounded him, each unleashing their lethal moves. This time, there was no possibility of evasion. Tang Tian took a deep breath, realizing it was nearly time. In the face of the Xian immortals' most potent techniques, his expression remained calm. He neither dodged nor blocked. All his power coalesced within his dantian, creating a terrifying wave that rippled across his body. Feeling this unsettling energy, the three Xian immortals' eyes widened in realization of Tang Tian's intent. This is bad. He is going to self-destruct. One shouted. Were it a typical self-detonation from someone at the Ascension realm, they would not have been alarmed. However, Tang Tian was no ordinary individual. The power he possessed, upon self-detonation, would rival that of a Xian immortal, if not a golden immortal. None of them had anticipated Tang Tian would make such a sudden choice. By the time they reacted and attempted to retreat, it was already too late. Boom! A terrifying explosion resounded through the sky. A massive cloud of blood mist erupted before the eyes of the three Xian immortals. The overwhelming energy surged forth like a volcanic eruption, violently dispersing. The three were caught at the forefront, hurled away by the force, and even they, formidable as they were, found themselves spitting blood from the impact. Fortunately, Tang Tian was still merely at the Ascension realm. The disparity in cultivation levels meant that even a direct self-detonation only inflicted severe injuries upon him, from which he could recover after a period of rest. As the blood mist dissipated, the world finally returned to a momentary calm. Tian Yangxing stared blankly at the scene, murmuring, "Has he died?" The golden immortal nodded. He has condensed all his power, soul, and primordial essence into a single self-detonation technique, capable of unleashing the strongest energy. Although I am uncertain why he chose this course, under these circumstances, survival is impossible. Hearing this, Tian Yangxing finally exhaled deeply. The pressure Tang Tian had exerted upon him was overwhelming, and the colossal weight that had hung over his heart was finally lifted. "Let us return," the golden immortal instructed. "There is a reincarnation pool within the temple. I believe you will recover swiftly. From now on, you must start your cultivation anew." However, he was unable to finish his sentence before he sensed a strange aura. Suddenly, the golden immortal's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed, "Be careful." No sooner had he spoken than a figure appeared beside the three Xian immortals. It was none other than Tang Tian, who had just self-detonated. Remarkably, another identical Tang Tian stood before him. The two locked eyes, and Tang Tian smiled faintly. Once more, waves akin to water rippled around him. Boom! In the terrified gaze of Tian Yangxing, for Tang Tian simultaneously self-detonated, unleashing an overwhelming energy storm. The golden immortal furrowed his brow, raising his hand to conjure a golden barrier that absorbed all the energy. However, the other three Xian immortals were not so fortunate. Witnessing Tang Tian's resurrection and his intent to self-detonate again, they hurriedly attempted to distance themselves. Alas, Tang Tian embraced each of them directly. Boom, boom, boom. After three resounding explosions, the three Xian immortals suffered grave injuries, coughing up blood incessantly. The air was thick with blood mist. What is happening? Tian Yangxin's eyes widened in shock, his expression one of utter disbelief. Everything unfolding before him had completely surpassed his comprehension. Even the golden immortal's brow was knitted tightly, golden light flashing in his eyes as he scanned the surroundings. Yet, Tang Tian did not grant him the opportunity to investigate. 8 identical figures materialized once more, followed by an even more terrifying explosion that echoed thunderously. The sounds of explosions have echoed countless times throughout this region. Each detonation is accompanied by a terrifying tempest of energy that violently assails the 4 celestial beings. The golden immortal fared somewhat better, as after erecting a golden barrier, Tang Tian's self-detonation had little substantial effect on him. However, the 3 mysterious immortals were not so fortunate. With each instance, Tang Tian bizarrely appeared at their side, clutching them tightly before detonating himself in an instant, leaving them no time to react. Under the onslaught of dreadful energy, the trio suffered grievous injuries. With one already reduced to a pitiful state, his breath significantly weakened. Tian Yangxing, sheltered under the protection of the golden immortal, observed the scene before him, reminiscent of a fireworks display, trembling to his very soul. Did you not say he was already dead? What sort of sorcery is this? He was utterly overwhelmed by fear. The golden immortal furrowed his brow, having never witnessed, nor even heard of, such a peculiar ability. To self-detonate alongside one's soul and nascent spirit, yet remain unscathed? To swiftly resurrect without any loss, still in peak condition? Moreover, he could conjure multiple identical avatars to self-detonate again, their power undiminished. Each of these abilities alone would instill terror in anyone. Now, they coalesced within a single individual. Had he known of Tang Tian's capabilities beforehand, he would never have dared to confront him, for one could never ascertain when he might truly be vanquished. What to do? You claimed you would kill him. As he watched the three mysterious immortals on the brink of collapse under Tang Tian's continuous self-detonations, Tian Yangsheng was gripped by dread. Shouting out loud, the golden immortal's expression darkened as he shot him an annoyed glance, then said, "It appears it is quite difficult to kill him here. This boy possesses an almost immortal body, and his methods can even nullify my restraints upon him. Unless a being above the immortal king intervenes personally, even a great Luo golden immortal would find little recourse. For him, the most troublesome aspect of Tang Tian was not his immortality, but rather the means imbued with the power of rules. Only those at the level of immortal kings, who could also wield the power of rules, could truly subdue Tang Tian." Upon hearing the golden immortal's words, Tian Yangsheng looked on in shock. "So, you mean we cannot kill him here? What will happen in the future?" The mere thought of facing such a monstrous retribution sent shivers down his spine. The remnants of his soul trembled within the yellow paper talisman. A hint of disdain flickered in the golden immortal's eyes. But he had no desire to continue conversing with Tian Yangsheng. Seizing the moment during another of Tang Tian's self-detonations, he employed his powers to retrieve the three gravely wounded mysterious immortals, sheltering them beneath the golden barrier. "Tang Tian, I shall remember you. You best remain forever within the Qingwei sect." With that, he snorted coldly, preparing to depart. Yet, at that moment, Tang Tian's figure reappeared before him once more. This time, however, he did not detonate again. Instead, he stood with his hands behind his back, calmly gazing at him. "Did you truly believe you could leave?" Tang Tian spoke coolly. The golden immortal sneered. "I concede your methods are remarkable, but do not become overly arrogant. Even I wish to keep you here." With that, he completely disregarded Tang Tian, intent on escaping this troublesome immortal creature. However, just as he was about to depart, a glimmer of starlight appeared beneath his feet. In the blink of an eye, the starlight transformed into an expansive sea of stars, enveloping all 5 of them within its depths. The power of rules descended from above, akin to shackles, binding them firmly. The golden immortal struggled momentarily, only to discover the might of the star sea was overwhelmingly potent. He could not break free in the short term. "Did you think I endured such injuries and detonated myself so many times for naught?" Tang Tian smiled faintly, waving his hand. Instantly, the blood mist in the sky coalesced rapidly, soon forming a massive blood-red dome, replacing the barriers previously established by the celestial beings. An indescribable aura of terror permeated the atmosphere. Beneath the dome, it seemed as if an entirely different world had emerged, one formed from Tang Tian's own blood. Sensing the dreadful energy, the golden immortal's expression finally shifted. He had believed that at worst, they would be unable to kill Tang Tian. He never anticipated that Tang Tian would utilize his own life force to construct such a formidable killing formation. A flicker of fear appeared in his eyes. At that moment, Tang Tian finally exhaled a long breath. From the very beginning, his intention had been to ensure that no one could escape this place. Thus, he had commenced his scheme during the battle with the 3 mysterious immortals. His most powerful technique was the myriad law's celestial canopy. Yet, facing a golden immortal, he lacked absolute certainty that he could conceal its formation from them in its entirety. Therefore, Tang Tian ultimately resolved to use his blood as a catalyst, quietly setting up the myriad law's celestial canopy. Moreover, this time, infused with his boundless life force, it could be considered an upgraded version, aptly named the myriad law's blood canopy. If such a method could not ensnare them all, he would have no choice but to let them flee and devise a new strategy later. However, it appeared the outcome was favorable. As Tian Yangsheng remarked, "I too prefer to leave no potential threats behind." Tang Tian stated. The golden immortal's face was as dark as water, coldly replying, "If you kill us, the War God Palace will not let this matter rest. You have no idea what sort of beings you are provoking." Tang Tian shook his head. "No one will ever know. Moreover, no one will believe that a cultivator at the Ascension realm could slay you all on the spot. Die." With that, Tang Tian wasted no more time, extending his hand and gripping forcefully. In an instant, a sea of blood surged forth. Countless blood spears infused with the power of rules shot forth from all directions, targeting the few celestial beings at the center of the star sea. Boom! Following a thunderous roar, everything vanished into oblivion. 1 golden immortal and 3 mysterious immortals were utterly obliterated at the hands of Tang Tian. The skies cleared, sunlight cascading down. Tang Tian stood amidst the heavens, casting a vast shadow upon the earth. At that moment, the figure of the little cat appeared on Tang Tian's shoulder. "You truly killed them. Old Tang, you are impressive. Those prodigies I remember, who stood at the pinnacle of the world, did not achieve such illustrious feats in their youth." The little cat exclaimed repeatedly. Tang Tian remained silent. Although he had successfully slain a golden immortal, he had also exhausted all his trump cards. The sensation of self-detonation was far from pleasant. Moreover, beyond the golden immortal, there were even more formidable beings, such as the great Luo golden immortal, immortal kings, immortal sovereigns, and even immortal emperors. Their methods would be even more terrifying. To truly stand at the summit of the world, a long and arduous journey lay ahead. What were those prodigies like in your memory? Tang Tian inquired. The little cat pondered before responding. Mortal slayers of immortals, youthful supremes, were a dime a dozen. Those fellows seemed to ultimately become the embodiment of an era. Tang Tian nodded. This world is never short of geniuses. There will always be individuals of astonishing strength, and one should not become complacent due to minor achievements. It is best to continue to develop according to the previous plans. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian turned his gaze to the only remaining object before him, the yellow paper talisman. Chapter 154, Little Cat's Snack. After an exhaustive and meticulous layout. Beneath the myriad law's blood canopy, one golden immortal and 3 mysterious immortals were entirely annihilated, leaving not a trace behind. Even the remnants of the immortal king's blade were reduced to dust. The only thing safeguarding the lingering soul of Tian Yangxing is the protective talisman bestowed by the celestial master, which possesses formidable rule power. At present, Tang Tian lacks the means to completely obliterate it. Meanwhile, Tian Yangsheng, hidden within, is engulfed in sheer terror. No, please don't kill me. He trembles uncontrollably. The pride and arrogance he once held have vanished without a trace. Where's the pride of your war god hall? Tang Tian taunted. Yet, Tian Yangxing is far too consumed by fear to respond, his eyes wide with dread. He dares not leave the yellow paper talisman, for he knows that falling into Tang Tian's hands would only lead to his demise. Spare me. Ultimately, Tian Yangsheng capitulates, his voice quaking. I am a direct descendant of the Vice Hall Master of the War God Hall. If you let me go, I will fulfill any condition you desire. I swear, I shall never be your enemy again. It is evident that he is genuinely frightened. Tang Tian's relentless and terrifying methods have thoroughly shattered his mental defenses. However, at this juncture, how could Tang Tian possibly spare him for a few empty words? I have a question for you, Tang Tian began. Tian Yangxing hurriedly replied, yes. Ask anything, and I will answer truthfully. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian inquired, how did you know I arrived at the Lioli secret realm? Prior to leaving Qinghua's sect, Tang Tian and Qi Yuan had set up various decoys, and unless someone had been closely monitoring them, it would have been nearly impossible to detect anything amiss. Perhaps there was a mole within. Tian Yangxing quickly provided an answer. I learned of this news by chance. One of my subordinates reported your whereabouts to me. Tang Tian frowned at this revelation. The method sounded rather suspicious. What is his name? Tang Tian asked. Tian Yangxing responded, his name is Yu Qin. Tang Tian silently noted the name, intending to investigate further upon his return to see if there were others conspiring behind the scenes. Tang Tian, do you have any other questions? Feel free to ask. I can reveal much regarding the power dynamics within the sect and some of Lu Changa's schemes. Moreover, I can transfer all the forces I have cultivated over the years to your command, assisting you in seizing that position within the sect. With my full support, Lu Changa will surely be no match for you. Tian Yangxing spoke urgently, his desire to survive reaching its zenith. Nevertheless, Tang Tian remained indifferent. Compared to all that, you are my greatest threat. Farewell. With that, under the desperate gaze of Tian Yangxing, Tang Tian extended a finger, and the overwhelming power of the rules pierced through the protective barrier of the yellow paper talisman, striking at Tian Yangxing's lingering soul. In an instant, his last shred of existence dissipated entirely, leaving no time for even a cry of agony. After eliminating Tian Yangxing, Tang Tian turned his attention to the yellow paper talisman before him. This was an artifact of the Celestial Master, imbued with immense rule power, and it would likely take him a considerable amount of time to destroy it on his own. Yet, who knew if the Celestial Master had left any hidden traps upon it? How should he handle it? Tang Tian hesitated, contemplating whether to simply cast it into the mysterious egg, deeming it the safest option. However, the egg was too enigmatic, unless absolutely necessary. He was reluctant to place anything uncontrollable within it. Just then, a small cat emerged from his shoulder. Old Tang, do you still want this yellow paper talisman? Tang Tian was taken aback. What do you mean? The little cat grinned. I was wondering, if you don't want it, could you give it to me? Tang Tian queried in confusion. What do you want it for? The little cat replied. This item contains some rules from the great world. Although it's just a little bit, it would still be somewhat useful for me at this stage. To put it simply, it's a supplement. Eating it will help me grow. Tang Tian was astonished, but quickly understood. The little cat was the spirit of the Lioli's secret realm, which was itself a burgeoning small world. Some rules from the great world would indeed serve as nourishment for a small world, and such supplements were exceedingly rare. If Tang Tian had not brought it out, it might have taken centuries to encounter something similar. Can you fully absorb it? Tang Tian inquired. The little cat placed its hands on its hips, declaring, of course. Some particularly powerful rule artifacts might pose a challenge, but this celestial master-esque creation is merely a snack, like candy. Tang Tian nodded, relieved. He had been pondering how to deal with this troublesome item. All right, then it's yours. He handed the yellow paper talisman to the little cat, who eagerly snatched it and stuffed it into its mouth. After a few chews, it swallowed with satisfaction. Delicious. Subsequently, the little cat widened its eyes, adopting a pitiful demeanor. Old Tang, if you come across similar items in the future, could you please give them to me? If I can grow quickly, I might be able to help you transform the space within that egg into a small world sooner. Tang Tian playfully turned its little head aside. Do you think I can dominate the heavens and earth now? This is an artifact of the celestial master. I don't wish to court death over a small world. The little cat giggled. With your capabilities, dominating the heavens and earth is merely a matter of time. I just want to cling to your big leg in advance. Tang Tian smirked. Let us talk about that later. If I truly obtain any rule artifacts, I'll give them to you. With the myriad paths at his disposal, Tang Tian had little need for such items. Moreover, within the infinite consumption system, there were even more superior treasures: world fortune, world essence, grand Tao principles. Just the names alone suggested they surpassed any rule artifact. Patience is key. Having resolved the matter of the yellow paper talisman, Tang Tian prepared to depart this place. The commotion he had caused would surely attract attention. Before leaving, he utilized the myriad paths to erase all traces of his presence. Even if the celestial master himself came, he would uncover no viable leads. After completing these tasks, Tang Tian, accompanied by the little cat, strolled leisurely toward the direction of Qingwei Sect. Chapter 155, Request for Aid. Qingwei Sect. A black staff rushed from afar, halting atop the sixth peak. Above the staff stood Qi Yuan and Li Hong, who had just returned from Lioli City. This time, they had traveled at full speed, taking less than 10 days to arrive back. Hovering in the air above the southern peak, Qi Yuan swiftly threw Li Hong down. Stay here. I will find elderly. We must ensure old Jean returns safely. With that, he dashed toward the sect's main peak. This was where Li Tianhua resided. As the sect's elder, he typically remained in his quarters, managing sect affairs. Unless something significant occurred, he rarely ventured outside. Today, however, while seated at his window attending to some recent matters, Li Tianhua suddenly furrowed his brow. The next moment, with a loud crash, the door to his room was kicked open, and a robust figure stormed in. Elderly, Qi Yuan entered, shouting angrily, his large eyes fixated on Li Tianhua. I instructed you to send someone to assist Tang Tian. Why is there still a delay? His life is in imminent danger. Qi Yuan slammed his palm on the table before him. Had it not been for Li Tianhua's timely intervention to dissipate his force, the table would have surely been reduced to splinters. Observing Qi Yuan's furious and anxious expression, Li Tianhua sighed and remarked, after all these centuries, why do you still possess such an impulsive temperament? With such behavior, it is difficult to assert your position as the master of a peak, let alone ascend to greater heights. Qi Yuan struck the table once more with great force. To hell with the peak master. If Tang Tian does not return, I will ensure that brat from Tianyang Sheng pays dearly. Li Tianhua furrowed his brows and replied, Qi Yuan, can you not remain calm? Regardless of your abilities, the background of Tianyang Sheng is not something you can afford to provoke. Do you understand? With a cold snort, Qi Yuan retorted, I did not grow up idle. I certainly have the means to deal with him. As for his background, what does that matter? If I eliminate him, what use is his background? Seeing Qi Yuan's fierce determination, Li Tianhua shook his head in resignation. After all these years, you have not changed one bit. However, given that Qi Yuan is a solitary figure with no attachments, he might very well act on such thoughts. Pausing for a moment, Li Tianhua inquired with some confusion. You do not have a significant bond with this Tang Tian, do you? He merely supported the construction of your sixth peak. If the sect relaxed its regulations, many would have the financial capacity to assist you. Is it worth jeopardizing your future and life for him? Qi Yuan glared at Li Tianhua, his tone rigid as he said, that is none of your concern. I shall do as I please. Li Tianhua observed him and sighed again, then stood up. A Yuan. Although many unforeseen events have occurred over the years, we were once comrades in arms, bound by life and death. I truly do not wish to see you align yourself with the wrong faction again. Last time, you narrowly escaped with your life, but this time, it may not be the same. Qi Yuan remained silent, but the flicker of emotions in his eyes did not escape Li Tianhua's notice. Is it because of the bamboo forest Taoist? Li Tianhua asked, frowning. Upon hearing this name, Qi Yuanyi turned his head away, though he did not deny it. His action spoke volumes. Li Tianhua sighed once more. It has been so long. Can you not let go of that matter? I have told you countless times. It was not your fault. Qi Yuanyi turned to glare at Li Tianhua. How can it not be my fault? If I had not been misled into contending for that damned position, those beasts would not have seized the opportunity. How could the senior from the bamboo forest have met such a tragic fate in the purple bamboo courtyard? Li Tianhua shook his head. This incident had become Qi Yuanyi's inner demon. After a moment of silence, Qi Yuanyi's emotions softened somewhat as he gazed out the window, a reminiscence shimmering in his eyes. You know, my origins are not particularly noble, and my talents pale in comparison to those of the prodigies around me. Everyone around me told me that I was destined for mediocrity, to be a mere tool at the bottom of the hierarchy. It was the senior from the bamboo forest who inspired and aided me, helping me overcome self-doubt and conquer external skepticism. He is the person I respect most in my life. Li Tianhua remained silent before asking, but what does this have to do with Tang Tian? Is it merely because he also resides in the purple bamboo courtyard? Qi Yuanyi let out a slow breath. Yes and no. After discovering that he also lived in the purple bamboo courtyard, I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with him. I do not know if it is a form of self-psychological suggestion, but this feeling is undeniably real. Li Tianhua frowned. Does Tang Tian resemble the bamboo forest Taoist? Qi Yuanyi shook his head. Not at all. In fact, I would say there is no similarity whatsoever. The bamboo forest senior was broad-minded and friendly, treating everyone equally. However, Tang Tian, as long as his principles are not violated, remains amicable, yet should anyone tread upon his bottom line, they will undoubtedly witness his ruthless side. Yet, for some reason, when I see him, I always feel as though I am looking at the bamboo forest senior. The time I have spent getting to know Tang Tian has also been the most tranquil period for my inner demons in centuries. Therefore, oldly, Qi Yuanyi turned to Li Tianhua, speaking earnestly, I truly do not wish to see Tang Tian perish like this, especially amidst the turmoil of power struggles. Please consider it a favor to me. Witnessing Qi Yuanyi's rare earnestness, Li Tianhua fell into silence. As a participant in that past incident, he could somewhat understand Qi Yuanyi's peculiar mindset. However, today's matter was far more complicated. We both understand the style of the War God Hall. When they decide to eliminate someone, they often dispatch their strongest, leaving nothing to chance. Moreover, Tian Yangsheng is the direct descendant of a prominent figure. The individuals he can summon will undoubtedly be formidable. Even if we send reinforcements, it may be futile. Qi Yuanyi shook his head. Regardless, I must make an attempt. This is my final conviction. Consider it a plea. Li Tianhua sighed inwardly. How could he refuse such a request from a former comrade? Ultimately, he spoke. Very well. I shall. However, as he began to speak, he suddenly froze in place, his expression one of disbelief. What is it? Qi Yuanyi hastily inquired. After a long pause, Li Tianhua slowly turned to him, speaking in an incredulous tone. The sect leader has just conveyed news to me. The soul lamp of Tian Yangsheng has extinguished. Simultaneously, 3 Xianxian and 1 Jingxian from the War God Hall also had their soul lamps extinguished almost simultaneously. He stared blankly at Qi Yuanyi, a ludicrous assumption forming in his mind. Qi Yuanyi too realized the implication, his eyes widening in shock. This cannot be possible, he exclaimed. Chapter 156. Return to Qingwei Gate. The death of Du Yuanqing had stirred a significant uproar, which, after months of turmoil, had largely settled within the Qingwei Gate. The sect returned to its previous tranquility. However, unbeknownst to most disciples, an even greater storm was surging violently through the upper echelons of the sect. At the main peak of the sect, Han Hai hurriedly arrived at Lu Chang's residence, swiftly passing through the external formations before entering urgently. As soon as he stepped inside, he exclaimed, Young Master Lu. Lu Chang'e raised a hand. I am already aware. Please, take a seat. Han Hai approached and sat down, his expression wrought with concern. Young Master Lu, it seems we have underestimated Tang Tian's capabilities. 3 Xianxian and 1 Jingxian. They had no chance to escape. Their soul lamps extinguished simultaneously. This is simply. I can hardly believe this is the work of Tang Tian. Lu Chang'e shook his head. I find it hard to believe as well. According to our investigation into Tang Tian, he lacks any formidable background. His only ally is Qi Yuanyi. Given Qi Yuanyi's abilities, it is absolutely impossible for him to have kept the Jingxian around, especially since they are from the War God Hall. Han Hai replied. Yet their deaths are a matter of fact. Moreover, we both know that Tian Yangsheng's purpose in leaving was to kill Tang Tian. Lu Chang'e raised a hand to halt him. After pondering for a moment, he concluded, when events deviate from the norm, there must be an underlying anomaly. Perhaps unforeseen circumstances have arisen. Or perhaps it truly was not Tang Tian's doing. However, this matter has exceeded our control, Yu Qin. Lu Chang'e gave a discreet signal to Han Hai, who immediately understood his intent. For the sake of safety, it would be preferable not to allow others to investigate their whereabouts. What shall we do next? Tang Tian seems to be far more troublesome than we anticipated. Han Hai was somewhat flustered. Anyone capable of killing a golden immortal was not someone he could afford to offend. Lu Chang'e shook his head, urging him to remain calm. This situation has significant ramifications, and the War God Hall will undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation. Eventually, the truth regarding Tang Tian will be revealed. For now, we must await the outcome. However, the sudden death of Tian Yangsheng will inevitably disrupt the dynamics of the main peak, and we must seize this opportunity to further expand our influence. Han Hai nodded. For now, we shall await the results. Yet, he found it hard to believe that Tang Tian could orchestrate such events. At the residence of the Grand Elder, Li Tianhua and Qi Yuan sat together, their expressions grave. It appeared that Qi Yuan was engaged in some form of long-distance communication. Moments later, Qi Yuan raised his head. Did you make contact? Li Tianhua inquired hastily. Qi Yuan affirmed. Tang Tian is safe and is currently on his way back to the Sect. However, he is moving slowly, and it is estimated he will take around 10 more days. Li Tianhua asked, what about that incident? Qi Yuan shook his head. He denied it. Tang Tian stated that after my departure, he lingered in Liuli City for several days before taking a different route back to the Sect. From beginning to end, he has not encountered Tian Yangsheng or anyone from the War God Hall. Li Tianhua furrowed his brow. Do you believe he is telling the truth? Qi Yuan pondered for a moment and replied. From his reaction, it does not seem like he is lying. Moreover, he truly lacks the capability to kill a golden immortal. That notion is utterly absurd, unless a far more powerful entity intervened. Yet, Qi Yuan suddenly stood up, spreading his arms and laughing heartily. Does it really matter whether it was him or not? As long as Tang Tian is alive, that's what counts. Whether the War God Hall's members live or die is of no concern to me. Upon learning of Tang Tian's safety, Qi Yuan visibly relaxed. A joyful expression firmly etched on his face. Li Tianhua, with a hint of resignation, remarked, given the War God Hall's disposition, they will not easily let this matter rest. If they uncover anything, even within Qingwei Gate, it will likely not be easy for Tang Tian to protect himself. Qi Yuan chuckled. I am far more optimistic about this matter. If it truly was Tang Tian's doing, knowing him as I do, he would have been well prepared. Otherwise, he would never have returned to Qingwei Gate so leisurely. With that, Qi Yuan hummed a cheerful tune and departed. Observing Qi Yuan's revitalized demeanor, Li Tianhua couldn't help but smile. At the southern peak, Mo Xiaoxiao sat beneath a pavilion, surrounded by several formidable figures. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be members of the Mo family, here to ensure her safety. At this moment, she was conversing with Yin Ku and another member of the Mo family. This Tang Tian is indeed astonishing, remarked the Mo family member. Mo Xiaoxiao sighed. I too did not expect Tang Tian to evade Tian Yangsheng's assassination attempt. He is likely supported by formidable allies we are unaware of. The Mo family member chuckled. Isn't this fortuitous? The family had previously questioned your decision, doubting Tang Tian's worthiness for the family's involvement in Tianfu. Now, surely no one will voice any objections. Mo Xiaoxiao nodded. Yet soon after, she altered her tone. Brother, I must reiterate what I previously mentioned. My relationship with Tang Tian and with the Mo family is one of equality. We must engage with him based on mutual benefit and respect, without underestimating him for any reason. The Mo family member replied affirmatively. Rest assured, I will make the necessary arrangements. I have always trusted your judgment. However, the crux of the matter is that he must successfully extricate himself from the War God Hall's investigation. Mo Xiaoxiao toyed with the wine cup in her hand, then drained it in one go. I have faith in him. Just as Mo Xiaoxiao, Qi Yuan, and Lu Chang'e speculated. The deaths of Tian Yangsheng and several celestial beings ignited the fury of the War God Hall. The Deputy Hall Master personally took to the field and soon located the site of Tian Yangsheng's demise. The scene was shocking, resembling the aftermath of an assault by an ancient beast. However, after a meticulous investigation, they uncovered no clues regarding the perpetrator. The assailant had erased all traces of their presence, leaving even the celestial sovereigns at a loss. Reluctantly, they had no choice but to return to Qingwei Gate and begin their inquiries anew. Soon, they learned of Tian Yangsheng's purpose for departure. Yet when they discovered that Tang Tian was merely a mortal cultivator, the investigation encountered further obstacles. No one could comprehend how a mere mortal could incapacitate 3 mystical immortals and a golden immortal without affording them a chance to escape. Such a prodigy did not even exist within Yunding Tianfu. Ultimately, the War God Hall resolved to wait for Tang Tian's return before conducting a thorough interrogation. However, this request was met with strong opposition from the upper echelons of Qingwei Gate. Without evidence, on what grounds could they interrogate our disciple? Even the War God Hall cannot act with impunity. We are all under the banner of Tianfu, and our relationship should be one of equality. Left with no choice, the War God Hall had to abandon this notion. Nevertheless, they did not relent. They were determined to uncover the truth. Yet, Qi Yuan and the others understood that from the moment the War God Hall found no leads at the site of Tian Yangshan's death, Tang Tian was assuredly safe. This storm could not be stirred. Amidst this unfolding situation, Tang Tian finally returned to Qingwei Gate. Chapter 157. The current situation. This is the place where you will reside. Outside Qingwei Gate, a figure soared gracefully towards them. The little cat perched on Tang Tian's shoulder surveyed the surroundings, its curiosity still evident, though it lacked the unusual excitement it had displayed upon first emerging. In recent days, Tang Tian had taken it to explore various locales and cities, indulging in an abundance of delicacies, so much so that even the leftovers had formed several towering heaps within a storage space, enough to last for decades. Indeed, for the foreseeable future, we shall dwell here, Tang Tian replied. The little cat nodded, for everything in this vast world was novel to it. Any location was sufficient as long as there was food. Moments later, Tang Tian reached the entrance of Qingwei Gate, where he spotted Qi Yuan waiting for him from a distance. Haha, old Jean. Welcome back, Qi Yuan exclaimed with laughter as he approached. After appraising Tang Tian and confirming his well-being, he chuckled. These past few days have been quite lively in the sect. You, on the other hand, returned at a leisurely pace, enjoying your time. Tang Tian smiled. So, the people from the War God Hall have not yet departed? Qi Yuan shook his head. No. They are still investigating. Tian Yangxing's confidants have all been questioned one by one. Moreover, they have not given up on their desire to interrogate you. Tang Tian frowned. They haven't given up? Qi Yuan replied. They are merely putting on a brave face, unwilling to concede. However, we at Qingwei Gate are not to be trifled with. Regardless of their claims, Li Tianhua will not relent. An external force, without evidence, has no right to interrogate one of our esteemed disciples. This is not just your matter. It concerns the dignity of the entire sect. If this loophole is opened, then in the future, anyone could meddle in affairs. The upper echelons of the sect will never permit such occurrences. Tang Tian nodded. This exemplifies the advantage of having a well-established set of regulations. Although it may sometimes restrict certain freedoms, it simultaneously eliminates numerous unnecessary troubles. For most ordinary disciples, the benefits surely outweigh the drawbacks. How has the investigation into the individual I mentioned a few days ago progressed? Tang Tian inquired. 10 days prior, when he contacted Qi Yuan, he had informed him of Yu Qin's situation and requested assistance in looking into it, without disclosing how he obtained the name. Qi Yuan, however, did not press for details. To his surprise, Qi Yuan replied, on the very day we made contact, Yu Qin perished in his cave dwelling due to a fit of madness. Tang Tian furrowed his brow. It was yet another case of this nature. However, this also indicated that Yu Qin was undoubtedly involved in something dubious, and Tian Yangxing must have learned of his movements through someone else's machinations. He had contemplated this matter over the past few days and realized that the individual most likely responsible was none other than Lu Chang'e. Given the conflict between himself and Tian Yangxing, regardless of the outcome, he stood to gain the most. I can roughly guess who it is, Tang Tian stated. Qi Yuan smiled and replied, I have my suspicions as well. In recent days, following Tian Yangxing's sudden demise, the dynamics at the main peak have undergone significant changes. Hong Yuan, you know him, right? Just yesterday, he was exposed for some issues and was stripped of his position as the elder in charge, Qi Yuan remarked. Tang Tian remained silent. Hong Yuan was an ally of Tian Yangxing and had always been a rival of Han Hai. His downfall clearly indicated that Lu Chang'e had effectively taken control of the main peak. Such swift actions, after such a prolonged struggle, the contenders for that position have dwindled to just you, and that Lu fellow, Qi Yuan continued. That lad possesses considerable skill. The forces left by Du Yuanqing have long been seized by him, and now the main peak and the western peak have also fallen into his hands. The eastern peak, Jingheng, probably won't hold out for long. Eventually, a significant portion of the sect's influence will be under his control, yielding unprecedented power. As he spoke, Qi Yuan shifted the conversation, adding with a smile, however, you are not without your chances. With me backing you, and along with the southern peak's influence within the sect, we can still contend with him. It all depends on how the external strategies unfold. Tang Tian nodded thoughtfully. The three critical indicators for obtaining that position are sect contribution, internal influence, and external influence. In terms of contribution and internal influence, he and Lu Chang'e are quite evenly matched. As for external influence, he currently commands the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce, which grants him a fighting chance. There are approximately 3 months left to strategize further. To surpass someone who has spent decades building their influence within a year will undoubtedly require a higher cost, or rather, more spiritual jade. Yet, what Tang Tian lacks the least is spiritual jade. As the two conversed while walking, they soon arrived at the purple bamboo forest. Qi Yuan was still reluctant to visit the purple bamboo courtyard, so he took his leave. Moments later, Tang Tian finally returned to his long-lost humble abode. Li Hong and the sisters Lan Yu had been waiting in the courtyard for quite some time. With their current strength, they could easily manage the 100-door battle in the 10,000 demon trial tower without much trouble. After a brief exchange, he allowed them to attend to their own matters, as they would likely be of use in the near future. Sitting down at the bluestone table, Tang Tian's heart finally found a semblance of tranquility. He then reflected on the benefits he had gained from this recent journey. Firstly, regarding his cultivation. With the continuous flow of spiritual energy from the ancient jade, he had successfully reached the 4th layer of ascendancy, stepping onto the path of mid-stage ascendancy. At this rate, he would likely attain immortality before the 100-door battle. This growth rate genuinely pleased Tang Tian. Next, regarding his combat prowess. He had previously lacked an accurate assessment of his strength, relying only on vague estimations. However, after engaging with Tian Yangsheng and others, he had gained a clearer understanding of his capabilities. In an all-out confrontation, even a golden immortal would not stand a chance against him. Once he becomes a true immortal in a few months, unless facing an entity wielding the power of rules, he would possess the strength to contend. Nevertheless, after careful consideration, Tang Tian resolved to proceed steadily according to his prior plans. There were still more valuable items within the system awaiting his acquisition. At the very least, he should reclaim them first. As Tang Tian pondered, the formation outside the courtyard was unexpectedly triggered. Upon investigating, he saw a familiar figure standing outside. It was Imo Xiaoxiao, returned from Tianfu. Chapter 158. The true puppet master outside the purple bamboo courtyard. Imo Xiaoxiao, Yin Ku, and another unfamiliar young man stood at the entrance. Tang Tian. Imo Xiaoxiao greeted him cheerfully as he emerged. Miss Imo, it has been quite some time, Tang Tian responded with a smile. Just call me Xiaoxiao, she replied. You have finally returned. Many were eager to devour me alive. If you hadn't come back soon, I might have had to return to Tianfu myself. I didn't expect you to return so swiftly after my journey. Tang Tian chuckled. Please, come in. He then invited the 3 guests into the purple bamboo courtyard, where they settled under the old locust tree. Once seated, Imo Xiaoxiao introduced, you know Yin Ku. This is my brother, Imo Jun afterward. Imo Jun clasped his hands in greeting, saying, over the past few days, Xiaoxiao has mentioned your name almost daily, to the point where I feel as though my ears have developed calluses. I was curious about what kind of remarkable young man could occupy her thoughts so consistently. Meeting you today, it is evident that you are no ordinary individual. Unlike Imo Xiaoxiao's bold and striking demeanor, her brother Imo Jun exuded a refined elegance, with a soothing voice that easily endears him to others. You flatter me, brother Imo, Tang Tian replied, returning the gesture. Xiaoxiao and I had made some prior arrangements. She was likely concerned I might not return. What are your plans now that you have returned? He inquired directly. Imo Xiaoxiao sighed. I have no particular plans. I have effectively withdrawn from this conflict, and my return is merely to escort away the loyalists from the southern peak. In this context, I must again express my gratitude for your timely assistance. Without your intervention, my people would likely have been left with barely a survivor. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was no trouble, as they had made prior arrangements. Now that Tian Yangsheng was also out of the picture, the remaining competitors for that position were solely you and Lu Chang'e. Imo Xiaoxiao continued, before I depart, I will transfer the Southern Peak's influence and all the connections I have cultivated within the sect over the years to you. Additionally, the Imo family will stand firmly behind you, safeguarding you from the direct influence of the upper echelons of Tianfu. With the support, I trust your odds against Lu Chang'e will undoubtedly improve. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Not merely a slight improvement. The influence of Imo Xiaoxiao and her family rivaled that of Lu Chang'e in the Hall of Good and Evil. With her full backing, even if Lu Chang'e consolidates power over the main peak, Eastern Peak, Western Peak, and Northern Peak, he would still have a fighting chance. Moreover, there was also Qi Yuan. When it comes to internal influence within the sect, Tang Tian now stood on equal footing with Lu Chang'e. Thank you very much. At present, I indeed have intentions to contend for that position, Tang Tian stated candidly. Imo Xiaoxiao smiled. You should have done so earlier. Within the jurisdiction of Tianfu, power remains a vital asset. You may choose to forego it, but you cannot afford to be without it. However, she suddenly changed her tone and said, "This matter may be more complex than we imagine." Tang Tian frowned slightly and asked, "What do you mean?" Mo Xiaoxiao glanced at Mo Jun before slowly stating, "During my time away, I conducted a thorough investigation into the incident concerning Du Yuanqing. I cannot allow others to tarnish my reputation. Thus, I utilized the resources of my family to delve deeper. However, the findings..." Mo Xiaoxiao sighed. "I initially thought that Lu Chang'e or Tian Yangxing orchestrated this grand drama. Yet, during the investigation, I uncovered traces of others entirely unrelated to Qinghua's sect. Moreover, when I intended to pursue my inquiries further, someone intervened." Tang Tian furrowed his brows and inquired, "Who was it? Can they really stop you?" Although Mo Xiaoxiao appeared unremarkable at Qinghua's sect, her power and authority within her family were incomparable. Anyone capable of halting her must be formidable. Nevertheless, Mo Xiaoxiao shook her head. "It wasn't that they stopped me, but rather they issued a warning to the higher-ups of the Mo family, advising us to refrain from further involvement in this matter. Furthermore, even the scant clues I managed to gather cannot be disclosed to anyone. Otherwise, the Mo family could suffer unbearable losses." Upon hearing this, Tang Tian was taken aback. The Mo family? They are among the most powerful forces within Yunding Tianfu, with a foundation even more profound than that of Tian Yangxing's Battle God Hall or Lu Chang'e's Good and Evil Hall. Belonging to one of the oldest factions in the Tianfu, what kind of person could instill such trepidation in the Mo family? More importantly, why would such an entity focus on a mere Qinghui sect, especially concerning a dispute among its disciples? Du Yuanqing's rank would hardly be worthy of attention to such individuals. Tang Tian felt his mind struggling to comprehend the implications of this situation. If that is the case, then the position we are contending for. Tang Tian expressed concern, wondering if it too lay shrouded in mystery. However, Mo Xiaoxiao quickly shook her head. The position within Qinghua sect is not influenced by those individuals. They likely have other objectives, and Du Yuanqing's incident is merely a pretext. Furthermore, even if there were an impact, we would be powerless to alter it. Those of that caliber can make anyone a pawn at will. There is no escaping it. We should act as we must. Tang Tian paused, but eventually nodded. In any realm, the players are always few. Only by reaching the pinnacle can one truly break free from fate. As for all living beings, living a fulfilling life is already a significant achievement. So, do you intend to abandon the investigation? Tang Tian inquired. Mo Xiaoxiao smiled and shook her head. I merely will not pursue it further. However, those who orchestrated the schemes against me and falsely accused me will not escape my retribution. At the very least, I cannot allow them to live comfortably. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. It seems you have indeed uncovered some information. Mo Xiaoxiao nodded. There is a saying, the player is blind to the game, while the observer sees clearly. Once I completely withdrew and returned to my family, I noticed several things I had previously overlooked. In fact, if one retraces the process from the outcome, it becomes evident that the individual who benefits most from a significant event is often its instigator. Tang Tian fell silent. Given that Mo Xiaoxiao could articulate this, she must have uncovered some accurate leads. Thus, if we reverse the outcome, the remaining beneficiary can only be one person. You mean Lu Chang'e? Tang Tian asked. You mean Lu Chang'e? Tang Tian spoke again. Given the current situation, it seemed that only Lu Chang'e emerged as the ultimate beneficiary. Mo Xiaoxiao regarded Tang Tian, neither affirming nor denying. As I mentioned, the player is blind to the game, while the observer sees clearly. She spoke softly. The turmoil following Du Yuanqing's death has not only benefited Lu Chang'e but also another, even greater beneficiary. This entity incurred no costs, faced no losses, yet resolved nearly all issues, both internal and external. Tang Tian frowned, but after contemplating Mo Xiaoxiao's final statement, a flash of realization struck him. What consequences arose from the Du Yuanqing incident? Firstly, the Du family clashed with Tian Yangxing, embroiling themselves in conflict. Subsequently, the chaos spread to the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce. Had it not been for Tang Tian's intervention, the chamber would have disintegrated. Next, the Guan family suffered a tragic demise, flames engulfing both inside and outside Qinghua sect. Following this, Lu Chang'e and Tian Yangxing engaged in fierce battles, resulting in severe casualties among the respective groups of honorable disciples. Ultimately, Mo Xiaoxiao was implicated, and Nan Feng became a target of scorn. Although Tang Tian managed to avert a catastrophic bloodbath, the losses remained substantial. With that, the storm subsided. Externally, the most powerful factions, the Du and Guan families, were nearly annihilated, reduced to the lower echelons. The Qin family, where Qin CEO resided, was assimilated by Mo Xiaoxiao. That aside, the Dongfeng Jing family trembled, having paid a steep price to avoid the flames of war. leaving them gravely weakened and struggling to recover. The Tingyun Chamber of Commerce was on the brink of collapse. Internally, no other faction could pose an obstacle to its future. Looking within the sect, nearly half of the honorable disciples had perished, especially among the upper and mid-tier disciples. The western and northern peaks were completely obliterated, while the main and southern peaks suffered heavy losses. Even the east peak, which had been barely surviving, was inevitably affected and forced to take sides, incurring significant damage. The deaths of numerous honorable disciples also signified the release of considerable power. Qingwei Sect swiftly dispatched personnel to fill these vacancies, reclaiming the authority it had previously relinquished. The remaining honorable disciples lay in wait, trembling with trepidation, no longer daring to act with the same audacity as before. The previously rampant corruption within the sect had already shown marked improvement during this period. If one considers all the outcomes collectively, the individual who reaped the most benefit from the Du Yuanqing incident was not Lu Chang'e or any honorable disciple, but rather Qingwei Sect itself. Observing Tang Tian's reaction, Mo Xiaoxiao spoke softly. It seems you have deduced the truth. Tang Tian lifted his teacup and drained the fragrant tea in one gulp. Then, he exhaled deeply and remarked, "This is akin to killing the donkey after the grind." The honorable disciples had provided substantial financial backing for the sect's rapid development over the years. Without them, it would have been impossible for Qingwei Sect to expand to its current scale in just over a decade. Yet, when the direction of the sect's development required alteration, they became the first to be held accountable. Tang Tian suddenly recalled the words of the Grand Elder upon their first meeting. The sect's atmosphere had deteriorated increasingly. It required rectification. Tang Tian initially believed that the Grand Elder's call for reform was merely aimed at the honorable disciples and addressing certain issues among the pure disciples. He never anticipated that such seemingly mild words could wield such a tremendous impact. A single decision has led to the tragic loss of nearly 1 million lives within just a few months, fundamentally altering the dynamics both within and outside the Qingwei Sect. Is this the power that authority bestows? Throughout this ordeal, the Qingwei Sect has remained conspicuously silent, failing to even deploy its own combat forces. Such tactics and the magnitude of this influence have left Tang Tian astounded. It is no wonder that many become deranged in the pursuit of power. It is, indeed, a captivating force. Yet, what of the betrayal of trust? Mo Xiaoxiao shook her head and remarked, throughout history, regardless of whether among immortals or mortals, countless empires and divine dynasties have executed numerous founding heroes at their inception. What significance does a nominal disciple hold? They are merely tools in their hands, utilized when convenient, and inevitably discarded when they pose a threat. Tang Tian remained silent, letting out a deep sigh. This game is one he cannot and does not wish to play. His only desire is to steadily enhance his own abilities and ultimately reach the pinnacle of power. Observing Tang Tian's reaction, Mo Xiaoxiao smiled and reassured him. There is no need for concern. Their objectives have already been achieved. The higher-ups seem to have realized their goals as well. Thus, you should proceed according to your own inclinations. Furthermore, the sect has consistently regarded you quite favorably. No issues should arise. Based on your current performance, you are undoubtedly one of the most competent talents in the sect. Were it not for your status as a nominal disciple, you would likely have been cherished and nurtured in secrecy long ago. Tang Tian shrugged, non-committal. He has indeed adhered to the sect's regulations without transgressions. Additionally, due to the system's influence, he has fervently supported the sect's development, appearing devoid of ulterior motives. A normal sect would not treat him as a sacrificial pawn. After all, those peculiar sects that knowingly persecute their outstanding disciples are destined for swift demise. It's nothing. I was merely reflecting, Tang Tian sighed. After all, I too belong to the group of nominal disciples. The death of a rabbit evokes sorrow in a fox. It is only natural to feel a pang of empathy. Mo Xiaoxiao responded. It is entirely normal to feel this way. However, after witnessing enough of it, one becomes desensitized. This world is rife with inexplicable conflicts. Tang Tian nodded. Then, will you still confront them? Mo Xiaoxiao paused for a moment before stating. Absolutely. I have no intention of suffering losses in vain. Since they have exploited me, they must pay a price. However, I shall not take action against the Qingwei Sect. I will seek retribution in Tianfu instead. Additionally, my investigation has only provided a general overview before being forcibly halted. As for who orchestrated this conflict, that remains uncertain. If you discover any accurate leads, please inform me so that I may ascertain my true target. Tang Tian nodded. Even without Mo Xiaoxiao's urging, he would continue his inquiries. He has not forgotten that he was ensnared in their schemes from the very beginning. After discussing various matters, the two proceeded with the transition of Nefeng. Mo Xiaoxiao would take away most of the high-ranking officials, yet some would remain to assist Tang Tian in managing affairs. Inku was designated as the primary responsible party. Tang Tian also summoned Li Hong to ensure a seamless transfer of control over Nanfeng and the internal and external forces managed by Mo Xiaoxiao. Regarding the Lanyu sisters, Tang Tian intended for them to take charge of the sixth peak as a means of gaining experience. Approximately half a day later, Tang Tian and Mo Xiaoxiao finalized all arrangements. Moreover, Mo Jun indicated that upon arriving in Tianfu, he would organize the initial matters for Tang Tian. Subsequently, Mo Xiaoxiao and Mo Jun bid farewell and departed. Chapter 160. For percent equity, Mo Xiaoxiao is left. Taking with her nearly all the elite confidants she cultivated at Nanfeng over the years. This was, after all, the very purpose of her endeavors. Vying for the position of the second-in-command at Qinghua Sect was secondary. However, she retained Inku to oversee the subsequent transition for Tang Tian. After gaining an understanding of the situation, Tang Tian realized just how deeply entrenched the influence of these veteran elites, who had labored within the sect for years, truly was. Within the sect, the majority of the principal elders and the leaders of various branches were staunch supporters of Mo Xiaoxiao. Furthermore, many esteemed elders from other main peaks or those in seclusion had also been engaged. The power dynamics within the sect were not insignificant. Externally, the influence was largely similar. The evaluation of external influence is primarily assessed in two significant aspects. The first pertains to the influence within external forces. The greater the control over external factions, the more support one can garner. In this regard, Mo Xiaoxiao has excelled. The majority of forces, led by the Qin family, fall under her command. Additionally, many other small to medium-sized factions are similarly under her sway. When aggregated, her external influence surpasses that of Liu Chang'e and his cohorts. Only after Liu Chang'e absorbed the remnants of the Du and Guan families did he barely manage to match her strength. After all, this has been the focus of Mo Xiaoxiao's training, and she has consistently labored in this domain. The second aspect concerns the impact of external financial resources, primarily relating to large commercial entities such as the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce. Under the auspices of Yunding Tianfu, there exist no fewer than 20 major commercial entities akin to the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce. Among them, 5 have the potential to influence Qinghua Sect. These 5 chambers possess voting rights regarding that coveted position. However, Mo Xiaoxiao has not exerted much control over external financial power. This is not where her training lies. The Mo family is well endowed and does not critically require the support of 1 or 2 chambers. Thus, in this regard, Tang Tian finds himself at a disadvantage compared to Liu Chang'e. Even though he has secured the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce, he is yet to engage with the other 4 major chambers, with only 3 months remaining until the final decision regarding that position. If Tang Tian wishes to acquire more chambers within this time frame, he must expend several times the effort previously required. You could forego competing with other chambers and concentrate your primary efforts within the sect. If managed adeptly, there remains a strong possibility that you will not lose to Liu Chang'e in the future. This was Mo Xiaoxiao's counsel to Tang Tian. Yet, she was unaware that upon learning of the existence of more chambers, Tang Tian's heart was already soaring with elation. Why had no one informed him earlier? Just as he faced a bottleneck in acquiring consumption points, he was uncertain how to exchange for those more extraordinary items within the system. Now, he had dozens of major chambers awaiting his favor, and Tang Tian imagined them transforming into consumption points, nestled within his system. However, he did not express this joy, lest he be deemed mentally unstable. No worries, I shall act within my means, Tang Tian replied to Mo Xiaoxiao. After Mo Xiaoxiao departed, Tang Tian summoned Li Hong and Inku to Nanfeng. He then immediately contacted Wang Gang. Young Master Tang, you have finally returned. Wang Gang's tone was filled with eagerness and relief. Tang Tian represented his last hope. How has the equity matter been resolved? Tang Tian inquired. Wang Gang responded. Everything is in order, awaiting your return to finalize the transaction. Moreover, I have kept a close watch on those suspicious equities and their associated personnel. As soon as you give the word, I can swiftly act to uncover the individuals behind this. Tang Tian acknowledged. Then come here at once. I have matters to discuss with you. Wang Gang promptly acquiesced. His movements were swift, and by the break of dawn the following day, he arrived outside the Zizhu garden. Young master. His face was alight with excitement, yet he appeared travel-worn and somewhat haggard. It seemed that the recent affairs of the merchant guild had weighed heavily on him. Come in. Tang Tian invited him inside. Subsequently, the two took their seats beneath the old locust tree. Young master, here are the techniques and resources you instructed me to collect. Please take a look. Wang Gang produced a beautiful shumi ring. Prior to Tang Tian's departure from Qinghua Gate, he had tasked Wang Gang with gathering additional techniques and certain specific cultivation resources. It appeared that his efforts bore fruit. Upon receiving the shumi ring, Tang Tian found it brimming with a diverse array of techniques, much like before, encompassing various grades. After a rough estimation, it seemed there were likely hundreds of thousands of techniques within. Quite impressive, he mused. However, Tang Tian suspected that to elevate the myriad paths to the minor city realm, he would require at least 1,000,000 distinct techniques, if not more. As for the grand completion realm, who could fathom the level of mastery required? This was an exceedingly protracted accumulation process. Take your time, he advised, accepting the storage ring. He then turned his gaze to Wang Gang. Now, tell me about the current state of the Merchant Guild. Wang Gang nodded and replied, a few months ago, you acquired over 20% of the shares, averting the imminent collapse of the guild. Upon my return to report the situation, the higher-ups expressed their profound gratitude and unanimously welcomed your investment, supporting your ascension as the true master of the Tingyun Merchant Guild. Tang Tian absent-mindedly stroked his chin. Everyone. He found it hard to believe that in such a large guild, there were no dissenters. Wang Gang chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, there were some who opposed, believing that the guild should not be dominated by a single entity. However, I managed to remove them all. Thus, it was true that everyone welcomed his arrival. A smile spread across Tang Tian's face. It seemed Wang Gang possessed some measure of cunning. After all, one could not become the head of such a substantial guild without a certain shrewdness. Without means to garner support, how could one sustain the guild? Let us not dwell on that, Tang Tian interjected. How many shares have you accounted for? Wang Gang paused, then absent-mindedly touched his forehead. It is actually more than I initially estimated. After consulting with Richard, I discovered that the number of opportunists was far greater than anticipated. Thus, the shares we have consolidated amount to nearly 40%, with a total value of around 60,000 innate Dao Jade. Chapter 161. Investigating the mastermind behind the scenes. Upon hearing the figure Wang Gang reported, Tang Tian could not help but raise an eyebrow. 60,000 innate Dao Jade equated to 6 trillion spiritual jade. Converting that to consumption points amounted to an astonishing 60 trillion. He lamented the near miss of being able to exchange for the second-to-last talent or constitution within the system. Noticing Tang Tian's expression, Wang Gang's heart sank. Young master, is that too much? He inquired cautiously. Seeing his anxious demeanor, Tang Tian chuckled. Not at all. This is merely the beginning. I was just considering that with this acquisition. I now hold 60% of the guild's shares. Prior to this, I had already purchased about 25%, and with the current acquisition, that totals to 60%. Wang Gang had mentioned that he and the guild's higher-ups retained approximately 30% of fixed shares. Thus, only around 10% remained outside. It seemed that the majority had little faith in the guild's future. They have practically all fled, Tang Tian remarked with a smile. Wang Gang's face turned awkward. The incident involving Du Yuanxing had a profound impact on the guild. Many lost confidence, and anyone willing to take over would find others eager to withdraw. Tang Tian nodded. Following the Du Yuanxing incident, it was evident that the future belonged to Yunding Tianfu. The external forces and consortiums had but two paths, either submit to Qingwei Gate or return to the underworld. Since fate was already sealed, it was wiser to extricate oneself sooner rather than later for greater options. Yet, Tang Tian was unperturbed by such occurrences, for he himself was a member of Yunding Tianfu. No worries, there remains around 10% of shares. Those shareholders will surely be the guild's staunchest supporters, he asserted. However, after he spoke, Wang Gang's expression grew even more uncomfortable. Young master, the unacquired shares. They are precisely the ones I previously mentioned, the problematic ones. Wang Gang stammered. Tang Tian fell silent, realizing that no one foresaw a bright future for the Tingyun Merchant Guild. However, this might prove advantageous. The future of the guild would then be entirely Tang Tian's private domain, pure and untainted. What have you uncovered regarding this problematic 10% of shares? Tang Tian shifted the conversation from its awkward turn. Wang Gang pondered before responding. Young master, as I clarified the ownership of all shares, I discovered their inconsistencies. Following covert investigations, I found that this 10% had quietly been transferred to others. Moreover, during the share acquisition conference attended by you, Du Yuanxing, and Tian Yangsheng, these individuals engaged in numerous underhanded tactics to manipulate the situation. It is highly likely that the person behind this is the mastermind orchestrating the Du Yuanxing incident. Tang Tian tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Following his conversation with Mo Xiaoxiao yesterday, he had learned that there were indeed other forces at play behind the incidents. Furthermore, Qingwei Gate was implicated. Could it be that the 10% of shares was connected to Qingwei Gate? And then, Tang Tian inquired. Wang Gang continued. Since it involves the Du Yuanxing matter, it is undoubtedly significant. Thus, I commenced a more discreet investigation. Even the acquisition of shares was conducted in secrecy. The guild's higher-ups were only aware that someone was investing, unaware of your identity. Naturally, this was one reason the shareholders were so willing to part ways. Had they known it was you acquiring the guild, they would have reconsidered. Tang Tian waved dismissively. Such matters are inconsequential. Their departure is preferable, as it spares us future troubles, albeit at a higher cost. Please continue. Wang Gang nodded. Initially, I suspected rival competitors attempting to swallow the Tingyun Merchant Guild whole. However, after more thorough investigation, I found all clues leading to a singular source, Jinyu Tang. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Jinyu Tang was a subsidiary of the Tingyun Merchant Guild. What motive, strength, or purpose could they possibly have to undertake such actions? But soon, a name flickered in his mind, one who played a pivotal role in the Du Yuanqing incident, the steward of Jinyu Tang. You mean, Tian Feng? Tang Tian exclaimed in astonishment. Wang Gang nodded. Indeed, it is Tian Feng. Although he concealed himself exceptionally well, all evidence points towards him. Tian Feng, or rather the individual behind him, should indeed be the instigator of the Du Yuanqing incident. Tang Tian furrowed his brow. Previously, Mo Xiaoxiao had mentioned that uncovering the true mastermind behind Tian Feng would reveal the real puppeteer. Now, their thoughts aligned. However, Tian Feng was already deceased. Tang Tian remarked. Wang Gang nodded in agreement, stating, indeed. Yet, his death has inadvertently left a significant flaw. That share of equity must be taken over by someone. Thus, I continued my meticulous investigation, and to my surprise, I traced it back to Qinghua Sect. When Wang Gang uttered these words, he deliberately lowered his voice. Tang Tian sighed inwardly. So it was indeed Qinghua Sect? Can we ascertain the specific individual? Tang Tian inquired. Wang Gang nodded affirmatively. Yes, we have gathered a plethora of clues, and that person is unlikely to escape now. However, as you are aware, this matter involves Qinghua Sect. The stakes are high. Therefore, I have temporarily halted the operation, wishing to await your return before seeking your counsel on whether to proceed. Tang Tian let out a gentle sigh. With the matter so close to resolution, there was no reason to abandon it now. He must uncover who orchestrated everything from the shadows. Proceed. Regardless, we cannot allow that share with ulterior motives to remain within the Chamber of Commerce. However, prioritize your safety. If the situation becomes dire, do not force it, Tang Tian instructed. Wang Gang nodded in acknowledgement. In truth, he was more eager to discover who had caused all this chaos, especially considering the near demise of Tingyun Chamber of Commerce. The two then deliberated on various other matters. Tang Tian informed Wang Gang about the status of the other four major chambers, to which Wang Gang replied that, at this stage, all chambers within the Tianfu sphere of influence were in a similar predicament, merely holding on. There was considerable room for maneuvering. Hence, Tang Tian directed him to take action, ideally securing more shares from other chambers within 3 months. Furthermore, he was to continue investigating the mastermind, while simultaneously gathering resources for cultivation. Afterward, Tang Tian sent Wang Gang on his way. He had initially thought that thoroughly investigating the deeply concealed mysterious figure would require a considerable amount of time. However, to his astonishment, merely 5 days had passed before the investigation yielded results. Chapter 162, a proactive approach upon receiving Tang Tian's approval. Wang Gang returned and immediately delved into the problematic share of equity, having already laid the groundwork and merely waiting to ensnare his prey. With a blend of cunning and strategy, he caught them off guard. On the first day, he apprehended a multitude of key figures, extracting vital information from them. The second day saw the investigation progressing steadily, confirming that the hidden hand indeed originated from Qinghua Sect. By the third day, Wang Gang mobilized nearly all senior members of Tingyun Chamber of Commerce to launch a fierce assault, ultimately drawing out several individuals connected to the shadowy figure. On the fourth day, they began a comprehensive approach, delving deeper and quickly arriving at the most critical juncture. Today, Wang Gang had successfully confined the main players behind the scenes within an underground space. A breach would unveil the true truth behind the Du Yuanqing incident. Young master, they have no chance of escaping. If I lead a team in, we can uncover the final answers and identify the true puppet master. Shall we proceed? After bringing everything under control, Wang Gang sent Tang Tian a final inquiry. After all, no one could predict how many individuals would be implicated or the enormous upheaval that could ensue. Despite Wang Gang's eagerness to unmask the shadowy figure and exact retribution, prudence dictated that he consult Tang Tian first. Upon receiving the news, Tang Tian exhaled deeply. The progress had surpassed his expectations. Throughout the investigations, they had indeed discovered that Qinghua Sect was undeniably involved in the Du Yuanqing incident. Should the truth come to light, and it be revealed that Qinghua Sect orchestrated everything from behind the scenes, the ramifications would be incalculable. They would lose all credibility. and both internal and external factions of the sect could potentially plunge into even greater conflict. Yet, to abandon the pursuit now, so close to the truth, was inconceivable. Tang Tian was equally determined to comprehend the full extent of the situation and identify all who were involved. Young master, should we advance or refrain? Seeing Tang Tian's hesitation, Wang Gang pressed on. We must decide swiftly. Any delay may invite unforeseen complications. Tang Tian contemplated for a moment before resolutely concluding that he did not wish to remain in ignorance. The truth must be unveiled. Just as he prepared to issue his command, however, the array outside Zizhu courtyard was triggered. Through the array, Tang Tian beheld a familiar figure standing quietly outside. What shall we begin? Wang Gang's voice grew urgent. Young master, we cannot afford to hesitate any longer. This may be our only opportunity to find the true mastermind. Observing the figure outside, Tang Tian sighed softly. It seems he has come to us personally. Very well, you shall remain here for the time being and await my instructions. Should anything arise, report to me immediately, Tang Tian instructed. Despite being unaware of the unfolding circumstances, Wang Gang chose to comply, and the two temporarily severed communication. Subsequently, Tang Tian waved his hand to activate the array, allowing an expected yet surprising figure to step inside. What brings you here? Tang Tian asked coldly. The visitor was none other than Lu Chang'e. In the current climate, he had no reason to visit Tang Tian, especially at such a delicate moment. Thus, only one possibility remained. Lu Chang'e regarded Tang Tian without haste, a faint smile gracing his lips as he sauntered to the old locust tree. Leaning against its trunk and sitting on the ground, after a contented sigh, he slowly remarked, "Tell Wang Gang and the others to cease their actions. Continuing the investigation will serve no one well." Tang Tian raised an eyebrow slightly. It appeared that Lu Chang'e was indeed one of the participants. Yet, his sudden desire for peace raised questions. "You must provide a compelling reason to persuade me," Tang Tian replied, taking a seat at the nearby stone table and offering Lu Chang'e a cup of wine. "Thank you," Lu Chang'e said, accepting the exquisite drink and downing it in one gulp. "A reason, you say? Allow me a moment to ponder. Continuing this investigation could bring about your demise. Is that reason sufficient?" Lu Chang'e proposed. However, Tang Tian merely regarded him coolly, showing no signs of being swayed by his words. Lu Chang'e chuckled. "I knew you wouldn't be easily intimidated. After all, someone who can effortlessly handle Tian Yangxing and emerge unscathed is hardly a simple character." Tang Tian poured another cup of wine and tossed it toward him. "You have 3 cups worth of time." Lu Chang'e caught the wine and laughed heartily. "Then I shall sip only a small mouthful each time, extending my time considerably. During this interval, Wang Gang and the others would undoubtedly falter." Yet, despite his jest, Lu Chang'e raised the cup and drank it all in one go. "Rest assured, I am not deliberately stalling. Failing to resolve your issues will have little impact on Wang Gang." Tang Tian remained silent, pouring the 3rd cup of wine and tossing it over once more. The initiative lay with him. Today was his stage. Lu Chang'e caught the wine cup, gazing silently at Tang Tian for a moment before suddenly shaking his head and sighing. "Enough. If this conversation continues, I will find myself descending to a lower level. Very well, I shall speak plainly. The affair concerning Du Yuanqing was orchestrated entirely by me." Upon finishing his words, he downed his 3rd cup of wine in one go. Tang Tian remained silent. After a brief moment of stillness, the wine jug in his hand transformed into a teapot, pouring its contents into a cup. "Do you intend to shoulder all the burdens alone?" Tang Tian inquired, extending the teacup towards him. Lu Chang'e accepted the teacup and took a gentle sip, smiling as he replied, "It is not a matter of bearing everything alone. Indeed, all of this was executed by me. Had my original plan unfolded, both Du families would have fallen, Mo Xiaoxiao would have been eliminated, and you would have engaged in a fierce struggle with Tian Yangxing, leading to mutual destruction. Meanwhile, I would have merely reaped the rewards of a fisherman. Even the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce should have already been firmly in my grasp. Alas," Lu Chang'e sighed deeply, "you have once again exceeded my expectations. I truly did not anticipate that you had secretly acquired the entirety of the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce and had long set your sights on those I had placed within it. Before I even realized it, you ensnared them all. Tang Tian, you truly conceal yourself too deeply," he lamented. In the purple bamboo courtyard, beneath the old locust tree, Lu Chang'e almost seemed to be lamenting as he shared his tale with Tang Tian. "Do you know? Since meeting you, the number of mistakes I have made far exceeds those I have committed in my entire life." Lu Chang'e said with a bitter smile, "Do you remember our first encounter? Back then, your name had not yet gained the prominence it holds today, and I had only heard it mentioned a couple of times. At that time, Shintafeng informed me that a new honorary disciple was rather arrogant and disregarded me entirely. I happened to be rather bored. so I thought I would play around a bit. Little did I know that from that moment, I set myself on a misguided path that continues to this day. His words were laden with helplessness and reflection. Tang Tian recalled that incident as well. At that time, he had clashed with Shinta Feng and subsequently met Lu Chang'e for the first time during the Five Peaks Exchange Conference. Indeed, Lu Chang'e had not been particularly welcoming then. But later on, you were not merely playing around, Tang Tian remarked. Their second meeting occurred during the death of Feng Fei. Lu Chang'e shook his head, saying, "That was because you exhibited remarkable financial prowess at the celebration. I developed an admiration for your talents and wished to bring you under my wing. However, at that time, you had already publicly allied yourself with Nan Feng, becoming Mo Xiaoxiao's man. Hence, I decided to adopt a different approach to win you over." At this juncture, he sighed deeply once more. "Shinta Feng and that Feng Fei both told me that you were simply a lucky upstart. They claimed you were fond of women, impulsive, harboring grudges, insecure, and still pining for your childhood sweetheart. Based on their descriptions of you, I hastily devised a plan against you. In this scheme, Feng Fei and Lin Yu were merely tools to counter you. First, I would expose Feng Fei's little tricks and then punish her in front of you to earn your gratitude and favor. However, you remained indifferent, utterly calm. I then brought Lin Yu into the picture, hoping to leverage your attachment to this childhood companion to ensnare you. Yet still, you showed no reaction. Ultimately, I resorted to killing Feng Fei, aiming to compel your submission through force. However, it backfired, tearing us apart and placing us in direct opposition. Do you know what I was thinking at that time?" Lu Chang'e said with a faint smile. "I genuinely wished to seize Shinta Feng and resurrect Feng Fei, then methodically flay them alive. The information he provided led me to a grave misjudgment of you, resulting in all my tactics producing the opposite effect. This was my first significant error in facing you." Listening to Lu Chang'e, Tang Tian quietly savored his tea. Indeed, the events of that time unfolded with a certain serendipity. Had it not been for Shinta Feng and Feng Fei, he and Lu Chang'e would not have so swiftly found themselves on opposing paths. And then, Tang Tian slowly inquired. Lu Chang'e chuckled lightly. "Then, there was not much of consequence. Based on your performance at that time, you were far from being worthy of my regard as a rival. I could always handle you when I had the time. Later, during the trial at the Huolong Pool, you once again surpassed my expectations." Lu Chang'e took a sip of tea and shook his head. "After our falling out, I conducted a thorough investigation into your background, only to find that aside from your financial resources, you possessed little else of merit. Yet, during the Huolong Pool event, you shone brightly, dominating entirely and compelling everyone to bow before you. In that moment, I suddenly understood that you had been concealing your true strength all along. The unknown is what I despise the most. Thereafter, you became increasingly active, not only showcasing your talents during the core disciple assessments, but also actively participating in the Sect's construction, even monopolizing the investment for the sixth peak. I sensed that you might become an obstacle in my path. Thus, regarding the matter of Du Yuanqing, I included you in my calculations." Tang Tian furrowed his brows. Recalling the events leading up to the Du Yuanqing incident, a realization began to form in his mind. "Tian Feng, is he your man?" Tang Tian asked. Lu Chang'e nodded. "Tian Feng is from the Du family, which I have long infiltrated. On the surface, he is loyal to Du Yuanqing, but secretly he is aligned with Mo Xiaoxiao and, in truth, is merely a pawn of mine." Tang Tian exhaled softly. Tian Feng had always been pivotal to the Du Yuanqing incident. His disappearance had perpetuated the conflict, while his sudden death abruptly halted the strife. Although he had previously speculated that Tian Feng might be aligned with Lu Chang'e, hearing it confirmed felt absurd. A seemingly inconsequential figure held so many layers of differing identities. "So, it was you who deliberately set him on a path of enmity with me," Tang Tian remarked. Lu Chang'e acknowledged. "Indeed. At that time, I learned from Tian Feng that Mo Xiaoxiao intended to leverage the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce's shareholder meeting to incite a conflict between Du Yuanqing and Tian Yangsheng. In this regard, the young lady was still somewhat naive. Thus, I decided to seize this opportunity to eliminate this major competitor and secure sufficient advantage for myself. As for you, I meant no offense. You were merely collateral. I instructed Tian Feng to intentionally provoke enmity with you to ensure you were aware of the shareholder meeting and Du Yuanqing's affairs. If you chose not to attend, you would have no grounds to obstruct me and could be disregarded entirely. If you did attend, you would inevitably be ensnared in this conflict, and one misstep could lead to your demise. Consider it a strategic maneuver." Tang Tian fell silent, realizing that he had merely been a bystander. Reflecting on it, even though he had begun to shine, he was still vastly overshadowed by figures like Lu Chang'e, making it entirely reasonable that he had not garnered his serious attention. After some contemplation, Tang Tian chose to bypass the matter at hand and inquired, So your initial objective was always Mo Xiaoxiao? Lu Chang'e nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Compared to Tian Yangsheng, it is considerably easier to eliminate her. I utilized her plans to instigate a visible conflict between Tian Yangsheng and Du Yuanqing, and then orchestrated Du Yuanqing's assassination, shifting the blame onto Tian Yangsheng. Knowing his character, he would undoubtedly suspect my involvement and confront me. Du's family has taken many from him, just as he has from me. At this pivotal moment, I would then order an ambush to eradicate the upper echelons of the Guan family, igniting the flames of war entirely. The conflict between Tian Yangsheng and myself would reach a fever pitch. As he spoke, Lu Chang'e suddenly chuckled. While we fight to the death, Mo Xiaoxiao remains unscathed. I suspect you also had your doubts that she was orchestrating everything from the shadows, correct? He asked with a smile. Chapter 164. Unraveling the mystery within the confines of the Zizhu courtyard, Lu Chang'e calmly recounted the events that transpired. A clear narrative gradually emerged before Tang Tian's eyes. Under those circumstances, I believe that anyone possessing a modicum of discernment would have included Mo Xiaoxiao among the prime suspects. You too must have harbored suspicions about her at the outset, right? Lu Chang'e remarked. Tang Tian remained silent, tacitly acknowledging his assertion. Indeed, when the incident first unfolded, he had noticed numerous inconsistencies. Tian Yangsheng had no motive to kill Du Yuanqing, nor did Lu Chang'e have any reason to ambush the Guan family, leading to their utter destruction. One could argue that their motives were insufficient to escalate the conflict so swiftly and fiercely. Behind the scenes, there certainly existed unseen hands manipulating everything, and the ever-unscathed Mo Xiaoxiao was the most plausible architect of these machinations. You would think so? And the higher-ups of the sect would feel the same, Lu Chang'e continued. The leadership is not foolish. After investigating certain matters, they placed Mo Xiaoxiao under scrutiny. The day they interrogated her, they had already gathered substantial evidence. Of course, that evidence had been meticulously arranged by me beforehand. Regrettably, the sect's leaders acted too hastily, as their evidence was somewhat lacking, allowing Mo Xiaoxiao to evade their grasp. They were too eager to clarify the situation and quell the ensuing chaos. Lu Chang'e lamented with a shake of his head. Tang Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked with a hint of amusement, the sect's higher-ups wish to quell the chaos? They are, after all, participants in this turmoil. However, Lu Chang'e merely chuckled and replied, I am aware that once Mo Xiaoxiao returned to Tianfu, she began investigating this matter. With the resources of the Mo family, she would undoubtedly uncover certain truths. She must have shared some of these revelations with you. Yet, no matter how she investigates, she cannot ascertain who precisely orchestrated this event. We had long prepared for that. Tang Tian furrowed his brow and asked, Are you suggesting that only a select few were involved in this incident? Lu Chang'e nodded. Such clandestine affairs are best known to as few people as possible. Furthermore, the internal dynamics of Qingyue's sect are exceedingly intricate, with tangled interests vying against one another. To safeguard their own interests, many would work to thwart the unfolding of this situation, necessitating that everything be conducted in secrecy. Thus, at that time, the sect's leadership was indeed quite desperate to identify the true culprit. Tang Tian fell silent, realizing that such extreme measures of external confrontation and internal stabilization would undoubtedly face considerable opposition. Moreover, from another perspective, if the higher-ups of Qingyue's sect had reached a unified decision, the situation would not have been so convoluted. They could have employed more forceful methods to suppress it outright. However, listening to Lu Chang'e's words, it seemed he was unaware that an even more mysterious and formidable force was obstructing Mo Xiaoxiao's continued investigation. So that was why you pushed Tian Feng into the fray. Tang Tian returned to the crux of the matter. Lu Chang'e nodded, a look of regret crossing his face as he said, Tian Feng is a rare talent, adept at navigating complex situations with composure. Had I not been unable to pin the blame on Mo Xiaoxiao, I would have been loath to sacrifice him. Tang Tian offered a faint smile. But you did it nonetheless. Lu Chang'e shrugged, non-committal. One cannot allow the fate of one individual to jeopardize the larger scheme. Sacrifices must be made when necessary. You should take heed of this, as such considerations can often constrain you, preventing you from acting with the necessary freedom. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. It seemed Lu Chang'e had unexpectedly taken on a role of mentorship. During Lu Chang'e's previous visits, he had appeared quite different from his usual self, leaving Tang Tian puzzled. Could it be his protagonist's aura at work? Shaking off the errant thought, Tang Tian replied, Let us focus solely on the matter at hand. Lu Chang'e smiled. I exploited the time discrepancy between Mo Xiaoxiao and Tian Feng, allowing the sect's law enforcement hall and her dispatched agents to intersect. Subsequently, a confrontation ensued, resulting in Tian Feng's accidental demise. However, prior to his death, he had been subjected to a soul search by the deputy head of the law enforcement hall. Thus, Imo Xiaoxiu's guilt was firmly established, and she was completely sidelined. Tang Tian sighed softly, so that deputy head was, in fact, one of your people. Or rather, one of your people. He finally comprehended why Ji Yuan had turned over that deputy head's background without uncovering any discrepancies. It turned out that the deputy head was intrinsically linked to the sect, merely involved in this clandestine operation. Indeed, Lu Chang'e nodded and continued. With Mo Xiaoxiao out of the picture, the structure of the South Peak's esteemed disciples collapsed. A thorough cleansing took place within and outside the sect, and our objectives were largely achieved. The only imperfection lies in your unexpected emergence, which safeguarded the core strength of the South Peak's esteemed disciples. Yet, this does not hinder the overarching plan. The competition for that position now remains solely between Tian Yangxing and myself. At least, that was my perspective at the time. However, regrettably, I once again underestimated your capabilities and misjudged your strength. Tang Tian sipped his tea, pondering the imminent arrival of Gu Xiaoxue and the subsequent power struggle. You intentionally provoked Han Hai to incite me into participating in this conflict, didn't you? Tang Tian inquired languidly. Lu Chang'e affirmed, precisely. While I am confident in my ability to defeat Tian Yangsheng, I refuse to overlook any opportunity. At that moment, you were the only one capable of causing trouble for Tian Yangsheng. However, your indifference to power led me to adopt certain strategies to draw you out. Gu Xiaoxue proved to be a fitting entry point. Tang Tian chuckled. Aren't you concerned that once I emerge, I might first confront you and create complications for you? Lu Chang'e shook his head with a smile. Tang Tian, I have spent my life engaging in such tactics. The moment you step forth, I will devise a means for you to face Tian Yangsheng. After all, due to the South Peak incident, a conflict has already arisen between the two of you, making it relatively easy to facilitate further developments. Moreover, the events that followed also elucidate certain matters, do they not? Tang Tian paused slightly. So, Yu Qin is indeed one of your people? Lu Chang'e remarked. From the day I found you in the vast desert, I have been observing your every move. Your discreet departure with Qi Yuan to the glazed secret realm may have eluded others, but not me. Subsequently, I instructed Yu Qin to inform Tian Yangsheng. Given Tian Yangsheng's temperament, he would inevitably take action. Regardless of the outcome, it would, in some manner, benefit me. With a sigh directed skyward, he continued. Yet I never anticipated that the first to exit would be Tian Yangsheng, while you returned unscathed. Perhaps this marks my final and most grievous error. Chapter 165. The Choice. Tang Tian. After enduring numerous trials, I truly no longer underestimate you. Lu Chang'e gazed at Tang Tian, his face a canvas of astonishment. Indeed, upon learning of your clandestine breakthrough to the mid-integration stage, I endeavored to overestimate your capabilities. Yet, I still failed to see clearly. You eliminated 5 elite tribulation warriors from the War God Hall within the secret realm and dispatched Tian Yangsheng, along with 3 Xianxian and 1 Jingxian, in the outside world. Even now, I cannot fathom how you accomplished such feats. What you have achieved surpasses the entirety of my lifetime's understanding. Lu Chang'e sighed deeply. Tang Tian chuckled softly. You mustn't speak so recklessly. Within the secret realm, I lacked the power to slay 5 elites from the War God Hall. Beyond its confines, I was even less capable of vanquishing Tian Yangsheng or the Celestial Warriors. Their deaths remain a mystery to me. The War God Hall is currently in a frenzy, and they certainly cannot admit to these events. However, Lu Chang'e dismissed this, suddenly slapping his thigh and exclaiming, Yes, indeed. Not only have you accomplished these feats, but you have also left the Celestial Sovereigns unable to find concrete evidence, even lacking grounds for an interrogation. It is truly remarkable, compared to your strength. This aspect is even more baffling. I have replayed countless scenarios in my mind, yet I cannot discern a path that leads to our current situation. I am genuinely. Lu Chang'e was so agitated that he seemed somewhat unhinged. It was as if a top-go master had spent decades searching for a worthy opponent, only to have someone emerge suddenly and defeat him in a few moves. However, Tang Tian was not inclined to clarify his intentions or feelings. Now, let us return to the matter of the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce and the equity stake. He redirected the conversation to the main topic. Indeed, Lu Chang'e took a moment to steady his emotions before continuing. This equity stake can be considered one of my mistakes. Initially, I intended to transform it into my private asset following the collapse of the Tingyun Chamber. Yet, to my astonishment, Wang Gang managed to hold it together. Just as I was preparing to investigate further, Wang Gang suddenly initiated a thorough audit of all chamber equities, and the intensity was remarkable. Reluctantly, I had to choose to let them remain dormant for the time being. After all, with Tian Feng deceased, I lack a sentinel to provide early warnings. If Wang Gang were to uncover anything, it would be disastrous. However, Lu Chang'e shook his head. Had I known that you were the financier supporting the Tingyun Chamber's development, I certainly would not have left such a small loophole. Furthermore, your actions were alarmingly swift. By the time I realized, it was entirely too late. The crucial clues now rest in your hands. With a mere command, you could unveil the complete truth behind the Du Yuanqing incident. He exhaled deeply. Tang Tian also felt a sense of reflection. In retrospect, the entire situation was riddled with coincidences. Yet, upon closer examination, everything seemed entirely reasonable. Even he had not anticipated that he would ultimately confront the truth in such a manner. At that moment, Lu Chang'e unexpectedly chose to reveal everything. Sharing the entire sequence of events with Tang Tian, his intentions were unmistakably clear. He sought to protect those few individuals within the sect who had covertly participated in this incident. Tang Tian slowly remarked, "You must understand that after all we've been through, I, too, am eager to uncover the true mastermind behind this." Lu Chang'e sighed softly. "Is that necessary? This matter has already passed. Mo Xiao is unlikely to uncover anything. Even if she realizes that someone within the sect has been manipulating events from the shadows, she would be powerless to act. Moreover, I can assure you that as long as you prevent Wang Gang and the others from advancing, I am willing to pay tenfold for the conditions promised by Mo Xiao, just as you suggested at Nanfeng." Tang Tian shook his head, setting aside the truth itself. "Do you really believe that after being schemed against by you so many times, I would still be willing to negotiate conditions here?" The discord between them had reached an irreconcilable point. Whether due to past scheming or future competition for that position, they were destined to stand on opposing sides. This was not a matter that could be resolved over a meal. It was a fight for survival. Lu Chang'e clearly understood this reality, sighing as he remarked, "I have always believed that nothing in this world is entirely beyond negotiation. Do you comprehend the repercussions of exposing everything?" Tang Tian laughed. "Are you suggesting that I would invite disaster upon myself?" Lu Chang'e waved his hand dismissively. "I was merely jesting. Even Tian Yangsheng could be dealt with, and no one in the entire Qinghua sect could pose a threat to you. The consequences I speak of are the repercussions that would follow the revelation of the truth." He stated earnestly, "Tang Tian, should you choose to unveil the truth, the fragile stability within the Qinghua sect will be utterly shattered. The painstaking efforts of centuries could be rendered meaningless in an instant. We are all disciples of the Qinghua sect. The collapse of the sect would benefit none of us." Tang Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully. Lu Chang'e's words implied that the individual behind the scenes held a position of great significance within the sect. Furthermore, many had undoubtedly suffered losses and injuries due to this incident. If the truth were to be revealed, the Qinghua sect would inevitably descend into chaos greater than ever before. Otherwise, they would not be so tense. Yet, as the moment of decision approached, would he truly choose to relinquish his pursuit? After some contemplation, Tang Tian shook his head. This reasoning was insufficient. Chaos was merely an afterthought. He must seize control of the situation. Lu Chang'e sighed deeply. "I understand your intentions. Yet, this is a perilous game. A single misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. We cannot bear the weight of such outcomes. Therefore, it is imperative that you do not hold the truth in your hands under the current circumstances." With that, he produced a gray shumi ring and presented it to Tang Tian. "This symbolizes our sincerity," Lu Chang'e spoke gently. Chapter 166. Names and Sincerity. Gazing at the gray shumi ring before him, Tang Tian remained motionless. To be honest, he lacked nothing at this moment. The dual system has already been established, and the resources available in the future are virtually limitless. Therefore, regardless of what is contained within this shumi ring, it fails to pique his interest. Compared to these trivialities, he is far more intrigued by the truth of the matter at hand. However, it must be said that Lu Chang'e's words are not without merit. If the Qinghua sect were to truly collapse, it would serve no beneficial purpose for anyone. Setting aside other considerations, without the protection of the Qinghua sect, the War God Hall would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. Should the immortal king or even the immortal sovereign take action personally, Tang Tian would have no absolute confidence in escaping their grasp. Furthermore, he has always been a member of the Qinghua sect, and the sect has never wronged him. Thus, there is no need to bring about its ruin. After pondering for a moment, Tang Tian spoke slowly. "I require a name. Without this name, I cannot stand before you at the negotiation table." He remains steadfast in his desire to uncover the truth. Even if he does not intend to wield it as a weapon, it is essential to ascertain who is responsible. This request is not unreasonable. Lu Chang'e comprehended Tang Tian's intent and let out a soft sigh, gently fanning himself as he appeared to contemplate the implications. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. "The 100 Sects war will commence in a little over a month. However, for some unknown reason, It seems I have not seen the young sect master for quite some time. He is, after all, the direct overseer of the 100 Sects War. Has he been in contact with you recently? He suddenly broached a topic seemingly unrelated to their current discussion. Tang Tian's heart stirred. So it is him. Yun Kong, having held the position of young sect master for several decades, has diligently contributed to the significant development of the sect's overall strength. If all goes as expected, he will undoubtedly become the future leader of the Qinghua sect. In truth, Yun Kong has long since assumed control over the sect's affairs. It merely awaits a change in title. He is indeed the most qualified and capable individual to undertake such a role. At this moment, Tang Tian recalled the time on the southern peak when he and Tian Yangsheng were on the verge of conflict, only for Yun Kong to arrive just in time to prevent further escalation. He remembers how a few well-chosen words from Yun Kong compelled Lu Chang'e to turn and leave. Looking back now, everything seems to have a purpose. Tang Tian sighed deeply. Indeed, those who ascend to the position of young sect master are not to be underestimated. They are adept at manipulating power dynamics, capable of turning the tide in their favor. Almost everyone is unwittingly ensnared in their web, entirely unaware of the machinations at play. Tang Tian found himself at a loss for words. He preferred to engage with individuals of a more straightforward disposition. If not for the fortunate coincidence that led him to acquire the entire Tingyun Chamber of Commerce, he might never have traced the matter back to Yun Kong. After a moment of silence, he extended his hand and retrieved the Shumi ring. Observing Tang Tian's actions, Lu Chang'e finally exhaled a long-held breath. The weight that had burdened his heart now lifted. About Ma Xiao, Lu Chang'e ventured cautiously. Tang Tian cast him a glance and replied, "Rest assured, I know what to do. However, I will inform her of your name." Lu Chang'e shrugged, indicating that it was of little consequence to him. It seemed he had already prepared himself psychologically before visiting the purple bamboo courtyard. Ignoring him further, Tang Tian opened the gray Shumi ring. To his mild surprise, he found no precious cultivation resources within, nor were there any spiritual jades or innate Taoist jades. Instead, the small space contained merely 2 white jade slips. After reviewing the contents of the slips, Tang Tian finally grasped what they referred to as sincerity. The 2 slips held 2 pieces of information, one from the past, and the other concerning the future. The past slip was evidently inscribed by Lu Chang'e, containing a lengthy list of names, individuals of significant influence within the Qinghua sect, each possessing considerable power to impact decisions regarding that position. Accompanying these names were annotations detailing their past misdeeds, all of which could serve as leverage. By providing Tang Tian with the names and incriminating evidence of these individuals, Lu Chang'e effectively relinquished a portion of his influence within the sect. If Tang Tian were to gain control over them, his power within the sect would surpass that of Lu Chang'e. One must admit, this gesture is indeed sincere. The second piece of information appeared to originate from Yun Kong as well, consisting of another extensive list of exceptionally talented core disciples, all of whom were pure disciples. The information indicated that these disciples were inclined to join the 6th peak or southern peak, potentially acting on this intention in the near future. Tang Tian instantly understood this as Yun Kong's goodwill. One of the criteria for assessing eligibility for that position is the contribution to the sect, which encompasses both the development of the sect and the ability to cultivate outstanding disciples. Tang Tian has already made substantial contributions to the sect's construction. However, he lacks in cultivating disciples, having only been present for a year. Although he now has the support of the 6th peak and southern peak, he remains significantly behind Lu Chang'e. Nevertheless, if he were to acquire the core disciples listed, this shortcoming would be greatly remedied, allowing him to match Lu Chang'e's standing. With this, he would lead in terms of sect contributions and internal influence, leaving only external influence to address. The odds of success appear promising. Tang Tian let out a gentle sigh. One cannot deny that this Shumi ring is indeed filled with sincerity, propelling him from a position of disadvantage to one of advantage, making him the most likely candidate for that esteemed position. What do you think? Lu Chang'e inquired, somewhat anxiously. Tang Tian paused for a moment before responding. There is another matter. Lu Chang'e replied, speak freely. As long as it falls within our capabilities, I believe there will be no issues. Tang Tian nodded and said, it concerns Gu Xiaoxue. You must ensure that she is not utilized in any further schemes, allowing her to grow freely. Lu Chang'e appeared slightly taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Tang Tian's request. This is certainly not a problem. We had no intention of targeting that young lady. If you wish, I can have her return to your side immediately. Tang Tian shook his head. No need. Just guarantee that you will not interfere with her. He recalled Gu Xiaoxue's words before her departure, expressing her desire to handle those matters independently. Everyone has their own path to growth, and Tang Tian would not deliberately obstruct her journey. Chapter 167. The dust settles, absolutely no problem. Lu Chang'e readily agreed to Tang Tian's request. He seemed to feel that this was hardly a request at all, and inquired, "Do you have any other demands?" Tang Tian contemplated for a moment and found that he had nothing further to ask. To be honest, he did not consider himself a victim in the recent incident involving Du Yuanqing, thus harboring little animosity. Moreover, he had ultimately uncovered the truth of the matter and identified the mastermind behind it all, even reaping some benefits in the process. That was sufficient. With the truth in hand, even without direct evidence, he believed that both Lu Chang'e and Yun Kong would think twice before attempting to deal with him. That will be all. Having said this, Tang Tian promptly issued a command to Wang Gang to withdraw. Although Wang Gang was unaware of the events transpiring on Tang Tian's end, he harbored no doubts and dismantled the traps he had set. Lu Chang'e, seemingly informed by some means of the occurrences on that side, visibly relaxed. It truly had not been easy. He chuckled wryly, saying, "Who would have thought that due to a few misjudgments, I would end up with nothing despite my efforts?" Tang Tian scoffed. "Oh please, you've taken down so many others. If they were aware of it in the afterlife, I reckon they'd kick open their coffins to settle the score with you." Lu Chang'e shook his head. "Indeed, I have dealt with them, but in return, I now face a more formidable opponent in you. It is hard to discern whether this is a blessing or a curse." Suddenly, he changed the subject. "By the way, in just over a month, the 100 Gates battle will commence. In a month's time, it will be the moment to determine the ultimate ownership of that position. The young sect master believes the sect should not endure any more significant upheavals. So for the time being, let us coexist peacefully. This is my thought as well." Tang Tian regarded him with amusement and remarked, "Haven't you not seen the young sect master in quite some time?" Lu Chang'e froze for a moment, then awkwardly chuckled. "Indeed, when one lets down their guard, they become prone to errors. Just consider it that I have recently re-established contact with him. What do you think of this proposal? The discord between us is not so grave as to warrant a violent confrontation. As the saying goes, a smile can dissolve grievances." Tang Tian stroked his chin. "Are you suggesting a reconciliation?" Lu Chang'e replied, "Yes. To be candid, I have lost confidence in my judgments regarding you after so many mistakes. From today onward, let us rely on our own skills. The rightful owner of that position shall claim it. What say you?" Tang Tian pondered for a moment. To be honest, he was not fond of engaging in schemes and manipulations. It seemed pointless. After a brief pause, he smiled and said, "It sounds like I am the one at a disadvantage. You opted for a peaceful approach only because you lack the confidence to confront me." Lu Chang'e shrugged. "That could be one way to interpret it. However, this is my approach. I choose this path only when dealing with the strong. I can present some additional offerings as a gesture of my sincerity for peace." Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I wish to avoid the constant vigilance against you and others. Let it be as it is. By abandoning schemes and plots, I can focus on advancing my cultivation, which is of utmost importance. There is no need to waste energy on trivial matters." Upon receiving Tang Tian's affirmation, Lu Chang'e let out a long breath, leaned against the trunk of a tree, and gazed at the leaves of the locust tree above. A moment of silence enveloped the purple bamboo courtyard. After a while, Lu Chang'e stood up, brushed off the grass clippings clinging to him, and said, "Now, let us prepare for the 100 Gates battle. This time, our sect will surely achieve better results than ever before. If we can secure a spot in the top 10, it will certainly bring us honor." Tang Tian paused and inquired, "Isn't this the concern of other disciples? What does it have to do with us? Honorary disciples cannot participate in the 100 Gates battle." Thus, he had always perceived himself merely as a spectator in this grand event. Lu Chang'e seemed to sense Tang Tian's thoughts and clarified, "For ordinary honorary disciples, it indeed does not matter. But we are the young masters, and currently, we are the only 2 young masters in the sect. Jingheng is no longer qualified. As young masters, we are responsible for certain arrangements in this upcoming battle. Ultimately, the leaders of our sect will be the young sect master, along with the 2 of us. If we perform well, it will certainly enhance our reputation among the affiliated sections." Tang Tian remained silent. Now it made sense. Essentially, they would be playing a supporting role, but at least they would have a position. "What preparations do we need to make?" he asked. Lu Chang'e thought for a moment. "There is nothing much. The minor details will be handled by the sect. Our responsibility is to provide the disciples participating in the 100 Gates battle with accommodation, cultivation conditions, and perhaps improve their meals." Tang Tian couldn't help but smirk. So, they were essentially acting as financial backers. However, it wouldn't cost too much. He could let Li Hong take care of it later. "One more thing," Lu Chang'e continued. "The 100 Gates battle will take place at the foot of the Baidi sect in the Imperial City. All participants from affiliated sects will gather there. Some young masters from other sects can be quite insufferable, spoiled by their backgrounds and wealth, and they can be very annoying. Be prepared for that. Tang Tian fell silent. Those whom Lu Chang'e described in such a manner must be quite extraordinary. He wondered what made them so exceptional. As for the Baidi sect, he knew it was one of the first affiliated sects established alongside the Ziyang sect in Yunding Tianfu, and its strength was even greater than that of the Ziyang sect, consistently ranking at the top among all affiliated sections. Understood, Tang Tian replied. Lu Chang'e nodded, then stretched himself and bid farewell to Tang Tian. With that, the turmoil sparked by Du Yuanqing's death came to a definitive close. Chapter 168. Ascending to the 8th layer with Lu Chang'e's departure, Tang Tian dismissed Wang Gang's encirclement, allowing them to return to the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce. Thus, the chaos instigated by Du Yuanqing's demise was entirely resolved, at least within the Qinghua sect. There would be no further disturbances. The external turmoil would not affect the internal dynamics of the sect. Tang Tian informed Mo Xiaoxiao of Lu Chang'e's name while omitting any mention of Yunkong. After a moment of silence, Mo Xiaoxiao seemed to have an inkling of what transpired but ultimately said nothing more, expressing her gratitude before ending the communication. Tang Tian sat alone beneath the old locust tree, finishing an entire pot of fragrant tea. He could now return to a period of tranquil cultivation. Li Hong would handle matters on the South Peak, while Qi Yuan would personally oversee those on the 6th Peak. The external forces had largely stabilized, leaving little need for further maneuvering. After resolving the last 10% of shares in the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce, it had become Tang Tian's private property, and he had secured the voting rights. As for the other 4 major chambers, Tang Tian instructed Wang Gang to continue his infiltration, aiming to secure more voting rights before the final moment arrived. Additionally, there were 2 lists that Lu Chang'e had just brought today. The elder list could be handed over to Li Hong with the leverage in hand. The task would not be difficult and would serve as a good training opportunity for him. The disciple list, however, would be given to Qi Yuan as it was more straightforward. Having made up his mind, Tang Tian returned to his main residence. However, that afternoon, Qi Yuan sent him a message, stating that a large number of elite pure disciples suddenly wished to join the 6th Peak and specifically requested to be personally received by him. He was perplexed and hurried to inquire about the situation. Tang Tian reassured him that it was fine and that he should proceed with the regular reception. Subsequently, he instructed the 2 sisters, Lan Yu, to carry his orders to the 6th Peak to assist Qi Yuan in settling all the pure disciples. After several days of commotion, only Tang Tian remained in the purple bamboo courtyard, accompanied by a small cat. He found joy in this solitude, as he was on the cusp of attaining a transcendental state. With no further matters to attend to, he confined himself within his cultivation chamber, embarking on his first true retreat. With the mysterious ancient jade in hand, under his diligent cultivation, a torrent of primordial spiritual energy surged into his dantian, rapidly elevating his cultivation level. 3 days later, he reached the 5th layer of ascension. By the 11th day, he ascended to the 6th layer. On the 24th day, he achieved the 7th level of ascension. By the 40th day, he reached the 8th level. Were it not for the imminent commencement of the 100-Gate War, Tang Tian might have broken through his final shackles and transcended into immortality, truly stepping into the realm of the divine. Alas, given his current status, his presence was indeed indispensable for this grand event. Thus, after reaching the 8th level, Tang Tian chose to emerge from his seclusion. At this moment, a significant portion of the spiritual energy within his dantian had been entirely transformed into celestial power. If he were to confront those 3 Xianxian now, it would no longer be a struggle that required self-detonation to inflict meaningful harm. With all his methods at his disposal, he could swiftly subdue them and emerge victorious. His rate of growth was, to say the least, astonishing. Even Tang Tian himself felt it was almost otherworldly. While others in the Ascension realm typically endured a prolonged period of time, he seemed to be propelled forward as if riding a rocket. After indulging in a moment of pride, Tang Tian left the meditation chamber and returned to the Zizhu courtyard. Not long after his exit, a small white figure darted out from the void, racing towards the kitchen. It was the little cat. Upon noticing Tang Tian's presence, the little cat immediately halted and hurried towards him. "Old Tang, you finally emerged." The little cat was clutching an assortment of unknown ingredients, with remnants of some pastry lingering at the corner of its mouth. Ever since arriving at the Zizhu courtyard, this creature had only behaved for 3 days before running off to frolic, for as the spirit of the world, it was uncatchable here. However, before its escapade, Tang Tian had advised it against reckless behavior. Sensing Tang Tian's gaze, the little cat quickly exclaimed, "I paid the person, but they asked for 1 or 2 silver coins. And I didn't know what silver was, so I just threw them a stone." Tang Tian rubbed his nose. The items in the little cat's possession were all ordinary mundane objects, indeed worth roughly 1 or 2 silver coins in the secular world. Yet, the so-called stone it had tossed was a precious spirit jade. One could only ponder whether it was a blessing or a curse for a mortal to possess such a gem. Next time, I'll have Li Hong give you some different currencies, Tang Tian said. But do be cautious. Do not roam about indiscriminately. This world harbors many unknown dangers. Moreover, in a while, I will be heading to another place, where there may exist entities beyond the rules. You must not develop a careless habit. The little cat nodded vigorously, indicating it understood, before darting off into the kitchen. This creature had indeed taken to culinary arts. Shaking his head, Tang Tian took out a communication jade talisman to inform Li Hong and the Lan sisters that he had emerged from his retreat. Moments later, the three returned to the Zijou courtyard in succession. We congratulate you on your emergence, young master, they chorused. Tang Tian waved his hand, beckoning them to sit at the stone table. Observing his three subordinates, he noted the various changes they had undergone after more than a month of training. Li Hong had become more composed, and during this time, he had mingled with more powerful individuals, manipulating them to the point where the aura of a minor character had gradually faded, replaced by the demeanor of a figure of authority. The Lan sisters had undergone even more transformation. Previously quiet and reserved, they had shed their timidity following their trials on the 6th peak, now exhibiting poise in their movements. Though they still preferred few words, the change was palpable. It seemed imperative to allow them more opportunities to engage in activities. Now, tell me about the recent circumstances within the sect, Tang Tian instructed. The three nodded before recounting the various events that transpired during his month of seclusion. First, there was the consolidation of the southern peak. With In Ku's assistance, Li Hong successfully took control of all the forces of the honorary disciples from the southern peak. Although a few minor obstacles arose, they were swiftly dealt with using decisive measures. As for the elder list, there were no significant surprises. Many of those elders had fatal weaknesses. Whoever held this knowledge could firmly control them. These elders had become staunch supporters of Tang Tian. Furthermore, under Qi Yuan's leadership, the entirety of the 6th peak had aligned with Tang Tian. Many who had long since retired were coaxed out by Qi Yuan to publicly declare their support for him. Now, within the sect, Tang Tian's influence had thoroughly eclipsed Lu Chang's. Chapter 169. The World Trade Conference. One could say that after this series of events, the internal battleground of the sect had been firmly secured by Tang Tian. Externally, the forces left behind by Mo Xiaoxiao had also been successfully acquired by him. Upon sensing the shifting winds, Dong Peak's Jing Hung expressed goodwill towards Tang Tian, indicating that, barring any unforeseen events, he would also stand by his side in the future. Thus, Tang Tian would hold the upper hand on the external front as well. As for contributions to the sect, that was a given. Now, Tang Tian had completely surpassed Lu Chang'e. That position was practically within his grasp. Tang Tian quietly savored his tea. He had never anticipated reaching this juncture. Initially, he had no intention of contending for that position, yet somehow, he found himself here. His original plan was to ascend to that position to firmly suppress Han Hai and Lu Chang'e, rescuing Gu Xiaoxiwei from his clutches. However, now that Gu Xiaoxiwei was safe, that position had become somewhat superfluous for Tang Tian. Furthermore, he intended to truly step out once entering the heavenly mansion, as being tied down by too many concerns was not necessarily beneficial. As for that position, well, he would decide when the time came. Regardless, it was better to possess power than to lack it while still at Qingwei Gate. What is the status of the 100-Gate War? Tang Tian inquired. Li Hong replied. The candidates have all been finalized. This time, there are a total of 1,237 disciples from Qingwei Gate participating in the 100-Gate War. The disciples are divided into 3 teams, one led by the young Sect Master, one by Lu Chang'e, and the last under your direct command. The young Sect Master's team is the largest, comprising nearly half, totaling 514 members. Lu Chang'e's team is the smallest, with 351 members. Finally, your team consists of 372 disciples. Tang Tian nodded. It was expected that Yun Kong would oversee the largest number of disciples. Additionally, he had allocated around 100 elite disciples for himself. It now appeared that this allocation had been calculated to ensure he led Lu Chang'e by just the right margin, keeping them on an even playing field. Continue, Tang Tian instructed. Li Hong nodded. The official start of the 100-Gate War is in 8 days. We will set out in 3 days, utilizing the Great Domain Transmission Array to reach the Imperial City, arriving 5 days in advance. The accommodations and procedures have all been arranged by the sect. We merely need to go. Tang Tian acknowledged with a sound. The Great Domain Transmission Array was an exceedingly precious asset, crafted only by masters of array arts above the rank of Immortal King, capable of facilitating immensely long-distance travel. Every affiliated sect under the Heavenly Mansion possessed one. Such high-level transmission arrays were only activated for the most significant matters. Is there anything we need to prepare? Tang Tian asked. Li Hong chuckled. There is really not much to prepare. Essentially, once we arrive in the Imperial City, we just need to arrange some excellent cultivation conditions for the disciples. I roughly calculated that it would take at most 100 million spirit jades to settle everything. Tang Tian nodded. That indeed was not a large sum, barely a drop in the ocean. His wealth had grown immensely, with transactions beginning in the 100 billion range. With no upper limit in sight, the 100 billion spirit jade has indeed lost its allure. For reasons unknown, Tang Tian has begun to develop a slight aversion to spending money, particularly when it comes to trivial amounts. Unless substantial deals are presented before him, it is challenging to stir his interest. After a casual conversation, Tang Tian entrusted all matters to Li Hong and the Lanyu sisters, allowing them to attend to their tasks independently. He then produced a communication jade talisman to contact Wang Gang. How is the situation with the Merchant Association? Tang Tian inquired. Wang Gang replied, it has returned to the right track. After this rebirth, the association is as solid as an iron barrel, with everyone exerting their utmost effort. Most of our previous business has stabilized, and we are now exploring possibilities for external expansion. Tang Tian responded with a hum, asking, how about the other associations? Wang Gang continued, it's going well. With the continuous expansion of the Tianfu influence, nearly all associations find themselves in a similar predicament, merely holding on. Through my discussions, many stakeholders are interested in selling their shares. Each association has approximately 10% of their shares available for acquisition. Preliminary estimates suggest that acquiring 4 associations would require around 70,000 pieces of innate Dao Jade. One piece of innate Dao Jade can be exchanged for 100 million consumption points, totaling 7 trillion consumption points. After the acquisition of the Tingyun Association, where I exchanged for the Son of Destiny and the Eternal Sacred Body, and having cultivated numerous techniques of various levels, I currently possess over 50 trillion consumption points. Should I secure all these acquisitions, it would exceed 100 trillion. Both Dao-level talents and Dao-level physiques demand 100 trillion consumption points. However, I do not wish to proceed as before, inching forward gradually. If we are to engage, let us do so on a grand scale. You mentioned exploring external expansion possibilities? Tang Tian questioned. Wang Gang affirmed, yes. The conditions of other associations are not favorable. Many industries are either losing money or lying dormant. Once we stabilize completely and possess sufficient liquidity, we can acquire those industries at the lowest cost. This would allow us to gradually expand our influence. Tang Tian contemplated, saying, let us not complicate matters. If we intend to expand, let us expedite the process and consume as much as possible. Do not worry about funding, just ensure proper management. Wang Gang seemed taken aback for a moment before asking, young master, do you mean, like how we acquired shares in the Tingyun Association? Tang Tian confirmed, indeed. Proceed. Moreover, do not limit your focus to the 4 associations previously mentioned. There are dozens of associations within the Tianfu influence. Engage with them all. Acquire as many as possible, preferably all of them. Do not concern yourself with anything else. I will handle it. Tang Tian was no longer the weak individual who needed to tread carefully in every endeavor. In matters of expenditure, he could act freely. Wang Gang was stunned for quite some time. Eventually, he swallowed hard and said, young master, you intend to establish an unprecedented super merchant association. If successful, you will likely control the majority of trade routes in the world. I feel that the name Tingyun no longer carries sufficient weight. Tang Tian chuckled lightly. Is that so? Then let us change the name. We shall call it Tianxiatong. Chapter 170. Arrival at the Imperial City, a brand new merchant association replaced Tingyun. Under Tang Tian's highest command, the new Tianxiatong Merchant Association began to expand rapidly, marking the inception of a super merchant association. Wang Gang was responsible for the expansion, relieving Tang Tian of the burden, allowing him only to ensure that funds were in place. Over the following days, he continued to consolidate his rapidly advancing cultivation. Soon, it was time to depart for the Imperial City. Atop the main peak of the Qinghua Sect, the Grand Elder presided over a motivational assembly for the over 1,000 disciples participating in the 100 Sects battle. This time, besides Yun Kong, Tang Tian, and Lu Chang'e as the leading figures heading to the Imperial City, many high-ranking combatants would accompany them, including the 6th Peak Master, Qi Yuan. Tang Tian and Qi Yuan stood at the forefront, both disinterested in the Grand Elder's speech. Old Jin, you are finally basking in glory, Qi Yuan remarked quietly. Now, over half of the sect supports you, and most of the younger disciples view you as a rising exemplar. It's truly unprecedented to stand at the pinnacle within a year. Yet, you are far too low-key. Otherwise, the acclaim would be even greater. Tang Tian absent-mindedly touched his nose, merely empty fame. True strength is what truly matters. Qi Yuan scoffed. This is no mere empty fame. It is tangible power, quite useful. Otherwise, I wouldn't have strived so hard for the position of deputy sect master. However, you are correct. For young cultivators, strength is always paramount. Unfortunately, many young individuals do not grasp this principle. Their resolve unstable, often distracted by trivial matters. At that moment, he suddenly shifted the topic. By the way, have you seen that little girl of yours recently? How is she? Qi Yuan was referring to Gu Xiaoxue. Tang Tian scanned the crowd of disciples below, quickly spotting Gu Xiaoxue. She stood quietly, attentively listening to the Grand Elder's address, unaware of Tang Tian's gaze. No, he replied. However, she should fare well in the 100 sects battle. Tang Tian had already noticed that Gu Xiaoxue had reached the mid-stage of the out-of-body realm. The Lan Yu sisters were similarly advanced. Given their prowess, they should navigate the challenges successfully, if not exceptionally. Really? Qi Yuan expressed surprise. Han Hai, in your presence. Probably wouldn't dare utter a word. Why haven't you brought her back? Tang Tian shook his head. Xiaoxue has her own path to tread. Forcibly intervening may not be beneficial. Let her grow on her own. Qi Yuan shrugged, ultimately refraining from further comment. The two resumed their conversation about the development of the sixth peak. However, unbeknownst to Tang Tian, once he averted his gaze, Gu Xiaoxue glanced over, her eyes revealing an inscrutable depth. After a while, the Grand Elder's pre-competition motivation concluded, and he turned, seemingly conveying some message to an unseen presence. Soon, brilliant beams of light shot forth from the back of the sect's main hall, forming a vast pattern in the sky. Moments later, a massive portal appeared in the heavens above the gathered crowd, accompanied by waves of spatial fluctuations. This must be the renowned large-scale teleportation array. Observing the radiant beams igniting the teleportation array, Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly, sensing an exceptionally potent celestial energy emanating from them. The level was undoubtedly formidable. Indeed, there were powerful beings above the celestial realm guarding the Qinghua sect. Let us depart. With Yunkong's booming command, over 1,000 individuals began to move in an orderly fashion. First, the high-ranking officials led the charge into the teleportation gate, followed by Yunkong, who entered with hundreds of participating disciples. Next was Tang Tian, who, with his hands clasped behind his back, glided forward, followed closely by Li Hong, Yin Ke, and the Lan Yu sisters. Subsequently, the disciples he led surged into the colossal portal. Upon entry, Tang Tian immediately felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. This was an inevitable backlash from ultra-long-distance teleportation, the effects of which were particularly pronounced on those with weaker abilities and wavering willpower. However, Tang Tian quickly acclimated to the sensation of rapid spatial traversal. After a few breaths, a brilliant light appeared before his eyes. In the next moment, he found himself on an extraordinarily spacious platform. Nothing happened? Ha ha ha, I was waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. Came the booming voice of Qi Yuan from ahead. Tang Tian disdainfully curled his lip. Was this enough to make him lose composure? Not even close. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that the other disciples were all pale-faced, struggling to maintain their balance. Some, unable to endure the transition, collapsed to the ground, retching uncontrollably. Fortunately, as cultivators, they quickly managed their own vomit, preventing the exit from becoming unbearable. Moments later, Lu Chang'e also arrived, showing no signs of distress as he fanned himself, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. It made sense. He had visited several times before. Everyone's accommodations have been prepared. Let us rest for a while and familiarize ourselves with the imperial city's environment, Lu Chang'e suggested. Thus, the members of Qinghua sect proceeded onward. After traversing a formidable formation, they arrived at a verdant mountain peak, where various pavilions and gazebos were hidden amidst the misty woods, creating a scene reminiscent of a celestial realm. They had booked a vast garden to serve as the dwelling place for the disciples of Qinghua sect. Upon arrival, the elders began distributing residences and outlining some important details. As the team leader, Tang Tian naturally had no need to listen to these instructions. He concocted a casual excuse to leave the mountain peak and soared towards the main district of the imperial city. Having finally reached a more prosperous location, he felt it would be remiss not to explore. The little cat had already been chirping in his ear about the abundance of delectable food available here. Thus, the man and his feline companion began to wander through the bustling main district of the imperial city. Chapter 171. A reunion with Wang Ziyu. This place is amazing. It far surpasses that so-called Lioli city. The little cat exclaimed, showcasing a glimmering, unknown rainbow fish, its mouth glistening with grease. The imperial city's splendor and culinary delights were indeed unmatched by Liuli City. Just a single lengthy food street was enough to occupy them for an entire day. In addition, there were various shops offering cultivation resources. Upon seeing these, Tang Tian's collector's instinct kicked in, and he swept through the shops, acquiring numerous treasures. Unbeknownst to them, they had wandered until afternoon. Upon reaching another alley, the vibrant lights caught the little cat's attention. What is this place? Why are so many women standing at the entrance? Hey, that attire is quite unique. Just a few strips of fabric wrapped around them. I've never seen such outfits elsewhere. The little cat inquired with wide-eyed curiosity. Eager to explore further, Tang Tian hastily restrained it, saying, "No, the waters here run deep. You cannot navigate them. Let us instead seek out a night market stall." With that, he turned and walked away. There was no way he would allow the naive little cat to venture into such a place. However, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a figure. It was a young man clad in white robes, holding a folding fan. His demeanor exuded a gentle charm, and a refined smile adorned his face as he strolled into a pink courtyard, embracing 4 or 5 alluring women that the little cat had just described. Tang Tian could not help but stroke his chin, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. What is he doing here? The young man was none other than Wang Ziyu, the first honorary disciple he had met at Qinghua Sect. They had attended numerous gatherings together, and he had learned much about Qinghua Sect from him. However, after the Woofing Exchange Conference, they had lost contact. Tang Tian had attempted to reach out, but it was as if Wang Ziyu had vanished without a trace. Even after the turmoil surrounding the selection of core disciples and the death of Du Yuanqing, no news of Wang Ziyu had surfaced. To encounter him here was unexpected. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Tian resolved to approach him. After all, they were old friends. "Hey, what are you doing? Didn't you just say I couldn't handle it and suggested we find a night market stall?" The little cat questioned, perplexed by Tang Tian's direction. Tang Tian chuckled. "That may be true for you. My hands are large enough to handle it with ease. Come, let me show you the world." With that, he led the little cat toward the courtyard where Wang Ziyu had just entered. As they drew near, several graceful women approached them. Their movements seductive and their speech finely measured, clearly trained in the art of allure. Tang Tian made no effort to refuse. This was their profession. After casually selecting 2 women, he entered the courtyard. The courtyard was spacious, adorned with pleasing scenery, but most notably illuminated by a soft pink light, imbued with something special that stirred the most primal desires within. This created an atmosphere perfectly suited for such a place. Throughout the courtyard, private rooms were constructed, shielded by potent formations to ensure guests' enjoyment remained undisturbed. As they progressed deeper, they reached a central open-air garden, where a moderately sized stage featured several young women performing captivating dances. Numerous guests surrounded the stage, enjoying the melodies and admiring the graceful movements, all while being served by beautiful attendants, reveling in the ambience. In that moment, Tang Tian spotted Wang Ziyu, who was intently watching the performance, oblivious to Tang Tian's approach. "The dancing leaves much to be desired. The lighting is a bit dim. The costumes could afford to be thinner," he commented seriously. Tang Tian could only shake his head in disbelief, clearing his throat before speaking. "I thought I would never see you again, Wang Ziyu." Hearing his name called, Wang Ziyu turned, his expression one of shock as he recognized Tang Tian standing beside him. After a long moment, he abruptly stood, nearly toppling the woman who had been massaging his shoulders. "Tang, brother, what are you doing here?" Wang Ziyu exclaimed, astonished. Tang Tian smiled. "Shouldn't I be asking you that? Why are you roaming the imperial city instead of staying in the sect? I almost thought you had passed away." Wang Ziyu was taken aback for a moment, then quickly replied, "Pfft, look at me. I'm perfectly well. Besides, have you forgotten who I am?" He chuckled. "I'm a connoisseur of amusement. Naturally, wherever there is fun, my presence will follow. The 100 Sect battle is about to commence, and I certainly cannot miss such an opportunity to witness the grand spectacle." After saying this, he recovered from his initial surprise, extending his hand to invite Tang Tian to sit down. The two then faced each other across the table. "Why are you alone? Did you not bring along a few beauties?" Wang Ziyu asked with a mischievous grin. "I must tell you, the ladies here are quite enticing, far beyond what our sect can offer. How about I share a couple with you?" Tang Tian raised his hand to decline the offer. At this point, he felt no need for such pretenses. Wang Ziyu, however, seemed quite astonished, as if he could not comprehend the sudden shift in Tang Tian's demeanor. "You seem rather familiar with this place," Tang Tian remarked. Wang Ziyu poured a drink for Tang Tian, saying, "It's not too bad. I've been here for over a month. I must say, I am quite acquainted with this region." He then offered the cup to Tang Tian. Tang Tian clinked his cup with Wang Ziyu's and asked, "When did you leave the sect? Why didn't you give me a heads up? And why was there a communication blackout?" Wang Ziyu poured another drink, replying, I departed right after the woofing exchange conference. The Imperial City is too far. Unlike you, who can simply teleport, I had to travel the long way, which took me nearly half a year. I tried to reach out to you before I left, but you seemed quite busy, so I did not want to disturb you. As for the communication, he shook his head. The journey was perilous, and I had to employ certain methods to sever contact with the outside world. As I ventured further, the messaging talismans became ineffective. I wasn't intentionally going off the grid. Tang Tian remained silent, clinking his cup with Wang Ziyu's once more. The explanation had many holes in it. However, everyone has their secrets and strategies, and as fellow cultivators, Tang Tian chose not to pry further. Regardless, an ordinary disciple could traverse the vast distance from Qingwei Gate to the Imperial City unscathed. He was certainly not an ordinary individual. Chapter 172. The astonished Wang Ziyu. Tang Tian felt quite surprised to reunite with Wang Ziyu in such a place. He had always sensed that this guy was somewhat enigmatic, seemingly knowledgeable about everything. It now appeared that he might indeed be more than just an average person. By the way, have our sect members arrived as well? Wang Ziyu inquired. Tang Tian nodded. Of course, I came here with them. I certainly did not have half a year to wander around. Wang Ziyu took a sip of his drink and chuckled. It seems you've trained your own entourage. Otherwise, you wouldn't have this opportunity. He grinned. How is that little girl doing? Have you progressed your relationship? Tang Tian grimaced. No, it remains the same as before. During your absence, some other matters occurred within the sect. Nevertheless, this 100-sect battle should pose no issues for me. Wang Ziyu broke into a smile, so confident. It seems you are thriving within the sect. Have you managed to get close to Miss Mo? Tang Tian sipped his drink, smiling but remaining silent. He was uncertain how much Wang Ziyu truly knew about the recent happenings in the sect. By the way, who is leading us this time? Wang Ziyu continued. Miss Mo should have arrived, along with Lu Chang'e and Tian Yaxing, right? Tang Tian looked at him calmly and then gently shook his head. This time, it is still the young master who is leading us. As for the other young masters, only Lu Chang'e has come. Wang Ziyu was immediately taken aback. How can this be? In previous instances, at least 4 or 5 of the 5 young masters and 2 young ladies would attend. And now, at such a critical juncture for vying for that position, can they really allow him to come alone? His face was filled with astonishment. Tang Tian observed him for a while, noting that his reaction did not seem feigned, and slowly said, You truly do not know what has transpired in the sect during this period? Wang Ziyu shook his head, frowning as he asked, What happened? Seeing Tang Tian's expression, it appeared that something significant had occurred. Tang Tian nodded gently. Roughly speaking, our previous 5 young masters and 2 young ladies. Jing Heng has gradually lost influence, unable to uphold the status of a young master. Du Yuanqing, Guan Ming, all met tragic fates, with their families completely shattered. Mo Xiaoxiao and Qin Siyu have both been eliminated, returning to Yunding Tianfu. As for Tian Yangsheng, he is also gone, having perished at the hands of unknown enemies during his travels. Even now, it remains a mystery. With each revelation from Tang Tian, Wang Ziyu's eyes widened in disbelief. By the end, he was utterly stunned, sitting there like a statue. After a long while, he suddenly sprang to his feet, knocking over the 2 beauties beside him to the ground. But at that moment, he could hardly pay them any mind. What the hell? Brother Tang, you must be joking. This is not something to jest about. Even Tian Yangsheng is dead? I know his true identity. Wang Ziyu was completely taken aback, his emotions surging as he shouted. Drawing the attention of those nearby, Tang Tian raised his hand, urging him to calm down and sit down first. He then spoke softly. I would never joke about such matters. I previously mentioned that during your absence, significant events unfolded within the sect, the most substantial of which was the tumult caused by Du Yuanqing's death. Tang Tian then recounted the events surrounding Du Yuanqing's demise to Wang Ziyu, from his death to Mo Xiaoxiao being implicated. Finally, he mentioned Tian Yangsheng's unfortunate encounter with unknown assailants. After listening, Wang Ziyu was left in a state of shock, unable to regain his composure for a long time. I have always suspected that there were others manipulating this situation from behind, but regrettably, I have never found direct evidence. Do you think there is a possibility of this? Tang Tian asked Wang Ziyu, deliberately probing for his reaction. However, Wang Ziyu's expression was peculiar, his face shifting through a myriad of complex emotions. What is wrong with you? Tang Tian frowned, asking. Wang Ziyu looked up, bewildered, before suddenly slapping the table, causing the cups to jingle. What? So many exhilarating events transpired within the sect, and I completely missed them all. How much fun did I miss out on? Why did I have to leave the sect just to witness this 100-sect battle? The happenings within the sect are far more thrilling than this battle. He lamented, pounding his chest in regret, as if he had missed out on a fortune of 5 million innate Dao Jades. Tang Tian shook his head in disbelief. This guy, upon hearing such monumental news, was first concerned about missing out on a grand show. Truly, he was a person whose penchant for amusement was fully realized. He was not concerned about being inadvertently caught up in this fierce conflict and meeting his demise, was he? Wang Ziyu felt a wave of frustration for a considerable time before gradually calming his emotions. Alas, this decision was indeed a monumental blunder. I suspect I shall regret it until my dying breath. He sighed deeply and then inquired, so, does this mean that within the sect, the eldest son is left with only Lu Chang'e? If that is the case, hasn't he already secured that ultimate position? Tang Tian shook his head. Not quite. His chances are indeed significant, but he is not the one with the greatest prospects. Or rather, the one with the greatest hope at this moment is me. Wang Ziyu was taken aback once more, staring blankly at Tang Tian, his face etched with disbelief. Tang, brother Tang, you must understand what I mean, right? Tang Tian smiled and nodded. Subsequently, he did not conceal anything further and spoke candidly. In this turmoil, due to a series of fortuitous events, I have reaped considerable benefits. Currently, a substantial portion of the internal forces of the sect is under my control. Wang Ziyu was utterly stunned. It seemed this revelation was even more astonishing than the conflict Tang Tian had mentioned. After all, when he had departed, Tang Tian had only just begun to emerge. Compared to those eldest sons, he was still leagues behind. Yet, in just over half a year, he had surpassed them all, becoming the one who would ultimately prevail. Wang Ziyu found it hard to accept, but he knew Tang Tian would not lie about such matters. After a long pause, he made a concerted effort to compose himself and asked, so, it follows that the leaders of our sect this time are the young master, Lu Chang'e, and yourself? Tang Tian smiled and nodded. Wang Ziyu continued, so, you can indeed bring others through the great domain teleportation array to the imperial city? Tang Tian confirmed this. Wang Ziyu closed his eyes and then stood once more, turning his back to Tang Tian as he walked toward the bamboo grove behind him. I think I should take a moment to gather my thoughts. The impact of Tang Tian's words was substantial for Wang Ziyu. These matters seemed almost fantastical to him. He could hardly fathom such immense changes occurring in just over half a year since his departure from the sect. However, after the initial shock, he quickly found joy in the revelation. So, brother Tang, does this mean I can now rely on you? Wang Ziyu chuckled heartily and then quickly added, you wouldn't forget me now that you've become prosperous, would you? Let South not forget how close we were, sharing everything, inseparable. Tang Tian hastily waved his hand to interrupt. What kind of nonsense is this? If I didn't want to acknowledge you, I wouldn't have chased you all the way to this bustling district. But if you vanish without notice again, then I suppose we shall meet again by chance. If fate allows. Wang Ziyu chuckled, assuring that he would certainly not do so again, as following Tang Tian would lead to more delightful experiences. After their reunion, the two enjoyed a drink while watching the graceful performances on stage, engaging in casual conversation. Wang Ziyu had been in the imperial city for over a month and had become quite familiar with the layout of the main city. He shared many intriguing places with Tang Tian that they could explore in the coming days. He also briefly discussed the circumstances of other affiliated sections. It was undeniable that this fellow's sources of information were a mystery, as he seemed to know everything. Under the banner of Yunding Tianfu, there were a total of 129 affiliated sects, most of which were established around the same time as Qinghua Sect. There were younger sects, of course, as well as older ones. The sects that consistently occupied the top 10 positions in the rankings of affiliated sects were primarily among the first batch established, such as Baidi Sect, Xiang Sect, and Tianlong Sect. Their strengths were formidable, and their backgrounds profoundly deep, with talents cultivated within their ranks appearing in droves. Moreover, these sects had their own exclusive pathways. The most outstanding talents could ascend to Tianfu without competing in the 100 Sects battle. Thus, for them, the 100 Sects battle served merely as a contest for second-tier elites. Even so, they consistently held their positions in the top 10, with few other sects able to challenge their status. Should any sect suddenly experience a surge and break into the top 10 during the 100 Sects battle, they would gain the attention of Tianfu, be granted a dedicated pathway, and receive preferential resources for cultivation. Currently, there were no more than 30 sects with such qualifications. Wang Ziyu remarked. Tang Tian nodded, recalling that this explanation had also been shared with him by Qi Yuan previously. It could be said that this was a rule fostering healthy competition. With exclusive pathways, the most powerful affiliated sects would not always dominate the top 10 positions, as the performance of second-tier disciples would invariably fluctuate. Consequently, weaker sects would have opportunities to vie for the top 10 and a purpose to strive for. In terms of management, Yunding Tianfu had done well, evident in many details. Qinghua Sect ranked 28th in the previous 100 Sects battle, astonishing everyone. This time, the young master's ambitions would surely be even higher, Wang Ziyu remarked with a smile. Tang Tian nodded. Indeed, his gaze was fixed on the coveted position that would grant special qualifications. Yinkong's objective this time was the top 10. Since the conclusion of the last 100 sects battle, this had become his goal, and he was continuously striving toward it, expanding territory, recruiting more talents, and utilizing abundant resources to cultivate the very best geniuses, among other preparations. There was indeed hope. Moreover, with Tang Tian having shouldered a significant portion of the sect's construction costs last year, the progress of the disciples of Qingyue sect was readily apparent. The ambition is quite substantial, Wang Ziyu added. Regardless, the advancement of the sect is always a positive development. The stronger the sect becomes, the greater the power and status one acquires upon attaining that position. Tang Tian shook his head, saying, "It is premature to make any assertions before the final outcome is revealed. Do not underestimate Lu Chang's capabilities. He is adept at cunning schemes." He refrained from disclosing to Wang Ziyu that the events surrounding Du Yuanqing were secretly manipulated by Yinkong and Du Yuanqing, only touching upon the implications of the matter. "You should have no issue confronting him," Wang Ziyu laughed. "By the way, I heard that upon securing that position, one can also choose to enter Tianfu for further development. Are you planning to go?" Tang Tian took a sip of his drink, stating, "Regardless of whether I secure that position, I will be going to Tianfu. I do not wish to confine myself to a small place indefinitely." Wang Ziyu gave him a thumbs up, a noble aspiration. However, once you enter Tianfu, everything begins anew. The identity of the sect will become diluted, and even if you hold the position of the second-in-command of Qingyue sect, its significance will not be particularly great. In Yunding Tianfu, only strength, cultivation talent, and potential are valued. Tang Tian shrugged nonchalantly. From the very beginning, he had not harbored great desire for that identity. It was optional, and he even contemplated relinquishing it. Moreover, upon entering Tianfu, he intended to completely step out from the shadows. "By the way, there is something else." Prince Yu suddenly inquired, "Are you familiar with the Dragon Gate in the Cloud-Top Paradise?" Tang Tian was taken aback and shook his head, admitting he had never heard of it. Prince Yu elaborated, "Within the paradise, there exists a Dragon Gate that every disciple who enters through legitimate means must pass through. It serves as a measure of one's comprehensive abilities and innate talent. The more exceptional your performance, the greater the attention you will attract from the paradise. However, one must possess at least the talent of a child of heaven to qualify. Brother Tang, be sure to keep a close eye on that young girl. She may provide you with access to additional resources in the future," he remarked with a smile. After listening, Tang Tian unconsciously touched his nose. Is there really such a thing? It sounds acceptable. With his current talent and physique, he would undoubtedly perform decently. If he could garner attention right upon entry, it would save him a considerable amount of time and energy. After all, the paradise is vast, and even possessing formidable strength requires significant effort to stand out. He certainly did not wish to commence his journey in the cloud-top paradise with disdain. Playing the fool was not his style. If he were to emerge, he would do so with great fanfare and brilliance. But that was a matter for another time. Chapter 174. The beginning of the 100-gate battle. Tang Tian and Prince Yu conversed until the late hours of the night before departing from the flower lane together. Several beautiful women cast peculiar glances their way, seemingly puzzled by how these two robust young men were engaged in mere conversation rather than pursuing romantic interests. Upon leaving, Tang Tian escorted Prince Yu to the location where the Qingyue sect was stationed, a privilege he still held. In the following days, Tang Tian and Prince Yu, accompanied by the little cat and occasionally by Qi Yuan, leisurely explored the imperial city. The arrangements for the 100-gate battle were in the capable hands of Yinkong, while trivial matters were managed by Li Hong, allowing Tang Tian to remain unburdened. Regarding Lu Chang's prior mention of a foolish young lord from another sect seeking trouble, Tang Tian paid it no mind. What concern was it of his? Let Lu Chang deal with it. Soon enough, 5 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. As the 100-gate battle approached, the imperial city visibly buzzed with excitement. Numerous powerful sects brought forth tens of thousands of elite participants, and cultivators from within and around the city flocked to witness the spectacle. Such an event occurred only once every 5 years, and the mere thought of countless talents competing on the same stage was exhilarating. A throng of cultivators flooded into the imperial city, creating a vibrant and festive atmosphere. Amidst this fervor, the 100-gate battle was finally set to commence. Long before dawn, the members of the Qingyue sect gathered, each brimming with energy and anticipation, ready to embark on their journey. Subsequently, with a wave of Yinkong's hand, they officially made their way to the battleground. They arrived at a vast, open valley, characterized by a flat meadow at its base and gently sloping hills surrounding it, providing an excellent vantage point. This was the designated venue for the 100-gate battle. As the members of the Qingyue sect reached their destination, the sun had just begun to crest the horizon, yet many had already arrived at the valley's summit. The organizers of the event, overseers of the White Emperor City, had long since delineated the various zones for the participants. Under their guidance, Tang Tian found a seat relatively close to the center, reserved specifically for the Qingyue sect. Once seated, Tang Tian surveyed his surroundings and noted that nearly half of the sects had already arrived, sitting in silence to regulate their breathing and prepare for the impending competition. Above them, the valley's perimeter was packed with cultivators from other regions, likely having waited there for several days. As this event was a grand occasion under the banner of the cloud-top paradise, and few wished to miss such a rare opportunity. Everyone, adjust your state swiftly. Today, we will eliminate more than half the participants. Do not let external factors rob you of this singular opportunity. Regret will come too late, Yin Kong spoke softly. Upon hearing this, the participating disciples quickly endeavored to calm their nerves. Even for them, the magnitude of the event was unprecedented. And to say they were not nervous or excited would be disingenuous, unless, of course, one harbored absolute confidence in their abilities. Are you both all right? Tang Tian glanced at the Lan sisters nearby. They nodded in affirmation, their faces revealing no signs of anxiety. Rest assured, my lord. We shall exert ourselves to the utmost, and will not disappoint your nurturing of us. Their cultivation was on the verge of breaking through to the later stages of the out-of-body realm, with a solid foundation that was unlikely to falter. As for Li Hong, his mid-integration cultivation was firmly established, and the trials at the Myriad Demon's Tower following the 100-gate battle posed little concern. Seeing that they were all in good condition, Tang Tian nodded and turned back. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar gaze upon him. When he turned to look, he spotted the familiar figure of Gu Xiaoxue. However, upon meeting his gaze, she quickly lowered her head, seemingly lost in thought. Tang Tian shook his head slightly. Since leaving the Qingyue sect, she always appeared somewhat distracted whenever he encountered her. What could possibly be troubling her? Tang Tian furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to inquire, for this was a crucial moment, and she must not let her state hinder her true potential. Just then, Qi Yuan's voice broke through his thoughts, announcing, "The people from the Ziyang sect have arrived." Tang Tian refocused and followed Qi Yuan's gaze to the valley center, where a large group of disciples clad in Ziyang sect attire approached. Their numbers were comparatively few, even fewer than those from the Qingyue sect. Nevertheless, despite their small contingent, they exuded a tremendous aura and sense of pressure. Even from a distance, one could feel the intensity of their presence. Of course, this was especially true for ordinary disciples. They were indeed formidable. Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. In the valley center, there were also several other sects whose strength matched that of the Ziyang sect. Among these individuals were some who appeared even more terrifying than those from the Ziyang sect, representing long-standing positions within the top 10 of the sect rankings. Their resources were far beyond what the Qingyue sect could compare to. Moreover, these were merely their secondary-tier disciples. The most elite had already taken special pathways into the cloud-top paradise. Do not be fooled by their small numbers. If today's first elimination round sees even 3 of them eliminated, it will be considered a poor showing, Qi Yuan remarked. Tang Tian agreed with a nod. Indeed, the rules of the 100-gate battle dictated random matchups and a point system. Each participant started with 0 points. Victory granted 1 point. Defeat resulted in a loss of 1 point, and a tie yielded no points. Upon reaching 2 points, one qualified for advancement. This meant that if one could secure 2 consecutive victories, they would progress. Should fortune not favor them and they drew a stronger opponent, they still had the option to continue challenging. If their strength was sufficient, accumulating enough points for advancement was certainly feasible. Given the comprehensive strength of the Ziyang sect's disciples, it was unlikely for any upsets to occur on the first day. As for the Qingyue sect, they would likely see the elimination of no more than a quarter of their disciples, considering this was merely the first elimination round. With approximately half a month remaining in the competition, Tang Tian contemplated the schedule when he suddenly felt another familiar gaze upon him. Resigned, he turned back to find Gu Xiaoxue's eyes meeting his. Just as she prepared to avert her gaze once more, Tang Tian beckoned to her. "Come here. If you have something to say it to me directly." He truly did not wish to witness the girl falter at such a critical moment. Today's grand event saw the presence of individuals from Yunding Tianfu, who were watching closely. Performing well could yield certain advantages. Upon hearing Tang Tian's sudden summons, Yu Xiaoxue visibly hesitated. Her gaze was somewhat unnatural, but after a moment's struggle, she slowly rose and obediently approached Tang Tian. "Speak. What is the matter?" Tang Tian inquired. Chapter 175. Reunion with Xiaoxue. This marked the first official meeting between Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue since their parting in Zizhu Courtyard. In the presence of Tang Tian, Gu Xiaoxue appeared somewhat flustered, her head bowed, as if she were a child who had committed a wrongdoing. What is going on? In this state, how can you participate in the upcoming battle? You might just be easily overwhelmed, Tang Tian remarked with exasperation. He surveyed their surroundings and conjured a soundproof barrier, ensuring their conversation remained private. Now speak. What troubles you? I shall assist you. Gu Xiaoxue lifted her head to meet Tang Tian's gaze, finally taking a deep breath. That day, I did not truly choose to leave with Elder Hanhai. In truth, I wished to remain by your side, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Tang Tian was taken aback and couldn't help but chuckle. I know. Did you not say you would handle these matters yourself? Otherwise, I would not have allowed Elder Hanhai to take you away so easily. Gu Xiaoxue nodded. Yes, that day. I suddenly came to understand many things, and I felt it was more appropriate for me to handle it alone. However, upon returning, I sensed that my decision was somewhat impulsive, perhaps even rash. I feared you might misunderstand. Tang Tian couldn't suppress a smile. This girl seemed to have matured. Yet upon their reunion, she appeared as naive as ever. So, is this the reason for your slow progress in cultivation? After all this time, you are still only at the mid-stage of the out-of-body realm, while Lan Yu and El Zhu are on the verge of breaking through to the late stage. Gu Xiaoxue bashfully touched her nose. That is part of it, but not entirely. After leaving Zizhu Courtyard, or rather, after leaving you, I felt as though something was missing. Even when practicing with the innate Tao Jade, that familiar connection with the laws of heaven was absent. It's quite strange. Tang Tian was momentarily stunned. What an odd situation. He was neither a rare treasure nor a divine material. Could he possibly possess a unique ability to aid others in their cultivation? Shaking his head, he concluded it was a matter rooted in Gu Xiaoxue's own heart. Do not dwell on trivial matters. I trust you, which is why I allowed you to return with Elder Hanhai. Had I known you would be in such a state afterward, I would have insisted he not take you. Gu Xiaoxue gazed at Tang Tian. You truly do not blame me? Tang Tian felt a wave of silence within, yet he offered her an affirmative response once more. Upon confirming Tang Tian's sentiments, Gu Xiaoxue exhaled deeply, as if a weight had been lifted, and a long-forgotten smile graced her face. She still bore that endearingly foolish expression. However, Tang Tian sensed that she was concealing something else. What is troubling you? He asked, furrowing his brow. Has someone made things difficult for you since returning? Elder Hanhai? He had been vigilant since Gu Xiaoxue's departure and had not observed any ill intentions from others. Had he perhaps overlooked something? Gu Xiaoxue shook her head and smiled. No one has made things difficult for me. I have been in quiet meditation. Although I am no longer your disciple and cannot assist in your ascent to Tianfu, I will not neglect my own cultivation. Tang Tian nodded. That is correct. Strength is our greatest assurance. Regardless of what transpires, we must not falter in that regard. However, your current state. Suddenly, Tang Tian recalled something. After Gu Xiaoxue returned, she had visited the Black Prison, seemingly to see her former mentor, Luodania. Could it be because of Luodania? He asked. Gu Xiaoxue paused, then laughed. I knew you would not simply abandon me to Elder Hanhai. No wonder I always felt as though someone was watching me from the shadows. Tang Tian grimaced. Do not digress. Is it truly because of Luodania? What did she say to you? Be cautious. Her mind has become somewhat unstable. Gu Xiaoxue sighed softly. I understand. She has always been striving hard, hoping to regain Elder Hanhai's favor. Yet, he personally sent her into the Black Prison for 3 years. I spoke with her for quite some time, learned of her grievances, and realized she has become utterly ensnared in her own stubborn thoughts, unable to escape. Tang Tian frowned slightly. Do you still wish to save her? Such foolishness is not a virtue, especially in this harsher world. Yet Gu Xiaoxue shook her head. Her situation can only be resolved by her own efforts. I visited her merely to understand certain matters. Through our conversation, I gained a deeper insight into Elder Hanhai. At last, as she prepared to leave, she gifted me a protective talisman. With that, Gu Xiaoxue opened her palm, revealing a beautiful jade pendant before Tang Tian. However, Tang Tian's brow furrowed, for although the talisman appeared crystal clear, it concealed a trace of sinister energy within. This malevolent aura was deeply hidden. Yet it sent chills down his spine. Let me see that, he said, extending his hand to take the pendant. However, Gu Xiaoxue preempted him, tucking the pendant away. I am aware, she said softly. When she gave me the talisman, I understood what it contained. It was then that I began to see more clearly. Tang Tian fell silent. So, she was aware of the pendant's issues. What do you plan to do? He inquired. Gu Xiaoxue paused, then suddenly smiled, her eyes taking on a crescent shape. Did you not say you trust me? Then allow me to handle this matter myself. Before, I was merely concerned that you might blame me for my departure. However, now I realize there are still those who stand by me in this world." Her demeanor seemed to revert to that of her previous innocence. Tang Tian could not help but mutter, "Silly girl." Yet he understood that she had indeed changed. Perhaps it was only in his presence that she revealed her true self. As long as you are aware of your own heart, do not let your thoughts wander. Focus on performing well in the 100 Sects battle. You are one of the individuals I and Lao Qi have brought forth. Do not bring us shame. Gu Xiaoxua waved her small fists. "Do not worry. I will certainly perform admirably and leave them searching for their teeth." Chapter 176. The battle commences. The sun ascended high. With the arrival of the host, the mighty gate, the long-anticipated 100 Sects battle finally commenced. More than 100 sects, with all participants combined, numbered nearly 200,000. However, once the competition concludes, only the strongest 10,000 shall attain the privilege of entering the Celestial Summit, with a promotion rate of merely 5%. The competition is indeed fierce. Under the auspices of the White Emperor Gate, all participants have been assigned their respective numbers, and soon the random draw will commence, leading to a series of duels. The battleground lies at the valley's bottom, where hundreds of platforms stand ready, and once the contest begins, all battles will unfold simultaneously. In the span of a single day, nearly half of the participants, amounting to 100,000, must be eliminated. The intensity of the event is palpable. As for the rules of engagement, they're straightforward. The Celestial Summit aims to select talent based solely on an individual's true capabilities. Thus, no external aids are permitted. It is a battle of pure prowess where all must give their utmost effort. Before long, a resounding bell signals the commencement of the draw. The results emerge almost instantaneously. Conveyed to each contestant's nameplate. Both Lan Yu and Lu Zhu draw opponents of slightly lower rankings and lesser strength. However, Gu Xiaoxua's luck seems to falter as she faces a formidable contender from the top 10 sects in her very first match, promising a challenging encounter. Yet she appears remarkably unfazed, sporting a gentle, innocent smile, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupy her mind. "Focus, don't falter in the first round," Tang Tian admonishes. "I won T. I'm filled with confidence," Gu Xiaoxua exclaims, her spirit unwavering. Tang Tian shrugs, deciding to leave her to her own devices. Moments later, the battles commence. Lu Zhu is among the first to step onto the stage, her demeanor calm as she approaches the platform at the foot of Qingwei Gate. In duels between higher and lower ranked participants, those ranked lower must ascend to the platform of their opponents. The advantage of home ground is significant for the leading sects. Testing the combatant's mental fortitude, a victory on the opponent's turf can immensely bolster one's confidence. Shortly, a young disciple clad in azure robes ascends the platform, standing opposite Lu Zhu. This disciple, though one minor rank below Lu Zhu, displays evident signs of anxiety, his tension nearly visible on his face. "Sister, please. Enlighten me," he stammers, struggling to articulate his request. With the announcer's signal, the duel officially begins. The young disciple swiftly draws a long saber, adopting a standard combat stance. As if preparing for a formidable foe, Tang Tian shakes his head, recognizing the disciple's glaring lack of practical experience. He opens the match with a prelude rather than an immediate attack. It seems his sect does not prioritize real combat training. He stands no chance of enduring even 3 moves against Lu Zhu. Yet, reality proves Tang Tian's assessment to be overly optimistic. Lu Zhu's cultivation far surpasses her opponent's. And having undergone rigorous training under Master Qi, her combat prowess is exceptional, rendering her rival, fresh out of the nest, completely outmatched. In a mere exchange, the young disciple is sent flying off the platform, crashing heavily to the ground. Lu Zhu claims her first victory effortlessly. Is she truly this strong? Wang Ziyu exclaims, astonishment written all over his face. Brother Tang, how have you trained her? She seems like an entirely different person, having previously witnessed Lu Zhu's capabilities. Wang Ziyu finds it hard to reconcile this immense transformation. Tang Tian smiles, replying, earlier, I had them all undergo specialized training under Master Qi. I believe you understand the implications of that. Wang Ziyu pauses, casting a discreet glance at Master Qi, then gives Tang Tian an approving thumbs up. Impressive. Master Qi is not someone who easily opens his heart, and to have such a camaraderie with him is even more remarkable than your current standing. He muses, impressed. Tang Tian shrugs, neither confirming nor denying. Perhaps it was merely a fortunate coincidence. Lu Zhu swiftly secures a point, and soon it's Lan Yu's turn. Lan Yu faces an opponent even weaker than Lu Zhu's, a mere transformation realm cultivator, whom she dispatches effortlessly after a single exchange. Their swift victories draw glances from Yun Kong and Lu Chang'e, who cannot help but notice that the sisters Lan Yu and Lu Zhu have proven to be the fastest combatants in the initial rounds of Qingwei Gate. Tang Tian, who has cultivated such talent, is anything but ordinary. Nonetheless, he pays little mind to the reactions of others. Once Gu Xiaoxue's battle is set to begin, he pulls Wang Ziyu toward the Blackthorn Gate's location. The Blackthorn Gate, ranked 9th among sects, is one of the older sects established in the early days, though it remains slightly weaker compared to Xiang Gate. Nevertheless, even a withered camel is larger than a horse. They are still a formidable presence for ordinary sections. Upon their arrival, Gu Xiaoxue has just stepped onto the platform. Her opponent, a cold and imposing youth clad in black, awaits her. As they ascend the platform, the disciples of Blackthorn Gate begin to murmur about Gu Xiaoxue. Such a young girl, is she even 20? One queries, checking her age. Goodness, she's only 16. A disciple from Qingwei Gate. Another exclaims in disbelief. Is this a joke? At 16, she is competing in the 100 Sect War? Can't she wait for the next session? Chuckles another. Who knows, perhaps she possesses confidence, someone else suggests. Let us not forget, Qingwei Gate is claiming they aim for a top 10 position. However, skepticism quickly emerges. Every year, there are those who boast. How many actually succeed? I reckon Qingwei Gate is simply scraping the bottom of the barrel, sending a 16-year-old to fill the ranks. Her mid-transformation realm cultivation is decent, but she stands no chance against Brother Yin, who is nearing the pinnacle of transformation realm. Honestly, for Qingwei Gate to aspire to the top 10 is nothing short of delusional. Others snicker derisively. Shortly after, someone nudges the speaker, reminding him that Qingwei Gate disciples are watching. Yet the youth, undeterred, persists in his taunts, even turning to glare provocatively at Tang Tian. Quite arrogant, Tang Tian remarks. Unfazed by the confrontation, such verbal disputes are commonplace, irrespective of location. It's only natural, they are strong. Wang Ziyu adds, then shifts the conversation, asking, what do you think of Brother Yin? He certainly seems formidable. Tang Tian pauses, then replies thoughtfully, let us observe. As their conversation unfolds, the battle on the platform has already commenced. In the gaze of the audience, the fight on the stage begins. Brother Yin from Blackthorn Gate seems to underestimate the young girl before him, considering her youth as a sign of weakness. Thus, even after the announcer declares the match underway, he remains unyielding, arms crossed, offering no form of defense. Gu Xiaoxue seizes this opportunity without hesitation. Her sword is drawn in an instant, a powerful aura bursting forth as she charges towards her opponent. As always, she opens with her most lethal strike, a chilling intent permeating the arena. Goodness, how powerful! The disciples of Blackthorn Gate exclaim, utterly taken aback by Gu Xiaoxue's overwhelming display. Yin, the senior brother, similarly realized the gravity of the situation only after sensing the almost palpable killing intent directed at him. He quickly acknowledged that his opponent was far from the weakling he had initially presumed. Faced with Gu Xiaoxue's ferocious assault, Yin swiftly retaliated, managing just barely to fend off her initial strike. Yet, the momentum had already shifted in Gu Xiaoxue's favor. Her relentless barrage fell upon him like a torrential downpour, forcing Yin to retreat repeatedly, struggling to block each of her attacks without a moment to catch his breath. As time progressed, Gu Xiaoxue's offensives grew increasingly fierce, and Yin found himself increasingly beleaguered, narrowly avoiding disaster and appearing quite disheveled. In a moment of desperation, he unleashed a powerful blow, hoping to turn the tide through a trade of injuries. However, the seasoned Gu Xiaoxue was well prepared for such a tactic. As Yin struck out, the air exploded with sound, and a terrifying force swept across the arena. A practitioner of the ordinary out-of-body realm would have surely found it impossible to withstand the fury of his punch. Regrettably, he struck nothing but air. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Xiaoxue penetrated his weakest defensive point. By the time Yin realized what had transpired, it was too late. A delicate sword rested against his throat, its icy touch sending shivers down his spine. I concede, senior brother, Gu Xiaoxue remarked with a light chuckle, her demeanor reflecting not a hint of strain, rather an air of ease. Yin gritted his teeth, his expression marred by unwillingness. Had he not overestimated his own strength and underestimated his opponent from the very beginning, he might not have found himself at such a disadvantage after their first clash. At the very least, he believed the two were evenly matched. But alas, there was no room for speculation. With a blade at his throat, he had no choice but to surrender. Gu Xiaoxue from Qingwei Sect, victorious, announced the referee of the arena. The disciples of the Blackthorn Sect erupted in disbelief. They had never anticipated that their esteemed senior brother would fall to a mere 16-year-old girl. It was important to note that Yin ranked among the top in the Blackthorn Sect. His defeat instilled a sense of apprehension within them. Could it be that the Qingwei Sect truly had a chance of breaking into the top 10? The expressions among the Blackthorn disciples varied widely, but in stark contrast. Tang Tian and Wang Ziyu seemed exceedingly nonchalant. Is this it? I had expected the traditional sects to be far more formidable, Wang Ziyu openly mocked. Some Blackthorn disciples turned to glare at him, yet they were powerless, having just suffered defeat. Let us go. After witnessing Gu Xiaoxue's battle, Tang Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although her cultivation might not rival that of the Lan Yu sisters, her solid foundation, profound comprehension of the Tao, and seemingly superior combat experience suggested that her overall strength surpassed theirs. He believed her advancement to the next stage of the 100 Sects battle was nearly assured. After a brief interlude, the two returned to their position within the Qingyue sect. Following a conversation with Li Hong, he discovered that the Qingyue sect had already experienced its first loss. A few disciples had encountered formidable opponents and were swiftly eliminated, while others fell victim to their own underperformance against disciples from lesser sections. Observing Yun Kong's grim countenance, it was evident that reprimands were imminent. The battles continued fiercely, and after a lengthy morning, the first round finally concluded around noon. The second round pitted victors against victors and vanquished against vanquished. In the winner's bracket, a single additional victory would suffice to accumulate enough points for advancement to the next day's elimination round. The remaining participants would need to strive even harder. A redraw for matchups ensued, and this time, the Lan Yu sisters faced equally formidable opponents, while Gu Xiaoxue seemed to have drawn the short straw once more, encountering a disciple from a top 10 sect. However, her current adversary appeared less daunting than Yin. After an intense clash, the three emerged victorious, securing their second point and successfully advancing. Numerous battles lay ahead, each more intense than the last, as all competitors poured their utmost effort into seizing potential advancement opportunities. Yet, after a while, Tang Tian gradually lost interest. He entrusted Qi Yuan with oversight of the proceedings and, accompanied by Li Hong and the Lan Yu sisters, returned to their encampment. As Gu Xiaoxue was a pure disciple, she was not under his purview at present. Upon returning, Tang Tian instructed the Lan Yu sisters to reflect on their gains and losses in preparation for the next match. He also encouraged Li Hong to enhance his strength further, providing him with several Liuli beads as assistance. Following the 100 Sects battle, he had a period to enhance his abilities before the trial at the Myriad Demons Tower. After arranging for several matters, Tang Tian retreated to his quarters. After 5 days of leisure, it was time to resume his training, allowing his little cat to wander outside. He soon entered a state of deep cultivation. The mysterious ancient jade unleashed its full power, and a vast reservoir of primordial spiritual energy surged into Tang Tian, propelling his cultivation to new heights. He was nearing the critical threshold of the 9th layer of transformation. In the following days, Tang Tian abstained from attending the elimination rounds, dedicating himself solely to rigorous training in his abode. Finally, after 5 days, as all the spiritual energy within him transformed into celestial energy, his Dantian expanded to the limits of the mortal realm. Presently, it was nearly entirely comprised of celestial energy. Should he undergo the process once more? The remaining spiritual energy in his Dantian would convert entirely into celestial energy, achieving the pinnacle of transformation, often referred to as a half-step immortal. Subsequently, through gradual refinement of his body, he would complete the final transition from mortal to immortal, becoming a true immortal. Taking a long breath, Tang Tian gazed into the distance. That day was finally drawing near. Chapter 178. The 5th day after breaking through the 9th layer of transformation, Tang Tian returned to the valley where the grand competition was held. A balance of work and rest was essential, and achieving the pinnacle of transformation required a spiritual energy nearly equal to the sum of the previous 9 layers, a feat that could not be accomplished overnight. Upon arriving at the valley, Tang Tian found the location of the Qingyue sect. The valley above was still teeming with people. Such a gathering of talents competing together was a rare sight, and practitioners would not miss the opportunity to observe. However, the participants in the 100 Sects battle had dwindled significantly. By the end of the first day of the elimination rounds, over 90,000 competitors had been eliminated. The Qingyue sect had lost about 1/5 of its members, and even the Blackthorn and Xiang sects had seen some of their own fall. From the second day onward, the elimination phase continued, albeit with slight modifications to the competition format. Most notably, the rate of elimination had decreased. On the second day, 30,000 were eliminated, followed by 20,000 on the third and fourth days, with an expected 10,000 to be eliminated today, leaving only the final 20,000 to proceed to the next round. When Tang Tian arrived, the battles of the day were nearing their conclusion. "Tang brother," Wang Ziyu called out from a distance upon spotting him. Moments later, Tang Tian settled beside him. "How goes the situation?" he inquired. Wang Ziyu replied with enthusiasm. "It's simply exhilarating, not to mention the several arenas beneath us, which have already seen more than 100 participants carried away. It's truly something to behold." The fighters clashed fiercely, limbs severed and blood saturating the arenas. That got Wang Ziyu marveled, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Tang Tian felt a sense of bewilderment. This must be the joy of those who revel in such chaos, a sentiment he found difficult to grasp. What of the Qingyue Sect's performance? He asked. Wang Ziyu pondered for a moment before responding. It's been rather standard. The more formidable elites have faced no significant issues, with over a dozen maintaining an undefeated record thus far. However, those at the lower end have been rather disappointing. Nearly half of those who participated have been eliminated, while a significant number are struggling on the brink of life and death. Those who successfully advance to the next round will likely be no more than half. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Half, which amounts to over 600 individuals, can only be deemed marginally acceptable. The objective of Qingyue Sect this time is to secure a position within the top 10. Historically, to enter the top 10, at least 300 participants must succeed in advancing, and the most exceptional talents must stand out remarkably. However, Tang Tian felt no cause for concern. Yun Kong had made extensive preparations for this day, with the elite disciples undergoing secret training, demonstrating formidable strength. For instance, the remarkable Lan Yu and Lu Zhu encountered 1 or 2 defeats during the 5-day competition. Meanwhile, among the pure disciples, there are several who have achieved flawless victories, which is truly impressive. Among those Tang Tian knows, only Gu Xiaoxue remains undefeated thus far. Once today's battles conclude, the more exhilarating advancement matches will commence. Wang Ziyu continued, stating that at that time, the final 20,000 participants would be divided into 20 groups, each comprising 1,000 individuals, to engage in internal point battles. The top 300 from each group would directly qualify for promotion to Yunding Tianfu, while the bottom 300 would be eliminated. The 400 in the middle would then compete against the corresponding middle 400 from other groups until all promotion lists are determined. The ensuing clashes are bound to escalate in intensity, he exclaimed excitedly. Tang Tian shrugged. Indeed, under such a competitive structure, the opportunities would become increasingly scarce as the rounds progressed. Everyone would exert their utmost effort, refusing to relent until the very last moment. The intensity of the battles would likely rival that of life and death confrontations. Even now, both sides seemed to be fighting with utmost desperation. Tang Tian witnessed 2 disciples spill blood on the arena, both evenly matched, battling until exhaustion overcame them, resulting in a draw. However, such reckless fighting would preclude them from participating in subsequent battles. Elimination had become inevitable. Is there anything else? Tang Tian inquired after watching the battles for a while. Certainly. Wang Ziyu replied with a smile. Everyone aspires to secure a position in the top 10, and established sects are unwilling to relinquish their spots easily. When factions clash on the battlefield, they naturally bring forth their true fire. Sometimes, things escalate excessively, impacting entire sections. Over the past few days, I have witnessed several conflicts amongst sects, with a few even resorting to open skirmishes, ultimately requiring the intervention of the Baidi sect to mediate. Tang Tian smirked. Indeed. Where there are people, there will be conflict. Even among those under the same banner of Tianfu, such disputes are unavoidable. Qingyue Sect had also been provoked several times. But each time, the young sect master had managed to suppress the turmoil. Wang Ziyu leaned in closer and whispered, "This fellow appears amiable, but when angered, he truly becomes formidable, even pushing back against the Heji sect. No one dares to challenge him." In the end, those sects had no choice but to send their young masters to trouble our sect. However, Lu Chang'e is no pushover. Those young masters are utterly insignificant in his presence, treated like children in his eyes. It's simply hilarious. Observing Wang Ziyu's jovial demeanor, Tang Tian reflected on the amusing events that had transpired over the past few days. By the way, Wang Ziyu suddenly interjected, "The people from Yunding Tianfu have also arrived." Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. This was indeed a matter worthy of attention. What brings them here? Wang Ziyu grimaced. To scout potential talents for the future, of course. They sometimes arrive early to identify noteworthy individuals in the 100 sects battle. They likely wish to prepare in advance, considering these individuals will be heading to Tianfu. Tang Tian understood. The internal dynamics of Tianfu are exceedingly intricate, and it is only natural for them to seek out exceptional talents to bring under their wing, allowing them to gauge the situation ahead of time. Very well. Subsequently, as Tang Tian engaged in casual conversation, he continued to observe the matches unfolding below. After a while, suddenly, a systematic notification echoed in his mind. Transaction completed. You have acquired 23,411 innate Dao Jades. You have gained 23,411 billion consumption points. Tang Tian was briefly taken aback, but quickly grasped the implications. It appeared that Wang Gang's expansion efforts had already commenced. Chapter 179. The Excited Kitten in an Unassuming Ordinary Dwelling. The streets outside were remarkably quiet. Suddenly, with a creak, the wooden door swung open, and a youth, handsome as jade, stepped out. It was Wang Gang. Following him was an elderly man with completely white hair, the celestial powerhouse from the Tang Tian Chamber of Commerce. The two walked together toward the tranquil village outside. After a moment, the elder spoke. "Master, are we not being a bit hasty?" Wang Gang glanced at him and asked, "What do you mean?" The elder furrowed his brow. "That's a staggering 80,000 innate Dao Jades we've just thrown away, merely acquiring a small stake in other chambers. With such funds, I believe we should first seize some of their external assets and progress gradually. That would yield better results and incur lower overall costs. Acquiring a few shares won't make much of a difference." Wang Gang paused before responding gently. "I understand your perspective. However, this is the young master's arrangement." The elder's frown deepened. "I recognize it's the young master's idea, but I don't wish to offend him. Yet he may not fully grasp the intricacies of business operations. Shouldn't we try to clarify things for him at an appropriate moment, altering some of his notions? I worry that Tang Tian Chamber of Commerce may take too large of a stride, leading to unforeseen issues that could jeopardize our foundation." Upon hearing this, Wang Gang suddenly halted, turning to face the elder. "Huang Lao, you should know that without young Master Tang, our chamber would have disbanded long ago." He locked eyes with Huang Lao. Huang Lao was momentarily taken aback before quickly replying, "I certainly understand that, but precisely for that reason, shouldn't we strive to ensure Tang Tian Chamber of Commerce thrives even more? Achieving profitability swiftly would also provide a justification for young Master Tang." Observing Huang Lao's earnest demeanor, Wang Gang sighed softly and said, "Huang Lao, you have yet to grasp one crucial point. The current chamber belongs solely to young Master Tang. It is his private property. Therefore, whatever ideas he proposes must be adhered to without question. Do you understand?" Huang Lao frowned. "Does that mean that even if the young Master's decisions are misguided, we are to comply without objection?" Wang Gang shook his head. "Of course not. Every decision, with its merits and drawbacks, must be clearly explained to the young master. That is our duty. However, Huang Lao, what I am about to say next, you must remember well." Huang Lao instantly became serious, listening intently. Wang Gang contemplated his words carefully before stating, "Young Master Tang is an extraordinary individual. His ideas are unprecedented and unparalleled. It can be said that he has transcended the understanding of ordinary people. Thus, we cannot interpret his intentions through the lens of conventional reasoning. I have already discussed the pros and cons of chamber expansion with the young master, and our current actions are the result of his careful deliberation. As for why he has chosen this path, Huang Lao, I believe you understand better than I do that some matters should not be casually speculated upon." At once, Huang Lao's gaze sharpened. "Indeed, how can one presume to fathom the decisions of those in power, let alone intervene?" Upon reflection, the mere presence of such thoughts revealed that he had not completely severed ties with his previous role as a decision-maker. Yet now, the entire chamber has become Tang Tian's private property. Observing Huang Lao's reaction, Wang Gang realized he had come to terms with this. In truth, situations akin to Huang Lao's were quite prevalent within the chamber, for Tang Tian had rarely made an appearance, leaving the impression that the decisions were still in the hands of their group. Wang Gang could not allow this to persist. Should Tang Tian become displeased, the chamber would once again face an irretrievable collapse. Today's awakening of Huang Lao marks the commencement of internal rectification. Huang Lao, you have devoted your lifetime to the chamber, and I am aware of your deep sentiments towards it. Wang Gang continued, however, it is precisely for this reason that we must exercise greater caution to ensure the chamber's survival. Of course, I recognize your good intentions. Nevertheless, we must not underestimate our new president. His capabilities and financial resources far surpass our expectations. Thus, we need not fear that our current actions will lead to complications. Allow me to share a hint. 80,000 innate Dao Jade is merely a beginning. Huang Lao was momentarily taken aback. Eyes wide. 80,000 Dao Jade is just the beginning? Wang Gang smiled and nodded. I have several tens of thousands of Dao Jade in liquid assets, all bestowed upon me by our young master. He has previously stated, the issue of funding is not a concern. Huang Lao gaped, rendered speechless. Having spent the greater part of his life in the chamber, he understood better than anyone the terrifying implications behind the phrase, funding is not a concern. Wang Gang chuckled once more, turning to continue his path. Therefore, let us not overthink matters and instead diligently focus on our tasks. Expanding our reach is the mission we must undertake going forward. Additionally, remember not to utter the words Tang Tian Chamber again. We are now known as Tianxiatong. Huang Lao watched Wang Gang's departing figure, inhaling deeply. Ultimately, He nodded to himself, resolutely setting forth to follow. In the imperial city, at the competition venue, Tang Tian observed the sudden influx of 160,000 innate Dao Jade in the system and realized that Wang Gang had commenced his activities. Before departing from Qingwei Gate, he had entrusted all his Dao Jade, amounting to over 100,000, to Wang Gang for the forthcoming expansion endeavors. Developing the chamber undeniably requires funding. One cannot allow progress to stall simply because of personal absence. 80,000 Dao Jade expended so swiftly left him pondering whether the remaining sum would suffice. Tang Tian stroked his chin, contemplating whether to send additional Dao Jade back. The faster the chamber expands, the more consumer points he could accumulate, which seemed quite necessary. After some consideration, he decided to wait. The distance from there to the imperial city was exceedingly great. Even an ordinary celestial being would likely take about a month to return. By that time, he would have already utilized the Grand Domain teleportation array. Unless he could enlist the help of someone above the golden immortal level, it was best to let things unfold naturally. Regardless, his consumer points had already surpassed 10 trillion, sufficient to exchange for a Dao-level talent or physique. With that thought, Tang Tian rose, departing the valley to return to his residence. After setting up the formations outside, he prepared to make his exchange. Just then, a small cat's figure suddenly emerged from the void. As the spirit of the world, it was immune to formations below the rule level. Old Tang. The small cat was evidently ecstatic, immediately pouncing before him and tugging at his arm. Hurry, hurry. I found an incredible place. It's absolutely exhilarating. Oh my. I could hardly move after seeing it. I want to hold it in my arms. Just the thought of it makes me weak. Come on, let's go. It fervently pulled Tang Tian along. Tang Tian, perplexed by the overly excited small cat, noticed its body radiated a fervent heat. Even a hint of pink showing through its skin, an obvious sign of excessive excitement. What on earth had this creature seen? As night fell, the grand city of nocturnal lights was ablaze with illumination, resembling a city that never sleeps. Under the small cat's enthusiastic insistence, Tang Tian arrived in a thriving district of the main city. Upon his arrival, he felt a slight sense of relief, for this place did not appear to be disreputable. A magnificent structure loomed at the center of the main city, illuminated by violet lights, exuding grandeur without losing its authority. Looking up, he saw 3 bold characters inscribed on a massive sign. Sun Tianjie. What sort of place is this? Tang Tian inquired. A rather peculiar place, filled with various treasures. Oh, you'll know once you step inside. The small cat tugged at Tang Tian, leading him into the building known as Sun Tianjie. Once inside, the interior's architecture differed from Tang Tian's expectations. He had anticipated a venue bustling with affluent patrons, even if not revelrous, at least lively. Instead, Sun Tianjie comprised a multitude of identical rooms, closely situated, with not a single garden for leisure in sight. This style starkly contrasted with the vibrant exterior. Oddly, the narrow streets were eerily deserted. Even if someone passed by, they hurried away, vanishing around the corner. Could it be a place for underground dealings? Tang Tian could not help but ask. The small cat chuckled. See, you've never encountered such a scene before. Follow me. I'll give you a proper introduction. With that, the small cat transformed into a sunny-looking young man and proceeded forward, leaving Tang Tian to follow, perplexed by its antics. Soon, they arrived at a relatively larger building that appeared to serve as the front desk for Sun Tianjie. The small cat approached, engaging in a familiar conversation with a staff member, before returning with 2 white jade plates. Let us find a room. The small cat handed one of the jade plates to Tang Tian. Upon inspection, Tang Tian perceived a distinct spatial fluctuation emanating from it. This phenomenon was peculiar, seemingly intertwined with some mechanism for capturing spiritual consciousness, something he had never encountered before. It felt as if it could transport a person's consciousness to another location. Recalling the desolate streets outside, a suspicion stirred within Tang Tian's mind. Could it be that everyone communicated through this device? All right, let's go in. The small cat said as it located their assigned room, and both entered. The room was modest, akin to a bedroom, with an excessively simple arrangement. No bed. Only a few soft chairs and a table adorned with delectable spiritual fruits. Small cat, quit keeping me in suspense. What exactly is going on? Speak. Tang Tian prompted after settling in. The small cat grinned, brandishing the jade plate. I stumbled upon this place by sheer chance and decided to explore. I never imagined humans could be so clever as to create such an illusory world. Try probing your consciousness into the jade plate. An illusory world? Tang Tian was filled with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, uncertain whether the world described by the little cat aligned with his own understanding. He decided to investigate further. With a jade plate in hand, he projected a wisp of divine thought into it. Upon entering, The array within the jade plate was instantly activated, guiding Tang Tian into a space enveloped in dense white mist. This was, in fact, a minuscule realm within the jade plate, which appeared less confined under the vision of his divine thought. Amidst the fog stood a grand door of white jade, and before it, an imposing puppet lion, its eyes gleaming with a spark of intelligence. Esteemed guest, welcome to the celestial realm. The puppet lion spoke with human-like articulation. Tang Tian remained silent, discerning that although the lion possessed a modicum of wisdom, it was far inferior to that of a living being, merely a puppet. After a brief pause, the lion continued, "You shall soon enter the celestial realm. Please select a suitable identity for your upcoming journey." As the lion spoke, several words representing various identities emerged from its eyes. Middle-aged cultivator, young male cultivator, elderly cultivator, dashing gentleman, youthful maiden, alluring woman, and more. Over a dozen identities, each signifying a distinct persona. Faced with this peculiar selection, Tang Tian felt momentarily bewildered. What was this? Did he truly need to choose an identity? Was an adventure about to commence? In a daze, he suddenly felt a surreal sense of traversing back in time, a notion both absurd and intriguing. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Tian pondered what would happen upon selecting an identity. He ultimately chose to identify as a young male cultivator. Once his choice was confirmed, a cloud of white mist swiftly rose from beneath his feet, enveloping him entirely. He could distinctly feel the mist shaping his external appearance according to preordained rules. Within mere breaths, the mist dissipated, revealing a completely altered visage. His height had slightly decreased, while his build remained unchanged, but his facial features and attire had transformed entirely. Most significantly, although the mist had vanished, it had left behind an invisible barrier that obscured his divine thought from exploration. Thus, even someone intimately familiar with Tang Tian would fail to recognize him now. Quite fascinating, Tang Tian mused, stroking his chin. The jade plate, appearing unremarkable at first glance, concealed over 1,000 high-level arrays, the intricacy and complexity of which astonished him. When combined, these arrays possessed a myriad of functions. Initial estimates suggested at least 10,000. The capabilities currently presented to him were likely only a fraction of that. He was eager to discover what lay beyond the grand door. With renewed interest, Tang Tian stepped forward and pushed open the imposing white jade door. Chapter 181, The Ruined Remnants. The door, seemingly heavy, yielded effortlessly to his touch, allowing him passage. A blinding white light enveloped him, revealing a brand new and extraordinary world. It was a city in the sky, a collection of numerous floating islands. As he gazed around, he saw several islands suspended in the endless void, varying in size. The island beneath his feet was relatively small, yet it resembled a bustling town, adorned with an array of bizarre and magnificent structures. The wide streets bustled with people, creating a lively atmosphere. However, one disconcerting aspect stood out: the abundance of identical faces. A mere glance revealed numerous young male cultivators who looked just like him, alongside many middle-aged cultivators, youthful maidens, and so forth. Tang Tian surmised that the limited selection of identities must have led to such uniformity in appearances. Yet, from another perspective, this also provided a layer of protection for each individual's true identity. What a marvelous virtual world! Tang Tian couldn't help but exclaim. At that moment, a charming woman suddenly leaped in front of him. "Young master," she called out, sporting a mischievous smile. Tang Tian glanced at her, recognizing that such antics could only belong to the little cat. "Why did you choose such a persona? It doesn't suit your character at all," he remarked. The little cat's appearance was alluring, with a curvaceous figure that exuded charm, yet her posture, bent and hands on her hips, was comically unbecoming. "Is it? I find it quite delightful," the little cat replied, tugging at her attire, nearly exposing her fair skin. Fortunately, it appeared that the celestial realm had established rules to prevent any inappropriate exposure. After a few futile attempts, she gave up and asked, "Enough about appearances. What do you think of this place? Isn't it eye-opening?" Tang Tian surveyed the surroundings, noting the vivid realism of the structures and the gentle breeze brushing against his face. However, he was acutely aware that everything before him was an illusion. "Indeed impressive. I never anticipated witnessing such a spectacle within the realm of cultivation," he replied earnestly. The concept of a virtual world within the cultivation realm was utterly novel to him. The little cat chuckled with delight, seemingly pleased with Tang Tian's reaction. "You haven't seen anything yet. The primary function here is trade. You can find a plethora of treasures, delicacies, materials, everything you could ever wish for." Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback, questioning, "But isn't this a virtual world? How can they sell items? If I purchase something, how do I pay for it?" With a smile, the little cat explained, "Don't forget about the jade plate. It possesses a teleportation function. If both parties agree to a trade, the celestial realm will notarize it, forming a transaction voucher. Once we leave this place, we can conduct the actual trade using the jade plate. I've already acquired many items through this method. It's incredibly convenient. Listening to her explanation, Tang Tian was rendered speechless. They had even devised a means for online transactions. With the jade plate facilitating the transport of goods, it eliminated the need for physical delivery. This was utterly remarkable. He could only marvel at the boundless ingenuity of humanity. When shared needs align, the inventions born out of such creativity are often strikingly similar. Tang Tian, hailing from another world, recognized the immense potential of such innovations. Trade was merely a foundational function. If further refined, this virtual realm could encompass communication, friendship, leisure, cultivation, and more. Everything conceivable within the real world could find its place here. Even concepts yet to exist could be birthed in this virtual space. The expanse of imagination dictated the vastness of the virtual realm. However, understanding the operational mechanics of this virtual world was paramount. And Tang Tian's current focus lay elsewhere. He would address it when the opportunity arose. Truly impressive, he acknowledged with a nod, but quickly shifted the topic. But with just this, there's no way you'd be this excited. The little cat's exuberance upon encountering him was akin to a cat discovering a horde of exquisite feline companions. Absurdly excessive. With a mischievous grin, the little cat replied, "Come, I shall take you to another place. I've heard it is the true paradise of the clouds." After finishing his words, the little cat pulled Tang Tian and dashed toward the center of the floating island. Along the way, it regaled Tang Tian with stories about the surrounding floating islands. It turned out that the very island they stood upon was the celestial patrol realm within the Imperial City. Anyone entering through the Imperial City would inevitably arrive at this floating island. The other floating islands, therefore, were merely different divisions of the celestial patrol realm. Among these many islands, one stood out. Its area significantly larger than the others, indicating that its division far surpassed the scale of the Imperial City. This was the division of the celestial patrol realm near the cloud summit. Remarkably, even though Tang Tian and his companions hailed from the distant Imperial City, under the unique rules of this virtual world, they could access the floating island of the cloud summit division and engage in trade there. This method of transcending space was indeed a formidable technique. Tang Tian surmised that there must be an existence above the immortal kings presiding over the celestial patrol realm. Perhaps even higher. Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible to conceive such an extraordinary creation. Upon passing through the teleportation array at the center of the Imperial City floating island, Tang Tian and the little cat arrived at the floating island belonging to the cloud summit. The little cat then led Tang Tian to a grand and imposing building, known as the Hall of Remnants. Upon entering, the little cat dragged Tang Tian to the innermost part of the hall. Before them stood rows of tall display cases, each containing a fragmentary immortal artifact. A profound aura of regulatory power enveloped them. This is it. Upon seeing those remnants, the little cat was instantly entranced, its eyes sparkling, nearly drooling with excitement. Tang Tian furrowed his brow, glancing at the descriptions of the artifacts. After a moment, he finally comprehended the purpose of the Hall of Remnants. It specialized in selling those incomplete immortal artifacts. Most of these remnants had lost their original functionalities and could no longer serve as weapons. Unlike the broken blade of Tianyang, however, they still retained a notable power of regulation, which could be used to comprehend the laws of heaven. If one could indeed glean insights from them, it would be a valuable endeavor. Thus, their prices were not low. A weapon belonging to an immortal king, reduced to a mere third of its original form, was astonishingly priced at 7 pieces of innate Dao jade. Tang Tian was somewhat taken aback. This price was indeed rather steep, explaining why so many items remained unsold. Yet, for him, the cost was not a concern. However, this sentiment did not resonate with the little cat, who exclaimed, "No, these are invaluable treasures for me. Old Tang, oh no, Tangu, dear brother, you must get me some. I beg you." The little cat did not conceal its emotions, and the desperation was evident on its face. Amused by its antics, Tang Tian could not help but chuckle, realizing that the little cat's excitement stemmed from seeing these artifacts. He certainly would not refuse such a request. Aware that the little cat needed these regulatory treasures to grow, Tang Tian had promised to seek out similar items whenever possible. This was not only for the little cat's benefit, but also for his own. As if the little cat ascended, the mysterious ancient jade in his possession would similarly advance. Perhaps, at a certain level, the energy it produced would transition from spirit power to pure immortal power. Why not embrace such an opportunity? Very well, as you wish. Chapter 182. Decisive and resolute. There were not many patrons in the Hall of Remnants. It was sparsely populated. Even when someone entered, upon seeing the prices of the remnants, they would shake their heads and leave. Indeed, the prices were rather prohibitive. Although these remnants had once been exceptional artifacts, their current state rendered them devoid of practical value, leaving only research potential, a consideration that typically did not entice ordinary cultivators. Tang Tian stood there for quite some time without witnessing any transactions, not even casual price discussions. The attendant behind the counter slouched, clearly accustomed to such circumstances. After pondering for a moment, Tang Tian spoke up, "Shopkeeper, do you sell these items?" The attendant, sitting at the counter, raised his head, gazing blankly at Tang Tian. Suddenly, as if coming to a realization, he sprang up and exclaimed, "Yes, of course we do." In his eagerness, he leapt from behind the counter, stumbling slightly as he nearly lost his balance. It seemed they had not had any business for a while, otherwise he would not have been so excited. "Dear customer, which item has caught your eye?" The attendant approached Tang Tian, appearing to be a youthful cultivator. Rubbing his hands together with a beaming smile, Tang Tian pointed to the large display case beside him and inquired, "How much for this collection?" The attendant leaned forward, following Tang Tian's gesture, and his expression grew troubled as he replied, "Dear customer, the price we have set is final. This is the rule of the Hall of Remnants, and I cannot alter it." Thus, the price remained as it was. Tang Tian paused, quickly realizing that the attendant had misunderstood his intent. He was not merely referring to that single broken artifact. However, from what the attendant said, he also understood why other shops were bustling while this one was nearly deserted. Where was the sense in business if one could not even negotiate prices? "You have misunderstood," Tang Tian gently clarified. "I can see the prices and find them acceptable. I merely wish to inquire the total cost for everything in this display case." The attendant was momentarily stunned, staring wide-eyed at Tang Tian, unable to believe his ears. There were over 100 items in that case. Did he truly want them all? "Are you joking, dear customer?" The attendant swallowed hard, hesitantly asking. Tang Tian chuckled. "I am not one to jest. If possible, I would like to purchase everything in this case in one go." He had no intention of picking through items. He simply wished to acquire the entire shop. Yet, this declaration nearly made the attendant's eyes bulge in disbelief. This was unprecedented since its inception. The Hall of Remnants had considered it a success to sell 3 to 5 items in a day. To buy everything? He had never even dared to dream of such a scenario. The attendant felt dizzy, momentarily at a loss for how to continue this conversation. Observing his reaction, Tang Tian silently mused about the quality of the shops in the Cloud Summit. It was not as impressive as he had anticipated. Just a few tens of thousands of innate Dao Jade had left him in such a state of shock, it hardly aligned with his expectations of the Cloud Summit. Noticing the attendant's prolonged silence, Tang Tian lightly coughed and asked, "Is there a problem?" Prompted by the reminder, the attendant snapped back to reality and quickly replied, "Oh no. No, there is no problem at all. I was not expecting you to make such a generous offer. With so many items." He could not make decisions unilaterally. "Why don't you wait a moment while I fetch our manager?" Tang Tian nodded in agreement. The attendant hurriedly prepared chairs for Tang Tian and the little cat before jumping back behind the counter and disappearing from sight. Before long, a flash of light heralded the arrival of 2 figures behind the counter, the previous attendant and another young cultivator, strikingly similar to Tang Tian. "I must express my dissatisfaction. Everything here is commendable, yet the character customization is rather lacking. At the very least, there should be options for facial features or attire." Lost in thought, the young man approached Tang Tian. "Greetings, I am Cui Shuriying, the steward of the Residual Path Hall. May I inquire if you intend to purchase all of our residual soldiers?" The steward wasted no time introducing himself, likely aware that within the Cloud Summit, the Residual Path Hall and his identity were not secrets. "Indeed, please calculate the price," Tang Tian replied directly. Cui Shuriying paused momentarily and smiled. "Shall I introduce them to you? Among them are several residual soldiers of considerable repute, which might aid in your future insights." Cui Shuriying's demeanor was markedly superior to that of the previous attendant. His calmness suggested a man of experience, aligning with Tang Tian's expectations of the establishment. However, Tang Tian promptly shook his head. "No need. I find them intriguing and simply wish to acquire them for amusement. Just tell me the price." Cui Shuriying was momentarily taken aback. It was uncommon for someone to casually spend tens of thousands of innate Dao Jade for mere amusement. Yet, upon reflecting on Tang Tian's bearing, he could not match him with anyone he knew. Could he be some understated wealthy individual? "Of course," he said, retrieving a jade talisman from his pocket and handing it to Tang Tian. "All the information regarding the treasures within the Residual Path Hall is contained in this talisman. You may verify it. Each item can be accounted for. The total amounts to 24,376 pieces of innate Dao Jade." Tang Tian nodded, finding the price reasonable. Typically, establishments like this do not indulge in petty profits. Very well, I shall purchase them. He accepted the talisman. Cui Shiying was somewhat stunned. Nearly 25,000 pieces of innate Dao Jade was no insignificant sum. He had devised numerous strategies to maximize profits from selling these items. Yet here was a customer who accepted without negotiation, leaving him with an empty feeling, though he relished it. Are you certain? If so, let us draft an agreement. Cui Shiying proposed. Tang Tian affirmed his certainty. Subsequently, under the auspices of the Celestial Inspection Realm, they drafted a simple transaction agreement. Once they exited the Celestial Inspection Realm, the transaction could be conducted in the real world via the Jade Plate. After completing these formalities, Tang Tian regarded Cui Shiying and inquired, "Do you have any similar items?" Cui Shiying was momentarily bewildered. As the steward of the Residual Path Hall, his utmost desire was to sell as many goods as possible. However, due to high pricing and rigid rules, the hall's profitability had always been subpar. Despite his efforts, the impact was minimal, leading him to adopt a more apathetic approach over time. Yet today, an attendant had approached him, claiming someone wished to purchase all items in the store at once. Initially, Cui Shiying suspected it was a jest, but upon reflection, he realized such folly was unlikely unless the attendant had consumed a great deal of fake liquor. With skepticism, Cui Shiying arrived at the Celestial Inspection Realm, only to find it was indeed true. Someone wished to buy all the goods in the establishment, and it transpired so smoothly, without any haggling, akin to purchasing cotton candy on the street. Such audacity among the wealthy was rare, even within the hall. Moreover, this individual was inquiring if there were more items available. Yes, indeed, Cui Shiying responded. Our Residual Path Hall specializes in collecting discarded divine weapons, and we have a considerable inventory remaining. What you see here is likely less than 1/5 of our stock. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. The consumption level at Cloud Summit was indeed impressive. A relatively obscure hall possessed such an extensive inventory. Then please procure more, Tang Tian requested. I am in good spirits today and wish to indulge further. Cui Shiying fell silent. Someone could casually offer tens of thousands of innate Dao Jade on a whim, while the most he had ever given during his best mood was a broken piece of Dao Jade to a favorite celestial maiden. However, this was also somewhat reflective of his frugal nature. Are you in a hurry? Cui Shiying inquired. Tang Tian nodded. Yes, indeed. It would be best to expedite the process. Time is of the essence. He was unfamiliar with the Celestial Inspection Realm and preferred not to engage in excessive high-value transactions within it. However, Cui Shiying shook his head. That might prove difficult. While the items here are mere projections, they must undergo inspections and transformations by the Celestial Inspection Realm. To ensure authenticity, every detail of each item must be rendered, which requires time. For this shop to be restocked, it would likely take at least a month. Tang Tian frowned. A month would see him long departed from the Imperial City. It was uncertain when he might next enter the Celestial Inspection Realm. It appeared he would have to forego further transactions. Very well, Tang Tian conceded. Let us leave it at that. Prepare accordingly. I shall choose to transact once I depart the Celestial Inspection Realm. With that, Tang Tian stood to depart the Residual Path Hall. Observing the hint of disappointment on Tang Tian's face, Cui Shiying contemplated before hastily pursuing him. Esteemed guest, please wait. He approached Tang Tian. Tang Tian inquired. Is there something else? Cui Shiying smiled. Your patronage of our Residual Path Hall surely suggests some divine providence. I believe we shall have further opportunities for collaboration in the future. Tang Tian furrowed his brow. Did you not state that transactions cannot proceed at present? Moreover, I likely won't return to the Celestial Inspection Realm soon. Cui Shiying chuckled. While the Celestial Inspection Realm may not be feasible, transactions can still occur in the real world. Although I am unaware of your origins, I have a strong feeling we shall meet again. Thus, allow me to offer you a gold token from the Residual Path Hall. With this token, you may freely enter any Residual Path Hall and receive excellent discounts on transactions. Tang Tian regarded Cui Shiying in silence for a moment. The steward's offer of the gold token was merely a means to establish a connection for future transactions. Such talk of fate and providence seemed mere fabrications. Nonetheless, since the Residual Path Hall belonged to the Cloud Summit, it was likely they would intersect again. Establishing a preliminary rapport was not without merit, and it could prove beneficial. Furthermore, from Cui Shiying's words, it appeared the Residual Path Hall was not solely a place for purchasing items, for otherwise, he would not have mentioned entry with the gold token. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Very well. Cui Shiying's face lit up with a smile as he politely cleared the path, personally escorting Tang Tian and the little cat out of the Residual Path Hall. Once outside, the little cat could hardly contain its excitement, urging Tang Tian to return for the transaction as if it were a starving ghost reborn. Yet, having made the effort to enter, Tang Tian had no intention of departing so swiftly. Ignoring the little cat's reproachful gaze, he began to explore the floating island of the cloud summit, which was considerably larger than that of the imperial city, teeming with various shops, many of which were on par with the residual path haul in strength. Tang Tian was unreserved, purchasing anything that caught his eye. After completing a circuit, he had signed over a dozen agreements, accumulating a total sum exceeding 100,000 Dao Jade. Upon returning, if all transactions were finalized, his consumption points would surpass the monumental threshold of 20 trillion. With Dao level talent and physique now simultaneously redeemable, his harvest was indeed substantial. In high spirits, Tang Tian sauntered back to the imperial city floating island before departing from the celestial surveillance realm. With a flash, he found himself once again in his small room. Naturally, his main body had never left. It was merely the fragment of his consciousness that had returned. After assessing his surroundings and finding nothing amiss, Tang Tian produced a white jade plate and began executing the transactions in accordance with the signed agreements. He extracted a sufficient quantity of innate Dao Jade and activated the formations inscribed on the jade plate, depositing the Dao Jade within. A potent force of spatial energy flickered intensely, and moments later, the Dao Jade vanished, replaced by an unfamiliar Shumi ring. Delving his consciousness into the Shumi ring, he discovered the items he had purchased snugly nestled inside, their quantity and quality identical to those he had observed within the celestial surveillance realm. What an ingenious design! Should one decipher the underlying principles and apply them more broadly, it might just spark a virtual revolution in the realm of cultivation. Tang Tian marveled at the prospect. If the opportunity arose, he would certainly invest time in a thorough exploration of the celestial surveillance realm. Subsequently, he proceeded with the transactions at a brisk pace. In the span of merely half an incense stick, all dealings were concluded. The innate Dao Jade within his system had increased by several 100,000, nearing the 30,000 mark, while his consumption points had also ascended to over 200,000. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he opened the system's exchange list, where only 2 items remained in the categories of talent and physique. Son of Heaven, 10 trillion consumption points. Child of Chaos, 100 trillion consumption points. Innate Sacred Body Dao Fetus, 10 trillion consumption points. Chaos Body, 100 trillion consumption points. In essence, both his talent and physique were on the verge of reaching their maximum potential. Chapter 184, Superior Immortal Techniques upon completing all transactions. Tang Tian swiftly departed the celestial surveillance realm with the little cat. With over 100,000 innate Dao Jade in his possession, the risk of attracting unwanted attention was considerable. This was not the Qingwei Sect, where laws were sufficiently robust to deter malevolent incidents. Although Tang Tian was not particularly fearful, he preferred to avoid complications. By the time he returned to the Qingwei Sect's encampment, night had fallen. The little cat remained exceedingly lively, incessantly chattering and imploring Tang Tian to gift it the remnants imbued with the power of rules. Tang Tian acquiesced, albeit with reservations regarding the safety of their surroundings. Once home, he handed the Shumi ring filled with remnants to the little cat. Unable to contain its joy, the little cat promptly swallowed the entire Shumi ring. As the spirit of the world, it had virtually no limitations on what it could digest. Soon, a multitude of remnants dissolved rapidly within its being, unleashing a variety of rule powers that nourished the little cat's body. This was a veritable boon tailored for it. The remnants were numerous, totaling several hundred pieces, including some of immortal lord caliber, all acquired by Tang Tian in one fell swoop. Before long, the little cat began to undergo unusual transformations. Its form flickered between the tangible and intangible, its body swelling slightly, and its expression tightened, as if enduring some profound metamorphosis, appearing quite distressed. "Are you all right?" Tang Tian inquired with concern. The little cat looked at him and attempted to respond. "I'm not. However, it could not finish a single coherent sentence before its eyes rolled back, collapsing into the void. A soft snore soon followed. Tang Tian realized, it seems it has fallen into a deep slumber. Generally, such entities entering slumber often indicated an impending elevation in status. The little cat had been on the cusp of advancement, and under the stimulation of numerous rules from the main world, it had finally embarked on its path to ascension. The duration of this process was unpredictable. To mitigate any unforeseen complications, Tang Tian deliberated and placed the little cat into his peculiar egg space, entirely isolated from the main world, ensuring that no disturbances would arise regardless of the chaos within. After completing these arrangements, Tang Tian sat cross-legged, reflecting on his acquisitions from the celestial surveillance realm that day. First and foremost was an abundance of cultivation resources, including rare materials and treasures. The items he procured were of exceptionally high grade and quality, all classified as superior treasures. Nonetheless, their utility to him was somewhat limited, as he did not heavily rely on resources for his cultivation. Sufficient spiritual energy and immortal power sufficed. Gazing at the mountain of treasures in his spatial compartment, Tang Tian pondered and resolved to return and consign them to the Merchant Association, rather than allowing them to languish in storage. It would be more beneficial to contribute to the association's growth, especially since it had become his private property. After some reflection, he retained only a few top-tier treasures, gathering the remainder for Wang Gang to manage upon his return. Among the remnants purchased from the Remnant Dao Hall, there were still some ordinary immortal artifacts devoid of rule powers, which he also included, for one could never be certain of potential trade routes. While sorting through these items, Tang Tian stumbled upon an exquisite box. Inside lay a token and a jade talisman. The token was the golden decree of the Remnant Dao Hall, granting him access to any branch of the hall in the future. The jade talisman, surprisingly, was a private communication talisman belonging to Cui Shuriying. Upon closer inspection, Tang Tian realized it was a one-way communication talisman, meaning only he could initiate contact with Cui Shuriying, while she could not reach out to him at will. This arrangement effectively placed the initiative of contact in his hands, quite a thoughtful gesture. Tang Tian shook his head. During the transaction, no mention had been made of this item. It seemed she was keen on continuing their business relationship. After ensuring the jade talisman posed no issues, he stowed it away. As fellow merchants, one could never predict when an opportunity for collaboration might arise. After organizing all his belongings, Tang Tian turned his attention to another shumi ring. Inside were dozens of exquisite jade slips, each shimmering and exuding boundless Dao rhythms. These were superior immortal techniques. Immortal techniques are the methods that only those of the immortal realm can cultivate. Tang Tian had encountered some before. Wang Gang had also procured a few during his search for cultivation methods. However, those techniques were predominantly of inferior quality, with a scant few of medium grade. And he had never laid eyes on a superior immortal technique. He had long suspected that the reason his myriad techniques stagnated after reaching the proficient realm, unable to break through to the minor achievement stage, was due to a lack of higher quality techniques. The foundation was sufficient, yet he had never encountered an opportunity for transformation in his myriad techniques. Today, he was determined to experiment and see if superior immortal techniques could propel his core skill to the next level. Without hesitation, Tang Tian accessed the system's exchange list. The cost for a single instance of comprehension for a superior immortal technique was a staggering 1 trillion consumption points. Indeed, it was exorbitantly priced. Glancing at his meager 26 trillion savings, he contemplated briefly and resolved to acquire a technique to its full mastery first. With eyes closed, he randomly selected a technique and exchanged 5 instances of comprehension for it, diving right in. At the entry level, there were no notable changes. However, at the proficient level, the sea of stars formed by his myriad techniques seemed to tremble slightly, establishing a subtle connection with this technique. At the mastery level, that connection quickly solidified, resonating harmoniously with the myriad star sea. Minor achievement. The myriad laws of the universe suddenly emerged from within Tang Tian, radiating outward with him at the center. As if he were situated in the very heart of the starry sky, the cosmic sea flickered with intermittent brilliance, seemingly extending a warm welcome to this nascent star on the verge of ascension. Tang Tian exhaled softly, channeling his final moment of enlightenment into this experience. The realm of great accomplishment. Upon fully comprehending the superior celestial arts, the starry sea erupted in a dazzling display. A radiant light burst forth from Tang Tian, illuminating every star within the cosmic expanse. Moments later, the brilliance coalesced and ascended. When it detached from Tang Tian's body, it transformed into a striking star, soaring upward from the center of the cosmic sea. Ultimately, it became fixed in the sky above, its luminosity nearly overshadowing the entire starry ocean, rendering all other celestial bodies dim in its presence. Following its emergence, the cosmic sea, which had long been at a standstill, finally resumed its long-stagnated movement, slowly progressing along its destined path. Tang Tian could distinctly sense the way of myriad laws growing increasingly potent. Like a small cat, it embarked upon the path of ascension. Yet, regrettably, after traversing merely 1/10 of the journey, it came to a halt once more, sinking into silence. Once everything returned to its original state, Tang Tian mentally calculated the requirements. Approximately 10 superior celestial arts would enable the way of myriad laws to complete this final stage, achieving the small accomplishment realm. Altogether, this amounted to 500 trillion consumption points and 500,000 innate Dao Jades. Not too burdensome, he mused, as the pressure was manageable. Chapter 185. The mysterious black hole. Following this experiment, Tang Tian was certain that superior celestial arts were indeed the key to the way of myriad laws. To foster its continual advancement, it was imperative to discover higher-grade techniques and persistently cultivate them. Above the superior celestial arts existed the supreme celestial arts and the ultimate imperial techniques. Beyond that, there might even lie more extraordinary existences. Tang Tian could not fathom the terrifying extent to which the ultimate form of the way of myriad laws might ascend. However, there was no need to rush. Progress would be made step by step. To transcend the small accomplishment realm, he would need to cultivate 9 superior celestial arts to great accomplishment. This meant he required 45 more moments of enlightenment, equating to 45 trillion consumption points. His current savings were insufficient, but this was a minor issue. As he was accumulating consumption points at a rapid pace, the Merchant Guild had begun to absorb other guilds. Within the domain of Yunding Tianfu, there were over 30 guilds comparable to the Tingyun Guild. Each guild held a value exceeding 100,000 innate Dao Jades, with the strongest reaching several 100,000. If he could consume them all, he would amass hundreds of trillions in consumption points. With such wealth, not only would the small accomplishment of the way of myriad laws be within reach, but he could also exchange for the Chaos Child and Chaos Body, elevating both his talent and physique to their utmost perfection. Furthermore, upon entering the Tianfu, opportunities for consumption were abundant. A mere remnant Dao Hall possessed such profound resources that he need not worry about a lack of avenues for expenditure. Achieving great accomplishment was indeed a feasible endeavor. After some contemplation, Tang Tian turned his attention to the remaining 210 trillion consumption points. He then accessed the system's list of talents and physiques, directly opting for the exchange. Child of the Heavenly Dao, 100 trillion consumption points. Innate Saint Body Dao, 100 trillion consumption points. Upon completing the exchange, a familiar sensation enveloped him once more. Tang Tian closed his eyes, yet he could vividly perceive the myriad elements of the universe, as if the entire world was gently beckoning him. Countless laws of the heavenly Dao swirled around him, enveloping his soul. Each law, with merely a fleeting glance, radiated an unfathomable power of destruction. Should any one of them be unleashed, it would possess the capacity to obliterate the heavens and the earth. Yet, as these laws surrounded Tang Tian, they exuded a gentle, translucent nature. It seemed as if they fully opened their hearts to him, revealing everything without reservation. In that moment, Tang Tian's understanding of the world became crystal clear. It was as though he had completely merged with the universe, becoming one with it, freely traversing the laws of the heavenly Dao. This sensation was unprecedented, ineffably comfortable and delightful. Child of the heavenly Dao. For the first time, Tang Tian grasped the profound meaning of these 4 words. With this talent, it could be said that from this moment forth, when learning techniques and celestial arts, he would be able to comprehend them in a remarkably brief span of time, even without consuming points for moments of enlightenment. The creation of techniques would come effortlessly, as intuitive as extending one's fingers. This represented a significant enhancement to his combat prowess. At this moment, Tang Tian had fully restored his consciousness. Yet he was reluctant to return to reality so swiftly, choosing instead to continue his exploration among the myriad laws of the heavenly Dao. Time passed unmeasured, when suddenly, he felt a disquieting presence. He abruptly looked up, astonished to discover a mass of black material quietly suspended above the shimmering laws of the heavenly Dao. It resembled a silent black hole, devoid of any aura or fluctuation, silently devouring everything surrounding it. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. This was the realm of the laws of the heavenly Dao. How could such a thing exist? What strange entity was this? Gazing at that inky black void, he felt a creeping unease. Was there something amiss with the heavenly Dao of this world? Tang Tian's heart was filled with doubt as he sought to draw closer for a better look. However, as soon as he made a move, an irresistible force seized his form. In the next instant, his consciousness was abruptly pulled from the realm of laws and returned to reality. Tang Tian opened his eyes wide, astonishment flooding his expression. That black hole was undoubtedly problematic. The laws of a world should be entirely pure, without the presence of anything extraneous beyond the laws themselves. Yet that black hole was silently consuming the surrounding laws. What alarmed Tang Tian even more was the utter lack of reaction from the heavenly Dao. Was it unaware? Or was it powerless to intervene? The answer eluded him. He understood that, regardless of which option it was, neither bode well. What could it be? Tang Tian furrowed his brow, yet with his current knowledge, he could not deduce the nature of the phenomenon. He attempted to re-enter the realm of laws for further investigation, but it was no longer accessible. That particular situation had only occurred immediately after he exchanged for his talent. Must he wait until the final talent is exchanged to delve deeper into this mystery? Tang Tian fell into silence. The eerie black hole evoked an overwhelmingly negative impression. Even though he had returned to reality, he could still sense that ominous aura, unsettling in its presence. However, he truly had no means to unravel its secrets at this moment. After a prolonged silence, Tang Tian sighed softly. Very well. When he exchanges for the last talent, he should be able to remain in the realm of laws a bit longer. At that time, he would take a closer look at what it truly was. Tang Tian harbored the feeling that the force that had forcibly pulled him from the realm of laws was none other than the heavenly Tao itself. The heavenly Tao was likely protecting itself. Perhaps, once he successfully exchanged for the chaos body, such occurrences would cease. He took a deep breath, temporarily setting this matter aside. When the opportunity arose, he would undoubtedly uncover the true essence of that black hole. After calming his emotions, Tang Tian began to assess the gains from this exchange. It was unclear when, but his cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the feather transformation realm. Meanwhile, the innate Saint Body Tao was continuously reshaping his physique, almost visibly accelerating his transcendence into immortality. At this rate, he would likely shatter the shackles of the mortal realm by the time he returned to the Qinghua Sect, officially stepping into the realm of immortals. With unparalleled talent, extraordinary physique, and celestial cultivation, Tang Tian enters the Cloud Summit Heavenly Palace, marking his true beginning. Chapter 186, The Battle for Final Rankings. For a considerable period, Tang Tian abstained from attending the grand contest of the 100 sections. He found himself amidst a crucial transformation from mortal to immortal, although all prerequisites were met, enabling a seamless ascent without further cultivation. He recognized that diligent practice could expedite his progress. After all, strength remains paramount. Hence, Tang Tian refrained from wandering and primarily resided at the Qinghua Sect's quarters, striving to attain true immortality at the earliest opportunity. Every day, upon his return, Li Hong would report the developments of the contest. During the qualifying rounds, the Lan Yu sisters continued to exhibit remarkable prowess, advancing to the upper bracket within the first 2 days of combat and securing their place in the Heavenly Palace. Gu Xiaoxue also displayed her formidable strength, marching forward undefeated, emerging as one of the brightest new stars of this grand competition. Moreover, the Qinghua Sect as a whole performed commendably, with nearly half of its disciples successfully advancing to the Heavenly Palace. Following the myriad trials of the 10,000 Demons Tower, all disciples will engage in the ultimate ranking battle of the 100 sections. This represents the pinnacle of the event, where the disciples of Qinghua Sect will exert their utmost efforts to compete for a place within the top 10 of the sect rankings. After 15 days, the qualifying rounds concluded, and the 10,000 disciples eligible for advancement to the Cloud Summit Heavenly Palace were finalized. Tang Tian, however, chose not to witness the trials of the 10,000 Demons Tower. By now, Li Hong had achieved the latter stages of fusion, standing out among the participants. The likelihood of any unforeseen incidents was minimal. Indeed, Li Hong showcased remarkable consistency, ultimately advancing to the Heavenly Palace with an exceptional rank within the first tier. Upon his return, Li Hong knelt before Tang Tian in excitement. Without Tang Tian's guidance, he would never have reached such heights, let alone shown within the Qinghua Sect, much less entered the Cloud Summit Heavenly Palace. It was fair to say that Tang Tian had been a rebirth for him on his path of cultivation, hence his overwhelming emotion. The 10,000 Demons Tower trials spanned 5 days, and upon conclusion, all disciples advancing to the Heavenly Palace were confirmed. Thanks to the stellar performances of Li Hong and the Lan Yu sisters, Tang Tian successfully secured his place in the Heavenly Palace as well. Of course, even had there been any underwhelming performances, his current status would have easily granted him entry into the Heavenly Palace. Nonetheless, acquiring this qualification through rightful means felt far more gratifying. Over the course of 20 days, while some achieved their desires and reveled in joy, many departed in despondence, having missed what could very well be their singular opportunity for advancement in this lifetime. Such is the nature of reality, some find joy while others shed tears, as the fates of individuals diverge due to minor shifts. That evening, following the conclusion of the qualifying rounds, Yun Kong convened another motivational assembly. This time, they had but one final objective, to ascend into the top 10 of the sect rankings. Tang Tian did not attend the meeting, but he learned from Li Hong that Yun Kong delivered an impassioned speech, exuding fervor and vigor, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Tang Tian mused inwardly that perhaps this was the true essence of Yun Kong. A genius could hardly lack a spirited youth, after all. The years of serving as the young sect master may have tempered his character, but deep within, Yun Kong was undoubtedly not one to concede easily. What he desired, he would strive to obtain. The assembly proved successful, invigorating the disciples of Qinghua Sect, who were now fueled with fervor for the remaining days of battle. Perhaps influenced by this atmosphere, the Lan Yu sisters both broke through to the later stages of emergence. Yu Xiaoxue finally reached the mid-emergence stage, her progress impossible for anyone to overlook. Beyond them, numerous other disciples of Qingwei sect also experienced timely breakthroughs, as if the very heavens were aiding their cause. In such an atmosphere, the final ranking battle commenced with fervor. The 10,000 combatants were the elite among the elite, having emerged from a pool of hundreds of thousands. Their battles transcended those of earlier rounds, each encounter marked by intensity and significance, with no room for restraint. As the fervor escalated, the number of participants dwindled, drawing closer to the ultimate determination of the sect rankings. On the eve of the final battle, Li Hong, adhering to tradition, reported to Tang Tian on the day's combat. Only 300 contenders remained, yet among them, only 13 hailed from their sect. The majority of sects had already been eliminated, leaving them with no hope for a top 10 finish. Li Hong noted, the overall performance of Qingwei sect has been commendable, and the potential for a top 10 finish is quite promising, though not entirely assured. However, 3 other sects stand as obstacles in our path. Tang Tian nodded, having kept himself informed of the fundamental circumstances despite not attending. Overall, Qingwei sect possessed the potential for a top 10 position, emerging as a dark horse. Yun Kong had cultivated numerous capable elites who exhibited formidable strength throughout the conflict, with the outstanding performances of Gu Xiaoxue and the Lanyu sisters. They were merely a step away from entering the top 10. And how are the Lanyu sisters faring? Tang Tian inquired. They are beginning to struggle, Li Hong replied. The remaining 300 participants are primarily disciples above the mid-emergence stage, each a formidable elite. Some exceptional individuals have already entered the fusion stage. The Lanyu sisters have faced setbacks, likely ranking between 50 and 100 based on their overall performance. Tang Tian acknowledged this, as it aligned with his expectations. The world's elites were not all mediocre, some were truly prodigious. The growth of the Lanyu sisters within a year was already a minor miracle. And what of Xiaoxue? He asked. Chapter 187, Visitors from the Heavenly Palace. How has Xiaoxue performed? Tang Tian queried Li Hong. Li Hong beamed, saying Xiaoxue is truly a miracle worker. In today's battles, she finally faced the most formidable geniuses, one in the initial stage of fusion and another in the mid-stage. Yet she, with her mid-emergent strength and exceptional comprehension of the laws, managed to overcome the initial stage genius. When faced with a mid-stage opponent, she fought valiantly, enduring a grueling battle for hundreds of rounds, ultimately concluding in a draw. At merely 16 years old, her performance has made her the brightest star of the 100 Sects contest. Tang Tian smiled, stroking his chin. This girl never failed to astonish him. Initially, he presumed she would only slightly surpass the Lanyu sisters, but her prowess exceeded all expectations. Could it truly be as she claimed, that everything would fall into place when she was near him? That seemed implausible. Shaking his head, he attributed it to her remarkably peculiar talent. That is splendid, Tang Tian remarked with a smile. Li Hong smiled and remarked, young master, you may not be aware of the extent of attention surrounding her. Even the dignitaries from Yunding Tianfu are inquiring about Xiaoxue. They have approached Yun Kong, seemingly with the intention of enticing Xiaoxue to their side, but for reasons unknown, they ultimately failed. Xiaoxue has truly soared to great heights this time. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. It is only natural for exceptional individuals to attract attention. When I eventually emerge from my seclusion, this phenomenon will likely become even more pronounced. Indeed, Tang Tian affirmed, and the two continued their conversation on various topics. Throughout the course of the 100 Gates War, the overall performance of the Qingwei sect disciples was noteworthy, with the pure disciples standing out the most. Among the final 13, aside from Lan Yu and Lu Zhu, the majority were pure disciples. Nevertheless, due to the presence of the Lan sisters, the disciples led by Tang Tian also achieved commendable results, particularly in comparison to Lu Chang's faction, where they experienced a significant advantage. This indicated that Lu Chang'e had once again faced defeat in cultivating outstanding disciples. Moreover, with Tang Tian beginning to acquire shares in 4 other merchant guilds, successfully obtaining their voting rights, it appeared that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, his victory was all but assured. The position of the Sect's second-in-command was within reach. However, Tang Tian would not underestimate Lu Chang'e's capabilities, should he find himself in a precarious situation. It was uncertain what schemes he might devise. Thus, it was prudent to remain vigilant. Upon returning, Tang Tian intended to solidify his established advantages and maintain a close watch until victory was secured. Only then could this matter finally come to a close. After some idle chatter, Li Hong took his leave. Tang Tian sat in silence for a moment before entering a state of cultivation once more. That night, he would make his final push toward the immortal realm. However, just as he was about to commence his training, a knock sounded at his door. Who could it be at such a late hour? With a sense of curiosity, Tang Tian opened the door. 2 figures stood outside. One was an elder from the Qingwei sect, accompanying the larger group and responsible for the daily arrangements of the sect, holding a relatively high position. If memory served him correctly, his name was Yin Qi. The other was an unfamiliar face. He appeared quite young, yet an aura emanating from him stirred Tang Tian's senses. This aura was familiar. The stranger was, in fact, a golden immortal. The youth, with an expressionless demeanor, regarded Tang Tian from a superior vantage point, exuding an air of nobility. "What brings you here?" Tang Tian inquired, addressing Yin Qi. "Elder Yin, is there something that requires my attention at this hour?" Yin Qi hesitated, glancing at the young man beside him before responding. "Young Master Tang, I sincerely apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. Allow me to introduce this individual." However, before he could finish, the youth stepped forward. "My name is Zhang Ku, and I am from the Dojo Pavilion of Yunding Tianfu." With an impassive expression, he looked down at Tang Tian and stated, "You are Tang Tian, correct? I have heard that you are an honorary disciple of the Qingwei sect." Zhang Ku emphasized the term honorary disciple, prompting Tang Tian to frown slightly. This individual was clearly not here with good intentions. As he contemplated how to respond, Yin Qi cleared his throat, reminding, "Lord Zhang, young Master Tang is the eldest son of our Qingwei sect." Zhang Ku scoffed dismissively. "That merely reinforces his status as an honorary disciple. I am utterly fatigued by your lower-tier sections. Lacking in strength yet overflowing with titles, it is utterly nonsensical. To assign an outstanding talent as a guard and attendant to an honorary disciple is a testament to your incompetence." The abrupt reprimand darkened Yin Qi's expression. While the Qingwei sect was indeed a subordinate sect, there was no overt hierarchical relationship between them and the Yunding Tianfu. Zhang Ku's words were excessively condescending. However, given that he was a golden immortal, even if Yin Qi felt displeasure, it was not the time to express it openly. Tang Tian discerned Zhang Ku's intentions and inquired, "What is it that you seek?" His tone had become curt, lacking any invitation for Zhang Ku to enter. Zhang Ku cast a fleeting glance at Tang Tian before stating, "What is your relationship with Gu Xiaoxue?" Tang Tian's heart stirred. It was indeed for this matter that Zhang Ku had come. "Our relationship is of no concern to you. Please state your purpose directly." With Zhang Ku's unfriendly demeanor, Tang Tian saw no reason to extend politeness. Upon hearing this response, Zhang Ku's brow furrowed as he coldly scrutinized Tang Tian, the aura of a golden immortal slightly manifesting. Yet, to his dismay, Tang Tian remained unfazed by such intimidation. Realizing that his subtle threats had failed, Zhang Ku huffed, "Gu Xiaoxue is extraordinarily gifted, and our Dosheng Pavilion has taken an interest in her. We wish for her to serve us upon her arrival at the Tianfu." Tang Tian crossed his arms, replying languidly, "Then you should discuss this with Xiaoxue and the young sect master. Why come to me, an honorary disciple?" Zhang Ku's expression darkened. At this juncture, Yin Qi interjected, "Lord Zhang has already spoken with the young sect master and Xiaoxue. The young sect master has stated that everything will adhere to Xiaoxue's wishes. Xiaoxue has indicated that although she has terminated her employment with you, she will undoubtedly remain by your side." Having been rebuffed twice, Zhang Ku had insisted that Yin Qi escort him to meet Tang Tian. Yin Qi continued, "That is why Lord Zhang has come to seek you out." With Zhang Ku's countenance growing more somber, Tang Tian felt a sense of amusement. These elders were well versed in the art of manipulation. If one did not grant them satisfaction, they would devise ways to apply pressure. However, since they were merely stating facts, there was little Zhang Ku could do in retaliation. "Speak plainly. What conditions must be met for you to release Gu Xiaoxue?" Zhang Ku demanded in a low voice. Observing his restrained fury, Tang Tian couldn't help but smile. "What you say is quite amusing. Xiaoxue is a talent of our Qingwei sect. Her destiny is not something I, as a mere honorary disciple, can dictate. Furthermore, she currently holds the status of a pure disciple, and the management of pure disciples falls under the young sect master's purview. You would do well to consult him first." Tang Tian had effectively turned the conversation into a deadlock. If Zhang Ku sought to entice her, he would have to navigate this impasse. Though arrogant, Zhang Ku was not foolish. He quickly grasped Tang Tian's true stance, and a wave of anger began to rise within him. "Tang Tian, are you deliberately toying with me?" Zhang Ku exclaimed, barely containing his ire. The aura of a golden immortal began to press down upon Tang Tian. Yet, he remained unperturbed, responding coolly, "What prompts such a statement? I have provided my answer to your inquiry, and it is indeed the truth. Whether you choose to believe it is of no consequence to me. Just because you hail from the Tianfu does not grant you the right to tarnish anyone's reputation." Setting aside whether Tang Tian was inclined to allow Gu Xiaoxue to be recruited by the Dosheng Pavilion, his current demeanor left no room for negotiation. At that moment, Yin Qi attempted to mediate, stating, "Young Master Tang, Lord Zhang did not mean it that way. Xiaoxue has indeed informed us of her intention to return to your service. to follow your arrangements. That is why we sought you out. However, you are correct. Given the present circumstances, you cannot dictate Xiaoxue's choices. Zhang Keida, what is your perspective? It seems that while attempting to mediate, Yanqi ultimately redirected the issue back to Zhang Ku after laying out the facts. Regardless, the situation stands as it is, and one must navigate it as they see fit. Zhang Ku sensed the underlying intent of the two, yet Tang Tian did not overstep any boundaries. And with Yanqi's sardonic attempts at mediation, even though anger brewed within him, he found it difficult to express it. After a brief silence, Zhang Ku spoke solemnly. Upon my return, I will truthfully report this matter to the Dojo Pavilion. Do not naively believe that you can retain a talent like Gu Xiaoxue through dubious means. Perhaps the Qingyue sect may entertain such tactics, but the Yunding Tianfu does not subscribe to such nonsense. Regardless of titles such as esteemed disciple or favored son, wealth and influence hold no sway here. The Yunding Tianfu values strength and potential above all. That is the fundamental truth of the cultivation realm. Tang Tian, if you possess the capability, you should also seek an audience at the Tianfu. Once you pass through the Dragon Gate, you will realize that all that you currently take pride in will fade into oblivion. With that, Zhang Ke coldly snorted and turned away, offering no farewell to Yanqi as he departed. Tang Tian and Yanqi stood together, watching Zhang Ke's figure gradually vanish into the distance. After a moment, Yanqi sighed softly, saying, "Young Master Tang, it seems you have offended him this time." Tang Tian responded with curiosity. Is he quite formidable within the Yunding Tianfu? Yanqi shook his head. Zhang Ke is not particularly noteworthy. He isn't capable of stirring significant trouble. However, we must not underestimate the Dojo Pavilion. It is a mid-tier force within the Tianfu. Do not take mid-tier lightly. The Yunding Tianfu is teeming with powerful individuals, and even a mid-tier position vastly surpasses what our Qingyue sect can contend with. Tang Tian remained silent, not disputing Yanqi's assertions, setting aside political and power dynamics. A mere Zhang Ku, with his golden immortal cultivation, posed a substantial challenge for the Qingyue sect. If the Dojo Pavilion is indeed that powerful, why does Elder Yan speak so lightly? Tang Tian jested. Yanqi paused, then chuckled. Despite the strength of the Dojo Pavilion, it is merely one faction within the Tianfu. Our Qingyue sect, regardless of its perceived weakness, is still an affiliated sect within the Tianfu. The two parties are independent of one another, existing on equal footing. Without sufficient justification, the Dojo Pavilion cannot dictate to us. Hearing Yanqi's banter, Tang Tian couldn't help but laugh. This was indeed the case. Otherwise, Zhang Ke would not have left after being met with several setbacks, resorting only to empty threats before departing. However, young Master Tang, Yanqi continued, while I have no personal stake in this, if you intend to venture to the Tianfu, you must exercise caution. Although Zhang Ke is insignificant, his words do hold some truth. The Yunding Tianfu values innate talent and potential. Compared to your time at the Qingyue sect, the power of Lingyu will see a considerable reduction. You must be mentally prepared. Tang Tian nodded, acknowledging the advice. Yet, he did not disclose that it was precisely the structure of the Tianfu that appealed to him. It was time for the world to recognize what true genius entailed. With Xiaoxue's talent, she will undoubtedly attract attention upon arriving at the Tianfu, won't she? Tang Tian inquired with a smile. Yanqi pondered for a moment, but ultimately shook his head. Not necessarily. We are well aware of Xiaoxue's talent. She is a child of destiny. This level of talent ranks among the elite within our Qingyue sect. However, amidst the numerous prodigies in the Tianfu, she may only be considered elite herself. Zhang Ku and the Dojo Pavilion are not drawn to Xiaoxue for her talent alone, but rather for her remarkable performance in the 100 Sect battle. It is quite extraordinary that she, at the mid-stage of out-of-body, managed to hold her own against a mid-stage fusion cultivator, which is a rarity even within the Tianfu. Moreover, she is only 16, thus garnering even more attention. Tang Tian nodded, acknowledging that Xiaoxue's talent was indeed peculiar, a mystery even to him. Her genius could only be fully appreciated through direct interaction. Let us not dwell on this any longer, Yanqi interjected. The Dojo Pavilion must operate within the confines of the Tianfu's rules henceforth. Our Qingyue sect is not to be trifled with. We possess our own influence within the Tianfu, sufficient to safeguard the rights of new disciples, so there is no need for excessive concern. Furthermore, young Master Tang, tomorrow marks the final day of the 100 Sect battle, a crucial day that will determine our sect's ultimate ranking. You wouldn't dare to miss it, would you? Yanqi asked with a smile. Tang Tian chuckled in response. Naturally not. I do not wish to jeopardize my return home due to my own negligence. I shall be present tomorrow. Yanqi nodded, and after some light conversation, he took his leave with a courteous bow. Tang Tian returned to his modest meditation chamber and sat cross-legged. Zhang Ke's unexpected arrival and the ensuing conflict were unforeseen events. Yet Tang Tian did not dwell on them. When Zhang Ke presumed that Tang Tian's only asset was Lingyu, he was no longer a concern. Soon, Tang Tian entered a state of cultivation, and it was not until the following dawn that he slowly opened his eyes. A flash of golden light momentarily glimmering in his gaze. After enduring one final night of trials, he had successfully completed the entire process of transcending mortality and becoming an immortal. Chapter 189. The Battle of Prodigies. As the morning sun illuminated the arena of the 100 Sect battle, the valley was teeming with people, appearing even more crowded than at the outset. This was the final day of the 100 Sect battle. The last 300 individuals, having emerged from the hundreds of thousands of elite core disciples, would engage in the ultimate ranking battle here. After more than 20 days, Tang Tian returned for the final day of observation. Tang Xiong, you finally decided to show yourself, Wang Ziyu remarked as he settled beside Tang Tian. I had some personal matters to attend to, Tang Tian replied with a smile. Wang Ziyu pouted before quickly donning a cheerful expression, saying, the recent battles have been absolutely thrilling. You would undoubtedly regret not witnessing them. This cohort of elite disciples is even more formidable than I had anticipated. Each one is fiercer than the last, and the intensity of the battles is exhilarating. You wouldn't believe it, that girl. Wang Ziyu rambled on, recounting many exciting moments from the past few days, which indeed stirred a sense of exhilaration within Tang Tian. Your Xiaoxue has truly defied expectations, he continued. Many speculate that her talent is far more profound than it appears, hinting at deeper reasons behind her abilities. Some even believe she might break into the top 10, achieving an unprecedented level of excellence. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow in surprise. Such high praise? He questioned. The top 10 disciples differ significantly from the sect's top 10. For instance, the 10th-ranked sect may have disciples who wouldn't even rank among the top 20. Typically, the top 20 spots are seized by the most powerful sections. For instance, the Baidi Gate and the Xiang Gate. All the disciples, without exception, are top-tier geniuses at the pinnacle of fusion. Each annual 100 Gates tournament has been characterized by this trend. If Xiaoxue can truly secure a position within the top 10 with her out-of-body cultivation, it would indeed be a historical achievement. Nonetheless, from Tang Tian's perspective, while the possibility exists, it remains rather slim. The true elite are not mere empty vessels. Each possesses commendable attributes. It ultimately hinges on her own fortitude, Tang Tian remarked. Amidst casual conversation, the final day of the 100 Gates tournament commenced with the ranking battles. A total of 300 participants were divided into 3 groups for internal round-robin matches. Winners progressed, while the defeated continued to battle until ranks between 100 and 300 were determined. Each participant engaged in numerous duels. Yet with the support of over 100 arenas, the pace remained swift. Following a series of spectacular confrontations, the victors from the 3 groups were conclusively established. Gu Xiaoxue maintained her formidable stance and advanced smoothly. Lan Yu and Lu Zhu also secured places within the top 150. Their performances were equally remarkable, garnering considerable attention, albeit not as sensational as Gu Xiaoxue's. Furthermore, among the 10 competitors from Qingwei Gate, 6 faltered, falling into the defeated group, while 4 advanced successfully. Although the ratio may seem modest, it was a commendable display against the competitors from Qingwei Gate, solidifying their advantageous position. The subsequent ranking battle for the defeated group persisted until noon before concluding entirely. In the afternoon, the battles for the victors group officially commenced. This was a far more intense encounter, as those who reached this stage were no ordinary geniuses, each possessing their own unique skills. Moreover, most of the remaining disciples had already attained the fusion realm. The matches for Lan Yu and Lu Zhu grew increasingly arduous, with their defeats mounting. Ultimately, Lu Zhu ranked 87th, while her sister Lan Yu secured the 79th position. This was indeed quite commendable. Unbeknownst to others, the sisters were at their most formidable when united, effortlessly overcoming mid-fusion opponents. Well done. Upon their return, Tang Tian praised their efforts and subsequently infused them with pure life essence, swiftly healing the lingering injuries they had sustained recently. Both were elated, not only due to their personal growth, but more so because of Tang Tian's affirmation. Ever since Tang Tian's prowess had surpassed theirs by a considerable margin, they struggled to find ways to repay him. Being able to contribute, even slightly, alleviated their feelings of inadequacy. Tang Tian was well aware of their sentiments, as Li Hong shared a similar mindset. However, he could not afford to halt his progress to wait for his subordinates. Although their current contributions might seem limited, they would undoubtedly prove useful in the future. Cultivating a few loyal subordinates is not a detriment. After a month of intense battles, their gains would surely be substantial. leading to a rapid phase of improvement upon their return. Back at the arena, the final ranking battles were nearing their conclusion. At this juncture, Yun Kong wore a smile, his demeanor visibly relaxed. Thanks to the collective efforts of the Qingwei Gate disciples and the exceptional performances of Xiaoxue, Lan Yu, and Lu Xiu, Qingwei Gate had firmly secured a position within the top 10. The only anticipation now lay in whether Xiaoxue could indeed make history by breaking into the top 10. Under the watchful eyes of many, Gu Xiaoxue's crucial battle finally commenced. If she could vanquish her opponent, she would successfully enter the top 10. Her adversary happened to be a formidable genius from the host Body Gate, possessing mid-fusion capabilities. Judging by his age, he appeared to be under 20, qualifying as a prodigy. The clash of these two exceptional talents instantly captivated numerous onlookers. With the announcer's declaration, this pivotal battle commenced. Gu Xiaoxue, as always, entered with her utmost strength, embracing a frenzied state. However, her opponent was equally formidable, and after such prolonged combat, the crowd was well acquainted with Xiaoxue's tactics. He remained composed, deftly neutralizing Xiaoxue's successive lethal strikes. For a time, it was challenging to discern who would ultimately prevail. As time progressed, the disciple from Body Gate began to counterattack, unleashing a flurry of impressive maneuvers, each strike imbued with a heart-stopping force, showcasing remarkable skill. In the climactic moments, both combatants exhausted their techniques, even deploying some of their permissible artifacts. Tang Tian observed with amusement. Indeed, the essence of combat lay in overwhelming firepower. However, when Gu Xiaoxue produced a peculiar item, Tang Tian's focus sharpened. It was the Lodinya, the talisman gifted to him. A seemingly ordinary talisman became visible amidst a plethora of treasures on the battlefield. It attracted little attention from others, yet Tang Tian was aware of the malevolent aura concealed within it. What was her intention? A month prior, upon discovering the problematic talisman, Tang Tian sought to aid Xiaoxue in purging the evil within. Yet, Xiaoxue had obstructed this endeavor, asserting her understanding of its contents and urging Tang Tian to trust her. However, at such a critical moment, casting out the talisman could only lead to one outcome: defeat. Tang Tian furrowed his brow, contemplating methods to avert this calamity, but ultimately opted against intervention. Having chosen to trust Xiaoxue, he resolved to witness her intentions with this artifact. The fierce battle raged on. The two competitors were too evenly matched, and until now, neither had gained a definitive advantage. Yet, at that moment, Tang Tian's suspicions materialized. Shortly after Xiaoxue employed the talisman, it fissured, releasing a barely perceptible black aura that surged back, enveloping Gu Xiaoxue and swiftly seeping into her body. Yun Kong, seated nearby, suddenly rose. His brow furrowed as he fixed his gaze intently upon Gu Xiaoxue above the arena. Tang Tian couldn't help but glance sideways. Did he actually perceive it? Even Shi Yuan seemed oblivious to this anomaly. The incident unfolded rapidly, and just as the crowd pondered Yun Kong's reaction, Gu Xiaoxue encountered a dilemma. Her techniques appeared to falter momentarily, and her complexion turned grim. Although she quickly regained her composure, that fleeting lapse allowed her opponent to seize the opportunity, launching a terrifying assault. Xiaoxue attempted to defend herself, but a moment's delay proved catastrophic, and she was struck head-on, hurtling out of the arena like a cannonball, crashing to the ground. Crimson blood stained the sky. Before others could react, two figures soared from the Qingwei Gate, swiftly reaching Gu Xiaoxue's side. One was Tang Tian, and the other was Yun Kong. By this time, Xiaoxue had already risen from the ground. Her injuries were not fatal, but certainly painful. Her complexion was pale, and blood tainted her lips and garments. Tang Tian initially intended to use life essence to heal Xiaoxue's injuries, but hesitated. Yun Kong glanced at Tang Tian before turning to Gu Xiaoxue, gently inquiring, "Xiaoxue, what just transpired?" However, he did not wait for her to recover, extending his hand to probe her shoulder, seeking to ascertain her condition. Soon, he withdrew his hand, his brow furrowed tightly. As his gaze shifted, he seemed to grasp certain truths. "Xiaoxue, do you realize that if you manage to break into the top 10, even if you subsequently venture to the Cloud Summit, you will attract the attention of the upper echelons?" Yun Kong remarked. Xiaoxue glanced at Tang Tian and then slowly smiled. "That is of little importance. Tang Tian once told me that to deal with malefactors, one must be more unscrupulous than them to instill fear in those with ill intentions. Some matters are better handled by myself." Yun Kong furrowed his brow and turned to Tang Tian. "Is that how you taught her?" Instinctively, Tang Tian touched his nose, recalling that he indeed had mentioned such a sentiment to Xiaoxue when they first met, though it had been a casual remark. He was astonished that she remembered it until now. "Indeed, I also advised her not to be overly naive, that sometimes one must be a bit ruthless." Tang Tian chose to shoulder the blame. Yun Kong was momentarily speechless, observing Tang Tian's nonchalant demeanor before turning back to Gu Xiaoxue, ultimately letting out a long sigh. Fine. Since you wish to proceed this way, do as you will. Upon returning, I will initiate an investigation regarding this incident, and you, take care of yourselves. With that, Yun Kong turned and left. Watching his retreating figure, Tang Tian couldn't help but marvel at how astutely clever he was. No wonder he managed to propel the Qingwei sect to remarkable progress over the past 2 decades all by himself. He now firmly believed that the true mastermind behind the Du Yuanqing incident was undoubtedly Yun Kong. After Yun Kong departed, Tang Tian looked at the frail Xiaoxue and helplessly said, "Must you insist on this course of action? If it were left to me, dealing with her would be a trivial matter." Following the earlier incident, Tang Tian understood that Gu Xiaoxue's motivations stemmed from Luodania. This woman had repeatedly wronged Gu Xiaoxue, and the once innocent girl was now prepared to fight back. However, with Luodania imprisoned in a dark prison, Xiaoxue alone lacked the strength to confront her. Yet, after today's pivotal defeat, with Yun Kong launching an investigation, it was inevitable that the charm given to Xiaoxue by Luodania would be uncovered, thus providing ample room for maneuvering. "You, please don't be angry," Gu Xiaoxue said timidly. "I merely wish to conclude this past myself. Allow me this one act of recklessness. I promise that such incidents will not recur." Tang Tian sighed deeply. Xiaoxue's actions indeed appeared somewhat impetuous and juvenile. Nevertheless, to resolve a lingering conflict, it was most fitting for the individual involved to address it themselves. "Very well. Do you have confidence?" Tang Tian inquired. Gu Xiaoxue nodded with a smile. Tang Tian reluctantly shook his head and summoned a strand of life essence to heal her wounds entirely. However, just as they prepared to depart, Xiaoxue's opponent, a prodigy from the White Emperor Sect, approached them. "You did not exert your full strength, did you?" he addressed Gu Xiaoxue. Without waiting for her response, he continued, "There is no need for denial. I can sense it. I detest victories that lack merit. Soon, we shall all arrive at the Cloud Summit. And I hope that when that time comes, we can engage in a true battle to determine the victor. Remember, I am Gong Xiafeng." With that, Gong Xiafeng turned and left. Tang Tian watched him go and turned to Gu Xiaoxue, only to find her gazing back at him. "Don't look at me. This is the consequence of your actions. You are responsible for what you have stirred up." With that, Tang Tian strolled away at a leisurely pace, and Gu Xiaoxue secretly smiled before hastily following him. Chapter 191. The Unexpected Arrival with Xiaoxue's Unforeseen Defeat. The 100 Sects War for the Qingwei sect had definitively come to a close. Regrettably, she fell just short of achieving a historic miracle. Nevertheless, for the Qingwei sect, this outcome was virtually perfect. The final rankings were announced, with the Qingwei sect forcefully entering the top 10, displacing the Blackthorn sect from its previous 9th position. The Blackthorn sect, in turn, failed to secure even the 10th position, plummeting to 11th. However, for such an established sect, this situation was merely temporary. By extracting a few talents from the first echelon, they could easily reclaim their position in the top 10. Regardless, the standout performer in this edition of the 100 Sects War was undoubtedly the Qingwei sect. The elite disciples exhibited outstanding performances, propelling the sect into the top 10, alongside Gu Xiaoxue, who nearly created a miracle. Moving forward, the Qingwei sect would undoubtedly receive more attention from the Cloud Summit, and resources would begin to flow towards it, promising a brighter future. This outcome, seemingly the result of a month's effort, was in fact the culmination of decades of collective endeavor by all members of the Qingwei sect. Thus, spirits were high, and Yun Kong assured everyone that upon returning to the sect, he would bestow recognition and rewards to all. With that, the 100 Sects War was officially declared concluded. The Great Domain Teleportation Array was finally reopened. Under Yun Kong's guidance, all members of the Qingwei sect returned to their home. Oh, and there was one stowaway, Wang Ziyu, who had arrived early to watch the spectacle. With Tang Tian's current status, bringing an individual along posed no issues, especially since Wang Ziyu was an honorary disciple of the Qingwei sect. The Grand Elder, Li Tianhua, had already been informed in advance. As the triumphant return unfolded, he stood with numerous high-ranking members of the Qingwei sect outside the teleportation array, conveying the joyous news to the entire sect. In the following days, the Qingwei sect was enveloped in a celebratory atmosphere. The elevation of the sect's status resonated with everyone. Unless outside forces infiltrated, no one would dare to dampen the spirits at this moment. The festivities continued for several days without losing momentum, and it seemed likely that the celebrations would extend even further. However, amidst the revelry, other subtle storms were brewing. Upon his return, Yun Kong promptly initiated an investigation into the incident surrounding Gu Xiaoxue's unexpected defeat. Just as Tang Tian had surmised, They quickly uncovered that the charm given to Gu Xiaoxue by Luodania was the sole cause of her failure. According to the rules of the Qingyue sect, all authority rested in Xiaoxue's hands. This time, however, Xiaoxue chose not to show mercy and opted for the most drastic course of action, a life-and-death duel. No one voiced objections, not even Han Hai, who remained silent and did not express any opinions. This was a crucial battle that would determine the future direction of their paths. For cultivators, such a matter was no less than a deadly grudge. Thus, a life-and-death duel was deemed reasonable. Consequently, Luodania was released from the dark prison. 3 days later, the two met on the life-and-death stage. Although Luodania's cultivation surpassed Xiaoxue's, the disparity in their combat abilities was significant. Xiaoxue did not hold back, striking Luodania down with her sword. Some might argue that Luodania was also a pitiable figure, that her actions were driven by circumstances. Yet, no justification exists for harming another. Xiaoxue's slaying of Luodania symbolized the definitive severance from her past self. From this day forth, she would no longer conceal her grievances, choosing not to selectively forget the sins and retaining only the essence of kindness. From this day forward, she would confront the world head-on, embracing everything and making her own decisions. At this moment, she had truly matured. After dealing with Luodania, Xiaoxue formally requested to leave Han Hai. Han Hai's intention in bringing Xiaoxue back to the Qingyue sect was to ensure that she achieved a commendable reputation in the 100 Sects battle, thereby solidifying his own standing within the sect. This objective has now been accomplished. Xiaoxue is not Han Hai's direct disciple. Thus she possesses the freedom to depart at will. Perhaps Han Hai has come to realize that his actions over the years were somewhat misguided. He did not oppose Xiaoxue's suggestions and even bestowed upon her numerous cultivation resources. Although Xiaoxue declined these offerings, this gesture conveyed a message of goodwill. It is also possible that, given Tang Tian's rising influence, Han Hai, out of apprehension, chose not to antagonize him further. Nevertheless, Xiaoxue has returned to Tang Tian's side. Upon her return, she wished to renegotiate a guest-disciple agreement with Tang Tian, but he refused. Tang Tian no longer requires such formalities to safeguard his interests. The two may maintain a similar relationship without the need for a formal agreement. Thus, Xiaoxue rejoined the Purple Bamboo Courtyard, collaborating with Li Hong and the Lanyu sisters to assist Tang Tian in managing affairs related to the 6th Peak and the Southern Peak. Meanwhile, Tang Tian continued his quiet cultivation, awaiting the arrival of a significant day. In a secluded residence on the main peak, Han Hai sighed deeply. Reflecting on Xiaoxue's remarkable talent, Luchanga glanced back and smiled gently. What is this? Regret? Han Hai cast him a sidelong glance and replied, Indeed. Had I known she was so exceptional, I would have taken her as my direct disciple long ago, and there would have been no need for Tang Tian's involvement. However, I truly failed to recognize her potential before. She was merely a child with inherent flaws, not much different from an ordinary practitioner with 9 rings of talent. Luchanga shrugged. Perhaps it was simply a matter of fate. Han Hai sighed once more. It has been 6 years since I brought her back to the sect. 6 years, and yet she has surpassed even a wealthy honorary disciple. If I possessed boundless wealth, perhaps she would not have left so resolutely. Luchanga paused, shaking his head. You still fail to grasp the true reason for Xiaoxue's departure. In truth, he wanted to admonish Han Hai for his obliviousness after so many years. Some practitioners, wholly consumed by their cultivation, lack a fundamental understanding of human relationships. Upon hearing this, Han Hai appeared momentarily stunned, yet he could not fathom what he had done wrong. Luchanga chose not to elaborate further. After a moment of silence, Han Hai spoke again. Young Master Lu, now that Tang Tian's influence has solidified, have we lost all hope? Luchanga observed him quietly, realizing that after a series of events, Han Hai seemed to have completely lost his confidence, or perhaps even his reason. He dared to express a desire to alter his stance right before Luchanga. Watching the despondent Han Hai, Luchanga stood quietly for a moment, then smiled broadly. Yes, we have no hope left. Thus, you are of no further use. With that, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he swiftly closed his folding fan and struck at Han Hai. Chapter 192. The Final Phase, Internal Strife? Listening to Li Hong's report, Tang Tian felt somewhat bewildered. Indeed, Li Hong stated, just moments ago, an intense conflict erupted between Elder Han Hai and Luchanga in Elder Han Hai's residence. Luchanga appeared exceedingly furious and chased after Han Hai. Fortunately, Han Hai's strength has notably improved following his retreat. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences. Eventually, they attracted the attention of the Grand Elder, who managed to temporarily quell the situation. The two are currently undergoing examination in the law enforcement hall. Li Hong's expression bore an unusual look. Such open hostility among high-ranking members of the Qingyue sect was indeed rare. Tang Tian too wore a puzzled expression. It shouldn't be like this. Based on his understanding of Lu Chang'e, he would never take rash action regardless of the circumstances, especially not against a senior elder who, on the surface, was an ally supporting him. Moreover, Han Hai had just dealt with the affairs of Luo Danya and Xiao Shui, likely leaving him little inclination for confrontation. What could have possibly transpired? After contemplating, Tang Tian sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Lu Chang'e's decisions were typically driven by purpose at this stage. What objective could he possibly aim to achieve? Without overthinking it, it could only pertain to the contest for that coveted position. Lu Chang'e was genuinely intent on securing the second-in-command role, to which he had devoted over 20 years of effort. However, now that Tang Tian was poised to seize victory following the 100 Sects battle, Lu Chang'e's prospects had dwindled significantly. But would he concede? Tang Tian was convinced he would not. Thus, he speculated that Lu Chang'e would surely resort to some measures to reclaim his impending loss of opportunity. Upon returning, he instructed Qi Yuan, Li Hong, and Yin Ku to remain vigilant regarding Lu Chang'e. Should he exhibit any abnormal behavior, it must be addressed promptly. But engaging in an unwarranted brawl with one's supporter was, in itself, an abnormal action, was it not? Focus intently on the examination results from the law enforcement hall. If there are any updates, inform me immediately, Tang Tian instructed. He simply could not decipher Lu Chang'e's motives for such behavior. However, the unknown was the most fearsome aspect. Thus one must remain vigilant. Understood. Li Hong responded respectfully. Given that the conflict between Lu Chang'e and Han Hai occurred atop the main peak and was swiftly interrupted by the Grand Elder, Li Tianhua, the results of the examination were soon available. Tang Tian quickly received Li Hong's feedback. So, Han Hai suddenly went mad and attacked Lu Chang'e? Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. Li Hong nodded, affirming that is indeed the conclusion. Han Hai acknowledged this account, stating that his favorite junior had slain his direct disciple and then left without a backward glance. This event had profoundly impacted him, even provoking a hint of inner turmoil. Subsequently, while Lu Chang'e assisted him in addressing this turmoil, an unexpected backlash occurred, leading to their altercation. After hearing Li Hong's recounting, Tang Tian fell silent. Could the shameless Han Hai truly experience inner turmoil over Luo Danya's death and Xiao Shui's departure? That was the most ludicrous joke he had ever heard. Did the law enforcement hall believe it? Tang Tian inquired. Li Hong, appearing somewhat helpless, replied, they had no choice but to believe it. Han Hai took full responsibility for the incident. Lu Chang'e also tacitly accepted this explanation. Furthermore, as their confrontation did not result in any severe consequences, the law enforcement hall could only issue a warning before letting the matter drop. Tang Tian remained contemplative. He found it hard to accept that the reality was so straightforward. Did you notice any other abnormalities? Tang Tian questioned once more. Li Hong pondered briefly before frowning. There was indeed something rather peculiar. Throughout the entire interrogation, Lu Chang'e remained unusually silent, as if he were deliberately suppressing his anger. Many have noticed this state of affairs. Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly. There are not many things that could provoke Lu Chang'e's wrath. However, the clues are scant, and with the law enforcement hall having concluded its investigations, there is truly little to analyze. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian instructed Li Hong, in the coming days, ensure that we keep a close watch on Lu Chang'e. We must also monitor our own personnel closely to prevent any uncontrollable incidents. It would be prudent to advise Qi Yuan and other high-ranking officials as well, ensuring that Lu Chang'e is afforded no opportunity to exploit. Li Hong nodded seriously. However, he soon spoke again. My lord, to be frank, Lu Chang'e poses little threat to you at this point. This incident might very well be an accident. Is such caution truly necessary? Tang Tian slowly shook his head, letting out a deep sigh. When it comes to this individual, one can never be too careful. I do not wish for anything untoward to occur at the final juncture. Let us proceed accordingly. Li Hong acknowledged the command and went to arrange matters. Tang Tian sat quietly beneath the old locust tree for a while, eventually shaking his head. The matter concerning the deputy position was to be his final concern within the Qinghua sect. As he prepared to depart the sect for Yunding Tianfu, Tang Tian had not intended to carry this position with him. However, after a period of reflection, he had identified a suitable candidate to take over this role. With less than a month remaining until the final deadline, he hoped no further unexpected developments would arise. Within the sect, Qi Yuan, Li Hong, and many other influential figures were vigilant, and with Tang Tian no longer seeking expansion, the likelihood of complications seemed minimal. Externally, the acquisition of the 4 major trading associations had entered its second phase, with voting rights virtually secured. Thus, the metric of external influence appeared to be firmly in hand. Nevertheless, to avert unforeseen occurrences, Tang Tian resolved to accelerate his pace. He then produced a communication jade talisman and sent a message. Chapter 193. Advancing the acquisition plan the following morning, a familiar figure arrived at the Zizhu courtyard, Wang Gang. The day prior, Tang Tian had sent a message prompting Wang Gang to come at once. Once they settled under the old locust tree, they bypassed pleasantries and delved straight into the matter at hand. What is the current progress? How is the second phase unfolding? Tang Tian inquired. Wang Gang contemplated briefly before responding. My lord, a month ago we successfully acquired nearly all peripheral businesses of the 4 major associations. Additionally, we have secured close to 10% of each association's shares. During this time, we have continued to engage with other shareholders, and from our findings, over 20% of the shareholders in each association can be absorbed by us. Tang Tian nodded. Achieving such penetration in just a month is remarkably swift. Yet, it was not entirely unexpected, as all associations within the influence of Yunding Tianfu faced similar predicaments. As the power of the Tianfu expanded, the survival space for these associations dwindled. This was an inevitable trend that no one could thwart. Consequently, many associations teetered on the brink of collapse. With a significant portion of shareholders contemplating escape from this abyss, Tang Tian's financial infusion offered them a viable exit strategy. Under these circumstances, rapid progress was indeed anticipated. Does this mean we can formally commence the second phase? Tang Tian asked. Wang Gang nodded, smiling as he said, in fact, even if you had not summoned me yesterday, I intended to provide you with a detailed report in the coming days. If the second phase is completed successfully, coupled with the achievements of the first phase, your shareholding in those 4 associations could reach approximately 30%. This would grant you sufficient clout, securing your voting rights beyond contestation. Tang Tian acknowledged this, realizing that the metric of external influence would thus be thoroughly solidified. How much will it cost? He asked. Wang Gang pondered for a moment before replying. After meticulous scrutiny, we estimate that to ensure the smooth progress of the second phase, a minimum of 200,000 innate Dao Jade will be required. This figure is indeed substantial. We have discussed this multiple times and outlined 3 distinct plans, each requiring 15, 20, and 25,000 Dao Jade respectively. This matter necessitates your final decision. He produced a jade talisman and respectfully placed it before Tang Tian. Tang Tian took the talisman and probed its contents with his consciousness. It indeed contained 3 detailed proposals for the second phase, reflecting considerable effort on their part. However, after casually perusing it, he withdrew his consciousness. Old Wang, I believe I previously indicated that funding concerns are not an issue. Wang Gang was momentarily taken aback. Sensing a hint of displeasure in Tang Tian's tone, he cleared his throat and said, given the magnitude of this amount, I thought it prudent for you to review it personally. Tang Tian tossed the jade talisman back. I hope this is the last time. In the future, do not present such matters concerning funding again. Progress is what I prioritize above all else. Do you understand? Wang Gang accepted the talisman, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He realized he had made an error of judgment, or perhaps underestimated Tang Tian. Over 200,000 innate Dao Jade appeared to Tang Tian as trivial as a feather. My lord, I understand my mistake. Wang Gang candidly admitted his error. Tang Tian lightly nodded, harboring no intention of reprimanding Wang Gang. He then retrieved 300,000 innate Dao Jade from his system, placing it within the Shumi ring before Wang Gang. Here is 300,000. Take it and expedite the second phase's implementation. Once the second phase approaches completion, proceed directly to the third phase. Just inform me and do not dwell on it further. Remember this, do not let funding issues impede our expansion. Hearing Tang Tian's unequivocal tone, Wang Gang hastily swallowed back the words he had intended to say. He had planned to mention that the third phase, the final phase, might require at least 800,000 innate Dao Jade. However, having learned from experience, he decided to remain silent. After all, who would not want subordinates who simply executed tasks and sought funds when necessary? The issue lay in ensuring that their master's financial resources were sufficiently robust. Fortunately, their new association leader seemed to embody just such a formidable persona. Understood, Wang Gang replied with a firm voice. Tang Tian nodded and, after a moment of thought, added, in addition to those 4 associations, reach out to the other associations as well. In terms of funding, I can manage it. However, when it comes to manpower, you will need to devise your own strategies. In summary, I have but one request, sufficient finances, and the swifter, the better. He is eagerly awaiting the accumulation of enough consumption points to elevate the path of all laws to a minor success. Wang Gang readily agreed. Subsequently, the two engaged in further discussions regarding specific details, when suddenly, Tang Tian recalled another matter. Have you heard of the Celestial Patrol Realm? He inquired. Since his last encounter with the Celestial Patrol Realm, Tang Tian had developed a profound interest in this peculiar existence. If he could unravel the principles behind their construction of illusory worlds, countless ideas could be realized within the realm of cultivation. Yes, I have heard of it. Wang Gang responded. Over 30 years ago, I accompanied Elder Huang on a distant journey to the domain of the Night Owl Sect. There, I visited the Celestial Patrol realm. From what I understand, it was established as a new force over 60 years ago. It resembles a merchant association, yet its operational model and scope differ significantly from that of ordinary commercial entities, presenting no conflict with us. Furthermore, the items they trade, in terms of scale and quality, are rather mediocre, so I paid little attention. Tang Tian stroked his chin and smiled. They are no longer what they used to be. Even the Cloud Summit Celestial Mansion is purchasing goods from them now, including superior celestial techniques. If you have the time and energy, it would be worth a visit. You might uncover unexpected gains. Wang Gang nodded in surprise, indicating he would go. After a brief exchange, Wang Gang took his leave with 300,008 Dao Jade. Once he departed, Tang Tian pondered deeply, his gaze contemplative. He now possessed an absolute advantage both within and outside the sect. With only a month remaining until the decisive moment, he wondered what further means Lu Chang'e possessed to turn the tide. Chapter 194. A startling turn of events. The acquisition plan of the Merchant Association was progressing vigorously, with Tang Tian as the substantial benefactor. Wang Gang and his associates unleashed an aggressive offensive against other merchant associations. However, despite the aggressive nature of their expansion, those who sold their shares were generally pleased and eager to cooperate. It had become evident to all that apart from the forces under the Cloud Summit Celestial Mansion, no external power could sustain itself for long. Thus, extricating themselves from their current predicament was the wisest course of action. At this juncture, those willing to take over found their wishes fulfilled. Under such circumstances, the expansion of the Merchant Association advanced smoothly, nearly every day. Tang Tian's system registered substantial influxes of Dao Jade and consumption points. After accumulating several 100,000 Dao Jade, Tang Tian sent another portion to Wang Gang. It was only a matter of time before the majority of external merchant associations would fall under the dominion of Tianxiaotong. A colossal entity was in the process of formation. Returning to the Qingwei sect, following the conclusion of the 100 Sects War, Gu Xiaoxiwei returned to the Zizhu courtyard, collaborating with Li Hong and the Lan sisters to manage internal affairs. Moreover, their cultivation had not ceased. Tang Tian provided them ample innate Dao Jade and Yuli beads, resulting in a frighteningly rapid enhancement of their cultivation levels. Li Hong had reached the late stage of fusion, stabilizing his realm. The Lan sisters had also broken through to the consummate stage of the out-of-body realm, preparing to challenge the fusion level. As for Gu Xiaoxue, she had reverted to her previous extraordinary pace of progress. It seemed that being near Tang Tian had instantly unblocked her 9 orifices, making cultivation as effortless as drinking water, with the elevation of her realm becoming effortless as well. Within just over half a month, she had caught up to the Lan sisters. A few days later, she surpassed them, officially entering the fusion realm with a remarkably solid foundation. Concerning this situation, Gu Xiaoxue herself could not articulate a reason, merely stating that upon returning to Tang Tian's side, the entire world felt more transparent, as if all the principles of the heavenly Tao were within reach. This perplexed Tang Tian, who remained unaware of the underlying circumstances. A protagonist halo? No, such a phenomenon does not exist within this world. Had it not been for his steady and measured approach, he would have likely been obliterated long ago. Were there other reasons? Did he possess any uniqueness? After deep contemplation, Tang Tian ultimately identified 2 distinct aspects about himself. First, his soul originated from another world. Second, the system he carried with him. Beyond these 2 facets, he bore no other differences from the myriad cultivators in this world. Yet, attributing Gu Xiaoxue's strange situation to these 2 reasons felt rather implausible. They seemed entirely unrelated. After much deliberation, Tang Tian could not pinpoint a definitive cause, ultimately attributing it to coincidence or perhaps some undiscovered aspect within Gu Xiaoxue. Nevertheless, her rapid growth was undoubtedly a positive development. Given Tang Tian's swift advancement, it was unrealistic to expect to recruit loyal subordinates of matching strength at each stage. If Gu Xiaoxue proved sufficiently capable, he would at least have someone to rely on in special circumstances. Thus, it was settled. The growth of his 4 subordinates posed no significant issues, and the advantageous situation he had established within the sect remained intact. Since the conflict between Lu Chang'e and Han Hai, Tang Tian had harbored concerns regarding Lu Chang'e's ulterior motives. However, as the final moments drew near, Lu Chang'e had yet to take any action against Tang Tian. Instead, internal issues had arisen within his faction. The only reason the elders and higher-ups had initially supported him in securing the second-in-command position was their belief that he would achieve ultimate victory, thus granting them substantial benefits as well. But what of the present? Tang Tian's sudden emergence had swiftly established an almost overwhelming advantage. Under such circumstances, those with wavering loyalties inevitably began to falter. The attitudes of those who had once supported Lu Chang'e had grown increasingly ambiguous. If he failed to act, they might completely shift their allegiance to Tang Tian. Many speculated that Lu Chang'e's conflict with Han Hai stemmed from this very issue. Yet, Lu Chang'e chose to remain silent in response to such conjectures. As time progressed, his chances of victory dwindled. Perhaps he was already beyond the point of no return. During this period, Lu Chang'e's temper had worsened, becoming increasingly prone to anger. Several times, he openly reprimanded his subordinates in front of others, an occurrence that had never happened before. Many believed that in the face of Tang Tian's meteoric rise, Lu Chang'e was genuinely out of options. Yet, Tang Tian never relaxed his vigilance. Rather, as the time drew closer, he became increasingly cautious, ultimately deciding to personally oversee all aspects on his side. He understood that Lu Chang'e was not the sort to give up easily. However, no matter how he searched, he could find no signs of Lu Chang'e preparing to act. The more this persisted, the more unease settled within Tang Tian. He felt as though he had overlooked some crucial element. Time continued to march forward. Soon, it would be the eve of the decisive moment. Tang Tian sat beneath the old locust tree, sipping fragrant tea in quiet contemplation. Yet, the persistent sense of unease within him remained unresolved, lingering in his mind. What exactly were Lu Chang'e's intentions? Suddenly, a raindrop fell from the sky, landing on the back of Tang Tian's hand. As the torrential rain poured down, it pounded relentlessly upon the leaves of the ancient locust tree. This venerable tree, grand in stature, did not boast a canopy so dense as to be impenetrable. Rather, a few droplets of rain managed to seep through the gaps in its foliage and descend to the ground below. Tang Tian gazed ahead, observing that only the area closest to the trunk remained entirely dry, untouched by the rain. This was the very spot where Lu Chang'e favored to sit upon each visit to the Zijou courtyard. He eschewed the benches, preferring instead to lean against the trunk, claiming it was far more comfortable, a rather peculiar inclination, indeed. Tang Tian took another sip of fragrant tea, his eyes fixated on that dry patch, lost in thought. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, his brow furrowing in agitation, his grip on the teacup tightening to the point of shattering it. Thunder rumbled ominously as a brilliant flash of lightning rent the night sky. Damn it! A fierce glint flickered in Tang Tian's eyes as he discarded the remnants of the cup and strode purposefully toward the door. At that moment, the barrier outside was breached, and Li Hong hurriedly rushed in. Upon seeing Tang Tian, he hastened forward, suppressing his shock and fear as he exclaimed, "My lord, something terrible has occurred. Master Qi has gone mad, and is battling with the Grand Elder atop the main peak. It is a life-and-death struggle." With a crackle, another blinding bolt of lightning illuminated the pitch-black sky. Chapter 195. Restraint. The thunder roared, and the rain fell in sheets. The bright flash of lightning cleaved through the darkness, revealing a figure racing through the storm, heading for the summit of the main peak. It was Tang Tian. Moments earlier, while standing beneath the ancient locust tree, he had contemplated that dry patch beneath the trunk and recalled numerous memories. When Lu Chang'e first visited the Zijou courtyard, he had declined the invitation to sit on a bench, instead opting to settle on the grass beneath the tree, appearing utterly at ease. In hindsight, Lu Chang'e's demeanor did not seem merely comfortable. It suggested he was in a place that brought him profound solace. What could have prompted such a reaction? Why was that particular spot miraculously shielded from the rain? The answer was likely singular. Lu Chang'e had likely lived within the Zijou courtyard. This explained his earlier remark about not wishing to discuss schemes and conspiracies in this courtyard, because it was, in fact, his former home. The Zijou courtyard had been sealed off for over a century, implying that Lu Chang'e resided there more than 100 years ago. Who else, during that time, could have lived there? The bamboo forest Taoist. There undoubtedly existed an intimate connection between Lu Chang'e and the bamboo forest Taoist. Otherwise, he would not perceive this place as his own sanctuary. If this were indeed the case, he would certainly know the reason behind the bamboo forest Taoist's demise, as well as Qi Yuan's lingering resentment over that matter, which had festered into a significant mental affliction. The bamboo forest Taoist had been Qi Yuan's most formidable weapon. Thus, if Lu Chang'e intended to target Tang Tian, Qi Yuan would be his objective. At long last, Tang Tian realized what he had persistently overlooked. He had focused intently on everyone else while subconsciously neglecting the individual responsible for monitoring them all. Qi Yuan, the master of the sixth peak, a founding elder of the Qingyue sect, and a tenacious powerhouse. There was no plausible reason for Liu Chang'e to attack him. However, if he wielded the sharp blade of the bamboo forest Taoist, the dynamics would shift entirely. Even if he could not undermine Tang Tian's current advantage, the impact would still be substantial. With influence came greater maneuverability. Tang Tian grasped Liu Chang'e's intentions, but it was already too late. Qi Yuan's sudden descent into madness. Engaging in a life-or-death battle with Grand Elder Li Tianhua signified that Liu Chang'e had commenced his actions. In that instant, Tang Tian ceased to conceal his true prowess, swiftly traversing the curtain of rain toward the summit of the main peak. Before long, he reached the pinnacle, where a tumultuous clash was raging amid the torrential downpour. Qi Yuan's eyes were bloodshot, completely unhinged, as he unleashed a relentless barrage of terrifying assaults upon Li Tianhua. Each strike cleared the surrounding deluge, unleashing a formidable force that shook the heavens and earth. Despite only possessing the cultivation of a half-step immortal, he unleashed a power surpassing that of an ordinary immortal, a culmination of centuries of battle experience. Li Tianhua, equally formidable, yet equally a half-step immortal, found himself on the defensive against Qi Yuan's reckless onslaught, bloodied and uncertain of the source of his injuries. In addition, 3 other powerful immortal cultivators attempted to subdue the rampaging Qi Yuan from the periphery. However, Qi Yuan had begun to burn through his life force. Even if they were stronger, they could not safely contain him in such a short span of time. If this continued, Qi Yuan would likely perish here. Seeing this, Tang Tian furrowed his brow and charged into the heart of the battlefield. Tang Tian. The onlookers quickly recognized him, and Li Tianhua shouted, "Get out of here. Master Qi has been completely consumed by his inner demons. He recognizes no one. Leave at once, or he will kill you." Yet, it was this brief moment of distraction that allowed Qi Yuan to land a direct blow on Li Tianhua, sending him flying several dozen meters before he managed to halt his trajectory, spitting blood. Fortunately, a few immortal cultivators managed to temporarily restrain Qi Yuan, preventing him from pursuing Li Tianhua further. However, this restraint was fleeting. Qi Yuan soon broke free and charged at Li Tianhua once more, fueled by an insatiable rage. Li Tianhua hastily attempted to defend himself, but at that moment, a figure appeared before him. "Tang Tian, what are you?" Li Tianhua exclaimed in astonishment. But before he could finish, Qi Yuan's attack was upon him. In his desperation and fury, Tang Tian faced Qi Yuan, extending a finger. Boom! A terrifying surge of energy instantaneously cleared the torrential rain within a radius of several miles, even piercing the thick clouds above, creating a vast opening. A full moon emerged for all to behold. Even the formidable Li Tianhua was propelled back several dozen steps by the sheer force of this overwhelming energy before he managed to steady himself. He gazed in shock at Tang Tian and Qi Yuan, frozen in place. Tang Tian stood unfazed in the sky, effortlessly countering Qi Yuan's frenzied assault with a mere fingertip. Not only that, but Tang Tian's finger pressed against Qi Yuan's brow, not only neutralizing the attack, but also bringing a sense of calm to the once-mad Qi Yuan. Though his eyes remained bloodshot and he had yet to emerge from his madness, under Tang Tian's influence, he ceased his indiscriminate attacks, and the life force he had been burning began to dwindle. Li Tianhua could only widen his eyes in disbelief. He was aware of Tang Tian's strength and understood that he had been concealing his true capabilities. However, he could never have anticipated that Tang Tian had grown to such an extent. The aura he exuded was unmistakably that of a genuine immortal cultivator. The methods he displayed were beyond what even the venerable immortals within their sect could achieve. Li Tianhua stood dumbfounded, the scene before him striking him with a force greater than even Qi Yuan's reckless assaults. It was only when Qi Yuan's life force was entirely extinguished, rendering him unconscious, that he began to regain his senses. "Tang Tian, you." Li Tianhua stared at Tang Tian, at a loss for words. Tang Tian cradled the unconscious Qi Yuan, his mind preoccupied with the urgency of the situation. He has been wholly consumed by his inner demons. I have merely temporarily suppressed him. The potential for backlash remains. I need to find a quiet place to reinforce the seal. Li Tianhua frowned as he observed Qi Yuan's condition. "Come with me." With that, Tang Tian, accompanied by Li Tianhua, swiftly departed. The moonlight bathed the summit in its serene glow. Yet in the distance, the storm raged with flashes of lightning and torrential rain. Amidst the downpour, a figure remained steadfastly gazing towards the main peak. Although the distance to the summit was not great, none were aware of his presence. After Tang Tian departed, he unfurled his folding fan and vanished into the vast curtain of rain. Chapter 196. The Last Night in the Elder's Study. Qi Yuan sat cross-legged on a mat, flanked by Tang Tian and Li Tianhua. Thanks to Tang Tian's efforts, Qi Yuan's condition had stabilized. His life force no longer burned fiercely, and his spirit was no longer in turmoil. Yet, he had not fully regained his senses. The inner demons had completely taken hold of his soul and thoughts, a consequence of Qi Yuan's deep-seated obsessions. Only he could liberate himself. No external strength could revive him from his past. Sighing heavily, Li Tianhua lamented the centuries he had spent engulfed in regret and suffering. After so long, he had finally managed to suppress his obsessions, only to find them shattered by his inner demons once more. This backlash was unprecedented. With an expressionless face, Tang Tian inquired softly, what could have caused Elder Qi to suddenly awaken these inner demons, leading to his current state? Li Tianhua paused, seemingly recalling many memories in an instant. After a long silence, he sighed deeply. It was the Bamboo Grove Taoist. That was a hurdle Qi Yuan could never surpass. In the past, Qi Yuan, swayed by temptation, insisted on securing the position of vice sect leader within the clan. Those who supported him were mostly self-serving. But the Bamboo Grove Taoist genuinely backed his ascension. Li Tianhua spoke slowly, his eyes reflecting nostalgia. At that time, he truly had a chance. He was just one step away. However, when the power struggle erupted, the sect was engulfed in terrifying conflict, and Qi Yuan came to realize he had been manipulated. Yet, the Bamboo Grove Taoist still used his strength to help him stabilize everything and pave the way for him to take that final step forward. But Qi Yuan hesitated. Because of his retreat, the Bamboo Grove Taoist was besieged by many powerful figures, ensnared in a quagmire, ultimately meeting a tragic end. Before his demise, the Bamboo Grove Taoist helped Qi Yuan resolve many of his troubles, allowing him to escape the repercussions of Tianfu. For Qi Yuan, the Bamboo Grove Taoist was not only a dear friend and mentor, but also a guiding light on his life's journey, his savior. Consequently, Qi Yuan's unresolved grief over the death of the Bamboo Grove Taoist plunged him deeper into his inner demons. Listening to Li Tianhua recount that chapter of history, Tang Tian fell silent. It was indeed difficult to move on from the loss of someone due to one's own actions. Without having experienced Qi Yuan's plight, one could hardly fathom the emotions of the person involved. Perhaps over a century ago, Qi Yuan had made significant mistakes. Yet, that did not justify the actions of those who had exploited him. Elder, you must know who was behind this matter, correct? Tang Tian asked. Li Tianhua paused before slowly nodding. Many within the sect are aware of that incident, and there are some who could exploit it to awaken Qi Yuan's inner demons. However, among them, there is only one with sufficient motive, Lu Chang'e. Tang Tian remained silent. Given the current situation, it was easy to deduce that Lu Chang'e was indeed the orchestrator. However, from Li Tianhua's tone, it seemed he was not entirely aware that Lu Chang'e had once resided in the purple bamboo courtyard. Will the sect take action? Tang Tian did not raise the issue of Lu Chang'e's background, but instead asked. Li Tianhua sighed softly. After you restrained Qi Yuan, I had Yun Kong lead a team to find Lu Chang'e, but it was in vain. I believe that regardless of what he intended to achieve through Qi Yuan, once you displayed your strength beyond the realm, he would understand that all his schemes would be rendered futile. In that case, I assume if you were in his position, you would not choose to remain in the sect anymore. Tang Tian remained silent. Lu Chang'e had escaped so swiftly. Yet, even if the Qingyue sect captured him, he undoubtedly had countless means to extricate himself from any wrongdoing. At worst, he would merely be expelled from the sect. Let us not forget, he was the head of the good and evil hall in the Yunding Tianfu. Like Mo Xiao Xiao, even if the charges were substantiated, they could do little to him. But Tang Tian would not let this matter rest. Although he had not known Qi Yuan for long, he could genuinely feel Qi Yuan's sincerity towards him. Now, Qi Yuan was ensnared in the abyss of inner demons due to Lu Chang'e, and no one could predict when he would awaken. How could Tang Tian accept that? After a moment of silence, a knock echoed from outside the door. Li Tianhua opened it to reveal a familiar figure, Yun Kong, the young sect master. Li Tianhua glanced at Tang Tian before stepping outside, leaving them in solitude. Yun Kong approached Tang Tian, standing beside him. Lu Chang'e. He must have fled back to Tianfu. I currently have no means to contact him, he said softly. Tang Tian remained silent. He was aware that Yun Kong and Lu Chang'e had long collaborated behind the scenes. Now that even Yun Kong could not locate Lu Chang'e, it was highly likely he would not return. After a brief silence, Yun Kong continued, you should know I had always supported him. The incident involving Du Yuanqing was something we conspired together. But this time, he has truly crossed the line. No matter what, he should not have reached out to Qi Yuan. After tonight's events, no one would dare stand by his side anymore. That position now remains solely with you. Tang Tian still did not respond. He had never cared much for that position. He had already resolved that if it were to fall into his hands, he would pass it on to another who once aspired to it. Yet that person now lay unconscious. After a long pause, Tang Tian asked, "If I had failed to stop Qi Yuan today, would the situation have changed?" Yin Kong frowned slightly before shaking his head. "No, Lu Chang'e has overstepped," indicating that he has lost his composure during this time. No one would choose to support such a person. Yet, his methods are often unpredictable. No one can foresee his next move. Tang Tian fell silent again. Had Lu Chang'e truly lost his composure? Indeed, since the conflict with Han Hai, his behavior seemed to affirm that notion. Yet, Tang Tian could not believe that such a long-time schemer, dancing on the edge of a knife, would lose his judgment at the critical moment. He must have ulterior motives. The two stood quietly for a while, refraining from further conversation. By now, the storm outside had ceased, though it was already late into the night. When dawn broke, it would be the moment to determine the fate of that position. Tang Tian gazed at the still unconscious Qi Yuan and suddenly turned to leave. "Please look after him for me. I will find a way to awaken him," he declared. Chapter 197. Dialogue with Lu Chang'e, the Purple Bamboo Courtyard. Tang Tian had not long returned from the elder's study when the eastern sky began to brighten with the first light of dawn. Following the arrival of daylight, all the high-ranking members of the sect would gather to cast their final votes for the position of the sect's second-in-command. During this process, candidates were not permitted to enter but had to remain in their designated places, awaiting the ultimate outcome. However, Tang Tian had no intention of attending. The only candidates were he and Lu Chang'e. Due to the events of the previous night, Lu Chang'e had lost all support, and with his current disappearance, the result of the vote seemed predetermined. Yet, Tang Tian felt no joy. He sat quietly beneath an old locust tree, with a pot of tea and 2 cups before him, as if awaiting someone. Time swiftly passed, and the sun gradually rose. Bathed in sunlight, the valley, recently washed by rain, was enveloped in a thick mist, resembling a celestial realm. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared out of thin air in the Zijou courtyard. The external formation remained undisturbed. "You truly have not left," Tang Tian remarked, turning to face the figure, who was indeed Lu Chang'e. "You anticipated my arrival." Lu Chang'e replied calmly, stepping forward to take a seat in the dry patch beneath the locust tree. "How is Qi Yuan?" he inquired. "I did not expect his inner obsession to have reached such a severity," Lu Chang'e continued. Tang Tian refrained from responding directly to his question, instead countering. "What exactly do you intend to do?" Lu Chang'e sighed softly. "What else could it be? After over 20 years of meticulous planning, I have aimed for that position. How could I allow you to easily pluck the fruit that rightfully belongs to me?" Tang Tian replied gently. "But you are aware that dealing with Qi Yuan will result in the loss of all support from the sect." Lu Chang'e shook his head. "Ever since you uncovered the truth behind the Du Yuanqing incident, their support has become inconsequential. No matter what I do, I cannot defeat you on the battlefield. Thus, I have set my sights on Qi Yuan. I intend to exploit his inner demons, leverage the bond between you, and take advantage of your indifference toward that position to reclaim the final stronghold. According to my plan, Qi Yuan will be forced into submission after losing half his life, and I will then find you, using the opportunity to save him to persuade you to relinquish your claim to that position. I trust you will make the choice I desire. But alas, you have grown remarkably strong," he lamented. Listening to Lu Chang'e unveil his scheme, Tang Tian fell into silence. Indeed, had it unfolded as Lu Chang'e described, he might have been inclined to relinquish that position for Qi Yuan. Yet, he sensed that Lu Chang'e's intentions were not so straightforward. "You have not completely failed, have you? Qi Yuan is still in a coma. If you truly possess a means to rescue him, I would consider relinquishing before the final verdict is declared," Tang Tian suggested. Lu Chang'e gazed skyward, exhaling deeply. "Very well. It bears little significance now. Moreover, I cannot believe that with your capabilities, you lack a way to save Qi Yuan. Even if you do not possess one now, surely you will find it in time." Tang Tian remained silent. Indeed, no matter how formidable the inner demons, there exists a remedy. If Qi Yuan could not liberate himself, he would undoubtedly seek alternative paths. "What brings you here, then?" "You must be aware that after your actions, I cannot easily allow your departure," Tang Tian stated. Lu Chang'e lowered his head, plucking a tender blade of grass to toy with. "I feel weary. Moreover, after today, I shall leave Qinghua sect. We have at least become final adversaries. Though I have lost, I feel it necessary to bid you farewell. Additionally, to resolve an unfinished matter from over a century ago." Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. "Qi Yuan?" Lu Chang'e nodded. He then lifted his gaze to the courtyard ahead and spoke softly. "Once, I lived here for a time. It was the happiest period of my life. I would run and play here every day, carefree. Grandpa Zhu was the one who raised me and my most respected kin. When he passed, I felt as though my world had collapsed. From that moment, I secretly vowed that one day, I would make all those responsible for Grandpa Zhu's death pay the price. Lu Chang'e spoke calmly, revealing the past. He indeed had lived there and had a close bond with the bamboo forest Taoist. So even without me, you would still confront Qi Yuan, would you not? Tang Tian queried. Lu Chang'e nodded, confirming this assertion. Among those, my deepest hatred is reserved for Qi Yuan. Grandpa Zhu valued him greatly, supporting him even at the cost of becoming ensnared in the vortex of power. Yet he, out of cowardice, chose betrayal. I shall never forgive him in this lifetime. But last night, witnessing him succumb to his inner demons, burning his own life away, I suddenly felt a sense of release. If Grandpa Zhu is watching from beyond, I believe he would not wish to see Qi Yuan in such a state. Tang Tian paused momentarily. Had Lu Chang'e been present on the battlefield last night? Yet he had not noticed the few powerful figures within the sect. What do you intend to do now? Tang Tian asked. Lu Chang'e took a deep breath. Some things must be let go. Qi Yuan harbors an obsession. Do I not have one as well? Let the past remain in the past. He has endured suffering for so many years. He has borne the punishment he deserves. I came to find you today to help him completely resolve his inner demons, allowing him to emerge from the mire of anguish. This was also Grandpa Zhu's intention. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Did the bamboo forest Taoist also know of Qi Yuan's inner demons? Lu Chang'e nodded. Before his death, Grandpa Zhu suspected such occurrences might unfold. Thus, he left behind certain things to help Qi Yuan find peace, to prevent him from becoming trapped in the past. However, I concealed those items. Tang Tian furrowed his brow. Lu Chang'e shrugged, saying, do not react that way. Qi Yuan is the principal culprit behind Grandpa Zhu's death. Naturally, I do not wish for him to find ease. Had I not witnessed his state last night, I would have taken this secret to my grave. Tang Tian fell silent. Lu Chang'e was also a victim of that incident. He could not judge his choice. Regardless, what mattered most now was Qi Yuan. If he could truly liberate him from his inner demons, that would suffice. Where are the items? Tang Tian inquired. Lu Chang'e glanced at him, but his gaze drifted past him, landing behind. Right there. He pointed to a spot not far from the Qing stone table. It was none other than the ancient well of Nianquan. Chapter 198. Beneath the well, Lu Chang'e rose slowly and walked to the side of the ancient well. The well's mouth was not high, merely built with 2 layers of stone bricks forming a low circle. From above, one could clearly see a pool of clear spring water reflecting the faces of those standing above. When Tang Tian first moved into Zizhu Garden, he often sat beside the ancient well with Gu Xiaoxua, discussing profound principles while absorbing the natural essence emitted by the spring. This atmosphere significantly enhanced their understanding of the Tao. However, as their powers grew stronger, the well's influence diminished, and he largely neglected it thereafter. He never anticipated that hidden within it lay treasures concealed by Lu Chang'e. Have you ever descended? Lu Chang'e inquired. Tang Tian shook his head. It's merely a natural spring. Who would specifically venture to the bottom of a well? Unless one were quite unhinged. I have, Lu Chang'e replied, and I frequently did. Tang Tian, intrigued, asked, what did you go there for? Lu Chang'e turned back, smiling. Of course, it was for amusement. I was quite young then, spirited and wild, leaping about like a little monkey. Grandpa Zhu never forbade me. He only cautioned me to stay safe. I remember one summer, it was sweltering. Yet the spring's inherent coolness offered a refreshing respite, even just standing by the well's mouth. So, on a whim, I jumped in and nearly drowned. Lu Chang'e gazed at the ancient well, continuing, though I was saved, I grew fond of the chill at the bottom. Before long, I jumped in again and nearly met the same fate. This happened a 3rd time, and eventually, Grandpa Zhu had no choice but to carve out a small space at the bottom for me, ensuring I wouldn't drown and could continue my play. Thus, for the following years, the spring well became my private sanctuary. Listening to Lu Chang'e's reminiscences, Tang Tian fell into silence. He had not expected that the profoundly inscrutable Lu Chang'e had such a remarkable past. How fortunate that Grandpa Zhu was so kind-hearted. Had he encountered a more irritable guardian, he might have faced severe consequences. Is the item left for Qi Yuan still there? Tang Tian asked. Lu Chang'e nodded. After that incident, I departed from Zizhu Garden, heading to Yunding Tianfu. Before I left, I placed that item in my secret base. There are no protective formations, and it doesn't emit any Tao fluctuations, making it virtually impossible for anyone to discover it unless they personally ventured to the well's bottom. Thus, it must still be there. Tang Tian pondered this quietly. Such a method of concealment was indeed clever. Aside from potential natural decay, it would be undetectable to practitioners. Let us go see, Tang Tian declared. Lu Chang'e nodded, and the two leaped into the spring well. It was narrow but not deep, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the bottom. The place was indeed cool and exceedingly tranquil, with a rich natural essence, making it an ideal retreat for ordinary folk or novice practitioners seeking peace. Upon descending, Tang Tian immediately noticed a space carved out beside the well's bottom. It had been reinforced, devoid of weeds. Though the constant moisture from the spring made it appear somewhat damp, yet the interior remained quite dry. In the innermost part lay a small bamboo bed, a bamboo chair, and a collection of toys clearly belonging to a child. Perhaps due to the passage of time, these toys showed signs of wear and tear, evoking a wistful longing for memories that, unlike these objects, did not fade with time but instead grew sharper, sometimes haunting him in the depths of night. Lu Chang'e entered and instinctively sat on the bamboo bed, which creaked ominously under him. Tang Tian followed, observing that, as Lu Chang'e had said, there were no Dao fluctuations present, resembling a place constructed by an ordinary person. Furthermore, it was unmistakably a child's play area, marked by traces of youthful creativity. Curiously glancing at the peculiar drawings etched on the wall beside the bed, Tang Tian asked, "What are these?" Lu Chang'e glanced at them and replied with a smile. "Just a child's whimsical imaginings." At that time, Grandpa Zhu was researching certain formations related to the spirit, which caught my attention. I wanted to learn. But he told me I wasn't ready for such advanced formations, so I ended up doodling my own. Tang Tian scrutinized the chaotic lines, devoid of any discernible order. Mere scribbles of a child. Can you guess where I hid that item? Lu Chang'e suddenly turned, grinning. Tang Tian, rendered speechless, had already discovered a concealed compartment in the wall near the bed upon entering. Inside that compartment rested a special box, completely isolated from the outside world. It was impossible not to notice unless one were blind. Noting Tang Tian's expression, Lu Chang'e shook his head dismissively. "All right, you must have found it already. I thought I was clever, hiding it so discreetly." Tang Tian silently shook his head. Since arriving at Zijou Garden, Lu Chang'e seemed to have shed years, displaying an almost childish exuberance. After making his revelation, Lu Chang'e approached the bed and pressed a hidden switch. A small compartment appeared before them, containing an antiquated box that exuded an air of mystique. The box was no mere trinket but a rare treasure that could shield its contents from prying eyes, remaining intact despite the years. "This is the item left by Grandpa Zhu for Qi Yuan," Lu Chang'e stated, handing it to Tang Tian. Tang Tian accepted the box, examining it carefully before gently opening it. A fragment of memory materialized before him, a piece capable of unraveling Qi Yuan's inner turmoil, originating from the essence of the bamboo forest Taoist. Chapter 199. Resolving Inner Demons. This memory was brief, perhaps akin to a final message. Upon opening it, Tang Tian finally glimpsed the visage of the bamboo forest Taoist, an elderly man radiating warmth and grace, his face adorned with a gentle smile that imparted an aura of kindness. Tang Tian concealed his presence, ensuring the Taoist remained unaware of him. After verifying its integrity, he resealed the box. This was a bond between the bamboo forest Taoist and Qi Yuan. There was no need for him to pry further. "Rest assured, there is nothing amiss," Lu Chang'e assured. "This is merely a fragment of the past." It was also Grandpa Zhu's final wish. Tang Tian remained silent. The conflict between him and Lu Chang'e was limited to the competition for a certain position, which had now been resolved, leaving him no reason to exploit Qi Yuan further. He meticulously checked the box again, confirming its integrity. "If you have any doubts, you may bring Qi Yuan here immediately. If anything seems off, you may act on me. I can wait here or accompany you," Lu Chang'e offered. Tang Tian regarded him thoughtfully and replied softly, "No need." He then gestured, and a gentle ripple of spatial energy enveloped the area. Immediately, a figure appeared before the two Qi Yuan, still in a state of unconsciousness. Lu Chang'e was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at the suddenly materialized Qi Yuan. "Goodness, you managed to bring a living person with you? Only you could achieve such a miraculous feat, one after another. I'm beginning to regret opposing you. If you are indeed someone who seeks revenge, then even if I helped Qi Yuan escape the clutches of his inner demons, I would be doomed, wouldn't I? Surely, you wouldn't do that?" He glanced at Tang Tian with a hint of panic, uncertain whether his demeanor was feigned or genuine. Tang Tian chose to ignore him, establishing a defensive barrier before preparing to awaken Qi Yuan. The previous night, he had left Qi Yuan in the care of Yunkong while he returned to the Zijou courtyard. However, after Yunkong and the other high-ranking members attended the conference, he had returned to place Qi Yuan into his own small world, a peculiar realm capable of harboring living beings, ensuring his safety. After making the necessary preparations, Tang Tian unleashed a stream of celestial energy, which entered Qi Yuan's spiritual realm. The consciousness that had been shackled began to awaken rapidly. Yet, at this moment, Qi Yuan's mind remained engulfed in chaos, completely eroded by his inner demons. When he finally regained consciousness, he would inevitably descend into utter madness, failing to recognize anyone. Tang Tian focused intently, and as Qi Yuan opened his eyes, poised to unleash his fury, he promptly opened a box, revealing the fragmented memories left by the bamboo forest Taoist before Qi Yuan's eyes. Qiyuan's eyes turned crimson as he let out a roar, preparing to burn his life force to break free from his shackles. However, in the next instant, he seemed to witness an unbelievable scene, akin to being struck by lightning, rendering him speechless. Simultaneously, a glimmer of clarity pierced through the darkness of his inner demons, re-emerging in his gaze. Master Zhu, Qiyuan rasped, struggling to utter the words. Two streams of blood tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. At that moment, Tang Tian once again waved his hand to set up a barrier, isolating everything happening inside from the outside world. All that could be seen was the increasing clarity in Qiyuan's eyes until he ultimately fell to his knees, weeping profusely. The inner demons gradually dissipated, and his rationality began to return. Tang Tian silently stood outside the barrier, waiting for Qiyuan's mind to fully recover while ensuring the scenes within remained concealed from the outside. Aren't you curious about what kind of message Master Zhu left for him? Lu Chang'e inquired. Tang Tian shook his head. That belongs to his past. After speaking, he grasped Lu Chang'e's shoulder and forcefully led him away from the ancient well, leaving the remaining time entirely for Qiyuan. Nonetheless, his attention never strayed from Qiyuan. Once outside, Lu Chang'e took 2 hurried steps back, patting his chest. You scared me. I thought you were going to turn against me and finish me off. Tang Tian shot him a glance. I did entertain that notion. You have repeatedly acted against me and sought to use Qiyuan to coerce me. Each of those actions provides me ample justification to eliminate you. Lu Chang'e instinctively retreated 2 more steps, panic-stricken. We can't be like this. We were competitors before. So I naturally did some things against you, but I never intended to take your life. As for Qiyuan, I primarily sought to avenge grievances from over a century ago. Now that I have helped him completely break free from his inner demons, that can be seen as a form of redemption, can it? You can't be so cruel as to kill me now, he exclaimed loudly. Observing his feigned performance, Tang Tian could not help but narrow his eyes. Stop pretending. Your ability to arrive at the Zijou courtyard alone indicates you have a method of safe escape. I know you are concealing your true strength, but if you continue to provoke me, I won't hesitate to test whether your preparations are sufficient. Sensing the chill in Tang Tian's words, Lu Chang'e paused, quickly reverting to his original demeanor. Haha, don't take it too seriously. After a century apart, returning to this courtyard inevitably stirs some emotions. As if I've returned to that time. Fine, I won't mention it if you dislike it. With that, he approached. This time, he did not sit beneath the old locust tree but faced Tang Tian, taking a seat beside the stone table. You truly are the most mysterious and intriguing person I have ever encountered. I wish I had met you sooner, Lu Chang'e sighed wistfully. Tang Tian shrugged. It's not as if we hadn't met before, but during our first encounter, you began to plot against me. Lu Chang'e offered an awkward smile. At that time, it was indeed a matter of chance. Who could have predicted that you would grow to such heights in just a year? Perhaps it was simply not our fate. You have now secured that position. The old sect master of Qingwei Gate will likely not return. And Yunkong is still a bit short of the qualifications to become the new sect master. For the foreseeable future, you will wield absolute power within the sect, with even the Grand Elder and the Supreme Elder having to heed your commands. With that being said, do you still intend to venture to Yunding Tianfu? Lu Chang'e queried. However, before Tang Tian could respond, he continued, you will undoubtedly go. For you, Qingwei Gate is ultimately too small. Yunding Tianfu is your true stage, is it not? Tang Tian acknowledged this assertion with a nod. He was indeed preparing to go to Yunding Tianfu, likely accompanying the disciples who had passed the 100 Doors battle this time. I knew it. With that confirmation, Lu Chang'e sighed deeply. You are indeed formidable, but I still wish to advise you to think thrice before proceeding. There. You will find no favorable outcomes. He regarded Tang Tian with utmost seriousness. Why do you say that? Tang Tian asked, frowning at Lu Chang'e, who did not appear to be jesting. Yet Lu Chang'e did not answer this question, instead letting out a soft sigh. Tang Tian, do you believe in retribution? Tang Tian slowly sipped his tea. The concept of retribution is complex. Some mortals may consider it a mere fantasy, but in the realm of cultivation, there indeed exists a similar notion. Yet, this notion is not termed retribution but rather karma. It is a principle of the heavenly way for every cause. There is an effect. However, karma differs from retribution in that the latter specifically refers to the backlash from certain malevolent actions, while karma does not distinguish between good and evil. For centuries, Yunding Tianfu has expanded recklessly, committing countless atrocities, the extent of which is too vast to recount. Lu Chang'e continued, you cannot fathom how many people secretly curse it, wishing for its collapse and descent into hell. Yet, the Tianfu remains blissfully ignorant. If this continues, a backlash is undoubtedly inevitable. In response to Lu Chang'e's assertions, Tang Tian shook his head slightly. No one can expand rapidly without committing sins. There will always be obstacles in your path. Would you halt your progress simply because of them? As long as the overall situation remains stable, that is sufficient. Tang Tian felt that Lu Chang's words were somewhat naive, not to mention the Tianfu, even for himself, to secure the position of second-in-command at Qingwei Gate. He had unleashed a sea of blood, resulting in the deaths of countless individuals. To speak of such things now seemed hypocritical, as if he were a brothel owner putting up a sign of virtue. Lu Chang'e perceived Tang Tian's attitude, turned to look at him, and inquired, "Do you believe the expansion of Tianfu is beneficial in a general sense?" Tang Tian roughly guessed the reason behind Lu Chang'e's inquiry. From a certain perspective, the tragic demise of the bamboo forest Taoist was ultimately a consequence of the expansion of Yunding Tianfu. It was likely this that prompted such thoughts. One could not determine right or wrong, but it could be deemed somewhat narrow-minded. I once came across a set of data, Tang Tian began. Before the Qingyue sect governed this region, it was firmly held by various families and powerful factions. The conflicts between these forces led to the deaths of millions of cultivators each year. The harsh cultivation environment left ordinary practitioners with little chance to rise, and even those with considerable talent struggled to showcase their abilities. However, what about now? Under the unified and integrated management of the Qingyue sect, the cultivation environment has vastly improved, akin to the difference between heaven and earth. The number of mid to lower-tier practitioners has increased several dozen times compared to the past. Each year, the influx of young cultivators has surged by hundreds of times. With a solid foundation established, the upper echelons are flourishing, allowing the talented to receive ample training and sufficient space to thrive, resulting in an increasing number of strong individuals. The entire cultivation world is thriving. Tang Tian gazed at Lu Chang'e and continued, "I have also ventured to observe areas that have yet to be incorporated into Yunding Tianfu's influence. They are dilapidated, brutal, and dark. This is how I would describe those places. Perhaps for a select few, such an environment might seem preferable, where the bloody law of the jungle selects the strongest. Yet, the vast majority would much prefer to reside in a stable and prosperous environment. I am no different." Faced with Tang Tian's response, Lu Chang'e fell silent, seemingly taken aback by the length and seriousness of his reply. After a moment, Lu Chang'e smiled and said, "You have a point. I have witnessed the changes in the outside world over the years. Indeed, it is far better than it was over a century ago. Nevertheless, there are still those who harbor resentment towards Yunding Tianfu, and their numbers are certainly not negligible. A backlash is inevitable." Tang Tian did not deny this. The actions of Tianfu would undoubtedly infringe upon the interests of certain groups, which was unavoidable. However, in the pursuit of development, who would fear such consequences? I believe that for Tianfu to rise and stand atop the world, it must possess the power to suppress all, Tang Tian asserted. Moreover, this matter is not for a novice disciple like myself to speculate upon. Lu Chang'e smiled. "So, have you firmly resolved to join Tianfu?" Tang Tian shrugged. "I am already a disciple under Tianfu. What reason do I have not to go? Even if Tianfu faces calamity in the future, I see no reason to stand idly by, let alone flee in advance." Since his arrival, he had remained within the Qingwei sect for over a year. Although his cultivation and growth were primarily due to his two systems, the sect had provided an environment and certain conditions that facilitated his rapid and smooth progress. It was conceivable that a wrong decision upon his arrival could have led to his untimely demise. Over the past year, he had gradually come to regard himself as part of the Qingwei sect, which, in essence, meant being part of Yunding Tianfu. This response rendered Lu Chang'e silent once more. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "It has been many years since anyone has conversed with me in such a manner. This is what they call a leaf obstructing the view. I will remember your words. However, I must still advise you, if there are other options, it is best not to go to Yunding Tianfu. The storms there are infinitely more terrifying than those at Qingyue sect." Tang Tian remained silent. His decision would not be swayed by Lu Chang'e's few words. To truly stand at the pinnacle of the world, one must ascend the towering heights of Yunding Tianfu. The two fell into silence, the gentle breeze carrying the rustle of the old locust tree's leaves. Suddenly, a faint ripple emanated from the Nianshuan ancient well. Qi Yuan had awakened. Tang Tian could see that he was now fully restored. Apart from a somewhat weakened aura, the previous mental demons had been entirely dispelled. "I have completed my task." Lu Chang'e stood up, stretching widely. He took a lingering glance around the serene environment of the purple bamboo courtyard, finally settling on the spot beneath the old locust tree. "It is here that I feel most at ease," Lu Chang'e remarked with a smile. "If I were to approach death, I would truly wish to spend my final moments beneath this tree." Tang Tian observed him in silence, recognizing his genuine fondness for this place. With all matters understood, it was time to bid farewell to the past. Lu Chang'e cupped his hands toward Tang Tian, saying, "Farewell." Tang Tian, I am genuinely pleased to have met you at Qinghua Sect. However, I hope we shall not meet again. Tang Tian returned the gesture, farewell. Lu Chang'e smiled, turned, and walked away. Watching his retreating figure, Tang Tian felt an undeniable change in his aura with each step, becoming increasingly obscure until he was finally lost from sight. An intriguing yet perilous individual. Tang Tian shook his head and made his way toward the Nianchuan Ancient Well. Chapter 201. Resolving all matters beneath the Nianchuan Ancient Well. Qi Yuan sat on the cold ground, holding a small box, lost in thought. He appeared extremely frail, seemingly aged by many years compared to before. Yet, the madness in his eyes had completely vanished, replaced by clarity. The torment he had endured for over a century finally dissipated in that moment. At that time, Tang Tian's figure appeared beside Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan turned to glance at him, then slowly stood up. How are you feeling? Tang Tian inquired softly. Qi Yuan looked at the small box in his hands and sighed deeply. He asked me to protect the sect and everything around me. Tang Tian's heart stirred. This he undoubtedly referred to the bamboo forest Taoist. It seemed that the legacy left to Qi Yuan by the bamboo forest Taoist was indeed of paramount importance. Now, Qi Yuan had completely cast off the shadows of his past. The madness that had once been forcibly suppressed in his eyes was no longer present. Then you should heed his words, Tang Tian said with a smile. Qi Yuan nodded, closed the small box, and placed a heavy pad on Tang Tian's shoulder. While he was not adept at expressing his emotions, gratitude was clearly written on his face. Well, it's good that you are fine. Just don't lose your mind again. You nearly scared us all to death. The Grand Elder was seriously injured because of you, Tang Tian remarked. Qi Yuan laughed heartily. I told you, that old man was never my match. If I truly wanted to deal with him, it would have been a cinch. Tang Tian rolled his eyes. That's because Li Tianhua didn't wish to harm you. He was merely on the defensive. From an overall perspective, Li Tianhua still had the upper hand. However, he chose not to reveal this, and after a casual conversation, he exited the Nianchuan Ancient Well alongside Qi Yuan. Before departing, he meticulously returned the small box to its original place, leaving everything else untouched. This was a private domain belonging to a certain youth, and it was best to preserve its original state. Upon stepping outside, the two seated themselves beneath the old locust tree. Qi Yuan surveyed the surroundings. His eyes filled with nostalgia. This is only my second visit to the bamboo courtyard. The first time was when the old bamboo had just constructed this place. Qi Yuan remarked. Tang Tian poured him a cup of clear tea and then inquired, do you recall what transpired before you fell into madness? Qi Yuan savored a sip of tea, contemplating before responding, I don't remember it well. I was meditating, and somehow, I fell asleep. In my dreams, I encountered the old bamboo, and when I awoke again, I found myself here. Tang Tian fell silent, realizing that Lu Chang'e's power was indeed more formidable than it appeared. To ensnare Qi Yuan into mental turmoil without his awareness was no feat achievable by one merely at the Ascendant Realm. What exactly happened? Qi Yuan asked. Tang Tian pondered briefly and selectively recounted the events to Qi Yuan. He refrained from mentioning that Lu Chang'e had once resided here and discreetly concealed the items left to him by the bamboo forest Taoist. Qi Yuan had only just emerged from the grip of his inner demons, and it was unnecessary to burden him with further animosity. He merely stated that he had stumbled upon these items in a well. After hearing this, Qi Yuan sighed softly. He truly is a cunning little fellow. Unfortunately, he has still met with failure. That position now rightfully belongs to you, Qi Yuan said. Tang Tian nodded. By now midday approached, and the outcome was expected to be announced shortly. Did the old bamboo instruct you to safeguard this sect? Tang Tian asked. Qi Yuan affirmed. He is a true sage. Even in death, he bore no resentment and resolved the hatred within me. I shall uphold his wishes and protect the Qinghua sect diligently. A smile graced Tang Tian's face. In that case, I have a matter I would like your assistance with. Just past noon, Li Hong burst in, his face alight with excitement. Young master, it passed unanimously. You have secured the support of all the sect's high-ranking officials, as well as the backing of all external forces. It is now officially confirmed. The position of sect master is yours. Tang Tian nodded lightly, displaying no signs of exhilaration. This had long been a foregone conclusion. He had previously arranged with Qi Yuan that before leaving the sect, he would transfer this position to him, a wish Qi Yuan had harbored for over a century. And a final request from the bamboo forest Taoist. However, before that, Tang Tian had other matters to attend to. Help me contact Yukong. I need to convene a high-level meeting. I intend to replan the sect's development. Additionally, it is time to address certain individuals who are unworthy of their positions. Tang Tian declared. The following day, Tang Tian convened a comprehensive meeting of the Qinghua sect's senior officials in his capacity as the sect master. With the actual sect master absent, he now held the highest status and the most power within the sect. All peak masters, chief elders, and key personnel were in attendance. The meeting revolved around two primary topics: sect development and personnel adjustments. First, regarding sect development, Tang Tian presented a significant benefit. You need only focus on your duties. I will cover all expenses. With hundreds of thousands of innate Dao Jades at his disposal, he had the confidence to make such a declaration. After an enthusiastic discussion, the senior officials formulated a comprehensive development plan for the next decade. This was merely a preliminary plan for the first phase, with subsequent arrangements to be made based on actual circumstances. The total investment for this 10-year plan was set at 500,000 innate Dao Jades. Naturally, it could not be dispersed all at once. An initial capital of 200,000 would be allocated, followed by an annual addition of 30,000 Dao Jades. Tang Tian calculated and found it acceptable. He was now one step closer to the million-billion consumption point. He estimated that he could reach the target before leaving the Qingwei sect. Once the preliminary direction for the sect's development was established, the next order of business was personnel adjustments. This was, in essence, a personal grievance of Tang Tian's. During the competition with Lu Chang'e, some individuals had inevitably chosen the wrong side, becoming his adversaries. They had caused him various troubles to a greater or lesser extent. Unlike the bamboo forest Taoist, who was a sage indifferent to grudges, Tang Tian believed in just retribution. Those deserving of punishment would certainly face consequences. Otherwise, it would be unjust to those who had consistently supported him. Such actions were standard procedure, and no one would dare to object. Swiftly, under the advisement of Yinkong and the Grand Elder, certain high-ranking officials were reassigned, shifting from positions of power to mere figureheads, while others faced demotions. Han Hai suffered the most demotion. Tang Tian showed no mercy, exiling him to oversee the Black Prison in the Back Mountains. As long as he retained influence within the Qingwei sect, Han Hai would never rise again. After resolving all matters, Tang Tian returned to the bamboo courtyard, alternating between cultivation and monitoring the acquisition dealings with Wang Gang. The day of his departure from the Qingwei sect drew ever closer. In the bamboo courtyard, Tang Tian and Wang Gang sat at the azure stone table beneath the old locust tree. Over a month had elapsed since the establishment of his position as sect master. Under Tang Tian's leadership, the sect had undergone transformative changes in this brief period. Firstly, regarding the power structure, substantial alterations had taken place. Tang Tian had purged high-ranking officials like Han Hai, distancing them from the power center, while the remaining and newly promoted officials naturally coalesced around Tang Tian, forming a cohesive and formidable unit. The downside was that many were significantly affected by this shift in power, facing demotions or losing their influence. However, the advantages were strikingly evident. Once power was consolidated, the sect's execution capabilities surged to unprecedented heights. Every command was swiftly communicated and effectively implemented. Secondly, a new wave of vigorous development swept through the sect. After securing all funding, an era of dramatic expansion commenced. Constantly, elders and disciples were engaged in the construction of the sect. External expansion and management were also progressing vigorously. The entire Qingwei sect radiated vitality and prosperity. All of this stemmed solely from two of Tang Tian's decisions. The energy derived from identity and status was so potent that it was no wonder countless individuals were willing to sacrifice their lives for it. Yet for Tang Tian, the power afforded by such authority held little allure. He remained more concerned with his own strength, as that was the most reliable foundation. Only half a month remained until his journey to the Yunding Tianfu, and Tang Tian resolved to use this time to maximize his talents and physique. He aimed to enter the Tianfu in the most impeccable state. Young master, the third phase of the acquisition plan has concluded. The 4 merchant associations are now entirely under your name, Wang Gang reported. Tang Tian nodded. Since their last discussion, the acquisition plan had progressed rapidly. Besides the 4 merchant associations, other nearby commercial enterprises were also in the process of acquisition. After nearly 2 months of frenzied expansion, the total expenditure had surpassed 1 million in 8 Dao Jades. Coupled with the investments in sect development, Tang Tian's assets had now exceeded 3 million Dao Jades, and his consumption points had amassed to over 150 trillion. He was now very close to achieving the final 2 talents and physique upgrades. Continue the efforts, he instructed. It is preferable to secure several more chambers of commerce within a fortnight, Tang Tian remarked. He aspired to exchange all the chaos suns and chaos bodies in one go. However, this directive caused Wang Gang to exhibit a hint of concern. My lord, this may prove somewhat challenging, Wang Gang stated. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow slightly. Are you implying a financial issue? Wang Gang hastily shook his head, clarifying, No, this is not a matter of funds. He discreetly wiped his brow and continued, "Our recent activities have indeed been rather substantial, with an overall expansion exceeding fivefold. As for finances, you are secure. I can find ways to address the manpower. Yet, our capabilities are inherently limited, and our influence insufficient to sustain such rapid growth. Otherwise, numerous complications will inevitably arise." Tang Tian stroked his chin, acknowledging the predicament. Expanding too rapidly would inevitably lead to a dilution of power or a skew in authority. Merely relying on a celestial being of the Huang Old's caliber would be inadequate for comprehensive control. After pondering for a moment, Tang Tian resolved to exert his full strength once more. "Let us proceed with the expansion. The quicker, the better. I shall temporarily safeguard the chambers of commerce under the banner of Qingwei Sect. Swallowing 4 or 5 more chambers should pose no significant issues," Tang Tian declared. Wang Gang considered this and nodded. With the protection of Qingwei Sect, most problems would be largely mitigated. However, unstable factors would still persist. Tang Tian was acutely aware of this risk and stated, "After absorbing 5 more sects, we can pause. Once the situation with the chambers of commerce is thoroughly stabilized, you may come to Yunning Tianfu to find me. There, we shall commence a new chapter for our Tianxia Chamber of Commerce." The influence of Yunning Tianfu was extensive, and even if he wished to continue expanding, it would likely be beyond his reach. Moreover, he was set to depart from Qingwei Sect in half a month, and opportunities would abound at Tianfu. Wang Gang acknowledged this, and the two proceeded to discuss further details before Wang Gang took his leave. They hoped to amass the final necessary points within the fortnight. Observing the deposits in the system, Tang Tian rose and returned to his secluded meditation chamber. The current points were sufficient to elevate the Tao of all laws to a minor completion stage. After sitting cross-legged, he expended 450,000 points to gain insights into 45 superior celestial arts. He then retrieved the superior celestial arts acquired from the heavenly patrol realm. "Come forth, let me witness the effects of the minor completion of the Tao of all laws." Tang Tian closed his eyes and commenced his comprehension of the celestial arts. The boundless sea of stars unfurled from his being, as if he were ensconced in the profound expanse of the universe. Before long, a brilliant star ascended from the sea of stars, standing alongside the previous one. One superior celestial art had attained the realm of great completion. Moments later, a second star rose, followed by a third, a fourth. As the stars multiplied, an enigmatic rhythm of the Tao became increasingly apparent, enveloping Tang Tian. In a moment of clarity, Tang Tian perceived himself standing above the laws, with everything around him firmly within his grasp. Upon the ascent of the 10th star, a silent thunderous roar resonated, reverberating profoundly. The Tao of all laws harmonized with the external heavenly Tao, creating a wondrous resonance. The two complemented each other, appearing separate yet seemingly merged. In this state, Tang Tian slowly opened his eyes. Fixating on a wooden table nearby, he extended a finger. A miraculous event unfolded. The once lifeless table, having existed for over a century, began to rejuvenate at a visibly rapid pace. Before long, tender branches sprouted from its surface, ultimately blooming into a white flower. Tang Tian retracted his finger, contemplating. Remarkably, he had not invoked any life-related Tao, but rather wielded pure rule power. This indicated that, after attaining minor completion in the Tao of all laws, he had gained the ability to manipulate rules even at the celestial level. However, this dominion was confined to a radius of approximately 50 meters. Within this realm, under the auspices of the rules, he was akin to a divine being. Even celestial kings would find little advantage, and celestial lords would likely face a formidable contender. How splendid! A satisfied smile graced Tang Tian's lips. The 500 trillion points spent were indeed well invested. This domain provided him with tremendous assurance. He dubbed it the domain of all laws. Chapter 203, The Awakening of the Little Cat. With the minor completion of the Tao of all laws, the domain of all laws had begun to take shape. Tang Tian's hidden cards had ascended to an entirely new echelon. Should any unwitting Xianxian or Jingxian seek to trouble him at this juncture, subduing them would likely require minimal effort. After further experiencing the capabilities of the domain of all laws, Tang Tian withdrew it back into himself. He now possessed 3 formidable trump cards: the heavenly canopy of all laws, an immensely destructive strike, the divine phoenix secret technique, which rendered him fearless of death, and the domain of all laws, wherein all within its confines were akin to ants beneath the rules. With these 3 powerful techniques at his disposal, Tang Tian could assert himself in most regions of the cultivation world. He was now ready to emerge without reservations. After a brief moment of regaining his composure, Tang Tian turned his gaze to the system. With over 100 trillion points remaining, He had ample resources to exchange for the talents of the Chaos Sun or the Chaos Body. As he contemplated which to prioritize, an inexplicable sensation surged within him. Tracing its origin, it emanated from the peculiar egg he possessed. Waves of natural energy flowed from within it. Intrigued, Tang Tian probed with his spirit. Inside the egg lay an expansive void, a true emptiness devoid of any substance, even chaos. However, within this void, a transparent light shield radiated a gentle glow. This was a space Tang Tian had meticulously crafted, intended for personal use, capable of containing even life itself. Previously, the late Qiyuan had been placed within this light shield. The slumbering little cat was also nestled within. Now, after months of deep sleep, the little cat was breathing rapidly, its body shimmering with light. As waves of natural energy poured forth into the surroundings. Is it finally awakening? Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. Since the last time it had consumed a significant amount of residual rules, the little cat had fallen into a deep slumber. There had been no signs of activity for months until today, when change finally occurred. Tang Tian stood by, observing quietly. As time passed, the little cat's breathing grew increasingly frantic, and the frequency of the natural energy fluctuations quickened. Eventually, upon reaching a critical point, transformation commenced. With a sharp crack, the little cat's body resembled porcelain, developing countless fine cracks. Subsequently, a substantial flow of natural energy surged forth from these fissures, coalescing above its form. As the natural energy continued to pour out, the little cat's body appeared to be hollowed out, becoming transparent. The substance forming above began to take shape, still resembling that of a small cat. Shedding its shell? Tang Tian was taken aback. This evolutionary method was a first for him. He had previously heard of certain mythical beasts undergoing such a progression, but he hadn't expected a world spirit from a small realm to choose this path. Could it be because, upon its transformation, it would resemble a spiritual beast? Tang Tian could only speculate. The little cat shed its shell with remarkable speed. In the brief span of half an incense stick, its former self had entirely transformed into an empty husk. A new form had fully taken shape. Moments later, the little cat slowly opened its eyes. The two beings locked gazes. Wow! The little cat suddenly exclaimed, leaping backward and using its fluffy tail to cover its lower half. What are you doing here? I haven't put on any clothes yet. It cried in alarm. Tang Tian replied with a hint of irritation. You are a manifestation of the spirit of the world. Your true form is merely an unknown ancient jade. Why are you so shy, hiding yourself like that? I'm more concerned that your commotion might ruin this realm. The little cat responded with a soft "oh," then surveyed its surroundings. Playfully pawing at the air as if to calculate something, its brow furrowed slightly. That's odd. It hasn't even been half a year. Yet I should have ascended around a year ago. After speaking, it sniffed the air around it and promptly darted over to Tang Tian, sniffing him curiously. What are you doing? Tang Tian pushed its face away in disgust. The little cat stared at him with its round eyes, appearing somewhat dazed. It seems like you have created something extraordinary? Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Extraordinary? He pondered, wondering if it referred to the realm of myriad laws. Indeed. Prior to the formation of the realm, the little cat had shown no signs of awakening. However, shortly after the realm's establishment, it had directly completed its evolution. And it appeared to have done so ahead of schedule. Considering the realm's performance, it was indeed possible that this was the cause. Tang Tian stroked his chin. This afternoon, I had a bowl of fried rice noodles and braised chicken rice. He certainly would not disclose the true reason to the little cat. The little cat, momentarily perplexed, scratched its head with its tiny paw, genuinely contemplating whether there was any connection between fried rice noodles, braised chicken rice, and its ascension. Cough, cough. Tang Tian quickly redirected the conversation, asking, how do you feel now? The little cat, being quite innocent, responded with a bright "oh," and swiftly cast aside its previous doubts, excitedly exclaiming, I feel fantastic. I've become much stronger and awakened a plethora of memories. My world has expanded significantly, and now I can finally grasp the rules within it. If anyone dares to act arrogantly in my world, I will surely send them packing, leaving them unrecognizable. Oh, I'm not talking about you, by the way. It continued, additionally, I can now directly convert chaos power into celestial power. Just look at the fragment I sent you. Tang Tian nodded and felt the ancient jade fragment on his wrist. Indeed, it had transformed. It no longer emitted mere primordial spiritual energy, but a higher grade celestial power. Although the quality of the celestial power was still rather ordinary, it represented a monumental leap forward. Having been a celestial being for over 2 months, Tang Tian had only made slight breakthroughs, reaching the mid-stage of the celestial realm. A significant reason for his slow progress was the insufficient celestial power available for him to draw upon. Relying solely on spiritual energy had hindered his advancement. This was also why he needed to venture to the Cloud Summit Celestial Palace, where ample celestial power awaited. However, he now had another promising source of celestial energy. Indeed, Tang Tian smiled. The little cat chuckled heartily. I told you my ascension would benefit you greatly. And that's not all. Look over there. Take a closer look. It pointed to its discarded shell. Tang Tian glanced over, and to his surprise, the shell, now devoid of the little cat, had seemingly restored itself without his noticing. Its surface gleamed like a mirror, resembling a rare treasure. The profound power exclusive to the spirit of the world, along with a rich natural aura, enveloped its form. Suddenly, Tang Tian's gaze sharpened. The little cat's shell was floating in midair, and beneath it, a speck of impurity appeared, a minuscule grain of dust. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed fresh, genuine dust. Tang Tian understood well what a single speck of dust represented in this void. I promised to help you transform this place into a small world. I keep my word, the little cat declared proudly. Chapter 204. The return to the law black hole. The little cat had awakened, successfully completing its ascension as the spirit of a small world, finally possessing the ability to grasp rudimentary rules. It was now exceedingly difficult to locate, even for entities above the rules themselves. This offered considerable assurance for its journey to the Cloud Summit Celestial Palace. The cat's shell, left behind after its ascension, remained within Tang Tian's peculiar egg. The shell possessed the ability to reshape the cosmos. Simply resting there, it could draw chaos power from the void and continuously generate a real world. The speed of this transformation was quite remarkable. During the conversation between Tang Tian and the little cat, a single speck of dust had already expanded to the size of a thumb. At this rate, it would inevitably form a true continent. Once rules were embedded within the peculiar egg, it could evolve into a genuine small world. This could serve as a minor trump card. Such a small world was not something just anyone could possess. As I continue to grow, the speed at which continents are formed will accelerate. The rate and quality of chaos power conversion into celestial energy will also improve. Thus, the little cat smiled with a twinkle in its eye. Casting a knowing glance at Tang Tian, Tang Tian chuckled resignedly. Rest assured, I will not go back on my word. I will find you more snacks infused with the power of rules in the future. The little cat erupted in joyous celebration, showering Tang Tian with praise. After exchanging a few more words, they exited the peculiar egg space together. Returning to the main world, dawn had just begun to break. Tang Tian contemplated for a moment. Deciding to take a brief respite, he would wait until he accumulated 200 trillion consumption points before exchanging for the ultimate talent and ultimate physique together. He had an inkling that the law black hole he encountered during his previous exchange for the child of heavenly path was no ordinary phenomenon. This time, he intended to reach his peak state before taking a closer look. In the days that followed, Tang Tian immersed himself in his cultivation. After the little cat's ascension, the mysterious ancient jade on his wrist also advanced. It took root in the chaos, continuously absorbing chaos power, which was then transformed into celestial energy, flowing ceaselessly into Tang Tian's being. His cultivation embarked once more on a rapid ascent. Within just 2 days, after a prolonged stay in the mid-stage of the celestial realm, he broke through to the late stage. A mere 10 days later, he successfully reached the perfect stage of the celestial realm. After a few more days, just 2 days before leaving the Qingyue sect, Tang Tian completed yet another breakthrough, stepping into the ranks of true celestial beings. If being a celestial being meant having a preliminary grasp of celestial energy, then a true celestial being could wield celestial power with complete mastery. Ordinary celestial arts could now be genuinely effective. Tang Tian's repertoire of conventional techniques had expanded, becoming more intricate and unpredictable. As he gazed at the distant scenery, he eagerly anticipated what the Cloud Summit Celestial Palace, a haven for prodigies, would be like. Exiting the main house, Tang Tian stretched widely. During this period, he had hardly ventured outside, remaining in his cultivation chamber. He had gradually transferred all rights concerning the sect to Qi Yuan, having fully resolved his inner demons. Qi Yuan was performing exceptionally well, maintaining order and efficiency. To everyone's astonishment, his stagnant cultivation began to stir. Tang Tian had gifted him some innate Dao jade and glazed beads, and it was believed that it would not be long before Qi Yuan could truly ascend to the realm of immortals. With the strength of an immortal and the position within the sect, as long as Yunding Tian Fu stood strong, no one in the Qingyu sect could pose any threat to him. Tang Tian felt a sense of reassurance. Moreover, under the generous conditions provided by Tang Tian, Xiao Shui, Li Hong, and the others made varying degrees of progress. Just a few days prior, Li Hong had finally broken through to the tribulation crossing stage and successfully weathered the 9th heavenly tribulation. Among all the disciples who had ascended to Tianfu through the Wanyao trial tower, he was truly in a league of his own, far ahead of the rest. The Lan Yu sisters also advanced rapidly, both stepping into the late fusion stage with a solid foundation. As for Gu Xiaoshui, she was an anomaly. Since returning to Tang Tian's side, she seemed to have activated some hidden potential, continuously redefining the concept of genius. Not long after her return, she surpassed Li Hong in cultivation level and had effortlessly crossed 6 heavenly tribulations, now reaching the late tribulation stage. It was only a matter of time before she stepped into the realm of ascension. Truly, it was remarkable. This girl seemed somewhat peculiar, as if she were the favored daughter of the heavenly Tao, yet there was something distinctly different about her. There was a familiar aura surrounding her. The little cat remarked on Gu Xiaoshui's uniqueness. Tang Tian felt a stir within and inquired further about this sensation, as Gu Xiaoshui's performance had indeed been strange. However, the little cat could not articulate a clear reason. It was merely a feeling. The only thing it could describe was a faint natural essence emanating from Gu Xiaoshui. Though scant, it was exceptionally pure. This description reminded Tang Tian of his first encounter with Gu Xiaoshui, where she had shown a heightened sensitivity to the ancient well of natural essence in the courtyard. Was it indeed the power of nature? And could it only manifest in her presence? Tang Tian glanced at Gu Xiaoshui and then at the little cat. Deep in thought, perhaps, in some mysterious way, there existed a connection. However, due to his current level of strength, he could not discern it clearly. Perhaps with the growth of his power, the truth would eventually unravel. Shaking his head, Tang Tian chose to set this matter aside for the time being, believing that with his rapid advancement, all uncertainties would soon dissipate. In the outside world, Wang Gang's acquisition plan was progressing at an astonishing pace. With the support of Qingyu Sect, their sole objective was to assimilate as many entities as possible. Over the course of half a month, the Tianxia Commerce Association rapidly absorbed 5 other commercial associations, which brought Tang Tian an abundance of innate Dao Jade exceeding 1 million. At last, his consumption points surpassed 2 trillion. Returning to the quiet cultivation chamber, Tang Tian accessed the system, directing his gaze to the final line on the talent and physique list. Child of Chaos, 100 trillion consumption points. Chaos Physique, 100 trillion consumption points. Once prepared, Tang Tian chose to exchange for both simultaneously. Instantly, a long-lost sensation enveloped him once again. The entire universe seemed to lie within his grasp. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes to find himself once more immersed in the ocean of the laws of the heavenly Tao. Endless laws encircled him, so benevolent and familiar, as if they shared a common origin. This time, Tang Tian felt a clearer awareness of the disharmony within the world of laws. Following the guidance of his heart, he ventured forward. Time passed, and before him appeared a terrifying black hole. Chapter 205, Departure to Tianfu in the Boundless Realm of Laws. Tang Tian stood atop the laws, once again confronting the heart-stopping black hole. It hovered silently, devoid of any aura or fluctuation, relentlessly devouring the surrounding laws. Its power surpassed Tang Tian's comprehension. Regardless of the nature of the law, once it came within proximity, it was inevitably consumed. A vast area around it became a chaotic maelstrom of laws. The closer one approached the center, the more chaotic and perilous it became. Even Tang Tian, at present, could only observe from a distance, wary of approaching it. What could it be? Tang Tian furrowed his brow. This was the realm of laws, the fundamental layer of the world. If there were an issue here, the entire world would be gravely impacted. It was possible that such an impact had already occurred. Perhaps the region where Tang Tian resided remained unscathed, hence the absence of any noticeable effects. Yet, the black hole's voracious consumption of laws was alarmingly swift. One day, the entire world could be engulfed. From afar, Tang Tian could feel the terrifying power of the black hole, irresistible. The laws surrounding him exhibited a palpable sense of despair. They seemed to plead for help, urging him to flee this place and avoid approaching that dreadful entity. Tang Tian remained silent. Although his talent and physique had reached their pinnacle, he was still merely a true immortal. Faced with this incomprehensible, unapproachable black hole of laws, he had no viable strategy. Perhaps only upon truly transcending the laws could he escape this sense of helplessness. After a long pause, he sighed softly and turned to leave. This law black hole was far beyond his current capability to resolve. However, the good news was that after becoming the child of chaos and acquiring the chaos physique, he would have the freedom to enter this realm of laws at will. When he found a solution or discovered pertinent clues in the future, he could return to see if it could be addressed. After all, this was a matter of utmost importance to the entire world. He wondered if the highest beings in the world were aware of this situation. Leaving the realm of laws, Tang Tian returned to his cultivation chamber. After pondering for a while, he decided to set this matter aside for now. Regardless of what the black hole represented, continuing to cultivate and grow remained paramount. Even if the world were to crumble, he must at least possess the ability to safeguard himself. In such circumstances, a secure place to reside became crucial. It seemed that attention to the creation of the small world within the bizarre egg space was also necessary. Tang Tian stroked his chin, lost in thought. The next morning, in the purple bamboo courtyard, Tang Tian and Yun Kong sat across from each other. Today marked the day of departure from Qingyu Sect to Yunding Tianfu, as well as the moment Tang Tian would formally transfer the sect's leadership to Qi Yuan. Are you truly willing to relinquish this hard-earned position? Even if you are heading to Tianfu, holding this identity has its advantages, Yun Kong remarked. Tang Tian smiled faintly and replied, Do you believe that Qi Fengzhu is unfit for this position? Yun Kong paused, then waved his hand with a chuckle. Of course not. To be honest, if you remained in this position, it would undoubtedly be more advantageous. In comparison to Qi Yuan, Tang Tian recognized that their financial capabilities were not on the same level. For a sect, having financial security was undeniably beneficial. Tang Tian shook his head. I am not suited to manage a sect. Rather than seek power, I prefer to focus on enhancing my own strength. With the resolution of my inner demons, Qi Yuan is the more suitable choice. Trust me, aside from the two of them, none other knew what instructions the bamboo forest Taoist had left for Qi Yuan. Seeing Tang Tian's resolve, Yun Kong ceased his persuasion, and the two completed the final transfer formalities. After completing the essential matters, Yun Kong let out a soft sigh, gazing into the distance. This afternoon marks your journey to the heavenly capital. Once, it was also my dreamland. Alas, for various reasons, I had to remain here, he lamented. Tang Tian spoke slowly. The sect needs you even more. Without you, our current prosperity would be unattainable. Yun Kong was a remarkably capable individual, a born leader. Yet this very trait led him to forsake a different path meant for cultivators. It cannot be said which path is superior, it is merely a matter of destiny. Yun Kong quietly stared into the distance, and after a moment, shook his head and smiled. I am merely expressing my sentiments. The heavenly capital is teeming with prodigies. Had I truly ventured there, I might have faded into obscurity. However, with your talent and prowess, young master, you are bound to shine brightly, regardless of where you are. Even in a place like the heavenly capital, it would be impossible to conceal your brilliance. Tang Tian shrugged, indifferent. At this point, he had already attained the realm of true immortals. Coupled with the essence of chaos and his unmatched skills, few could compare to him in this world. This is not arrogance, but rather an undeniable truth. Only time will reveal it. I do hope to encounter those true geniuses soon, Tang Tian remarked. Yun Kong chuckled. That moment will come swiftly. Although we will not utilize the large domain teleportation array for this journey to the heavenly capital, the speed of the Qingwei warship is remarkably swift. We should reach the entrance of Yunding heavenly capital in about a month. At that time, you may face some trials. It is a test of your strength imposed by the heavenly capital. Once you truly enter, there will be a secondary assessment at the Dragon Gate. This evaluates a cultivator's comprehensive potential, taking into account age, cultivation level, talent, physique, and more. The heavenly capital will then determine your starting point based on your overall performance. Many exceptional talents have soared to greatness from the Dragon Gate. Tang Tian nodded, recalling that he had indeed heard about this from Wang Ziyu. He felt anticipation for how he would perform at that time. After conversing for a while longer, Yun Kong took his leave. Tang Tian sat in silence for a moment before activating Wang Gang's communication jade talisman. He was about to depart, having secured his ultimate talent and physique. And it was time to stabilize the rapid expansion of his business. However, he instructed that once everything was secure, expansion could continue steadily. Additionally, he could bring some core personnel to the heavenly capital, employing a dual strategy. Tang Tian would not relinquish this vital source of resources. Beyond talent and physique, he required sufficient resources to exchange for comprehension opportunities, along with even more extraordinary artifacts within the system. Having completed these tasks, Tang Tian called upon Li Hong and Xiao Shui, gathered his belongings, and departed from the purple bamboo courtyard. This place had already been purchased by Tang Tian. No one could enter without his permission. Perhaps one day he would return here to live a leisurely life. At noon, after bidding farewell to Qi Yuan, Tang Tian boarded the Qingwei Sect's dedicated warship. Shortly thereafter, the warship ascended gradually, racing towards the direction of Yunding heavenly capital. Chapter 206. The situation in the heavenly capital above the boundless continent. A colossal warship sped through the skies. Tang Tian stood on the upper deck, quietly surveying the magnificent landscape below. This Qinghua warship measured over 200 meters in length and 50 to 60 meters in width, resembling a floating continent. Hundreds of disciples from Qinghua Sect, along with accompanying elders and attendants, were comfortably accommodated within, leaving ample space. The fierce winds howled, yet a transparent protective array surrounded the warship, ensuring tranquility within while chaos raged outside. Vast expanses of forests and fields swiftly receded beneath them. Occasionally, one might glimpse a demon king standing atop a peak, roaring into the sky. After a moment of solitude, an elderly man with white hair approached Tang Tian. They had reached the outskirts of the Qinghua Sect, still amidst a primordial forest. With your support, it will not be long before we can expand our influence to this area. Our jurisdiction will multiply several times, and our talent pool will grow, the elder stated. Tang Tian nodded. This elder, known as Xian Lao, was one of the few powerful immortals within the sect and served as the protector for this journey to Yunding Heavenly Capital. He had also been among those who stopped Qi Yuan during his frenzy. Soon, individuals from Yunding Heavenly Capital will come to our sect to establish a direct passage to the Heavenly Capital. They will also bring additional resources to help us create even better cultivation environments. This is a reward for our sect's top 10 achievement in the 100 Sects War. Xian Lao continued. Tang Tian nodded and smiled. Xian Lao, I have stepped down. I am merely an ordinary honorary disciple of the sect now. There is no need to discuss such matters with me. Xian Lao chuckled and shook his head. Regardless, your contributions to the sect are undeniable. Without you, it would have taken us at least several decades to achieve our current progress. Your presence is a great fortune for the entire sect. No one will forget this contribution and gratitude. Tang Tian quickly waved his hand. You flatter me, Xian Lao. My actions were driven by my own motives. Xian Lao sighed softly. In this world, who does not have motives? Yet, individuals like you, who remain indifferent to fame and fortune, and continue to care for the sect despite possessing extraordinary strength, are truly rare. Sometimes, I worry that once you reach the Heavenly Capital, your kindness may lead to your disadvantage. Tang Tian smiled and jokingly asked, is the Heavenly Capital truly a place of turmoil? Xian Lao chuckled, not necessarily turmoil, but the depths within are indeed akin to an abyss. Various forces intertwine in a complex web. A minor misstep could turn one into a tool for conflict. Fortunately, the Heavenly Capital possesses immense strength to firmly suppress all factions. Moreover, they place great importance on outstanding disciples. If one gains the attention of the upper echelons, they can generally lead a very good life there. Tang Tian nodded. His plan was to carve out his own path with his genuine strength. As for the power struggles, he had never been fond of them, and with the ability to distance himself from such matters, he would naturally refrain from engaging. What exactly is the Heavenly Capital like? Tang Tian inquired. Xian Lao pondered for a moment and replied, for you young individuals, the Heavenly Capital is a true sanctuary for cultivation, a grand stage where you can fully showcase your brilliance. Talents from millions of miles around will converge here, each able to exhibit their strength entirely. Passion and challenge abound, along with endless resources and excitement. One could say, any young person familiar with the Heavenly Capital yearns to be there. Tang Tian smiled slightly. For adventurous youths, the allure of such a place was indeed captivating. He wondered where he would rank with his current strength and talent within Yunding Heavenly Capital. I have heard it said that once you arrive at the Heavenly Capital, your sect identity becomes largely irrelevant, Tang Tian remarked. Elder Xian nodded slightly, then let out a soft sigh, saying, it cannot be said that the significance has diminished, merely that it has become less paramount. The celestial realm is vast, teeming with powerful factions, as numerous as the grains of sand in the Ganges. In comparison to these forces, the disciples of the affiliated sects are akin to a small gang thrown into a realm dominated by esteemed families, nearly negligible. Over time, the disciples of the affiliated sects will discover alternative paths, rendering the identity of their original sects somewhat inconsequential, relevant only at the moment of their entry into the celestial realm. Tang Tian's eyes widened in realization. He had assumed that upon joining a sect, they would be forcibly dispersed and reassigned. It appeared that such occurrences transpired naturally. However, you need not worry excessively, Elder Xian continued. When you first enter the celestial realm, some senior disciples from Qinghua Sect will come to assist you. They will help you become acquainted with the workings of the celestial realm, ensuring you do not inadvertently violate certain laws. Once you are fully familiarized, you will be free to choose your own path. Tang Tian nodded, feeling reassured. At least he would not be stumbling about blindly, like a headless fly. Is this the case for other sects as well? He inquired. Elder Xian replied affirmatively, yes. It is largely similar, aside from the likes of Baidi Sect and Xiang Sect, which are top-tier entities that have operated within the celestial realm for an extended period and possess a certain degree of status and influence. Other affiliated sects find themselves in a comparable situation. Tang Tian fell silent, having gained a foundational understanding of the circumstances within the celestial realm through his conversation with Elder Xian. After a moment's pause, he asked, "Are the disciples from other sects entering the celestial realm alongside us? I heard from the young sect master that there are some trials involved." Elder Xian nodded. "Indeed. They should have set off as well. At that time, we will all converge at the foot of the celestial realm, and then undergo several trials as an entrance examination for the celestial realm." As he spoke, a wry smile crossed his face. "Speaking of which, I must give you a word of caution. This time, during the 100 Sects War, having broken into the top 10 for the first time, we will certainly attract the deliberate targeting of certain sects, including some formidable and established ones. Take, for instance, the Heiji sect. Though they have fallen out of the top 10 this time, the disciples they send are merely from the second tier. However, the prodigies from the first tier will also be entering the celestial realm, and if they choose to cause trouble, it could be quite challenging to handle. Although you have entered the realm of immortals, it is prudent to exercise caution." Tang Tian was taken aback. The first-tier disciples from those established sects would be entering the celestial realm alongside them? This meant that he would soon encounter a group of true prodigies. He felt a mix of anticipation and excitement. "Yes, I will be careful," Tang Tian affirmed.